Reborn on the launch day of Sanctuary, starts with the super divine artifact Hourglass of Time, mastering time stop and time reversal abilities. Tricked by a pitiful/annoying NPC into a perverted all-element mage class transfer quest? No problem. Leveraging top-tier player experience from his past life and his super divine artifact, watch how Zhang Chen plays major guilds for fools, reaps rewards like a fisherman, and stirs up a storm. Zhang Chen was reborn from assassination back to March 18, 2077. The public beta launch day of the game Sanctuary. The game helmet he had scrimped and saved for was about to arrive. In his previous life, Sanctuary changed his life from poverty to prosperity, but he also lost his life due to the super divine artifact, that Hourglass of Time, during a quest. Now reborn with full memories, the Hourglass of Time surprisingly appeared in his level 1 character's inventory. Hourglass of Time, super divine artifact, bound time stop, 1 hour cooldown, time reversal, consumes levels. Zhang Chen created his character, ID Heavenly Justice, adjusting his appearance down by 15% to keep a low profile. He knew hidden professions weren't necessarily the strongest, personal development was key. At 12 o'clock, the game launched. He promptly entered the Novice Village, Peace Village, and rushed to the Profession Tutor Hall. He chose Ice Mage, his profession from his past life, and requested the class transfer quest from the primary mage tutor. I want to learn Ice Mage. Please give me the transfer quest. The tutor routinely asked, I have paths of fire, water, ice, wind, thunder, and earth here. Are you sure you choose ice? Nonsense, didn't I tell you I want to choose ice? Zhang Chen was impatient, not wanting to be delayed by the NPC. The tutor, annoyed by Zhang Chen's rudeness, had a sudden idea and said pleasantly, learning only one water element, likely a typo for ice, is too monotonous. Don't you want to become an all-element mage? I see you have extraordinary talent. Why not learn a few more elements? Zhang Chen paused. He had never heard of an all-element mage in his past life. Could it be a hidden profession? Alright, then give me the all-element mage transfer quest. He immediately changed his mind. The tutor waved his hand, and the transfer quest became an all-element mage quest, significantly increasing its difficulty. Watching Zhang Chen hurry away, the tutor smiled smugly, telling other tutors that this rude kid would soon come back begging to change the quest, as he had made it up on the spot. Zhang Chen left the hall and checked his inventory. Besides starter gear and potions, there it was, that Hourglass of Time. Its abilities were heaven-defying, especially time stop, but his joy faded when he saw the transfer quest. All-element mage transfer quest, must kill 100 toads, 100 wild dogs, 100 vicious dogs, 100 wild foxes, and 100 grass snakes at the village entrance. Upon success, can learn all primary tutor spells. This quest was absurdly difficult. Normal transfer quests only required killing a few low-level monsters. Zhang Chen realized the NPC had tricked him, but he resolved to complete it. He was one of the first to start grinding monsters. Using his superior positioning and skill, he kited a large group of toads, then led them into the crowd of newly arrived players. Novice players, unaware of monster ownership mechanics, attacked the toads, but all the EXP went to Zhang Chen. After the toads were cleared, Zhang Chen leveled up to 2. He immediately activated time stop. During the 40-second stasis, he silently retreated, testing the skill's effect. No mana cost, but attacking a monster would forcibly end it. He then moved to the wild dog area and found other players already there. Watching others complete their quests quickly while he had to kill 100 of each monster type frustrated him. After an hour, he cleared the wild dogs and reached level 4. His stats were still pitiful. In the level 4 Vicious Dog area, a level 5 silver grade boss, Vicious Dog, Tibetan Mastiff, spawned. Players swarmed it and were quickly wiped out. Zhang Chen didn't attack but waited for major guilds to arrive. Soon, renowned guilds from his past life like Judgment Hall, Forget Love Guild, and Greedy Wolf Guild gathered. As they prepared to engage the boss, vying for first hit and ownership, Zhang Chen blended into Judgment Hall's ranks. The moment the boss's aggro was about to be secured by a Judgment Hall warrior named Little Six is busy, Zhang Chen activated time stop. He then ran up and poked the boss with his wooden sword. Time resumed, and Little Six's attack landed. Aggro was indeed pulled by Little Six, but the boss's ownership now belonged to Zhang Chen. He casually watched from the sidelines as Judgment Hall painstakingly fought the boss, sacrificing many members. Finally, the Vicious Dog, Tibetan Mastiff fell, dropping a purple gold-grade chest piece and a skill book. Little Six tried to pick them up but couldn't. A system announcement declared a mysterious player had achieved the first kill. While everyone was confused, Zhang Chen swiftly looted the gold-grade chest piece, skill book, and other items, then disappeared into the crowd. The Judgment Hall subleader was furious but couldn't find him. Zhang Chen logged out, ate some instant noodles, and logged back in after the commotion likely died down. The gold chest piece needed appraisal, and the skill book was a Mage Thunder Element skill Thunder Strike. He also had 2 gold and 16 silver coins. He bought plenty of potions, a new iron sword, and went to the appraisal hall. The appraiser, seeing an unclassed player with gold equipment, tried to overcharge, demanding 1 gold coin for appraisal. Zheng Chen, realizing NPCs were now more intelligent and affected by player attitude, paid without fuss. Tibetan Mastiff chestplate, gold level 5, P. Def 150, M. Def 150, Strength plus 20. Bonus, Intimidate versus Canine Monsters, Parry, 1% chance. Amazing stats. Zheng Chen immediately changed his tune and flattered the appraiser. The appraiser, slightly embarrassed for having only identified 2 bonus attributes, gold items should have 3, offered an 80% discount next time. Equipped with the chestplate, Zheng Chen's defense sword, he began clearing the remaining level 6 wild foxes and level 8 grass snakes, now able to tank hits. By the time he completed all kills, the highest level players were already level 10 and had mostly transferred. Tutor, I'm here to submit my transfer quest, Zheng Chen said with a smile to the mage tutor. The tutor was astonished that he had actually completed it. Yes, completed, and exceeded expectations, Zheng Chen said calmly. By the way, besides wind, fire, thunder, water, ice, and earth, do you have any other elements here? After all, the quest mentioned becoming an all-element mage. The junior mage mentor twitched the corner of his mouth, shook his head, and replied, for now, there are only these 6 types. As for special attributes, it depends on your luck. The junior profession mentor stopped talking nonsense, waved his staff lightly, and Zheng Chen was enveloped in a burst of white light. After a moment, Zheng Chen finally succeeded in his job change and became a mage. Here, you can only learn the basic attack skills of each element. Other skills need to be learned from skill books, the junior profession mentor briefly introduced. Zheng Chen naturally understood all this and did not respond, silently beginning to learn skills. Indeed, after changing to a full element mage, all elemental skills were available for learning. In his previous life, because he was an ice mage, he could not learn spells from other elements. Although he did not know what the future would hold, being able to learn all skills was truly exhilarating. The junior profession mentor changed his attitude, perhaps because Zheng Chen's persistence reminded him of his own past. Seeing Zheng Chen's somewhat excited expression, he said seriously, every newcomer to magic dreams of becoming a full element mage, but there has never been a famous full element mage on the Holy Domain continent. The highest achievement of a full element mage I know of is merely being proficient in intermediate magic of each element. Zheng Chen looked at the junior profession mentor with some confusion, not understanding why he suddenly said such things. At first, I only gave you this task to make things difficult for you because of your poor attitude. Now that you have completed it, of course, you can have the right to learn multi-element magic. However, I still suggest you specialize in one element, otherwise, you might end up like me, only able to stop at basic magic of each element. The junior mage mentor's expression suddenly darkened, and his words were filled with sincerity. Why are you suddenly saying this? Zheng Chen sensed that the NPC had no malice, even carrying a hint of self-deprecation. As a mentor for newcomers, I shouldn't mix personal emotions into my work. Your perseverance suggests that you will surely become an outstanding mage in the future, so I just don't want you to be delayed by the full element mage gimmick. Since you know you were wrong, shouldn't you give me some compensation? Zheng Chen took advantage of the NPC's guilt to extort. You little rascal, even junior mentors give adventurers some job change gifts, so I'll give you something special. Generally, players who complete their job change receive basic whiteboard equipment from their profession mentors, but Zheng Chen received a bronze-level staff. Don't worry, a legend will soon appear on the Holy Domain continent, and that is the full element mage, Heavenly Justice. After learning the basic skills, Zheng Chen took the bronze-level staff he had extorted and left the job change temple without looking back. Fireball, basic fire magic, condenses fire elements into a fireball to attack enemies, consumes 15 MP, cooldown time 3 seconds. Water ball, basic water magic, condenses water elements into a water ball to attack enemies, consumes 15 MP, cooldown time 3 seconds. Rock spike, basic earth magic, condenses earth elements to form a rock spike under the enemy's feet, with a chance to make the enemy fall, consumes 15 MP, cooldown time 3 seconds. Wind blade, basic wind magic, condenses wind elements to form a wind blade to attack enemies, consumes 15 MP, cooldown time 3 seconds. Lightning strike, basic lightning magic, condenses lightning elements to summon a lightning strike above the enemy's head to attack, consumes 15 MP, cooldown time 3 seconds. Ice blade, basic ice magic, condenses ice elements to form an ice blade to attack enemies, consumes 15 MP, cooldown time 3 seconds. The consumption and cooldown time of the 6 types of magic are the same, and the attack power is not much different. Each type of magic has its own strengths, and the development direction will depend on the skill books obtained later. Zheng Chen took out the skill Lightning Strike that had dropped earlier from his backpack and, without hesitation, clicked to learn it. Lightning Strike, a basic lightning spell that summons a lightning strike above the enemy's head, attacking the enemy while having a high chance to paralyze them. It consumes 30 MP and has a cooldown of 10 seconds. The powerful attack also includes control, making it a relatively good skill in the early stages. while others only have one skill at the beginning, and even with good luck can only obtain 2 or 3 skill books. Zheng Chen, having just successfully changed jobs, already has 7 skills. As long as he has enough mana, he can attack using various skills interchangeably, making it feel almost like no cooldown at all. Opening the level leaderboard, there are only 3 players who have reached level 10, while Zheng Chen's experience is just over level 9. The experience required to level up from 9 to 10 is substantial, almost equivalent to the total experience of the previous 9 levels combined. Since players can freely PK outside the novice village after leaving the holy domain, the outside world has truly entered a state of freedom. Therefore, whoever first leaves the novice village has more opportunities to gain an advantage. Zheng Chen naturally knows about the boss at the exit of the novice village. It is difficult to defeat it with just 1 or 2 players who are ahead in levels. This is also a system consideration for players who level up slowly due to their job characteristics, as professions like priests inherently level up more slowly. Under normal circumstances, only with the cooperation of various professions can they hope to defeat the boss. However, some organized large guilds have already begun to gather their forces to prepare for the boss fight. In fact, how the major guilds coordinate their efforts makes a mere golden boss not particularly fearsome, but since it involves the equipment that drops, it is something that cannot be bought even with money in the early stages. Zheng Chen knows the boss's strength, so he does not join the fray but focuses on breaking through to level 10. After all, only by reaching level 10 can he qualify to leave the novice village, otherwise, the teleportation array in the novice village will not activate at all. With many basic mage skills, Zheng Chen can farm monsters almost without cooldown, using various skills in rotation, and the monsters fall to the ground before they even reach him. Fortunately, Zheng Chen had already prepared ample magic potions, and the rapid increase in experience comes at the cost of quickly consuming potions in the early stages. After an hour of intense monster farming, Zheng Chen successfully leveled up to level 10. He casually waved the over a meter-long staff in his hand a few times, shaking his somewhat stiff neck and producing a few crisp sounds. This is what you call a spell machine gun. It's great to have so many skills. Farming monsters feels as smooth as silk. Zheng Chen was very satisfied with the results of his job change. The seamless monster farming made him feel extremely exhilarated. Even in his previous life, standing at the top of the holy domain's power rankings, he could not avoid the vacuum period of mage skills, but this time, he truly started at the peak. Zheng Chen returned to the city to replenish his potions and quickly made his way to the final boss of the novice village. At this point, the boss was already surrounded by players, with members of various guilds standing in their respective groups. It was hard to imagine that the guilds had not yet officially formed, yet the members could be so self-disciplined. The boss's aggro was constantly shifting, and since the main forces were not yet ready, each guild sent in cannon fodder to vie for the monster's ownership, always ready for the main forces. The final boss of the novice village is a giant monster composed of energy, with balanced attributes and no particularly outstanding stats. However, due to the suppression of attributes, it is still quite unfriendly to novice players. Zheng Chen watched as the player with the boss's aggro struggled to kite the monster, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. Since I'm here, you might as well hand over the ownership. Zheng Chen chuckled to himself. Suddenly, a protrusion appeared on the ground beneath the feet of the player with aggro, causing them to stumble and fall. The boss's massive fist came crashing down mercilessly, and the teammate priest couldn't heal in time. That player turned into a beam of white light and vanished from the spot. The novice village cannot engage in PK, but the absence of damage does not mean one cannot cause trouble. Zheng Chen committed a misdeed and quickly changed his position, his gaze still scanning the players on his team. Naturally, various guilds would not allow a single player to draw aggro. If the main aggro holder fell, the boss would definitely seek out their teammates. Zheng Chen observed in secret. At this moment, the most panicked individuals were undoubtedly the teammates of the fallen player. They could neither run too far to escape aggro nor stay too close to avoid being hit passively. A chaotic aggro situation was the most painful thing for a team. The boss chased down a player, and just as that player attempted to dodge the attack, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, startling the player. In that moment of distraction, the player met the same fate as their companion. Who is it? Who dares to oppose my greedy wolf guild? With 2 teammates killed due to the chaos, it was certainly not a coincidence, and since 2 different types of spells were used, it was definitely a coordinated effort, prompting the greedy wolf guild members to shout in outrage. Zheng Chen's scheme succeeded, and he quickly shifted his position again. After all, everyone's attention was on the boss, so the longer he could hide, the better. Other guilds were also eager to watch the commotion, but no one expected that in a novice village where PK was prohibited, skills could still be used in this way. With so many players gathered around, Zheng Chen's small actions went unnoticed. Instead, because Zheng Chen initiated it, other guilds also began to cause chaos, as no one wanted to miss out on this juicy opportunity. The guardian spirit was not to be trifled with either. As the surrounding players grew denser, it swung its arms and began to spin. Players with an average level of 7 to 9 could hardly withstand such an attack, while tank classes like warriors could hold on with the help of a healing priest and some health potions. The squishy classes were not so fortunate, and a large number of players turned into white light, returning to the city for free. A player with the ID shouted loudly to everyone present, "Everyone, don't panic. If this continues, no one will be able to leave the novice village and the Huaxia region will fall behind other countries. I hope everyone prioritizes the bigger picture." Zheng Chen knew who this person was. He was the leader of the First National Guild Juyi Hall. In his previous life, this person had a grand name and was quite upright, having once invited Zheng Chen to join, but Zheng Chen was used to freedom and couldn't stand the constraints of a large guild. What this brother says is, right, we cannot let immediate interests affect the overall progress of the national region. The Greedy Wolf Guild is willing to give up the items dropped by the boss and fight the boss together with everyone. A member of the Greedy Wolf Guild also stood up to express their stance. The leader Tianlangsing was decisive in killing, and although their overall strength was not as strong as Juyi Hall, no one in the previous life dared to oppose them. Anyone who provoked the Greedy Wolf Guild would be permanently placed on their enemy list. Countless players had been killed until they quit the game in the previous life. With the two major guilds already expressing their positions, a female player stepped forward next. This female player had an ethereal quality, and when she spoke, she gave off a cold feeling, as if keeping others at a distance. The Forgetting Emotion Guild is also willing to give up the dropped items. Free players can compete for them. I hope players from organized guilds will adhere to discipline. Only by reaching a broader world can we develop faster. The president of the Forgetting Emotion Guild, Jishua Yulan, was also a legendary figure from the previous life. Her name suggested a lack of desire, but she was ruthless in the pursuit of power and profit, and the guild's recruitment policy was equally merciless and heartless. The Forgetting Emotion Guild had a peculiar rule: all members were prohibited from dating, and those who married or had children were disqualified from joining. Although Zheng Chen did not know how the Forgetting Emotion Guild investigated members' personal information, it seemed that in the previous life they indeed managed to enforce it. Stepped forward again, nodded and said, "You two are right, no one needs to give up their items, just rely on your own abilities. Look, the boss has lost aggro." The three major powers were in a verbal agreement, but the casual players were still focused on the boss. In fact, many people didn't have the strength to fight the boss, but the news spread too quickly, and many players came just to fish in troubled waters. Time pause. Zheng Chen naturally wouldn't just listen to others talk. The person most concerned about the boss was him. Securing a high-level boss early on would be a great help for someone like him who preferred to act alone. Especially now, with the major guilds voluntarily giving up their loot, everyone was eager to quickly leave the novice village. Zheng Chen didn't rush to grab the boss. As his level increased, the duration of the time pause also increased, adding 10 seconds for each level. Now, the pause lasted for 130 seconds. Zheng Chen walked up to the president of the Forgetting Emotion Guild, Jishua Yulan, and gently touched her pretty face. "What a beautiful girl. Too bad you always caused me trouble in the last life. If you keep looking for trouble in this life, just wait and see how I deal with you." After multiple experiments, Zheng Chen found that after activating time pause, as long as he didn't cause harm to other objects, light touches like this or even moving some objects wouldn't force the time pause to end. Zheng Chen then waved in front of the two major powers, Yiba Yuntian and Tanlangsing, and knocked on their equipment. "No wonder you have power and influence. The drop rate is so low, yet you can wear a full set of bronze-level equipment. The Guardian Spirit, I remember it was just a silver boss in the last life. How come it has been upgraded this time?" Zheng Chen looked at the boss that had lost aggro, and without much hesitation, he casually threw a fireball. Zheng Chen, who was already prepared to move, suddenly froze. During the time pause, it was his first time using a ranged spell, and he didn't expect that the fireball would also freeze in midair the moment it appeared. "Oh, interesting, it seems I need to stab the boss with a sword," Zheng Chen muttered to himself. He released all his skills on the boss, took out the iron sword he used for monster farming, and stabbed it in front of the Guardian Spirit. The boss took damage, and the time pause was instantly lifted. Zheng Chen quickly retreated to create distance, and the skills that had been suspended in midair instantly resumed. Suddenly attacked by several skills, the boss became furious, stomped its feet, and charged at Zheng Chen. "The boss has lost aggro, hurry and grab it. How did it get stolen again?" The players who had shouted earlier were about to rush for the boss, only to find it had already been snatched away. "That kid again?" Yiba Yuntian recognized Zheng Chen. Although he hadn't been on site before, he had seen the video of his guild's boss being stolen, and he recognized him at a glance. "If everyone has no objections, let's organize our forces to start attacking." Zish Yue Yulan said, "Everyone can attack the boss with full force. Although the ownership has been snatched, if that kid gets taken down quickly, the one with the highest damage will have a chance to claim ownership." Tianlangsing raised his sword to boost morale. Seeing that the major guilds had started to help, Zheng Chen didn't use all his strength. He moved while using the ice skill Ice Blade to pull aggro. As long as he didn't die, what use was it for the major guilds to output high damage? Moreover, he was using a bronze-level staff, which was top tier among mages. If he didn't want to expose his strength, he would definitely show everyone what a spell machine gun looked like. That kid has great movement, and he always seizes the initiative. After leaving the novice village, I should recruit him, instructed his trusted aide beside him, saying that the Guardian Spirit had a relatively balanced attribute and did not possess many lethal moves. It relied on its thick health, high defense, and decent damage to bully newcomers. However, a good tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. After the three major guilds reached an agreement, players united and output their full strength. Soon, the guardian spirit could no longer endure and ultimately shattered into a pile of stones unwillingly. The energy body within the boss burst forth upon its death, injecting into the nearby teleportation array, thus opening the passage from the novice village to the outside world. Zhang Chen quickly picked up 2 pieces of equipment and some miscellaneous items that had fallen to the ground, showing no intention of stopping, and directly stepped into the teleportation array to leave. For a lone wolf like Zhang Chen, quickly retreating with the spoils was a basic quality. Congratulations to the mysterious player for defeating the Guardian Spirit and earning 1000 reputation points. Congratulations to the Huaxia region for being the first in the world to defeat the Guardian Spirit. All players in the Huaxia region received the Sacred Domain Blessing buff, increasing experience gain by 15% for 1 hour. The leaders of the 3 major guilds felt a bit regretful upon hearing the world announcement. If their IDs had appeared in the announcement during the early stages, it would have greatly helped the future development of their guilds. "Everyone, let's meet outside," Bo Yun Tian said, cupping his fists, and walked towards the teleportation array. Before long, players who had reached level 10 left, and those below level 10 quickly dispersed as they could not activate the teleportation array. The game's sacred domain truly began after leaving the novice village. Outside the novice village, there were 4 main cities: Qinglong City, Baihu City, Zhukai City, and Xuanwu City, located in the 4 cardinal directions. After the Holy War 1,000 years ago, the holy city was shrouded in darkness and the main city fell. Fortunately, the 4 sacred beasts that protected the sacred domain awakened. Although they did not change the outcome of the battle, they left a seed of hope for the sacred domain. The invading demon race achieved victory but suffered significant losses. After 1,000 years of recuperation, they began to stir again in recent years, attempting to completely exterminate humanity and dominate the entire sacred domain world. Zhang Chen chose Baihu City because he was most familiar with it. The most familiar place is the best place. After all, the differences between the 4 cities were not significant, they were merely to divert players. Upon arriving at Baihu City, Zhang Chen did not linger at the teleportation array. The seal of the novice village had been lifted, and a large number of players would soon catch up within the next hour. Since there was now a 10% experience bonus, Zhang Chen naturally did not want to delay. He quickly walked to the potion shop to replenish some basic and intermediate blue potions, while only purchasing a small amount of red potions. After all, Zhang Chen was a mage, and with his confidence in his positioning, he only bought health potions for emergencies. The next stop was the identification hall. To do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. The equipment dropped by the guardian spirit needed to be identified, as it was clearly not ordinary. It's a pity that the identifier in the novice village said he would give me a discount. I'm afraid I won't be able to return for a while. Although the boss dropped a lot of gold coins, Zhang Chen still adhered to the principle of saving whenever possible. The guardian spirit dropped 3 pieces of equipment, 2 of which were bronze quality, a pair of shoes and a pair of pants, while the other was a golden level longsword. But unfortunately, as a mage, Zhang Chen could not equip it. Due to the scarcity of equipment in the early stages, most defensive gear could be used by various professions unless it was some exceptional equipment. Exquisite cloth shoes, bronze quality, level 10 defense plus 28 agility plus 20 additional attribute movement. Speed increased by 3%. Exquisite long pants, bronze quality, level 10 defense plus 40 stamina plus 10 additional attribute. Defense increased by 1%. Zhang Chen put on the 2 pieces of equipment. Although they were not exceptional, they were much stronger than the cloth robe he was wearing. Zhang Chen planned to keep the golden level longsword for sale. Weapons were the most expensive equipment in the early stages, and since warriors were the most popular class, weapons were also the priciest among all professions. I'll hold on to it for now and sell it when I log off for dinner. Zhang Chen was used to being alone and had grown accustomed to talking to himself. When players log off, they can choose to set up a stall in a safe place to sell some goods, which is one of the conveniences provided by the system. Of course, users in super luxury cabins who are online for extended periods and have no time to set up stalls can also list items in the system's auction house, though a small fee will be charged. Just as Zhang Chen left the identification hall, he heard a dog bark at his feet. The puppy was very cute, with not a single stray hair on its body. After barking once, it kept wagging its tail at Zhang Chen, looking very excited. "Why am I so fated with dogs in this life?" Zhang Chen said, somewhat speechless. He squatted down to pet the puppy. Although he wasn't particularly fond of small animals, this puppy was indeed quite adorable. "Honey, why are you running around again? Come back." A youthful girl appeared at the street corner, calling out to the puppy beside Zhang Chen. The puppy did not run back to its owner but circled around Zhang Chen a few times, barking incessantly at its owner. "Not listening again? I'll deal with you when we get home," the girl scolded, frowning as she approached. Zhang Chen stood up and looked at the girl, immediately recognizing her as an NPC. She wasn't exceptionally beautiful, but she was full of youthful energy, giving off a vibrant feeling. "Your puppy is very cute. Zhang Chen greeted with a smile. The girl looked Zhang Chen over carefully and nodded, saying, "No wonder Honey likes you, you really do have a strong dog aura. Do you usually raise dogs?" Zhang Chen suddenly felt insulted. He had never raised any dogs, yet he was being judged as having a strong dog aura. Could it be that this girl could tell he was a single dog? "No wonder, your clothes are made of Tibetan Mastiff fur, right?" the girl continued. Yeah. Zhang Chen was still a bit taken aback. His top was indeed dropped by a boss Tibetan Mastiff, but the equipment had a strong metallic feel, and he had always thought it was just the name that was related to the Tibetan Mastiff. "Just in time, my grandpa is looking for some help. Are you interested in lending a hand?" The girl spoke quickly. "What kind of help? Are you going or not? Stop dawdling. If it weren't for Hani liking you, who would want to bother with you?" Zhang Chen finally realized that the additional attribute intimidation of his Tibetan Mastiff chest armor had attracted the puppy's attention, and this girl was planning to introduce him to a job because of the puppy. Zhang Chen initially wanted to refuse, as he currently had experience bonuses and the highest leveling efficiency, but since this girl could recognize the significance of his equipment at a glance, she must be someone special. All tasks in the holy domain are randomly generated in real time, and NPCs have their own lives, so they only randomly select players to help when they encounter trouble or when they don't have time to do something themselves. "Alright, let's go. I hope I can help your grandpa." Zhang Chen followed the girl as they quickly navigated through White Tiger City, soon arriving at a quaint little courtyard in a corner of the town. "Grandpa, I'm back, and I brought you a helper." The girl brought Zhang Chen in, and her mood seemed much better than before. "You little girl, all you do is run around. Come help your grandpa with his research." The old man walked out of the house upon hearing her voice, scolding her lightly. "Grandpa, look. This guy is also a magician. Having him help you would be perfect. All you do is play. When will you achieve something like your parents?" "Alright, Grandpa, just look at him. His magic may be weak, but the types of elements in his body are quite complex. He might be able to help you a lot." The old man, upon hearing this, began to seriously examine Zhang Chen, mumbling something to himself as he scrutinized him. Zhang Chen felt a prickling sensation on his scalp as he wondered if the old man had some kind of problem. When the old man finally spoke, "My name is Sun Sija. Everyone calls me Old Sunday. I am currently researching magical fusion techniques. I see that the magical elements within you are quite mixed. Have you learned all the basic magic from every element?" Although Sun Sija was quite old, he spoke in a friendly manner and politely introduced himself before asking questions. "You can tell all that?" Zhang Chen exclaimed in surprise. "With your mere status as a magic apprentice, let alone being a grandpa, I could take you down with just my pinky," the NPC girl said disdainfully to Zhang Chen. "Linger, do not be rude. Even if you have reached the level of an intermediate magician, you should not underestimate others. Humility will take you further," Sun Sija said, clearly displeased with the girl's attitude. Zhang Chen was equally dissatisfied. Even if he was only level 10, he would not allow a little girl to look down on him like that. "You don't even need to use a finger. Let's have a proper match, and I'll see just how strong this intermediate magician of yours really is." Zhang Chen was unafraid, his words exuding the same pride he had in his past life. The intermediate magician referred to by the NPC was probably around level 30, while Zhang Chen was only at level 10. A level 30 magician could learn many skills and, theoretically, could easily defeat Zhang Chen. However, the little girl was truly overstepping, and her few words ignited Zhang Chen's pride. Even if he couldn't win, he had to give it a try. After all, he could just respawn after dying. "A proper match? If you can take one of my hits, then you can consider yourself strong," Fengling said disdainfully. "Little girl, you speak arrogantly. Let me teach you a lesson," Zhang Chen replied without anger. Seeing the two at odds, Sun Sija, though aware of the young man's lack of strength, was intrigued by his fearlessness. "Since you two want to compete, I will act as the referee. Feel free to go all out. I will ensure your safety," Sun Sija said. "If I can't even defeat you, then these 10 years of study would have been in vain." Fengling casually drew a staff, the tip swirling with a gentle breeze, its design clearly not ordinary. "Intermediate wind magician Fengling, please guide me." Although she had been bickering before, Fengling was quite polite in introducing herself before the match. Zhang Chen drew his bronze staff, twirled it a few times, and casually said, "All-element magic apprentice. Justice from the heavens, please guide me. Get ready and start." Sun Sija waved his hand, and a magical barrier appeared in the courtyard, seemingly to prevent too much commotion from being seen outside. Rapid wind blade 10. Consecutive shots. Although Fengling had an absolute advantage in strength and had spoken with disdain, she was not careless when it came to fighting. Before Zhang Chen could even get into position, Fengling had already launched her attack. 10 wind blades shot out from her staff at incredible speed, sealing off Zhang Chen's surroundings. If any one of those wind blades hit, Zhang Chen would undoubtedly die. Sun Sija shook his head, disappointment evident in his eyes. He had hoped this young man would bring some surprises, but it turned out to be just bluster. Fengling, having completed her attack, had already put away her staff and stood with her arms crossed, looking confident of victory. Time pause. Zhang Chen leisurely activated the time pause, moving as if strolling through a garden, weaving past several wind blades. He first picked up a handful of dirt from the ground and drew a big flower face on Fengling. then unleashed all his skills. Fireball hit her chest. Waterball hit her groin. Rock Spike struck her foot. Lightning Strike and Thunderbolt hit her head. Ice Blade and Wind Blade were released right in front of Foam Ling. As soon as these spells were unleashed, they froze in midair. At this moment, Zheng Chen had to either find a place to wait for time to end or draw his sword and stab Foam Ling. Zheng Chen thought for a moment and decided not to push things to the extreme. After all, this grandfather and grandson duo were not simple, and he was still counting on some hidden tasks. As the pause ended, the 10 wind blades emitted by Foam Ling all struck empty air, while Zheng Chen had long since vanished from sight. Sun Sijia, who had been shaking his head, was even more astonished. How did that kid dodge this attack? Following closely was Foam Ling's scream. Confident of victory, she had no defenses at all, and suddenly 2 blades, one of wind and one of ice, appeared before her, too close for her to react. A fireball hit her in the chest and a water ball soaked her lower body, causing her to lose her balance on the protruding rocks. Foam Ling instinctively leaned back, falling to the ground and landing in a disheveled heap. Even with her level 30 strength, being caught off guard by several magical attacks was too much for her body to handle. Dazed, she lay on the ground as a large face appeared above her. "How's it going, little sister? An intermediate mage is nothing special, huh?" Zheng Chen said with a smug smile. Foam Ling, provoked, felt a rush of wind lift her body, and she instantly sprang up from the ground, summoning her staff with a fierce wave of magical energy. "Alright, Linger, a loss is a loss. If you attack again, it will be embarrassing." Sun Sijia intervened. Hearing her grandfather's words, Foam Ling reluctantly lowered her staff and turned her face away. "I just let my guard down," Foam Ling said. "If this were a battlefield, the enemy wouldn't care whether you were careless or not," Zheng Chen replied, pulling out a mirror from somewhere and handing it to Foam Ling. She looked at her painted face in the mirror and could no longer hold back, bursting into tears as she rushed into her room. "Young man, you're quite strong. There aren't many peers who can make my granddaughter suffer like this," Sun Sijia praised. "Flattery, flattery. Since you know I'm strong, then hand over any hidden tasks you have." Zheng Chen feigned humility, but inside he felt a bit proud. After all, he had defeated a level 30 NPC at level 10. "Hidden tasks? I don't have any tasks for you," Sun Sijia said calmly. "What? Then why did you have your granddaughter bring me here? My time is very precious," Zheng Chen said, looking disappointed. The system had given him a 10% experience boost, and he had already wasted over 10 minutes. The main force must have already left the novice village. It seemed he couldn't afford to delay any longer. Zheng Chen, tired of the chatter, turned to leave the city to hunt monsters. With his monster hunting ability, he could quickly gain experience while no one was competing for the monsters. "Young man, don't go. You made my granddaughter run off, and today you have to help me with my research." The old Sun Sijia moved quickly, blocking Zheng Chen before he could take a second step. "You don't have any tasks for me. Staying here is just wasting time." "Wasting others' time is like robbing them of their lives," Zheng Chen said. "You're too impatient, young man. Learning more magical knowledge from me will benefit you for a lifetime. You need to think long-term," Sun Sijia replied. "Oh, come on, I see you know a bit of basic magic. Gather the wind element and release it." Sun Sijia began to guide Zheng Chen. Zheng Chen only knew one wind blade. How could he gather any wind element? He activated the wind blade skill, and a wind blade shot straight ahead. Sun Sijia shook his head. "I asked you to release the wind element, not to attack. I can't gather wind elements. I only know one wind blade. Stop saying nonsensical things. I'm leaving." "Linger, come out quickly," Sun Sijia called out while blocking Zheng Chen. Foam Ling, though reluctant, still walked out of the room. "Linger, release the wind element," Sun Sijia instructed directly. Foam Ling didn't need her staff. With one hand palm up, a gust of wind appeared. Sun Sijia casually released a fireball from the wind element in Foam Ling's palm. As the fireball passed through the wind element, it was drawn by the wind, the fire borrowing the wind's momentum and the wind aiding the fire's might. The fireball instantly transformed, shooting forward like a jet of flame, swelling against the wind, its size increasing significantly. This is a magic fusion technique. Although the conditions are harsh, once successful, the power of the spell will increase dramatically, Sun Sijia explained after his demonstration. Zheng Chen was also shocked by the scene before him. He had never imagined that magic could be played with in such a way. Sun Sijia's operation was as fierce as a tiger. Even a mere fireball could be manipulated into something spectacular, which opened Zheng Chen's eyes. Everyone in the game was focused on honing their awareness and positioning. Who would think to ponder the basic elements of magic? Moreover, when in the game could one ever feel the magical elements? In his past life, he had practiced ice magic to its peak but had never felt any ice element. To players, it was merely a set of skills with cooldowns, mana costs, and casting times, all supported by data. "So, young man, do you want to study this magic fusion technique with me?" Sun Sijia interrupted Zheng Chen's thoughts, asking. "It is indeed powerful, but I really can't feel the basic magical elements, let alone release them purely. I only know a few introductory skills of magic," Zheng Chen replied, still somewhat tempted but not wanting to hide the fact that he couldn't do it. Wasting time was meaningless for everyone. "I see that you have released 6 basic magic skills: wind, fire, lightning, water, ice, and earth. As long as you can release magic, it proves you have already mastered the basic elements. As for whether you can feel them, that requires some tricks, Sun Sija said. Are you saying I already know how to do it, but I don't even know myself? Sun Sija nodded and continued, if you can't, I'll teach you later. First, let me explain what magic fusion techniques are. Zhang Chen nodded at this. Although leveling up was very important in the early stages of the game, such an opportunity, once missed, would be hard to regain. Levels could eventually catch up, but the teachings of a master were not something one encountered every day. Zhang Chen obediently brought a stool for the old man while he casually sat down on the ground, raising his head with a focused expression, waiting for Sun Sija to explain. Sun Sija was very pleased with Zhang Chen's attitude and turned to his granddaughter Fengling, saying, "Look at this young man, with such talent, he still humbly seeks advice. I hope you won't become complacent. Only by learning humbly can you go further." After another round of lecturing, Fengling dared not refute her grandfather's words and could only turn her head and make a face at Zhang Chen. Sun Sija ignored the mischievous Fengling and began his explanation. Magic elements are closely related to many things in life. Simply put, the basic magic elements are all around you, and magic fusion techniques are related to phenomena in life. Wind can aid fire, water can conduct electricity, and earth and water can form mud, etc. However, magic elements are extremely unstable. To fuse two types of magic elements requires strong mental control, so it's best not to directly fuse skills when first practicing, but rather to first merge the two basic elements. Otherwise, it can easily lead to an explosion, and the body will suffer backlash. If one's mental power reaches a certain level, one can even fuse 3 or more elements together, and the power at that time is unimaginable. Zhang Chen had thought about these things, but in the game, it was very difficult to achieve such concepts. There were occasional phenomena of magic skills resonating on the battlefield. However, the size of magical power and the strength of skills were crucial. One strong and one weak attribute often led to the weaker being suppressed, making fusion impossible. I've thought about these things too, but it's just too difficult to realize. Zhang Chen replied, of course, it's difficult for two people to merge. Either they need great tacit understanding, or one party must be significantly stronger than the other, using precise control to merge with the weaker side. However, it will be much easier for you. After all, you possess so many attributes. Although mastering all elemental magic is quite challenging, if the magic fusion technique succeeds, even as a mid-level mage, your strength can rival that of a high-level mage. Sun Sija became increasingly excited as he spoke. Magic had been prevalent for many years, and there were almost no players willing to attempt learning all schools of magic. Even the Transmigration Temple no longer encouraged players to learn multiple schools. His theory on magic fusion was already quite mature, but he lacked a practitioner. As not everyone was willing to accompany an old man in such research, and not everyone had the qualifications to be favored by this old man. I am very willing to study magic with you, but my strength is still low, and I need some time to practice. Please devise a learning plan, and I will set aside some time each day to study. How does that sound? Zhang Chen tentatively asked. Sun Sija nodded, saying, I understand. It's good for young people to have some sense of purpose. So today, let's start by helping you feel the magic elements. You can come by whenever you have time after that. When Zhang Chen left Sun Sija's courtyard, the experience boost had long since expired, and the first batch of teams on the leaderboard had already reached around level 13. Players in White Tiger City had also become more bustling. The city was large, with teleportation arrays set up at various key locations, though they required some copper coins. If one had more time, they could run around the city themselves. After Sun's teachings, Zhang Chen was already able to sense the presence of magic elements, but condensing them into form in a short time was still unrealistic. Regardless, Zhang Chen had gained immensely. He never expected to find a sense of cultivation while playing a game. In his past life, even after mastering ice magic to its peak, he had never seen the magic elements pulsating as he did now. Zhang Chen always felt that after his rebirth, the NPCs in the Holy Domain had changed somewhat, becoming more humanized, and both the bosses and NPCs seemed to be much stronger than he remembered. Zhang Chen cleared his mind and ran directly towards the city outskirts. He had prepared potions, but he didn't expect to be delayed for so long. The monster area outside White Tiger City had already been mostly occupied, and the mainstream crowd was farming level 10 coyotes. Zhang Chen had originally been the first to leave the village, but now he found himself competing with the fourth batch of players for monsters. The efficiency of hunting a few coyotes was too low, so Zhang Chen had no choice but to head towards a higher level monster area. Although his level was not high in terms of the number of skills, he was equivalent to several players combined. When Zhang Chen arrived at the level 14 monster area, the surrounding players had finally decreased, with only some organized teams farming monsters. For Zhang Chen, a level 10 solo player, the small monsters around were sufficient for him to transition. Big Grey Wolves. Level 14, Health 3000. Zhang Chen found an inconspicuous corner. After all, continuously releasing magic from various schools would be too eye-catching if he stood in the open. The basic spells were almost instant cast, with cooldowns of around 3 seconds for each school. Zhang Chen had 7 skills at this time, and by releasing them in turn, it was as if he had no cooldowns at all. With graceful movement and smooth skill transitions, Zheng Chen quickly got into the groove. However, the good times didn't last long. Zheng Chen's monster farming speed was too fast, and inadvertently he brushed against the middle of the monster area, causing several fixed teams surrounding monsters to be stolen, and they immediately turned their attention towards Zheng Chen. "Hey, kid, isn't that a bit excessive?" a warrior shouted at Zheng Chen. "This kid is a bit too much, he's farming faster than our entire team." "The other team," Captain echoed, and Zheng Chen was startled awake by a cacophony of conversations. He had been so engrossed in grinding monsters that he completely forgot about the people around him. Since someone had spoken up, Zheng Chen didn't want to cause trouble and chose to leave without saying a word. "Leaving? Take off your gear first. I see your clothes and weapons are quite good." Zheng Chen had just been caught up in the excitement of grinding monsters and had inadvertently stolen the monsters from the 3 surrounding teams. He had intended to keep the peace, but now he was being targeted by a greedy captain. "Kid, if you want to leave, you can, but take off your gear first. Otherwise, every time we see you within the borders of White Tiger City, we'll kill you," one of the warriors from the encircling 3 teams said arrogantly. Zheng Chen, who had already started to walk away, stopped in his tracks upon hearing such a threat. He had heard "kill you every time we see you" too many times in his past life and had been bullied far too often. In the world of the Holy Domain, strength always spoke the loudest. Everyone only cared about the results, and no one cared about the means of victory. In this situation, the 3 teams were making things difficult for him. Although the other 2 teams hadn't mentioned the gear, it was clear that since someone had initiated it, they wouldn't let him off easily. Moreover, no one would pity Zheng Chen. Connections and resources were also forms of strength, and no one cared about a pitiful worm. An innocent man is guilty for possessing a treasure. Without strength, one can't even protect their own belongings. This is the world of the Holy Domain. However, this is also the reason why the Holy Domain became so popular. The real world has too many constraints, leading most people to resolve their conflicts in the game. In the Holy Domain, once you leave the novice village, you can PK. Whether you are the attacker or the attacked, death may randomly drop an item or equipment, unless it is a special bound item that won't drop. Even divine artifacts can be dropped. So even if you are fully equipped with top-tier gear, you must be cautious while walking in the wild. Unprovoked PK will turn your name red, and the chance of dropping items upon death increases. For red-named players, the higher the kill value, the greater the chance. Unlike previous games, red-named players are not pursued by NPCs in the city, but if a player has attacked an NPC, they may be issued a bounty. Bounties issued by players are manageable, but if an NPC issues a bounty, the person being hunted is likely to face a life or death situation. "Oh, which piece of my gear do you fancy?" Zheng Chen turned around. Although he was at a disadvantage in terms of level and numbers, avoiding confrontation was not in his character, especially with a bunch of lackeys threatening him. Quite perceptive. "Take off everything you're wearing. Then you might as well kill me." Zheng Chen shrugged helplessly. The leading warrior frowned, clearly displeased with Zheng Chen's response. "Kid, you might not understand the terror of being hunted by a guild. Since you don't know how to appreciate our kindness, we'll use you to establish our guild's reputation," the leading warrior said viciously. War God Tianxia, War God Wulai, War God Shaoqi. Zheng Chen paid no mind to their threats and read out the IDs of the players surrounding him one by one. "Unaware of your own death, brothers, kill him." The leading warrior War God Tianxia issued the kill order, while Zheng Chen stood quietly in place. "Looks like I should establish a War God guild in the future, huh?" Zheng Chen said while waiting for the warrior to attack, then shook his head. "What a pity. Offending the wrong person right from the start. It seems the War God guild won't be able to be established." War God Tianxia lunged with his sword, and Zheng Chen sidestepped the attack, brushing his hand against the opponent's long sword. -10. War God Tianxia has initiated a malicious attack against you. Retaliating will not increase your kill value at this time. All 5 members of War God Tianxia's team turned yellow, and Zheng Chen couldn't help but smile. The drop rate in the early stages of the Holy Domain was very low. Grinding monsters was one way, but sometimes earning through battle could yield even greater rewards. The other 2 teams, upon seeing the ID prefix, knew they were also members of the War God Guild. Seeing their leader initiate the attack, they all joined in. Facing the assault of 15 players, Zheng Chen paid no mind, using the speed boost from his shoes to dodge ranged attacks while casually releasing skills to kite the warriors. Zheng Chen's attack power was high. Although the opponents had some decent equipment, they still struggled to withstand his onslaught. The priest's healing output couldn't keep up with Zheng Chen's damage, and at this moment, the War God Guild found themselves in a dilemma, many against one, yet they couldn't even get close to Zheng Chen, and their ranged attacks were easily evaded by his agile movements. The most critical factor was the players leveling up around them. Seeing PK happening so early in the game, they gathered to watch the excitement, with some even starting to record. "Who is that guy? His positioning is amazing. Look at his skills. How can he use spells from all schools? I can only learn one school, and they won't even let me learn a second attribute. Damn, one person is taking on 15 and those warriors look so helpless?" The more the crowd discussed, the more anxious the War God Guild members became. In the early game, the guild hadn't been established yet, and a group of friends with the same ID Prefix just wanted to make a name for themselves in the sacred domain. They had hoped to build some morale with their numbers, but who would have thought their first PK would encounter such a tough opponent? Zheng Chen had plenty of blue potions, and with his skills cycling through, it felt like he had no cooldowns at all. The opposing warriors could withstand a few attacks, but once they were low on health and retreated, the fragile players behind them couldn't hold up. After a few rounds, members of the War God Guild were falling one by one, while Zheng Chen grew more and more courageous. If Zheng Chen were just an ice mage at this moment, without the support of skills, it would be impossible for him to take on many opponents, as everyone's skills were quite limited in the early game. Therefore, major conflicts rarely occurred before level 20. The only person who could pose some trouble for Zheng Chen was the leader of the War God Guild, War God Tianxia, because he had a warrior's charge skill. The charge skill was a signature ability for warriors, allowing them to rush to the enemy within a few meters and stun them, serving as the primary means for warriors to close the distance. However, after Zheng Chen was hit once, he relied on the advantages of his equipment to withstand it. Every time the opponent's charge skill was on cooldown, Zheng Chen saved his Earth Magic Rock Spike for him. Whenever War God Tianxia used the charge skill, Zheng Chen would release a rock spike between them. War God Tianxia's charges were interrupted each time, leaving him frustrated as he couldn't use his strength at all. In the end, all of War God Tianxia's teammates returned to the city for free, and War God Tianxia understood that Justice had intentionally left him for last. I advise you to find a class to join. Playing games has no future, Justice said dismissively to War God Tianxia. War God Tianxia didn't expect the opponent to attack his heart, and at this moment he stopped and began a verbal assault. What do you mean? You members of the War God Guild should be careful when leaving the city, because from now on, every time I see you, I will kill you. Remember that? I'll fight you. Charge Rock Spike. War God Tianxia was knocked down again, and with a flash of lightning, he turned into a white light and left the battlefield. A mysterious person with a hidden ID had taken down 3 teams from the same guild and even left behind a harsh warning of "kill you every time I see you." Such deeds were the most popular among gamers. In just a few minutes, the recorded video climbed to the top of the game forum's trending list, and it was continuously shared and forwarded. Facing the threat of 15 strong men, the brave youth chose to do this. Brave youth, unafraid of power, taking on many with few, ultimately becoming a laughingstock. War God Guild? Is that all? Such articles are everywhere in the forum, as the attention on the holy domain is too high, and major video websites have also put battle videos at the top of the trending searches. It is precisely because of Zheng Chen's domineering behavior that a considerable number of people have been attracted to join the holy domain. Everyone feels that the holy domain is very fair, even if the opponent has more people. As long as I am strong enough, I can stand out. After all, who in the gaming world doesn't have a dream of taking the head of a general among a million troops? In fact, most guilds choose to develop quietly, as leveling up in the early stages of the game is key. Whoever reaches level 31st has the opportunity to create the first guild in the entire server. Later development depends on guild management and strength, but people often have a deep impression of the first. Seizing the opportunity first allows one to lead everywhere. It is precisely because most guilds are developing quietly that it has given a solo player the chance to shine. Others may not recognize the figure in the video, but the members of the Brotherhood can recognize him at a glance. He snatched the Silver Boss' first kill from their guild in the Novice Village, and left the village with the spirit of protection's aggro. Although he was the first to leave the village, his unfamiliar ID did not appear on the leaderboard, and now he has surprisingly killed 15 players from a team at such a low level, which is truly astonishing. Although level cannot represent all strength, it does affect basic attributes, learned skills, and even equipped gear. This person must either be recruited or eliminated early, said the Brotherhood's leader, Iba Yuntian, as he leveled up, speaking slowly to his subordinates around him. At this point, they were already farming level 18 thieves, and Iba Yuntian's level was about to reach 15. Other guilds had a polarized attitude towards Zheng Chen. Some liked the solitary brave person and planned to recruit him, while others felt that such a person would definitely not cooperate in team activities, so they either chose to keep their distance, or, when interests conflicted, would stop at nothing to trample Zheng Chen underfoot. Zheng Chen, however, had no time to look at those articles in the forum. He had already delayed for a long time, and just as the third team of the War God Guild was asked to leave, the monster respawn rate around him was just enough for him to level up. Farming monsters 4 levels below him, and doing it solo, Zheng Chen's level quickly reached 12, and during this time, the War God Guild members did not come back to cause trouble. Just as Zheng Chen was about to change to a different monster area, a spatial fluctuation occurred not far away, and purple electricity tore through space, signaling the respawn of the boss in the Big Bad Wolf monster area. Many players around noticed the anomaly, but not everyone understood that it was a sign of a boss respawn. By the time others reacted, the boss had already entered Zheng Chen's range, and several ranged spells were cast. The moment the boss respawned, the skills just happened to reach and grab aggro. Precise judgment and extremely fast reaction ability were the keys to Zheng Chen seizing the opportunity repeatedly. In his previous life, The Grey Wolf is level 15, silver with 50,000 HP. 50,000 HP doesn't seem like much. Jing Chen's damage to ordinary small monsters is about 200 to 300, and his skills only deal around 150 damage to the boss. Fire-type skills will have some extra bonuses against the boss, while Earth-type damage is the lowest but can interrupt the boss's attack rhythm. With the precedent of Jing Chen single-handedly taking down 3 teams, the people around did not grab the monster's aggro. Although they were tempted by the boss, no one dared to step forward to snatch it. After all, no one wanted to offend such a ruthless person. Jing Chen was quite pleased, as dealing with a silver boss was not difficult for him. Although the boss was fast and dealt high damage, with his positioning and control, the health potions were enough to keep him above the safe health line. During this time, many people sent him party invitations, hoping to get a share of the spoils, but all were rejected by Jing Chen. The main attack methods of the boss are pounce, grab, and bite. When its health drops to 50%, a wolf howl begins to summon nearby minions for assistance. Dozens of large grey wolves charge towards Jing Chen, making it truly difficult to withstand. After all, with the speed and number of the monsters, no matter how good the positioning, it is impossible to dodge all the attacks. Haha brothers, now is the time, take advantage of his weakness and kill him. War God Tianxia led a group of players, emerging from who knows where, with a pack of wolves chasing from the front and players surrounding. From the back, if Jing Chen stops, his health simply cannot withstand a round of attacks from these people. This War God Guild really knows how to endure, waiting so long just to take advantage of someone in danger. Shoo, if that kid dies, we can take the ownership for ourselves. The surrounding players stopped farming monsters and began to watch the excitement, some criticizing the War God Guild for being shameless, others waiting for a chance to snatch the boss, and some just waiting for someone to die to grab their dropped items. Although Jing Chen was somewhat surprised by the appearance of the War God Guild, he felt no fear at all. They were just a rabble. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have a group attack skill yet, he wouldn't need to maneuver so hard. I said I would kill you every time I see you, and you really aren't afraid of death. Jing Chen, unafraid, charged directly towards the War God Guild with the pack of wolves. You little brat, I admit you're strong, but after all, you're just a mage. Even if our PK skills aren't as good as yours, as long as we can hold you for a second or two, the wolves will be enough to take you down. War God Tianxia said proudly. Jing Chen didn't respond, adjusting his speed to keep the distance between the wolf pack and the War God Guild consistent. Jing Chen got closer to the War God Guild, and the wolf pack was about to catch up to him. Both sides entered range, and the War God Guild naturally wouldn't hold back, launching ranged attacks at Jing Chen, while the wolf pack charged straight at him. Time paused both sides' skills. Frozen mid-air, the wolf pack maintaining their pouncing and biting posture. Jing Chen calmly circled behind the War God Guild's troops, casually casting a few magic skills at the priests behind the War God Guild. When the time pause ended, the skills of the War God Guild missed, some hitting the charging wolves instead. The wolf pack lost their attack target, and upon realizing Jing Chen was behind the War God Guild, they began their next round of attacks, but this time targeting the people blocking their way. A change occurred on the battlefield ahead, and the priests in the back were not spared. Caught completely unprepared, all the skills Jing Chen had released early hit their mark, and several priests were instantly killed. You have actively killed War God Nana, War God Ro Ro, and War God Mei Mei. The team members have the right to retaliate against you. Jing Chen's hidden ID appeared above his head, and at this moment, his name had turned red. Damn, I was careless, I forgot they hadn't attacked me yet. Look, that kid is called Heavenly Justice. After actively killing someone, the name turns red, and once red, the ID can no longer be hidden. Because Jing Chen was momentarily negligent, he forgot that the War God Guild had not yet dealt damage to him. Instantly killing 3 priests, Jing Chen's ID turned red, and his previously hidden ID was exposed. Jing Chen's sudden appearance behind the War God Guild caused all their skills to hit the wolf pack, and the wolves' attack targets shifted to the War God Guild. The priests were instantly killed, and the wolf pack's attacks suddenly changed, catching the War God Guild completely off guard. Jing Chen had no time to worry about whether his ID was exposed. After all, he couldn't hide it forever. At that moment, he regretted not having a group attack skill. Otherwise, he would have made them look like fools. Jing Chen calmly took turns releasing skills, while the flustered members of the War God Guild fell one by one, and the wolf pack's attacks gradually subsided because of the War God Guild. I have to say, you guys are quite brave and patient, waiting here for so long. I said I'd kill you every time I saw you, and yet you still dare to come out full health, Jing Chen said while releasing skills and killing with a heartless tone. Jing Chen left the War God Guild's leader for last. Although the wolf pack had passed the first wave of attacks, there were still many wolves. To make himself a bit safer, Jing Chen began the Qin Wang around the pillar tactic. The so-called Qin Wang around the pillar means treating the War God Guild's leader as a pillar. If the wolf pack wants to attack Jing Chen, they must go through the War God Guild's leader, who, as a player, naturally wouldn't let the wolves attack him. This resulted in the War God Guild's leader not having time to attack Jing Chen and instead having to help Jing Chen fight the wolves. Without a priest to heal, relying only on health potions and positioning, it was only a matter of time before the War God Guild's leader would fall, even if Jing Chen didn't strike. Brother War God, I didn't expect you to be so magnanimous. Your team has died twice, yet you still Help me clear the wolves without holding a grudge. I must sincerely thank you, Zheng Chen said while maneuvering and chatting, nearly making the War God Guild's leader spit out a mouthful of old blood. Less nonsense, who wants to help you? We've got a grudge now, sooner or later we'll take revenge. The War God Guild's leader gritted his teeth. Oh really? Zheng Chen laughed and released a rock spike under the War God Guild's leader's feet. The War God Guild's leader was too busy dealing with the wolves to dodge the skill, and after being hit he fell flat on his face. The wolf pack pounced without mercy, and in the end the War God Guild's leader was unwillingly bitten to death by the wolves. Wow, these guys are really unlucky, they dropped so many items, even that old guy's sword dropped, Zheng Chen sighed. With the War God Guild's obstruction gone, the remaining wolves had to rely on themselves. Zheng Chen began a new round of pulling and clearing monsters, occasionally harassing the boss to prevent it from healing in the back. After Zheng Chen finally cleared the wolf pack, the boss had already regained 5% of its health. There was no time to feel discouraged, as some players around saw Zheng Chen's red name and the boss at half health starting to stir, ready to ambush him at any moment. I despise evil, if anyone provokes me, don't blame me for taking revenge. Later. The War God Guild is a prime example, Zheng Chen shouted loudly at the onlooking players. Sure enough, after the loud warning, the originally restless players became hesitant. Who would want to provoke such a calamity? Not to mention how powerful this force of justice was. Even if they managed to kill him, the boss would probably still be relentless. Seeing that no one stepped forward, Zheng Chen intensified his attacks on the boss. Though low level, boss had a very simple attack pattern. As long as he mastered its wind-up movements, he could basically position himself in advance. Although the boss, Grey Wolf, had strong attack power, it couldn't catch Zheng Chen, a slippery eel. In the end, after its health dropped to 30% and it went into a frenzy, it was defeated without any danger. Zheng Chen leisurely began to clean the battlefield, first picking up the hat dropped by the boss, a priest's skill book, continuous healing, and a few gold coins, while the rest were just potions and such. The items dropped by the War God Guild couldn't be overlooked either, a few whiteboard equipment pieces and some potions, with the most valuable being the War God Guild's leader's weapon, a bronze-level longsword. Zheng Chen enjoyed the boss experience alone, and after killing so many wolves in between, his level finally reached 13. He glanced at the first batch of players still stuck at level 15, but they were probably about to reach level 16 soon. Although he wanted to continue fighting, upon checking the time, Zheng Chen decided to log off and take a break. The holographic helmet can't compare to a gaming pod. After a few hours of use, one has to log off and rest for a while, or else both body and mind can't bear it. If there are special circumstances in the game that prevent logging off, one can only rely on their own physical condition and willpower to hold on. Zheng Chen first returned to the town, set up a stall to sell the golden sword he obtained, and listed the priest's skill book at a high price, noting that he would only exchange it for a mage skill book, while the other items dropped by the War God Guild were priced randomly. As for the silver level hat dropped by the boss Grey Wolf, he would have to wait until he logged in next time to identify it. Zheng Chen logged out of the game, and the system took over his stall. After taking off the helmet, he felt a bit dizzy, and it was already bright outside. Happy times are always short-lived. In the blink of an eye, a whole night had passed. If only I had a gaming pod, I could stay online longer, have a better gaming experience, and it wouldn't put a strain on my body. With different online times, how can I get ahead of others? Zheng Chen skillfully tore open a box of instant noodles, mumbling to himself, feeling the loneliness of having lived alone for a long time. Looking at the instant noodles he had just poured hot water over, Zheng Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. I've slapped myself in the face again. In his previous life, Zheng Chen relied on the holy domain to escape poverty and achieve a modest life. He had obtained everything he wanted and lived a fulfilling life. In this life, he started with a super artifact, thinking he could be even more powerful than in his previous life, but who would have thought that on the first day of the server opening, he didn't even make it onto the level leaderboard. Although his level had fallen behind quite a bit, Zheng Chen knew he had gained a lot. Learning the magic fusion technique would be a significant trump card for him. Bang bang bang. A loud knocking on the door startled Zheng Chen, who was eating noodles. There shouldn't be any deliveries. Could it be another hired killer? That shouldn't be. I shouldn't have offended any big shots yet, Zheng Chen mumbled as he looked through the peephole. It was a bad idea to look, seeing who was there chilled into. The visitor was even more terrifying than a killer. It was his landlord. Zheng Chen's lease had expired half a month ago, and today was the final deadline given by the landlord. Since he had spent all his savings on the gaming helmet, the landlord's arrival was undoubtedly more frightening than a death knell. Zheng Chen dared not open the door and could only pretend no one was home. Who would have thought that after knocking for a while with no response, the landlord would take out a key and directly open the door? Their eyes met, and he was met with the landlord's furious glare. You little brat, still not opening the door at home? Hurry up and pay the rent, or get out if you don't have the money. The landlord, a plump lady in her 50s, had her flesh jiggling as she spoke. Can you give me one more day, just one day? Zheng Chen pleaded. The landlord lady shook her index finger back and forth a few times. No way, the bill for what you owe has already been charged to your interstellar card. You can't buy anything until you pay off the rent, the landlord lady said sternly. This world is very realistic and cold. Everyone relies on interstellar cards for consumption. If there are outstanding bills, the income on the interstellar card will automatically prioritize paying off the bills, or else the account will be unusable. In the end, Zheng Chen was still kicked out of the rental house. Fortunately, he didn't have much to pack. There was only one box of instant noodles left. No money to pay rent, but money to buy gaming equipment. You're young and not doing anything productive. After throwing the gaming helmet at Zheng Chen, the landlord locked the door heavily and disdainfully said to him, "What do you know? This will be my main job in the future. If you give me one more day, what would it matter if I bought this shabby house?" Zheng Chen retorted. "You've been bragging for 2 years, yet I don't see you making any progress." The landlord lady looked Zheng Chen up and down and continued, "Why not come with me? You can stay at my place, and I'll take good care of you." Zheng Chen shivered under the gaze of the landlady, his skin crawling as he dropped his game helmet and ran out of the building without looking back. With his only possession, the game helmet, he wandered aimlessly through this city of freedom. Towering skyscrapers reached into the clouds, yet he had no place to call his own, leaving him with a sense of desolation. In his previous life, he had wasted no time at the start of the game, selling off all the bits and pieces he had to gather enough star coins for rent. However, after being reborn and receiving so many benefits, he had become somewhat inflated, and with his memories still lingering in the glory of his past life, he forgot that he would be reminded to pay rent the next day. "If I had known, I would have sold off some things in the game first," Zheng Chen muttered to himself, feeling a bit dejected as he held the game helmet. In fact, based on the items he had been selling in the game, paying rent would have been a breeze, but at that moment, the game had not yet opened the exchange system with real-world star coins, so the items he sold wouldn't convert directly into cash. If the landlady had given him half a day more, he wouldn't have ended up on the streets. But in this situation, even if he had money, he wouldn't dare return to live there. After all, being watched by an old lady was quite uncomfortable. "Old lady, what if one day I don't want to struggle anymore? I'll come find you then. After all, eating instant noodles all the time isn't good for my stomach. I might as well eat some soft food to take care of it." Zheng Chen began to mock himself, joking about living off others. His star card had been frozen, and he owed 3,000 star coins in rent, but fortunately, he still had 50 star coins in cash in his pocket. In Zheng Chen's view, money in the star card disappeared too quickly. It was better to keep some cash to constantly remind himself of his dire living situation. Having never seen his parents since childhood, he completed 12 years of compulsory education. Although his grades were quite good, he still gave up the opportunity to attend a prestigious university as he simply couldn't afford the high tuition fees. After struggling in the City of Freedom for several years, he ultimately decided to invest all his savings into the game Sanctuary. It was all because of a line from the promotional video. "In Sanctuary, everyone can be a king." The reality proved that the Sanctuary game indeed changed the landscape of the world and transformed people's lives. With his remaining 50 star coins, Zheng Chen resolutely walked into the public network service hall, which many years ago people referred to as an internet cafe. The 5 star coins per hour for internet access would allow him to play for 10 hours, enough time to sell off his in-game equipment and have money again. Zheng Chen didn't use the public equipment. Instead, he directly connected his game helmet to the network. Once he entered the game, Zheng Chen was startled by the surrounding environment. He had only been gone for 2 or 3 hours, yet the White Tiger City was already packed with players, and his stall was surrounded by people discussing the items he had for sale. Some cheap whiteboard equipment and the bronze-level sword from the God of War had already been sold, and there were many messages from onlookers and buyers in the stall's comments. "You little brat, the God of War Guild will always be your enemy." This was a message from the God of War, and below it was the purchase record for his bronze sword. Most of the whiteboard equipment had been bought by casual players, while the unidentified Golden Warrior weapon and the Priest skill book remained quietly in the stall, though many were inquiring about those 2 items. "Bro, I want that weapon, but the gold exchange system isn't open yet, and I don't have enough in-game gold. Give me your star card number and let's do a real-world transaction." "Hey there, I want your continuous healing. Can you give it to me?" "Sister can agree to any request. Golden weapon real transaction. Make an offer, private message online." There were too many such messages, and even more people were waiting for Zheng Chen to come online. Since the price Zheng Chen set was indeed too high, even large guilds couldn't gather that much gold in a short time. However, the temptation of a golden-level weapon in the early game was too great. No one wanted to give it up easily. "Bro, you finally came online. I don't have money, but I do have a golden-level staff. Want to trade?" Suddenly, a private message caught Zheng Chen's attention. Although he really needed money, having a golden-level weapon in the early game would help him get through it better and prevent him, as a lone wolf, from falling behind. "Where are you?" Zheng Chen replied without hesitation. Zheng Chen and the person he was privately messaging decided to meet at the entrance of the identification hall since they both needed to authenticate their items. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to exchange for the skill book. After all, the drop rate for skill books was low, and most people played with friends, so any skills that dropped were usually shared among them, leaving little to trade. Sword Without Trace was the person Zheng Chen was exchanging with. At first, Justice only focused on the golden level staff and didn't pay attention to the ID until they met, and Zhang Chen remembered who this person was. Sword. Without Trace was ranked 4th on the top warrior leaderboard in his past life, with swordsmanship that was extraordinary. By the later stages, he even transcended the limitations of skills. If it weren't for the top 3's equipment being too overpowered, he might have ranked even higher. Looking at this man who was stronger than him in his past life, Zhang Chen felt a mix of emotions. Only true strong players could drop golden level equipment at this time, right? Although he wasn't ranked high in his past life, his strength was still recognized. This time, with all system mage skills and a super artifact by his side, he was determined to claim the top spot on the warrior leaderboard. Hey, bro, why do you look so grumpy when trading equipment? What are you doing? Sword without Trace interrupted Zhang Chen's thoughts. Nothing, come on, let's trade. Zhang Chen snapped back to reality. The quality of Sword without Trace's item was fine, and since he mentioned a trade, there would definitely be no mistakes, so Zhang Chen directly opened the trading interface. However, when Zhang Chen saw the staff on the trading interface, he was astonished, unable to close his mouth. His long sword was a level 10 golden equipment, while the other party was trading him a level 15 golden staff. Aren't you losing out a bit? It doesn't matter. I've seen many of your videos on the forum. You're quite a big name, so consider it making a friend, Sword without Trace said generously. Alright, since Brother Sword is so generous, I won't be polite. If I come across anything good in the future, I'll definitely compensate you. The two men shook hands and smiled at each other before walking into the identification hall together. Zhang Chen already had a decent amount of gold in his backpack. After paying the identification fee, he still had about 20 gold coins left, which was quite a fortune in the early game. If only he could exchange it for real money. Water Law Staff Golden Quality Level 15 Profession Mage Attack 260-290 Intelligence plus 50 Spirit plus 50 Additional Attributes increases water magic damage by 10%, cooldown reduction by 5%. Additional attributes extra 500 mana. Additional attributes increases the effect of water magic by 20%. Grey Wolf's Little Red Riding Hood Silver Quality Level 15 Profession Mage Defense plus 30 Intelligence plus 35 Spirit plus 35 additional attributes. Wolf's Temptation. Due to the special color of the hat, it is easier to attract monster hatred in the wild. Additional attributes. The Might of the Wolf King has a deterrent effect on grey wolves and weak herbivores. The Water System Staff, although all attributes are related to the water system, has high base attributes and increases a lot of mana, enhancing his sustainability. The Little Red Riding Hood of Grey Wolf looks like a beret, and wearing it gives a somewhat cartoonish feeling. It is said to be a nostalgic Easter egg. Although it is not entirely satisfactory, after all, I am a full system mage and I can utilize any mage attributes. However, the magic system I use in the early stages should focus on the water element. It is estimated that Jin Wuhan is also willing to use a level 15 golden equipment to replace his level 10 golden equipment because of the unstable attributes of the staff. Brother, how's your sword appraisal going? Zhang Chen asked Jin Wuhan. Although the level is a bit behind, the attributes are truly top-notch and it even has a chance to ignore defenses. How about your staff? Jin Wuhan said excitedly. Zhang Chen feigned a melancholic shake of his head and said, Alas, I am a fire mage, yet all the attributes I appraised are water-based. Fortunately, the base attributes are decent. Zhang Chen knew that Jin Wuhan was a person of some loyalty, so he spoke this way on purpose to make Jin Wuhan feel a bit guilty, thus allowing him to gain a favor for free. I'm sorry, brother. It seems I will have to compensate you in the future, Jin Wuhan said cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen smiled and waved his hand to indicate it was no big deal, patting Jin Wuhan's shoulder to confirm their friendship. The most valuable golden equipment was exchanged, and the whiteboard equipment was sold for gold coins. Now, Zhang Chen only had a priest's continuous healing left to exchange for money. However, skills like these, especially the more basic ones, most people wouldn't spend a lot of money on, as the value of such beginner skills would greatly diminish when everyone's levels were generally higher. If I had known, I would have sold the weapon for money. Zhang Chen supplemented his potions and walked towards the monster area outside the city, muttering to himself. Hey, what time is it? Grandpa has been waiting for you all morning. Just as Zhang Chen was about to leave the city, Feng Ling's voice rang out behind him, urging him to go find Sun Sijia to study magic fusion techniques. Little sister, didn't your grandpa say I could arrange my own time? Besides, I'm really busy right now. Can you let me off the hook today? Zhang Chen greeted her with a smile. No way, Grandpa said he developed new techniques for your situation, so hurry up and go, Feng Ling said. New techniques? Upon hearing that there were new techniques to learn, Zhang Chen immediately perked up. If he could learn a few new skills for free, that would be a huge boost, especially powerful magic fusion techniques. Stop talking, let's go. Feng Ling directly cast a wind acceleration spell on the two of them, and Zhang Chen indeed felt his movement speed increase significantly. Arriving again at Sun Sija's small courtyard, the old man was already waiting there impatiently. Come here, little brother. You've mastered what I taught you last time, right? Today, I've specially researched a few plans for you to experiment with, Sun Sija said. Zhang Chen smiled and nodded. Please go ahead, old Sunday. I will study seriously. Magic fusion techniques can follow the 5 elements or go against them. Following the natural way means having a main and a secondary element that complement each other, while going against the 5 elements means using the conflicts between elements to trigger unstable explosions. The reverse of magic elements is not as simple as water extinguishing fire or earth covering water. Explosions can occur due to their mutual restraint. Since you are just starting to learn about magic fusion, I suggest you practice with the 5 elements first to avoid accidentally injuring yourself with elemental explosions. Okay. Zheng Chen kept nodding in response. No matter what he practiced first, he would benefit, and the key was how Sun Sija would teach. First, gather the fire element in your palm, then wrap it with the wind element, using the wind element's rotation to drive the fire element. Sun Sija explained the steps one by one. Zheng Chen nodded and, following Sun Sija's previous teachings, quickly gathered the fire element. However, the good times did not last long. As he continued to release the wind element, the fire element dissipated directly into the air due to insufficient energy supply. Don't rush, take your time. Since your mental strength isn't very strong right now, trying to control multiple attributes at once will lead to insufficient energy supply. Keep practicing until your body forms a habit. Once your mental strength increases, everything will fall into place. Sun Sija patiently taught Zheng Chen, as Zheng Chen was the best candidate to prove his theory. Mages should not harbor animosity towards each other due to different elemental affiliations. For a long time, water and fire have been incompatible, and there has always been discord among ice, water, and fire mages, each trying to outdo the other. As for the more mysterious light and dark mages, they were like natural enemies. As a player, Zhang Chen naturally did not have the same prejudices as NPCs. He only faced opposing players. There was no reason to dislike someone just because their attributes clashed with his own. After practicing hard for an hour, Zhang Chen finally managed to release 2 elements simultaneously, but controlling the wind element to move the fire element was still somewhat difficult for him. Practicing the mutual generation of attributes is too hard. Why not try the opposite attributes first? Zhang Chen couldn't help but glance at the time. Although mastering a fusion technique would indeed be impressive, he didn't have much time left. If he didn't earn some money in the next few hours, he would have to sleep on the streets that night. Since you want to try, go ahead, but be careful, as using opposite attributes can easily harm yourself. Sun Sija did not stop Zhang Chen, only advising him to be cautious. In fact, any 2 or more attributes can cause an explosion, but the quantities must be equal, and each attribute needs to be compressed to the limit. When the attributes collide, an explosion will occur. Sun Sija continued to explain. Zhang Chen had quite a bit of insight into magical element explosions, as he had once been a top representative of the ice element. The master leads you to the door, but the cultivation is up to the individual. Zhang Chen began to attempt the practice of opposite attributes. With the experience of releasing elements before, Zhang Chen quickly released both water and fire elements, but controlling the quantities of the 2 elements was always difficult. Moreover, it was already challenging to release the 2 elements. Continuing to compress them to the limit was nearly impossible for Zhang Chen at that moment. As yet another fire element was extinguished by the water element, Zhang Chen fell into a state of frustration. 2 hours of intense concentration had left his eyes bloodshot. Zhang Chen had never imagined he could reach such a state in a game. Just release the water element and compress it with all your might. Sun Sija, seeing Zhang Chen in such a state, hurriedly said, fearing he would lose heart. Compressing a single attribute was not difficult for Zhang Chen. Soon, the water element was compressed into a coin-sized sphere. Sun Sija released the fire element, feeling the strength of Zhang Chen's water element as he began to compress it. Soon, a fireball identical to Zhang Chen's water element was formed. With a wave of his left hand, the water element in Zhang Chen's palm flew over, and Sun Sija used his mental strength to combine the 2 compressed attribute spheres. Soon, there was a fluctuation in the air, and in an instant, the sound of an explosion followed. Neither element disappeared. Instead, they blossomed in the air like fireworks. Zhang Chen naturally knew that the amount of water element he released was not much, but the explosive effect it produced was several times more powerful than an ordinary water or fireball. So this is the opposite attributes. It seems pretty good. A satisfied smile appeared on Zhang Chen's lips. The initial elemental effect could be doubled. What about the collision of 2 ultimate skills? What about the collision of multiple ultimate skills? What about the collision of forbidden spells from all elements? This time, Zhang Chen gained a lot. Although he didn't master the mutual generation of attributes, he showed a high talent for the opposite attributes. The reason Sun Sija recommended contacting the attributes that generate each other first was mainly due to the fear that Zhang Chen would not be able to control the energy properly, which could lead to an explosion that would harm himself. However, Zhang Chen's thoughts were quite the opposite. As long as he could cause an explosion with the attributes, the higher the damage, the better. As for his own safety, he could easily resolve that by pausing time. Although the cooldown for pausing time was not short, this method could definitely be used as a trump card, so the 2 could be used in conjunction. Moreover, Zhang Chen discovered that as his level increased, not only was the duration of the time pause skill increasing, but its cooldown was also continuously decreasing. At this rate of reduction, if he reached level 100, the cooldown for pausing time might be completed in just a few minutes or even shorter, especially since there would be equipment attributes that could further reduce cooldowns in the later stages. Zheng Chen was now barely able to unleash 2 types of explosive effects with opposing attributes, and once successful, their power was quite impressive. However, it would consume all of his mana and leave him in a state of mental fatigue. Being in a state of mental fatigue would reduce his abilities to cast skills, maneuver, and react, so he did not dare to attempt it unless absolutely necessary. After leaving Sun Siege's courtyard, Zheng Chen opened the level leaderboard again. The top 10 players were still around level 16. Fortunately, after reaching level 15, the leveling speed slowed down. Although he had delayed quite a bit of time, he was still only 2 levels away. Just 2 levels. It seems I need to take this more seriously, Zheng Chen muttered to himself. This time, Zheng Chen chose the North Gate. A small mountain range was located a bit further north of White Tiger City, where a group of mountain bandits lived, with levels ranging from 16 to 20. The bandit camp had a total of 4 bosses, but due to the distance of the mountains and the overwhelming number of low-level minions at the foot of the mountain, very few beginners would go there to level up. After all, in the Holy Domain, aside from basic skills, all skills had to be learned through skill books or by encountering NPCs for inheritance, and in the early stages, everyone's attacking methods were too singular. Zheng Chen had noticed this point and decided to take a bit of risk to solo the bandit camp. As Zheng Chen expected, upon reaching the level 15 monster area in the north of the city, the number of players had indeed decreased significantly. Everyone knew that humanoid monsters were difficult to fight. They had high attack and intelligence, and it was easy for one to trigger a chain reaction of aggro among nearby monsters. Arriving at the foot of the bandit mountain, Zheng Chen had to be cautious. The low-level monsters were densely packed, and without area attack skills, being surrounded by them would be quite troublesome. Bandit Sentinel level 15 health 2000, Bandit Minion level 16 health 2500. The main monsters at the foot of the mountain were these 2 types. The Sentinel had high agility and speed, with relatively low health and defense, but once attacked, it could quickly summon nearby bandit minions, which was quite annoying. The bandit minions, primarily attacked with their crude knives, had slightly higher attack power but average movement speed. Most of the time, 2 or 3 would gather together, with the occasional 1 or 2 acting alone. Zheng Chen mastered the farthest distance for his spellcasting, primarily targeting the bandit minions to avoid alerting too many low-level monsters. -395, -384, -415, -395, -536, -376. Zheng Chen had a total of 6 skills, just enough to complete 1 round of attacks, and 1 bandit minion fell before it even reached him. Lightning and fire attributes dealt slightly higher damage to the bandits, and no matter what, they had entered his kill range. After all, he was only level 14. Now, if he reached level 15 and switched to the water-repelling staff, his attack power would reach a new level. When 1 bandit minion was hit, the others would all spring into action. If he stood still and cast spells, he could take down 2 bandit minions before they reached him, but if there were more than 2, he would need to maneuver and kite them a bit. Although there were some troubles, fortunately, the experience was not bad. After some rough calculations, it seemed that to reach level 15, one would need to defeat about 600 bandit minions. Even if Zheng Chen's positioning and reaction were extremely quick, casting 6 skills would still take 5 seconds, and on top of that, he would need to find a new target after clearing each wave of monsters. Overall, it would take about 8 seconds per monster. This meant that if Zheng Chen wanted to achieve the most efficient speed, he would need to repeat the mechanical process of defeating monsters for 4,800 seconds, which is 1 hour and 20 minutes. Come on, let the bandits come at me even harder. Zheng Chen tried to excite himself and shouted at the bandits at the foot of the mountain. Originally, he just wanted to stir up his own emotions, but unexpectedly, the bandit minions, including the bandit sentinels, all looked towards him, and surprisingly, 1/3 of the monsters were agitated. Zheng Chen naturally didn't dare to fight head-on and hurriedly ran back, only breaking the aggro after running quite a distance. What's going on? In my previous life, these small monsters were as dumb as rocks. They wouldn't even pay attention to people unless they attacked. How did my casual shop manage to provoke so many monsters? Zheng Chen pressed his hands on his knees, panting heavily. As a mage, he was really not suited for long-distance running. After being reborn, the Holy Domain seemed to have become a bit too real, far more intelligent than in his previous life. Although the game in his past life felt real, he could still sense that he was playing a game. But after being reborn, Zheng Chen only felt one thing: he had entered another real world. With no time to think too much, Zheng Chen returned to the foot of the mountain, this time being much more cautious, and began efficiently farming monsters. Even though they were low-level monsters, they were no match for Zheng Chen when he was serious. With plenty of potions to support him, his experience bar was rapidly increasing. After spending over an hour, Zheng Chen finally reached level 15 and understood why he had delayed for so long. The top 10 players were only at level 16. Because after level 15, the required experience doubled, while the experience gained from continuing to defeat bandit minions decreased somewhat. If he continued to farm bandit minions to level up, he would need to defeat about 1,800 of them to reach level 16, and that was under the condition of soloing monsters above his level. Most people were leveling up in full teams, and the experience from a single monster was much lower than his, so their farming speed was not much faster than his. At this time, the first place on the leaderboard had already reached level 17, a warrior with the idea jug of wine among flowers. Zheng Chen was quite familiar with this person. In his previous life, he was a player who spent a lot of money. He had transitioned to a berserker early on, which gave him particularly high damage. However, in the later stages of the game, his excessive pursuit of high attack power led to his defense not keeping up, and he often got kited by ranged players, gradually fading from everyone's sight. If he could have more mobility skills or balance his attributes a bit, he would have been a very troublesome enemy. Only one person has reached level 17? It seems my speed is still quite fast. Zheng Chen directly switched to the water repelling staff, instantly boosting his attack power. He could take down a minion in about 4 skills, and occasionally, if he fell short on damage, a single normal attack would suffice. What Zheng Chen cared about most in the Bandit Mountains was, of course, not the lack of competition for monsters, but the 4 bosses at the top of the mountain. After reaching level 15, he immediately started clearing the small monsters along the edge and made his way up the mountain. As Zheng Chen cleared the small monsters, he quickly arrived at the first boss location. He had expected to encounter some humanoid monster like a bandit leader, but to his surprise, it was a Black Panther. Zheng Chen was also a bit taken aback. He remembered that in his previous life, there were 4 leaders stationed at various nodes of the mountain, but for some reason, these 4 leaders had now turned into a single leopard. Normal carnivorous beasts are usually above level 40, but this leopard should be an incomplete adult, only a level 20 bronze boss. The respawn time for the small monsters around the boss is a bit longer, which is also to facilitate players in fighting the boss. After all, if one simply wants to level up, the surrounding monster areas are sufficient for players to clear. Young Black Panther level 16 quality, bronze health 80,000. Zheng Chen watched from a distance as the robust Black Panther showed no signs of being young. At this moment, the boss seemed to be feeding, tearing into a large piece of raw meat. There was a team of mountain bandit patrollers and several bandit fighters around the boss. Zheng Chen counted about 30 small monsters. The bandit small monsters were not afraid of the Black Panther. It seemed that this Black Panther had taken the place of the 4th underling, with 80,000 health, and it was clearly a high agility, high attack type boss. The type of monster that mages fear the most is this kind. Even with a similar level, it is already difficult to solo a boss, and with the type being a perfect counter, it poses a significant challenge for Zheng Chen. While carefully clearing the small monsters, Zheng Chen considered how to fight the Black Panther. If he had more ice-type skills, with control and slowing effects, killing such a high agility, high attack beast wouldn't be too difficult. Unfortunately, he only had a few basic skills. The only skill that could provide control was Rock Spike, which had a chance to knock the enemy down, but it seemed difficult to affect a beast with 4 limbs. Thunder Strike had a higher chance to paralyze the enemy, but the cooldown time was 10 seconds. In that time, a lot could happen, and it wasn't a guaranteed paralysis effect. How to increase the success rate of the paralysis effect and how to avoid the Black Panthers attacks during the cooldown of Thunder Strike would be the key to determining victory or defeat. The bandit small monsters did not pose much of a threat to Zheng Chen and were quickly eliminated one by one. The respawn frequency near the boss was about 10 minutes, and even if the boss didn't fight back, he probably wouldn't be able to kill it within that time. This meant that from the 10th minute of fighting the Black Panther, it would be the most challenging phase of the entire process, not only needing to consider how to deal with the boss but also to clear the respawning small monsters. This area was a mountain platform, not very large, and there were not many large obstructions. In a narrow path, the brave win. At worst, I'll just lose some experience. Zheng Chen had no time to think more and steadied himself to begin the attack. Fireball -380, Waterball -375. He cast 2 skills in succession. The fire damage was slightly higher, as most beast types feared fire, while the Waterball, due to the staff's enhancement, dealt damage comparable to the Fireball. The Black Panther, realizing it was being invaded, tossed the large piece of meat aside, let out a roar to the sky, and charged directly at Zheng Chen. Rock Spike -480. The timing of the Rock Spike skill was perfect, right where the Black Panther landed after jumping. The sudden change in the ground caused the Black Panther to lose its balance and land face first, resulting in damage even higher than the Fireball. Thunder Strike -569. Because the Black Panther was in a downstate, it was paralyzed by the Thunder Strike and couldn't get up for a moment. Lightning Strike -367, Icy Blade -369, Wind Blade -350. Zheng Chen attacked while maintaining distance, and by the time the last Wind Blade was cast, the Black Panther had already gotten up and lunged at him again. It was paralyzed for nearly 3 seconds. Being in an abnormal state makes it easier to trigger the paralysis effect. Zheng Chen quickly reached a conclusion, though it might not be entirely accurate. It gave him a rough idea. The Black Panther was very smart. After falling just once, it never jumped too high again, covering the distance of over 10 meters in just 2 steps. Because of the excessive speed, the direction was mostly straightforward. Zheng Chen took advantage of this, often brushing past the Black Panther, dodging its attacks and then pulling away in the opposite direction. Each time the Black Panther turned back, it took some time. The casting time of a fraction of a second was almost equivalent to an instant cast, and several skills connected seamlessly, making the Black Panther furious. Zhang Chen used his extremely high awareness and positioning to deplete 20% of the Black Panther's health, but this boss was not to be underestimated. After a few minutes of confrontation, although the Black Panther was angry, it slowed down, lowered its center of gravity, and began to advance slowly, pressing Zhang Chen step by step. Zhang Chen frowned, realizing the situation was dire. If the Black Panther was attacking recklessly, he could still find an opportunity, but now that it was using stillness to counter movement, he could not move faster than the Black Panther. Whether he went left or right, his only choice was to retreat. However, the retreat area was not large, and if he kept backing away, he would soon find himself cornered. Hesitating, Zhang Chen slowed his retreat, and in just a moment of doubt, the Black Panther suddenly pounced. Even though Zhang Chen reacted quickly and rolled away awkwardly to dodge the attack, he was still grazed by its claws. -786 just to graze on the edge, and it took away half of his health. If he had been bitten, he would have likely been finished off immediately. He quickly downed a red health potion, feeling his health slowly recover, and took the opportunity to pull back some distance while the Black Panther had not turned around yet. If only I had a potion for instant recovery, Zhang Chen thought, looking at his health gradually increasing, somewhat dissatisfied with the potions sold in the shop. The potions sold in the shop typically restored 150 to 300 health instantly, then 700-1000 health over 10 seconds, depending on the potion's level. Watching his health of over 1500 gradually fill up, his anxious heart finally relaxed a bit. As long as he wasn't bitten, he should be able to withstand 2 attacks from claw strikes, provided he consumed a health potion in between. The Black Panther adjusted its direction and pressed forward again, forcing Zhang Chen back, and at that moment, a wave rippled through the air. The first batch of eliminated minions was about to respawn. Just my luck, the boss gets smarter, and now the minions are joining the fray, Zhang Chen complained while narrowly dodging the Black Panther's pounce. Looking at the minions that appeared after the air rippled, he suddenly came up with a clever strategy to deal with the Black Panther. It would take Zhang Chen 3 or 4 skills to clear the first respawn minion, and the air rippled again immediately. Because the minions shared the firepower with the Black Panther, its attack frequency greatly increased, but this time it fell into Zhang Chen's trap. Zhang Chen deliberately moved his position toward where the new minion was about to spawn. The Black Panther pounced with all its might but missed Zhang Chen, crashing into the newly spawned minion instead. An excellent hunter often has to make himself appear like prey. With a small trick, the Black Panther collided with the newly spawned minion, its sharp claws piercing into the minion's chest. Generally, game monsters do not harm each other, but those created in the Holy Domain are real, so even monsters of the same faction can accidentally harm each other, except for some area skills. The Black Panther's full force pounce instantly killed the minion, and Zhang Chen gained the unclaimed experience. Taking advantage of the Black Panther's moment of stiffness after the attack, he unleashed another set of skills on it. Roar! The Black Panther erupted in fury. Having been raised on the mountain since childhood, it had eaten living creatures daily but had never encountered such a troublesome invader before. The angrier the Black Panther became, the more excited Zhang Chen felt. Anger not only clouds one's judgment but also makes the already not-so-smart demon beasts even clumsier. As Zhang Chen had anticipated, after the Black Panther roared in fury, it abandoned any tactical approach and began to charge recklessly. "It's just a useless little dog, only capable of barking mindlessly," Zhang Chen said calmly, maneuvering while unleashing his skills that had just cooled down, continuously provoking the Black Panther. The Black Panther, raised by humans for years, had developed a slight understanding of human nature and seemed to comprehend Zhang Chen's taunts, making its attacks even fiercer, though its speed had decreased due to overexertion. Zhang Chen always stayed near the area where the mountain bandits' weapons were about to respawn. After the Black Panther accidentally injured a few teammates, it became more cautious, but its health was already looking grim. Ultimately, after a bout of rage, the Black Panther was cleared away by Zhang Chen without any close calls. After dealing with the surrounding minor monsters, Zhang Chen began to clean up the battlefield. The bronze boss did not bring him any surprises, but his experience did increase significantly. No wonder I haven't reached level 17 on the leaderboard for so long. I've killed so many minor monsters and even soloed a bronze boss, yet my experience hasn't even reached level 16, Zhang Chen complained while picking up the scattered gold coins on the ground. Zhang Chen's experience had now reached 15 level 71%. Although he hadn't caught up with those on the leaderboard, he was confident he had caught up with the tail end of the first batch of teams. The loot dropped by the Black Panther was minimal, a piece of bronze-level leather armor, some potions, and a decent amount of gold coins. Although the leather armor was of decent level, it was not as good as the golden equipment he was wearing, so Zhang Chen could only store it in his backpack for later use. Glancing at the mountains, which looked the same as he remembered but with the boss having changed, Zhang Chen decided to continue upward, as change often brings unexpected rewards. Although the fourth officer had been replaced by the Black Panther, their strengths were quite similar, and he wondered what differences awaited him further up. The mountain bandit spear soldiers were now level 18 with 5,000 health. As he continued forward, the minor monsters had transformed into long spear soldiers who, despite being melee fighters, had an extremely long attack range. Moreover, when near death, they would throw their spears, and if too far away, they would charge with their spears. In short, these were among the monsters Zhang Chen disliked the most. The further he went up, the denser the monsters became. Under Zhang Chen's deliberate slow pace, he finally reached the second boss and leveled up to 16. Mountain Bandit Third Officer, level 18, quality, silver, health 100000. After leveling up, Zhang Chen no longer hesitated and went straight to the boss. This boss was no different from his previous life, but the third officer seemed to be significantly stronger than before. The third officer was in a courtyard, guarded by a few patrolling minions outside, while only the boss was inside, which gave Zhang Chen some psychological comfort. Old 3, where did your old 4 go? Zhang Chen carefully cleared the outer patrolling soldiers and casually cast a fireball at the boss, unable to resist asking about the whereabouts of the fourth officer. You bold fool, how dare you come here to cause trouble? Prepare to die. The mountain bandit third officer, although tall, was somewhat bulky, charging at Zhang Chen with a two-handed axe in hand. For Zhang Chen, among the 4 bosses in the mountain bandit camp, the one he liked to fight the most was this old 3. Although he had immense strength, he was quite clumsy, and his speed was so slow that he could only be kite. The only thing to watch out for was his ground-shaking skill, which could lift enemies within a 2-meter radius off the ground, and that massive axe could instantly kill someone in mid-air. With the experience from his previous life as a backup, the third officer was just a durable punching bag. As for the ground-shaking skill, its initiation was too obvious. He always had to lift his legs high, and with Zhang Chen's agility, he could easily create distance. Although the third boss had a thick health pool, he fell faster than the Black Panther, and Zhang Chen didn't even use his full strength. The heavy monster was exactly the type that mages and archers loved. The third boss's two-handed axe dropped to the ground, along with a skill book quietly floating on the surface, and the rest were some potions and gold coins. The quality of the third boss's two-handed axe, silver, attributes, unidentified. It was obvious that it was equipment for warriors, which was of no use to Zhang Chen at the moment. Quake, Earth-type control skill, drawing on one's own power to manipulate the surrounding Earth attributes, causing a knockback effect in the vicinity, cooldown time 30 seconds. Warriors and Earth-type mages can learn it. Warriors can trigger it with their own power, while Earth-type mages can trigger it by manipulating surrounding Earth elements. In his previous life, this skill had not dropped. The third boss was originally a warrior-type monster, but unexpectedly, the skill that dropped could also be learned by Earth-type mages, which Zhang Chen happened to be able to learn. After reaching level 16, the experience required for leveling up increased significantly. After defeating the third boss, his experience only reached 10%. It should be noted that Zhang Chen's skills could almost be considered as having no cooldown, while most players of the same level only had one skill. Even if a team was farming monsters, their efficiency might not surpass his. Zhang Chen didn't dare to waste time. After all, the time left for him was limited. His top priority was to farm more equipment before logging off and to return to town early to exchange for some real-world star coins. When Zhang Chen finished clearing the small monsters and arrived at the third boss, he finally understood why the fourth boss was not in his original position. It turned out that the fourth boss had moved in with the second boss. It was worth mentioning that the second boss was quite a beautiful female mountain thief, unexpectedly getting involved with the fourth boss. I didn't expect the mountain thief circle to be so chaotic. Why did I use the word also? Zhang Chen mused to himself. The fourth boss was an assassin-type monster, with stealth attacks as its main method, weak defense, and low health. The poison on its dagger was very strong and could put people into a poisoned state. The second boss was a priest. Originally, there were elite mountain thief minions protecting her, but now that she was with the fourth boss, the mountain thief minions should have been cleared away. The two bosses were originally sitting across from each other at a stone table in the courtyard, and only realized someone had intruded when they heard Zhang Chen speak. You bold rogue, how dare you come here to cause trouble? Prepare to die. The fourth boss quickly drew a dagger from her waist and shouted at Lu Yuan. You really are brothers from the same mountain. Can't you be a bit more original in your speech? Zhang Chen couldn't help but laugh. The boss couldn't understand Zhang Chen's humor. The fourth boss directly vanished from Zhang Chen's sight, while the second boss waved her staff, casting various buff effects directly onto the fourth boss. Zhang Chen's expression grew serious. The changes in the mountain thief range undoubtedly added a lot of difficulty in the early stages. Facing two silver bosses at once, the difficulty was evident. Mountain Thief 4th boss level, 16 quality, silver health. 50,000 Mountain Thief 2nd boss level, 18 quality, silver health, 100,000 originally. Assassin-type professions were natural counters to mages, but Zhang Chen could still handle just 1/4 boss. Now, with a priest healing from behind, it was indeed troublesome. Zhang Chen did not seek out the stealthy 4th boss but chose a strategy of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao, directly launching an attack on the second boss. The 4th boss's stealth skill had a very long cooldown, and Zhang Chen was well aware of this. If he could withstand the first attack after she revealed herself, then even if she had extremely high agility, Zhang Chen wouldn't be afraid. Fireball, water ball. Wind Blade, Lightning Strike, Ice Blade. Zhang Chen moved while casting attack skills at the Mountain Thief's second boss. Since he didn't stay in the same place, it was also very difficult for the fourth boss to find an opportunity to strike. As the second in command, being a priest, although she could heal herself, the system naturally wouldn't set up an invincible boss. Even though she managed to recover a significant amount of health each time, her health bar was still gradually declining, and because she was constantly healing herself, she had no time to attack. In the brief skirmish, Zhang Chen surprisingly gained complete dominance. Dead Ghost, how long are you going to wait to strike? Are you planning to attack only after I die? The second in command was being beaten without the ability to fight back, and she became furious. Two bosses together were indeed difficult to handle, but if the relationship between the bosses was special, it could lead to the current situation. With a roar, the second in command made the fourth in command lose his composure. The air rippled, and the fourth in command hastily launched an attack, but both the distance and angle were far from perfect. Zhang Chen had been prepared and, sensing the murderous intent approaching him, directly unleashed the skill he had ready. Quake, the newly learned area control skill, was just right. For the moment, the fourth in command's dagger was interrupted just a few centimeters from Zhang Chen, and his entire body was lifted into the air. Zhang Chen felt the power of the Quake skill. If it were a massive beast, the effect would likely be diminished, or the enemy might not even be lifted at all. However, for a slender assassin-type enemy, it was perfectly countered. For the fourth in command, who was now floating in the air, Zhang Chen showed no mercy, swinging his water staff and delivering a direct blow to his head. The damage wasn't significant, but it was highly insulting. Rock Spike. As Zhang Chen created distance, he used the Rock Spike skill on the fourth in command, who was about to land. Dead Ghost, you really are useless. How did I end up with you? The second in command looked at the fourth in command with disdain and shouted loudly. Zhang Chen felt a bit awkward listening to the boss's conversation. It hardly felt like a game anymore, but rather like a couple living together. After being reborn, the holy domain had become too real. The fourth in command, feeling humiliated, turned all his anger towards Zhang Chen. His body twisted and turned, and the dagger glinted with cold light as his attacks became even more ferocious. Hey, you two are arguing. Why are you taking it out on me? Zhang Chen dodged the attacks while continuing to unleash skills against the second in command. Apart from a few verbal jabs, he mostly chose to ignore the fourth in command, and for unavoidable attacks, he simply tanked them, relying entirely on potions to sustain himself. The fourth in command repeatedly failed to land a critical hit, and sweat began to appear on his forehead, not from physical exhaustion, but from fear of being rejected by his woman. Really useless, you're not even as good as my minions. The second in command, under constant attack, finally couldn't help but complain again. Curse. The second in command stopped maintaining her health and began to counterattack while enduring Zhang Chen's assaults. A black light enveloped Zhang Chen's body, and his health began to decrease continuously, -35, -40, -38. Although the amount of health lost wasn't much, it posed a significant threat to Zhang Chen, who only had a little over 1,000 health left. The tricky part was that this skill couldn't be avoided by moving. I say, old four, are you lacking in that department? You got scared by a woman like this. It seems she really looks down on you. Although Zhang Chen was under great pressure, he didn't forget to provoke the fourth in command. From Zhang Chen's observations, NPCs and bosses with intelligence were influenced by emotions, something that didn't exist in his previous life. Making the enemy angry was indeed a good tactic, especially when they were being looked down upon by their own. Zhang Chen's words hit the fourth in command's sore spot, and after a few twitches on his face, he was enveloped in thick black mist, his eyes turning blood red. Despite his health not decreasing much, he unexpectedly entered a berserk state. Most bosses would enter various states when their health dropped to a certain level. Some would directly fall into weakness, during which their attack, defense, and speed would all significantly decrease. Some would choose self-destruction, but only a few demon beasts would take this path. The most common choice is to enter a berserk state. This state is the exact opposite of weakness, with all attributes reaching their peak, but generally, the duration is not long. After going berserk, the boss will definitely fall into a weakened state. If one enters the berserk state too early and cannot directly eliminate Zhang Chen, it means that the fourth master has lost his trump card. Zhang Chen prepared his only 3 control skills. The lightning strike is a chance-based paralysis control, the rock spike depends on the timing of his release, and the only relatively reliable ground-shaking skill requires the enemy to be close enough. After going berserk, the fourth master acted as if he had gone mad, throwing all distractions aside. Zhang Chen's released skills were easily dodged, and when he was just a few meters away, the fourth master leaped up, his cold dagger aimed straight at Zhang Chen's chest. The fourth master is also a skilled fighter. Knowing that Zhang Chen has a ground-shaking skill, he specifically jumped to attack, and the timing of his attack was just after Zhang Chen released his skill, making it impossible to dodge in time. With no other choice, Zhang Chen had to use time pause. The fourth master's body froze in mid-air, and the second master's curse was already prepared. Without the time pause, Zhang Chen would undoubtedly be dead from this strike. I still have too few skills, and not enough life-saving skills. It's a bit forced to take on 2 silver bosses alone. While summarizing his shortcomings, Zheng Chen released elemental basic attributes from his hands. Water element combined with fire element, and after successfully compressing and fusing the two elements, Zheng Chen surprisingly felt no pressure. He then released the lightning element, and after fusing the three elements again, he found he still had some energy left, so he added the wind element into the mix. After compressing and fusing the four elements, Zheng Chen felt his mental power was somewhat insufficient, so he stopped adding more. The unstable attribute sphere was thrown directly at the second master priest. Zheng Chen looked at the magic fusion technique that appeared and hovered in mid-air, still feeling a bit uneasy. After drinking 2 blue potions, he ran behind the second master and unleashed another set of skills, then ran to the corner of the yard, quietly waiting for the time pause to end. Let's test the power of the first magic fusion technique on you. Under normal circumstances, Zheng Chen would struggle to control even 2 elements, but in the time pause state, the fluctuations of the magic elements seemed to be frozen, significantly reducing the difficulty for Zheng Chen. If it weren't for his insufficient mental power, merging 6 attributes together wouldn't be impossible. After releasing all his skills again, he unhesitatingly created some distance. When the time pause ended, the fourth master thought his guaranteed attack would hit, but it landed in empty space, and suddenly a series of attacks appeared in front of the second master hiding behind. The elemental sphere composed of 4 elements exploded instantly on the second master, followed closely by several smaller skills. Minus 67,423, minus 478, minus 325, minus 764, minus 235. A series of damage numbers erupted from above the second master's head. The 4 attribute spheres directly knocked off more than half of the second master's health. Combined with the health he had lost earlier, the second master's health bar had dropped to about 30%. The fourth master, having launched a full-force leap attack, was carried away by inertia after missing his stab, his face displaying an expression of disbelief. At this moment, the fourth master's berserk time finally ended, and upon entering a weakened state, all his attributes were reduced, temporarily losing the threat to Zheng Chen. "Dead man, come save me! How can this kid have such high damage?" The second master shouted in terror, his face vividly expressing emotions that were far from just a bunch of data, and as a boss, he was indeed talking too much. "Even Jesus can't save you, I tell you," Zheng Chen said firmly, waving his staff as a series of attacks continued to rain down. The explosion effect of the attribute ball was very strong, and the second in command seemed to have sustained serious injuries. Not only had his reaction speed decreased, but the damage he received was also greater than before. The fourth in command, seeing this, wore a worried expression, but with all attributes diminished, he had no way to deal with Zheng Chen and could only watch helplessly as his woman's health gradually declined. Just when things couldn't get worse, the healing effect of the second in command was also significantly reduced, seemingly triggered by the serious injury effect, which lowered the healing effectiveness. With less than 30,000 health points, it was hardly enough in front of Zheng Chen. In just a few dozen seconds, the second in command was already on the brink of destruction, and it seemed that as a priest, she had no hidden skills left. In his previous life, the second in command relied on the elite monsters under him for damage output. At that time, there were many small monsters, and the second in command had healing skills, so it wasn't easy to kill. But now, with 2 silver bosses teaming up, it indeed seemed stronger, while the minions had all been called away. If the fourth in command couldn't pose a threat, then it could be said that their overall strength had been weakened. Although the fourth in command had escaped the weakened state, Zheng Chen completely ignored him. After cursing, "Useless dead ghost," the second in command unwillingly fell to the ground. A skill book and a short staff for priests dropped out, along with a considerable amount of scattered gold coins. Zheng Chen didn't rush to pick them up, after all, he was the only one here. After skillfully dodging the fourth in command's attack again, he struck a pose he thought was cool, pointing his staff at the fourth in command. "Useless dead ghost, it's your turn now. You can't even protect your own woman, you're really useless." Zheng Chen delivered a significant mental blow to the fourth in command in his own way. Naturally, the fourth in command was furious, but unfortunately he had no stamina left to enter a berserk state again. Relying on his positioning and continuous attacks, Zheng Chen rendered the fourth in command completely defenseless. As an assassin, the fourth in command had weak defenses and health. When his health dropped to 30%, he could no longer withstand Zheng Chen's verbal assault and chose to self-destruct right where he stood. Zheng Chen had experienced self-destruction skills. In his previous life, the more health a boss had, the stronger the self-destruction ability. Some bosses could even use their life force to resurrect after self-destructing, although their strength would be greatly reduced afterward. The fourth in command clearly did not have the ability to resurrect. He was completely blown up by Zheng Chen's provocation. A terrifying wave of energy radiated from the fourth in command, creating a strong suction force centered around him. Zheng Chen dared not take it head-on and exerted all his strength to pull away. Although he was already far away, he was still caught by the shockwave of the explosion. After quickly downing a bottle of red potion, he could only leave his fate to chance. The intense impact caused Zheng Chen to roll helplessly across the ground for quite a distance, and when his body finally stopped, he was left with only a sliver of health. "Damn, if that dead Ghost had self-destructed earlier. I might have been done for, Zheng Chen swore, feeling grateful to be alive. Although it was thrilling, he had ultimately achieved victory, and now it was time for the most enjoyable part, cleaning out the battlefield. He first picked up the items dropped by the second-in-command. The short staff was of silver quality, and the skill book was for the priest skill curse. Neither item was usable for him, and although his luck was lacking, there was nothing to be done about it. Continuing to check the items dropped by the fourth-in-command, he found a silver-quality dagger, a skill book for the assassin's skill backstab, and a scattering of gold coins and potions. Sigh, these two are really poor. After all that effort, they only dropped this little bit of stuff. Zheng Chen was quite dissatisfied with the loot, but it was to be expected. After all, the previous few bosses were just appetizers. The final big boss was what Zheng Chen was looking forward to, along with the treasure chest in the bandit's treasury. He wondered what surprises it might hold. The Mountain Bandit mountain range is definitely a treasure trove in the early stages, and the treasure chests in the vault can only be opened once. After that, they will be empty upon return. Although the boss respawns after a while, the drop rate decreases significantly, which is why Zheng Chen, despite being down on his luck, still makes time to come here. Glancing at the time, Zheng Chen found himself in an awkward situation. He still had over an hour of internet time left from the money he paid, but there was hardly enough time to clear the small monsters and reach the big boss. Sigh. Only money can make money. Being poor only makes one poorer. Zheng Chen lamented his situation. Returning to the city was not an option. If he missed this opportunity, it might be discovered by other players before he found a place to stay. With no other choice, he sent out weapon skill books in the World Channel. Staff of Redemption Poison Dagger, the second-in-command's double-handed Axe Black Panther Leather Armor Backstab Curse, selling for star coins, discounts for bulk purchases, payment first, goods later, may the scammers die with their whole family MMMMM. While clearing small monsters, Zheng Chen shouted in the World Channel. Although speaking in the World Channel cost some game currency, it was the most time-efficient method. Such a large number of silver-grade equipment along with skill books naturally attracted the attention of major guilds, and soon Zheng Chen received many private messages. However, he had no good feelings towards those major guilds, and they all demanded payment after goods, which made Zheng Chen quite unhappy. After a few private messages fell through, an ID called Sunny Day caught Zheng Chen's eye. I'll take all of these, payment first is fine. If you're in Free City, it's best to trade in person. Where are you? I can come find you. You're not trying to pull a black eat black scheme, are you? Zheng Chen dared not easily reveal his identity. The game character was virtual, but exposing his real identity was very dangerous, especially after gaining some notoriety. He had suffered from this in his past life. I'm just a girl, how could I have the ability to pull a black eat black? 3 pieces of silver equipment, 3 skill books, and 1 piece of bronze grade leather armor. I'll take them all for 10,000 star coins. Alright, send me the address. Zheng Chen's price was quite fair. If he weren't so desperate for money, it might have been even higher. In any case, he managed to get through the immediate difficulty. After sending the address to the buyer, Zheng Chen continued to grind the Mountain Bandit elite monsters. La la la, I'm so happy, I'm really thrilled. 10,000 star coins just went into my pocket. After finding a buyer, Zheng Chen completely relaxed, humming a little tune while clearing the Mountain Bandits, but the experience required for leveling up was still too much. He was still far from reaching level 17. The top 10 on the leaderboard had already reached level 17, while the number of players at level 16 was countless, and Zheng Chen was only in the middle of the pack. It's better to keep a low profile to avoid jealousy, Zheng Chen said as he closed the leaderboard, feeling relieved. Time passed second by second, and Zheng Chen's internet time quickly ran out. Reluctantly, he had to log out of the game and quietly wait for the buyer to arrive. Sister Chang, is that guy really not a scammer? How could someone who drops so many top-notch items come to a public internet service hall? You even had to come here yourself. You little girl, if it weren't for your skills and weapons, who would want to come to this poor area at night? 2 young girls arrived at the internet service hall where Zheng Chen was located. One of them, a short-haired beauty with a spirited demeanor, was Sunny Day, whose real name was Yin Qing, while the other was her good friend Lu Tianwei, whose game ID was Drizzling Rain. Yes, thank you, big sister. From now on, I will definitely stick to you like glue, wholeheartedly supporting you. Lu Tianwei hugged Yin Qing and smiled, saying, alright, I've told you to dress warmly in this area. Don't you know your own figure? And how did you develop so well without knowing what to eat? Yin Qing tightened the coat she had deliberately put on. Although the weather was very hot, she still felt a bit resistant coming to such a poor area. Yin Qing had a standard figure, with all parts of her body well proportioned. Her short hair made her look spirited, and even though she dressed somewhat androgynously, her beauty was hard to conceal, making her the type that appealed to both men and women. Lu Tianwei was slightly shorter than Yin Qing by 2 centimeters, with a cheerful personality, fiery enthusiasm, and a hot figure, with a slim waist and long, beautiful legs. A simple t-shirt paired with hot pants perfectly showcased Lu Tianwei's figure. No wonder Yin Qing criticized her outfit. In Free City, the wealth gap was significant, and the poor area was notoriously chaotic. Although there were righteous people in the poor area, most were filled with resentment towards the rich. Scarce resources and a desperate life had driven many to madness, leading them to act recklessly without considering the consequences. Even the peacekeeping forces maintaining order were just getting by, and some even turned a blind eye to the chaos in the poor area. Of course, no matter how chaotic the poor area was, there were a few taboos that could not be touched. First, one must not cause trouble in the rich area. Second, one must never conflict with the peacekeeping forces, or death would be the only outcome. However, when people from the rich area came to the poor area, they had to ensure their own safety. In Ching had recruited many girls and decided to make a big move in the sanctuary. The reason for her urgency in gathering equipment was precisely because she understood the importance of the early stages. Many resources were beyond her reach against the large guilds, and it was rare to find opportunities at comparable prices with those who had not yet collaborated with the large guilds. Such chances were worth taking risks for. The two women walked into the hall where many unruly youths were gathered, like Zheng Chen, who had spent all his money but refused to leave, chatting and smoking in groups. "Oh, we have such a stunning girl in our area?" Lu Tianwei suddenly felt scared, tightly gripping In Ching's arm and quickly walking towards the agreed network port number. Zheng Chen was naturally attracted by the two beauties, and even when they approached him, his gaze had not yet shifted from Lu Tianwei. Pa another lecture. Seeing Zheng Chen's dazed expression, which clearly indicated he was easy to bully, Lu Tianwei directed all her previous grievances at him. My apologies, my sister is naturally beautiful, and her figure is impressive, which naturally draws admiration. It's only human to take a few more glances, don't take offense." Zheng Chen had seen his fair share of the world, but having not eaten all day made his reactions a bit slow. It was only upon seeing the beauties that he lost control of his gaze. "Are you the one selling equipment? We didn't bring any devices. You can log on and trade the items to my person, and once I receive the equipment, I'll transfer the money to you directly." In Ching got straight to the point, not wanting to waste time in this uncomfortable place. "Can't we just use public equipment? What if you trade to someone else and they don't acknowledge it? We've come to this broken place, do you think we would come to cheat you?" Lu Tianwei said angrily. Her voice wasn't loud, but it attracted the attention of many around them. Her words about this broken place seemed to trample on the dignity of many. Zheng Chen felt indifferent. After all, in his past life, he had worked hard to live a life of luxury and had tried all sorts of extravagant things, but the others in the room were different. Wei, less talking." In Cheng shot Lu Tianwei a glance, then turned to Zheng Chen and said, "We've come from far away, which already shows our sincerity. Don't worry, the goods will arrive with the money." Zheng Chen noticed the nervousness of the two women. Having lived here for many years, he naturally understood the chaos of this place. Although it was their first meeting, he didn't want anything regrettable to happen to these two beauties here. My internet fee has run out. Can you help me renew it for an hour?" Zheng Chen said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he revealed his predicament in front of the two beautiful women. It was truly a bit humiliating. In Chang frowned slightly, took out 100 coins, and handed them over, saying, "Hurry up, I don't want to stay here long." Zheng Chen didn't hesitate either. He didn't want to linger in this noisy place. After paying for an hour of internet, he quickly logged back into the game. He was reluctant to leave the bandit mountain range. After all, he had fought his way to the top and only needed to defeat the final big boss. After adding the ID that In Chung provided as a friend, he used the in-game mail system. Although it required some gold coins as a handling fee, it was convenient, and Zheng Chen had plenty of game currency, which couldn't be cashed out yet anyway. In less than a minute, the other party directly messaged him saying they had received the goods. Zheng Chen saved the chat screenshot and logged off. However, when he logged out of the game, Zheng Chen was stunned to find that the two beautiful women who had been standing in front of him had disappeared. Damn, is it true that the prettier the woman, the more deceitful they are? Zheng Chen felt a chill in his heart. Equipment could be farmed again, but being scammed was truly frustrating. Just as Zheng Chen was feeling annoyed, the commotion outside the public network hall caught his attention. Following the noise outside, he found a few young thugs pushing around his benefactor, trying to take the two girls away. "Hey, let go of those two girls." Zheng Chen wasn't overflowing with a sense of justice, he just hadn't settled his own accounts yet. After all, he was still waiting for this little rice to be cooked. "Mind your own business, you want to die?" the thugs shouted at Zheng Chen. "Kid, I'll give you an extra 10,000 if you help us." Seeing that the onlookers were indifferent, and only Zheng Chen seemed to have a chance of helping, In Ching quickly offered a bribe. "Money doesn't matter, I'm Zheng Chen, filled with a sense of justice since I was a child. I will protect these two." Zheng Chen rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward, appearing like a hero in the eyes of the two women. Zheng Chen had no resistance to In Ching's sudden offer. He didn't even consider the odds against him, only thinking about settling his accounts. If the star coins didn't come through, he might have to face that landlord aunt. "Money doesn't matter, I'm Zheng Chen, born." With a sense of justice, Zheng Chen shouted at the thugs. As he walked towards them, he rolled up his sleeves, exuding the aura of a martial arts master. Those who dared to directly abduct women in public were certainly not good people and wouldn't be intimidated by Zheng Chen's imposing presence. "You little brat, who do you think you are to meddle in others' business? You must be tired of living," the leader of the thugs said. With a gesture from the thug leader, aside from the two holding the girls, the rest charged at Zheng Chen. Zhang Chen wasn't particularly skilled in fighting. He had entered society early and had no backing since childhood, so he had only learned to fight fiercely to avoid being bullied. Facing the charging thugs, Zhang Chen felt a bit intimidated, but for the sake of his dinner and lodging, he had no choice but to fight. Cutting off someone's livelihood is equivalent to seeking their life. I don't care who you are, Zhang Chen shouted, mainly to bolster his own courage. As the thugs' fists came at him, Zhang Chen skillfully dodged a few blows and landed some solid hits. Just when he thought he had the upper hand, the thugs, relying on their numbers, surrounded him completely. You think you can dodge? Let's see how you escape this time. The thugs began to pull and shove, leaving Zhang Chen with no room to evade, and he was mercilessly beaten on both his front and back. Zhang Chen, at a disadvantage, could only curl up on the ground with his hands over his head, enduring the kicks from the thugs around him, who were filled with laughter. Yin Chang and Lu Tianwei, who had just been immersed in the joy of being rescued, now looked at Zhang Chen on the ground, who was being beaten, with faces full of pity. It turned out that the hero saving the beauty only existed in movies and dramas. Beat him to death. If someone dies, I'll take the blame, the thug leader shouted arrogantly, seemingly unafraid of the onlookers taking photos as evidence. He even raised his middle finger, looking around with disdain for everyone. Time passed second by second, and after a while of beating Zhang Chen, the thugs found it boring since he didn't cry out for mercy. After kicking him a few more times, they left in disappointment, as their leader had said that once he was done playing with these two beauties, he would let his subordinates have a taste. Trash, the thugs spat, looking down at Zhang Chen with contempt. Zhang Chen curled up on the ground, but his eyes were peering through the gaps, observing the thugs. Although his whole body was in excruciating pain, he had protected his vital areas well and had not suffered any fatal injuries. As the thugs grabbed the two women and prepared to leave, Zhang Chen suddenly sprang up, picking up a brick from the ground and charging straight at the thug leader. Having just beaten Zhang Chen, the thugs, thinking there was no longer any threat, were caught off guard by Zhang Chen's sudden attack. He pushed the thug leader down, pressing his knee against his chest, and raised the brick to smash it down on his head. Fortunately, the brick was weathered and not very sturdy, otherwise, that blow might have cost the thug half his life. After successfully hitting him, Zhang Chen threw away the cracked brick and began to punch the thug leader's face. Let you be arrogant, let you be arrogant. Zhang Chen didn't care about the thugs rushing at him from behind. He held tightly onto the thug leader's collar, ignoring the blows he received from others, focusing solely on hitting the man beneath him. Eventually, one thug found a baseball bat from somewhere and struck Zhang Chen on the back of the neck, causing him to lose his fighting ability. Before losing consciousness, his peripheral vision caught sight of Yin Chang and Lu Tianwei, realizing that there was no one around them anymore, yet the two seemed frozen, not escaping. Damn! I'm the one fighting up front, and these two idiots aren't helping but are just standing there. What a bunch of pig teammates, Zhang Chen thought, his lips moving but unable to make a sound, before collapsing to the ground and passing out. Damn, really? I just got reborn and was ready to make a name for myself, and now I'm done for? Zhang Chen opened his eyes but found everything before him was pitch black, leading him to despairingly think he had died. Hiss as Zhang Chen moved his body, a sharp pain shot through his head. Although it made him grimace, it brought him joy. Pain meant he was still alive. Crack! Zhang Chen accidentally knocked a cup to the ground, the sound of shattering glass attracting the sound of a door opening. You're awake, a soft female voice inquired. Where is this? Why can't I see anything? Zhang Chen replied hoarsely. Hearing someone speak to him made him realize he might be blind. He couldn't help but feel emotional and struggled to sit up. Don't move around, you still haven't drip. Oh no, the soft voice exclaimed, followed by a startled retreat. Zhang Chen waved his hands around, feeling something soft. He wanted to investigate what it was, but as he leaned forward, he fell flat on the ground. Beautiful women are disasters. Beautiful women are disasters. I was all set to make a name for myself, but I got struck by lightning at the start, and these two little girls let me down. Truly, the heavens are unfair. Zhang Chen's spirit was on the verge of collapse. The ups and downs of life had come too quickly. If he had known, he would have preferred not to take the 10,000 star coins. Who could have imagined the situation would become so serious? The voices in the room began to grow noisy, as if several people had entered, all of them women. Little sister, what's wrong? Big sister, you finally came. He seems to have gone crazy, shouting and yelling, and he's also touching things randomly, said a voice that had been next to Zhang Chen. This jerk, where did he touch you? Just wait until I chop off his hands. Big sister, isn't this inviting a wolf into the house, said another unfamiliar voice. Alright, if it weren't for him, Wei and I might not have made it back. The current situation is closely related to us. Even if it is inviting a wolf into the house, I have the obligation to take care of him until he recovers, said a voice Zhang Chen recognized as Yin Qing, the one who had bought her own equipment. After Yin Qing finished speaking to the others in the room, she turned to Zhang Chen and continued, don't be afraid, you are safe now. This is my studio, and these are all members of our guild. The doctor said your injuries are all superficial. Due to time constraints, we could only bring you back here to recuperate. As for your eyes, you are not truly blind. Because of a severe blow to your neck, your brain suffered a serious concussion, and some bruising is pressing on your optic nerve. As long as you rest for a while, once the bruising dissipates, your vision will automatically recover. During your recovery, you will stay here and we will cover all expenses. Your communicator is damaged and I will buy you a new one. Your gaming equipment has already been brought over. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Im Cheng answered all the questions in a row, and Zhang Chen calmed down, sitting dazed on the floor as a wave of dizziness washed over him, with pain coursing through his entire body. Where's the bathroom? I need to pee, Zhang Chen suddenly said. After using the bathroom, Zhang Chen finally calmed down. After all, it wasn't permanent blindness, and with a group of beautiful women saying they would take responsibility for him, he felt somewhat reassured. As for Hao Zhang Chen, who had lost his sight, determined that these were beautiful women, aside from Yin Cheng and Lu Tianwei, he could only imagine, based on their voices and the fragrance they wore. After getting beaten up, I ended up in a pile of beauties. I guess it's a blessing in disguise, Zhang Chen thought leisurely as he lay on the bed after being fed by a younger girl. From what Zhang Chen understood, he had only fainted for one night. The doctor said he might be unconscious for a day or two, but it seemed that his good health from enduring hardships since childhood played a role. However, these women were quite bold to bring a comatose person back home. They weren't afraid of any trouble that might arise. Zhang Chen didn't blame them for disregarding his safety. After all, when the peacekeeping troops arrived later, those two women didn't abandon him and even took on responsibility, which showed their loyalty. By the way, little beauty, you still owe me 20,000 star coins. Zhang Chen suddenly spoke up. At this point, only the girl who had been taking care of Zhang Chen remained in the room. The others had gone to level up in the game, as this was also a studio, and they planned to form a guild in the future. You almost lost your life, and you're still thinking about those star coins? Don't worry, we won't cheat you out of your money. Anyway, we're providing food and shelter now. The big sister said she would give it to you when you recover and leave, the little beauty said softly. Zhang Chen wasn't worried about them defaulting on the debt. He realized that they were likely short on funds at the moment, so the later they settled the bill, the better. By the way, little sister, what's your name? Zhang Chen asked, feeling around in the dark, trying to find a way to ease his inner unease. My name is Liang Rui. Since my game level is the lowest, I've been assigned to take care of you these days, Liang Rui said gently. I'm sorry about earlier. I panicked when I suddenly went blind. I didn't mean to touch you there, Zhang Chen said as he raised his right hand and grasped at the air a couple of times, causing Liang Rui's little face to turn red. Forget it, my sister said you're not a bad person, so in light of your chivalrous act, I'll forgive you. Liang Rui pretended to be generous as she spoke. By the way, help me connect the gaming equipment. Lying here doing nothing is worse than playing a game. The doctor said you need to rest. It's better to not trust the doctor too much, trust me instead. Hurry up, you can go back to playing later. When the time comes, add me as a friend. If anything comes up, I'll call you in the game, and you can come over then, Zhang Chen said decisively. Liang Rui thought for a moment and agreed. After all, it was boring to stay here and the game had just opened. Even if she was designated as support staff, she didn't want to fall too far behind her sisters. With Liang Rui's help, Zhang Chen finally returned to the game. Once inside, there was no change. As long as one wasn't brain dead, entering the game felt no different from being a normal person. Liang Rui's game ID was Blossoms in full bloom. After Zhang Chen logged in, he added her as a friend, and after exchanging greetings, he prepared to continue fighting the boss. Players had already started arriving at the foot of the Bandit Mountain, and Zhang Chen felt the distance between him and them widen after a night of unconsciousness. Well, it's better to keep a low profile and make a fortune. Since heaven doesn't want me to stand out too much, I'll just level up as fate allows. Zhang Chen opened the level leaderboard. The highest level had already reached level 18, while he was still at level 16 with less than half the experience. It seemed that those on the leaderboard had hardly logged off for 24 hours. Why are you online? Didn't I tell Liang Rui to keep an eye on you? Yin Xing, who had added Zhang Chen as a friend after buying equipment, quickly sent a private message from her ID Sunny Day. I was bored. At least in the game, I can see things. You all just do your thing. If anything comes up, I'll call you. Zhang Chen didn't want to waste time. If players from the mountain rushed up, it would be troublesome for him to fight the big boss. He estimated that the small bosses down the mountain could hold them off for a while, and he was most afraid of the news spreading. After all, who wouldn't want to fight a boss for loot? After checking his potions, he found them sufficient. There were many small monsters around the big boss, so Zhang Chen used his fastest speed to clear them out, even willing to waste a few potions. In this situation, time was more important than anything else. The bandit chief was a very imposing muscular man, wielding a large knife on his shoulder like a martial saint. According to the story background, he was once a great general but fell into banditry due to the schemes of others. The story had some echoes of the heroes of Liangshan, but this mountain was not a place for robbing the rich to help the poor. Bandit Chief level 20 quality, gold health 200,000. Zhang Chen remembered that in his previous life, the Bandit Chief was only a silver boss. He didn't expect him to have evolved. 200,000 health was double that of the second in command, and based on his past memories, the Bandit Chief was unmatched in strength, speed, and agility compared to the other small bosses. Goodness, I thought I'd have to walk the old path again, but it turns out the old asphalt road has turned into a mountain path. There's challenge and interest. Zhang Chen was naturally not afraid. of the boss leveling up. The stronger the enemy, the more excited he became. Fireball, waterball, wind blade, ice blade, lightning strike. Taking advantage of the distance, Zhengchen followed the old routine and released his skills in a round. The bandit chief took damage, swinging his large knife in the air and quickly charging towards Zhengchen. The bandit chief's close-range attacks were very strong, and he could unleash blade energy from a distance. No matter what kind of attack it was, with Zhang Chen's health being just over 1,000, he couldn't withstand a second hit. If the opponent's attack happened to crit, it could even result in an instant kill. Fortunately, in the Sacred Domain game, there are very few skills that lock onto targets. Most attacks can be avoided through positioning and skill dodging. Even if the boss is strong, theoretically, there is a possibility of killing it without taking damage. Bold madman, how dare you come to my lair to cause trouble? Prepare to meet your end. The bandit chief swung his large knife, instantly extending his attack range to 3 meters, and a blade of air shot out with the knife, its power far exceeding expectations. Damn, there are indeed new moves. The skills have been updated. Can't you change your opening line a bit? Zheng Chen, faced with the sudden blade of air, awkwardly crouched on the ground just in time to dodge, muttering sarcastically to himself. The chief, taking advantage of his position, brought his knife down with a forceful strike, leaping into the air, the large knife carving a perfect arc. If it hit, it would surely split Zheng Chen in half. Feeling a wave of murderous intent while lying on the ground, Zheng Chen rolled to the side just in time to avoid the blow. The impact of the knife hitting the ground caused a shockwave that dealt him several hundred points of damage. Starting off with a big move, impressive. Impressive. Using the push from the shockwave, Zheng Chen rolled a few times and stood up, downing a health potion while mumbling and casting a skill. The stronger the attack, the greater the stiffness. Look, you got hit, right? Zheng Chen chose to flank, his skill hitting the boss's head precisely, while the chief was still pulling his knife out of the ground. When Zheng Chen whittled the chief's health down to below 50%, other players finally reached the mountaintop, and it seemed there was more than one team. Damn, I really wasted too much time. Even half an hour more would have been good. Zheng Chen thought, feeling a bit annoyed. Boss, look, someone is already fighting the final boss. No wonder the little boss below didn't drop anything good. It turns out this guy cleared it first. Boss, what should we do? Should we steal it? Big brother, look at his ID. This guy is the popular Heavenly Justice from the forum. Maybe we shouldn't provoke him. There were 10 people who reached the mountaintop together, perfectly balanced teams of various professions. As soon as they arrived, they began pointing at Zheng Chen. Their words about stealing the boss were completely unmasked, seemingly not taking Zheng Chen seriously at all, until one person noticed Zheng Chen's ID, which finally quieted the scene. Seeing this, Zheng Chen began to control his output. After all, if he continued to fight, the boss would soon enter a berserk state, and if this group wanted to steal the boss, it could easily cause him a lot of trouble. Brother, as the saying goes, sharing is caring. How about we form a team and everyone gets what they need, said the leading mage with the ID law does not allow emotions. Zheng Chen glanced at him and directly refused. Brother, as the saying goes, first come, first served. Could you please not disturb me while I continue to fight the boss? Let's coexist peacefully. As soon as Zheng Chen finished speaking, law does not allow emotions. Teammates couldn't hold back any longer, rolling up their sleeves as if preparing to forcefully steal. Boss, look, his name is still red. Killing him will definitely yield great loot. I agree, this guy is too disrespectful. If we kill him and steal the boss, we'll make a huge profit. That's a golden boss. In that video on the forum, those who tried to steal the Wolf King boss were all wiped out by him. Boss, should we be more cautious? The two teams kept discussing, completely disregarding Zheng Chen, their voices loud as if intentionally applying pressure. Can you keep your strategy discussions quieter? You really don't take people seriously, do you? Zheng Chen couldn't help but say, hee, brother, I'm sorry, it's not aimed at you. It's normal to fight for the boss in games. We plan to strike and kill you when the boss goes berserk, just giving you a heads up. If you leave now, we won't attack you. Fa boo. Rongqing said in a flat tone, oh, should I thank you for the reminder? Wanting to be a bitch while also wanting a reputation. If you want to grab the boss, just go for it. Let me remind you, the experience dropped upon death is quite a lot. Zheng Chen showed no fear, although the other side had many people. Just looking at their equipment made it clear they were not an elite team. If it came to worst, he could just pause time and escape. Hee, no wonder. You're a hotshot on the forum, your words are quite tough. Fa Bo Rongqing wasn't angry, praising Zheng Chen verbally while signaling his teammates to spread out and get into formation. With the enemy surrounding him, Zheng Chen's movement was greatly restricted, dodging the boss's attacks while also being wary of players' sneak attacks. Damn it, first the landlord's old woman, then the two girls buying equipment, and now I've fallen into a den of women again. I was already tricked by women in my past life, and now in this rebirth, I'm dragged down by them again. Women really only affect my attack speed. Zheng Chen thought to himself while fighting the boss. Although he felt pleased to be among beautiful women, he always believed that women only brought misfortune, at least for him. The big boss soon entered a berserk state, his robust body emanating a red aura, all attributes enhanced, and his blade left a series of afterimages in the air, which was cool but also affected people's judgment. Boss, should we start? Wait 10 seconds, let the boss wear him down first. Fa Borong Chang loudly stated the strategy. You guys are really shameless, 10 against 1, and you still want the boss to wear me down first. Zhang Chen had already prepared to counterattack, but upon hearing their strategy he couldn't help but call them shameless. The berserk effect of the boss usually lasts around 30 seconds, with some exceptionally strong bosses lasting a bit longer. Waiting 10 seconds to strike was undoubtedly the best timing, with over 1,000 health points, as long as they seized the opportunity to hit him with a skill each, they could directly kill him. However, due to the lack of control skills in the early stages, and with Zhang Chen having strong combat awareness and movement, Fa Borong Ching's side chose to let the boss attack first, which was extremely cautious. While the other side was cautious, Zhang Chen couldn't just sit back and wait. He pulled the berserk boss towards the position of their priest. Even though there were warriors in front of the priest, seeing the boss being drawn over still caused a commotion. No more waiting, kill him. Fa Borong Cheng issued the command. I have to say, the execution of both teams was quite strong. When told not to attack, everyone could hold back, but once it was time to attack, everyone launched their assaults simultaneously. For Zhang Chen, the early ranged attacks were easy to dodge. If the warriors didn't have the charge skill, they were sitting ducks. The only headache for Zhang Chen was the assassins. Invisible enemies were always the hardest to deal with. A warrior charged towards Zhang Chen from behind, and the mountain bandit boss was also chasing him with a big knife. Arrows and spells were already in the air on both sides. No matter how he looked at it, Zhang Chen was in a deadlock. Just as the mountain bandit boss raised his big knife again to strike down, Zhang Chen, bold and skilled, executed a reverse maneuver, rolling diagonally towards the boss's rear, not only avoiding the boss's attack but also dodging the incoming ranged attacks. The opposing warrior was also halted in place due to the boss's attack. A wave of killing intent surged, and the opposing assassin seized the opportunity to launch an attack on Zhang Chen 420. Although Zhang Chen had already sensed it, he still braced himself for the hit, unexpectedly resulting in a critical strike. Earthquake. The earth-type magic was unleashed directly, and just as the assassin was about to attack again, he was interrupted by a levitation skill. Zhang Chen calmly consumed a health potion first, then cast Rock Burst, followed by Fireball, Water Ball, Wind Blade, and Ice Blade. Before the little assassin could launch a second strike, he was instantly turned into a white light and returned to the city for free. This counts as self-defense, right? I don't want to be a red name all the time. Zhang Chen showed no signs of tension, even taking the time to pick up the shoes dropped by the assassin. Brother, you know it's normal to compete for boss in games, but if you can't grab it and hit a brick wall, then you'll have to pay a greater price, Zhang Chen said with a smile, coldly addressing Fa Borong Cheng. It must be said that Fa Borong Cheng and his group did cause Zhang Chen some trouble, but it was just a minor episode. At this point, Zhang Chen's equipment was only of average quality, but he had an absurd number of skills. While most players had 2 or 3 skills, Zhang Chen had a total of 8, which was his greatest advantage. Fa Borong Cheng, also a mage, could only release 2 skills in rotation. Considering he was at least a minor boss, mage skills would definitely be prioritized for him, highlighting the early game skill shortage. It's not surprising that the system is set up this way. After all, early game bosses and minions are relatively weak. If the skill drop rate were too high, the monsters would seem useless. Moreover, early game monsters can't be too strong, as many players are new to the game, and not everyone has a fixed team or good combat awareness. After Zhang Chen took down 3 enemies in a row, Fa Borong Cheng could no longer hold back and waved his hands, shouting loudly, "Hero, don't kill me, don't kill me. I admit my mistake, I didn't recognize the mountain, I shouldn't have targeted you. Spare us a way out." Zhang Chen didn't expect such a turn of events, relying on numbers to try and steal the boss, only to find they couldn't win and then begging for mercy. As the leader of the team, it was truly speechless. "Boss, you." Fa Borong Cheng's underlings were also taken aback by their leader's behavior. Even the healer in the team seemed embarrassed and couldn't help but question Fa Borong Cheng's actions. "Shut up, and don't you dare ask the big brother for mercy," Fa Borong Cheng said firmly without explanation. Seeing the other side stop, Zhang Chen couldn't be bothered to continue and focused on taking down the mountain bandit leader. At this point, the boss finally entered a weakened state. Since they didn't want to continue causing trouble, Zhang Chen wasn't afraid of any tricks. He thought Fa Borong Cheng's subordinates would be dissatisfied, but surprisingly, the survivors were very obedient. Although they didn't say anything about begging for mercy, they all stopped and pulled back to create distance. The weakened boss was quickly cleared by Zhang Chen, and a burst of colorful light flashed, revealing a pile of items on the ground. Heavy iron greatsword quality, gold level 20, wearable by warrior class, unidentified blade aura. Swinging the weapon releases a blade of energy, dealing damage to enemies in a straight line up to 3 meters ahead. Cooldown time 30 seconds, learnable by level 20 warrior class. A rare gem of a ranged skill book for warriors. It's well known that the biggest weakness of warrior classes is their short range. With this skill, they can increase their ranged attack capabilities, making it harder for opponents to defend. Mountain Splitter, concentrate power on the weapon and quickly unleash all strength, dealing massive damage to enemies directly in front. After use, movement speed decreases by 70% for 3 seconds, cooldown time 1 minute, learnable by level 20 warrior class. The Mountain Splitter skill had been used by the bandit leader before, and its power was indeed great. If Zhang Chen hadn't reacted so quickly, he would have likely been taken out by that move. It was also a powerful single-target skill for warriors. A golden level weapon, 2 top-tier skill books, and a lot of potions and gold coins. Although there was nothing for Zhang Chen to use, it was still a good haul. After picking up the loot, Zhang Chen looked at Fa Bu Rongqing and the others with some confusion. Although these people were envious of the pile of top-tier items, they did not step forward. Just a single word from the team leader made the members so obedient. Such execution ability was truly rare. Even the #1 guild in the region couldn't achieve that. What do you mean? Zhang Chen couldn't help but ask. If you don't plan to wait for the boss to respawn, we are preparing to level up here and will fight the boss again after it. Respawns at Fa Bu Rongqing said with a smile. Well, do as you wish. The boss here takes at least 6 hours to respawn, and the drop rate will be significantly lower the second time. Zhang Chen returned the smile, and if it weren't for Fa Bu Rongqing's earlier reminder during the fight, which earned him some goodwill, Zhang Chen would have never left anyone alive. Although he didn't know the reason, Fa Bu Rongqing had voluntarily begged for mercy, and Zhang Chen didn't want to offend too many people. Despite their conflict, they were not mortal enemies. If he wiped out both teams, there would be nothing to discuss when they met again except for battle. Then, you can grind monsters outside. I will leave through the teleportation array inside. Don't follow me in, or it will be seen as looking for trouble. Zhang Chen didn't waste any more time and directly entered the room behind the big boss. The entire treasure of the Bandit Mountain was stored in the big boss's room. The game naturally wouldn't allow players to take all the treasures away, so it set up a treasure chest, and the items inside were all random. The level of the chest generally corresponded to the boss's level. Unlike the chests in dungeons, these wild map chests could only be opened once. After that, they would be permanently empty. Zhang Chen approached the chest, rubbed his hands excitedly, and opened it directly. Oh, Kexalum, come out. Top-tier equipment. Zhang Chen closed his eyes enchanted, believing in the mysticism of touching the chest. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained 100 gold coins. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the skill book Arc. The system only prompted twice, one less than when he opened it in his previous life, but the quality was clearly much better than before. Arc summons lightning elements to form an arc in front of you, dealing damage to up to 15 targets. The more targets, the lower the damage, and leaves a lightning mark on the targets, increasing the effects of other lightning skills by 30% for 10 seconds. Cooldown time is 10 seconds, and level 20 lightning mages can learn it. Damn, it's actually a group attack skill book. I'm rich. Zhang Chen couldn't help but get excited upon seeing the skill book. Group skills were undoubtedly excellent. For farming monsters, although their power couldn't match single target skills, they excelled in hitting multiple targets at once, and most had relatively short cooldowns. With a 10-second cooldown if he equipped some cooldown reduction gear later and filled the gaps with other skills, he could achieve continuous group monster farming. Surviving a great disaster must bring good fortune. A few little girls can't possibly take me down. There was no teleportation array in the room. After taking the items, Zhang Chen directly activated the Return to City skill, and as for Fa Bu Rongqing and the others, he had no time to consider them. Boss, why didn't we continue attacking just now? If we had coordinated well, we should have had a chance, one of Fa Bu Rongqing's subordinates asked, somewhat dissatisfied. Fa Bu Rongqing shook his head, feeling a bit down as he said, it's useless. His skills are too many. He knows all kinds of spells. We couldn't even kill him during the boss's berserk time. If we don't stop the losses in time, our losses will be very heavy. I know you all feel embarrassed, but we are here to make money. First, we must not offend capable big brothers, and second, we need to know when to cut our losses. This person can solo the golden boss. He is not someone we should provoke. Fa Bu Rongqing explained his earlier actions to everyone, while a friend request was sent to Zhang Chen. Brother, we are the Fishing Net Studio, and I hope we can cooperate more in the future. Fa Bu Rongqing sent Zhang Chen a voice message in a gentle tone. Zhang Chen did not reply to Fa Bu Rongqing's message, but after thinking it over, he accepted the friend request. After all, as a studio, they would definitely need to purchase some equipment in the future. Upon returning to the town, Zhang Chen first replenished a series of potions, then headed straight to Sun Siege's courtyard. That magical fusion technique had proven to be incredibly effective. If it weren't for the explosion of the magic ball that fused 4 attributes causing massive damage, fighting against the 2nd and 4th deputies together would have been quite troublesome. He had previously thought that learning the magic fusion skill early on was a waste of time, but now it seemed that it was not only not a waste of time but also very beneficial for his development. Sun Siege's greatest strength was his theoretical knowledge and his mastery of fire magic. Zhang Chen, with his numerous attributes and newfound understanding of the power of fusion techniques, naturally could not miss such a good opportunity. What level ranking? Once I master the fusion technique, I'll catch up to you all whenever I have some free time, Zhang Chen muttered to himself. Zhang Chen quickly arrived in front of Sun Siege's courtyard and shouted loudly towards the house, Old son, I'm here. Let me tell you, today I used 4 types of attributes to fuse, and it was so satisfying to fight monsters. As Zhang Chen spoke loudly and walked towards the house. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Fengling making a gesture for silence. Zheng Chen had no choice but to swallow the unfinished words. What's wrong? Zheng Chen asked. Quietly. Someone is looking for Grandpa and they are talking inside. The visitor is a very serious person. If you keep shouting like this, be careful, they might pick a fight with you, Fengling replied softly. The fact that the lively and mischievous Fengling was so scared made Zheng Chen curious about who the visitor was. Oh, then I'll wait outside. Ha! Every time I call you, you act all shy, but this time you're so proactive. Have you tasted the sweetness? Fengling laughed. When have I not been proactive? I just had things to do, and now that I'm done, I rushed over. Zheng Chen defended himself. The reality of the holy domain lies in the fact that the NPCs in the game all have their own tasks to accomplish. Everyone has their own social network, friends, family, lovers, enemies, and NPCs also pay the price for their choices. The quests players receive are all time-sensitive events, so in the holy domain, it can be treated as another world to live in. Sometimes, grinding monsters desperately is not as rewarding as pleasing an NPC. While waiting, Zheng Chen did not idle but practiced his control over the elements in the courtyard. He was most familiar with the ice element, so this time he chose to focus on ice as the main element, with water as a supplement, using the continuous flow of water to increase the volume of ice. The more he immersed himself in it, the more he found controlling magic interesting. As he deepened his understanding of the various elements, he seemed to become more proficient with his skills. Being able to practice magic in the game, rather than just using rigid skills, one by one, was something he had never dared to imagine before. After practicing for a while, the door to the house opened from the inside. An old son came out with a serious-looking old man. They did not seem to be in a pleasant mood. The serious old man glanced at Zheng Chen in the courtyard and turned to Sun Sijia, saying, taking on a disciple? Ha, we are just studying magic fusion techniques together. Seeing that Zheng Chen was practicing very seriously, Sun Sijia said with satisfaction, if you waste less time on this aspect, how could your magical skills stagnate? The unfamiliar old man frowned slightly, seemingly dismissive of this magical fusion technique. Sun Sijia spread his hands, clearly not wanting to delve deeper into this topic, and the old man shook his head, intending to leave. Such pure ice elements. As the old man passed in front of Zheng Chen, the temperature around them suddenly dropped, causing Zheng Chen, who was also an ice mage in his past life, to exclaim in admiration. Average strength, but your eyesight is quite good, the old man said, glancing at Zheng Chen again. That's only natural. When it comes to ice magic, I do have some insights, Zheng Chen confidently replied, stopping his practice. Ha, old son, you found this young friend quite interesting. With such strength, he dares to say he has some insights on ice magic. In front of me. Sun Sijia smiled slightly, thinking Zheng Chen was just joking. After all, this kid had never been a serious person. What's so funny about that? I just haven't had much time to study. If you give me more time, my strength won't necessarily be worse than yours. Zheng Chen felt underestimated and couldn't help but get a bit angry. The unfamiliar old man also had a stubborn temper. Hearing Zheng Chen's unfriendly tone, his expression became serious again. You have little ability but a big temper. If you don't learn to respect your elders, I will teach you how to behave. The old man raised his right hand, seemingly intending to teach Zheng Chen a lesson, regardless of whether it was bullying. At your age, how can you still be so impatient? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at for bullying the young? Sun Sijia said to his old friend with exasperation. So what if I bully the young? These youngsters don't understand what it means to know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth unless they are taught a lesson. Sun Sijia stepped forward to block Zheng Chen and smiled at him, saying, this one is a famous ice grand mage from White Tiger City, once known as the Ice and Fire Duo with me. Quickly greet Senior Wu. The serious-looking person was indeed Wu Han, the top ice mage of White Tiger City, whose temper was as cold as his element. Does Senior Wu want to give some guidance to the student? Zheng Chen looked at the ice elements gathering around Wu Han, sensing that the killing intent was not heavy, likely just wanting to teach him a lesson. I don't have old sons. Patience, guidance is out of the question. I'm just here to bully you, Wu Han said frankly. Since Senior has the leisure, how about this? I noticed you look down on magical fusion techniques. Why not let me use a magical fusion technique to see if you can guide me? Zheng Chen, not one to be bullied, couldn't help but call out. Zheng Chen thought it through. As long as Wu Han agreed to take his attack, no matter the outcome, he would be in an undefeated position. After all, it was weak striking strong. Alright, you do have some backbone. I won't take advantage of you. If your magical fusion technique can break my defense, then I will teach you a spell and give you a task. Wu Han said readily. Old Wu, that's too dangerous. With his current strength, it's basically a death wish. How about? Sun Sijia interjected. Wu Han waved his hand, signaling Sun Sijia to keep quiet, and directly set up a circular ice shield around himself, the defensive power needing no further explanation. With Zheng Chen's attack power, it would be quite difficult to break through. However, Zheng Chen had his own plans. The magical fusion technique was currently the highest damage skill, and if Wu Han didn't dodge, Zheng Chen was confident he could break that defense. Seeing Wu Han had already set up his defense, Zheng Chen took out the water manipulation staff with one hand, preparing for another explosive attack with the attribute sphere. Although Zheng Chen couldn't see through Wu Han's strength just from his aura, he estimated him to be above level 80. The defensive skill Wu Han used was not advanced, just an ordinary ice shield, but with the increase in strength and enhancement of equipment effects, even a simple defensive spell was not something a mage of just a few levels could break. Zheng Chen's only hope lay in attribute fusion. Under normal circumstances, he could barely control 2 attributes, and to avoid exposing his time pause ability, he had to use the 2 attributes to mislead others. With the compression of the 2 basic attributes, Sun Sijia nodded in satisfaction, while Wu Han waited eagerly for the attack, fully aware that such a weak attack would be useless. Time pause. With the use of time pause, the magical attributes released by Zheng Chen also ceased their movement. Zheng Chen dared not waste time and hurriedly released other magical elements to begin compression. After completing the compression of the 4th element, he felt his head spinning, clearly indicating that his mental energy was running low. No, this old man is too strong, I can't let him underestimate me. Zheng Chen's competitive spirit surged, and he focused his mind, forcing himself not to faint, releasing yet another element. In the end, Zheng Chen completed the compression of all 6 magical elements, but he was in a state of near collapse, ready to fall at any moment. Wind, fire, water, earth, ice, and thunder, these 6 basic attributes were compressed together, forming a small attribute sphere that emitted an extremely terrifying aura. The interior of the attribute sphere was highly unstable. If it were not for the time stop effect, it would have exploded long ago. Zheng Chen chose not to throw it but instead held the formed attribute sphere and advanced step by step, ultimately pressing it against Wu Han's ice shield. There was no time to retreat, and Zheng Chen fainted. As the time pause ended, Wu Han's eyes were still fixed on the distance, only to find that the previous spot was already empty. In an instant, he sensed a threat from the front of the ice shield, and before he could react, the attribute sphere exploded. Impossible! Wu Han shouted in surprise, only to be engulfed by a colorful explosion, while Zheng Chen, lying on the ground, was directly thrown away by the blast. If it weren't for Sun Sijia's quick reflexes, wrapping Zheng Chen in a layer of fire element for protection, he would have surely met his end. Sun Sijia was also astonished by the power, unable to close his mouth. Despite studying for so many years and having invited skilled mages to help him learn all types of magic, he had only managed to fuse 2 attributes, as the power was quite ordinary and particularly exhausting, so no one was willing to delve deeper. Moreover, those who practiced different single-element magic found it even harder to cooperate. A slight mistake could cause the skills to fail or even backfire. He never expected that today, a magic apprentice would manage to release such a combination. The explosion's light quickly dissipated, and even the powerful Wu Han appeared somewhat disheveled. If it weren't for his exceptional skills and quick reactions, releasing an even stronger defensive skill at the moment of the explosion, he might have sustained some minor injuries. Cough, cough, this kid does have some talent, but fainting after releasing one move on the battlefield won't do, Wu Han said somewhat awkwardly, implying a degree of recognition for Zheng Chen. Old Wu, aren't you ashamed to say that? You can't possibly not see what level of strength he has, can you? Sun Sijia was determined to defend his hard-won apprentice. However, how did he manage to fuse the other 4 magical elements in an instant? And he was so far away from me before. How did he send the attack to me without me noticing? Does he have some kind of mental magic talent? Wu Han initially thought it was mental interference that led to his misjudgment, but regardless, it made Sun Sijia feel that he was unwilling to admit defeat. Faced with Sun Sijia's disdainful gaze, Wu Han finally raised his hands in surrender. I admit defeat, is that enough? Although this kid's victory is strange, the intensity was enough to break my defense, so I concede, Wu Han said with a high-handed attitude. We don't need to count, we already won. And with your inherent arrogance, if you could humbly seek advice, why would your strength be stuck at this level? Sun Sijia retorted to Wu Han. Alright, fine, I admit defeat. Wu Han turned his face away, unwilling to accept it. Seeing his old friend at a loss, Sun Sijia couldn't help but smile, extending his palm playfully and saying, hand it over. What? Stop playing dumb. You promised to teach me the skill book for your apprentice, and the quest scroll you want to make public. Sun Sijia said teasingly. What apprentice? Didn't you just say we were merely researching magic fusion techniques together? Wu Han expressed disdain for Sun Sijia's shamelessness. What matters is that he defeated you using the magic fusion technique I researched. Wu Han didn't want to continue the argument, after all. He had been too arrogant. I have many ice magic spells. If I casually teach him one and he wakes up feeling dissatisfied, he'll blame me for being perfunctory. When he wakes up, you take him to me, and I'll ask him in person what he wants to learn, and I'll also entrust that matter to him. Wu Han said in a cold voice. You have a conscience, so I won't keep you. Sun Sijia said proudly. Wu Han walked outside with his hands behind his back, and after a few steps, he suddenly seemed to remember something and turned around, saying, just to let you know, that matter is very dangerous. If he dies because of it, I won't take any responsibility. Don't worry, he won't die. Sun Sijia waved his hand, signaling Wu Han to leave quickly. Wu Han could no longer stand his smug expression and turned around, leaving the courtyard without looking back. When Zheng Chen woke up, it was already night in the game. He glanced at the time and realized he had been unconscious for nearly 3 hours. Ah, my precious time. Why is the start so unlucky? Zhang Chen complained a bit regretfully after getting up. Gaining an advantage in the early game is crucial, as many equipment and skills have level restrictions, and obtaining higher level items earlier will undoubtedly widen the gap. You're awake. You really can sleep. Feng Ling's voice suddenly came, startling Zhang Chen, who was still feeling regretful. What are you doing here? By the way, what was the result of the bet? Zhang Chen asked. You won, Feng Ling replied. Zhang Chen hurriedly checked his backpack and found no skill books or anything like that. He looked at the quest list, which was still empty. Didn't you say the loser had to give me skills? Did that old guy cheat? Zhang Chen said, a bit agitated. Grandpa, come explain to him. I'm so tired, I want to rest. Feng Ling was clearly impatient with Zhang Chen's questions, having exhausted all her patience during his unconsciousness. I plan to officially take you as my apprentice. Of course, since you've learned all types of magic, I won't stop you from continuing to learn from other masters in different fields. However, for fire magic and magic fusion techniques, you belong to me. Sun Sijia entered the room and directly stated his intention to take Zhang Chen as his apprentice without answering Zhang Chen's childish questions. Zhang Chen's performance during the day was outstanding, able to make that old Wuhan suffer, which is rare in this White Tiger City. Such a talented junior, especially one so interested in magic fusion techniques, would not come by again. Master, please accept my bow as your disciple. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen paused for less than a second before directly kneeling and bowing his head. A real man can bend and stretch. How could Zhang Chen miss such a good opportunity? Having a master for fire magic skills should not be a worry, especially with some unknown magical tricks. Knowing the power of magic fusion techniques, Zhang Chen understood the importance of having a renowned teacher. Although Sun Sijia didn't seem to be the strongest, being able to be mentioned alongside Wu Han as the ice and fire duo showed that his talent was indeed exceptional. It was just that his research direction had changed. Sun Sijia was increasingly satisfied with Zhang Chen, decisively making a decision without hesitation. As soon as he mentioned accepting a disciple, Zhang Chen was already bowing his head in respect. Just for this trust, he had to impart everything he knew. By the way, Master, that old ice guy, didn't he lose to us in skills? Why haven't I seen any skill books? The first thing Zhang Chen was concerned about after getting up was still his skill book. Oh, don't worry, you won't miss out. Since I don't know what type of skills you want to learn, we agreed to wait until you're sober to choose from him. There's one more thing. Old Wu recently needs a type of ice plant, and that plant is in a secret realm. Since it's a low-level secret realm, anyone with too high a level would cause it to collapse. Because he's busy, he came to ask if I had a suitable candidate to recommend, Sun Sijia said. So you mean I've been recognized and this task has been handed to me? Zhang Chen was naturally very happy to hear about a task. The monsters in that secret realm are mostly level 25 to 30, and places with treasures are definitely guarded by powerful beasts. With your current level, it might be very difficult for you to return safely. I advise you to be cautious about this. Sun Sijia began to worry about his precious disciple. It's fine, Master. I just need a short time to level up to 20. The deadline for the task he gave shouldn't be that short, right? Zhang Chen was determined not to miss such a good opportunity. Well, since you want to go, I'll have old Wu give you more time, Sun Sijia said protectively. Master, you see, my skills are really too singular, and I've had bad luck lately. I haven't gotten a single mage skill book. What do you think? Isn't that a bit hee? Zhang Chen rubbed his hands together with a mischievous look, trying to gain some benefits from Sun Sijia. Just became a disciple and already asking for things. You really are something, Sun Sijia said, somewhat speechless at Zhang Chen. Come on. I'm your disciple, and I can't even cast a decent fire spell when I go out. Isn't it me who's being laughed at? It's you they're laughing at. Zhang Chen casually draped his arm over Sun Sijia's shoulder, starting to persuade him, but seeing that Sun Sijia seemed unmoved, he couldn't help but continue. Look, once the disciple of the ice and fire dual heroes, now only able to use a fireball spell. It seems that the past fame was just empty talk. Slap. Sun Sijia playfully tapped Zhang Chen on the back of the head, knowing that such low-level provocation wouldn't work on him. Alright, trying to provoke me, an old man? Follow me, I haven't taught anyone in years. Let me see if I can find any skill books. Sun Sijia walked towards his room with his hands behind his back. Zhang Chen followed closely behind and soon arrived at Sun Sijia's small room. The room was simple, with a large workbench, covered by a big sheet of white paper filled with various incomprehensible symbols and formulas, presumably for researching magic fusion. Next to a simple single bed was a bookshelf, which, although filled with books, did not contain any skill books. Sun Sijia searched several times and finally found a fire skill book buried at the bottom. There's really not much stock left, but this skill book seems like you can't learn it with your current strength. That's a tough one. Sun Sijia held an ancient-looking magic book in his hand, and Zhang Chen took a distant glance, only to find it was the fire forbidden spell 9 Dragons Descend. It's fine, better to be prepared. I'll keep it for now. Zhang Chen snatched the skill book from Sun Sijia's hand, not giving him a chance to argue, and directly placed it into his backpack. You little brat, are you afraid I'm stingy? Sun Sija shook his head and smiled bitterly. There should be more books, it can't just be this one. Zheng Chen was somewhat unconvinced and kept rummaging through the bookshelf, looking greedy. Stop looking, just tell me what you want to learn and I'll teach you. Directly, Sun Sija said helplessly. Zheng Chen stopped his searching hands and turned around, his eyes shining as he stared at Sun Sija, making Sun Sija feel a prickling sensation on his scalp. Old man, why didn't you just teach me directly? Zheng Chen thought to himself, but he sweetly said, then I'll trouble you, master. Let's start right now. This brat, doesn't he know to show some concern for the old man? Sun Sija said, but his face was beaming with a smile, seemingly very pleased with Zheng Chen's eagerness to learn. The two of them went to the courtyard, and Sun Sija didn't waste any time, directly telling Zheng Chen, fire magic is the most powerful type of attack magic. Its advantage is high burst damage, but its disadvantage is slightly lacking in sustainability. However, if you can instantly kill the enemy who needs sustainability, you only know the fireball spell, so I'll first teach you a great fireball to help you get used to the casting process. Zheng Chen was momentarily stunned, thinking that the so-called teaching would just involve the teacher tapping his forehead and then he would automatically learn the skill. He didn't expect Sun Sija to actually start teaching him how to cast. Sun Sija didn't use a staff, he extended one hand and gathered fire elements in his palm, the fireball growing larger and larger before casually throwing it into the sky, illuminating the pitch-black night. The fireball spell is the foundation of fire magic. You have experience with elemental fusion, so you just need to gather the fire elements into a ball. This is too easy. Watch me, Zheng Chen said, and he also began to release fire elements. The fire elements quickly formed a large fireball, but when Zheng Chen tried to release it into the air, he found he couldn't throw it at all. After much effort, he finally managed to throw it, but due to gravity, it only flew a few meters before falling to the ground, turning into a pile of sparks that eventually dissipated into the air. This, Zheng Chen looked bewildered. Using such strength against an enemy was completely laughable. Sun Sija looked at the confused Zheng Chen, unable to suppress his laughter, seemingly enjoying watching his disciple fail. Master, what's going on? I clearly released it successfully, why does it have no attack power at all? Zheng Chen asked in confusion. What you did can only be considered elemental release. Achieving this level on your first try is already quite good, Sun Sija commented. Master, it's the middle of the night, can you please stop keeping me in suspense? Zheng Chen stepped forward and put his arm around Sun Sija's shoulder, starting to act spoiled. You still have to start from the basics. Take out your staff. First feel the fire elements, then recite the incantation with me. Recite the incantation? Of course. The power far exceeds the magic itself, and only when your proficiency reaches a certain level can you release it directly. Like I did before. However, even the most talented top mages need to recite incantations to release forbidden spells or some powerful magic, Sun Sija said matter-of-factly. I'm just playing a game, you don't really need to teach me magic, right? Zheng Chen complained inwardly, but he smiled and said, if I have to recite the incantation, then I will. Master, please demonstrate. Sun Sija's expression became extremely serious as he talked about magic. He spread his hands and finally recited, Great Fire God, hear my prayer, fire elements heed my command, great fireball spell. As Sun Sija recited the incantation, another huge fireball took shape. This time, he didn't throw it directly into the sky but continued to explain to Zheng Chen, when launching, you need to guide it with your mental power. After locking onto the target, the magic will naturally launch, rather than using brute force to throw it. Although Zheng Chen felt that reciting the incantation was a bit childish, he still nodded vigorously, seemingly gaining a new understanding of magic. You try it, Sun Sija said to Zheng Chen. Zheng Chen waved his staff with his left hand, extended his right hand to start gathering fire elements, and began to recite the incantation, Great Fire God, hear my prayer, fire elements heed my command, great fireball spell. At first, the fireball was solidly formed, but Zheng Chen, thinking himself clever, recited the spell a bit too quickly, causing the already formed fireball to instantly disintegrate and dissipate into the air once again. This you need to master the rhythm, feel the pulse of the fire element with your mental strength, and don't treat the spell as a task, Sun Sija reminded from the side. Zheng Chen had a vague understanding of mental strength and could only keep thinking about the fire element in his mind. When he recited the spell again, he still didn't feel any pulse of the element, and ultimately, his distraction led to another failure of the skill. Sun Sija didn't rush him, instead, he sat down at a nearby stone table, occasionally offering a tip or two. Zheng Chen also showed patience, practicing over and over again, and finally, as dawn broke, he felt the fire element pulsing in sync when he recited the spell, and a large fireball gathered and took shape in his palm. Don't be anxious, lock onto me with your mental strength, and then release it using your mental strength as a guide, Sun Sija gently reminded. Zheng Chen steadied his mind, following Sun Sija's advice, locking his gaze onto it, and directly issued the command to launch through the connection he had established with the large fireball in his mind. The fireball obediently flew out, though its speed was not very satisfying. Ding! Congratulations, you have comprehended the basic magic large fireball. As the large fireball approached, Sun Sija flicked it with one hand, causing it to disintegrate. What was gratifying was that the fireball exploded instead of simply dissipating, and although it didn't harm Sun Sija, it at least proved that this time the skill was successfully released. You've got decent talent. Seeing you usually fooling around, I didn't expect you could focus so well when learning. Keep it up, Sun Sija praised. Zheng Chen was still immersed in the wonderful feeling of casting magic. Reciting the spell felt different from directly releasing the skill, as if reciting the spell was more closely connected to the magic itself. No wonder some spells require reading a progress bar. It turns out the system helps us recite the spell. Zheng Chen understood this. Are there any other spells? Teach me a few more, Zheng Chen said greedily. Sun Sija raised his large hand and gave Zheng Chen a light tap on the head, scolding, "First, practice this large fireball well. The higher the proficiency of the same skill, the more powerful it will become. You've just learned to crawl, and you're already thinking about running?" Seeing that Sun Sija had no intention of continuing to teach, Zheng Chen hurriedly said, "Master, you haven't slept all night, you should rest quickly. I'll go out and find some monsters to hone my skills." Sun Sija nodded, saying, "Come find me after lunch, I'll take you to meet Old Wu." After saying this, Sun Sija walked directly toward his room. Zheng Chen's trip was indeed fruitful. Although his level had dropped a bit, he had gained a new understanding of magic. "I don't even know if the path I chose is the right one," Zheng Chen shook his head, muttering to himself. Zheng Chen specifically checked the skill bar, but large fireball did not appear in the skill list, even though the system had clearly indicated comprehension earlier. After leaving the city, Zheng Chen recited the spell again and released it, finally putting his anxious heart at ease. After all, who would want their hard work from the night to go to waste? To hone his skills, it was best to find monsters with low agility. As Zheng Chen pondered where to grind monsters, he also organized his backpack. He then remembered that he hadn't dealt with the loot from defeating the bandit leader. After thinking it over, he felt that making money was the primary goal at the moment. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Zheng Chen didn't contact anyone else but directly opened a chat with Yin Qing. "Beautiful Gold Master, I have a golden warrior weapon and 2 top-tier warrior skill books. Will you take them?" After listing the equipment, Zheng Chen sent the equipment information as well. Before long, Yin Sheng replied with a single word, "Take." "Is there still a debt from this time?" Zheng Chen naturally wanted to settle the account quickly, as he was in urgent need of money. "Let's not talk about that for now. I have a boss here, are you interested in taking it on?" Yin Qing changed the subject. "Is there such a good thing?" "Of course, I want to go fight the boss." "How will the loot be distributed?" Zheng Chen didn't even ask what level the boss was. He was already thinking about the distribution of the loot. "Distribute it as needed. Mage gear will go to you, we'll talk about it when we get there." Yin Qing didn't drag her feet and directly sent a coordinate. Zheng Chen was very familiar with the area around White Tiger City, and just by looking at the coordinates, he could roughly guess what kind of boss it was. This should be the area for giant lizard monsters, with monster levels around 20. Given that the average player level was 17 to 19, this area would likely be crowded, and since there was a boss, there would definitely be many people trying to steal the kill. The fact that Yin Qing could notify him indicated that the ownership of the monster probably wasn't in her hands, otherwise, she wouldn't be so open about it. While on his way, Zheng Chen sent another message. "How many people are trying to steal the boss? Who has the ownership of the monster? How much health does the boss have left?" "Ha, so professional? Have you been here before?" Yin Sheng was surprised. I've been here before." Zheng Chen didn't lie, he had indeed been there, just not in this lifetime. Right now, there aren't too many people gathered, maybe just a few hundred. The lizard men are a bit strong and can release group poison. The people who fought it before all got poisoned and died. All the major guilds are recruiting now, and for the time being, no one dares to step forward. Yin Qing replied quickly. "I need 5 minutes. How many people do you have now? Do you have confidence in holding aggro during that time?" Zheng Chen glanced at the map and roughly calculated the time he needed. "If no one causes trouble, it should be fine," Yin Qing replied. Yin Qing had only tentatively asked Zheng Chen. After all, she had bought equipment from him, and his game ID was quite popular on the forum, so she thought he would be very interested in the boss. She didn't expect Zheng Chen to directly tell them to go fight the boss. He must have a lot of confidence, otherwise, who would dare to give orders like that before even arriving? Soon, Lu Yuan was pulled into a team, and with himself included, there were a total of 5 people, perfectly matching the 5 standard classes since everyone focused on leveling up in the early game, making hidden classes quite rare. Sunny Day, female warrior, level 18, was the leader of this studio. Yin Chang, Light Rain, healer, level 18, was the one who went with Yin Qing to find Zheng Chen to buy equipment. Her real name was Lu Tianwei, and her impressive figure left a deep impression on Zheng Chen. Night Charm, female assassin, level 18, was likely from the studio. He didn't know if she was among those who came to watch him earlier. Cupid's Arrow, female archer, level 18, was also from the studio. There was no mage in the team, which seemed intentional to leave a spot for him. Everyone was the same level, indicating they usually leveled up together. "Sister, is this the blind guy? Only level 17, why did you kick the third sister to the second team for him?" said the female assassin named Night Charm, disregarding Zheng Chen's feelings and speaking directly in the team channel. "Xinshin, mind your manners, and don't speak out of turn." Level doesn't completely represent strength, Inching reprimanded. Zhang Chen ignored what the girls were saying. Playing the game was all about strength. While level didn't fully represent strength, it was indeed the most intuitive measure. Is it just the 5 of us? Zhang Chen asked. The second team has 3 people. The studio currently only has 7 people, Inching said somewhat apologetically. Oh, let's go and grab. Aggro. When the boss releases the poisonous mist, there will be green mist appearing behind it in advance, giving you 2 seconds to escape the area. It releases poison every time its health drops by about 5%. Just pay attention to that. Zhang Chen explained the monster's characteristics while on the way. This boss just respawned not long ago, right? Have you tried it? Lu Tianwei had seen the power of that poisonous mist, relying solely on the healers. Initial healing output would not be enough to keep the teammates' health bars up. Maybe you're just bragging. Anyone can talk nonsense. I know the boss goes berserk at 30% health. The girl with the ID night charm spoke again with disdain. Hey, little sister, I haven't provoked you, so why are you attacking me? Zhang Chen said, somewhat speechless. Alright, I'll go aggro the monster. Everyone pay attention to your coordination and xin, no more rudeness. Inching interrupted the conversation. If they continued to delay, the other guild members would gather, and it would be hard for just the few of them to gain any benefits. As long as we secure the ownership, I'll be there in 2 minutes. The lizardman's normal attacks are quite strong, so don't be careless. Healers, keep healing the teammates affected by the bleeding status. Zhang Chen added. Got it. Lu Tianwei replied readily. With a group of beauties recklessly engaging the boss, everyone was in a state of watching the show. After all, many had already experienced the boss's ferocity, and the area-wide poisonous mist had cleared a large space around them. No one wanted to die for no reason. When Zhang Chen arrived on the scene, he had to exert a lot of effort to squeeze into the inner circle and found that the boss had already lost 3% of its health. Zhang Chen shook his head. The team's output capability was indeed average. No wonder he hadn't heard of such a studio in his previous life. Attention, the boss is about to release poisonous mist. Warriors, fall back. Archers and I will stand on either side of the boss and take turns attacking. Lu Yuan thought for a moment and continued, oh, and the assassin's sister, don't be greedy. Zhang Chen's arrival immediately raised the team's output level, and they quickly took down another 2% of the lizardman's health. A wave of green mist passed behind the boss, and sure enough, it released a large amount of poisonous mist. The onlookers were waiting for this team to be wiped out, but unexpectedly, the warriors and assassins had already retreated to safety. The archer, Cupid's arrow, positioned opposite Zhang Chen, and according to his command, they took turns unleashing skills to attack, leaving the lizardman swaying left and right, unsure of whom to target. Ladies, pay attention, we are now entering the most dangerous phase. Keep your health safe, Zhang Chen reminded. We've only taken down 5% of the lizardman's health. It shouldn't go berserk yet, right? Inching asked, puzzled. Inching charged in again to stabilize the aggro but didn't understand what danger Zhang Chen was referring to. No matter how strong the boss is, it's still AI. The most terrifying thing is the onlookers. The reason no one came to steal the boss earlier was that everyone was waiting for us to be wiped out by the poisonous mist. Now that we've safely dodged the first wave of poison, some people will naturally be unable to hold back. Zhang Chen knew well the malice of human nature. He had seen too many instances of boss stealing. As expected, things unfolded just as Zhang Chen had predicted. First, the lizard man inflicted a bleeding status, causing the healer's pressure to increase significantly. Fortunately, Lu Tianwei followed Zhang Chen's instructions and kept a healing skill ready. Onlookers began to throw skills into the arena. No one wanted to be the first to kill, but occasionally, a stray skill would cause significant trouble for the team, disrupting their attack rhythm. I've noted down the IDs of those with itchy fingers. Don't let me run into you in the wild in the future. I don't care which guild you're from. Zhang Chen switched to the public channel and reminded loudly. Initially, this drew laughter from the onlookers who thought Zhang Chen was just venting in frustration, but gradually, some recognized Zhang Chen's ID. Isn't that the person who got the first kill on the boss in the novice village and snatched the guardian spirit boss from the crowd? Although the ID hadn't been revealed in the novice village, he was still recognized. The few pinned posts on the forum, was it him who wiped out 2 teams of the War God Guild? Heavenly Justice, yes, it's him. Players began to discuss. No one expected this guy to sneak into a group of beauties. As nearby players recognized him, all the troublemakers stopped. Little assassin. Sister, now you know how powerful your brother is, right? Zhang Chen said proudly. With Zhang Chen's loud shout, the number of troublemakers decreased significantly, but there were still many who were unconvinced. After all, the boss was right in front of them. Even if they didn't have the strength to kill it, watching others loot the best items would surely make them envious. Most of the attackers were ranged classes, hiding in the crowd and randomly casting skills, mostly hitting once and changing positions. Alright, you want to be disrespectful, huh? Zhang Chen spoke in the public channel. Seeing that there were still people causing trouble, Zhang Chen simply stopped his own attacks and specifically looked for the IDs that the system indicated were attacking. Chrysanthemum blooms all over the mountain. Little hands are ice cold. Sister, you're so fair. Zhang Chen, being in a team, was justified in defending against those who had already attacked. They didn't dare to frequently cast skills, but Zhang Chen had no such concerns. Zhang Chen called out each ID, and upon finding one, he unleashed a barrage of attacks. The attacked players, thinking of fighting back but unable to withstand Zhang Chen's spell machine gun, instantly dropping 2 or 3 of them. The IDs I called out, everyone better stay away, or else it would be embarrassing if I accidentally hit you, Zhang Chen said loudly. With Zhang Chen's tough style and extremely strong killing ability, whenever a new ID was announced, the surrounding players would instinctively move away from that person, and just like that, the troublemakers really disappeared. How about it, little sisters, quickly say your brother is really powerful. Zhang Chen teased again in the team channel after subduing the troublemakers. Big sister, is this person sick? The archer, who had been silent, couldn't help but speak up somewhat helplessly. Maybe some strong people have a bit of a special hobby? Lu Tianwei laughed out loud upon hearing this. It could also be that he's too ugly, so he has been insecure since childhood and needs others to praise him to satisfy his vanity. Yi Mei finally couldn't help but add a jab. Heavenly justice, I will restrain my team members, and I hope you can also give us respect. Yin Cheng this time did not mention her sisters, clearly a bit speechless towards Zhang Chen. A bunch of little girls who don't understand humor, then just be quiet and focus on fighting the boss. Zhang Chen felt it was boring and chose to remain silent. After all, it was a cooperative relationship. He thought of joking to bridge the distance, but perhaps he had been lonely for too long, used to talking to himself, and suddenly joking with so many people wasn't particularly funny. As Zhang Chen became serious, the lizardman's health bar dropped even faster. Just as the lizardman's health fell to 50%, it suddenly opened its big mouth and bit down on Yin Cheng's arm, who was tanking in front, then quickly began to spin, seemingly trying to twist her arm off. Seeing her big sister's health rapidly declining, Lu Tianwei hurriedly cast all her healing skills. The surrounding players, who were waiting for this moment, began to stir again. In the end, under the chaos caused by the surrounding players, Yin Cheng was directly killed by the boss. Big sister. The team members shouted in unison upon seeing their big sister get killed. In the early game, healers generally didn't have resurrection skills, so death meant returning to the city to revive, losing experience while also having a certain weakness time based on their level. Now is not the time to call for big sister. Think about who will tank the boss. Zhang Chen frowned slightly. It seemed that Yin Cheng was the anchor for these girls. Once something happened to her, none of them could step up to take on the heavy responsibility. It's all your fault. You clearly knew what attacks the boss had, yet you didn't say anything earlier. How could the big sister get killed in an instant? Night Charm took over Yin Cheng's position to tank the monster, but her words were full of complaints. Zhang Chen was speechless. It seemed there was a mistake in speaking and a mistake in not speaking. He really wasn't suited to interact with women. Everyone, calm down. Command authority is given to heavenly justice. Everyone must obey unconditionally. After Yin Cheng revived in the city, she immediately spoke in the team channel. I'm leaving the team, you can bring in the third group. After saying this, Yin Cheng left the team. Her decisive attitude made Zhang Chen quite appreciative. With Yin Cheng's departure, the mage who had been assigned to the second team returned to the group. An ice mage, the profession Zhang Chen was most familiar with, ID Yuling Beng, had somehow managed to acquire a beautiful blue robe despite the lack of equipment in the early stages, wielding a low-grade ice staff. She was tall and slender, with curves in all the right places, her skin as white as snow, yet her expression was as cold as frost. Zhang Chen's glance barely swept over her when Night Charm fell into crisis. Assassins had low defense and thin health, how could they withstand the boss's attacks? At this moment, her health was dropping like an elevator, and if someone carelessly caused trouble, there would be no way out. Night Charm, fall back. I'll draw the aggro. Everyone, stop attacking for 5 seconds, and healers, don't heal. Zhang Chen quickly said in the team channel. Although the team members were surprised, they still followed Zhang Chen's instructions, though they wondered how a mage could draw the boss's attention. The boss's aggro was determined by the damage output from the team, and Zhang Chen wanted to stabilize the boss's aggro in these few seconds. Various basic spells were cast in succession, and within 5 seconds, an astonishing frequency of spell attacks was unleashed, shocking everyone present. The lizard man indeed charged towards Zhang Chen, who calmly maneuvered, unlike Yin Cheng and the others. Zhang Chen didn't care about the onlookers, he pulled the boss towards the crowd, causing chaos in the area. Everyone resume output. Healers, just take care of the others. Assassins, don't be greedy for hits. Ice Mage, report what skills you have learned. Ice Blade, Ice Shield, Ice Arrow, among which Ice Arrow? Yuling Bing's words were cut off by Zhang Chen. Save Ice Arrow, use it when I tell you. Zhang Chen maneuvered, giving the lizard man no chance. Whenever the boss attempted a charge attack, Zhang Chen used the onlookers to block it, making everyone keep their distance, which was much more effective than previous threats. Ice Arrow, shoot the boss's leg. Zhang Chen called out loudly, and Yuling Bing wasted no time, directly casting the skill, hitting the boss's leg accurately. Ice Arrow would reduce the enemy's movement speed. Zhang Chen certainly knew this. In the early stages, this skill was considered top-notch. With Zhang Chen's pulling, the lizard man entered a berserk state but didn't cause much trouble. As its health continued to drop, the lizard man finally entered a weakened state after the berserk phase. Zhang Chen smiled slightly, glancing at the 2 large guilds that were ready to act. It was too late for them to try and steal the boss now. Great fire god, hear my prayer. Fire element, heed my command. Fireball. Zheng Chen specifically switched to the public channel, beginning to chant the spell with a frequency, looking like a high-level mage. Everyone saw a massive fireball flying towards the weakened boss, and in the next moment a powerful explosion sounded, instantly dealing a massive amount of damage that killed the boss. 67981. Faced with the lizardman's explosion, the two large guilds that were about to act stopped in their tracks, and the surrounding players were left dumbfounded. The strongest profession in the holy domain is actually a mage? Is a fireball dealing 67,000 damage? Are you kidding me? A fireball that can one-shot a boss? This can't be a bug, right? Brother, I have to say, you're really impressive. Zheng Chen watched with satisfaction as the boss fell, everything under his control. On the surface, he released a large fireball, but at the moment the spell was completed, he directly used time pause, which naturally resulted in an unstable attribute sphere. A level 20 agility-based boss has around 200,000 health, and with Zheng Chen's experience and assessment of his own damage, the weakened boss couldn't withstand his 4 types of reverse fusion attribute spheres. The fireball was a smokescreen, and the grand spellcasting broke the player's traditional gaming concepts, leading the ignorant masses to mistakenly believe that the strongest class in the holy domain was the mage. After all, aside from the final one-shot, the rapid casting speed like a machine gun and the warrior's behavior of pulling monsters after death deeply shocked the players. However, the two major guilds lurking behind had long been noticed by Zheng Chen. One was the Greedy Wolf Guild, and the other was a guild Zheng Chen hadn't paid much attention to in his previous life, with player IDs mostly starting with Red Dust, suggesting their future name would be related to Red Dust. The reason these two guilds chose to act last was obvious. First, they wanted to use Zheng Chen and others to test the boss's attack patterns, and second, if they could grab the aggro at this moment and handle it well, the boss might not even heal and they could directly reap the benefits. But who would have thought that with so much health left, the boss would suddenly die? Since the boss was dead, no one wanted to continue being the villain, so they all stopped in their tracks, silently watching the scene with envy. What was even more shocking were Zheng Chen's teammates. They initially thought that with the big sister down, this boss fight would surely end in failure, but unexpectedly, after many twists and turns, a glimmer of hope appeared. This divine justice, like a god descending, actually created a miracle. With just one person's strength, leaving everyone dumbfounded, even making the previously unfriendly Yi Mei exclaim, "Brother, you are quite impressive. Stop dawdling, gather the loot, and then go do what you need to do." Zheng Chen instructed. Gather the loot? Is it over? Yin Qing, who was desperately rushing back after shaking off her weakened state, asked in surprise. Yes, it's over, but unfortunately, there aren't any mage items. Since we agreed to distribute according to need, I won't take anything, Zheng Chen said somewhat helplessly. After being reborn, he had fought many bosses, but his luck seemed to have been consistently poor, not dropping anything he needed. Perhaps heaven was fair, granting Zheng Chen such powerful skills and a bright future, but correspondingly, he lost some luck. Big sister, this guy took down the boss with a single fireball dealing 67,000 damage, LV Tianwei said excitedly. One shot? Yin Qing found it hard to believe, after all, who could deal such high damage in the early game. Are you still taking the equipment? Hurry up and make an offer, I need to level up. Being too low level makes it easy to be looked down upon, Zheng Chen urged in the team channel. The team channel fell silent, and ultimately, the one who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. Yi Mei spoke first. Why are you holding a grudge, big man? Didn't I say you were impressive? I was just being short-sighted before. Although Yi Mei's tone didn't carry an apology, it was somewhat softening. Since we've finished the boss, let's all return to the city to avoid anyone getting jealous and causing trouble, Yin Qing instructed. Just as Zheng Chen was about to return to the city with the team, a player called out to him. Divine Justice, may I have a word with you? A player with the ID Greedy Wolf Cold Sky said. To Zheng Chen, is there something? Zheng Chen replied, actually, it's nothing big, just, if there's nothing, we can chat later. Zheng Chen directly activated the return to town. Hey brother, I'm the vice president of the Greedy Wolf Guild. I wanted to ask if you're interested in joining us? Greedy Wolf Cold Sky quickly added. Zheng Chen did not cancel his return to town, shaking his head and replying, not considering it for now. Greedy Wolf Cold Sky watched Zheng Chen disappear from sight, feeling somewhat displeased, and said angrily, no matter how strong a person is, they can't withstand the tactics of a sea of people. It's just data, a single spit from everyone could drown you. After complaining a bit, Greedy Wolf Cold Sky shook his weapon in frustration and turned to leave with his guild members. Zheng Chen had previously rejected both the Unity Hall and the Greedy Wolf Guild, the top two guilds from his past life, not because he was arrogant or had a high opinion of himself, but because although these two guilds were large and offered good treatment, they also had many demands and restrictions. Being a guild member was basically no different from going to work. Good items had to be handed over, collective activities had to be participated in, and leveling up was just to be ready to sacrifice at critical moments. Although Zheng Chen was confident he could reach a high position in a guild, he really didn't want to live a life where he had to bow to others. After returning to White Tiger City, Yin Qing quickly reunited with everyone. When she saw the level 20 golden grade thick big sword and 2 top-tier warrior skills that Zhang Chen had brought out. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. What price are you planning to sell it for? Yin Qing cautiously didn't make the first offer. After all, she had already offended Zhang Chen once before. Considering that you all have been somewhat loyal and didn't abandon me, let's make it 40,000 star coins, but this time it can't be delayed. Zhang Chen didn't raise the price too high. If he sold it outright, he could at least get an extra 10,000 star coins, but perhaps it was because he was under the same roof, and maybe there was also the factor that the other party was a beauty? Alright, it's a deal. Shall we trade now? Yin Qing readily agreed, eager to get her new equipment and skills. Zhang Chen was already living in their studio, so he wasn't worried about her going back on her word, and he directly completed the trade. Let's log off and have dinner first. Liang Rui has already brought the food over for you. The money will be transferred to your interstellar card along with the previous 20,000 star coins later. After getting the equipment, Yin Qing happily said to Zhang Chen, thank you for taking care of me. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Chen directly logged out of the game. After logging out, Zhang Chen heard people chatting in the room, seemingly discussing matters from the game. Wow, it's quite lively in here today. Zhang Chen smiled as he sat up from the bed. Although he was still in great pain, he could move by himself now. Isn't this to see how fierce my big brother is? Come on. Let me see how fierce you are. Ha ha ha. Zhang Chen heard a familiar voice. Who else could it be but that little girl who had been opposing him in the game? Zhang Chen felt a chill as the thin blanket covering him was lifted, and then a pair of small hands touched his bandaged chest. Hey girl, let's talk nicely. I'm a serious person. Don't stop. The small hand slowly slid down his body, finally pressing hard on a bruise on his abdomen, making Zhang Chen curl up in pain like a shrimp. Ha ha ha, so fierce, huh? A burst of laughter grew fainter as the little girl, having succeeded, had already fled the scene. Night charm, right. Wait until I'm healed and see how I make you lose sleep at night. Zhang Chen shouted angrily, his face contorted in pain, temporarily losing his sight and having no strength to resist. He could only remember this hatred in his heart. That girl just now is named Du Xin. Her personality has always been like that. Don't be fooled by her bold appearance, she's actually a very good girl. Liang Rui helped Zhang Chen cover up with the quilt again, not forgetting to wash her good sister's reputation. Who's better, you or me? Zhang Chen found a comfortable position leaning against the headboard and began to tease. Liang Rui clearly hadn't thought about this question, and for a moment, she was at a loss for words, silently starting to feed Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen had never been served like this before, feeling somewhat strange inside. Could this be considered a blessing in disguise? Zhang Chen, the money has been transferred to your interstellar card, a total of 31,000 star coins, of which 1,000 is the service fee for helping with the boss this time. Yin Qing's sudden arrival broke the serene beauty of the moment. Didn't you say it would be distributed according to need? Why are you being so polite with a service fee? Zhang Chen replied politely. It's just that nothing you needed dropped. You look like you're quite short on money, so if there are any bosses while you're recovering, come help out. If any equipment drops for mages, it's yours. If you don't want it, I'll take it back. If nothing you need drops, I'll give you the service fee. How about that? Yin Qing proposed. Okay. Although what you're offering is a bit low, it's still a way to repay your kindness for taking care of me. Zhang Chen didn't want to owe anyone a favor. Even though he got injured because of Yin Qing in front of him in this free city, if someone chose not to care for him, they wouldn't face moral condemnation. Here, whether doing good or bad, everyone must pay the price for their choices. Then it's settled. Yin Qing confirmed the collaboration with Zhang Chen and continued to speak to Liang Rui, you'll have to work a bit harder for a while. It's no problem, big sister. You just focus on leveling up, leave the other small matters to me, Liang Rui said gently. Yin Qing didn't linger much longer, probably busy logging in to level up again, and the room returned to calm. We're all young people, why are you willing to do these support tasks? Zhang Chen broke the silence first. In a team, someone has to charge ahead and someone has to stay behind. I'm a bit slow, so I'll just do what I can, Liang Rui said slowly. You really are a good girl, Zhang Chen praised. The meal quickly came to an end, and after a brief rest, Zhang Chen re-entered the game. He still had a mysterious gift to claim. He wondered what skills that old man Wuhan could give him, and there was that mysterious secret realm quest. Although it was a bit beyond his level, he should be the first person to enter the secret realm, and the benefits would surely exceed his imagination. After entering the game, Zhang Chen first checked his account balance on the external network. 28,000 star coins. It seems that as soon as the money came in, the rent owed to the old landlady was already deducted. I wonder if the old landlady will feel a bit disappointed seeing that I suddenly have money. Zhang Chen muttered to himself. Zhang Chen didn't care much about having a little more or less star coins. After all, this was just the beginning. From now on, he would only grow richer. Having passed this hurdle, his future life would be a wide and open road. Zhang Chen happily returned to Sun Xija's small courtyard, patiently waiting for Sun Xija to take him to meet Wuhan, and during the wait, he didn't forget to practice the fireball technique. After repeated practice, Zhang Chen had gained some insights. Just like when Sun Xija first cast the Fireball. The incantation wasn't the most critical part. The key was mastering the frequency of elemental fluctuations and the form the caster wanted to release the skill in. It was a very subtle feeling, the higher his proficiency in casting, the more Zhang Chen could sense. Zhang Chen initially just wanted to pass the boring waiting time, but unexpectedly, as he practiced, he became engrossed in it, and Sun Sijia had been watching him for quite a while without him noticing. Master, when did you come out? Zhang Chen finished his practice and was so absorbed that he didn't notice Sun Sijia standing beside him. Having grasped the mysteries of magic, Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel even more respect for Sun Sijia. Not bad, it seems you've already grasped some tricks for releasing spells, Sun Sijia said with satisfaction. Yes, I seem to have seen the process of the fireball forming and the fire elements jumping within it. Zhang Chen hadn't actually witnessed it, but the process was vividly clear in his mind. That's right. This is your mental strength growing. It's a good start. The principles of spells in any school are quite similar, but each school has its own intricacies. There are many gifted individuals on the Holy Domain continent, but none have managed to master all schools of magic to perfection. Seeing Zhang Chen's great talent, Sun Sijia felt a sense of cherishing talent. Although mastering all schools of magic could better utilize magical fusion techniques, he didn't want his precious disciple to end up being mediocre in every school. Don't worry, Master. Your disciple will definitely not become an ordinary person. Even if I can't excel in other schools, at least with your guidance in the fire school, I will achieve something, Zhang Chen said, sensing Sun Sijia's concern, while also flattering him. Let's go first to old Wu's place. That old fellow has a strange temper. If we keep him waiting too long, he might get impatient. Sun Sijia no longer dwelled on Zhang Chen's development direction and directly brought the topic back on track. After speaking to Zhang Chen, he leisurely walked towards the courtyard exit with his hands behind his back. Zhang Chen had thought that following his master on this trip would involve flying on a sword or at least using some magic, but he didn't expect Sun Sijia to walk so slowly, which made Zhang Chen quite anxious. By the time they reached Wuhan, Zhang Chen's patience had completely vanished, and he was even feeling a bit irritable. As a magician, you must remain calm at all times. A moment of impatience can cause you to lose the best timing and effectiveness for casting spells. Sun Sijia seemed to have anticipated Zhang Chen's impatience, and without turning his head, he used a single sentence to awaken Zhang Chen. It wasn't that Zhang Chen lacked patience, it was just that he had already wasted too much time leveling up in the early stages, and now wasting time on the road was truly painful for him. Zhang Chen nodded, and before he could speak, Wuhan spoke first. If you want to teach your disciple, go home and teach him. Don't show off here. Kid, tell me, what kind of skills do you want to learn? Wuhan got straight to the point, skipping the pleasantries and directly addressing what Zhang Chen was most concerned about. I want an area attack skill, preferably with high damage. If it can also include some control effects, that would be best. Of course, the shorter the cooldown and the faster the casting speed, the better, Zhang Chen said with a smile, stating his requirements. Wuhan's face twitched, and while pointing towards the door, he half-smiled at Sun Sijia, saying, take your disciple and go back where you came from. Take your disciple and go back where you came from, Wuhan said with a half-smile. Sun Sijia also felt a bit awkward. The magic Zhang Chen requested wasn't non-existent, but such multifunctional magic would definitely be high-level spells, and a level 17 novice magician simply didn't have the qualifications or ability to learn them. Senior Wu, what's wrong? Is my request a bit too high? If not, it's fine, just teach me a powerful area attack skill. Zhang Chen, in his previous life, was a formidable ice magician and understood ice skills well. Regardless, area attack skills generally dealt less damage than single target attacks, and ice skills primarily focused on control, so damage and control were usually evenly split. Given his current level, there weren't many area skills he could learn, and skills that were too high level wouldn't be useful for him now. Zhang Chen wouldn't engage in wishful thinking. I'll teach you a skill called Ice Rain. This skill can change its range based on the user's strength. Ice blades will fall densely within the range, visually resembling rain. Hence the name Ice Rain, Wuhan said after a moment of thought. Zhang Chen quickly nodded. Ice Rain was not a low-level skill, and its range was fixed at 4x4. Now that Wuhan introduced the skill this way, it proved that although his level was insufficient, he had a way to learn it. Learning a skill meant for level 50 at level 17. What was there for Zhang Chen to hesitate about? He nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice, fearing that Wuhan might regret it. Because your strength is too low, I've turned Ice Rain into a growth-type skill. Its power will gradually manifest as your proficiency and strength increase, Wuhan explained, then directly tapped Zhang Chen's forehead. Soon after, they heard the system prompt. Ding, congratulations, you have learned the advanced skill Ice Rain from the Grand Sorcerer. Zhang Chen was stunned, looking at Wuhan in surprise, then turned to look at Sun Sijia. After opening the skill panel, a blue ice cone pattern resembling rain appeared prominently. Master, what's going on? Why doesn't the skill taught by old Wu require a chant? Zhang Chen asked, puzzled. Sun Sijia shrugged with an innocent expression, while Wuhan looked at Sun Sijia in surprise, then shifted his gaze back to Zhang Chen. A chant? Wuhan asked, confused. Sun Sijia smiled slightly and nodded as if to answer. Wuhan shook his head, casually. tossed a scroll to Zhang Chen and said seriously, "Old son should have told you the general situation. The monster's level isn't too high, but you're not a match for it right now. The scroll can only be used once, so be careful. You can leave now." Wu Han casually said a few words and sent Zhang Chen away, while Zhang Chen's task panel added a new task. Find cold spirit fruit, search for cold spirit fruit in the secret realm and deliver it to Wu Han. Using the scroll will teleport you to the cold cave secret realm, which can only be entered by individuals below level 25. Upon death, you will automatically exit the secret realm. The scroll is unique and the task reward is? After leaving Wu Han's courtyard, Zhang Chen looked at the task in confusion. Why give someone a task without mentioning the reward? Besides, I just heard it was about teaching me a chant. I wish NPCs would directly teach me skills to save the trouble. Looking at the newly added Ice Rain skill in his skill panel, Zhang Chen couldn't help but smile broadly. It was an area attack skill, a godsend for leveling up in the early stages. Ice Rain summons ice elements to form ice cones in the area, densely falling from above, dealing continuous damage to monsters within the area. There is a chance to slow down enemies, lasting for 8 seconds, with a cooldown of 15 seconds, consuming 200 mana. Player, Justice from the Heavens level, 17 experience, 161502/380000 class, all system mage health, 1860 mana, 3862 strength, 48, each point of strength increases physical attack by 5, intelligence, 380, each point of intelligence. Increases magical attack by 5, spirit, 460, affects mana, charm illusions, and other mental resistances, agility, 95, affects character speed and evasion, stamina, 80, affects character health, sustained combat ability, travel ability, etc. Attack, 380 to 415 defense, 285. Zhang Chen glanced at his attribute panel and felt somewhat satisfied, but his equipment was too messy, especially the armor. He even had some plain items on him. It's a pity to have so many golden equipment pieces sold off, yet I look like a beggar. Zhang Chen shook his head self-deprecatingly. He quickly went to the pharmacy to restock on potions, this time buying only blue potions, as the red potions in his backpack were just the leftovers from previous monster fights. It wasn't that Zhang Chen didn't want to carry red potions, but simply because his backpack space was limited. If he wanted to grind monsters for a long time, he could only ensure an ample supply of blue potions. Zhang Chen chose the skeleton cave as his leveling spot. The monsters in the skeleton cave started at level 20, divided into 3 layers. The second layer had monsters at level 23, and the third layer had monsters at level 25. The first 2 layers had only 2 elite monsters guarding the entrance to the lower level, while the third layer would spawn a big boss. Zhang Chen's target was not the boss, but the small monsters in the skeleton cave. With his area attack skills, grinding monsters was definitely the fastest way to level up, and the dense monster population and short respawn time in the skeleton cave were perfect for players to level up. Of course, this was meant for capable teams or solo players, as the groups of skeleton soldiers were not made of tofu. The skeleton cave was not hard to find, and it was not as dark as one might imagine. The system had thoughtfully embedded unknown glowing stones in the cave walls. At the entrance, several teams of players were already grinding monsters. As for players averaging levels 18 to 19, level 20 skeletons were not considered over-leveled monsters. Zhang Chen's goal was naturally not the entrance. As he cleared small monsters and delved deeper, the cave widened, and due to the dense monster population inside, the number of players decreased. Until Zhang Chen reached a clearing and saw the gap in the wall, he finally smiled. "It's good that this place is still here," Zhang Chen remarked. Looking around and finding no other players, Zhang Chen didn't waste time. He first pulled the monsters in front of the gap to gain their aggro, then began to run wildly. The small skeletons in the skeleton cave were not particularly fast, and their aggressive nature meant Zhang Chen didn't have to hit each one. Soon, a large group of skeleton soldiers was following behind him. Seeing that the nearby small monsters had all been pulled over, Zhang Chen directly dove into the gap in the wall, then unleashed an ice rain at the entrance of the gap. The skeleton soldiers attacked, pushed harder into the gap, but only one could enter at a time, and the skeleton stuck in the gap couldn't swing its weapon at all. In this way, Zhang Chen took advantage of the terrain to complete this monster trapping. In fact, this position was meant for low-level players to escape aggro. After all, if someone accidentally wandered in with a large group of skeleton soldiers behind them, it would be almost certain death. Normally, players below level 20 wouldn't have area attack skills, and players above level 20 would definitely be fighting higher-level monsters. So even if someone knew there was a monster trapping point here, who would bring a large group of monsters over and then clear them one by one? Thus, Zhang Chen began to gather monsters in batches. After clearing one batch and cleaning up the battlefield, another batch of skeleton soldiers would respawn, and this seamless connection was truly addictive. During this time, even when Yin Chang and others invited him to fight the bronze boss, Zhang Chen declined, though if it were a golden boss or higher, it would be a different story. However, the good times didn't last long. When Zhang Chen's level reached 18 with 70% experience, the flow of players in the skeleton cave began to increase. Each time he pulled monsters, he could hardly gather a few, and the surrounding players started to resist Zhang Chen's monster gathering. Not wanting to stir up trouble, Zhang Chen could only quietly leave the first layer of the skeleton cave. The second layer didn't have such good monster trapping spots. After all, those who could fight their way to the second layer were assumed to be strong by the system and wouldn't have a designated area to escape aggro. At the entrance of the second layer, there were a few players grinding monsters. Zhang Chen found a spot where more than 10 skeleton monsters respawned and began to level up quietly. Due to the limited number of red potions, Zhang Chen could only use Ice Rain to control the battlefield, relying on single target attacks to get through the downtime of the Ice Rain skill. It must be said that the Ice Rain skill is quite exceptional. The chance of triggering the slowing effect is very high, greatly reducing the difficulty of maneuvering. If he reaches level 20 and learns Arc, the efficiency will definitely increase significantly with the combination of the two area attacks. Without a fixed spot to kite monsters, Zhang Chen cleared the small monsters while advancing deeper into the cave. Although it wasn't as stable as before, the efficiency was still acceptable. Even though the boss on the third level wouldn't drop anything exceptional, it was still the master of the cave, so it was nice to get some experience while fighting it. By the time Zhang Chen arrived at the third level, 2 hours had passed and he finally reached level 19. Glancing at the leaderboard, he noticed that there were already many players at level 20, and he still felt quite inconspicuous. Why are the skeleton monsters on the third level so strange? Zhang Chen looked at the closed leaderboard and suddenly noticed that the surrounding skeleton monsters had turned black and were constantly fighting with the normal white skeletons. Damn, mutated skeleton monsters? Zhang Chen muttered to himself. The oddity of the skeleton cave's third level made Zhang Chen hesitate for a moment. When he cast an Ice Rain skill, something even stranger happened. The normal skeleton elite monsters fell, but his experience didn't increase at all, and his skills couldn't deal any damage to the black skeleton soldiers. After carefully reading the system prompt, Zhang Chen finally found the answer. This target is a player's summon. Since your PK mode is set to peaceful, you cannot deal damage to this target. Summon? Is there a summoner-type mage player nearby? Zhang Chen wondered as he began to search around, trying to find that player. There were no summoner-type mages among the basic classes, so it was clear that Zhang Chen had encountered a player who had successfully activated a hidden class. He remembered that in his previous life, there weren't any particularly famous summoners, and such necromancer-type mages were even rarer. Finally, after searching around the third level, Zhang Chen found that player in a central position, but the result was far beyond his expectations. It's actually her? That shouldn't be. Zhang Chen muttered to himself. The player responsible for this phenomenon was none other than the former president of the third guild, Forgetful Guild, Jishui Yulan. Zhang Chen clearly remembered that in his previous life, she was an ice-type hidden class mage, and any ice magic effects would increase by 30%. Although they were both ice-type and had passive enhancements, Zhang Chen had still managed to outshine her, which filled her with hostility towards him. She had even issued orders within the guild to kill Zhang Chen on sight, leaving him quite helpless. Now, Jishui Yulan had suddenly changed her class, leaving Zhang Chen somewhat puzzled. How had so many things changed after her rebirth? While familiar, it also felt somewhat strange. Surrounding Jishui Yulan were a circle of skeletons she had summoned. Upon noticing Zhang Chen's arrival, she sized him up but chose to ignore him, seemingly filled with disdain for men. Zhang Chen finally understood why she could make the skeleton soldiers betray him. It turned out that her skills included a curse. Once a monster was cursed and died, it would be resurrected as her summon. However, the resurrected monsters would have their attributes weakened and lose all independent consciousness, completely obeying the commands of their controller. Although their abilities were diminished, the number of small monsters dying during experience farming was terrifying. Once she started leveling up in one place, her summons would only increase, and who could match such sustainability? This was what it meant to fight to sustain the fight. Zhang Chen turned around in boredom and found that the third level was filled with her summoned skeleton monsters. Every time normal monsters respawned, their aggro was instantly taken away, leaving him with no opportunity to level up at all. Zhang Chen's goal was to reach at least level 20 in the skeleton cave. Going out to find a new leveling spot felt like a waste of time, so he couldn't help but approach Jishui Yulan. Hey, Yulan, can we discuss something? Could you leave me some small monsters to level up? Zhang Chen said in a gentle tone. Jishui Yulan frowned slightly as she looked at Zhang Chen and coldly replied, "Don't try to get close to me. What right do you have to ask for territory? Just because you have some fame on the forum? You're just a clown." Zhang Chen was somewhat surprised that Jishui Yulan recognized him. He hadn't expected the forum's influence to be so significant, but her contemptuous words made him quite unhappy. While she indeed had the strength to occupy a layer of the cave, it was still rather overbearing. "I'm trying to have a good discussion with you. You don't have to be hurtful if you disagree, right? Is this the quality of the Forgetting Emotion Guild's leader?" Zhang Chen said, somewhat displeased. Jishui Yulan was taken aback again. Although she had gathered some people, the guild hadn't officially formed yet, so she hadn't been too ostentatious. Even when they occasionally reported the guild name while fighting for a boss, she had never mentioned who the leader was. She didn't expect him to know she was the guild leader. "Who are you? Who is the person behind you?" Ji Yulan clearly misunderstood that Zhang Chen had a powerful backing, otherwise, how could he have stolen so much limelight shortly after the server opened? Me? I am. Who I am, a firework of a different color. Sometimes, I even get fired up just looking at myself. Zhang Chen said with a smile. Leave. I want to level up to 23 here. If you want to cause trouble, no matter what power you have behind you, I won't be polite to you. Ji Yulan was not in the mood to argue with Zhang Chen, her tone returning to ice cold. Originally, it wouldn't have mattered much to leave a leveling spot, but Ji Yulan's commanding tone made Zhang Chen quite unhappy. If I don't leave, can you kill me? Zhang Chen also put away his smile and said seriously. What? Want to try? Ji Yulan straightened her staff, and with a grasp of her left hand, all the summoned creatures around locked their gaze on Zhang Chen. Ha ha, you stinky woman, do you really think you're something? Just watch me beat you until you call me daddy. Zhang Chen had already activated PK mode. In one-on-one combat, he had never backed down, even against a large guild or the top player on the power rankings. If someone disrespected him, even if he couldn't win, he would at least take a piece of their skin, otherwise how could he have ended up losing his life in his past life? Ji Yulan never expected that the other party recognized her identity and still dared to provoke her, even calling her a stinky woman. Seeking death. Ji Yulan spat out 2 words. In disgust and directly commanded her summoned black skeleton to attack. After taking an attack from a skeleton soldier, Zhang Chen began to counterattack. First, he unleashed an area of effect ice rain directly beneath Ji Yulan, then without using any other skills, he weaved in and out among the summoned creatures like an eel. Ji Yulan clearly had many skills, but most were curses and continuous damage types. Aside from her summoned creatures focusing their attacks, she didn't have any instant kill abilities, so Zhang Chen wasn't worried about dying instantly. The reason Zhang Chen chose to engage Ji Yulan for a while was that he wanted to see what hidden skills she had, and he also didn't want to reveal that he could easily kill her. Otherwise, with just a time pause followed by a magical fusion skill, even a level 21 mage like Ji Yulan, let alone a level 21 boss, would be in serious trouble. Zhang Chen wasn't afraid of offending anyone precisely because he possessed the divine skill of time pause. After several rounds of combat, Zhang Chen discovered that Ji Yulan didn't seem to have any killing moves. For now, it appeared that her hidden class relied on killing monsters and controlling their bodies to deal damage in the early stages. Overall, her endurance is quite strong, but her burst capability is slightly lacking. If given enough time to gather her summons, she would be a formidable force in team battles and against bosses. If Zhang Chen remembers correctly, her hidden class should be called Nether Mage, but unlike what Zhang Chen recalls, the Nether Mage cannot summon this many monsters in the early stages. Moreover, classes like Nether and Necromancer only appear in the later stages of the game, as the game progression has not yet reached that point. Zhang Chen didn't want to overthink this, as long as it was generally in line with his memory, a few changes were inconsequential. After pulling with Ji Yulan for a while, Zhang Chen felt it was getting pointless. He had too few high-level skills. While the other party was using instant health potions, and with the black skeletons constantly blocking skills, it seemed unlikely to determine a winner in a short time. Time pause. Zhang Chen directly activated the time pause, freezing Ji Yulan in the act of casting. He walked up and circled around her, unable to help but marvel at how wealthy the guild leader was. In a situation where equipment was so hard to drop, she managed to wear such exquisite robes, and her staff looked like a golden-grade weapon. She looks quite beautiful, and her figure is impeccable, but her attitude is a bit too arrogant. Why pick a fight with your Zhang daddy? Zhang Chen glanced at Ji Yulan's total health. Although her equipment was slightly more complete than his, she was still just a fragile mage, only about 1,000 health points more than him. Fire and ice attributes appeared in his left and right hands, respectively, and after compressing them, he merged them together, forming a sphere of opposing attributes, which he gently pushed towards the back of Ji Yulan's head. My mental power has indeed improved a lot, and my control over the elements has strengthened significantly. Oh, right, let's throw in a big fireball to distract her. Zhang Chen smiled to himself and quickly took advantage of the pause time to recite the fireball spell in front of Ji Yulan. With everything prepared, Zhang Chen ran far away and quietly waited for the pause to end. After about half a minute, everything returned to normal, and Ji Yulan was still chanting her skill. Suddenly, a massive fireball flew towards him. Just as he was about to dodge, everything in front of him turned gray, and his health was instantly depleted, causing him to fall to the ground. As Ji Yulan died and returned to town, the surrounding transformed. Black skeletons also turned to ashes, leaving the entire third floor empty. Due to Ji Yulan's low sin value, she didn't drop any equipment, only a few potions. When Ji Yulan returned to the resurrection point, she looked bewildered. Her health was clearly above the safety line, and she was certain the fireball hadn't hit her. Could it be a cheat? Ji Yulan couldn't help but think. Justice from the heavens, justice from the heavens. Ji Yulan muttered Zhang Chen's ID as if possessed, and after a while, she regained her composure and sent out a world announcement, causing the entire world channel to explode. Ji Yulan, bounty 20,000 star coins per kill for defeating the male mage with ID justice from the heavens. Proof can be claimed from the Forgetting Emotion Guild. Unlimited attempt stat. Forget Emotion Guild? Never heard of it. What kind of head can be worth 20,000 star coins? Justice from the heavens? Is he the one who's been popular on the forum? One person piking several teams, stealing bosses in front of multiple factions, the one who recently one-shot a low-health lizard man with a big fireball? Oh, if it's him, maybe he's really worth that price. Looks like he offended some big shot. The poster is a girl. Could it be that he dumped her and didn't take responsibility? How can you say that? 20,000 star coins to kill. He might not even get anyone to take the job, but 10 star coins to kill you would have a whole bunch of people lining up. Due to the opportunity for free speech every 5 minutes on the World Channel, there are many players chatting idly. However, if one wants to keep spamming, it will cost gold. The reason the bounty notice has caused such a stir on the World Channel is that Ji Shueyulan is currently spamming. The extent of gold consumption to spam the entire server is evident, as is the level of anger it incites. Boss, what's going on? Why doesn't that guy just talk to us directly instead of putting a bounty on the world announcement? Yeah, boss, what did that guy do to you? The Forgetting Emotion Guild's voice channel also began to buzz with discussion. Seeing their boss angry, everyone was eager to fight. You all hurry up and level up. If you encounter that guy, don't engage. The development of the guild is important. Once the guild is officially established, we will definitely make him pay 100-fold. Ji Shueyulan's goal is to establish a large guild. The reason she hasn't directly sought revenge is mainly because she is unsure of Zhang Chen's strength. How can the people in the guild deal with someone who can instantly kill her? Moreover, Zhang Chen's video of taking on multiple opponents is still trending on the forum. Considering all this, Ji Shueyulan issued a high bounty. It doesn't matter if anyone can actually kill Zhang Chen, what matters is that there are constantly people harassing him. Other forces will inevitably be tempted, which will restrict Zhang Chen's development and indirectly affect the overall leveling progress of other guilds. Heavenly Justice. For the development of the guild, I will endure this for now, but I will make you pay back 100 times in the future. Ji Shueyulan clenched her fists, forcibly suppressing her anger, and gradually disappeared among the vast crowd of players. Chapter 37, The Winter Secret Realm. After killing Ji Shueyulan, Zhang Chen wandered around the third level of the skeleton cave and found that the boss had already been killed. Moreover, Ji Shueyulan was making a big fuss about putting a bounty on him in the World Channel, forcing Zhang Chen to be cautious. After all, he had just used the time pause ability, and if the other party's guild members came for revenge, even if he could handle it, he would still be taking considerable risks. Forget it, I might as well go to the secret realm to level up. Women really only bring bad luck. Why did I have to run into her while leveling up? What bad luck? What bad luck? Zhang Chen cursed as he activated the return to town. As for the grudge he had with Ji Shueyulan, he didn't care much because he had long since gotten used to being at odds with everyone. However, when he had just been reborn, he had thought about keeping a low profile for a while, but unexpectedly, before even reaching level 20, he had already offended almost all the top 3 guilds. Although the other 2 were trying to recruit him, his unwillingness to join would surely make him a thorn in their side. The first thing he did upon returning to town was to hide his ID, then quickly restock on potions, and finally find a secluded corner to activate the secret realm scroll. After a burst of light, Zhang Chen entered the Winter Cave secret realm. The surroundings of the secret realm were made of ice, and the cave was much more spacious than he had imagined. The place where Zhang Chen was teleported to had not yet encountered any monsters. Zhang Chen was now just over level 19, and according to his master, Sun Sijia, the monsters in the Winter Cave were all between levels 25 and 30. It seemed he had to be extra careful. The cave was wide, but there was only one path forward. In such secret realm locations, there were many in the Holy Domain, and even in his past life, Zhang Chen could not have entered every type of secret realm. Now, he could only cautiously explore forward. Not far ahead, some ice spirit-type monsters were floating in mid-air. Zhang Chen carefully checked their attributes and found that they were indeed level 25. Winter Cave Ice Spirit level 25 quality. Normal health 4000. The Winter Cave Ice Spirits were clearly the lowest level monsters here. The ice spirits resembled hexagonal ice blocks, each about the size of a basketball, and at least a few hundred of them were present on Zhang Chen's path. In the corner, there are 2 cold cave nests from which an ice spirit is born every so often. The speed of this birth is related to the number of nearby ice spirits. The more ice spirits there are, the slower the birth rate becomes, even stopping altogether, while fewer spirits will speed it up. A level 25 monster with 4000 health is not considered high, likely due to the fact that these monsters are social creatures, and since this is a solo dungeon, the number of monsters has been controlled while balancing their attributes. The cold cave ice spirits are not very alert. Zhang Chen uses a single target skill to attack one, and only 3 or 4 will trigger chain aggro each time, which is just what Zhang Chen wants. After all, there is a significant level difference, and the secret realm only offers one chance, so it's better to be cautious. The ice spirits attack with ice spikes, which are formed from their own bodies, shooting out half-meter-long ice spikes that slow the target upon impact. After missing, the ice spirit returns to its original form, and each ice spirit releases an attack approximately every 5 seconds. However, the ice spirits are not slow in movement. Being too close to them will reduce one's own movement speed, making them not to be underestimated. For Zhang Chen, this place is simply a leveling paradise with appropriately leveled monsters, infrequent attacks, and moderate health. As long as he doesn't destroy the cold cave nest, the ice spirits here can be considered to respawn infinitely. This is not a cold cave secret realm, this is clearly a treasure cave secret realm. Zhang Chen laughed heartily, causing echoes to resonate within the cave. As time passed, Zhang Chen gradually grasped the strength of the ice spirits, pulling 6, then 7, and eventually needing to pull over 10 at a time. However, it is somewhat regrettable that the Ice Rain area attack skill also has ice attributes, which somewhat reduces its damage to the ice spirits. Even so, with the addition of small skills to fill in damage, the monster farming efficiency is still very fast. Due to the high level of the monsters and Zhang Chen enjoying the experience alone, within less than an hour he finally reached level 20. Eager to learn the arc skill from his backpack, Zhang Chen did so immediately. Arc summons lightning elements to form an arc in front of the user, dealing damage to up to 15 targets. The more targets hit, the lower the damage, and it leaves a lightning mark on the targets, increasing the effect of other lightning skills by 30% for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Although the arc does not have continuous damage like Ice Rain, it is an instant cast skill, and hitting 15 targets is quite a lot, plus it enhances the effects of other lightning spells. The only downside is the relatively long cooldown. However, when Zhang Chen pulled the ice spirits over again, he first used the Ice Rain skill to control the field, followed by an arc skill to supplement the damage, and the damage numbers on the screen dazzled his eyes. When the Ice Rain skill duration ended, the cold cave ice spirits were left with almost only a third of their health, significantly improving efficiency. The damage from the arc exceeded Zhang Chen's expectations, and the subsequent lightning strike and thunderbolt could actually kill a monster with a single skill. The 30% increase in lightning effect was no joke. In comparison, other elemental single-target skills could not achieve such a harvesting effect, but fortunately, just 2 seconds after Ice Rain ended, the cooldown for Arc was up again, allowing him to use it once more, instantly clearing out over 10 ice spirits. This is what monster farming is about. This is what being overpowered is, haha. Even though Zhang Chen already had many overpowered tricks, they all relied on time pause to achieve, but the cooldown for time pause is too long, and the attribute fusion ball consumes too much mental energy. Skills are still the most practical. If I could get a lightning area attack skill, an arc, and a storm cloud, wouldn't I just be able to lie back and count experience? As Zhang Chen muttered to himself, he continued to pull monsters without pause. However, as the efficiency of monster spawning increased, another problem arose. The monsters were refreshing a bit too slowly. It would be great if there were a few more cold cave nests, Zhang Chen complained. After clearing the last batch of ice spirits in front of him, Zhang Chen decided to explore further, estimating that the entire cold cave couldn't possibly have only 2 cold cave nests. As Zhang Chen expected, after turning a corner, he indeed found another area filled with ice spirit monsters, roughly the same number as before. After his investigation, he discovered that there were 4 monster areas for the winter ice spirits, each with 2 cold cave nests nurturing the ice spirits. Zhang Chen didn't destroy the cold cave nests. After finishing a round of spawns, he would run to another monster area, where the monster refresh rate was just enough for him to clear them. From the start of the server to level 20, Zhang Chen had never had such a smooth time grinding monsters. Ultimately, it was thanks to his master, Sun Sija, and perhaps also to the little dog Honey from Windbell. After all, if it weren't for it, Windbell wouldn't have noticed him. In just a few hours of grinding, Zhang Chen climbed into the top 10 of the level rankings. The good leveling spots on the big map were overcrowded, and the monsters that were hard to clear wasted too much time. The experience from monsters of the same level didn't differ much, so the quality of the leveling area depended entirely on the monster mechanics and types. Some monsters had high defense and thick health. Although their attack might be lower, they would undoubtedly consume a lot of player time, making them more suitable for players with average equipment who sought stability. Monsters with high attack and low health were more suitable for players with good equipment awareness who pursued efficiency. Monsters like the cold cave ice spirits in the secret realm had low health, low attack frequency, and concentrated spawns, and most importantly, they could be enjoyed by one person alone, making it a paradise within paradise. Zhang Chen spent the entire day grinding the cold cave ice spirits because, through observation, he found that the advancing monster ice toothbeast was fast and had a very high attack frequency, with a health of as much as 8,000. In comparison, although the ice spirits offered slightly less experience, they were much more efficient. By the time dinner arrived, Zhang Chen could no longer hold on and logged off. Fortunately, the secret realm would only fail upon death, and logging off wouldn't affect it. When he logged off, Zhang Chen was already at level 23 with 68% experience, ranking 9th on the leaderboard. The first place had already reached level 24. With the ID A Jug of Wine Among Flowers, a hidden class Berserker, which was a very strong hidden class in the early stages, excelling in burst, attack, and sustainability, though it would appear somewhat mediocre in the later stages when many classes flourished. After a hearty meal, Zhang Chen didn't dare to waste time. He informed Liang Rui that he was doing a special task and asked not to disturb him unless necessary, and then he directly entered the game. Zhang Chen knew that this secret realm only had one opportunity, so even though grinding ice spirits was somewhat monotonous, he persisted. Finally, after more than an hour, Zhang Chen reached level 24 and his ranking rose to 6th place. His efforts throughout the day were fruitful. Not only did he earn a substantial amount of gold, but most importantly, he also obtained a skill book Ice Spike. Ice Spike gathers ice elements to shoot an ice spike half a meter forward, causing a knockback effect on hit, effect limited by the enemy's size and strength, and a slowing effect with a cooldown time of 8 seconds, learnable by ice mages at level 25. What Zhang Chen needed most now was skills. Enriching his skills would allow him to showcase the advantages of being an all-element mage. The attack range of Ice Spike was not large, and it was a close-range skill, but it was an instant cast skill that could effectively prevent enemies from closing in, making it a life-saving restrictive skill. Zhang Chen did not destroy the cold cave nests, allowing them to continue nurturing ice spirits, while he prepared to officially explore the secret realm. Ice Tooth Beast level 26 quality, normal health 8000. The Ice Tooth Beast is entirely snow white, resembling a wolf, with two sharp fangs particularly prominent. Its fur is like steel needles, and it has a small size, clearly a fast-attacking type of monster. Ice Tooth Beasts are not densely distributed, but their aggro range is quite broad, so it's advisable to pull them one by one to defeat them individually. Unlike the ice spirits in the cold cave, Ice Tooth Beasts have a very fast attack frequency, with claws that scratch and bites that deal outrageous damage, and their attacks can trigger bleeding effects. They move quickly, putting considerable pressure on Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen dared not be careless and began to clear them one by one. Fortunately, fire magic is particularly effective against Ice Tooth Beasts, especially the Fireball spell, which not only deals more damage than other elemental skills but also causes the Ice Tooth Beast to become sluggish for a short time with each hit. Finding the trick, Zhang Chen quickly changed his tactics, using Fireball to pull the monsters, then using Rock Spike to limit the Ice Tooth Beasts' movement speed, and immediately began chanting Fireball, combining it with other small skills and positioning to essentially kill them without taking damage. If any special situations like a miss occurred during the process, Zhang Chen would use the Quake skill as the Ice Tooth Beast approached. Since the cooldown for the Quake skill is relatively long, if it wasn't ready, he would simply endure 1 or 2 attacks. Although the leveling efficiency is not as fast as grinding ice spirits, this trip is ultimately to complete a task. If he delays too long due to leveling and something unexpected happens, it would be a loss for Zhang Chen. Experience can be farmed at any time, but Wu Han's trust is not something that can be easily gained. Wu Han had previously mentioned needing materials urgently, and the reason he didn't set a time limit for Zhang Chen was out of consideration for Sun Xijia. The faster he completes the task, the higher Wu Han's satisfaction will be, and with the relationship with his master, the benefits will naturally be considerable. After all, the task rewards are not reflected literally. In the end, it all depends on Wu Han's mood. Although Ice Tooth Beasts provide decent experience, they cannot be farmed in groups, so their efficiency is much lower than that of ice spirits. Fortunately, Zhang Chen did not plan to level up with them, clearing small monsters as he progressed. The cold cave was much larger than he had imagined. After exiting the Ice Tooth Beast area, a fork in the cave finally appeared. Both paths were slightly narrower than before, but they led in opposite directions, and the fork was deep enough that it was impossible to distinguish which way was correct by sight or echo alone. No one could guarantee which path was the right one, so Zhang Chen directly chose the left path and began to move forward. After walking about 100 meters, the cave suddenly opened up into an irregular circular hall, where a slightly larger Ice Tooth Beast lay in the center. Ice Tooth Beast Lord level 28 quality, silver health 300,000. Zhang Chen scanned the hall and found no other exits. It seemed this was a designated boss area. If he turned back now and took the other path, he could avoid a fight. But who was Zhang Chen? How could he not seek out a boss? Now that a silver boss was right in front of him, how could he let it go? Based on his experience fighting Ice Tooth Beasts, the Lord's attributes would definitely be enhanced, and a health of 300,000 was quite standard. Zhang Chen did not hesitate and directly began chanting the spell for Fireball 868. A massive fireball struck the Ice Tooth Beast Lord directly, and after an angry roar, it locked its gaze on Zhang Chen, who stood at the edge of the cave entrance. The Ice Tooth Beast Lord was more than twice as fast as the smaller monsters, suddenly charging at Zhang Chen and catching him off guard. The circular hall was not conducive to kiting, and the cave entrance was narrow and long. In a situation where he couldn't match the boss's speed, pulling in a straight line would undoubtedly be suicidal. Rock Spike. A single Rock Spike only momentarily halted the boss, and then, when it was still 5 or 6 meters away from Zhang Chen, it pounced directly at him, its fierce momentum combined with its two sharp fangs seeming to indicate it would kill Zhang Chen in one bite. Without having time to think, as the boss leaped up, Zhang Chen released an area skill Ice Rain beneath his feet and quickly rolled to the side. Just as Zhang Chen left his original position, the boss pounced over, missing its first attack. After turning its body, the boss kicked off with its hind legs and lunged at Zhang Chen again. Zhang Chen narrowly dodged the first attack of the Ice Foam Beast, controlling the battlefield with the Ice Rain skill. Unexpectedly, the boss was very agile and turned around to pounce at Zhang Chen once more. With no other choice, Zheng Chen had to use the quake skill. The intense tremor of the ground caused the boss, which had just landed, to float again. Zheng Chen dared not be greedy for attacks and quickly created distance, while the boss was airborne. However, the cave was too smooth, with no obstacles to hinder the boss, so Zheng Chen could only rely on predictive movements to maneuver around the boss. For a mage, the most feared type of monster is the agile attacker. The slowing effect of the Ice Rain skill was not very significant against the Icefang Beast Lord, and the Rock Spike skill was too low level, basically ignored by the boss. The only skill left was Thunder Strike, which had a slight chance to paralyze the boss for 1 to 2 seconds. Zheng Chen also meticulously used an arc before each Thunder Strike. Although there was only one boss, the arc's lightning damage boost was still decent, and both skills had a cooldown of 10 seconds. After getting through the initial chaos, Zheng Chen gradually grasped the attack rhythm of the Icefang Beast boss. Its attack methods were generally clawing, pouncing, and biting. If it pounced from a distance, there would be a charging action, and if it was short range, it would not change direction more than 3 times. Having just taken down about 10% of the boss's health, it was still unknown whether it had other skills. Although battling the Icefang Beast Lord was somewhat difficult, Zheng Chen had no regrets. Since his rebirth, clearing bosses had been too easy. He relied on time pause each time, and over time, it was inevitable that he would develop a dependency. In his previous life, he was able to rank high solely by relying on ice attribute magic because he had no one to depend on. In the absence of reliance, every battle was treated as a fight to the death, and every choice was made with utmost caution. That experience was the most precious thing for Zheng Chen. He could not discard it just because he possessed a super artifact. After all, no matter how strong the super artifact was, it was still an external object. True strength belonged to oneself. The Icefang Beast Lord was still desperately pursuing him, but for Zheng Chen, who had mastered its attack rhythm, it no longer posed a threat. In fact, to speed up his attack pace, Zheng Chen controlled the reverse fusion of 2 attributes while moving, and each unstable attribute sphere could deal high damage. When the boss's health was nearly depleted, it went berserk for about half a minute, then became like fish on a chopping board, allowing Zheng Chen to cut it down. The Icefang Beast Lord finally fell, dropping a silver level belt and 2 plain equipment pieces, along with a large pile of potions and gold coins. Frost Belt level 25 quality, silver wearing class, mage physical defense plus 210 magical defense plus 210 intelligence plus 50 additional attribute, ice resistance plus 10%. Additional attribute, ice skill damage plus 10%. Frost set 1/5. Zheng Chen glanced at the equipment attributes. Since it was silver quality, it did not need identification. Although the attributes were relatively average, he did not expect it to be part of a set, though he was temporarily unaware of the set attributes. After searching around the hall and finding no other exits, Zheng Chen had to return the way he came, continuing down the right passage at the fork. On the way back, Zheng Chen noticed a problem. It seemed that in this secret realm, apart from the Frost Cave Ice Spirit, no other monsters would respawn. He estimated that if the Frost Cave nest were destroyed, the monsters in this secret realm would be 1 less with each kill. Not far after passing through the passage, Zheng Chen encountered a new monster. Unlike the previous ice-toothed beast with its sharp beak and fangs, this time it was a few small foxes, their snow-white fur and adorable appearance making them exceptionally endearing. Cold Cave Ice Fox level 27 quality, normal health 7000. The ice fox's health was slightly lower than that of the ice-toothed beast, but it raised Zheng Chen's vigilance. If someone were entering the sacred domain for the first time, they might be deceived by the fox-like monster's appearance, thinking they were just cute pets. However, foxes were actually quite troublesome monsters in the sacred domain. High-level fox monsters not only performed mental attacks but also had astonishing speed and damage. If controlled by their charm skills, one could easily become their pawn. Moreover, high-level fox demons were divided into 2 factions, one specializing in physical attacks and the other in spells. The Cold Cave Ice Fox in front of him was slightly lower in level, so it likely wouldn't have overly exaggerated skills. However, if several of these monsters released mental shocks together, it could lower his reaction speed, making it easy to be killed in a daze. Zheng Chen's concerns soon came true. The ice foxes were very alert. As soon as he attacked one, several others rushed over. Although the ice foxes were fast, their smaller size made them seem less threatening than the ice-toothed beast. But just as Zheng Chen was about to unleash his skill, he felt a sharp pain in his head. When he regained his senses, the ice fox was already in front of him, its sharp claws starting to scratch at him. It really is a mental shock. Luckily, the skill status doesn't stack, Zheng Chen muttered, enduring a few attacks before quickly releasing Ice Rain to control the situation, hoping the slowing effect would work. While he took the opportunity to distance himself after the ice fox's attack, he downed a health potion and began to counterattack. Fortunately, the ice fox's mental shock had a long cooldown and its defense seemed quite low, especially vulnerable to fire. At that moment, Zheng Chen regretted not having learned a decent fire-based area attack skill. If he could learn the 9 Dragons Descend spell now, he could dominate the entire Cold Cave secret realm. Setting aside his distractions, the Fireball spell became Zheng Chen's main output skill. As he continuously cast the Fireball spell, he discovered something astonishing. The Fireball spell, released through Chanting not only consumed mana but also had no cooldown time. However, if he kept casting Fireball, his mind would feel somewhat fatigued. Although mental energy could only be restored through rest, continuously consuming it for recovery would have a training effect, serving as a good method to increase mental strength. No wonder the skill bar doesn't have the Fireball skill. No wonder Wu Han was so surprised when he heard I learned the chant. It seems my master was not in vain. Zhang Chen tasted success and began to use the Fireball spell more vigorously. As he became more skilled, his casting speed increased. A day ago, in Wu Han's office, Wu Han looked at Zhang Chen, who he had just sent away, and excitedly said to Sun Sijia, "Old son, you actually taught him to chant spells? Have you forgotten he's an outsider, eternal one? Don't you know this is forbidden?" Sun Sijia smiled slightly, taking on an elder's tone. "Whatever. We're both at this age. After a lifetime of pursuit, what does it matter in the end? I may not have become a miracle, but I hope to create one." "Unreasonable, madman, you're really a madman," Wu Han said helplessly. Zhang Chen had taken control of clearing the monsters, and soon the ordinary cold cave ice foxes were eliminated. Continuing forward, Zhang Chen encountered two paths again. With his previous experience, one of them was definitely the ice fox boss. Zhang Chen still chose the left path, perhaps because of the low-level secret realm. If a player with average strength could skip the boss, Zhang Chen would definitely face the challenge head-on. Sure enough, the left passage led to the boss, and in the suddenly whitened cave, a snow-white ice fox was wandering around. Ice Fox Lord level 29 quality, silver health 250,000. The Ice Fox Lord's health was 50,000 lower than that of the Ice Tooth Beast Lord, and it was safe to assume its defense would also be lower, but correspondingly, its attack would definitely be much higher. A boss with high attack must be treated with special caution, as the margin for error would be much lower. Once the boss seized the opportunity, Zhang Chen's health would be instantly wiped out. Zhang Chen hid in the shadows at the cave entrance, having prepared 2 types of fusion orbs in advance, ready to launch a surprise attack with reverse fusion techniques. 13,420 massive damage lit up above the Ice Fox Lord's head, but in an instant, the boss had already locked onto Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen ignored the boss's lock-on and immediately threw out a large fireball. The Ice Fox Lord nimbly dodged the incoming fireball, clearly showing a strong aversion to flames. Seeing that the boss did not pursue, Zhang Chen was about to continue casting skills when the Ice Fox Lord struck. More than 10 ice blades appeared out of thin air, flying straight towards Zhang Chen. A sensitive attack-type Ice Fox minion, and the boss is actually a magic damage dealer? Zhang Chen muttered to himself in confusion. Zhang Chen was highly focused in the battle against the boss, so even though the Ice Fox Lord's attack was unexpected, he was ready to respond the moment the ice blades appeared. In a clash between 2 magic classes, it was all about awareness and positioning. Although Zhang Chen's level was lower than that of the Ice Fox Lord, when it came to combat awareness, this level of boss was probably no match for him. Zhang Chen and the Ice Fox exchanged blows, gaining the upper hand, and the boss's health steadily decreased. However, when the Ice Fox Lord's health dropped to 80%, its skills began to diversify. Tracking Ice Pillar, the Ice Fox Lord suddenly released a short ice pillar that moved quickly across the ground. Although the skill seemed unremarkable, it greatly restricted Zhang Chen's movement. Others might not know the purpose of this ice pillar, but Zhang Chen was very clear. Despite being only a few centimeters tall, once it touched an enemy, it would freeze them solid. Under normal circumstances, it could control for a few seconds, but if the opponent's level was higher and they had no ice resistance, the control time would be significantly extended. The Ice Fox Lord was 5 levels higher than Zhang Chen, and its damage was extremely high. If Zhang Chen were frozen by the ice pillar at this moment, it would basically mean instant death. Not only was the tracking ice pillar on the ground troublesome, but the subsequent frost path was also quite annoying. Frost path, once released, would leave a snowy trail along the path the user walked, slowing down any enemies that passed through it. After releasing these 2 restricting skills, the Ice Fox Lord began to run around chaotically. The frost path would last for a full 5 seconds, and with the Ice Fox boss's extreme speed, combined with the tracking ice pillar, it severely restricted Zhang Chen's movement. Zhang Chen had no choice but to temporarily stop attacking and focus on repositioning. The tracking ice pillar lasted about 15 seconds, so Zhang Chen was not in a hurry. As long as the ice pillar disappeared, the frost path would pose no threat to him. However, something surprising happened again. After 15 seconds, not only did the tracking ice pillar not disappear, but the Ice Fox Lord actually released another ice pillar. With 2 tracking ice pillars in the already small area and the frost path left by the Ice Fox Lord slowing him down, even Zhang Chen felt a bit overwhelmed. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. 10 seconds later, the first ice pillar reached its time and disappeared, and the boss's icy path finally ended as well. Only 1 ice pillar remained chasing Zhang Chen, and he immediately felt relieved. After the previous tension, Zhang Chen's mind became even more focused. While moving quickly, he began to counterattack with instant skills. Although the Ice Fox had many skills, its accuracy was far inferior to Zhang Chen's. The boss would release a combination of double ice pillars and icy paths at intervals, but Zhang Chen had figured out a way to counter it. Whenever the boss released the icy path to disrupt his movement, Zhang Chen would cast the Ice Rain skill. Hiding within his Ice Rain, the boss naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to walk into the enemy's attack skill. Although the Ice Rain didn't last as long as the boss's skills, it still relieved a lot of pressure from Zhang Chen. In the end, the Ice Fox Lord couldn't withstand Zhang Chen's relentless assault and fell, unwillingly dropping a pair of armor pants and a skill book. In fact, the Ice Fox Lord was very strong, not because of its burst damage, but due to its control ability. If Zhang Chen had been hit by a tracking ice pillar even once during the battle, he would have been instantly killed. If Zhang Chen were a melee class like an assassin or warrior, he would have had no chance to touch the boss at all with the icy path and tracking ice pillars, unless he had extremely high movement speed to maneuver around. But at such a low level, how high could agility really go? Zhang Chen ignored the golden potions scattered on the ground, and the first thing he picked up was naturally the skill book. Tracking ice pillar, lock onto a target with mental power, releasing a condensed ice attribute ice pillar that tracks the enemy. Once the ice pillar hits the enemy, the ice attribute will instantly burst, freezing the enemy. The hit enemy will take a small amount of ice attribute damage, and the control time depends on both sides' levels and the enemy's resistance. Casting time 2 seconds, ice pillar duration 15 seconds, cooldown time 1 minute. Learnable by ice mages at level 25. Tracking ice pillar is a very good control skill, and the ice pillars that appear on the ground are not very conspicuous, making it easy to hit enemies during a chaotic battle. As for why the boss could maintain the skill for a long time and have a short cooldown, it is likely due to the surrounding environment or its own characteristics. Icy Pants level 25 quality silver wearable by mage. Physical defense plus 170, magical defense plus 170, stamina plus 50, additional attribute ice resistance plus 10%. Additional attribute ice skill damage plus 10%. Another piece of the icy set. It seems that if nothing unexpected happens, a complete icy set should drop in the secret realm. Zhang Chen continued to pick up the golden potions and turned to head towards the next monster area. Zhang Chen was ready to continue his rampage, but the other passage had no small monsters appearing, and it was much longer than the previous one. Before long, the passage finally came to an end, unexpectedly leading directly out of the cave. Outside the cave was a glacial cliff, where two giant-like monsters were lying on the ground, sound asleep. Zhang Chen dared not make a sound and calmly began to observe the surroundings. Finally, not far behind the two giants, he discovered a small tree that was crystal clear, about 1 meter tall, with 3 blue fruits hanging from it. That should be the cold spirit fruit that Wu Han mentioned. Zhang Chen thought to himself, cold cave giant level 30 quality, silver health 500,000. Zhang Chen scouted the two giants, a level 30 silver boss with a health of up to 500,000, and there were two of them. He wondered if they were brothers or a couple. Naturally, the boss had to be fought, but Zhang Chen decided to first obtain the cold spirit fruit. Only after completing this mission could he unleash his full strength in battle. The two giants were sleeping soundly, their massive snores echoing through the valley. Zhang Chen quietly stepped out of the cave, sliding along the icy surface of the cliff, careful not to make a sound. Perhaps they felt that no one would invade here, or maybe the two giants were indeed in a deep slumber. Zhang Chen had already reached the cold spirit fruit without them noticing. Zhang Chen would not miss this opportunity. He nervously rubbed his hands together and then reached out to pick the fruit. However, he underestimated the cold spirit fruit. As soon as his hand touched the fruit, a wave of cold surged into his body, and he felt an inner chill, as if his blood had begun to freeze. Zhang Chen silently activated his fire attribute, and only then did he feel a bit better. But just as his body was recovering, he suddenly sensed a murderous intent. The two giants had awakened, their copper bell-sized eyes fixed intently on Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen hurriedly stowed the cold spirit fruit he had obtained into his backpack, not daring to pick anymore, as the two giants were already awake. If he were to be frozen again, he would likely be killed instantly. Seeing that a cold spirit fruit had been stolen, the cold cave giants roared in anger, their thick arms pounding the ground to express their fury. The tremors spread throughout the valley, and cracks appeared on the icy surface beneath his feet, with the glaciers on the cliff seeming ready to collapse at any moment. Hey, stop pounding. If you keep it up, you'll bury yourselves alive. Zhang Chen shouted as he quickly moved away from the cliff, fearing for his life. Zhang Chen left the cold spirit fruit tree, and the two giants stopped pounding the ground, both rising to charge at Zhang Chen. The standing giants were very tall, their legs even taller than Zhang Chen. Fortunately, the giants were not very fast, they seemed to be pure strength-type monsters. Although a single giant was slow, the valley was not that large, and the attack range of the two giants was quite far, making Zhang Chen's speed advantage less obvious, with the possibility of being cornered at any moment. With a level suppression of 6 and the giant's thick skin, Zhang Chen began his scraping journey. Looking at the fists that were 2 sizes larger than a basketball, Zhang Chen believed that even if the cold cave giants did not excel in damage, he could not withstand their blows. Zhang Chen used his old method, employing Ice Rain to control the battlefield, combining arcs of electricity with thunder strikes for damage, while continuously using the fireball spell during cooldowns. Although Zhang Chen moved very nimbly, the two cold cave giants coordinated well. Sometimes, even if Zheng Chen dodged a punch, he would still be knocked down by the tremors of the ground. The battle was fraught with danger. 1 hour. 2 hours. The two cold cave giants fought for a full 4 hours. Before their health dropped to around 20%. It wasn't that Zheng Chen wanted to share the damage evenly, it was because the two cold cave giants would use the symbiosis skill after a while. If their health difference exceeded 5%, the one with lower health would instantly recover to match the higher health one. If the difference was less than 5%, the recovery speed of the one with lower health would increase. This symbiosis skill also appeared in later boss fights, usually among bosses of the same bloodline. Fortunately, the cold cave giants did not have particularly large area attacks, otherwise it would have been quite difficult to deal with. After 4 hours of arduous fighting, Zheng Chen's blue potions were nearly depleted and he had less than 10 red potions left, which was still under the condition that he had made ample preparations before entering the secret realm. It seemed that the reason the previous few bosses were placed separately in this solo secret realm was to prevent players from exhausting their resources and ultimately failing due to insufficient supplies, especially since the final ice cave giant was truly a test of endurance. Zheng Chen, forcing himself to endure the fatigue, managed to bring both bosses' health down to 10%. Suddenly, both bosses changed direction and charged towards the ice spirit fruit tree. Zheng Chen was startled, knowing full well what these two bosses intended to do. It is well known that rare treasures are usually guarded by monsters, and this kind of guarding is not a duty but rather a wait for the treasures to mature or to absorb the spiritual energy they emit. At this moment, the ice cave giant felt it was on the verge of death, so it would undoubtedly do anything to destroy or consume the ice spirit fruit. If it was to destroy it, Zheng Chen wouldn't be too worried, as he had already obtained one fruit and Wu Han hadn't specified how many he should collect. One should be enough for him. However, if the ice cave giant consumed the ice spirit fruit, that was the last thing Zheng Chen wanted to see. He knew that just touching the ice spirit fruit left his body feeling frozen, and the physical strength of the two ice attribute bosses was certainly stronger than his own. Consuming the ice spirit fruit would only benefit them. If the ice cave boss healed or advanced after consuming it, Zheng Chen would have no choice but to flee, especially since his potions were nearly gone. He couldn't possibly use his staff as a weapon, striking one by one. The ice cave giant did not disappoint Zheng Chen. One of the faster giants uprooted the fruit tree, plucked one ice spirit fruit with 2 fingers, and threw it to the other giant while plucking another for itself, intending to consume it directly. Seeing that the 2 ice spirit fruits were about to be eaten, Zheng Chen hurriedly used time pause. One ice spirit fruit froze in midair, while the other was already at the ice cave giant's mouth. Zheng Chen did not dare to delay. Instead of rushing to grab the ice spirit fruit, he climbed onto the giant's shoulder and began to prepare a magical fusion technique aimed at its gaping mouth. Zheng Chen's limit was 6 attribute fusions, which was quite powerful, but at this moment his mental energy was somewhat depleted, making it difficult to release. So he decided to fuse every 3 attributes into an unstable attribute ball, just right for one giant to have one attribute ball. Zheng Chen placed the attribute ball by the boss's mouth and finally stored the 2 ice spirit fruits in his backpack. After completing all this, Zheng Chen was close to exhaustion. The depletion of his mental energy, combined with several hours of high-intensity combat, constantly challenged his limits. When time pause ended, the 2 giants were still puzzled about how the ice spirit fruits had disappeared, but the 2 attribute balls had already entered their bodies. Boom! The explosion damage from within their bodies was higher, and the 2 bosses were directly blown to the ground. Though not dead, they were left vulnerable. With both ice cave giants collapsing simultaneously, Zheng Chen had no intention of showing mercy. After a frenzied barrage, he finally completed this task successfully. A flash of white light passed, and Zheng Chen successfully reached level 25. Looking at the 2 pieces of silver equipment and a skill book on the ground, along with a large pile of gold coins and potions, he felt a deep sense of accomplishment. Ice Mage Robe level 25 quality, silver wearing profession, Mage physical defense, plus 360 magical defense, plus 360 intelligence, plus 50 additional attribute, Ice resistance plus 10% additional attribute, Ice skill damage plus 10%, Ice soft boots level 25 quality, silver wearing profession, Mage physical defense, plus 150 magical defense, plus 150 agility, plus 50 additional attribute, Ice resistance plus 10%. Additional attribute, Ice attribute skill damage plus 10%. The ice set consists of 5 pieces, and now 4 have been gathered, but there are no other paths in this ice cave secret realm. Zheng Chen thought for a moment and suddenly remembered that he had not destroyed the ice spirit's lair in the ice cave. It seemed that the last piece should be there. Zheng Chen did not rush back and continued to pick up the skill books and gold potions on the ground. Symbiosis. Choose a friendly target to symbiotically link with. When you take damage, if the selected target has more health than you, the damage will be deducted from the symbiotic target. If the symbiotic target has less health than you, the damage will be borne by the caster. The symbiosis lasts for 30 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Any class at level 30 can learn it. Zheng Chen's eyes widened. This perverse skill of symbiosis was usually only seen used by dual bosses. If he used the symbiosis skill on his own tank, wouldn't he essentially become a meat mage? Just imagine a mage standing at the front of the team, while the enemies find that no matter how they attack, the mage doesn't lose health. Who would think that the damage would be transferred to the warrior behind? Friendly target, haha, I hit the jackpot. Zheng Chen had initially thought his luck after rebirth was a bit weak, but he didn't expect that a single ice cave secret realm would bring him such a great harvest. Zheng Chen quickly returned the way he came and found that the ice spirits had respawned quite a bit. Now at level 25, Zheng Chen easily cleared the ice spirits. After destroying all 4 ice cave lairs, he indeed obtained the last piece of the ice set. Ice headgear level 25 quality, silver wearable by mage physical defense, plus 150 magic defense, plus 150 spirit, plus 50 additional attribute, ice attribute resistance plus 10%. Additional attribute, ice attribute skill damage plus 10%. Zheng Chen put on all 5 pieces of the ice set and the set attributes were instantly activated. Ice set 5/5 ice. Area centered on oneself creates an ice area within 5 meters, reducing the speed and attack speed of enemies entering the area by 15% and additionally increasing one's own ice attribute skill damage by 15%. The effect lasts for 5 minutes with a cooldown of 30 minutes. After all, it's just a level 25 set skill, better than nothing. Zheng Chen was not particularly satisfied with the set skill as the cooldown was too long and the bonuses were all passive effects. After all, he was not a dedicated ice mage and he only had 3 ice skills, not counting the previously obtained tracking ice pillar. Player, Justice from the Heavens level, 25 experience, 161502/380000 class, all element. Mage health, 1860 magic points, 3862 defense, 1040 strength, 79 intelligence, 520 spirit, 512 agility, 230 stamina, 185 attack, 680 to 720 skills, fireball, waterball, rock spike, wind blade, lightning strike, ice blade, thunder strike, earthquake, arc, ice rain, ice spike, tracking ice pillar, ice area, set skill. Zheng Chen glanced at his attribute panel. The thing he was most proud of was his skills. Having so many skills at level 25 was not something just anyone could achieve. He had at least surpassed 95% of players. If he counted the Great Fireball not displayed in the skill bar and the 9 Dragons Descend sealed in his backpack, no one in the entire server could compare. Zheng Chen cautiously searched the Ice Cave secret realm again and found that apart from the Ice Spirit fruit tree, there was nothing else to take. However, after thinking it over, Zheng Chen decided not to touch the fruit tree. Natural treasures are not easy to form. The 3 fruits had probably taken many years to grow. It would be a bit excessive to uproot the tree entirely. Abandoning the cold spirit fruit tree, Zheng Chen happily activated his return to the city. The first thing to do upon returning to White Tiger City was, of course, to turn in the quest. He wondered what kind of reward Wuhan would offer. It would be great if he could get another top-tier skill. In Zheng Chen's mind, quest rewards had a ranking. Top-tier skills were the best rewards, equipment was the second best, experience was third, and gold was the lowest. Equipment ranked second because most could only be worn for a short time, while particularly exceptional gear was almost always obtained by defeating bosses. Skills, on the other hand, could last a lifetime. Although skill books could be purchased, some top-tier skills were valuable yet hard to find. Zheng Chen quickly arrived at Wuhan's location, where Wuhan was busy with some official duties. He looked somewhat surprised to see Zheng Chen return. "Hello, Senior Wu, I brought back what you wanted," Zheng Chen said politely, as he still had a reward to claim. "Ah, you were much faster than I expected. You've grown quite a bit from this outing," Wuhan praised. "Hee, here you go." Zheng Chen quickly placed 3 cold spirit fruits on Wuhan's desk, feeling a bit stiff from the brief contact. "I didn't expect the cold spirit tree to bear 3 fruits. One is enough for me, you can keep the other 2. Wuhan said slowly. What use do I have for these?" "You keep them, Senior Wu." Zheng Chen hurriedly declined, fearing Wuhan would consider the cold spirit fruits as rewards. "Silly boy, these cold spirit fruits are low-tier top-quality ice attribute fruits. Eating just one can increase your ice resistance. Since you don't want them, thank you for the gift, Senior." Zheng Chen quickly interrupted, realizing these were valuable items, and hurriedly put the cold spirit fruits away before Wuhan could finish. Wuhan shook his head with a smile, and also put away the remaining cold spirit fruit, continuing, "1 fruit is enough, eating more won't stack the effects." Zheng Chen nodded, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at Wuhan, waiting for him to continue. But Wuhan lowered his head and returned to his work. After a while, Zheng Chen couldn't help but speak up. "Ahem, Senior Wu? Why haven't you left yet? Is there something else?" "Well, haha," Zheng Chen had a sudden idea and continued, "The other day, I helped my master run an errand, and he was so pleased that he gave me a top-tier fire attribute skill book. What do you think of this skill book?" Seeing that Wuhan didn't mention the quest reward, Zheng Chen couldn't help but start to fabricate, pulling out the 9 Dragons Descend skill book and handing it to Wuhan. Wuhan suddenly understood and laughed heartily. "You little rascal, no wonder old son said you're quite the trickster. I don't have much in the way of skill books, and I don't have the time to teach you personally, so I'll give you an ice attribute staff instead." After saying this, Wuhan took out an ice attribute staff and placed it on the table, continuing, "This staff was used by me in my youth. I hope you cherish it." Zheng Chen left Wuhan's residence feeling satisfied, especially with the staff as a quest reward. He wondered if Wuhan had arranged it intentionally. The staff's required level was exactly 25, and its grade was even Golden Epic Equipment. Eternal Ice Level 25 Equipment Grade Epic Magic Attack 860 to 940 Intelligence plus 200 Spirit plus 200 additional attributes. Ice Attribute. Skill damage increased by 25%. Additional attributes. Ice Attribute skill cooldown reduced by 25%. Additional attributes. All Ice Attribute skill ranges increased by 25%. Additional skill. Eternal Ice can be released on enemies or oneself. When released on enemies, it deals 2 segments of damage and freezes them. When released on oneself, it can freeze the user, absorbing massive damage for 5 seconds. Awesome! An epic level 25 equipment. I wouldn't even dare to dream of this. Zheng Chen excitedly muttered to himself. Glancing at the time, he realized he hadn't logged off for a full day. With the task coming to a close, fatigue washed over him like a tide. When he exited the game, it was already late at night, but for Zheng Chen, it didn't matter whether it was dark or not, as his vision had yet to recover. After a few days of rest, his physical injuries had mostly healed. As he fumbled his way out of bed, he discovered he could actually sense a chair in front of him. Cautiously exploring forward, he indeed found a chair about a step away, likely the one Liang Rui usually sat in to feed him. Skillfully avoiding the chair, Zheng Chen could still feel something about half a meter ahead. Unlike the clumsiness of the previous days, he smoothly made his way into the bathroom this time. At first, Zheng Chen thought his vision had returned, but after fumbling to turn on the bathroom light, he still saw nothing but darkness. However, a sudden scream echoed from within the bathroom. Ah, who? Zheng Chen was startled by the unexpected scream, and the ability to sense his surroundings abruptly vanished, leaving him only to hear the sound of running water. Don't be afraid, it's me. It's me. Zheng Chen's words only made the person inside the bathroom more flustered. The sound of the shower stopped, and the person quickly rushed out. Before Zheng Chen could react, the bathroom door swung open forcefully, knocking him over. Zheng Chen fell to the ground, dazed and confused, and the fatigue from a whole day of overexertion hit him, causing him to fall asleep right there. In his dreams, Zheng Chen felt countless bubbles rushing into his mind, and his brain gradually cleared from a murky state. When his mind could no longer hold any more bubbles, he finally regained consciousness. After waking up, Zheng Chen intended to get up quickly to find something to eat, but the voices around him made him reconsider. Sister, you really can't blame me for this. Our house only has 2 bathrooms, and he's an outsider. You gave him the biggest bedroom, and you yourself are cramped in the small room. I only came to this room to take a shower because it's too hot, and he's in the game anyway, said a voice that Zheng Chen remembered well, a female assassin, Du Xin, who had always been at odds with him. I said before, his injury is partly my fault, and now that he's blind, we should prioritize his convenience. This isn't your fault, but you should really work on your impulsive personality, Yin Qing said, her tone somewhat serious. Xin, you too. He's blind, what can he do even if he goes in? He can't see you anyway, another female voice chimed in, which Zheng Chen recognized as the priest, Lu Tianwei from the game. I suspect he's doing it on purpose. I mean, a blind person pressing switches for no reason? He might have already regained his sight, who knows, Du Xin continued relentlessly. Stop calling him blind. He's actually a nice person. This voice was all too familiar to Zheng Chen. It was Liang Rui, who took care of him every day. Hearing someone speak up for him made Zheng Chen feel a bit pleased. It seemed not all these women lacked discernment. I've already scheduled a doctor to come check on him soon. If his vision really has returned, I will ask him to leave. This person is very strong, and during this time, no one should provoke him, Yin Qing said before. Leaving the room, and the others fell silent. After a long while, a cool female voice suddenly spoke up. Sister has always wanted to strengthen and expand the studio, but relying on just us won't work. Although having a big man here is quite inconvenient, just one raid on a boss has brought our studio some fame. If we let him leave now, sister will be very conflicted, so all of you sisters should consider the bigger picture. This cold female voice spoke logically, and Zheng Chen recognized that it was indeed the ice maid Zhu Lingbing, whose real name should be Han Bing. Sister is right, it's really too tiring for the eldest sister to support everything alone. With that person in bed, it indeed gives our studio some confidence. Another female voice chimed in, and Zheng Chen began to doubt how many people were actually in his room. This voice belonged to the archer Fang Ying. This guy looks fine physically. How could he have been knocked out for several hours by a door? He can't be faking it, right? Du Xian changed the subject, not wanting to admit that the studio still relied on an outsider for support, and slowly moved closer, even starting to pry open Zheng Chen's eyelids. Zheng Chen could only relax his muscles and let her do as she pleased. Fortunately, since his vision hadn't recovered, even if Du Xian looked into his eyes, she wouldn't be able to discern anything. Du Xian, what are you doing? Stop messing around. Yin Cheng returned at a critical moment, bringing along the doctor they had arranged for. Eldest sister, I'm just checking his eyesight for him, Du Xian said, sticking out her tongue in embarrassment. Doctor, could you please help check if his eyesight has recovered? Sure, the doctor replied, then once again pried open Zheng Chen's eyelids, using a medical flashlight to examine his pupils. After fiddling for a while, he shook his head and said, the pupils show no change under strong light. You don't have the medical conditions here. I suggest the patient be hospitalized for observation. If it doesn't recover in a short time, I recommend surgery to remove the hematoma, otherwise, prolonged time may cause irreversible damage to him. The doctor's words were very straightforward, and after giving his conclusion, the room fell into a brief silence. If we treat him to recovery, how many star coins would that take? After a moment of silence, Yin Ching asked directly. It depends on his recovery ability. If surgery is needed, it would cost around 200,000 star coins. Alright, take him to the hospital for treatment. Yin Ching replied. Eldest sister, that's all our liquid funds. If we cure him, it would also repay the life-saving grace. Besides, it doesn't necessarily mean surgery has to be done. But eldest sister, enough, no more discussion. We can't harm others for our own benefit. Losing sight is the most terrifying thing after death, Yin Ching said firmly, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Since Miss Yin insists, I will go call someone to prepare for hospitalization. The doctor naturally didn't want to miss out on this lucrative opportunity. The most expensive thing in Freedom City was medical care. The poor were not worthy of falling ill, and those without star coins could only wait to die. I'm not going anywhere. What? Just a few days of providing meals, and you can't afford it anymore? Zhang Chen suddenly spoke up, interrupting the doctor. His sudden voice startled everyone in the room, and they didn't even know when he had woken up, especially Du Xian, who had spoken ill of him, her face turning bright red. How could we not afford meals? I'm just afraid it would delay your condition. Yin Ching hurriedly explained. If anyone didn't want Zhang Chen to leave right now, it was her. After all, it was incredibly difficult for a small studio to make a name for itself, and Yin Ching was unwilling to rely solely on luck to earn money. Speaking of this condition, if it were to be delayed, it probably would have been delayed long ago. Zhang Chen sat up against the headboard. After several hours of rest, that feeling of controlling everything returned, and this time it was much broader than before. All the people in the room were within his perception range. Every movement of each person was under his control, and even when Zhang Chen focused his consciousness on someone, he could almost see that person's expression clearly, though the image was still somewhat blurry. Could this be the legendary externalization of mental power? Zhang Chen thought in surprise. It's too late to say anything now. If I really cause you to go blind, I will take full responsibility. Yin Ching looked guilty, not knowing how to explain. As long as you say that, I won't go to the hospital. And in the future, if anyone wants to take a shower in my room, please apply to me. First, even though I'm blind, Zhang Chen said straightforwardly, the latter part directed at Du Xian, making Du Xian's face even redder. I will handle these matters well, and such incidents will not happen again, Yin Ching said firmly. After Zhang Chen's repeated emphasis, it was confirmed that he did not need to go to the hospital for treatment and would temporarily stay in Yin Ching's studio, serving as a special external aid. If he helped the studio complete tasks or defeat bosses, he would be compensated with star coins based on the earnings. After Zhang Chen and Yin Ching reached a verbal agreement, everyone finally dispersed. Liang Rui prepared some food for Zhang Chen, and after a simple meal, Zhang Chen entered the game again. Upon entering the game, he immediately opened his character panel and saw himself in a full set of silver armor, holding an epic level staff. A sense of pride welled up within him. He hadn't been this impressive at level 25 in his previous life. After showing off for a while, Zhang Chen decided to find his master, Sun Sija, first. The ability to continuously release fireballs was too miraculous, so it was better to confirm it with his master. Master, your disciple is back. Zhang Chen quickly arrived at Sun Sija's courtyard and shouted happily. What are you shouting for? Grandpa hasn't come back since he went out with you today. Fengling sat in the courtyard, seemingly waiting for Sun Sija. Oh, did Master go out to play? Zhang Chen bent down to pet Fengling's little dog, Honey. Grandpa has never been away from home for this long. Will he, like my mom and dad, leave me behind? Fengling's usual lively demeanor changed, and her expression became somewhat melancholic. He won't. I'll go out and help you look for him. Fengling could be considered a half-mentor. After all, she was the one who brought him to Sun Sija, and after becoming a disciple, he treated Fengling like a sister. According to Sun Sija's brief description, Fengling's parents were both very famous magicians, but with great power comes great responsibility. They had been busy with official duties outside for a long time, and Fengling had grown up by Sun Sija's side. Perhaps Fengling only missed her parents, but she relied on Sun Sija. I'll go with you, Fengling said excitedly as she stood up. You stay at home. What if Master suddenly comes back? I don't want you to worry if you don't see him. Zhang Chen settled Fengling down and promised repeatedly that he would bring back Sun Sija before hurriedly setting off. If searching for someone in this holy domain was like looking for a needle in a haystack, then Zhang Chen's best bet was Wu Han. At that time, when he went with Sun Sija to take on a mission, he hadn't seen Sun Sija when they returned, and Wu Han's expression didn't seem to indicate that he knew Sun Sija was missing. Regardless, Zhang Chen decided to find Wu Han first. After all, in terms of influence and connections, Wu Han was the best choice. Kid, why are you here again? Being too greedy isn't a good thing, Wu Han said as he was sorting through documents, noticing Zhang Chen's arrival first. Senior Wu, I'm here because of my master's situation. He hasn't come home since he came to see you, and he has been missing for a whole day now, Zhang Chen said straightforwardly. Oh, Old son is missing? Wu Han put down the documents in his hand, looking somewhat surprised at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen didn't speak, just nodded. Wait for me here. Wu Han, usually calm, quickly dashed out of the room. Zhang Chen didn't know what Wu Han meant, so he could only quietly find a chair to sit and wait. A long time passed, and Zhang Chen thought about leaving but was afraid he would miss Wu Han if he brought news. Helpless, Zhang Chen had no choice but to close his eyes and start releasing various magical elements to practice fusion techniques. When Zhang Chen once again felt the magical elements, it seemed that the pulsation of the elements was clearer, and each element brought Zhang Chen a different sensation. The dominance of lightning, the scorching heat of fire, the endless flow of water, the lightness of wind, the coldness of ice, and the heaviness of earth. After some understanding, Zhang Chen felt that each element seemed to be more intimate with him, and it was easier to mobilize them. Could it be that I really possess mental power? Zhang Chen's feeling grew stronger. Ever since he discovered he could continuously cast the fireball spell, it seemed that his mental power had indeed been growing, just as Sun Sijia had said. Whenever he felt tired, as long as he recovered, he could release his skills for a longer duration the next time. Wu Han's return interrupted Zhang Chen's practice, and his expression was unusually grave, as if something bad had happened. Senior Wu, has something happened to my master? Zhang Chen asked tentatively. Wu Han shook his head and sighed, saying, he's alive and well, but it's just that you might find it hard to see him again. What do you mean? Zhang Chen asked. Because he touched a taboo. Wu Han looked at Zhang Chen with a complex expression. Please clarify, Senior Wu. It's still because of you, kid. That old son fellow too, how could he make such a mistake? Zhang Chen felt inexplicably blamed and didn't know what to say for a moment. We are not allowed to teach eternal beings to chant spells, yet old son disregarded the rules and crossed the red line, Wu Han explained. Zhang Chen understood immediately, the eternal beings must refer to players. After all, players may lose experience upon death, but they can always resurrect, while major NPCs are unique. No one else knows about my master teaching me to chant spells, so how could it? Zhang Chen asked in confusion. God knows everything. Right now, your master is locked up in the White Tiger City prison. Although it's not a death sentence, he probably won't be getting out anytime soon. Wu Han shook his head, his tone less sorrowful than before. Zhang Chen keenly sensed the change in Wu Han and hurriedly asked, is there any way to save my master? Please just tell me, Senior Wu. Wu Han looked at Zhang Chen in surprise and couldn't help but smile, saying, there is a way, but it involves becoming one of us. Become one of you? Zhang Chen was somewhat puzzled. Zhang Chen clearly didn't understand what becoming one of us meant, as according to his relationship with Sun Sijia, he had already been considered one of them. Become one of you? Am I not one already? Zhang Chen asked with a confused expression. Wu Han shook his head and said, the Holy Domain continent has 4 cities like this, symbolizing the 4 sacred beasts guarding the 4 directions. In the center, there is a main city, which we call the Holy City, where a god who knows everything resides. Wu Han briefly introduced the main cities of the Holy Domain and continued, you should be aware of these things. Although the Holy City is not yet open to the public, it is only a matter of time. The main task of the major cities is to guard the Holy Domain continent. Every 1,000 years, the seal of the demon race loosens, and a large number of demons will appear. The gods of the Holy City will summon you eternal beings to be the main force in this upcoming war. However, not every eternal being is qualified to become one of us. Because of Old Sun's strong recommendation and your accidental mastery of chanting spells, we are specially recruiting you to become the envoy of White Tiger City. Are you interested? Envoy of White Tiger City? That sounds impressive. Zhang Chen was initially worried about Sun Sijia, but the more he listened, the more it felt like a trap. A title itself isn't that impressive, but with this identity, you will gain quite a few benefits, Wu Han continued. What is the cost of these benefits? Zhang Chen couldn't believe there was such a thing as a free lunch. Working for the White Tiger City, some matters that the officials can't handle will all be handed over to you. After all, the immortals are all summoned by the gods, and there are many things we can't conveniently do, Wu Han patiently explained. Zhang Chen naturally knew a lot, including the later divine and demonic wars, the so-called divine beings of the Holy City, but they were just high-level NPCs. As for why Wu Han said that immortals were summoned by the gods, it was probably just a system setting. In his previous life, Zhang Chen had no chance to build relationships with NPCs, and the NPCs back then didn't seem to be this intelligent. Everyone had a long face, and who would recruit messengers? However, even a fool could tell this was a good thing. No matter how strong the guild was, it still depended on the Lord's mood. Working for the NPCs naturally changed his identity and status, not to mention he could help Sun Sijia avoid punishment. Actually, even without threatening my master, I would agree to Senior Wu's request. I promise you, so please let my master go, Zhang Chen said with righteous indignation. Your master has crossed the red line. Even if you become one of us, he still has to accept the corresponding punishment. However, he has a good reputation, so he won't suffer too much, Wu Han continued. But you were laughing before. Your master has been friends with you for many years, and when he got into trouble, you were still laughing, Zhang Chen said helplessly. I was just laughing at your insight, kid. As a mage, insight and a sharp mind are crucial. Old Sun didn't misjudge you. Alright, go about your business. I'll arrange things with Fengling, and I'll notify you when there's something, Wu Han said casually. Is that it? Zhang Chen was surprised by this nonchalant attitude. There wasn't even a joining ceremony, which felt a bit hasty. What do you want? Blood oath? Or blood recognition? Wu Han, seeing Zhang Chen agree, finally returned to his usual cold demeanor, impatiently waving his hand to signal Zhang Chen to leave. With Wu Han's dismissal, Zhang Chen naturally didn't want to stay longer. After thinking for a moment, he decided to inform Fengling first so she wouldn't worry about old Sunday. When Zhang Chen walked out of Wu Han's residence, the system's prompt finally sounded. Ding, congratulations, you have gained the recognition of White Tiger City and been appointed the position of White Tiger City Messenger. The system prompt was abrupt, and Wu Han didn't explain what rights came with being a White Tiger City messenger. Zhang Chen just thought he had been taken in as a little brother by White Tiger City doing errands. Ah, I thought I would be singing songs after the farmers' uprising, but instead, I became a runner for White Tiger City. Such is fate, Zhang Chen lamented. What Zhang Chen didn't notice was that a White Tiger City emblem had appeared in front of his ID, and this emblem was something that couldn't be bought with any amount of money. Zhang Chen arrived at Sun Siege's small courtyard, and found that Fengling and Hani were not there. He didn't know if they had gone out to look for Sun Siege or if Wu Han had already arranged for someone to inform Fengling. With no other choice, he left a note telling Fengling not to worry and to go directly to find Wu Han if there was something. After finishing everything, Zhang Chen finally had time to do his own things. He had been online for 3 or 4 hours without fighting a single monster. Plus, he had fainted for several hours last night. Although Zhang Chen was still in the top 10 of the level rankings, he had already dropped from 1st to 5th. The competition was fierce. Level 30 was a crucial checkpoint because a Brotherhood dungeon would appear at that level, and the final boss inside had a chance to drop a guild establishment order. All factions were waiting for the guild establishment order to appear, as that would signify a whole. The first to establish a guild would undoubtedly gain huge benefits, starting with the guild's notoriety, followed by various rewards, all of which would greatly aid the guild's growth. This is also one of the reasons why the competition for the ranking leaderboard is so fierce. The first to reach level 30 will have more opportunities to understand the dungeons, greatly increasing the chances of clearing them, as the drop rate for the first clear will be the highest. It seems I won't be seeing my master for a while. I should focus on improving my own strength first, Zhang Chen muttered to himself as he walked towards the pharmacy. The pharmacy owner spotted Zhang Chen from a distance and personally came out to greet him with a beaming smile, saying, "Welcome, esteemed messenger. Are you here to purchase some potions?" Zhang Chen was taken aback. He had barely settled into his role as a messenger, yet the pharmacy owner already knew. Although surprised, Zhang Chen feigned calmness and nodded, saying, "If I wanted to buy weapons, wouldn't I go to the weapon shop?" The pharmacy owner didn't mind Zhang Chen's attitude and loudly addressed the NPC selling potions. "The esteemed messenger is here. All potions will be sold at a 40% discount." Zhang Chen hadn't expected that being a messenger of Baihu City would have such an effect, allowing NPCs to give him discounts every time he filled his backpack with high-level potions. A 40% discount could save him a lot in the game. Naturally, Zhang Chen couldn't miss out on such a good deal, and after happily purchasing a bunch of high-level potions, he began to wander around Baihu City. Zhang Chen was astonished to find that the NPCs in Baihu City seemed to know about his identity as a messenger. The merchants offered discounts, and the passing residents showed him respect. Even the soldiers guarding the city saluted him. Zhang Chen knew what level the city guards were. The outer soldiers were all experts around levels 50 to 60, while the elites inside the city were above level 80. Usually, they were quite stern and impartial, so he didn't expect them to show such respect for his identity as a messenger. The tasks given by the Baihu City messenger can't all be about dying, right? Zhang Chen suddenly felt a bit anxious with so many people showing him respect. "Zhang Chen, are you there? We've discovered a relic. Do you want to explore it with us?" While Zhang Chen was still worried about the side effects of his identity as a messenger, Yin Qing suddenly sent him a message. There were indeed many relics in the Holy Domain, most of which were remnants of years of war on the Holy Domain continent. Many relics had seen powerful experts fall, and over the long years, they had gradually been occupied by monsters, with many treasures waiting for players to explore. Even though Zhang Chen had traveled to many places in his previous life, he wouldn't dare to boast that he knew every location. This relic was one of them. "Okay, send me the coordinates. I'll come over now." "Has anyone entered the relic yet?" "So far, we haven't found any traces. It's quite remote, a cave entrance by a cliff. If it weren't for the system prompt indicating we had entered the relic's range, we would have thought it was just an ordinary cave." Yin Qing replied. "Oh, what level are the monsters inside?" Zhang Chen asked while already on his way to the relic. "The small monsters at the entrance are level 30. The boss inside will probably be higher." Yin Qing quickly responded. After hearing this, Zhang Chen felt relieved. It turned out the monsters were at a higher level, which was why Yin Chang and the others had called him to join. Fighting monsters above their level wasn't an easy task, especially in an unknown cave. "The location is indeed a bit remote. It will take me about half an hour to get there. You all practice at the entrance and try not to go too deep. Zheng Chen calculated the time and replied. Most maps in the Holy Domain could only be traversed by running, with only a few main cities able to teleport between each other. It wasn't until the later stages of the game that teleport points would be established at various camps on the battlefield, so running around in the early game was indeed a tiring affair. Early game mounts were expensive and only ordinary horses, so most people chose to travel on foot, and Zheng Chen was no exception. It wasn't because he lacked gold, but because riding a horse as a mage was truly a torment. The mage's physique was very weak, and the long bumpy ride on horseback was truly unbearable. Zheng Chen was just waiting for an opportunity to catch a top-tier monster as a mount, one that was both stable and fast, and could even enhance his attributes. More than 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and Zheng Chen's judgment was quite accurate. At his speed, he could reach the destination in about half an hour. Zheng Chen, not good, a team of people is coming over. It seems they have also discovered this place. What should we do? Yin Qing suddenly sent a message. At this moment, Zheng Chen still had at least 7 or 8 minutes of travel left. In places he had never been before, the system usually provided prompts. Once that team discovered the ruins, they would naturally interfere. Check what level their team is and if their IDs are hidden. Zheng Chen quickly replied. There are 5 people in the team, with a complete range of professions, 3 men and 2 women, all at level 24, and their IDs are all hidden. Yin Qing quickly responded. Zheng Chen knew that Yin Qing and the others were not particularly outstanding. Their levels ranged between 23 and 22, with only Yin Qing at level 24. Moreover, their PK skills could only be considered average. If a real fight broke out, although they had more people, they might not necessarily be a match for the other team. A level 30 ruin isn't easy to explore. Let them go in first, you all wait for me outside the cave. A few minutes difference might allow the other team to find quite a few treasures, but how could a team of level 24 players output more than Zheng Chen? In the end, they would still be surpassed. When Zheng Chen arrived at the coordinates, Yin Chang and the others were anxiously jumping up and down, but they still followed Zheng Chen's orders and did not enter the cave ruins. Since a team could only consist of 5 people, there were a total of 6 girls in Yin Qing's studio. Usually, Liang Rui stayed outside the team to help everyone with healing and such. Of course, they would also share some monster ownership with Liang Rui and help kill them, so although Liang Rui was the lowest level, she didn't fall too far behind. Disband the team and reassemble. Warriors, healers, archers, and ice mages come into my team, Zheng Chen said decisively as he reached the entrance of the ruins. Hey, are you taking personal revenge? Why won't you let me join the team? The assassin Du Xian said, a bit agitated. Ha? Do we have a grudge? Zheng Chen retorted. Then I'll go to the second team with Rui. The ice mage Han Bing quickly said, sensing the awkward atmosphere. Which team matters? Do you want me to draw lots for you? After the first few people finish the boss, we can go in, Zheng Chen said, somewhat speechless. Even though Du Xian had offended him before, it wasn't to the extent of taking revenge by splitting the team. What Zheng Chen needed was a team with extreme output. Although the assassin had high burst damage in close combat, it was limited to that. Her long-term monster farming ability was not as strong as that of a mage. Putting her in the second team with the healer was mainly to let Liang Rui focus on her health, making this division the most suitable for the current situation. Zheng Chen was too lazy to explain. Those who understood would understand, and those who didn't would just call him hypocritical. Alright, follow the arrangements. When there are more people, we won't split into first and second teams. Everyone's goal is the same. Yin Qing timely stopped the discussion about team division. The team was quickly restructured, and Zheng Chen completely ignored Du Xian's eye roll, walking directly at the front of the team. The other side's levels are equal, so they must be a fixed team, and their cooperation must be very high. Therefore, even though they are only level 24, killing level 30 monsters is not out of the question. You all have lower levels, so pay attention to safety. My output will be very high. Wei, keep an eye on my health. As Zheng Chen led the way, he commanded without any emotion. Although he was a lone wolf in his past life, he had a high understanding of various professions, and commanding a few people was still quite easy for him. After entering the cave, although it was possible to barely see things, the visibility was still very low, giving a sense of oppression. Zheng Chen released fire elements from his left hand, and only then did some light appear around him. There were no monsters at the entrance of the cave for dozens of meters. It seemed that the team ahead had cleared everything out in just a few minutes. Monsters in such special locations have a characteristic: because they are not leveling areas, the monster respawn cycle is very long, with some even taking a week to respawn. Zheng Chen was not in a hurry. Even if the other side was fast, they would definitely be caught up by his team in less than 2 minutes. At that time, it would be a contest of quick reflexes. If the other side wanted to confront him directly, that would play right into his hands. Sure enough, after walking for a while, the sounds of fighting ahead gradually became clearer, and Zheng Chen tightened his nerves and continued forward. Warrior Sunny Day, follow me. The second team's assassins protect the 2 healers while the mages and archers stand against the wall in the middle. Zheng Chen quickly deployed the tactics, but when he saw the female warrior in the opposing team, he couldn't help but freeze in place. How could it be her? Why am I meeting her again? Zheng Chen murmured to himself. Who? Do you know this team? Yin Cheng, who was following Zheng Chen, asked softly. A former friend, Zheng Chen replied instinctively. In his previous life, Zheng Chen first met her in the arena during an official PK tournament. Her strength was considerable, but she was still eliminated by Zheng Chen in the top 64. Normally, winning or losing a PK match is quite common in games, but after the match she clung to Zheng Chen, wanting to challenge him every few days. At first, Zheng Chen found it quite annoying, but over time he developed feelings for her. However, she was very skilled at keeping him in a state of longing. As the saying goes, what you can't have always stirs your heart, and Zheng Chen fell deeper and deeper. Until one day, she pushed Zheng Chen into an abyss, tricking him out of all his possessions, while Zheng Chen naively thought it was a test. Didn't you say you loved me? Didn't you say you could give me everything? Then give me all your things, she said at that time. Because of her, Zheng Chen came to believe that women only brought misfortune, and because of her, he had no friends left in his previous life. Fortunately, his skills and awareness remained, allowing him to rebound step by step, which is why he valued skills more than equipment. But even after standing at the pinnacle of the holy domain, he still did not seek revenge on her. She was the female warrior in the current team, with the ID Moonlit Star Trace, and Zheng Chen never knew her real name. Zheng Chen? Zheng Chen? Yin Cheng's call interrupted Zheng Chen's thoughts. Zheng Chen replied absent-mindedly. Are we not going in? Or are we just going to sit back and reap the benefits? Yin Cheng asked. Zheng Chen did not answer. He thought he had moved on, but unexpectedly, his heart surged again upon seeing her. Is something wrong? If it's a friend, why don't we cooperate? Yin Cheng suggested. We're not at a cooperative level yet, let's go. Zheng Chen finally came to his senses. No matter what their relationship was in the past, this encounter was merely coincidental. As long as he acted as if he didn't know her, then their fate would naturally come to an end. Zheng Chen did not activate PK mode, he simply rushed forward and unleashed an ice rain in a densely packed area of monsters, then released an arc of lightning in another pile of monsters. The two area attack skills drew all the monsters over, and no one else had such a wide range of area attacks. With just those two skills, all attention was focused on Zheng Chen. Big brother, aren't you pulling too many monsters? Nurse Lu Tianwei quickly locked her target onto Zheng Chen, ready to heal at any moment. Zheng Chen ignored Lu Tianwei's complaints, drawing the monsters aggro and running back. As he passed by the team of Moonlit Star Trace, he deliberately paused for a moment, causing all the monsters to rush towards them. Although the monsters' aggro was not aimed at the Moonlit Star Trace team, being caught in the awkward position between Zheng Chen and the monsters would definitely affect them. Giant leg spider level 30 quality, normal health 10,020 or so massive spiders attacked together, and regardless of their damage, it was enough to be terrifying. Besides their enormous size, giant leg spiders also had the ability to spit webs. When they were about 3 meters away from Zheng Chen, more than 10 giant leg spiders simultaneously spat out webs covering a wide area, while Zheng Chen had already retreated to the back after a brief pause. The Moonlit Star Trace team coordinated well, quickly reacting after a moment of shock. The mage in the team happened to be a fire mage. Ordinary monsters' webs couldn't withstand fire. A firewall was erected in the center of the team, and the members quickly positioned themselves within its range. As soon as the webs fell, they were burned away by the flames, and a few who avoided the control quickly ran back. Are you guys idiots? If you want to steal monsters, you need to know your limits. Suddenly stirring up trouble. Do you want to PK? Two male members of the Moonlit Star Trace team shouted angrily. I'm farming monsters, it's just that your position is in the way. If you're scared, it's better to back out quickly, Zheng Chen said nonchalantly while casting his skills, his words filled with disdain. Alright, you're farming, huh? Let's see how you deal with these dozens of monsters. Moonlit Star Trace said angrily. After being obstructed by the Moonlit Star Trace team, Zheng Chen's skills were ready again, unleashing another round of ice rain combined with arc lightning, dense damage numbers popping up over the monsters' heads. Each attack from ice rain could deal over 1300 damage to a single monster, while arc lightning, as an instant single target damage skill, could hit over 2500. Although after 2 rounds of skills the giant leg spiders were down to a third of their health, the monsters were about to catch up to Zheng Chen again, and another round of web spitting skills was unleashed, covering almost a 3-meter radius around Zheng Chen, leaving him no way to dodge. Although your attack is high, just 3 or 4 spiders attacking together can instantly kill you. Let's see how cocky you are now. Moonlit Star Trace had already retreated to a safe area, throwing out sarcastic remarks. Spray Ice Field Half Moon / Ice Explosion. Several women in Zheng Chen's team also released skills to help. The Archer Fong Ying directly used spray. Although the damage range was large, the arrows only targeted 5 monsters. Ice Field was a skill from Zheng Chen's ice set, releasing ice elemental attributes at a selected location, reducing the movement speed of monsters passing through the area and causing slight freezing damage. Ice Explosion was a new skill learned by Han Bing, releasing ice elemental seeds on monsters that would explode after 4 seconds, dealing explosive damage to surrounding enemies. As the only warrior in the team, Yin Shang stood directly in front of Zheng Chen, using Half Moon / Silly girls, hurry up and retreat. Zheng Chen was too focused and forgot that he wasn't fighting alone. He originally planned to continue pulling the monsters and wait for 2 skills to cool down before taking them away. The monsters had already reached near the team, and the sudden counterattack from the women made it too late to retreat, especially for Yin Chang. Even though she was a warrior with thicker health, she couldn't withstand a round of attacks from dozens of monsters. Zheng Chen pulled Yin Chang behind him and charged forward a meter, instantly arriving under the giant leg spider. Quake. The giant leg spider did not float into the air but was shaken unsteadily by the Quake skill, though it quickly stabilized itself. At this moment, Zheng Chen's arc skill had 3 seconds left on cooldown, while the Ice Rain skill still had 8 seconds remaining. 8 seconds seemed short, but at this moment, it felt as long as a century. The monster only needed 1 second to kill Zheng Chen. To save Yin Xing, Zheng Chen had placed himself in a perilous situation, and just as he was about to face utter doom, a blue light suddenly flashed from his staff. Eternal Ice. Zheng Chen's body transformed directly into an ice block. Although he lost his ability to move, the spider couldn't break the ice block. The Eternal Ice skill cast on himself had a defensive strength that exceeded Zheng Chen's imagination. The 5 seconds of attacks were completely withstood, and the moment the ice block melted, he unleashed the arc skill that had just finished cooling down. After the arc was released, several slightly injured giant-legged spiders fell to the ground, and Zheng Chen rolled away to create some distance. Again. 3, 2, 1 in the cooldown for Ice Rain finally ended, and he released the Ice Rain right beneath his feet while continuing to retreat. Zheng Chen's entire set of equipment was enhanced with ice attributes, with 75% skill damage and an additional 25% area increase from his weapon, which was why he could still kill groups of monsters with 2 or 3 skill sets even at level 5. With another round of Ice Rain released, dozens of giant-legged spiders fell one after another. Collect the loot and move on. Zheng Chen showed no pride in clearing dozens of small monsters and chose to ignore the team of Yuing Xinghen. Zheng Chen felt that as long as he ignored Yuing Xinghen, he would not be harmed again in this life. Zheng Chen stepped forward to start picking up the loot, while everyone else stood frozen in place, having seen mages gather monsters but never witnessed a single person handle so many at once. Moreover, it seemed that if there were no teammates getting in the way, Zheng Chen wouldn't even need to use his life-saving skills. We came in first, isn't it a bit unethical for you to steal our monsters like this? Yuing Xinghen, recovering from his shock, first accused Zheng Chen and the others. We gathered at the entrance long ago. If we're talking about who came first, you are the latecomers. Are we supposed to let you have all the monsters just because of ethics? Zheng Chen replied without looking back. Yin Cheng and the others finally came to their senses and said nothing more, directly following to collect the loot. The drop rate of the giant-legged spiders was quite good. Although there were no top-tier items, there were plenty of potions and gold, along with some basic equipment, which was considered a big haul compared to the monsters in the wild. If you don't want to be wiped out, I advise you to leave now. The monsters in this ruin will respawn after we finish the first wave. Zheng Chen took 2 steps forward and couldn't help but add a reminder. Wiped out? Just you guys? Do you think we are those foolish spiders? A rogue from Yuing Xinghen's team scoffed. Heh, does it take us to wipe out your team? One of him is enough. A group of cowards who don't even dare to show their IDs. Banter was naturally Duxayan's strong suit. What? Don't think that just because you have 2 more people, victory is assured. A mage from Yuing Xinghen's team also protested. Yuing Xinghen waved his hand to signal his teammates to be quiet, and the 2 who had been indignant before obediently shut their mouths. We are the ones hiding our IDs? Isn't your guy the same? Yuing Xinghen pointed at Zheng Chen, who was hiding his ID. Seeing that the other party had turned their attention to him, Zheng Chen shook his head and walked deeper into the cave. Yin Cheng and the others, seeing this, said nothing more and followed him. Even if you don't show your ID, I know who you are. You're the famous Heavenly Justice on the forum, right? I've seen these girls around you in videos. Don't you feel particularly accomplished among the little girls? Yuing Xinghen, seeing that Zheng Chen was ignoring him, directly began to mock him loudly. Yin Cheng and the others frowned. Upon hearing this, the women's intuition told them that Zheng Chen's relationship with this woman was not simple. Zheng Chen had previously mentioned that he was once friends with Yuing Xinghen, but it seemed that Yuing Xinghen did not recognize Zheng Chen, yet Zheng Chen seemed intentionally uninterested in causing a conflict. According to Yin Qing's impression of Zheng Chen, anyone who tried to steal his monsters or loot in the game was practically asking for their life. He dared to steal a boss in front of everyone and offend major guilds over a single monster, challenging 2 teams of players all by himself. Such a person, what could possibly make him treat the 5-person team before him with such care? I don't mind if you want to follow behind, but if you try to steal monsters, don't blame me for being rude, Zheng Chen said casually, walking straight into the depths of the cave. After a few waves of monsters, Yuing Xinghen's team indeed just stayed back to watch the excitement, but they never left. Zheng Chen, on the other hand, cleared the monsters on his own, but he didn't pull as many as the first time. Each time it was just a dozen or so. Even so, the speed at which he cleared monsters amazed everyone. After clearing a few waves of giant leg spiders, a fork finally appeared in the cave ruins, and each path was significantly wider than before. Hero, which way are you going? Is it alright if we don't follow you? Yuing Xinghen broke the silence and asked. Zheng Chen did not answer, choosing the middle path with a dark expression, and the others quickly followed. Old. Zheng is acting a bit strange today. Du Xian whispered to Liang Rui. What's strange? Are you saying he's stronger? Liang Rui replied quietly. Xiao Rui, you're really clueless. Just look at his relationship with that female warrior. It's not ordinary. I can't tell their relationship, but that woman is a bit annoying, Liang Rui continued. Stop chatting, haven't you noticed we're already surrounded? Zheng Chen had already stopped in his tracks, releasing a large fireball towards the cave ceiling, illuminating the surroundings. Only then did everyone realize they were surrounded by spider webs, with countless small spiders crawling towards them. Evil Fire Spider Level 30 Quality. Normal Health 7500. The evil fire spider was about the size of a fist, covered in red spots resembling eyes, and its method of attack was to spit silk. One small spider spitting silk wasn't scary, but there were hundreds of evil fire spiders surrounding Zheng Chen and the others, and it seemed they were gathering more and more. The evil fire spiders were clever. They didn't directly spit silk at Zheng Chen and the others, but first sealed off their escape routes, increasing the area they could move in while restricting Zheng Chen's team's space for action. I've noticed these little monsters aren't very friendly to us archers, Arrow of Love Fong Ying suddenly remarked. It would be great if arrows had various attributes later on. Explosive arrows would be really satisfying against these monsters, Zheng Chen said while preparing his skills, comforting the archer Fong Ying. Fireball technique ignoring the mental energy consumption. Zheng Chen released fireballs one after another, quickly creating a gap ahead, but the evil fire spiders were also fast at spitting silk. The evil fire spiders are clearly good at positional warfare. You all escape through the gap first and will draw the monsters into a line. Zheng Chen quickly analyzed the combat style of the evil fire spiders and provided a strategy. As everyone rushed out through the gap, they finally understood why these monsters were called evil fire spiders. It turned out that it wasn't the monster's inherent attribute that was fire, but rather that the silk, upon contact, not only caused bleeding but also a burning pain. Zheng Chen and the others quickly passed through the gap in the spider web, but the speed at which the evil fire spiders spat silk was very fast. Aside from flames, even a warrior's weapon had difficulty cutting through it directly, let alone blunt instruments like staves. The spider web itself is afraid of fire, but the web spun by the evil fire spider has some fire-resistant properties. Zheng Chen's fireball technique seemed increasingly ineffective in the face of the growing number of spider silk. Due to the overwhelming number of evil fire spiders, they ultimately sealed off the escape route for Zheng Chen and his companions, and the webs continued to shoot out, gradually forming a cocoon shape. The 7 of them were trapped in a small space, and as the spider silk thickened, the oxygen became increasingly scarce. Although it was just a game, the lack of oxygen and the risk of falling due to the special environment could still cause players to die. It's not good for the game to be too realistic. We actually got trapped by a bunch of little spiders, Lu Tianwei complained, already bent over from the pressure. Sister, what should we do? I'm starting to feel dizzy, Du Xian said, waving her dagger and continuously cutting at the spider silk, but to no avail. Yin Qing, hearing everyone's complaints, felt anxious as well, swinging her heavy machete desperately, but the space was simply too small to have much effect. As their bodies brushed against the spider silk, a burning pain spread throughout, and their health began to slowly decline. Zheng Chen, what should we do? Think of a way. Yin Qing asked anxiously. Zheng Chen also wore a helpless expression. He didn't have many fire magic spells, and other types of magic were ineffective against the resilient spider silk. The continuous use of the fireball technique was rapidly depleting his mental energy, but the results were pitifully small. The evil fire spiders are everywhere. This terrain is just too suitable for them. It's not easy to break through, Zheng Chen replied. He kept thinking of various methods in his mind, but they were all quickly dismissed. Suddenly, a gust of warm air blew across his face. It was Yin Qing sighing beside him. Wind? Zheng Chen suddenly had an idea. The magic fusion technique could be combined in a forward direction. Previously, Zheng Chen had only used reverse fusion to create explosions against enemies, and he had forgotten about this technique since he had never tried forward fusion. Wind combined with fire, wind borrowing the fire's momentum, fire assisting the wind's might. If these two attributes could perfectly merge, could they break the spider web? You all hold the spider web for me and give me some time, Zheng Chen instructed, stepping aside and commanding the girls to support the descending web while he sat cross-legged among them. After taking a few deep breaths, Zheng Chen focused all his mental energy, placing his staff on his legs, releasing wind elements with his left hand, and preparing a large fireball technique with his right. The wind elements began to flow according to Zheng Chen's intentions, eventually forming a small tornado gently. Zheng Chen continuously felt the frequency of the two elements pulsing, making subtle adjustments as his hands drew closer. When his hands were about 10 centimeters apart, the wind elements began to entwine with the large fireball. The moment the two elements intersected was the most critical point. A slight misstep could cause both elements to dissipate, and he could even suffer backlash, resulting in harm to himself and damage to his mental energy. The wind elements began to spread, wrapping around the fireball and starting to spin. The fire elements burned brighter as they encountered the wind, with Zheng Chen's magic value serving as fuel. His full magic value was instantly depleted, and the two elements finally completed their final fusion. Enduring the dizziness, he threw the completed fused magic out with all his strength. The spinning fireball grew larger as it left his hand. The power of the fused attributes was far more than just 1 + 1 is equal to 2. The spider's silk encountered the fusion technique and was easily burned through, and under the constant pulling of the wind elements, the silk began to spin as well. The suffocating feeling vanished in an instant, and the spinning fireball, dragging the heavy spider web, spiraled upward into the sky. The evil fire spider that crawled close along the spider web was the first to suffer. With less than 10,000 health points, it was instantly reduced to 0 under the fusion skill, and this move actually wiped out 20 or 30 monsters in a second. Although the skill was immensely powerful, Zhang Chen also paid a considerable price. At least he couldn't unleash it a second time right now, and a wave of dizziness surged in his brain. What are you standing there for? Run! Zhang Chen endured the dizziness and got up, leading the few girls deeper into the cave. The girls finally reacted to Zhang Chen's shout and quickened their pace, closely following him. The evil fire spider quickly recovered from the brief shock of the magical fusion skill, but it was impossible to form a surrounding attack again. Threads of spider silk fell behind the group, ultimately allowing Zhang Chen and the others to escape. After running several hundred meters, they stopped only when they could no longer see the evil fire spider. I didn't expect that the evil fire spider, which isn't very high in level and has low health, almost wiped us out, Yin Qing said. Yeah, it feels so good to be able to breathe again, LV Tianwei said, patting her proud chest and gasping for breath. By the way, that spider silk really hurts when it touches you. It feels like being whipped, Liang Rui said, still haunted by the damage from the spider silk. Have you been whipped? What kind of whip? Du Xin, if you keep being inappropriate, I'll let the eldest sister deal with you. What do you mean? I'm being inappropriate? You tell me. The girls completely forgot the danger they had just faced and began to tease each other, with Du Xin being the best at playful banter. Ladies, is it too early to be happy? After the intense concentration earlier, Zhang Chen finally recovered from the gloom of encountering Yuing and Xinghen. Although he was happy to have successfully unleashed the magical fusion skill and enjoyed seeing the beautiful girls joke around, the situation before him was not very good. A gigantic evil fire spider was hanging from the cave ceiling not far ahead, its size more than 10 times that of ordinary small monsters, and behind it was a massive spider web blocking the entire passage, making it nearly impossible to sneak away. The girls followed Zhang Chen's gaze and finally spotted the monster ahead, their joy of surviving the earlier encounter instantly vanishing. Evil fire Spider King level 30 quality, silver health 300,000 with no way forward and enemies behind. What should we do? The archer Fang Ying said, feeling disheartened. During the battle with the evil fire spider, Fang Ying felt utterly useless. Although her single arrows had decent damage, they were too weak against such a large number of small monsters, and now facing a boss, her mindset was somewhat explosive. Zhang Chen rubbed his dizzy head and frowned, saying, if it were just a single boss, that would be fine. Look behind you. The girls turned their gaze back and couldn't help but gasp in shock. A dense swarm of evil fire spiders had followed them, facing the approaching evil fire spiders. Zhang Chen felt a bit of a chill. If they were all giant-legged spiders, he wouldn't be afraid. Instead, it was these generally weak but highly restrictive monsters that were the most troublesome, especially since they were small and all above the cave walls. Once they started attacking, the coverage area would be extremely wide. The reason the group hadn't suffered further damage when trapped in the spider web before was that the evil fire spiders were small and had relatively simple attacks. But now it was different. With the evil fire spider king ahead, if they got trapped again, they could easily be attacked by the boss. Zhang Chen didn't believe that the boss would attack in the same simple manner as the small monsters. At the very least, those 8 sharp spider legs were definitely not just for show. Zhang Chen, what should we do? Liang Rui, who had the most contact with Zhang Chen, was the first to ask when they encountered difficulties. What else can we do? Didn't you see how fierce it was just now? Now it's just standing there like it's exhausted. Du Xin faced a dire situation but still couldn't help teasing Zhang Chen. Everyone, do your best to attack. The more little monsters we kill, the more experience we can earn back. Yin Qing, feeling helpless, had already prepared for certain death, only thinking about how to minimize losses. Sister Assassin, do you have a bias against men? Even when facing death, you're still talking nonsense. Zhang Chen forced himself to stay alert, having already thought of a strategy, but he felt quite displeased with the little girl Du Xin. I'm just speaking the truth, there's no bias here, Du Xin retorted. The group of evil fire spiders drew closer, and their long-range attacks had only been moderately effective. Fortunately, the boss had not awakened, otherwise, the situation would have been even more urgent. After I finish casting the fireball, you all raise your arms and stand straight with your legs together. Zhang Chen stopped bantering with Du Xin and suddenly said something inexplicable, then began to conjure magic towards the boss. Great Fireball Continuous Release. Zhang Chen waved his staff, and a series of great fireballs flew out, aimed directly at the massive spider web behind the boss. If only I had a fire-type staff, Zhang Chen thought. Although the Eternal Ice was an epic-level equipment, it was ice-based, and while its base attack was high, it provided no boost to fire magic. After continuously casting 5 great fireballs, Zhang Chen finally reached his limit and the feeling of dizziness intensified. The great fireballs flew past the boss, striking the spider web behind it. Big brother, are you provoking the boss at this time? And you even missed? Du Xin turned her head to complain. Time pause. Zhang Chen didn't have time to explain much to them and directly activated the time pause. At this moment, the evil fire spider group had entered the attack range, some even beginning to spray webs, and the boss was startled awake by the passing fireballs, but everything froze in midair. Except for Du Xin, the others obediently raised their arms and stood with their legs together. The reason Zhang Chen had everyone pose like this was that the gap created by the great fireballs was limited, and after the time pause, it would be easier for him to move everyone away. Zhang Chen didn't dare waste time. He directly tucked Yin Chang and Lu Tianwei under his arms. Due to his low strength, he could only drag them along. Since they hadn't taken damage and were teammates, he avoided accidentally hurting them by using too much force, so the time pause hadn't ended, which Zhang Chen had tested before. He didn't care about the soft touch and quickly threw the two out through the gap in the spider web, then turned to save the others. Since Du Xin hadn't followed orders, rescuing her was the most troublesome. First, dragging her was quite exhausting, and even passing through the spider web almost got her stuck. After rescuing everyone, Zhang Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He glanced back at the spider group and the evil Fire Spider King, his eyes filled with strong unwillingness. When I come back from inside, I will definitely wipe you all out. Zhang Chen spat and cursed loudly. As Zhang Chen crawled out of the gap in the spider web, the time pause effect just disappeared and everyone returned to normal, finding themselves all piled together, with Zhang Chen right on top. What happened? Where's the monster? Several girls questioned in unison. Keep your voices down. Let's go, Zhang Chen said as he rolled off from a pile of soft hands and cautiously felt his way forward. Perhaps having exited the hatred circle of the evil fire spider, the spider group did not pursue them again and the boss fell back into slumber. What exactly just happened? How did we suddenly end up here? Yin Xing couldn't help but ask. Everyone was confused, but since Zhang Chen had previously given commands, it was clear that this group transfer was his doing. Facing the gaze of the crowd, Zhang Chen had no choice but to concoct a random answer. This is my space magic group teleportation. You all need to raise your arms and legs together, mainly to reduce the area occupied. After all, my teleportation range is not large. In response to the skeptical looks from everyone, Zhang Chen continued, Here, I criticized Du Xin. She was the only one who didn't cooperate with the movements, which led to everyone falling to the ground and almost causing a teleportation failure. Faced with Zhang Chen's sudden criticism, everyone forgot to doubt and turned their attention to Du Xin. I'm sorry, Du Xin said apologetically. If it was a mistake that caused her to be eliminated, she wouldn't be too afraid, but if it was because of her that everyone was wiped out, that was the last thing Du Xin wanted to see. It's okay, but this is a wake-up call. Our team's execution needs to be strengthened. Future battles will only get tougher. Yin Xing patted Du Xion's shoulder, comforting her. Did you hear that? From now on, be good and listen to your brother. You won't suffer. Zhang Chen patted Du Xion's head, grinning with pride. Go away. With Du Xion's previous personality, she would have definitely pushed Zhang Chen away, but this time she merely turned her head away. Even her resistance seemed weak. Alright, let's keep moving. We've been in the ruins for so long and haven't found any treasures, it's really strange. Zhang Chen didn't make any more sarcastic remarks and cheerfully walked forward, but as soon as he took a step, his legs suddenly went weak, almost collapsing to the ground. I've consumed quite a bit of energy, I might need to rest for a while. You all go ahead and scout the way. After releasing the magic fusion technique and continuously casting the fireball spell, Zhang Chen's mental energy was somewhat depleted, but that wasn't the main reason for his weak legs. The primary reason was having to carry several women back and forth. Zhang Chen didn't mind that he couldn't look handsome for more than 3 seconds. He closed his eyes and began to meditate, resembling a wizard in deep thought. If only a wizard's power could be higher, this little body is too weak. Zhang Chen couldn't help but complain in his heart. Zhang Chen let the few women scout ahead while he began to meditate to recover his mental energy. His magic points could be restored with potions, but mental energy could only be recovered through meditation. As for how the others were doing, Zhang Chen wasn't too clear. It was only natural not to know. After all, in the entire holy domain, he was the only mage with mental energy. As Zhang Chen meditated, more than half an hour quickly passed. When he opened his eyes, he found that the others had not yet returned. Although the cave had widened considerably, if there were sounds of fighting, they should have been audible. For some reason, there was not a trace of anyone. These girls, they wouldn't have found the treasure and kept it for themselves, would they? Zhang Chen stood up and muttered to himself. But then he thought the possibility of that was slim. Generally, ruins would scatter some equipment or items. Some in treasure chests deep within the ruins, some swallowed by monsters, which would drop upon being killed, and some items might even be left in a corner. The final treasure would naturally be guarded by the most powerful boss. Other ordinary items wouldn't be enough to make people run away. Besides, these few couldn't escape the temple even if they could run away from the monk. Zhang Chen hurriedly opened the contact list and found that everyone was still online, but when he tried to send a message, it displayed the other party is in a special area and cannot connect to communication. With no sounds of fighting and no one returning to the city, there was only one answer. The group had encountered a maze in the ruins. The maze in the ruins was a terrifying setting. Various traps would be triggered inside, and there were many forks in the road. Some unlucky people could even be trapped for days, ultimately being killed by the triggered traps and sent back to the city. Facing the ruins maze, Zheng Chen did not dare to be careless and could only hope that the few girls would not separate, otherwise it would be very difficult to get out of here. Zheng Chen had not walked far when, as expected, many forks appeared ahead, each entrance looking the same, and the cave was about 1.2 meters wide and only about 2.5 meters high. Zheng Chen did not dare to rush in, carefully observing each cave entrance and shouting the names of the girls at each entrance, but received no response. In fact, Zheng Chen knew better than anyone that while the entrances seemed to lead far away, once entered, they would immediately seal off, so choosing which path to take was essentially the same. Half depended on luck, and the other half relied on one's own strength to solve the various challenges inside. Zheng Chen sighed inwardly. It seemed that during this relic exploration, some of the team members would definitely be lost. Just as Zheng Chen remembered, after entering the cave, the entrance was directly sealed off. The ruins maze was this cruel: either you get out alive, or you die and return to the city. As long as the passage did not have forks, there was nothing much to think about. One just needed to move forward. Of course, if one unfortunately stepped on a trap, they could only hope for the best. As for avoiding triggering traps, it was basically very difficult to achieve because every piece of ground could potentially be a switch for a trap, which is what was meant by the element of luck mentioned earlier. Zheng Chen's luck was evidently not good. He stepped on 2 or 3 spikes in succession. Fortunately, Zheng Chen reacted quickly. Although he sustained some damage, he managed to replenish himself with a health potion in time. However, these spikes were clearly not the most threatening things. The sudden blockages in the passage, various flames, frost, arrows, and so on, attacked unpredictably and endlessly. Even with Zheng Chen's quick reflexes, he still faced life-threatening situations, nearly dying multiple times in this ruins maze. Zheng Chen did not know how long he had been walking until Lin Chang and the others all logged off. He then found a safe place to exit the game. Whether it was because Zheng Chen had difficulty moving or because the room he lived in was the master bedroom of the entire house, when Zheng Chen took off his helmet, he found that everyone had already gathered in the room. You also entered the maze? As soon as Zheng Chen took off his helmet, Yin Qing asked directly. Zheng Chen nodded. Although his eyes had not yet adjusted, he was already aware of everyone's general positions, and his mental strength seemed to have increased significantly. What should we do now? Although everyone hasn't died yet, we are too scattered, and the supplies are always limited. Once the supplies run out, everyone can only wait to die, Yin Qing continued. How did you all get separated? Zheng Chen asked curiously. Didn't you tell us to go ahead and scout the route? With so many entrances, of course, it was faster for each person to take one. We originally planned to walk out 100 meters and then turn back, but who would have thought that as soon as we entered the passage, the entrance would automatically seal off? Lu Tianwei's chest heaved with anger, seemingly attributing all the blame for entering the maze to Zheng Chen. Most traps in the ruins maze won't kill you instantly, so as long as you react quickly and have enough supplies to recover, a level 30 ruins is mostly entry level, and the corresponding maze won't be too large. If it really comes to it, we might just lose some experience. We should be close to the treasure once we get out of the maze. Zheng Chen had no other way but to offer some encouragement to everyone. That's all we can do. Everyone should log off every hour to report your current location and any observations. Since communication was not possible within the maze, Yin Qing could only come up with the simplest yet most effective method. The group logged back into the game, beginning their journey tormented by the maze. Because the maze was a completely enclosed passage, they could not rely on external objects to determine their location. The passage had many forks, and every so often, traps would change the entrances and exits of the passage, causing places they had previously walked through to become dead ends, which greatly disrupted the memory of some players who were good at remembering paths. 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours. After 4 hours, until everyone exited the game again, everyone had exhausted their patience, wishing they could be taken away by a thorn. The group was at a loss and decided to eat first before making a decision. This was also the first time Zheng Chen had sat down for a meal in a long time. Since Liang Rui was also in the game today, the food was mostly takeout. Eating with a bunch of beautiful women at the same table, although he couldn't see them, the sounds of laughter around him still made him feel quite pleasant. Zheng Chen used his mental power to sense everyone's words and actions, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. I have a way. When the game goes online, everyone stay put. As long as I log off, you all log off too. Then I'll guide you to gather first and we'll talk later, Zheng Chen said. After saying this, he quickly finished the food in his bowl without needing anyone to help him, and skillfully returned to his room. Sister, do you think this guy looks like a blind person? Lu Tianwei covered her chest, which was a bit exposed due to the hot weather, but seeing Zheng Chen move around like a normal person made her feel a bit embarrassed. The doctor has already checked him, so there shouldn't be any mistakes. And look at his eyeballs, they really don't seem very lively. Maybe all experts have some special abilities? Yin Qing also didn't know how to explain, so she could only categorize Zhang Chen's behavior as a special ability. The method Zhang Chen thought of was to use his mental power. After returning to the game, everyone gradually logged in. Since they had already agreed offline, no one moved and they quietly waited in place. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, sat down calmly and quickly entered a meditative state using the method Sun Sijia had taught him. As he meditated, Zhang Chen once again felt his mental power. After a brief familiarization, he began to try to extend his mental power outward. It must be said that after a period of training, Zhang Chen's mental power had grown significantly and releasing it to explore. The surroundings seemed to consume very little energy. Soon, he had a grasp of the area within a dozen meters, including mechanisms that were indistinguishable to the naked eye due to the darkness of the passage. When Zhang Chen expanded the range to 50 meters, the extension of his mental power seemed to reach its limit. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't expand it even a little more. But a range of 50 meters was enough to find his companions. The first ones he searched for were surprisingly his nemesis Du Xian and a member of the Moonlight Starry Sky team. Zhang Chen naturally didn't care about their lives and directly confirmed Du Xian's location, then used his mental power to plan a route. Mental power could pass through walls, but Zhang Chen's body could not. Covering a straight distance of 50 meters, Zhang Chen had to detour nearly 1,000 meters before finally finding Du Xian without any danger. After successfully gathering one member, Zhang Chen repeated the process. If he couldn't find anyone, he would move a distance and continue searching. After several confirmations of logging off, he finally managed to gather all 6 members of the studio. However, whether it was fate playing tricks or divine will, during the search for members, they unexpectedly encountered Moonlight Starry Sky. Naturally, Moonlight Starry Sky wouldn't miss this opportunity, and closely followed Zhang Chen and the others, unwilling to leave. It was just that it was unclear why only 2 people were left in their team. According to Moonlight Starry Sky's account, it was because they had previously encountered the evil fire spider and the team members had scattered while trying to cover for each other. Later, they entered the maze and were further separated by the confusing entrances and exits, leaving only herself and the healer. Perhaps it was the repulsion of the same sex, or perhaps they sensed the unusual connection between Zhang Chen and Moonlight Starry Sky. The women were not very friendly towards these 2 outsiders. The more people, the more support. I promise that for the treasures in this ruin, our side will take nothing. How about it? Yuing Xinghan was clearly unwilling to return to the city just like that, and hurriedly promised everyone that for some players, temporary gains and losses were not too important. Completing the entire relic process would be very helpful for future entries into the relics, and Yuing Xinghan clearly thought this way. Zhang Chen, you decide whether to take her or not. Yin Qing threw the dilemma to Zhang Chen. After all, he had been the main force in exploring the relics so far. I don't kill those without hostility. If you want to follow, that's up to you. But as you said, it's best not to touch anything, not even a single gold coin, Zhang Chen said coldly, speaking without mercy. Okay, no wonder you have so many beautiful women around you. Your icy demeanor is really cool, Yuing Xinghan said with admiration. Zhang Chen was clearly taken aback by this, thinking to himself, in my past life, I flattered you so much, but all I got in return was betrayal and deception. Now, being cold to you, and you say I'm cool? Let's go. Fortunately, this is an entry-level relic. The maze isn't too big, but it's still about the size of 6 or 7 football fields combined. If we want to get out, it will take some time, so stay close. Zhang Chen did not respond to Yuing Xinghan, but unconsciously spoke more, and the information he relayed had already been discussed offline. It was clearly meant for the 2 outsiders. The girls from the studio were not foolish, they all noticed something unusual. And Du Xian's gaze was particularly playful, making Zhang Chen dare not look directly at her and hurriedly led the way ahead. Zhang Chen explored while leading everyone forward, picking up scattered items in some dead corners of the maze. Although the treasures were not particularly exquisite, they were all uncommon items from outside. Some potions could even provide strong buffs. Though their duration was short, they could enhance survival ability or instant burst capability. This relic is indeed interesting. These items are just lying there. Don't they have any guardian beasts or something? Yin Qing said curiously as she picked up a small pile of coins. No need to rush, you'll have plenty to fight soon. Have you forgotten about the evil fire spider from earlier? Zhang Chen reminded her. Oh, forget it, it's better to take it easy. If I could pick up some skill books or top-notch equipment, that would be perfect. Yin Qing quickly changed her tone. Don't worry, the system won't let people easily obtain top-notch items. Get ready for the final boss fight. Zhang Chen ignored the items being picked up and turned to continue to the next location. Zhang Chen, do you have a map of this place? Why are you so familiar with the surrounding paths? Yuing Xinghan suddenly asked. Upon hearing that familiar voice call his name, Zhang Chen's footsteps suddenly paused. Although he didn't turn around, everyone still sensed a hint of something unusual. It's just intuition. If I had been here before, would I have left you anything? Zhang Chen naturally wouldn't reveal the secret of his mental power. What do you mean by we? Neither of us has the right to pick up anything, Yuing Xinghan said somewhat aggrieved. Yo, some people have forgotten their pain after healing, thinking they can escape, and now saying they feel wronged in this sarcastic tone. You promised not to take anything, and no one is forcing you. Du Xian finally couldn't stand Yu Xinghan's act and retorted. Alright, this isn't the time for bickering, keep up. Zheng Chen interrupted Du Xian and continued to lead the way. This dead Zheng Chen really falls for this green tea act, Du Xian said dissatisfied. Who are you calling green tea? Yu Xinghan was not one to back down, completely losing her gentleness when speaking to Du Xian. I'm talking about you, what's wrong with that? Du Xian also didn't want to back down. Alright, hurry up and keep up, we'll get separated again. Yin Xing shot a look of disdain at Yu Xinghan and then pulled Du Xian to catch up. Yu Xinghan was scolded and felt a bit down, but she didn't dare to fall behind. Without Zheng Chen to lead the way, it was too difficult to navigate this maze of ruins. Miss, they spoke so harshly, why don't we just not follow them? The accompanying nanny suddenly whispered. What do you know? That man is a prominent figure. The harsher those women speak, the more opportunities one have to get closer to Zheng Chen. They're just a bunch of naive little girls, let them feel uncomfortable for a while, Yu Xinghan confidently replied. Yu Xinghan clearly recognized Zheng Chen, after all, he occupied half of the hottest posts on the forum, and recently he had climbed the level rankings, making it impossible for him to keep a low profile. By the time they exited the maze, the sky was already bright, and everyone agreed to continue after breakfast. Zheng Chen wasn't worried about Yu Xinghan and her companion competing for monsters. After all, just over 100 meters down the corridor was the final boss of this ruin, the colorful spider. When everyone logged back in, Yu Xinghan and the nanny and the team had already come online, while the other members of their team had likely returned to the city long ago. Oh, you logged in pretty early. Afraid of being left behind, huh? Didn't even dare to eat breakfast? Du Xian mocked sarcastically. Yu Xinghan just smiled, neither angry nor responding, but her nanny, little Wildcat, was quite upset. We said we wouldn't split the loot, we just wanted to help you out. I didn't expect you to be so hard to get along with, little Wildcat couldn't help but say. Zheng Chen had some impression of this little Wildcat. In his previous life, she had always been by Yu Xinghan's side. Although she always defended Yu Xinghan, her character was relatively simple and kind, without too many ulterior motives. Well, since you both want to participate in fighting the boss, then join the second team. If you accidentally die, the risk is on you, Zheng Chen reminded. Okay, I see your second team has 2 people, just right for a healer and a tank. You don't need to worry about my health, Yu Xinghan replied readily. Zheng Chen nodded, fully aware of her cunning nature. He knew she wouldn't offend everyone over a single boss. Appearing to suffer losses was her usual tactic. Du Xian, you stay in the second team. Since the level 30 boss has high damage and you, as a melee fighter, have relatively weak defense, let Liang Rui keep an eye on your health. This time, Zheng Chen spoke a bit more to prevent Du Xian from claiming personal vendetta again. Alright, let's see whose output is higher. Du Xian said defiantly, looking at Yu Xinghan. With Zheng Chen's simple adjustments, the team was quickly organized, 5 in the main team and 4 in the second team. Main team, Sunny Day Yin Qing, female warrior level 24 arrow of love, Fang Ying, archer level 23 jade spirit ice, Han Bing, ice mage level 24 justice from the sky, Zheng Chen, all element mage level 25 drizzling rain, Lu Tianwei, priest level 23 second team, night charm, Du Xian, assassin. Level 24 like a spring breeze, Liang Rui, priest level 22 Yu Xinghan, unknown, female warrior level 24 little wildcat, unknown, priest level 23 The 2 warriors led the way, while the 3 priests locked onto their main tank. The mages and archers followed behind, and the only assassin in the field began to stealthily look for opportunities. The colorful spider was the final boss of this ruin. There were no small monsters before the corridor, but once they exited, a faint green mist began to appear, and everyone's health started to slightly decrease. There's poison in the air, everyone pay attention to your health recovery, Zheng Chen reminded. The boss was enormous, its body as colorful as its name suggested. Without even looking at the surrounding poisonous mist, one could tell it was definitely poisonous all over. Its rainbow-like shell was very hard, covered in short, colorful spines. Every time the boss gasped, it exhaled a green toxic mist. The spider legs didn't look sharp, but wherever they made contact, they left behind venom. Several enormous treasure chests were sealed in the corners by spider webs, and there were some skeletal remains on the ground. It was unclear whether this group of spiders had taken over the ruins or if they appeared after the ruins' owner had died. Colorful spider level 30 quality, gold health, 750,000 truly a gold level boss. It's clear that it doesn't excel in physical strength, yet it has 250,000 more health than the Frost Cave Giant of the same level, Zheng Chen couldn't help but exclaim after reviewing the boss's basic information. Although the poison only drains a few drops of health per second, over time, it really becomes quite troublesome, Yin Qing said, frowning. If it were just that, it would be fine, but I'm afraid this toxic mist has additional attributes, like doubling the effect of the boss's poison attacks within its range. Zheng Chen voiced the worst-case scenario. Although Zheng Chen had merely spoken offhandedly, he was indeed correct. While the damage wasn't as terrifying as doubling, it still increased by a full 20%. How should we fight this boss? Everyone felt a bit nervous about facing a boss above their level, especially one of gold quality, and all eyes were filled with anticipation as they looked at Zheng Chen. Position yourselves in a 150 degrees fan shape. 2 warriors stand at the 8 o'clock and 5 o'clock positions, while the others maintain a safe distance to avoid widespread poison damage. Archers should focus on one spot and ice. Mages should try to control the situation. Assassins should look for opportunities but not be greedy, Zheng Chen commanded without hesitation. After the tactical instructions were given, the 2 warriors charged forward, naturally, drawing the aggro to the main team. The 2 female warriors swung their greatswords together, showing no fear of the boss's strength. Just maintain aggro, don't take hits head-on. Be mindful of your positioning and use the double tank advantage to kite the boss. Zheng Chen continued to deploy strategies while casting skills. After some attempts, Zheng Chen discovered that the boss had the lowest resistance to fire attributes, so he simply abandoned other elemental attacks and kept using Fireball. The only skill used in conjunction with the Fireball was Tracking Ice Pillar. Although the Tracking Ice Pillar didn't have much effect on the boss, it had a chance to control the boss for a few seconds, and the equipment reduced the cooldown time of ice spells, allowing for a higher frequency of Ice Pillar casts. The main advantage was that Tracking Ice Pillar was a non-targeting skill. When someone in front was taking damage, the boss had little room to maneuver, thus ensuring a corresponding hit rate. At first, the boss only released attacks like Spider Web Poison, mostly targeting the warriors in front, so while the damage wasn't high, it was manageable. However, after the boss's health dropped by 10%, the colorful spider became more active, periodically using its webs to suspend itself in the air and then unleashing a wide-range poison attack on the ranged players. Fortunately, Zheng Chen's strategy had everyone spread out, and the 3 healers supported each other, keeping things relatively safe. Once suspended, the boss had to have its webbing broken to come down, so only ranged classes could attack. Yue Xinghen could only watch helplessly as the boss swayed, while Yin Xing, thanks to the blade chi skill Zheng Chen sold her, could unleash a blade attack every half-minute. After each attack, she would smile at you. Ying Xinghen and the 2 female warriors were in a friendly competition, with Yin Xing currently in the lead. In the end, it was Zheng Chen's fireball that broke the boss's web, causing the colorful spider to crash heavily to the ground. The group unleashed a frenzied barrage of attacks on the fallen boss, and they saw it glow with colorful light, its abdomen swelling up. Stop, retreat quickly. Zheng Chen noticed the boss was about to attack and hurriedly reminded everyone. However, the others were caught up in the excitement of the fight and had forgotten Zheng Chen's warning about not being greedy for kills. By the time they wanted to dodge, it was already too late. The colorful spider moved its 8 legs swiftly, and as its body spun, it shot out a colorful web from its abdomen, instantly ensnaring several people nearby, and then its spider legs attacked them. Zheng Chen had always emphasized not to be greedy for kills, but it was clear that everyone had not understood. The thrill of beating a drowning dog, combined with the competition among the women, caused several of them engaged in close combat to be trapped by the web. The venom from the colorful spider's legs was very potent. If they were infected, entering a poisoned state was minor, but the worst part was that the priest's healing couldn't keep up with the blood loss, especially since everyone's levels were heavily suppressed. The 3 closest to the boss were Yin Chang and Yue Xinghen, who were the primary targets of the boss's attack, as they had been too arrogant before. Priest, focus on healing, give all your strength to the warriors, Zheng Chen said, as a fireball larger than usual appeared in his hand, aimed directly at the colorful spider's abdomen. Fortunately, the boss did not prioritize attacking the assassin Du Xian. Otherwise, with her health, even if the priest healed with all their might, it would be hard to bring her back. Yin Chang and Yue Xinghen had decent equipment, with health reaching over 6,000, and their defense was naturally not too bad. Even so, the toxin damage after being attacked was very high, reaching around 1,000 health per second. With the priest's healing and their constant replenishment of health potions, they managed to stabilize the toxin damage. Zheng Chen glanced at the status bar below Yin Qing's team, noting the poison state lasting 15 seconds. Once you break free, retreat immediately. After the poison state ends, heal up before moving forward, Zheng Chen reminded them. At that moment, the super large fireball he had prepared was already launched. The boss, focused on attacking the 2 warriors, found it too late to dodge. Even though the colorful spider's shell was very hard, it could not escape the characteristics of its species. Its abdomen could not withstand too much damage. Zheng Chen could feel the boss's firepower was strong, but it was still pushed back a few steps by the hit. After shaking its legs in anger, it surprisingly abandoned the 2 warriors and charged directly at Zheng Chen. Zheng Chen seemed to be prepared, calmly throwing out 2 small fireballs, targeting the webs on the 2 warriors. I'll draw the boss's attention, you all adjust your states. Don't heal me, Zheng Chen said while maneuvering. In fact, the mage's agility was not high. The best choice for drawing the boss was the archer. However, for Zheng Chen, if the archer in the team was trapped and he had to go save them, it was better to take action himself. The fireballs were small, but they were enough to break the web. However, the colorful spider was very fast, and Zheng Chen's challenge was just beginning. The area where the boss was located was not large, and it had long-range control skills. Once caught in the web, Zheng Chen could not withstand the toxin's attack. Zheng Chen used a zigzag maneuver. Whenever the boss prepared to release a skill, it would always stop abruptly and change direction. The brief moment of stiffness after releasing a skill was enough for Zheng Chen to create some distance. In just over 10 seconds, Zhang Chen appeared somewhat disheveled but had not taken any damage and was able to spare a hand to cast several instant skills. Ying Xinghan watched Zhang Chen darting left and right in the arena, and an unusual light flickered in her eyes. With this kind of maneuvering and awareness, plus this impressive damage, he must be one of the top experts in the entire Huaxia region. Ying Xinghan thought to herself. Hey, stop daydreaming over there, my sister has already charged in. Du Xian had just broken free from the web when he saw the appearance of the colorful spider under the moonlight and couldn't help but speak. The colorful spider glanced at Du Xian with a hint of disdainful smile at the corner of its mouth, not responding to Du Xian's words, and charged directly towards the boss, surprisingly arriving in front of the boss first. As the warriors regained their state, the rhythm of the attack stabilized again. With the experience from earlier, everyone dared not be greedy. Once they noticed the colorful spider charging up, they would immediately reposition to create distance. Everyone, don't be careless. The boss is colorful, but the poison is still just green mist. Clearly, it hasn't unleashed its big move yet. Be careful of the boss's rage, Zheng Chen reminded. A stable output environment can easily make everyone lose their vigilance. Bosses above gold rank are terrifying not only because of their high attributes, but also due to their ability to kill in an instant. Even if the boss has only 1% health left, if the team gets wiped out, it would only lead to a wasted effort. After Zhang Chen interrupted the two aerial web sprays, the boss's health finally dropped to 30%, and just as Zhang Chen expected, the colorful spider entered a state of rage. In its rage state, the boss no longer emitted green mist. Colorful mist began to emanate from its abdomen, and various colored liquids started to flow from its body. At this moment, the colorful spider looked as if it had lost its color. And a boss that seemed to have lost its color was not truly colorless. The colorful venom hitting the ground caused a puff of green smoke to rise, leaving pits on the ground. Close combat, stop attacking. Ranged, be careful with your positioning, Zheng Chen quickly reminded. However, in its rage state, the boss's speed and attack had increased. Just as two female warriors were about to retreat, they were hit by the colorful venom sprayed from the boss's abdomen. Fortunately, the amount of venom that hit them wasn't too much. The two women's health bars instantly dropped by half and continued to decline. What was even more shocking was that this venom could corrode their equipment, leaving pits on their heavy armor. The sudden damage to their equipment not only exposed them but also significantly reduced their defense. My golden armor, how infuriating! Moonlight Star Trace lamented as she retreated, feeling pained for her gear. The early-stage golden armor couldn't simply be measured by money. With so many pits corroded into it would be difficult to repair after returning to town. Yin Qing also looked pained, but she didn't complain, only becoming more cautious in her movements. Priests, heal the warriors. Fang Ying and Han Bing move in the opposite direction to maintain a safe distance for output. Zheng Chen commanded again, using a fireball to draw the aggro to himself. At this point, Zheng Chen had already removed his ice armor, although it was only silver gear. If it got corroded, it wouldn't be an outcome Zheng Chen could accept. Even though Zheng Chen was being very careful with his positioning, the range of the venom spray was too large, and his equipment was still continuously damaged, while his health was also dropping quickly due to the surrounding poison mist. How unlucky! A boss with destructive attributes is the most annoying. I didn't expect to encounter one so early, Zheng Chen couldn't help but complain. However, he knew that great risks symbolize great rewards, and at this moment, Zheng Chen was already looking forward to the several large treasure chests behind the boss. After the colorful spider entered its rage state, not only did its attributes soar, but colorful poison mist continuously emanated from its body. Although the poison mist was not as aggressive as the venom sprayed from its tail, it still increased the rate at which everyone present lost health. Everyone, hold on. Give up attacking, just don't get knocked out, Zheng Chen reassured while holding the boss's attention. Fortunately, there were 3 priests in the team. Although the toxic mist was highly potent, everyone's health remained above a healthy line. Because Zheng Chen had instructed them in advance not to heal him to avoid aggro confusion, they dared not attack or heal, only dodging the splattering poison. The boss's enraged state lasted unexpectedly long. Even though Zheng Chen maneuvered well, the spraying poison combined with the widespread toxic mist made it difficult to sustain with just health potions. Chunner, withdraw from the team, Ying Xinghan said to the little wildcat, Chunner being her nickname. The other girls in the studio looked at Ying Xinghan and the two with some confusion, not understanding why they were withdrawing, but they all prepared to defend themselves against any disruption. Are so many people relying on just one mage to draw aggro? Instead of being cautious of me, why not help out? Ying Xinghan charged forward, leaving behind a dismissive remark. Chunner, at all costs, help him. Heal, Ying Xinghan commanded. Upon hearing this, the little wildcat did not hesitate at all and accurately cast her healing skill on Zheng Chen, significantly reducing his pressure. Combined with the health potions, his health quickly returned to full. Zheng Chen looked at the two rushing over in surprise, clearly not expecting that 2 outsiders would risk their lives to save him. Sister, what should we do? We're not afraid of death, it's Zheng Chen who said we shouldn't attack, Lu Tianwei said, looking somewhat aggrieved at Yin Cheng. Ying Xinghan's actions undoubtedly placed an unjust label on the studio members. Yin Qing shook her head helplessly and raised her heavy machete. Again, saying, maybe we've relied too much on him, we should indeed respond flexibly in battle. If no one helps with healing, even you won't last long, yet we just stood there like robots following orders. Yin Chang was clearly dissatisfied with her previous reaction. Although she didn't particularly like Yu Xinghan, her decisive style had given Yin Chang and the others a harsh wake-up call. As the leader of a studio, regardless of its size, if one cannot provide the correct instructions in a timely manner, how far can that studio go? Zheng Chen didn't think that much. Although having more people made it easier to deal with the boss in such an urgent situation, he had no time to direct everyone, so he preferred to face the danger alone. Zheng Chen's health was safe now, but due to the low attack frequency, the monster's aggro was drawn to the little wildcat. This was also why Zheng Chen didn't want everyone to heal. During a boss fight, if the aggro was drawn without high continuous damage, it was easy for the monster's aggro to become chaotic, with the first target being the healing priests. The little wildcat didn't have Zheng Chen's maneuverability. The boss's poison spray hit her for full damage, and her equipment was almost completely corroded, but fortunately, she had the system's built-in underwear. The little wildcat was hit by the poison and was about to heal herself, but before her skill could be released, the continuous damage brought her health to zero. Yu Xinghan ignored her fallen teammate and had already reached the boss, trying to draw its aggro onto herself. Perhaps because the enraged state was about to end, the colorful spider ignored Yu Xinghan and shot a web to the cave ceiling, its massive body rising once again. Zheng Chen sensed the crisis, but it was too late to stop the boss's attack. He could only shout loudly to everyone, "Don't come over, retreat quickly." Zheng Chen was not very close to the boss, but Yu Xinghan would definitely not escape the attack range, and Yin Qing was also quickly moving towards the boss, seemingly influenced by Yu Xinghan. Although she heard Zheng Chen's command, she did not stop. The colorful spider rose into the air, its abdomen flashing with vibrant colors, and after swelling once more, a large amount of colorful venom was sprayed out, launching an indiscriminate area attack. Except for Zhang Chen, who was prepared, everyone else found it hard to escape. Just as the venom was about to fall, Zheng Chen activated Time Pause. Although he had previously resolved not to use it lightly, as frequent use of this skill could easily raise suspicions, he couldn't just stand by and watch everyone potentially get wiped out. After pausing time, Zhang Chen once again took on the role of a mover. Although it was somewhat tiring, he was at least carrying beautiful women, which made it somewhat enjoyable. After dragging everyone to a safe corner, the pause time was about to end. Zheng Chen initially wanted to use a magical fusion technique, but the remaining time didn't allow for it. To avoid raising suspicions, Zheng Chen deliberately struck a peculiar pose and, at the moment time resumed, pretentiously shouted, "Super Timespace Collective Teleportation Technique." The colorful venom fell from the sky, and everyone returned to their original state. Looking at Zheng Chen's comical appearance and their inexplicable presence in the safe zone, they were all somewhat baffled. When did using skills in the game require shouting? Yu Xinghan, who was closest to Zheng Chen, asked somewhat confusedly. Zheng Chen did not answer Yu Xinghan but instead focused his gaze on the boss, putting on the ice armor again. At this moment, the colorful spider finally entered a weakened state, wrapping itself in layers of spider silk, seemingly trying to drag out its weakened state with the protection of the web. Great Fire God, hear my prayer, Fire Element, heed my command, Fireball Technique. Zheng Chen once again chanted the incantation for the Fireball Technique, seemingly using his actions to clarify for everyone that skills could indeed be used by shouting. A fireball larger than ever shot out, and everyone regrouped to attack the boss. Without its berserk state, the colorful spider no longer stirred up any waves. The massive spider body fell to the ground, and a flash of light passed. This time it was a big explosion. Yu Xinghan, being closest to the explosion, merely looked enviously at the pile of precious items on the ground, showing no intention of picking them up. Everyone was waiting for Zheng Chen to distribute the loot, all standing by in anticipation. When Zheng Chen approached the boss to collect the spoils, the boss's body unexpectedly swelled up again, its abdomen inflating to the limit before exploding, spraying colorful venom in all directions. Zheng Chen's attention was on the loot, and when he tried to dodge, it was already too late. Such a large amount of venom was enough to kill him instantly. Zheng Chen even closed his eyes, waiting for death, but unexpectedly, a figure lunged over, blocking all the splattering venom. The person who risked their life to save him was actually Yu Xinghan. Without having time to say anything, she transformed into a white light and returned to the city. With the crisis averted, Zheng Chen was still in a daze, unable to comprehend why she would risk her life to save him upon their first meeting in this life. It was only a friend request that brought Zheng Chen back to his senses. "Miss, was it worth it? You got no loot and lost so much experience." Little Wildcat complained at the resurrection point. Yu Xinghan showed no signs of sadness, tapping Little Wildcat's head and laughing. "What do you know? The value of early game equipment can't compare to the worth of a person's goodwill." Zheng Chen looked at Yu Xinghan in his friend list, and a ripple stirred in his heart. Could it be that everything has changed after the rebirth? Has she become kinder? Zheng Chen had such a thought in his mind. It really is a case of mutual affection, Du Xin mocked. Zheng Chen came back to his senses, looking at Du Xin with a strange expression, slightly furrowing his brows and saying, "Little girl, are you targeting me so much because you've fallen for this handsome guy?" After saying that, he revealed a playful smile. "TCH, what bad luck, hurry up and pick up the things," Du Xin said with disdain, and then began to clean up the battlefield. "I have to say, the first kill reward for the relic boss is indeed generous. There are 4 pieces of equipment, one of which is a golden level weapon, and the remaining 3 are all silver quality. The most attractive thing on the ground for Zhang Chen is the floating skill book, which turns out to be a fire-type skill firewall technique. The others are just some potions and gold coins, with some excellent instant recovery potions among the potions, overall considered a big haul. I'll take the skill book, you all can handle the rest." Zhang Chen took the skill book in hand and glanced at its attributes. Firewall technique ignites an unquenchable fire in a specific place. The flames ignited are like the resentment in a mage's heart, burning fiercely and not extinguishing for a long time. If one does not escape quickly, they will suffer serious damage. The firewall lasts for 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 15 seconds, and can be learned by fire-type mages at level 25. The firewall technique is one of the more practical skills for fire-type mages in the early stages. Its advantage is quick release and high sustained damage. When farming monsters, it's easy to lure them into the firewall with proper positioning, and in PK, it can further restrict the enemy's movement. Of course, the drawbacks are also obvious. The range is not very large, and the cooldown time is the same as the duration. Without cooldown reducing equipment, it can only be released once every 15 seconds. However, as long as there are advantages, the drawbacks are not a big deal for Zhang Chen, who already has many skills, and as his level increases, he will have even more. The issues of cooldown time and range are not significant problems for him. Zhang Chen casually learned the firewall technique and then directly released it at the treasure chest in the corner, not only to test the range of the firewall but also to clear the cobwebs off the chest. The range of the firewall is quite decent, about 50 centimeters wide, nearly 3 meters long, and the height of the firewall is about 2 meters, blocking the line of sight, and judging by the intensity of the flames, its attack power should be considerable. The cobwebs were quickly cleared away, revealing 3 large treasure chests. Although the surface of the chests had lost their luster, one could still see their former brilliance. "Such big treasure chests, even if they are all gold coins, would be enough for us to make a profit," said Lu Tianwei happily. The others in the studio were also exceptionally excited. Who wouldn't like the feeling of adventure and treasure hunting? Zhang Chen, however, smiled knowingly and said, "Don't be fooled by the size of the chests. Each one usually only contains 1 or 2 items, and a bigger chest doesn't necessarily mean better items." "How do you know everything?" Yin Cheng asked, somewhat puzzled. The holy domain had just opened, and Yin Cheng believed she had done a lot of preparation work and had checked all the relevant information available, but there was basically no useful information. In contrast, Zhang Chen's understanding of the holy domain always exceeded expectations. Zhang Chen tapped his forehead with his index finger and said arrogantly, "Just a matter of intelligence. By the way, who do you think has better luck? These treasure chests generally generate treasures randomly when opened, so luck is crucial." "Sister, you open it," suggested Yu Lingbing, who rarely spoke. Everyone naturally agreed, and Zhang Chen was indifferent. After all, his past self had never opened anything surprising. Yin Xing also took the initiative and walked directly to the leftmost treasure chest, grabbing the handle and lifting the lid in one go. When the chest was opened, there was no glow, and everyone cast curious glances at Yin Xing, who stood there awkwardly. Inside the chest were only a dozen or so gold coins. It looked like such a large chest, yet it was mostly empty, with the few scattered coins at the bottom making it hard to feel happy. "Keep opening, at least it's not empty," Zhang Chen habitually said. "Forget it, it seems my luck isn't great today. The other 2, you go ahead," Yin Xing said somewhat awkwardly. Everyone was certainly looking forward to the last treasure chest in the ruins. The first one didn't yield anything good, which put pressure on everyone, and for a moment, no one dared to step forward to open the second treasure chest. "I'll do it, at worst. It's just an empty chest, what's there to be afraid of?" Seeing no one stepping up, Du Xian volunteered and walked to the middle chest, directly lifting the lid. When the second treasure chest was opened, there was still no unusual phenomenon. Everyone looked into the chest and couldn't help but laugh. The chest was indeed not empty, but it was even worse than the first one, containing only a single gold coin. Du Xian, in disbelief, jumped into the chest, knocking around but finding nothing else. "It seems your luck isn't good either, let me try," Zhang Chen said somewhat helplessly. He thought his luck was bad enough opening the chest, but it turned out these 2 women had it worse. Zhang Chen went to the chest on the far right, not wasting any time, and directly opened it. Everyone held their breath, nervously watching Zhang Chen, and a burst of golden light illuminated his face. Everyone, including Zhang Chen, rushed to the edge of the chest, wanting to see what could emit such brilliance. As the light faded, a ring lay quietly at the bottom of the chest, radiating a golden glow, indicating it was likely an epic-level piece of equipment. In the early stages where equipment was scarce, golden gear was hard to come by, and epic gear was everyone's dream, especially special equipment like jewelry. Zhang Chen was also a bit excited as he picked up the ring, a delicate blue band, simple yet exquisite. Reset ring epic level, no level or class restriction, strength plus 100 intelligence plus 100 spirit plus 100 stamina plus 100 additional skill reset active, can actively release the ring's reset power. resetting the cooldown time of all current skills to 0, with a cooldown time of 5 minutes. Zhang Chen looked at the ring with excitement. The base attributes were quite average, but the additional skill was very powerful. For a mage, the damage from a round of skill attacks could be imagined. With this reset skill, it undoubtedly enhanced his burst capability. If he acquired stronger skills later, the value of this ring would increase even more. This, of course, it's for you. Zhang Chen was about to say something to Yin Qing while holding the ring, but he saw Yin Qing smile slightly, and before he could finish, she directly gave her answer. Yin Qing knew very well that without Zhang Chen relying solely on herself and the others, they would have likely been wiped out and returned to town long ago. So, for equipment like this, it naturally had to be centered around Zhang Chen. Yin Qing believed that as long as Zhang Chen gained enough benefits, he wouldn't leave easily. After all, when they first met, he was still playing games in the public network hall, indicating that in this cold city, Zhang Chen didn't have a very good place to settle down. With Yin Qing's permission, Zhang Chen was not polite and directly equipped the reset ring. After testing, he found that the skills he had learned at this stage could all be reset using the ring, but this equipment could not reset the skills of the gear he was wearing. For example, the weapon skill of the Eternal Iced Staff, the set skill of the Ice Armor set, and the Super Artifact Hourglass of Time were naturally out of the question. Even so, Zhang Chen was still very satisfied. With the reset skill, if he gathered a bunch of small monsters, he could simultaneously unleash 2 Ice Rain, Firewall, and Arc Lightning. Even if the monsters were tank types, taking 6 area attack skills from him would surely clear the screen instantly. What should we do next? Yin Qing asked. I suggest we level up first. After reaching level 30, a lot of things will happen, like the establishment of guilds, the holding of arena matches, and the competition for various wild map bosses. Leveling up is the most important thing right now. Zhang Chen, while contemplating his skill combinations, casually replied, You're not a game planner. Are you? How do you know so much about the holy domain? Yin Qing grew increasingly suspicious of Zhang Chen's identity. If I were a game planner, would I be in such a mess? Zhang Chen came back to his senses and awkwardly changed the subject. Well then, great planner, do you have any recommendations for good leveling spots? Yin Qing continued to tease. This generation has a lot of mountains, and the wild map monsters are mostly earth attribute. Although it's relatively safe, the monster farming efficiency is too low. Head southwest of White Tiger City, and you'll see a plain with level 30 wild horse herds. If you're lucky, you might even catch a mount, Zhang Chen said casually. Yin Qing shook her head with a smile and said, I think you should stop being modest. Are you planning to join us? I'll pass for now, I have a grudge to settle, Zhang Chen said, casting his gaze back to the path he came from. After a few pleasantries, the studio members activated their return to the city, while Zhang Chen chose to head back. He had been brooding over the loss he suffered at the hands of the evil fire spider, and he had no intention of returning to such ruins a second time, so he had to settle this score now. After passing through the ruins maze, Zhang Chen arrived once again at the location of the evil fire spider king. He cautiously observed the area behind the spider webs. The ordinary evil fire spiders had dispersed, leaving only the boss sleeping on its web. Evil Fire Spider King level 30 quality, silver health 300,000. Zhang Chen carefully approached to within 10 meters behind the Evil Fire Spider King. Various elements began to alternate in his hands, and an unstable magic elemental sphere quickly took shape. Using the reverse fusion technique of 6 magical elements, Zhang Chen found it easier than ever. The Evil Fire Spider King clearly sensed the impending danger, and by the time it woke up, the elemental sphere was already in front of it. A massive explosion erupted, and the web beneath the Evil Fire Spider King instantly vanished. Its enormous body was blasted backward 126,784. A single reverse fusion technique had taken away a third of the boss's health, and after this period of training, Zhang Chen felt no dizziness after releasing the fusion technique. It seemed his mental strength had grown significantly, but he knew he couldn't release the fusion technique again in a short time. The evil fire spider was best at using webs to restrict attacks and burning enemies with the fire attribute. From its webs, the evil fire spider king took it a step further, shooting not just webs but dark red spider silk, and imagining the burning sensation from the ordinary webs before one could understand the effect of these webs. Zhang Chen quickly maneuvered, and after dodging 5 webs in a row, the evil fire spider king finally stopped shooting. A strand of silk hung from the cave ceiling, swinging toward him like a pendulum. The silk automatically snapped, and the evil fire spider king charged forward, its 8 spider legs suddenly revealing barbed tips, each adorned with flickering flames, indicating it was still an agile attack-type boss. With webs on the ground slowing his movement speed, Zhang Chen had limited space to maneuver. Firewall technique, Ice Rain. As he moved, Zhang Chen first used the firewall technique to block the boss's line of sight while clearing the webs on the ground, then unleashed a wide-area Ice Rain to control the battlefield, hoping to trigger a slowing effect to buy himself some time. Zhang Chen's series of actions indeed caused the boss to miss, but after landing, it quickly locked onto Zhang Chen, moving with a speed that was no less than that of the golden boss, the colorful spider. Tracking Ice Pillar, Rock Spike, Ice Thorn. Zhang Chen attempted to use control skills to block the boss's movements, and each time the boss approached, he used the Ice Thorn skill. Although the knockback effect was not significant, it at least prevented the boss from getting too close and caused a momentary pause. The evil Fire Spider King's attacks were fierce, but Zhang Chen's combat awareness was exceptionally strong. As long as it wasn't an indiscriminate area attack, the actual damage he took was minimal. The evil Fire Spider King's health was not very thick, and it quickly dropped below 30%. Due to Zhang Chen's relentless assault, the boss did not enter a berserk state but instead angrily struck the ground with its spider legs, clearly summoning its minions. As expected, a large number of evil fire spiders appeared, swarming out of the cave, while the evil Fire Spider King quietly retreated behind its minions. For Zhang Chen in the past, the threat of numerous evil fire spiders was far greater than that of a single boss, especially with the simultaneous spraying of webs. Once ensnared, there would be no hope of escape. Times had changed. The reason Zhang Chen dared to return was that he had the firewall skill, which lasted 15 seconds and had a cooldown of 15 seconds. As long as he stood within the firewall's range, the webs would break on their own, and the monsters would automatically enter the firewall due to aggro. Sure enough, the towering flames easily shattered the incoming webs, and the continuously charging evil fire spiders quickly diminished under Zhang Chen's skill suppression. With the firewall skill combined with ice rain and occasionally launching an electric arc attack, Zhang Chen affectionately called this the triple heaven of ice, fire, and thunder. If the few women from the studio saw this scene, they would inevitably feel that they had held Zhang Chen back before. As the last evil fire spider fell, the evil Fire Spider King had nowhere left to hide, and its fate was already sealed. A flash of white light passed, and Zhang Chen finally leveled up to 26, and surprisingly, the evil Fire Spider King dropped a piece of golden grade equipment. It was truly unexpected for a silver boss to drop golden equipment. He had originally come for revenge, but he didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. As Zhang Chen passed by the corpse of the evil Fire Spider King, he carefully observed it, fearing it might explode upon death or something similar. What dropped was an equipment piece, but its shape was somewhat strange. If it weren't for the shimmering light on the ground, Zhang Chen would have thought it was an egg laid by the evil Fire Spider King. Evil Fire Spider King's abdomen golden grade equipment, no level or class restrictions. Unique additional attribute, Evil Fire Spider Web active, can actively release the Evil Fire Spider King's web. Range 5 by 5 meters. The web carries fire attributes that deal minor damage and inflict a stinging sensation on enemies' minds. Durability 10 out of 10, can be equipped and released with one hand. Consumable equipment automatically breaks when durability reaches 0. Zhang Chen was no stranger to consumable type equipment. Generally, 1 point of durability represented 1 usage opportunity. Such equipment usually had special effects and most did not occupy equipment slots. The Evil Fire Spider King's abdomen was a type of restricted equipment, primarily focused on control, and could be taken out directly during operation, making it convenient and practical, especially suitable for classes without control skills in the early stages. Zhang Chen happily collected his spoils, no longer lingering, and directly activated the return to town. Although the journey through the ruins was not as fast as continuously grinding monsters, for levels, both equipment and skills had been quite fruitful. After the familiar spatial distortion, Zhang Chen returned to White Tiger City. He intended to log off and rest for a while, but unexpectedly, a soldier approached him directly. "Sir Envoy, the Lord of White Tiger City requests your presence," the teleportation array guard said respectfully. This was Zhang Chen's first experience in politics, and he was somewhat surprised by the sudden audience with the city lord. In the past, there had been no major events, and the lords of various cities were all very mysterious figures. Zhang Chen dismissed the thought of taking a break and followed the soldier's guidance, quickly arriving outside the lord's mansion. After the handover, he was led by the guards of the lord's mansion into the inner hall. Even though in his past life Zhang Chen had already reached the pinnacle of mastery, he had never entered a place like the lord's mansion. Only players who met certain conditions could enter, except for those who received special missions or made significant contributions to the main city. Unexpectedly, after his rebirth, Zhang Chen gained this opportunity through his master's imprisonment. Zhang Chen waited outside the main hall for a moment, and soon he was invited inside. The palace was large, resembling an ancient royal palace. The Lord of White Tiger City sat high on a chair at the top of the steps. Behind the wide chair was a lifelike carving of a tiger, creating an invisible pressure. The Lord of White Tiger City was slightly plump, with a standard square face, and his sharp eyes were fixed on Zhang Chen as he walked in, making Zhang Chen feel somewhat uneasy. There were a few people standing on either side of the hall. The left side was clearly occupied by military generals, while the right side consisted of mages and civil officials. A quick glance revealed that Wu Han was also among those on the right, and he was standing quite close to the front. The hall was very quiet, and after Zhang Chen entered, he didn't know where to stand, so he could only walk to the center of the hall. Seeing no one speaking, he awkwardly raised his right hand and waved. "Hello?" Zhang Chen greeted the Lord of White Tiger City. "Impudent! Why do you not kneel in respect upon seeing the Lord?" a mighty general shouted loudly. Zhang Chen was startled by the booming voice but ignored the general. He was still somewhat unaccustomed to kneeling before a virtual character, and besides, what era was this? A game actually wanted to enslave him. When Zhang Chen knelt to pay respects to his master, it was because Sun Sijia had taught him many things, while the Lord of White Tiger City, despite his high position, was merely a pile of data to Zhang Chen. Enough. Enough. Those not of my kind need not perform our great rites, the Lord of White Tiger City said, seemingly unconcerned. Zhang Chen secretly glanced at the general who had scolded him earlier. Although he felt a bit pleased, he did not dare to show it. The figures in the hall were not ones he could provoke at his current level. Wuhan, is this the kid you mentioned? The Lord of White Tiger City continued to ask. Indeed, he is the new disciple of Sun Sijia. Wuhan stepped forward to answer. He's quite competent, but I don't see anything particularly outstanding. The Lord of White Tiger City assessed Zhang Chen after sizing him up. Zhang Chen remained silent. After all, his strength was lacking, and he had to bow his head on someone else's territory. These people surely wouldn't come just to see him for no reason. Among the immortals, aside from him, I haven't heard of anyone else who can learn to chant spells, Wuhan continued. This statement caught Zhang Chen's attention. He wondered if there was no second person because no one could learn it, or if no one had taught them. After all, Sun Sijia had been captured not long after teaching him to chant spells. What is my master doing now? Zhang Chen asked the Lord directly, regardless of the situation. He has touched upon taboos and must naturally face his punishment. As for you, since you have agreed to serve as the envoy of White Tiger City, you must work diligently for White Tiger City from now on. The Lord of White Tiger City began to speak officially. Working is not a problem, as long as you don't make things difficult for my master, Zhang Chen replied. Although Zhang Chen had not interacted much with Sun Sijia, he had always been a person who valued gratitude. After his rebirth, achieving such results could be said to be largely due to Sun Sijia's contributions. The little guy is quite loyal. Rest assured, your master is much happier now than before. He might not even want to go home if you let him. Now, let's talk about your matters. The Lord of the White Tiger City smiled and said. Zhang Chen looked at the Lord of the White Tiger City with a mix of belief and doubt. Sun Sijia shouldn't be the type to forget his roots unless there was something related to magic to study. Glancing at Wuhan, he found that he was not in a hurry either, which made Zhang Chen feel relieved. Please speak, Lord. Becoming an envoy of my White Tiger City is not an easy task. I will give you several tests one after another, and only if you meet my satisfaction in all of them can you truly become an envoy of the White Tiger City, the Lord said, returning to the main topic. Zhang Chen nodded. He had previously thought that this title came too easily, but it seemed that what was meant to come would eventually arrive. How many tests are there? Zhang Chen asked. The Lord of the White Tiger City did not expect Zhang Chen to ask and paused for a moment before saying, then let's make it 3 tests. Alright, please give your orders, Lord. You didn't call me here just to see me, did you? Indeed, there is something I need you to do. To the southeast, there is a snake valley. Go inside and bring back the snake bone flower from the deepest part. The Lord of the White Tiger City said unhurriedly. Just a simple sentence, but Zhang Chen frowned upon hearing it. Such flowers designated by NPCs are usually overlooked by players and have little value, so, although Zhang Chen had been to the Snake Valley in his past life, he was unaware of the existence of such a flower. What troubled Zhang Chen was the environment within the Snake Valley. As its name suggested, it was filled with snake-like monsters, and the valley was vast. Beneath the lush vegetation, many camouflaged poisonous snakes would choose to ambush, and a moment's carelessness could lead to death. Is there any reward? Rewards? Isn't becoming the envoy of the White Tiger City a reward in itself? Zhang Chen left the Lord's mansion with a face full of helplessness. It was the first time he encountered an NPC that gave a task without a reward. He didn't expect the Lord of the White Tiger City to be so stingy. This time it's the snakebone flower. Who knows what I'll have to find next time? Do NPCs really lack flowers and plants so much? Zhang Chen muttered to himself in frustration. Before logging off, he habitually went to the pharmacy to fill his backpack. Respected envoy, you have arrived. Please come in. Dogsy, go make tea for the envoy. The pharmacy owner greeted Zhang Chen warmly, even more so than the last time he visited. No need to be polite, I'm just buying some things and leaving, Zhang Chen said. After a day of monster hunting, he was already a bit tired and had no interest in drinking tea in the game. I heard that the envoy is going to the Snake Valley, the pharmacy owner asked tentatively. How do you know? This shop needs some snake gallbladders. I wonder if the envoy could bring some back on the way? The pharmacy owner did not answer but directly issued a task. Do you accept the pharmacy owner's commission? Commission content. Obtain poisonous snake gallbladders in the Snake Valley. No limit. The pharmacy owner will buy them at a high price. Yes, no. Zhang Chen was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that by buying medicine he could also take on a task. Since he was going to hunt monsters anyway, he might as well earn some extra money. Without hesitation, he chose to accept. After accepting the task, Zhang Chen quickly bought the potions and was just about to leave the pharmacy when the owner continued to flatter him. Envoy, you might as well go take a look at the armor shop. What for? Zhang Chen asked, somewhat confused. The pharmacy owner just smiled and did not provide an answer. The NPC's sudden enthusiasm left Zhang Chen a bit at a loss. To satisfy his curiosity, he endured his fatigue and went to the armor shop. Oh, the envoy has arrived. I wonder what you Would like to buy, the armor shop owner greeted him enthusiastically. I don't have anything to buy, the pharmacy owner told me to come here and take a look. Zheng Chen indeed had nothing to buy, and the equipment in the armor shop was generally very expensive, with the best being only silver-grade equipment. The White Tiger City Armor Shop mostly sources its goods from players selling their items. Many players find setting up stalls troublesome, so they sell directly to the shop, or the NPC buys low and sells high. The armor shop owner rolled his eyes and quickly realized, smiling as he replied, "Look at my memory. I heard that the envoy is going to Snake Valley. Could you bring back some snake skins for me? Do you accept the armor shop owner's request? Request details: obtain poisonous snake skins in Snake Valley. No limit, the owner will buy them back at a high price." Yes, no, Zheng Chen was stunned, completely unaware of what was happening. In the past, he had to fight for a task, but now it seemed so easy to accept one, and they all seemed tailor-made for him. He had no idea how these people knew he was going to Snake Valley. Just as Zheng Chen accepted the task and was about to leave, the armor shop owner mysteriously said to him, "Envoy, why not take a look at the weapon shop?" "Ha? Is there another task?" Zheng Chen asked, puzzled. The armor shop owner smiled without answering. "Ah, Envoy, you came at the right time. We are about to make a batch of bows and arrows, but we are short on bowstrings. I wonder if you could bring back some snake tendons." The envoy is indeed insightful. Exactly right. Zheng Chen arrived at the weapon shop and, without the owner finishing, guessed the task content. Having accepted 3 tasks in a row, Zheng Chen still found it hard to believe that he could do 4 tasks in one trip to Snake Valley, and he was curious about how high the buyback price would be. After thinking it over, Zheng Chen realized that perhaps this was the reason why the Lord of White Tiger City did not give rewards, and these tasks were likely benefits for the envoy of White Tiger City. Seeing that everyone in the studio had already logged off, Zheng Chen happily logged out of the game, ready to have a hearty meal and rest for a while. However, after logging off, Zheng Chen did not smell the aroma of food as usual. Instead, he faintly heard the sound of an argument coming from the living room. Cautiously, Zheng Chen got out of bed and cracked the door open, discovering a few uninvited guests in the room, and the arguing voices were indeed coming from them. Releasing his mental energy quietly, Zheng Chen could only vaguely sense the positions of the intruders. There were a total of 5 people, and judging by the power fluctuations emanating from their bodies, they were mostly street thugs. "Yin Qing, do you find it interesting to hide here? Your life should be glamorous, not spending every day in such a small room playing games," the leading man said, somewhat agitated. "Feng Tao, I've told you many times, I won't have anything to do with you, nor will I become your woman. I hope this is the last time you disturb my life," Yin Shang replied coldly, unafraid. "You little brat, don't think that just because your family has some money, I won't dare to do anything to you. Without your family's protection, what are you? You can try to make a move here and see if you can walk out successfully," Yin Shang retorted sharply. "Heh, no matter how strong the security is, I still walked in boldly. Today, I'll let you off for now, but I hope you don't go out," Feng Tao threatened with a cold laugh. Zheng Chen was listening intently, when, unexpectedly, he lost his balance from being too close to the door, causing it to swing open, and he accidentally had a close encounter with the floor. "Ha! You filthy bitch, pretending to be pure, and you actually have a man hidden in here." Feng Tao's gaze locked onto Zheng Chen. Hey, don't misunderstand, I'm blind, I can't see anything," Zheng Chen said, feeling the intensity of the stare, which even contained a hint of murderous intent. It seemed Feng Tao had killed before. "Liang Rui, help him into the room," Yin Qing quickly reminded. "Don't move. Since it's not good to hit a woman, let's take it out on him." Feng Tao waved his hand, just in time to vent his anger on Zheng Chen. For a Feng Tao's subordinates walked towards Zheng Chen without hesitation. They seemed somewhat indifferent towards this blind man with vacant eyes, clearly believing that Zheng Chen posed no threat at all. The 4 men were quite burly, and as they reached Zheng Chen, one of them threw a punch directly at him. To their surprise, Zheng Chen seemed to have anticipated it, slightly tilting his head to easily dodge the blow. "Don't hit me, don't hit me, I just recovered from my injuries," Zheng Chen pleaded as he evaded the attack, but his feet showed no mercy. He kicked with all his might directly at the groin of the first burly man. Due to the 4 men blocking the view, those behind them had no idea what was happening. All they saw was the first thug bending over in pain. Zheng Chen was astonished to find that he could completely predict their movements, seemingly even more accurately than if he could see. The moment the enemy attacked, he was already prepared to dodge. Coupled with the chaotic fighting skills he had honed over years in the lower echelons of society, he surprisingly gained quite an advantage. Amidst the flurry of punches and kicks, along with the screams of a few girls, Zheng Chen managed to take down all 4 burly men, even though the places he attacked were not particularly honorable. Still, it could be considered a heroic act of saving the damsel in distress against overwhelming odds. "Useless, you can't even handle a blind man," Feng Tao said angrily as he looked at the 4 thugs he had brought. Feng Tao cracked his neck a couple of times, making a popping sound, and walked toward Zheng Chen with his fists clenched. Just by looking at his stride, it was clear that Feng Tao was a skilled fighter, and his strength surpassed that of the thugs. "Feng Tao, I've already called the peacekeeping forces. If you want to continue causing trouble, feel free," Yin Qing quickly interjected, trying to stop Feng Tao, who seemed relentless. In this free city, not only was there a significant wealth gap, but there were also many gang forces with various wealthy and powerful families forming their own factions. The peacekeeping forces were the most authoritative, responsible for all public security issues in the free city. They were cold and ruthless in their presence. Regardless of right or wrong, any act of resistance would result in immediate lethal authority. If one were unfortunate enough to attack a member of the peacekeeping forces, they would face a citywide manhunt with no end in sight. Usually, the peacekeeping forces would not bother with organizations like gangs, operating under a no-harm, no-foul principle, and high-ranking officials even allowed the existence of gangs in secret. However, if gang members caused trouble in the wealthy districts, civilians had the right to report them, and the peacekeeping forces would respond swiftly, regardless of the power behind the troublemakers. Therefore, no one in the free city wanted to deal with the peacekeeping forces. Feng Tao glanced back at Yin Qing, his anger evident. While he could disregard the security here, he knew he couldn't provoke the peacekeeping forces. "Get up, you useless fools," Feng Tao scolded his subordinates before turning to leave the room. After Feng Tao and his men departed, the room returned to calm, though the girls remained in shock, unable to settle down. "Big sister, why does that Feng Tao always cling to you like a ghost?" Lu Tianwei broke the silence and asked first. "Isn't it because he wants to elevate his own status through me? After all, their motorcycle gang is one of the smallest factions, with no backing and constantly being ostracized by other gangs," Yin Qing explained, clearly aware of Feng Tao's situation. "I really don't understand why someone would pursue another like this, using threats and coercion, even bringing people to chase after you at home," Du Xian said while tidying up a mess on the floor. "I wonder what kind of identity Miss Yin has," Zheng Chen couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. "Our big sister is the only daughter of the Yin family." This time she ran away from home purely to experience life, Lu Tianwei said bluntly. "Tianwei," Yin Qing interrupted her, signaling her with her eyes to stop talking. "The Yin family? It can't be the one in the city center. The Yin Corporation can it?" Zheng Chen had enjoyed a certain level of life in his past life, with a high standard of living, and naturally had some knowledge of the top enterprises. "It's just that my family has some money, now I just want to achieve something on my own. You can rest assured about Feng Tao's matter, it won't have a chance to appear here." Yin Sheng did not directly answer but also did not deny Zheng Chen's inference. Children from wealthy families are different. They could live a life free of worries, yet they still choose to endure hardships. "I just can't understand it." Zheng Chen sighed, shaking his head. Zheng Chen had been alone and helpless since childhood, envying those born with a golden key. In his past life, he had worked hard to carve out a place for himself, only to suffer a calamity. Sometimes fate is just so unfair. "By the way, you can't see now, but how come it seems like you're even stronger than when you could see?" Yin Qing couldn't help but ask. The first time she saw Zheng Chen, he had nearly lost his life to a few thugs. Today, these four strong men were clearly much tougher than the previous small-time bullies. If it was a coincidence to hit the opponent's vital points once, but he had taken down 4 people in succession, it must be strength. When God closes a door, he will surely leave a window open for you. "I may be blind, but I have become stronger. Following my instincts, grasping the hand of my dreams, and by chance, I learned the martial arts secret technique, listening to sounds and distinguishing positions." Zheng Chen certainly wouldn't reveal that he could control his mental power, so he just made up some nonsense. "Stop rambling, Liang Rui is getting ready to eat," Yin Qing said, adjusting her mood. "What about the peacekeeping forces? If they come, we won't be able to eat in peace." Zheng Chen sat down on a chair. "It's just to scare them. If it really were the peacekeeping forces, it would definitely be a mutual punishment and it might disturb my family." Yin Qing shrugged her hands, indifferent. It seemed that Liang Rui had already prepared the meal, but this unexpected guest had suddenly arrived. Zheng Chen had already mastered the use of his mental power, at least he could take care of himself when it came to meals. Although some of the punches and kicks he had received still ached, it couldn't hide the joy in his heart from gaining mental power. "I'm going to Snake Valley to do some tasks. Do you want to come?" Zheng Chen suddenly asked. The mention of Snake Valley made the women feel somewhat repulsed. Even in games, monsters like snakes were the most disliked by women, but in the end, they couldn't resist the temptation. "Are we going soon? Where do we meet?" Yin Chang stated directly. "Let's meet at the White Tiger City Gate. Bring potions, but this time it's best if a team goes. You all decide who stays behind," Zheng Chen said without fear of offending anyone. The number of people in the studio was also awkward. Without Zheng Chen, it would just be a full 5-person team of all professions, as Liang Rui was a backup member and usually not considered. Now with Zheng Chen's addition, there was always one more person in the main team, and most of the time, it was difficult to have a full 5-person team to support each other unless it was a lone wolf with strength like Zheng Chen. "I'll stay this time. I don't have any area attack skills, so I can't be of much help against agile monsters." The archer Fong Ying thought for a moment and said, "Then it's settled, half an hour to rest, and we'll meet in half an hour." In just a few sentences, while Yin Qing and the others were still considering who would stay, Zheng Chen had already finished his meal in a whirlwind. The rest time quickly passed, and everyone replenished their supplies and prepared to set off. On the way to Snake Valley, Lu Tianwei briefly told Zheng Chen about Yin Qing's situation, which was probably a decision made after some discussion among them. Although Zhang Chen was not technically a member of the studio now, he had been helping out all along, whether for money or other reasons, at least. He couldn't feel that his life was in danger here. I didn't expect my first major investor to be the daughter of the Yin Group, but isn't the starting capital of the Yin heiress a bit too meager? After confirming Yin Chang's identity, Zhang Chen couldn't help but complain. Leading everyone towards Snake Valley, Lu Tianwei shared quite a bit about Yin Qing, which gave Zhang Chen a general understanding. When Zhang Chen mentioned the meager starting capital, Yin Qing finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. Although my family is very wealthy, I just don't want others to see me as someone's daughter. I want to be recognized for my own efforts. The starting capital is all my private savings, Yin Qing said with determination. Zhang Chen merely smiled at her words and said nothing, silently leading the way ahead. Yin Qing sensed Zhang Chen's indifference and couldn't help but ask, "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing. Isn't it normal for the children of wealthy families to put on some act of self-reliance?" "It's normal, Zhang Chen replied casually. "This isn't an act, I just want to prove myself." Yin Chang was quite dissatisfied with Zhang Chen's attitude. "Why do you need to prove yourself? If you have resources, just use them. Having a wealthy family isn't a crime. What do you want to prove? Who are you trying to impress?" Zhang Chen's words left Yin Cheng speechless. Indeed, as Zhang Chen said, outsiders wouldn't see her efforts, and her family would only think she was being unreasonable. No matter how successful she became, she could never surpass her family's legacy. "You just don't understand." Yin Qing could only say this in response to Zhang Chen. "Of course I don't understand, because after I became sensible, I had to rely on myself. If I don't work hard to earn money, even having enough to eat becomes a problem. By the way, what do you do to earn your private savings?" Having lived two lives, Zhang Chen saw the situation clearly. He knew that Yin Qing was the kind of woman who had been sheltered for too long but had a strong sense of independence. However, the more of a strong woman she was, the more it stirred a man's competitive spirit, which is why he couldn't help but retort a few times. In fact, Zhang Chen didn't resent the wealthy. On the contrary, he always felt that if one had the means, they should make good use of them. Being able to utilize the available resources to do something well and to the fullest was the best reflection of a person's ability. Yin Qing's desire for independence and to build her own career was admirable, and although the project Holy Domain had good prospects, she was still relying on her family's help. At least her private savings weren't earned through her own hard work. In Freedom City, the most difficult topic to discuss was the issue of wealth and poverty. Zhang Chen came from a poor neighborhood, while Yin Chang was born with a golden key. The two shouldn't have intersected, yet they unexpectedly met due to a twist of fate after his rebirth. Fortunately, although their words were somewhat intense, neither held deep prejudices in their hearts. Before his rebirth, Zhang Chen had succeeded through hard work, so he didn't blame the heavens for his poverty. Yin Chang was solely focused on proving herself. Although she was shrewd and capable, she didn't look down on poor people, otherwise her studio wouldn't have 6 members and there would be more joining later. Yin Chang was at a loss for words and followed the group somewhat unhappily. Unexpectedly, Du Xian, who had been opposing Zhang Chen, approached them calmly. "Don't judge my sister so harshly, she's actually a really good person, and she works very hard. And among these people, the richest is actually my second sister," Du Xian said mysteriously. Zhang Chen found Du Xian's attitude a bit strange. It seemed she was trying to ease the awkward atmosphere by changing the subject, and her friendly tone made Zhang Chen feel somewhat uncomfortable. "Really? Is there someone richer than the Yin group here?" Zhang Chen replied casually. "Although my second sister's family isn't as famous as my eldest sisters, when it comes to wealth, they are certainly not lacking. And then there's the usually low-key third sister, Han Bing. Her family is also not to be underestimated." Du Xinyue spoke softer and softer, as these young ladies were not very willing to mention their family backgrounds. Zhang Chen was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect such a small studio to be hiding talents. He truly wondered why these girls, with such advantageous conditions, were failing in the studio. "What about you?" Zhang Chen asked casually. Du Xian shot Zhang Chen a glance and then said, "If I haven't mentioned it, it means there's nothing to mention. Do you think rich people are everywhere? Someone like me, even old acquaintances might not remember. But the more I look at you, the more familiar you seem, just that I can't quite recall," Zhang Chen said, scrutinizing the character Du Xian in the game, puzzled. "How old-fashioned. What era is it that you're still flirting like this?" Du Xian stopped talking to Zhang Chen, but her mood became the best in the team. There were no more significant conversations along the way, and soon they arrived at the range of Snake Valley. Snake Valley was a large irregular circular basin, and Zhang Chen and the others had to exert a lot of effort to find a gentle slope entrance, with the valley filled with mist and low visibility. The entrance had only about a 2-meter wide passage, and as they walked down the slope for a while, the map indicated they had entered the range of Snake Valley. They had thought there would be snakes everywhere in Snake Valley, but at the entrance, they didn't see any monsters. "Strange, there are actually no snakes in Snake Valley?" Du Xian said. Since Yin Chang was relatively downcast, no one else broke the silence except for Du Xian. "That's true, look at all this bamboo here. We might as well call it Bamboo Valley," LV Tianwei echoed, trying to change the atmosphere. Zhang Chen looked around but found no clues because in his past life he was a lone wolf. Areas like Snake Valley, filled with group-oriented, agile attack monsters, were not within a mage's consideration. While everyone was puzzled, Zhang Chen was the first to notice the problem. "Be careful!" Zhang Chen shouted. The bamboo near LV Tianwei suddenly moved and quickly bit her, causing her health to drop by about 1/5. LV Tianwei reacted quickly, running to the center of the team and casting a continuous healing spell on herself. Bamboo snake level 30 quality, normal health 7500. LV Tianwei was bitten but did not become poisoned, while the bamboo snake shook its body a few times and hid in the surrounding bamboo forest. Its body looked exactly like bamboo, making it hard to find for a moment. Agile attackers, good at camouflage, should have no toxins. Everyone, surround the priest and act carefully. Zheng Chen deduced the monster's characteristics based on its name and attack speed, a result of years of experience. How can we attack if we can't find the monster? Should we chop down all this bamboo? After forming a line, everyone began to feel troubled. The camouflage ability of these bamboo snakes was too good, making it hard to spot them among the bamboo. If we can't catch them one by one, then let's use area attacks. Priest, keep an eye on your health. Everyone with area attack skills, release them all, Zheng Chen said, already prepared. Ice Rain Fire Wall Arc. Zheng Chen directly unleashed his area attack skills around him, and sure enough, the surrounding bamboo snakes began to gather as they were attacked. The bamboo snakes were very fast. Although their attacks were singular, they were exceptionally quick, and their attack range was far. Their bodies could spring out like a spring, making Zheng Chen hesitant to take them head-on. While dodging left and right, he ended up hiding behind Yin Cheng. After releasing several area attack skills, Zhang Chen thought the bamboo snakes would be afraid of fire, but unexpectedly, the ice spells dealt higher damage, and the bamboo snakes seemed to become a bit sluggish after entering the ice rain range. Snakes are afraid of the cold. They hibernate in winter. It seems Snake Valley is indeed the domain of ice magic. Zheng Chen glanced at the taciturn Han Bing and slowly said, after dealing with the monsters, I rushed to the back, while Yin Qing in front took on everything, swinging her heavy machete to fend off the attacks of the bamboo segment snakes. Zheng Chen's skills acted like a fuse. The monsters disguised in the bamboo forest moved as one, with bamboo segment snakes shooting towards them like arrows. The agile attacks left everyone a bit overwhelmed, but fortunately, Zheng Chen's ring of reset the skills, clearing the densest first wave of monsters. Otherwise, even with Yin Qing's decent equipment, she wouldn't be able to withstand such concentrated attacks. Don't worry, when your health can't recover, I still have the life-saving skill Eternal Ice, Zheng Chen said while releasing skills, signaling everyone to stay calm. Fang Ying's decision not to participate in this mission was indeed wise. This kind of close-range group monster scene was not suitable for early-stage archers. The attack speed was not particularly fast, and without the luck to trigger a group attack skill, it felt a bit powerless. On the other hand, the assassin Du Xin, with her high burst in agility, could deftly block and counter the rapidly bouncing bamboo segment snakes, being the only one in the group able to keep up with the monster's speed. After a brief moment of chaos, everyone gradually coordinated better, advancing step by step with Zheng Chen's ice rain, ensuring that all attacking monsters remained within the range of Zheng Chen's skills. As they pushed forward faster, the frequency of monster attacks actually decreased significantly, clearly indicating they had reached the edge of the monster zone. Be careful, a boss might appear. Everyone was frantically fighting the small monsters, while only Zhang Chen had the leisure to direct. Yin Qing continuously used her area attack skill Half Moon Slash indiscriminately, chopping down everything around her, whether it was bamboo or bamboo segment snakes. Just after Zhang Chen warned about the boss, Yin Qing's large knife was suddenly blocked by something. Giant bamboo snake level 30 quality, bronze health 250,000. Yin Qing Slash hit the thick snake body, dealing less than 200 points of damage, and everyone soon realized the presence of the boss. The giant bamboo snake's body was similar to bamboo, but much thicker than the surrounding ones, stretching nearly 7 meters long. Unlike ordinary snakes that crawl on the ground, only a third of its tail supported its body, while the rest stood upright like bamboo. The giant bamboo snake's shell was extremely hard. It was expected to be a defensive boss, but its attack methods were surprisingly unique. Bamboo rain and indiscriminate area attack. Thin bamboo shoots fell from the sky, dealing damage while also causing stiffness, even pinning people to the ground. Watch the shadows on the ground and try to move accordingly, Zheng Chen reminded. Originally, everyone was looking up to dodge, but Zheng Chen, with his rich experience, noticed the shadow hints on the ground. Fortunately, although the frequency of bamboo rain was high, it wasn't dense, and once they grasped the pattern, the chances of dodging increased significantly. Although the boss was of bronze level, its level was not low. Just as everyone adapted to the bamboo rain attacks, the snake's head launched an attack from above. Because everyone was focused on observing the shadows of the bamboo rain, they forgot about the boss itself, leading to the snake's attack catching them off guard. The giant bamboo snake lunged at Yin Xing, who had been the first to attack, like a chick hacking at rice. Although the boss looked like bamboo, it was indeed a real snake. The moment its massive mouth opened, Yin Xing finally sensed something was wrong. Eternal Ice. Seeing that Yin Xing couldn't dodge in time, Zheng Chen had no choice but to use Eternal Ice on the boss. The giant snake's body instantly froze, allowing Yin Xing to evade the boss's bite range and strike back with a Slash. Although the freezing state lasted less than 3 seconds, Zheng Chen couldn't help but marvel at the power of the epic weapon. An additional skill could actually freeze the boss, and the damage was quite impressive, which was truly rare. The giant bamboo snake, affected by the ice attribute attack, began to show signs of weakness, its head swaying much slower. The group finally seized the opportunity and launched a new round of counterattacks. Han Bing, also an ice attribute mage, finally had a chance to shine. Each single target attack could deal high damage to the boss and also limit its attack speed, which was incredibly satisfying. As a bronze-level boss, its attack methods were too simplistic. Apart from the bamboo rain, it had almost no threatening skills, and the downward biting of its head was thoroughly countered by Zheng Chen, who was well prepared. Every time the snake's head lunged down to bite, Zheng Chen skillfully used Ice Spike, with a half-meter attack range and its accompanying knockback effect, making the already ice-averse boss hesitant in its attacks. Thanks to Zheng Chen's excellent rhythm, the giant bamboo snake fell without much effort. Bronze boss is still too weak, and the loot is really garbage, but at least the experience is decent, Zheng Chen said dismissively after glancing at the dropped items. After passing through the bamboo segment snake area, Zheng Chen's experience surprisingly increased by about 10%, and the others' experience also soared. Are you ready? If you're ready, we can continue, Zheng Chen said directly as he saw everyone had picked up their items. The girls nodded. Although they had won the battle, their expressions were not good because there were simply too many snakes here. Zheng Chen didn't have time to think about that. Experience and equipment were what mattered to him. No one would respect a weakling, so Zheng Chen could only choose to move forward. Two-headed rattlesnake level 31 quality, normal health 9000. When the group arrived at the next monster area, the air was filled with a hissing sound. Rattlesnakes were densely coiled on the ground, and the noise from their tails made one's scalp tingle. How are we supposed to fight this? With so many monsters, if we hit one, the others will probably rush over, Yin Xing said, at a loss. It's not that you don't know how to fight, you're just a bit scared, right? Zheng Chen smiled. I'm not scared, Yin Xing said, waving her large knife, trying to appear calm. These are just low-level snake monsters. There will be even more disgusting and terrifying monsters in the future. If you can't overcome your fear now, you might as well log out and create a ranged character, Zheng Chen kindly reminded her. In the Holy Domain, each person could only create one character, so to prevent everyone from choosing the wrong profession, they could log out and recreate their character. This was also to avoid players blindly choosing unsuitable professions, which could lead to player loss. It's just a bunch of snakes. The reason I chose to be a warrior is to charge forward without fear, Yin Xing said, gathering her courage. After saying that, she charged into the pile of monsters, leaving everyone stunned and unable to react. This silly girl, she doesn't need to prove herself by rushing in, Zheng Chen said, somewhat speechless. The rattlesnake's attacks carried a strong poison, and its speed was astonishingly fast. The sound made by its swaying tail was truly distracting. A group of rattlesnakes noticed someone charging in, their bodies slithering in an S-shape on the ground, tails making a hissing sound as they quickly rushed towards Yin Xing. Fortunately, the system determined that the monster's poison would not stack. After Yin Xing entered a poisoned state, her health began to decrease continuously, but the attacks from other rattlesnakes did not count poison damage. Lu Tianwei hurriedly cast a healing skill, bringing Yin Xing's health back to a safe level. Icy Rain Firewall Technique Arc Zheng Chen also began to release skills to support the team. The double-headed rattlesnake had slightly higher attack power, but its defense was pitifully low. In such a fully equipped team, Zheng Chen maximized the damage output. The experience of everyone skyrocketed as if they had taken a rocket, and as more monsters died, the women seemed to develop an immunity to the snake-like creatures. One by one, the double-headed rattlesnakes came charging in, each one a lump of experience points. Fortunately, the drop rate for the double-headed rattlesnake was quite good, much better than that of the bamboo segment snake, and they even dropped a few pieces of bronze equipment along with an assassin skill book. Poisoning. Poisoning adds poison attributes to weapons, causing additional poison damage to enemies upon attack, with a chance to inflict a poison state on them. The weapon with poisoning lasts for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Poisoning is not a high-end skill, but it is essential for assassins, allowing daggers to inflict toxin damage, which can lead to additional poison damage when attacking enemies, and increases the chance of poisoning them. The high burst damage of the assassin class, combined with poison for some sustained damage, can effectively prevent situations where enemies are left with a sliver of health and cannot be finished off quickly, making it more suitable for PK. 30 seconds is enough time for an assassin to do a lot. In the early game, any skill that can currently be learned is an enhancement to strength. When everyone has 4 or 5 skills, not everyone is as abnormal as Zheng Chen. Du Xin happily learned poisoning and began using it on the double-headed rattlesnakes, but the effect was predictable. The damage hardly increased at all. What a useless skill, the damage is pitiful, Du Xin complained. Xin, using poison on snakes is like showing off a big knife in front of Guan Gong, Lu Tianwei said with a laugh while healing. Cursed. Lu Tianwei smiled and used the curse skill she bought from Zheng Chen, and the continuous damage turned out to be much higher than Du Xin's poison. The few pieces of bronze equipment were all level 30, and they were all stored away to be dealt with after returning to town. After all, the studio didn't have many people and equipment had to start at least at silver quality. Bronze equipment could only be exchanged for some pocket change. Double-headed Rattlesnake King level 31 quality, silver health 300,000. The double-tailed snake boss was slightly larger, standing about as tall as a person when upright. Both its speed and attack power were a notch higher than that of ordinary double-tailed snakes, and the two snake heads coordinated exceptionally well, making it difficult to defend against their simultaneous attacks. Although the boss's attributes surged, its attack patterns were not particularly varied. Ching steadily held the damage, and with no one else causing trouble around, the silver boss turned out to be the easiest one they had fought so far. The double-headed Rattlesnake King quickly fell, and everyone let out a deep breath. The monsters in the Snake Valley were too densely packed, and clearing the small monsters while fighting the boss left them no time to consider what loot had dropped. Wow, today's luck is pretty good. Zheng Chen, already accustomed to high-intensity battles, was the first to check the loot while others rested. The silver boss surprisingly dropped a golden piece of equipment, a drop rate that was already pitifully low, and it was a golden-level weapon. Here, today you've hit the jackpot. Zheng Chen casually tossed the golden-level dagger to Du Xin, seemingly not taking the golden equipment seriously at all. Double-headed Rattlesnake Sting quality, gold required level 30 assassin attributes, undetermined. While Zhang Chen didn't think much of the golden equipment, Du Xin was extremely excited, but unfortunately, the equipment required level 30 to equip. I need to level up. I must reach level 30 within 2 days. Du Xin shook off her fatigue and instantly perked up. Zhang Chen curled his lips. Leveling up 4 or 5 times in 2 days was still a bit challenging. After all, with his current leveling efficiency, he had been stuck at level 25 to 26 for a day or two, and the experience required for leveling up in the Holy Domain was indeed quite substantial. However, Zheng Chen was very familiar with the feeling of being unable to equip certain gear. He had experienced it many times before, especially in the later stages, where leveling up was exceptionally difficult. If the dropped gear had a level restriction, being just one level short felt like a chasm between worlds. Then good luck. Zheng Chen surprisingly did not mock Du Xin. Sis, when did their relationship get better? Lu Tianwei looked at Zheng Chen and Du Xin, curiously asking Ching. Ching shrugged, seemingly still a bit angry with Zheng Chen. Although what Zheng Chen said was not wrong, how could he treat a girl like that? That was what Ching thought in her heart. After a brief rest, everyone continued on their way. Although they felt they had walked quite far, the vastness of Snake Valley exceeded everyone's imagination. With extremely low visibility and monsters lurking in all directions, it was easy to lose their way. When Zhang Chen and the others arrived at the next monster area, they discovered that the monsters here were actually humanoid creatures, with the lower half of a snake and the upper half of a human. Although the upper body resembled a human, the body was covered in snake scales, with some wielding staffs and others holding long knives. Serpent Warrior level 33 quality, bronze health 22,000. Serpent Mage level 33 quality, bronze health 20,000. Everyone be careful, don't pull too many monsters in this area. Bronze quality small monsters are not just a little stronger than ordinary ones, Zheng Chen reminded. It was the first time the others had seen small monsters with quality levels, and hearing Zhang Chen's warning made them more cautious. Zheng Chen signaled everyone not to attack, while he used single-target spells to pull monsters. Bronze-quality small monsters were considered elite monsters. Each one was equivalent to a small boss, with significantly higher health, damage, and defense. Zheng Chen first pulled a Serpent Warrior to test its attack power. With Qing's equipment, she could probably withstand the attacks of 3 Serpent Warriors at the same time, but the attack power of the Serpent Mage was definitely higher than that of the warrior. To prevent any accidents, Zheng Chen chose the safest approach. Zheng Chen, I think we can pull a few more, Qing suggested. Noticing her health was not dropping quickly. The troublesome ones aren't the warriors. If we accidentally trigger a chain aggro, how many Serpent Mage attacks can you withstand? Zheng Chen was very sensitive to monster damage. His past experiences always provided him with the most accurate guidance. However, his tone once again provoked Qing's dissatisfaction. I know you're strong, but please don't underestimate me just because I'm a woman, Qing said seriously. Zheng Chen was taken aback, not understanding what Qing was upset about. With her equipment and health, she couldn't withstand many attacks from the Serpent Mages. What was that if not underestimation? Women are really troublesome, Zheng Chen thought to himself. Women always manage to elevate issues to a matter of gender, while Zheng Chen was only concerned with equipment, health, and defense. In terms of sensitivity to character stats, 10 Qings couldn't compare to 1 Zheng Chen. Women are really troublesome. If this continues, it would be easier to do tasks alone next time, Zheng Chen thought. However, what reassured Zheng Chen was that although Qing was verbally defiant, she did not recklessly pull monsters and was methodically handling the single Serpent Warrior that Zheng Chen had pulled. Compared to the previous two-headed rattlesnake and bamboo segment snake, the Serpent Warrior and Serpent Mage did not move quickly, but their attack power had indeed increased significantly. Especially the Serpent Warrior's attack range was quite large. Although Qing demonstrated excellent combat awareness as a warrior, she still found herself being pushed back repeatedly by the Serpent Warrior's heavy strikes. However, Yin Chang's thick-backed greatsword was indeed golden equipment, so when it came to strength, she was not completely at a disadvantage. The serpent warrior will charge up briefly before a heavy strike. Find the right angle to deflect the force with your weapon. After fighting a few serpent warriors, Zheng Chen had already figured out their attack patterns. Although he was not a warrior, he still understood a bit about sword techniques. Yin Qing had her own pride in being a warrior. Concepts like using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds or finding angles to deflect force were simply not her style. After getting a feel for the fight against a few serpent warriors, Yin Cheng began to charge up like the monsters, and each time the monsters struck heavily, it was a contest of equal strength. Truly impressive, Big Sister. Big Sister is amazing. The few people in the studio had already started cheering, and Yin Cheng, feeling invigorated, fought even more fiercely. Only Zhang Chen shook his head secretly, focusing on his output without continuing to speak. The distribution of serpent warriors and serpent mages was quite even. Soon, the outer serpent warriors were cleared out, while the positioning of the serpent mages was more concentrated. Each time, at least 2 would be disturbed, and if there were serpent mages moving back and forth, they would also join the attack once they entered range. When the serpent mages began to attack, Yin Cheng immediately felt the pressure increase sharply, and Lu Tianwei did not dare to pause for a moment in healing. Previously, Yin Cheng and the others had clearly underestimated the bronze-level small monsters. If it weren't for Zhang Chen's rich experience following Yin Cheng's idea of pulling a few more monsters, they would probably have all returned to the city for free by now. Although Zhang Chen would not let a wipe happen. Yin Cheng, pull back and use your blade chi and force split skills for ranged attacks. Zhang Chen did not elaborate further and directly issued the command. At this point, Yin Cheng had already realized how naive her previous thoughts were, but admitting her mistake felt embarrassing. Just as Zhang Chen did not mention it, she followed his command. Zhang Chen's idea was correct. If Yin Cheng advanced towards the serpent mages, the ranged monsters would definitely retreat to create some distance. Once the monsters retreated and affected the aggro of other monsters, it would be difficult for Yin Cheng to withstand the damage, and the team would fall into crisis. Sure enough, as Yin Cheng pulled back, the serpent mages moved out of attack range and naturally advanced. After pulling to a slightly safer distance, Zheng Chen and the others began to engage in ranged combat, while Yin Cheng continuously used her 2 ranged skills to attack, occasionally consuming health potions and dodging the serpent mage's skills. What surprised Zheng Chen was that the attributes of the serpent mages were not singular, they seemed to be random, similar to players. Each serpent mage had very random attributes, and their spells were not just entry level. Yuling Bing, aside from prioritizing ice-type spell skill books for you, I won't hold back on other types. Is that okay with everyone? Zhang Chen did not call Han Bing by her real name but referred to her game ID, while also asking for everyone's opinion. If you need it, the ice-type ones can be prioritized for you, Han Bing said nonchalantly. 2 turrets are always more powerful than 1. Zhang Chen, too lazy to engage in small talk, made a direct analogy, not caring whether the girls understood. Zhang Chen's intuition was not wrong. After a few serpent mages fell, a skill book whirlwind technique indeed dropped. Whirlwind technique summons wind elements to form a small whirlwind, dealing wind attribute tearing damage to linear enemies, with a chance to trap weaker enemies for 1 second. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Wind mages above level 25 can learn it. Early wind-type skills are mostly functional, with their lethality gradually increasing in the later stages. Although the whirlwind technique is not considered a top-tier skill, it is quite practical for pulling monsters and area attacks. Moreover, since Zhang Chen mastered the release of basic elements from various systems, he was surprised to find that he could influence the effects of skills. If Zhang Chen concentrated the elements into a single skill, that skill would become somewhat stronger, though it would also correspondingly increase the consumption of his mental and magical energy. Zhang Chen was not polite and directly learned the whirlwind technique, but he did not dare to release it here, as the range of the whirlwind technique was longer than he had imagined. If he attracted too many monsters at once, the situation would not be good. After clearing the area of the serpent mage, he began to clear another area of serpent warriors. After a long period of battle, Yin Xing gradually realized that she was somewhat exhausted. Under normal circumstances, players would not feel fatigued, but depending on the profession, there would be corresponding stamina values. Yin Cheng had been fighting the serpent warriors head-on, causing her stamina to deplete rapidly. The prolonged battle led to her stamina recovery lagging behind, and she began to feel weak in combat. Find a good angle and use your weapon to unload the force. Zheng Chen repeated the same words, and at that moment Yin Xing, hearing them, felt nothing but admiration for Zheng Chen's foresight, mixed with shame, even feeling that Zheng Chen was deliberately mocking her. Don't feel embarrassed, there are many techniques in the holy domain, and it's normal not to understand them in the early stages. Zheng Chen seemed to see through Yin Xing's inner thoughts and spoke to ease the atmosphere. Thank you, Zhang So, for your guidance, Yin Xing replied half-jokingly. For some reason, once in battle mode, Zheng Chen's expression and demeanor were so serious, completely unlike his usual carefree self. Everyone, keep it up. Since the monsters here match the player professions, the chances of dropping skill books will be greater. Moreover, with so many monsters here, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call this a leveling paradise, Zheng Chen encouraged. Everyone. And the Serpent Warriors were also accommodating. Not long after Zhang Chen finished speaking, one dropped a Charged Heavy Strike. Charged Heavy Strike, after a brief charge, deliver a heavy blow that can put the enemy into a stiff state and has a chance to interrupt the enemy's spellcasting. Cooldown time 10 seconds. Available for warrior classes above level 25. Haha, let's see who can chop who this time. Yin Cheng became excited upon receiving the new skill and once again engaged fiercely with the Serpent Warrior. After passing through the territory of the Serpent Mages and Serpent Warriors, archers, assassins, and priests appeared behind, undoubtedly making this a monster area for skill book drops. Monsters of corresponding professions dropped skills of corresponding professions, which was quite user-friendly. The only downside was that the skills were relatively singular. Due to the uniqueness of mages, there were quite a few spells from various systems, but it could only be said that there were too few mage monsters, and the drop rate was indeed too low. Apart from one whirlwind technique, nothing else dropped. Although Yin Cheng was somewhat excited about her new skill, after the previous experience, she no longer acted on her own accord. With Zhang Chen in command, even the bronze-level small monsters posed no threat to everyone. After clearing a bunch of small monsters, each profession's skill book dropped an average of 1. Even the absent Cupid's arrow Fong Ying had a share. Piercing arrow, rapidly draw the bow and shoot, firing 5 powerful arrows in succession, dealing extremely high single target damage to the enemy. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Available for archers above level 25. Blood Escape, consume 10% of your remaining health to forcibly enter a stealth state, removing all current negative effects, and the first attack after reappearing deals an additional 30% damage. Cooldown time 60 seconds. Available for assassins above level 25. 3 flowers gather at the top can simultaneously restore health to the 3 members of the team with the lowest health. The lower the health, the stronger the healing effect. Cooldown time 15 seconds. Available for priests above level 25. The biggest gainers should be Lu Tianwei and Du Xin. The group healing skill has always been a priest's divine ability. Only in the later stages will there be area healing. In the early stages, being able to heal 3 teammates at once is already quite impressive. For assassins, the most feared are control skills. With Blood Escape, the Force Dispel and Invisibility greatly enhance their survival ability, indirectly solving the awkwardness of the assassin's lack of sustainability. This trip to Snake Valley has been fruitful for everyone, while the other mage, Yu Lingbing, did not obtain any ice-type skills, but she seems unconcerned. The group continues forward, having completely cleared the bronze-level monsters. In a large open area, there is a gigantic Serpent Man. Just by the aura it exudes, one can tell it is extraordinary. Serpent Man Demon Warrior Grade Epic Level 35 Health 1,500,000. The tall Serpent Man boss stands about 3 meters tall, its serpent body covered in gleaming scales, clearly possessing strong defense. Its upper body is filled with explosive muscles and it carries a 2-handed greatsword on its shoulder. Even from a distance, there is a strong sense of oppression. The 1.5 million health points fully reflect the strength of an epic level boss. This might be the first epic level boss the players encounter. After all, most people do not choose such obscure and troublesome places to level up. Zhang Chen, this epic level boss has such thick health. Do we have a chance? Yin Xing suddenly became serious and said with some concern, Demon Warrior? This is not a conventional class. The small monsters dropped so many skill books. Will this boss? Zhang Chen murmured. Zhang Chen was not worried about the boss's grade and health. He had already started thinking about what the boss might drop. What might it be? Everyone focused their attention on Zhang Chen, all intrigued by his words. You should know about hidden classes, right? Zhang Chen said, not holding back. His words made the women in the studio widen their eyes. Hidden classes have always been a legend in the holy domain. Everyone tries to find hidden quests or discover hidden NPCs to gain inheritance, but almost no one knows how to obtain a hidden class. In fact, Zhang Chen's thoughts were not unfounded. First, this area has a lot of skill books dropping, and second, the Demon Warrior class is not a conventional warrior advancement, and the boss has reached the epic level. An epic level boss in the early game is comparable to a divine beast in the late game. Hidden class, the women exclaimed. Maybe. Some hidden classes are obtained through quests, while some special class bosses drop advancement scrolls. The Demon Warrior, while not particularly rare as a hidden class, has balanced attributes in the later stages. If one has high comprehension and grasps some profound skills, it can be considered a top-tier class, Zheng Chen explained casually. Are you saying this boss might drop a hidden class advancement scroll? Yin Qing asked excitedly. Yin Qing, usually calm, seemed unable to maintain her composure around Zheng Chen. Zheng Chen understood Yin Qing's feelings. After all, who wouldn't be excited to hear about hidden classes? He had gone through the same in his previous life, but after experiencing more, he naturally became accustomed to it. If an epic level boss is killed for the first time, there will be a server-wide announcement. I haven't heard of anyone killing an epic level boss yet. The first kill of a monster is the easiest to yield big drops, and the chance of dropping a scroll might be around 75%, Zheng Chen analyzed based on experience. Big sister, congratulations in advance on becoming a hidden class. Yeah, Our overall strength is about to rise to a new level. With this hidden class, it will greatly help our studio expand. Several people were exchanging words as if what Zhang Chen said was not a 75% chance but rather a 100% certainty. There is no strongest profession, only the strongest player. Special professions only provide some advantages. In the later stages, they may not be much stronger than ordinary professions. Enhancing combat awareness is the key to increasing strength. Zhang Chen unexpectedly poured a bucket of cold water on them. Zhang Planner, let's talk about how to fight the boss. Yin Qing seemed to have gotten used to Zhang Chen's straightforwardness and didn't want to debate the strength of professions and players, so she got straight to the point. Well, as far as I know, the magic warrior is a profession that can attach magic to warrior skills, allowing them to add magical elements to their attacks. This type of melee boss doesn't have any special tactics, just pay attention to the boss's ultimate move. All bosses will have a starting action before releasing a powerful attack, so remember not to be greedy and go for too many hits. Zhang Chen spoke casually, as if they were not about to fight an epic level boss. By the way, because of the severe level suppression, you should first test how much damage the monster does. If it takes away more than half your health with one hit, then you shouldn't be the main tank for this boss. Zhang Chen suddenly added as if he remembered something. I won't be the main tank? Do you mean I can't withstand the damage and you will take the hits? Yin Qing felt insulted by her profession and couldn't help but retort. Zhang Chen smiled slightly and nodded. Although it will take a long time, I can solo it. Those who didn't know Zhang Chen might think he was bragging, but Yin Shang and the others had no doubts. The title Zhang Planner was not given for nothing. With Zhang Chen's simple promise, everyone naturally felt they wouldn't fail to defeat the boss, but Yin Qing still wanted to take on the monster herself. Do Xin, attack from behind. And remember, don't be greedy for hits. The rest of you, output while ensuring your own safety. Don't worry about being slow, safety first. If Yin Qing wants to try, then go ahead, but I can only guarantee your safety once. Zhang Chen finally gave a suggestion and then began his attack. Zhang Chen started with a super fireball, then released the newly learned whirlwind technique. Under Zhang Chen's intention, the whirlwind technique followed closely after the fireball, merging the two skills into one. The two skills did not repel each other but instantly fused into a massive fire tornado. Although there is a skill called Fire Tornado in Fire Magic, what Zhang Chen released was a simplified version of a magical fusion technique. Sun Xia had taught Zhang Chen to fuse elements before launching, and Zhang Chen, on a whim, maintained the connection of his mental energy after launching the skill. At the moment the two skills met, his mental energy directly guided the fusion of the two skills, forming this enormous fire tornado. Although it appeared to be just one skill, it contained multiple damage segments. According to Zhang Chen's analysis, it was definitely higher than the damage of the two skills hitting separately. After successfully releasing it once, Zhang Chen opened the door to a new world, and his thoughts suddenly expanded. The Serpent Man Magic Warrior became agitated after being attacked and charged directly at Zhang Chen. Yin Chang was already prepared to take the damage and quickly stepped forward, facing the boss's heavy sword. Yin Qing fearlessly used a charged heavy strike to meet it. The thick back of her blade collided with the heavy sword, causing her blade to be deflected, and she was thrown backward, exposing a large gap in front of her. The boss did not pause and swung another sword back at her. The heavy sword sliced through the air, suddenly igniting with intense flames, striking down towards Yin Qing with great force. Is this what a magic warrior is like? Yin Qing's body was in a state of rigidity, with no chance to dodge at that moment, but her eyes were filled with longing for the magic warrior profession. Eternal Ice. Yin Qing's body instantly turned into an ice block, and the boss's fiery slash came down, forcefully blocked by the ice block, but the ice block also developed cracks, unable to withstand a second hit. Is this the limit of Eternal Ice's defense? Truly worthy of an epic level lord, Zhang Chen muttered to himself. Zhang Chen's musings did not delay the skills in his hands. He quickly unleashed various powerful skills, drawing the boss's aggro onto himself. Tracking Ice. Pillar Ice Rain. In a brief moment, he could only cast one unit skill to control the field, while the other was naturally the Tracking Ice Pillar. The Tracking Ice Pillar only held the magic warrior for 1 second, but it was enough for Yin Qing to retreat safely. Once she retreated to the back, Yin Chang's health was instantly restored. Facing an epic level monster for the first time made her realize the gap in strength. Although Yin Chang was a very strong-willed person, having Zhang Chen as a support recently made her somewhat unable to recognize her own abilities. Don't daze, pay attention to your positioning. Use ranged attacks and protect the priest while you're at it, Zhang Chen shouted to Yin Chang. Yin Chang was pulled back to reality by Zhang Chen's loud call. She hurriedly ran behind the monster, using her only 2 ranged skills to attack, creating a tug-of-war effect against the boss. Zhang Chen naturally understood how to cooperate. Whenever the boss was about to approach him, he would stop outputting damage, and even an epic level boss was being toyed with by ranged attacks. However, the monster was not foolish. When its health dropped by about 5%, it finally caught on and began to play the relentless strategy, as do. Xin was the closest when the boss was attacked, so it kept chasing her. Don't panic, don't look back, use your high agility to run in circles around the boss. Zheng Chen reminded at the right moment. With the aggro stable, the boss's continuous pursuit actually accelerated the output of the heavy hitters though. It exhausted Du Xin, who was running around the field. Lowly humans daring to toy with this king, the boss suddenly spoke human language, clearly aware of Zheng Chen and the others' tactics. Warm-up complete. The boss suddenly stopped, gripping its sword with both hands to gather power, and no one knew what it was about to do. A few seconds later, the Snake Man magic warrior began to move again, swinging its heavy sword from side to side, each swing creating a blade of air. The primary target was Du Xin, who sensed danger and immediately used Blood Escape to enter stealth mode. The boss lost its attack target and began to indiscriminately fire, sending blades of air spreading out in all directions, with a large attack range and strong power. Everyone was in a flurry trying to dodge. Fortunately, the attack did not last long, but it nearly wiped out the team. Remember its posture from just now. Next time you see it, run straight out. The girls also understood the power of this move and quickly nodded in agreement. In the subsequent battles, the boss's new moves emerged one after another, with no weaknesses appearing in either ranged attacks or melee enchantments. Through battling the boss, Zheng Chen discovered that this magic warrior had very comprehensive attributes. The sword energy was wind, while slashes and cuts generally carried fire attributes, and occasionally it even restored some health through water attributes. The intelligence of the epic level boss was clearly much higher, but the area was simply too spacious. And under Zheng Chen's command, the scattered formation left them with no place to exert their strength. The boss's health has reached a dangerous line. Watch out for its berserk state. After more than 2 hours of intense fighting, everyone was somewhat exhausted, yet Zheng Chen was still energetically directing the team. If it weren't for Zheng Chen's reminders, the team would have likely been wiped out many times already. When the boss's health was worn down to 30%, the magic warrior boss suddenly thrust its heavy sword into the ground, a circle of flames spreading outward from its body, and its entire body glowed with a deep red light. The enraged boss was like a madman, its serpentine tail swaying rapidly, leaving behind numerous afterimages as it moved. With each movement, ripples spread out in circles, filling the entire area with its rampaging aura. The expanding rings of fire could only be avoided by jumping, but the timing required was extremely precise. Aside from Zheng Chen, almost no one managed to evade them, and the entire team's health was continuously declining. It was unclear if the system was intentionally giving players a chance, but the effect of the three flowers gathering at the top was suddenly displayed in all its glory. Just when everyone thought the boss's rage was about to end, the Snake Man warrior suddenly gathered red light all over its body, swinging its heavy sword in a circle above its head before plunging it into the ground. This time, there was no ring of fire spreading out. Instead, the ground began to crack and emit red light. Demon God Earthshatter flames erupted from the cracks in the ground, and the range was so vast that there was no room to dodge. With the suppression of levels and quality, this strike seemed to be a certain death. The entire boss area was enveloped by its ultimate move, flames, spreading outward from the inner circle, shooting up to 2 meters high, and there were no gaps in the rings of fire, meaning this attack was almost 100% guaranteed to hit. Everyone was thrown into chaos. After working so hard, no one wanted to see their efforts go to waste. However, Zheng Chen saw a glimmer of hope amidst the rhythmic attacks. The boss's attacks were conducted through its two-handed heavy sword, transferring energy to the ground. Each ring of flames would last about 1.5 seconds before dissipating, and the next ring would generally shoot out in about 2 seconds. This brief 0.5-second gap was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, but Zheng Chen had deduced it from the rhythm of the attacks. Since everyone was at a certain distance from the boss, they had retreated quite a bit upon seeing such a powerful move. Although they couldn't completely escape the skill's range, it would take a few seconds before they were hit. Time it right when the flames dissipate and rush into the inner circle. If you make it, you'll be safe. If not, just return to the city, Zheng Chen said rapidly. His instructions were brief, and in the midst of the panic, everyone only grasped a general idea, caught in a state of partial understanding. Zheng Chen had no time for a detailed explanation and charged toward the boss, needing to be precise within that 0.5 seconds, and his speed had to be fast. As he sprinted at full speed, Zheng Chen silently kept a rhythm in his mind. Just as he was about to collide with the flames, the previous ring of fire suddenly vanished, and the next wave of attacks followed closely behind, causing Zheng Chen to disappear from everyone's sight. Got it, do your best and leave the rest to fate. Charge. Yin Cheng understood Zheng Chen's meaning instantly after watching his demonstration. The women from the studio gathered their courage and rushed toward the flames, leaving the timing and rhythm to chance. In fact, Zheng Chen could have used time pause to save everyone, but after the previous battles, he realized that the skill level of the studio members was not high. If he always intervened to save them, it would likely do more harm than good. Although dying in the holy domain would result in losing a lot of experience, it was only through constant life and death situations that one could truly develop a sense of combat awareness. Moreover, after being reborn, Zheng Chen had become overly reliant on the time pause ability, leading him to think of escape whenever difficulties arose. Over time, this could easily cause him to lose the courage to take risks and the decisiveness needed in critical moments. There was also a more important reason: the boss still had 30% health left. As an epic quality boss, it was bound to have a final trump card, and if it unleashed a self-destruct skill at the end, that would truly mean all efforts were in vain. Zheng Chun broke through the ring of flames, not caring whether the women could pass through, and directly launched an attack on the boss, unleashing various control skills in an attempt to interrupt this powerful move. However, the Snake Man warrior who was casting this skill was surrounded by energy, and while the skills could deal some damage, they failed to achieve any control effect. A few seconds later, only Yin Chang and Han Bing from the remaining 4 in the team rushed over, while the healer Lu Tianwei and the assassin Du Xian were both instantly killed, turning into white light. The flames on the ground continued to spread outward, and although the inner circle no longer had shooting flames, the ground still retained heat, causing everyone's health to slowly decline. We have no priest left, everyone watch your health. Zheng Chen stopped casting minor skills, used a health potion to restore his health, and began to release various magical elements, preparing to unleash a reverse magic fusion technique. According to Zheng Chen's estimation, the boss's skill was nearing its end, and after releasing such a massive amount of energy, the boss would definitely enter a weakened state. Zheng Chen was well aware of the mechanics of monsters in the Holy Domain. How to deal the highest burst damage in a weakened state would determine whether they could successfully claim the first kill of the epic level boss. The remaining 2 women also seized the time to output damage, with Han Bing even standing in front of Zheng Chen to protect him. The reverse magic fusion technique quickly took shape. After such a long period of practice and mental growth, Zheng Chen had already mastered 6 types of magical attributes skillfully, and while leaving some leeway, he continuously compressed the elements, increasing the amount of magical elements inputted. An extremely unstable attribute sphere successfully emerged. Just as the boss's skill finished casting, the Snake Man warrior, having lost a massive amount of energy, weakly gripped the enormous heavy sword with both hands, seemingly relying on the sword for support to avoid collapsing. Zheng Chen pushed the attribute sphere towards the boss, feeling a wave of weakness himself from outputting too many magical elements. In a weakened state, the boss's attributes plummeted just as Zheng Chen unleashed his strongest attack. A massive amount of damage erupted from above the boss's head, causing its health bar to drop significantly 264,897. The boss, which already had less than 30% health, was left with around 400,000 health, and Zheng Chen's strike had directly taken away over 260,000. The cliff-like drop in the monster's health bar gave the remaining 3 a glimmer of hope. The weakened state wouldn't last long, so they hurriedly unleashed their skills. By the time the boss recovered, its health was down to about 8%, and the heavy sword in its hands was engulfed in flames. Each swing was even more powerful than before, and the boss seemed to sense death approaching, starting to act more cautiously, using its water element to slowly regain health. Zheng Chen naturally wouldn't give the boss a chance to breathe. He continuously unleashed 2 types of forward fusion techniques, which had a short preparation time and strong damage effects, perfectly suited for this situation. A flash of golden light passed, and the Snake Man warrior fell heavily to the ground, a large pile of loot on the ground showcasing the victory of Zheng Chen and his companions. I thought it would have some hidden tricks, but it's just a level 35 boss after all. Zheng Chen put away his staff and leisurely walked towards the loot. Congratulations to the player Heavenly Justice and his team for completing the first kill of the epic level boss, earning 50,000 reputation and an additional experience reward of 500,000. The server-wide system announcement rang out again. Everyone had almost forgotten about Zheng Chen, but unexpectedly he had killed an epic level boss this time. Zheng Chen didn't have time to think about how others viewed him. His eyes were already drawn to the loot, as this luck was simply too good. An epic level 2-handed greatsword, a hidden class transfer scroll, and a book titled Demon God Earth Shatter released during a boss's berserk phase. Oh, this token, could it be the guild establishment order? Ha, I've struck it rich. I've struck it rich. Zheng Chen laughed maniacally while holding the guild establishment order. The guild establishment order is essential for establishing a guild at level 30, and golden bosses above level 30 have a chance to drop it. Although it becomes quite common in the later stages of the game, it is priceless in the early game. Anyone wanting to create a guild surely desires fame. The title of the #1 guild in the server not only brings glory to oneself but also attracts some casual players to join. Although the first guild establishment order in his previous life was not dropped by Zheng Chen, he clearly remembers it being sold for an astronomical price, which could be said to have completely changed a person's fate. The most common type of player in the Holy Domain is the nouveau riche, which is also why there are so many loyal players in the Holy Domain, ultimately leading to its global popularity. Ha, I've struck it rich, I've struck it rich, Zheng Chen laughed. Even Zheng Chen couldn't help but feel excited, but aside from him, Yin Qing fell into deep thought, while Han Bing remained indifferent. Zheng Chen, I have an idea, Yin Qing suddenly spoke up. Zheng Chen frowned, realizing that Yin Chang was actually staring at his guild establishment order, and hurriedly said, no way, this guild establishment order must be sold. You guys have gotten used to a wealthy life and might not have much concept of money, but this is a gold mine. I can give you money, can I buy it? Yin Qing's eyes gradually became fervent. Buy? How much do you think this first guild establishment order is worth? Zheng Chen said with a playful smile. I can give you 1 million star coins, Yin Qing said, not giving up, but her words lacked confidence. Zheng Chen shook his head, directly putting the guild establishment order into his backpack, and turning to the other loot. The Demon Warrior Transfer Scroll. Warrior class characters can use this scroll to transfer to become a Demon Warrior. Upon successful transfer, they will automatically comprehend Demon Warrior skills, with the level of comprehension depending on their own aptitude. This class is a hybrid of magic and physical output with balanced attributes, and the scroll disappears after use. Zheng Chen directly threw the transfer scroll to Yin Qing, and casually picked up the epic level two-handed greatsword. Since its attributes were not identified, he didn't bother to study it in detail and handed it to Yin Qing as well. You guys have contributed, so these 2 items are priceless. The guild establishment order is mine, and these 2 items are for you, Zheng Chen said. Yin Qing held the 2 pieces of loot but showed no signs of excitement, seemingly still fixated on the guild establishment order. Woman, don't be too greedy. Zheng Chen couldn't stand Yin Qing's gaze. He originally intended to keep the Demon God Earthshatter skill book for himself, but seeing Yin Qing's unwilling expression, he gritted his teeth and threw the skill book over as well. Demon God Earthshatter. Insert the weapon into the ground. Gather all energy and channel it through the weapon into the ground, summoning the Hell Demon's fire to spray outward. The attack range depends on the energy of the caster, and the caster cannot move while attacking, remaining in a state of invulnerability. Any class level can learn it. Zheng Chen initially valued this skill because it could be learned by any class level. After all, the power released by the boss was evident, and this skill was definitely a big move. However, considering he had already obtained the most valuable guild establishment order and that this skill had a fatal weakness, Zheng Chen simply decided to give away the skill book as well. Demon God Earthshatter clearly belongs to a special type of skill, although it has strong attack power. The caster cannot move. Since Zheng Chen has a way to dodge attacks, future experts will surely find a way as well. This skill is obviously not suitable for mage-type classes to learn. Warriors have high defense and thick health, and even if they take a few hits, they can still unleash the full damage of the skill, so Zheng Chen didn't feel too regretful. There was nothing in the spoils that could catch Zheng Chen's eye. After rummaging through, he found his task item, the snakebone flower, while the other random items were all distributed to Yin Qing and the others. Zheng Chen looked at his backpack's taskbar, filled with snakeskin, snake gall, and snake tendon, and thought he could sell them for a good price when he returned to the city. Another fruitful day, Zheng Chen said with satisfaction. Zheng Chen was relaxed and happy, but the team was unusually quiet, the atmosphere slightly awkward. The task is complete. I'm heading back to the city. Where are you planning to go? Zheng Chen didn't mention the guild establishment order, trying to ease the awkwardness. Can you really not sell it to me? Yin Qing looked at Zheng Chen with hopeful eyes, completely losing her strong woman demeanor. Faced with that expectant gaze, Zheng Chen's expression turned cold and he shook his head in disappointment, saying lightly, "You still lack the ability to be a true leader." After saying this, Zheng Chen exited the team and activated his return to the city, quickly disappearing before Yin Chang and Han Bing. In fact, it wasn't that Zheng Chen was unkind. If Yin Qing thought that simply being the first to establish a guild was a success, she was gravely mistaken. Being the first to establish a guild certainly had its advantages, but it also made one a target for criticism. Without deep foundations and capabilities, it would only become a joke. Some people entered the sacred domain for a better life, while others were just there for entertainment. Although Yin Qing and the others claimed they wanted to earn money through the game to prove themselves, in Zheng Chen's eyes, it was merely children playing house, not worthy of serious consideration. If Yin Qing and the others were truly ambitious, Zheng Chen would help them without hesitation. After all, walking this path together was a kind of fate. But in situations like this, where moral coercion was at play, Zheng Chen could never accept it. Different paths, no collaboration. This was the reason Zheng Chen repeatedly chose to be a lone wolf. After returning to the city, Zheng Chen didn't rush to the Lord's mansion but first went to various shops to turn in his tasks, surprisingly earning several thousand gold coins from the 3 additional tasks. Although Zheng Chen knew that gold coins would soon depreciate at level 30, as the sacred domain was about to implement gold coin interchange, where 1 gold coin could currently be worth dozens of star coins, later it would only exchange for 1 star coin. Looking at his experience bar, which was at 26 level and 99.8%, Zheng Chen felt a pang of discomfort. Sigh, if I had known, I would have fought a few more small monsters, Zheng Chen lamented as he walked toward the Lord's mansion. At that moment, his mailbox suddenly lit up. All messages from people in the studio. Zheng Chen, I didn't expect you to be so money-minded. Can't you show a little loyalty? Du Xian's message was the most critical. I heard you had a disagreement with the big sister? Actually, she has it tough. Liang Rui's message was mostly concerned. Although it's a bit awkward to ask, can you help out one more time? Lu Tianwei's message had a pleading tone. Name your price. Han Bing, who usually said little, was the most straightforward. Zheng Chen didn't reply to any of these messages, simply closing and deleting them all. Having too many women around is indeed troublesome. It seems it's time to leave. Zhang Chen's steps grew heavier. His arrival here was a twist of fate. He had found a bit of joy in teamwork, but it turned out he still had to leave. Let's go. Let's go. The pinnacle of the pyramid is destined to hold only a few. Zhang Chen muttered to himself habitually. When Zhang Chen arrived at the Lord's mansion, he had already adjusted his state of mind and made his plans. He intended to sell the gold coins in his backpack before they lost value, and with the tens of thousands of star coins he had earned earlier, it would be enough for him to stay in the most luxurious hotel. Outside, after the gold coins and real star coins were interchangeable, it would be even easier for him to make money, and he wouldn't have to worry about living without security. The only thing that made Zhang Chen uncomfortable was the decision to stay, and now, just a few days later, he had to decide to leave again, which left him feeling somewhat guilty. Shaking off the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Zhang Chen directly entered the Lord's mansion. With the identity of a messenger from White Tiger City, no one stopped him along the way. After being announced, Zhang Chen quickly met the Lord of White Tiger City. They were in a side hall, just the Lord and Zhang Chen. The Lord was somewhat surprised that Zhang Chen had returned so quickly. He casually took the snake bone flower Zhang Chen handed over, not even glancing at it, and stuck it into a small vase on the table. Very good to retrieve this snake bone flower so quickly. Even if it wasn't solely through your own strength, you must have good connections. You've completed the first test. The Lord of White Tiger City nodded and said. Zhang Chen didn't know how to respond, so he silently watched the Lord, waiting for what came next. To his surprise, after saying that, the Lord began to read documents, completely leaving Zhang Chen aside. Zhang Chen deliberately made a noise, trying to attract attention. Do you have something else? The Lord of White Tiger City finally remembered there was another person in the room and asked in confusion. Weren't there supposed to be 3 tests? What about the next one? Zhang Chen asked straightforwardly. Although the Lord of White Tiger City hadn't mentioned any rewards for the 3 tests, Zhang Chen had already sensed the benefits that came with the identity of a messenger. Since the Lord didn't mention the next test, Zhang Chen couldn't forget about it. The Lord of White Tiger City responded and fell into thought, seemingly not having decided what the second test would be. After a long while, he slowly said, when an eternal being reaches level 30, the 4 main cities will hold a tournament. The second test is to participate in the competition as a preparatory messenger of White Tiger City and achieve at least a top 3 finish. The Lord nodded, seemingly satisfied with his own idea. As soon as the Lord finished speaking, a new task appeared in Zhang Chen's task list. Messenger's Test 2. Participate in the tournament hosted by the 4 main cities and achieve a top 3 finish. You must reach level 30 before competing. After receiving the task, Zhang Chen didn't linger and left the Lord's mansion. For some reason, the Lord of White Tiger City gave Zhang Chen the impression of being a bit slow. He wondered if the lords of the other main cities were the same. If only the Lord of White Tiger City was slow, would he fall behind in future competitions against the other main cities? This was Zhang Chen's biggest concern. With all tasks concluded, what remained was to quickly reach level 30 and trigger the plot progression. Zhang Chen naturally knew about the tournament of the 4 main cities, but in his previous life he hadn't achieved a very good ranking, only gaining some experience rewards. The tournament was for players who reached level 30, and the system would issue an announcement that 3 days later the 4 main cities would jointly host the first Eternal Being Tournament. Players would represent their respective main cities in battle. The tournament was both a personal activity and a competition between the 4 main cities. Achieving good results would not only earn official rewards but also rewards from the lords of their respective main cities. Given that Zhang Chen was currently at level 26 with 99.8% experience, he would need at least 3 more days to reach level 30. Although he had gained a lot of experience in Snake Valley, it wasn't a suitable place for leveling up as the monster respawn rate was low. Therefore, he had already dropped out of the top 10 in the level rankings. 6 days, it seems I need to get some equipment. It's not so easy to fool everyone with time pause under everyone's watch. Zhang Chen muttered to himself. Although Zhang Chen had dropped out of the top 10 in the level rankings, he still belonged to the first tier. According to his calculations, the tournament would likely be in about 6 days. The reason the system chose to hold the event 3 days after the first tier reached level 30 was to wait for the latecomer players, allowing for more participants and a more balanced strength among everyone. Zhang Chen arrived at the stall area in White Tiger City, reserved some gold coins for buying potions, and then sold all his gold coins. As long as the other party's star coins reached Zhang Chen's account, the corresponding gold coins could be traded directly. Before logging off, Zhang Chen specifically posted the link to the guild establishment order in the World Channel. Guild establishment order requires private messages with prices only selling for star coins. Zhang Chen chose this method to sell the guild establishment order out of necessity, as star coins had not yet officially exchanged with game currency, and the in-game auction house could only sell game currency, while private large auction houses had not yet opened. Although shouting in the World Channel would attract some unsavory characters, it was also the most direct and effective method. He believed that when he logged back in, he would definitely receive a large number of private messages because even if everyone reached level 35, it wouldn't guarantee the drop of this guild establishment order. After all, golden level bosses were not common, and there was soon a large event, the arena competition. After finishing all this, Zheng Chen put his character into stall management mode, logged off the game, and prepared to have a final dinner with a few people from the studio while bracing for another round of moral coercion. Zheng Chen had new plans. After tonight, he would leave this place. Although his eyesight had not fully recovered, he had no problem taking care of himself. With the assistance of mental strength, he could perceive everything around him clearly. Unfortunately, apart from Yin Chang and Lu Tianwei, he had not seen the appearances of the other girls in person, as characters' appearances in the game would change to some extent. Zheng Chen entered the living room and sat at his usual dining spot. At this time, apart from Liang Rui who was preparing dinner, the other girls had not yet logged off. Why did you log off so early? Are you hungry? Why don't you eat first? Liang Rui, kind-hearted and the one who spent the most time with Zheng Chen, did not blame him despite the awkwardness caused by the guild establishment order. Zheng Chen shook his head and smiled, saying, I'm not hungry, let's wait for everyone. I have some things to discuss with you all. Soon, the girls from the studio logged off one after another. However, instead of the usual chatter, the atmosphere at the dining table became heavy again. Finally, Zheng Chen broke the silence. Although it was unexpected to come here, I have spent quite a few days with you all. I believe the help I've given you is worth the meals we share. I don't oppose your youthful pursuit of dreams. If it were me a few years ago, I would definitely support you in establishing the first guild in the entire region. But now, I just want to change my life. Only when my basic needs are met can I pursue my dreams. I will be leaving here early tomorrow morning. Thank you all for taking care of me these days. After finishing, Zheng Chen began to eat as he usually did, while everyone at the table looked at this man with complex expressions. Except for Zheng Chen, no one else moved their chopsticks, silently watching him, each with their own complicated thoughts. Zheng Chen's arrival could be said to have changed the studio's situation, and the repeated boss battles had significantly increased everyone's strength. He was generous with loot distribution. Although he had a bit of a greedy nature, he had never been stingy over money. How many times had he turned crises of total annihilation into miraculous victories? Now, however, Zheng Chen said he was leaving, which undoubtedly meant losing a major support. Even though the studio could not always rely on Zheng Chen, no one wanted to lose such a strong ally. Is it because of the guild establishment order? Yin Qing suddenly asked. Zheng Chen put down the already cleaned bowls and chopsticks, first nodded, then shook his head and said, sort of, but not really. It proves that the paths we want to take are different, but it's not entirely because of it that I chose to leave. My departure was bound to happen sooner or later, right? Zheng Chen had nothing to hide. Although they were all young, they were adults, and besides, Zheng Chen had been reborn once, with thoughts and perspectives that were incredibly clear about what he wanted. Although the studio seems weak now, new talents will join soon, and they are all quite skilled. Why don't you believe I can run a guild well? Yin Cheng's emotions became a bit agitated. Running a guild doesn't necessarily mean being the first to establish one. Some firsts aren't that easy to compete for, and being the first in the holy domain is even more complicated than you think. The first is an honor, but it's also pressure. The one who stands out gets shot at. As long as the first hasn't fallen, the second and third will always be friends. That's the survival rule of the holy domain. But we don't have a good reputation. We need the gimmick of being the first guild in the holy domain. Yin Qing said unwillingly. Hard work is still required. Zheng Chen stared blankly in the direction of Yin Qing, his mental energy vaguely capturing her awkward expression. At least take care of your eyes. I won't bring up the guild establishment again. Yin Qing said sincerely. Zheng Chen shook his head and said, I can take care of myself now. I've gone blind, but I've also become stronger. After saying this, Zheng Chen stood up, preparing to go back inside, but was stunned in place by a sentence from Du Xin. Zheng Chen, do you really not remember Xiao Xin? After all these years, she still has that bad temper. Du Xin suddenly said, Xiao Xin? Zheng Chen had some impression of this name. She was a childhood friend from the orphanage. Because she was small, she was often bullied, and he had fought for her more than once. Over time, Zheng Chen treated her like a sister, allowing him, who had no family, to feel a bit of kinship. But good times didn't last long. Xiao Xin was lucky enough to be adopted, and after that, there was no news of her. It's impossible. Even if you really are her, how could you recognize me after all these years? Zheng Chen shook his head. Although Du Xian's words stirred his memories, he still couldn't believe it. After all, he had searched for so long in his past life and had no news of this sister. You don't recognize me, but I've always remembered you. Don't you remember that day I lifted your blanket? The small birthmark below your navel has been there since you were little. Du Xin continued. Zheng Chen then recalled that Du Xin had indeed come to his room after they all finished fighting the boss together and had lifted the blanket to press on his injury. He just didn't expect that this little girl had a purpose. If you really are Xiao Xin, why have you always been against me? Who Told you not to remember me? Du Xin said with a grin. Zheng Chen smiled helplessly. Even if his eyes weren't temporarily blind after so many years, he couldn't just recognize someone as his sister just because their name had the character Xin in it. Moreover, girls change a lot. When they first met, she was just a child under 10. It was surprising that she still remembered him. Zheng Chen walked up to Du Xin with a smile, reached out to touch her head, and ruffled her hair a bit, just like he used to comfort the bullied Xiao Xin. You still haven't grown much taller. Zheng Chen teased. Can I not leave? Or? Du Xin suddenly said with a hint of sadness. Zheng Chen paused for a second, smiled and shook his head, pretending to be mysterious. A god must remain mysterious. You all need to rely on your own efforts to become stronger. My existence will only make you dependent. Just work hard with your big sister. The bond between siblings has not faded, it's just that everyone has grown up and has their own lives. Zheng Chen can't always bring a big girl with him. Following Yin Qing is her best destination. Remember, there is a god standing behind you, Zheng Chen added at last. The people in the studio were surprised by the relationship between Du Xin and Zheng Chen, as they originally thought the two were like fire and water. Du Xin naturally disliked Zheng Chen, who would have thought they had this connection. Zheng Chen said little and returned to his room, while the remaining women began to communicate. Yin Chang and Du Xin had the most complicated feelings, while Lu Tianwei, Fang Ying, and Han Bing felt little, only thinking it was a pity that the studio lost a skilled player. Surprisingly, the one who felt the most reluctant was Liang Rui. Zheng Chen was the only one who didn't treat her as a substitute. Although Zhang Chen had once accidentally offended her, Liang Rui still enjoyed interacting with this somewhat arrogant sunny boy. Although he is strong, to compare himself to a god is indeed a bit arrogant, Han Bing said coldly. Although Han Bing recognized Zheng Chen's strength, she still felt he was somewhat conceited. Though his words are a bit arrogant, being able to deal over 60,000 damage to a boss with a single skill and survive in any situation, such strength can indeed be called god in the early stages of the game. The archer Fang Ying, although she did not participate in the Snake Valley expedition, still vividly remembered Zheng Chen's previous display of strength. So, gods are also human, just occasionally not behaving like one, Lu Tianwei suddenly commented. The previously dull atmosphere was broken by Lu Tianwei's words. Everyone fell silent for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter. Zheng Chen logged back into the game, first checking his account, discovering that all his gold coins had been sold out, and his account had gained several tens of thousands of star coins. His mailbox was filled with a long string of private messages, all inquiring about how to sell the guild establishment order. Zheng Chen did not rush to check the mailbox, directly canceling his stall. Looking at the full mailbox and the guild establishment order in his backpack, he suddenly fell into hesitation. After a moment of hesitation, Zheng Chen quickly left the city and began a frenzied leveling mode. The next day, early morning. Zheng Chen, get up for breakfast. Liang Rui saw that Zheng Chen was not online and directly entered the room to call him for breakfast, only to find an empty room, the quilt neatly folded, as if no one had ever been there. Zheng Chen, what do you mean? How do I get the guild establishment order? Yin Qing also rushed into the room excitedly, only to see the room empty, and she swallowed the rest of her words. Has he really left? Du Xian also saw Zheng Chen's scheduled email, which is why she hurried over. So comfortable. Zheng Chen leaped high and heavily lay down on the soft big bed, unable to help but let out a deep sigh. After leveling up all night, just as dawn was about to break, the pre-booked car Zheng Chen had arranged was already waiting. After sending a scheduled email to Yin Qing, Du Xian, and Liang Rui, Zheng Chen chose to leave quietly. Although Zheng Chen had a good impression of the other 3 women, their relationship was not particularly close, so he did not want to make things awkward. The first email was sent to Liang Rui, who had always taken care of him. Thank you for your care over the past few days. Although you are considered the studio's logistics staff, don't forget to practice your gaming skills. If anyone bullies you, just call me anytime in the game. He didn't say any farewell words or overly sentimental things, but the phrase, just call me anytime, clearly expressed Zheng Chen's attitude. Unfortunately, Liang Rui had logged off too early due to cooking, so she did not see the scheduled email right away. The second email was sent to Yin Qing, and it included a guild building order. Although I have lost the motivation to pursue my dreams, I still want to give dreams a chance, hoping you can exceed my expectations. By the way, you need to reach level 30 to build a guild, you know that, right? Given your level, even with the guild building order, you probably won't have the chance to establish a guild right away, will you? Zheng Chen chose to keep the guild building order and reminded her that she should start leveling up like crazy. Although Zheng Chen didn't have much faith in Yin Qing and the others' abilities, perhaps out of affection or having felt warmth over the past few days, he decided to give up this priceless guild building order. Women really only bring bad luck, Zheng Chen said after sending the email. The third letter was sent to Du Xin. Although Du Xian recognized Zheng Chen, it had been too many years since they parted, and most of their interactions had been confrontational, so she couldn't immediately adapt to that change. The email to Du Xian contained only one sentence, which was something he had said to the little Xian in his memories. Remember, a god stands behind you. Zheng Chen felt this sentence was simple yet powerful, and it should give a sense of security. However, after reading it, Du Xian only smiled with relief. They say that people can change their circumstances but not their nature. Unexpectedly, after so many years, Zheng Chen still spoke much like he did in childhood. After reading the email, Du Xian planned to reach out to Zheng Chen to catch up, but to her surprise, he was already gone. Indeed, those who truly want to leave close the door the lightest, Yin Xing remarked. Yin Xing was the first to come back to her senses and quietly return to her room. The next few days would be a frenzied leveling mode. No wonder it's an esports suite from a big company. Although it's a bit expensive, it's worth it. Life should be enjoyed in the moment. Although Zheng Chen's vision had not yet recovered, it did not hinder him from exploring the suite. Even though this suite cost 3,000 star coins a day, Zheng Chen still felt it was worth it. With Zheng Chen's current strength, if he couldn't earn 30,000 star coins in 10 days, that would truly be a disgrace given his extraordinary starting point. After leaving Yin Xing and the others, he felt somewhat lonely, but his heart was completely relaxed. A life without constraints was what Zheng Chen desired. The reason Zheng Chen chose this esports suite was that, in addition to good service, each room was equipped with a holographic simulation pod. Lying inside the holographic simulation pod could reduce fatigue, allowing for longer online time, which perfectly matched Zheng Chen's current need time. In 3 days, Zheng Chen aimed to reach level 30 and then use the 3 days of preparation for the arena competition to farm equipment. Although he was already strong, miracles were the most abundant in the holy domain. With a vast player base, any fortuitous encounter could happen to someone, and during such grand events, all the experts would gather. Zheng Chen had witnessed too many geniuses, which made him cautious even in his strong position. Feeling the realism brought by the holographic simulation pod, the physical sensations were much closer to reality than a gaming helmet. While marveling at the importance of gaming equipment, Zheng Chen began to head towards the leveling area. At level 27, the most efficient solo farming was in the level 30 monster zone, preferably in a place where monsters were densely packed. Because the levels of the main group were similar, the monster zones near the main city were crowded, so Zheng Chen chose a more remote location. Golden Sands Beach, named for its fine sand resembling gold, was currently experiencing high tide, and the beach was filled with mutated crabs the size of soccer balls. The small fishing village was a coastal settlement where the entire village relied on fishing for a living, but recently, the crab infestation had not only destroyed the villagers' nets but also wiped out other species in the nearby waters, taking over the entire beach. The mutated sea crabs have a very strong attack power, and their shells are incredibly hard. The crab shells are black and shiny, filled with sharp angles and spikes, and their pincers are as sharp as scissors, making it impossible for the villagers to clear them. What? Young man, can you really get rid of the mutated sea crabs? The village chief of the small fishing village asked, extremely excited. Of course, leave it to me, no problem, Zheng Chen said confidently. Zheng Chen had come here following the memories of his past life. Although he had never leveled up here in his previous life, there was a story that had gone viral on the forum about the sea crabs in the small fishing village. It was said that this place eventually became a paradise for players who wanted to practice their culinary skills as chefs and opened many gourmet restaurants. If you can help us solve this problem, the small fishing village will definitely reward you handsomely, the village chief said seriously. Do you accept the task to help the small fishing village clear the mutated sea crabs? Yes, no. Zheng Chen naturally chose to accept without hesitation, and then, with the support of the villagers, he walked towards the distant beach. Mutated sea crab level 30 quality, normal health 9,000. The golden sand beach was indeed filled with a dense mass of crabs. Zheng Chen stretched his muscles, ready to start a big fight. He initiated with a whirlwind technique, attracting the small monsters in a straight line, and then a wall of fire stood in the way of the mutated sea crabs. The ice rain skill controlled the field, and the arc skill supplemented the damage. Moreover, Zheng Chen cleverly adjusted his position, always facing the mutated sea crabs head-on, as crabs can only move sideways, making it the best choice to face them directly. Because the mutated sea crabs were too densely packed, Zheng Chen stirred up 1,000 waves with one stone, triggering a chain of aggro, and all the mutated sea crabs surged over like a tide. Well, I don't even need to lure them, Zheng Chen sighed. Faced with such a large group of monsters, Zheng Chen could only choose a kite strategy. Fortunately, the monsters were attack type and had low magic resistance. Their hard shells only worked against physical attacks. Looking at the screen full of experience points, Zheng Chen thought to himself that he had come to the right place. 3 days later, as a burst of white light enveloped Zheng Chen's body, he finally achieved his goal of reaching level 30. Moreover, Zheng Chen discovered that although the mutated sea crabs on the golden sand beach respawn slowly, they did not disappear after being cleared. This meant that no matter how long Zheng Chen stayed here, the troubles of the small fishing village would not be resolved. Since a player has reached level 30, the 4 major cities will hold a tournament 3 days later to select a new generation of outstanding players. Everyone is welcome to participate. Zheng Chen was still pondering how to complete the task for the small fishing village when the system had already sent out an announcement. As the Lord of White Tiger City had said, the players' levels were the key to advancing the system's progress. The rapid leveling up over 3 days once again propelled Zheng Chen to the top of the leaderboard thanks to the free supply of medicines from the small fishing village. It was precisely because of the villagers' enthusiasm that Zhang Chen had reached his goal but felt reluctant to leave directly. The system shouldn't create an impossible task, Zhang Chen fell into thought. Mutated sea crabs? Mutated? After no longer being anxious about leveling up, Zhang Chen finally focused his thoughts on the task. The Golden Sand Beach, which was originally a sunny seaside, should not have any mutated monsters. Something must have affected this sea area. Zhang Chen returned to the village chief of the small fishing village. Although he had not eradicated the threat of the mutated sea crabs, his efforts over the past few days had earned him the recognition of the villagers, who were very warm towards him. Warrior, did you come here for something? The village chief of the small fishing village said respectfully. Since this place was too far from the main city, no one else had come this far to level up except Zhang Chen, making him the only reliance for the small fishing village. When did these mutated sea crabs appear? Was there a similar species of crab in the sea area before? Zhang Chen asked. The village chief of the small fishing village thought for a moment as if recalling something and hurriedly said, a few months ago, a black meteor fell into the sea area. After that, the waves surged for a whole month and then these mutated sea crabs appeared. A black meteor? It appeared so early? Zhang Chen said in surprise. Zhang Chen naturally knew what the black meteor represented. In the later stages of the game, the main combat targets were these extraterrestrial visitors. Each black meteor was a powerful boss, and no one knew where they came from. They always suddenly fell from the sky and then occupied a piece of land. In his previous life, black meteors only appeared after level 50, and the reason Zhang Chen didn't think in that direction was due to his empirical mindset, which led him to overlook this matter. Do you know the specific location of the black meteor? Zhang Chen pressed on. I only know the general direction. The specific location is unclear. After all, the sea was too rough at that time, and fishing boats couldn't go out. The village chief said helplessly. What about now? Can you take me out to sea? The root of the problem should be that black meteor. If we don't eliminate it, the mutated sea crabs will never disappear. Zhang Chen had already identified the root of the issue and naturally wanted to resolve it from the source. Going out to sea wasn't originally a difficult task, but now the fishing boats have been destroyed by those sea crabs. Without a boat, how can we set sail? The village chief sighed deeply. Father, have you forgotten? We still have a boat. A young man who had been silent beside the village chief suddenly reminded him. The village chief seemed to recall something and turned to look deep into the village, saying wistfully, are you talking about the one left by our ancestors? It probably can't withstand the storms anymore. It can, father. Our ancestors will bless our small fishing village. We can't just sit and wait for death, the village chief's son said, somewhat excitedly. Sigh, alright, then let's give it a try. The village chief said after pondering for a while, feeling uncertain. Zhang Chen followed the village chief and his son toward the center of the village. Although the small fishing village had small in its name, it was actually not small at all, with hundreds of households and a population of over 1,000. In the middle of the village, there was indeed a wooden frame with a fishing boat that could accommodate about 10 people. Although this boat is old, it has been maintained almost every day in order to preserve our ancestors' legacy, the village chief's son hurriedly explained, fearing Zhang Chen would worry. As long as it can row, that's fine. Once we get near the black meteor, I'll handle the rest, Zhang Chen replied. In fact, Zhang Chen was also uncertain. After all, fighting in the water was extremely difficult. If this black meteor was a high-level boss, he might even be in danger himself. But no matter how many difficulties lay ahead, Zhang Chen was determined to investigate. The next steps were much simpler. All the villagers mobilized, carrying the only remaining boat of the village toward the sea. Zhang Chen took the lead again, clearing obstacles. With his level reaching 30, Zhang Chen's attributes had increased and the mutated sea crabs disappeared at a rapid pace. Finally, with the joint efforts of Zhang Chen and the villagers, the boat entered the sea. Because this journey was very dangerous, Zhang Chen only needed one helmsman, and in the end, the village chief's son volunteered. The two were together to set sail. Just call me Xiao Hei. Thank you for being willing to take risks for our small fishing village, the village chief's son said while steering the boat. Zhang Chen nodded in acknowledgement and replied, you're very brave. If something unexpected happens, take care of your own safety and leave on your own. A man of the sea should return together with those who came. How can one abandon their companions? Xiao Hei said boldly. Zhang Chen did not argue with him and silently stood at the bow of the boat, observing the surroundings. As the boat moved forward, the wind and waves gradually grew stronger, and Zhang Chen also felt a strong aura of darkness. Look, there's actually an island ahead. There was no island here before. Little Black pointed to the small island shrouded in darkness ahead and shouted, take me to the island, you go back to the village. Zhang Chen said. Seeing the island, Zhang Chen felt a sense of relief. No matter what the situation on the island was, at least it wasn't a battle in the water. As long as he could stand on solid ground, he would have the strength to fight. As they got closer to the island, the wind and waves on the sea grew stronger, making the small boat seem insignificant beneath the towering waves. Little Black's driving skills were good. Knowing their boat was Small, he didn't fight against the waves but instead rode along with them, moving towards the island after passing the crests, which, although a bit of a detour, was steady. When they reached the island, Zhang Chen finally saw its true form. The entire island was enveloped in darkness, the sky above was thick with dark clouds, and faint flashes of lightning flickered within them. There were no plants on the island. Only layers of strange rocks blocking Zhang Chen's view. The island was large, and after sailing for a long time, the two had not even circled it once, eventually docking at a flat area. Zhang Chen looked at the densely packed monsters by the shore and said directly to Little Black, "It's not safe to stay here, you should go back." Little Black handed Zhang Chen a homemade signal flare and said firmly, "I will stay around the island. Light it when you want to leave, and I will definitely come to get you." Zhang Chen was suddenly moved by Little Black's determination. This was no longer just an NPC, but someone who was fighting for his hometown. "Alright, it's a promise." Zhang Chen didn't linger, took the signal flare and put it in his backpack, then jumped onto the island to begin the battle. Dark Intermediate. Apostle level 35 quality, bronze health 35,000. The shore of the island was filled with densely packed monsters, all of which were of bronze quality, somewhat similar to the depths of the Snake Valley. The Dark Intermediate apostles floated in the air like ghosts, but their appearance had transformed to resemble various sea creatures. This was also a characteristic of the Dark Meteor. Once a Dark Meteor fell, the aura it emitted would assimilate nearby creatures, making them stronger. The most terrifying aspect was the boss within each meteor. Each boss in a Dark Meteor was powerful, with the weakest being of epic quality. High risk also meant high reward. After defeating a lord within a Dark Meteor, one could sometimes obtain a complete set of equipment or various strange treasures. Aside from the divine beasts and super divine beasts already existing in the Holy Domain continent, Dark Meteors were an additional challenge provided by the system for players, and a great place to gain skills and equipment. Sensing Zhang Chen's arrival on the island, the Dark Intermediate apostles quickly floated towards him, their aggro range exceeding Zhang Chen's expectations. Since this landing point was in the sea, the monsters assimilated were all water attribute. They appeared to float erratically, but their bodies were very real. The various fish monsters that had undergone assimilation had mutated. Ordinary small fish had swollen to varying degrees, their mouths gaping wide with sharp teeth, and their fins had turned into blades, some even spinning like propellers. Each small monster was of bronze quality, undoubtedly a challenge for Zhang Chen. Firewall Ice Zone Ice Rain. Zhang Chen first cast the firewall at a distance, trying to block the monster's line of sight, then released the Ice Set skill Ice Zone, causing enemies within a 5-meter radius to suffer a 15% reduction in speed and attack speed, followed by an Ice Rain to supplement the damage. All three skills were instant cast, and the entire operation was completed almost in an instant, but relying solely on the damage from the firewall and Ice Rain was clearly insufficient to kill the intermediate apostle. Whirlwind. Zhang Chen unleashed the whirlwind, using his mental power to control the skill and merge it with the firewall. With the wind aiding the flames, the range of the firewall increased significantly, and the intensity of the fire also rose. Quake Arc. When the Dark Junior Apostle arrived beside Zhang Chen, he used his only area control skill, Quake, followed by an arc to deal additional damage. Skill Reset. Quake Arc Ice Rain Firewall technique. After releasing a round of his area attack skills, Zhang Chen directly activated the equipment skill of the Reset Ring, Skill Reset, unleashing another area control, and then released his area attack skills again. After 2 rounds of skills, all the Dark Junior Apostles that charged in fell down, and Zhang Chen gained a large amount of experience. The experience and drop rate are really good. It would be great if there were more places like this. Looking at the loot scattered on the ground, Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit excited, the most frustrating thing being that his backpack was too small. To conserve space, Zhang Chen only picked up gold coins and potions, ignoring the rest of the whiteboard or bronze equipment. After glancing at another pile of monsters in the distance, Zhang Chen waited in place for 5 minutes to restore the equipment skill of the Reset Ring. Although the method was a bit clumsy, it was much more efficient for clearing monsters. Zhang Chen continued forward, using the same method to clear monsters. Again, occasionally dealing with any stragglers easily with a fireball. Another large group of junior apostles fell, and this time, a skill book dropped. Slow Healing mobilizes water attributes to moisten wounds, allowing them to heal slowly within 10 seconds, usable on any target, can be learned by water mages at level 30. The healing skill of water mages, besides priests, is only possessed by water mages and light mages, and of course some other hidden classes also have special healing skills. Although the water spell Slow Healing has a mediocre healing effect, it is better than nothing, and as spell attack power increases, the healing effect will also improve accordingly, playing a crucial role at critical moments. A level 35 bronze minor monster dropped a level 30 skill book, which could be considered both unfortunate and fortunate. Unfortunate for not dropping a higher level skill, fortunate because Zhang Chen could just learn it now. While waiting for the skill cooldown, Zhang Chen used Slow Healing and found the healing effect to be quite average. With his current attack power, he could only recover 120 health points within 10 seconds. 120 health points, even for a blood-deficient mage, is negligible, and it's even less substantial than a health potion. Zhang Chen currently has 3,982 health points. What's more frustrating is that 120 health points are restored over 10 seconds, meaning only 12 health points per second. Zhang Chen couldn't help but shake his head, self-mockingly saying, "It really is slow healing, slow enough indeed." The island itself is quite large, and with towering boulders as barriers, Zhang Chen could only follow the path in circles toward the center of the island. Fortunately, the monsters in the area generated by the dark meteor are unique, meaning that whether it's a boss or a minor monster, once defeated, they won't respawn. Otherwise, with Zhang Chen having to wait 5 minutes after each wave, the monsters would have respawned long ago. The monsters did not become stronger due to Zhang Chen's deeper exploration, and he was happily clearing the minor monsters. Along the way, the appearance of the underwater creatures opened Zhang Chen's eyes, and after circling the island twice, the boulder peaks changed shape, no longer moving in circles but transforming into a circular maze. The circular maze is a relatively simple maze, in a large circle trapping smaller circles mode. Each circle has only one entrance, and the entrances are interspersed. Aside from walking a bit more distance, there isn't much technical challenge. Zhang Chen didn't mind walking a bit more, after all, he wouldn't let any minor monster escape. Mutated Sea Dog level 35 quality, bronze health 40,000. After the road changed, the monsters also underwent transformations. The small monsters no longer floated in the air but were mutated from solid sea creatures. The mutated sea dog had changed from its original round shape, its head became sharp and its menacing teeth were exposed. Its originally short limbs had lengthened and its fur had turned a glossy black. If it weren't called a sea dog, Zhang Chen would have thought it was a hunting dog from the land. The mutated sea dog was undoubtedly a type that was fast and had high attack power, but it also had astonishingly thick health. The health of the Dark Junior Apostle was only 35,000, and Zhang Chen's 2 sets of skills just reached the killing line, but this mutated sea dog had an extra 5,000 health points, which happened to fall into the vacuum period of Zhang Chen's area attack skills. Don't underestimate this 5,000 health, it would require 3 or 4 small skills to take it down, while the mutated sea dog could drown Zhang Chen in just 1 second. With rich battle experience, Zhang Chen could tell the difficulty at a glance and couldn't help but furrow his brows, falling into deep thought. Faced with such a high-speed monster as the mutated sea dog, Zhang Chen found it quite challenging. After pondering for a while, he still came up with a countermeasure. Zhang Chen accelerated with a run and jumped high towards the wall of the circular maze. Rock Spike. This Rock Spike skill was not used on the monster but aimed at the wall where Zhang Chen would land. The rock protruded from the wall and Zhang Chen's right foot landed perfectly on it. With a sudden burst of strength in his right leg, he jumped high again before the Rock Spike disappeared. Skill reset Rock Spike. Since the cooldown time for the Rock Spike was 3 seconds, Zhang Chen had to use the reset rings attached skill. Another rock protruded, and Zhang Chen heavily stepped on it with his left foot, leaping high again, his hands reaching the top of the maze wall. Zhang Chen's method was climbing the wall. The nearly 4-meter-high rocky barrier was exceptionally smooth and steep, but Zhang Chen still found a way to stand on it. As the saying goes, when you are high above, you can crush your enemies. Even if the mutated sea dog was fast, it was a melee attacker. Once Zhang Chen occupied the high ground, it was equivalent to being in an invincible position. The top of the wall was extremely sharp, and Zhang Chen carefully perched on the edge, beginning his attack on the mutated sea dog. Firewall technique. Ice Rain. Zhang Chen only had these 2 area attack skills with sufficient casting range. He temporarily abandoned the arc and whirlwind techniques due to their limitations, using fireballs to supplement damage during the gaps between area attacks. The mutated sea dog had thick health and slightly higher defense than the Junior Apostle. Although Zhang Chen was in a high position, the mutated sea dog did not intend to sit idly by. Withstanding Zhang Chen's skill damage, it began to stack up like a human pyramid. More and more mutated sea dogs gathered, each stepping on their companions' bodies to leap up, making the 4-meter-high wall seem a bit insufficient. Zhang Chen was somewhat relieved that he hadn't attacked directly from the ground because the chain aggro of the mutated sea dogs was indeed strong. After releasing a round of skills, monsters within a radius of 20 to 30 meters all gathered around. Quake Rock Spike. Just as the mutated sea dogs were about to rush up the wall, Zhang Chen unleashed 2 earth attribute skills again. Zhang Chen attached his mental power to the wall, and the quake skill erupted from the wall, causing many mutated sea dogs leaning against it to collapse instantly. Coupled with the release of the Rock Spike skill at the supporting position of the mutated sea dog group, the entire monster group crumbled under the attack. Whoosh. 670. Zhang Chen was fully focused on dealing with the mutated sea dog when unexpectedly he was hit by a cold arrow, which also carried poison. Reflexively drinking a health potion, he then remembered that this circular maze often had only a wall separating him from the monsters attacking from the other side. The system settings are actually very well designed. Players above level 30 have basically no way to climb over the partition here. Even if a warrior uses a weapon to insert into the wall to climb, they cannot attack while standing on top. Who would have thought there would be such an oddball as Zhang Chen? After preparing himself mentally, Zhang Chen began to pay attention to the attacks coming from behind. The attacks he had previously suffered were not arrows, they were actually the poisonous spines of mutated sea urchins. Mutated sea urchin level 35 quality, bronze health. 30,000 black sea urchins floated on the other side of the wall, only expanding and growing larger when they attacked. Because they were a certain distance from the ground and the mutated sea urchins were in the shadows, Zheng Chen did not notice them at first. Fortunately, the aim of the mutated sea urchins was quite poor. Each time they expanded, they shot out all their poisonous spines. If the distance were close, this indiscriminate attack could be deadly, but Zheng Chen was high above, and by the time the spines reached him, they posed no threat due to the angle. The mutated sea urchins floated about half a meter above the ground, and after each attack, they would shrink back down and begin to prepare for the next round of poisonous spines. Although the attack frequency was relatively slow, several sea urchins attacking simultaneously could still easily kill a player. Zheng Chen sat on the wall, attacking the mutated sea dogs while dodging the incoming poisonous spines by swaying left and right. The geographical advantage rendered the two groups of monsters, which were originally a huge threat, powerless. After clearing a group of mutated sea dogs, Zheng Chen turned around to deal with the mutated sea urchins. Watching his experience points soar in the ground, littered with gold coins and equipment, Zheng Chen exclaimed in delight. Although a few pieces of equipment and a skill book caught his attention, Zheng Chen resisted the temptation and diligently cleared all the small monsters from the wall, leaving only two bosses wandering at the gaps of the circular maze. Because each gap in the circular maze was positioned differently, the two bosses were also spaced apart, which was the most reassuring thing for Zheng Chen. Mutated Sea Dog King level 35 quality, silver health 500,000. The Sea Dog King was larger, its robust body making its furry coat shine. Its limbs were much thicker than those of ordinary mutated sea dogs, and its sharp claws glinted ominously, with drool dripping from its sharp teeth. 500,000 health. Let me give you a heavy blow first. Zheng Chen sat on the wall, aiming at his range, as 6 basic attributes flickered in his hands. 6 attributes reverse fusion technique and unstable attribute sphere appeared in Zheng Chen's hand. He dared not waste time, fearing the sphere might explode uncontrollably. Locking his consciousness directly onto the mutated Sea Dog King, he threw the attribute sphere out. The speed of the attribute sphere was not particularly fast, but by the time the mutated Sea Dog King noticed, it was already too late to dodge. The frenzied boss, unaware of the power of the attribute sphere, raised its front paw, shrouded in black light, and swatted at the sphere. Boom! 114,235. After the explosion, a massive damage number appeared, and the mutated Sea Dog King was blasted away, its left front paw rendered useless. Zheng Chen, having overexerted the basic elements, felt a bit dizzy but forced himself to focus and continue attacking. The mutated Sea Dog King was thoroughly enraged by this blow. It dug its 3 claws into the ground and charged at Zheng Chen with incredible speed. Zheng Chen had intended to use a control skill to interfere while the boss was using the wall for leverage, but unexpectedly, as the mutated Sea Dog King exhausted its strength in the air, it kicked off with its 2 hind legs, creating ripples in the air, and then leaped into the air again as if propelled. Double jump? Zheng Chen exclaimed in surprise. The mutated Sea Dog King had leaped onto the wall, its mouth wide open as it lunged directly at Zheng Chen. Although Zheng Chen was surprised, he quickly regained his composure after having seen much in life. Just as the boss was about to reach him, he slid down the wall. Using the rock spike skill midway, he lightly leaped and landed on the ground. The boss, despite missing its attack, had its sharp front claws resting against the wall, twisting its body to aim at Zheng Chen. As its hind legs reached the wall, it leaped again, pouncing towards Zheng Chen once more. After landing on the ground, Zheng Chen immediately activated the Ice Set skill, while the boss, having missed its strike, quickly adjusted its position, pushing off the wall with its powerful hind legs and charging down. Zheng Chen rolled quickly on the ground, barely dodging the mutated Sea Dog King's attack. Once the boss landed, it was affected by the ice area, significantly reducing its movement and attack speed. Taking advantage of the boss's slowed speed, Zheng Chen directly used the special equipment he had previously obtained, casting a massive spider web that covered the boss in a 5x5 area, with the equipment's durability now at 9 of 10. The special equipment worked effectively, trapping the silver quality boss firmly in place. Zheng Chen seized the opportunity to throw out several attack skills, deliberately avoiding fire attribute skills, fearing that the control time might not end and his fireball would burn the web away. The mutated Sea Dog King was incredibly strong, and after a few seconds, the web began to loosen, allowing it to struggle free. Zheng Chen locked eyes with the boss, and in the next second, he turned and ran, releasing skills in front of him as he fled. Firewall technique and ice rain. Zheng Chen had a clear plan, specifically targeting area damage skills. As the skills were unleashed, he also ran into their range, with the furious boss closely following behind. The firewall acted like a racetrack, allowing Zheng Chen to move freely while the boss suffered from the flames. Once the fire subsided, it was followed by the area effect of ice rain, which occasionally triggered a slowing effect to slightly limit the boss's speed. The man and the dog raced through the circular maze, with Zheng Chen using his skills to maneuver. When he couldn't evade, he relied on Quake or Ice Spike. Though the control effects were not significant, they bought him some time. Once tracking Ice Pillar cooled down, it was the first skill Zheng Chen would release. The enraged boss was almost guaranteed to hit, allowing Zhang Chen to take the opportunity to deal more damage or rest for a few seconds to recover some stamina. Zhang Chen fought like this for over an hour, but unfortunately his area attack skills did not deal much damage and he had no time to prepare powerful single-target attacks. Both his stamina and mental energy were nearly exhausted. If he hadn't experienced even more brutal battles, he might have chosen to give up by now. During the fight, there were two critical moments when Zhang Chen used Evil Fire Spiderweb again, finally reducing the boss's health to below 30%. The mutated Sea Dog King did not enter a berserk state. Instead, its unique double jump had turned into a quadruple jump, increasing its jumping distance and diversifying its attacks, putting Zhang Chen back into a passive position. Each desperate dodge cost him some health, and relying solely on health potions was not enough to recover. In desperation, he could only rely on Evil Fire Spiderweb to restrain the boss. After being interrupted by the web multiple times, the mutated Sea Dog King was already furious, and it was getting faster at breaking free from the web's constraints. Finally, after the last Evil Fire Spiderweb was used up, the boss's health was below 10%. Zhang Chen casually tossed aside the now durability depleted Evil Fire Spider King's abdomen, took a deep breath, and sighed. As expected of a monster from the Dark Meteor, a mere silver boss is so difficult to deal with. It's a pity you ran into me. The mutated Sea Dog King broke free from its restraints once again, lunging at Zhang Chen with a powerful kick. Not bad speed, and the attack is quite fierce, but the attacks are too singular no matter how high the attributes. What use is it without technique? Zhang Chen did not dodge this time, merely sighing to himself, time pause. The reason Zhang Chen did not evade was that the boss's health had already entered his kill range. Although his current state was not particularly good, using a fusion skill with less than 50,000 health was more than enough to secure a kill. The 6 attributes reappeared, and under the time pause, it was much easier for Zhang Chen to control. Soon, that familiar unstable attribute sphere appeared in the palm of his hand, which he casually tossed into the air towards the boss. Boom! As the time pause ended, the explosion rang out, and the entire battle became dull. The boss, which had been so difficult to defeat, did not drop any exceptional equipment, but it did drop a skill book. Double jump can be used while jumping, allowing for an additional jump in the direction of movement. The higher the strength attribute, the further the jump distance. When mastered to perfection, it can be upgraded to fourfold jump, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Any class above level 30 can learn it. Zhang Chen was satisfied and directly learned double jump. Although his strength attribute was average, this skill that increased mobility was a significant boost for someone like Zhang Chen, who was adept at positioning. In addition to the boss's drops, there were also many good items from the small monsters within this maze segment, replenishing Zhang Chen with plenty of potions, and he unexpectedly acquired 2 water-type skill books. Water Prison uses water to bind the enemy within, preventing them from moving. The control effect is weakened against water-type monsters, and the effectiveness depends on the enemy's resistance, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Water mages above level 30 can learn it. Wave Technique summons water elements to create waves, dealing linear damage in a 2-meter wide area in front. The attack distance and width are influenced by the caster. Water mages above level 30 can learn it. These 2 skill books were undoubtedly unexpected gains, adding a group attack skill while also providing a control skill. Zhang Chen, of course, did not hold back and learned both skills, then circled around to find the entrance to the next segment. The mutated sea urchin did not bring Zhang Chen any surprises. He replenished plenty of potions and selected a few bronze weapons that looked decent. Next, Zhang Chen had to face the mutated Sea Urchin King. The boss was only slightly larger than the ordinary small monsters, with thicker poisonous spines. Its attack methods consisted of rolling and spinning, as well as shooting out poisonous spines. With the double jump skill that allowed him to create distance, every time the boss swelled to shoot out poisonous spines, Zhang Chen had already jumped far away, making it incredibly easy to deal with this boss. In fact, the mutated sea urchin segment was not that weak, it was just that Zhang Chen had taken the opportunity to clear all the small monsters. Otherwise, with the boss coordinating with the small monster's poisonous spine attacks, he could have been instantly killed by a barrage of spines. Also a silver-level boss, the mutated Sea Urchin King seemed a bit shabby. Not only did it not drop any exceptional equipment, but it also did not drop a single skill book. However, it did drop many toxic spines for Zhang Chen. To think it dropped all its spines, is this considered a local specialty? Zhang Chen said helplessly while holding the toxic spines. Initially, he did not pay much attention to the toxic spines, but after looking at the attributes, he couldn't help but exclaim that they were indeed exceptional. Toxic spines. When the toxic spines hit an enemy, they have a 100% chance to inflict a poison state, which lasts for 5 seconds, causing the enemy to lose 1% of their health per second. Each enemy can only be affected once. 5% of health is not much for someone like Zhang Chen, who has low health, but for a boss with hundreds of thousands of health, that's not a small number. However, based on Zhang Chen's experience, if facing an overly strong boss, this value will definitely be reduced, but it still doesn't prevent it from being a top-tier item. The poisonous spikes total 8 each, with only 1 durability, so they also seem to be a one-time use item. Consumable items or equipment, although used infrequently, are all top tier, such as the belly of the evil fire spider king. Without those 10 web assists, Zheng Chen would have had a lot more trouble. But from Zheng Chen's experience, these poisonous spikes probably won't be effective against all level monsters, so there's no need to be too reluctant. Just as Zheng Chen was about to head to the next ring of the maze, he suddenly felt a wave of energy in the air, and then a crack appeared out of nowhere. A black spacetime rift opened, and an old man leisurely walked out from inside. With space magic and the ability to walk on air, Zheng Chen understood just how strong the old man was. Zheng Chen stared blankly up at the old man, who also noticed Zheng Chen's presence, giving him a slightly surprised look before flying towards the center of the maze. How could such a strong person appear in the early stages of the holy domain? Zheng Chen looked at the old man's back, surprised and muttering to himself. There was no time to think too much. His intuition told him he should chase after him. Using the same trick again, especially with the help of the double jump skill, Zheng Chen easily climbed back up the wall, only to be stunned by the scene before him. The mysterious old man was not moving too quickly, but wherever he passed, monsters would simply drop dead, their bodies torn apart inexplicably. So strong. Since the monsters were not killed by players, they did not drop anything upon death, which left Zheng Chen a bit disappointed. The old man continued forward, while Zheng Chen used his double jump to flip to the other side of the wall. The old man was not in a hurry, but Zheng Chen was indeed very anxious because he had a bold idea to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Zheng Chen crossed 2 more rings of the maze and finally saw the final boss in the open space at the center of the circular maze. The mysterious old man had long noticed Zheng Chen's actions but did not quicken his pace, seemingly wanting to see what Zheng Chen would do. Zheng Chen quickly landed and casually threw a small fireball at the boss. 364. Zheng Chen's strike successfully attracted the attention of the Lord, and after the 2 huge sides rubbed against each other, they let out an angry roar. It was only then that Zheng Chen had time to see the boss's basic information. Shadow Scythe Beast level 35 quality, epic health, 2 million health is thicker than the previous Snakeman Warlock, resembling a demon from hell, with 2 huge sides at the ends of its arms, a lean body yet full of explosive power, somewhat similar to a mantis in Zheng Chen's eyes. The Shadow Scythe Beast had strong explosive power and immediately launched an attack on Zheng Chen after being hit. In a leap of 30 meters, the 2 sides crossed and attacked Zheng Chen's head, simple and direct. The boss's speed exceeded Zheng Chen's imagination as it attacked immediately upon his landing, leaving him no time to dodge. Eternal Ice Zheng Chen dared not use on the boss because even if the skill worked, the boss, turned into an ice block, would still crash into him due to inertia. As the Eternal Ice skill was unleashed, Zheng Chen was instantly surrounded by ice blocks and the boss's attack followed. The 2 sides struck heavily, shattering the ice, and stopped just 1 centimeter from Zheng Chen's head. With the Eternal Ice broken, Zheng Chen crouched down, narrowly avoiding this deadly blow. Zheng Chen rolled awkwardly to create distance. Although it was also an epic level boss, the one within the Dark Meteor was undoubtedly stronger. A single ordinary attack nearly killed Zheng Chen, and neither its speed nor power was something he could handle at the moment. After creating some distance, Zheng Chen stole a glance at the mysterious old man, only to find him standing in mid-air, enjoying the spectacle. Zheng Chen initially thought to seize the boss's ownership first and then use the mysterious old man's help to directly kill the boss. Unexpectedly, the mysterious old man had come up with a countermeasure, leaving Zheng Chen in a difficult position. After a brief pause, the boss attacked again without any flashy skills, relying solely on its speed, making it impossible to evade. Time pause. Zheng Chen, feeling helpless, had no choice but to use the time pause to save his life. Taking advantage of the boss being frozen in mid-air, Zheng Chen didn't dare waste time or think about attacking. Instead, he charged directly towards the mysterious old man. If you don't want to make a move, I'll force you to," Zheng Chen muttered to himself. As he spoke, he circled around to the wall behind the old man, knowing that when the monster attacked him, it would definitely pass by the old man's position, and he didn't believe the old man wouldn't act then. "Oh, force me to make a move?" The mysterious old man surprisingly turned around and suddenly spoke to Zheng Chen. Zheng Chen glanced at the boss still frozen in midair, knowing that his time pause effect hadn't worn off, but for some reason it seemed ineffective against this old man. "You," Zheng Chen exclaimed, completely at a loss for words. "Weren't you charging pretty fast? Is this all you've got?" the mysterious old man continued. "Why can you move? Why can't I move?" The mysterious old man seemed very interested in Zheng Chen, playfully engaging him in conversation. "Who exactly are you?" Zheng Chen tried to check the mysterious old man's information, but all he saw were a bunch of question marks. "Kid, the power of time shouldn't be used recklessly. Frequent and random use can cause great chaos," the mysterious old man suddenly said seriously. "What power of time?" Zheng Chen asked, puzzled. He had always thought he was just using equipment skills and had never heard of any power of time before. The mysterious old man frowned, and a brief silence fell between them. The time pause soon ended, and the Shadow Side Beast regained its ability to act, but it had lost its target. After landing and making a simple adjustment, it quickly found Zheng Chen's position again. The mysterious old man's brow relaxed, and he said lightly, "I see. The old man paid no attention to the boss charging again. He seemed more interested in Zhang Chen. Watch out! Zhang Chen saw the boss attacking and couldn't help but warn the old man. To his surprise, the mysterious old man didn't even turn around. With a casual wave, the boss disintegrated and was instantly killed. You shouldn't have appeared this early, the mysterious old man muttered, then casually waved his hand to kill the Shadow Scythe Beast. The death of the Shadow Scythe Beast was gruesome, as if some force had torn it apart from the inside. Before its body could hit the ground, it turned into countless particles and dissipated in midair. Since Jing Chen had attacked the boss first, it dropped quite a few good items, among which the one glowing with golden light should be of epic quality, but whether he would survive to claim it was still an unknown. You've got some guts coming here with this level of strength, the mysterious old man said, turning his attention back to Zhang Chen after dealing with the boss. I was also commissioned by the small fishing village. I didn't expect the boss here to be so strong. Zhang Chen maintained his humility in front of such a powerful figure. Recently, the time order in the Holy Realm has been misused, leading to things that shouldn't appear at this time showing up early. I was prepared to search for the source with great effort, but I didn't expect to find it here. The mysterious old man locked onto Zhang Chen with his mental power, and Zhang Chen was astonished to find that he couldn't move at all, as a powerful pressure was squeezing him. Elder, you don't intend to bully the weak, do you? Zhang Chen tried to secure a glimmer of hope for himself. I see you're not so weak, at least you have a lot of courage. Knowing you can't win, you still dare to strike at that monster, even daring to use me, the mysterious old man said. Seemingly unimpressed by Zhang Chen's words, his tone calm and unhurried. If you want to kill me, just do it. After all, I can't defeat you anyway. Seeing that the mysterious old man was impervious to both soft and hard tactics, Zhang Chen decided to make his death a bit more tragic. The mysterious old man smiled slightly, floated in front of Zhang Chen, circled around him, and then reached out to summon the super artifact time hourglass from Zhang Chen's backpack. Oh, I didn't expect you to have such a thing. By rights, it shouldn't have appeared in the world so early, the mysterious old man remarked, examining the hourglass with some surprise. You old man, why are you stealing other people's things? Zhang Chen panicked a bit when he saw his super artifact taken out. The mysterious old man ignored Zhang Chen and held the hourglass with both hands, closing his eyes as if sensing something. The maze fell silent again. Seeing that the old man was ignoring him and seemed to be inspecting the hourglass, Zhang Chen didn't dare to provoke him further. Although the old man was impervious to both soft and hard tactics, being soft was better than angering him. After a while, the mysterious old man opened his eyes, looked at Zhang Chen with a complex expression, casually tossed the hourglass back, and lifted the restrictions around Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen received the hourglass with some confusion, not expecting the old man to let him go so easily. Remember not to misuse the power of time. Once the time order is disrupted, it will endanger the entire world, the mysterious old man said with a serious expression. What constitutes misuse? What is the time order? With the crisis lifted, Zhang Chen grew bolder, thinking that being able to ask something from such a powerful figure was a gain. I have no obligation to give you a lesson on time, the mysterious old man replied impatiently. Then if I know nothing, I can't be blamed if something goes wrong, Zhang Chen replied helplessly, spreading his hands. The mysterious old man shot Zhang Chen a glance and slowly said, the wheel of fate turns with time, and everyone is part of it. Every choice can change one's fate, and one's fate can, to varying degrees, affect those around them. If you misuse the power of time each time, using it to help others change their choices or situations, it's equivalent to pulling others off their own paths. Over time, the entire wheel of fate will become chaotic, and the time order will face collapse. What will the final result be? The result will naturally be uncontrollable. The world will become chaotic, leading to constant invasions by monsters like those just now, which are things born from the disruption of order, the mysterious old man continued. Control? Why should we be controlled? You little brat, if you want to jump out of this wheel of fate, you need extraordinary strength. Either grow stronger or accept the arrangements of fate, the mysterious old man said, losing patience, and directly tore open a spatial rift in midair, preparing to leave. What should I call you, elder? Zhang Chen hurriedly asked before the old man could leave. The mysterious old man glanced back slightly, revealing a meaningful smile, and said, I am the one who maintains order. That little thing in your hand is something I casually made. Since you've gained a chance to start anew, you must work harder than before. Consider those spoils as a gift for our meeting. The mysterious old man finished speaking and disappeared into the crack, leaving only Zhang Chen, dazed, gazing at the sky. To govern order, yet create something like the hourglass that could disrupt it, knowing full well he misused the power of time, yet still not reclaiming the super artifact. This old man really is. Zhang Chen muttered to himself. Although the old man of order spoke in a one-sided manner, Zhang Chen had already understood. He had repeatedly used time pause to change the outcomes of battles. If it were just himself, it would be fine. After all, even without this divine skill, he still had a high probability of winning against the boss. However, he had used time pause to help his teammates, allowing those who might have died to survive, and enabling them to obtain hidden class change scrolls or equipment that they otherwise wouldn't have gotten, effectively altering the paths they were meant to take. And just as the old man of order said, when one person changes their fate, it will more or less affect those around them, ultimately disrupting the entire order like the butterfly effect. Zheng Chen glanced at the hourglass still quietly lying in his backpack, then cast all thoughts aside and quickly walked towards the loot dropped by the boss. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. This time Zheng Chen took a huge risk, almost being killed by the boss, yet after dodging the most dangerous moment, it turned out to be the easiest time to obtain loot. The first thing Zheng Chen picked up was naturally the epic quality equipment, surprisingly a necklace that didn't require identification. Potential burst necklace level unlimited. Quality epic strength plus 500 intelligence plus 500 spirit plus 500 stamina plus 500 additional skill. Potential burst active doubles movement speed and attack speed for 15 seconds, increases skill attack power by 30%. Cooldown time 15 minutes. Epic quality equipment usually has 4 attribute lines, but this necklace only has 1, and there are no level restrictions. However, just this one line increasing skill attack power by 30% is already formidable. While small skills might not be obvious, what about attribute fusion skills? Zheng Chen turned to the other loot, and a piece of clothing that resembled the skin of the shadow scythe beast caught his attention. Upon picking it up, Zheng Chen was even more surprised to find that it was actually a 5-piece set of equipment. He picked up this special equipment and was astonished to discover it was a 5-piece set. Zheng Chen had seen this type of equipment in his previous life. Generally, the base attributes are not higher than the sum of the 5 individual pieces, but the set attributes are usually quite good. The entire set looked very similar to the previous boss, and if it weren't for the equipment attributes, one would definitely think it was the skin shed by the boss. Shadow Scythe set. Level 35 quality, gold, no class restrictions, physical defense plus 1850, magic defense plus 1850, strength plus 360, stamina plus 360, additional attribute, water resistance increased by 30%. Additional attribute, stamina, increased by 20%. Additional attribute, attack speed increased by 15%. Additional skill, Shadow Scythe Cross Slash, activates the scythe blade within the set, quickly performing a cross slash on the target. If the slash hits the enemy's neck, there is a 1% chance of death, ineffective against boss. Zheng Chen looked at the set attributes. The only standout was the additional skill, while the other aspects were within normal range. A 1% chance of death seemed low, but once triggered, it would be quite exhilarating, especially during PK. Although the set had no class restrictions, the increased attributes were tailor-made for warriors. Unfortunately, it required level 35 to equip, so it seemed there would be no chance to showcase it in the arena. The boss dropped many items, but there was nothing particularly special. Among the others, Zheng Chen quickly selected a few items and planned to leave. As Zheng Chen finished picking up the loot, the surrounding maze began to collapse. Ding, due to the elimination of the boss in the dark meteor, this special area will disappear in 15 minutes. Please evacuate quickly, players. Zheng Chen originally wanted to directly activate the return to the city, but thinking that Xiao Hei might still be waiting for him, he hurriedly took out a signal flare and shot it in the direction of evacuation. With the assistance of the second jump, Zheng Chen quickly reached the island's shore and found that Xiao Hei was indeed waiting there. Without further ado, he hurried onto the boat, and Xiao Hei quickly set sail away from the island, understanding the situation. As the two left, the island gradually sank into the sea, and the surrounding death energy quickly dissipated, and the sea finally returned to normal. When the two returned to the small fishing village, they found that the monsters around the village were no longer mutated sea crabs. They had all returned to normal crabs, no longer posing a threat to the villagers. Ah, welcome back, brave hero. Thanks to you, our small fishing village has finally overcome this crisis. The village chief greeted Zheng Chen warmly. Father, the monsters on the island are much stronger than these by the shore. The brother of justice really is amazing. Xiao Hei couldn't help but praise. Zheng Chen smiled slightly, knowing that if it weren't for the dark meteor appearing too early and attracting the Order Elder, he wouldn't have been able to handle the Shadow Scythe beasts inside with his current abilities. It's nothing, I'm also very happy to help you, Zheng Chen replied politely, as he was just waiting for the reward. Ah, it's a pity that our small fishing village has nothing of value to offer. Such great kindness is truly hard to repay, the village chief suddenly sighed. Zheng Chen was startled. Could it be that this old man wants to go back on his word? Father, I see that the brother is a magician. Don't we have a magic book at home? Xiao Hei reminded. Zheng Chen smiled at this. He had always found this kid pleasing to the eye, and he didn't expect him to be so resourceful. Oh, are you talking about that magic book that no one can understand? How can such a thing be of any use? The old village chief shook his head. It can be of use, we want the magic book, Zheng Chen quickly said upon hearing this. Although Zheng Chen didn't know whether they were talking about a skill book or something else, anything related to magic was definitely better than just giving gold coins. Since the warrior doesn't mind, then follow me to get it. The village chief didn't seem to be reluctant, but genuinely felt that using such a thing as a thank you gift was a bit shabby. After all, for the villagers, the magic book was just a useless item. Zheng Chen quickly arrived at the village chief's small house, and after rummaging around for a while, the village chief finally found the so-called magic book. Although the village chief thought the magic book was useless, it was well preserved. Zhang Chen had expected it to be a tattered book, but to his surprise, the cover of the magic book was exceptionally gorgeous with shimmering patterns, and the book was quite large, measuring 40 centimeters long, 30 centimeters wide, and a thickness of 10 centimeters. Don't be fooled by the beautiful exterior of this book. No one can understand the text inside. Although this book has been passed down from our ancestors, no one has been able to comprehend it to this day, the village chief explained as he handed the magic book to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen took the magic book, opened it, and found that the text inside was indeed incomprehensible, but he couldn't help but smile broadly. This magic book was not just a book, it was clearly a special piece of equipment. No wonder no one had understood it for so many years. Water Magic Affinity Book Special Equipment, no level limit quality, epic intelligence, plus 1500 spirit, plus 1500 additional attributes. Water Element Affinity increases the strength of water magic and the speed of water magic casting. Additional attributes: cooldown reduction, reduces the cooldown time of all water magic by 30%. Additional attributes: wisdom, increases the wielder's comprehension ability, allowing them to learn water magic beyond their level by up to 10 levels. Additional attribute: the bearer of this book can enter water areas without being affected by the surrounding currents. Postscript: created by the Elder of Order in his leisure time. The complete set consists of 11 volumes, which later scattered across the world. It's the Elder of Order again. Who exactly is he? Zhang Chen thought as he looked at the postscript below the equipment attributes. Zhang Chen had seen the Elder of Order's strength, and the super artifact he possessed was also related to him. Now, with the appearance of a set of magic books, he couldn't help but wonder how many things this mysterious old man had created. The magic book was indeed too large. After equipping it, it automatically adhered to Zhang Chen's lower back, somewhat hindering his movements. It seemed he would need to switch it out during battles. After receiving his rewards, Zhang Chen exchanged a few pleasantries with the village chief of the small fishing village and then hurriedly left. His journey to the island had raised his level to 31 with 5% experience, and he was already one level ahead of the second place on the leaderboard. Upon reaching the beach, he casually took a few photos and uploaded them to the forum, giving his post an eye-catching title, A Chef's Paradise. Zhang Chen's idea was simple: to promote this place as a food supply station, encouraging life profession players to open shops. Just as he was contemplating where to farm for equipment, his information bar suddenly flickered, and the sender was Moonlit Startrace. Are you there? I received a job transfer quest and the difficulty is a bit high. Can I ask you to help me? I can pay. Zhang Chen looked at the message, caught in a dilemma. He had never expected to encounter her again after his rebirth, and he certainly didn't want to be hurt by this woman once more. However, Moonlit Startrace had never been this proactive before, and just a few messages tugged at Zhang Chen's heartstrings. Let's consider it a favor for her blocking the skill last time. Zhang Chen comforted himself. Where? Zhang Chen replied. PS. Monster ownership. The experience and equipment of each monster or boss belong to the first attacker after it is killed. If the attacker dies, the ownership will be reassigned. If the monster's ownership belongs to a team, as long as someone in the team survives, the ownership remains unchanged. To contest it, the entire team must be wiped out. After his rebirth, Zhang Chen initially wanted to be a heartless person, quietly amassing wealth, and then enjoy life. Who would have thought he would first get involved in Yin Qing's affairs and then encounter this old enemy from his past life? Although Moonlit Startrace's attitude stirred a ripple in Zhang Chen's heart, he was a person who repaid grudges. What she had done in his previous life could never be forgiven. The reason he still chose to approach her was that he wanted to see what she was up to and had always felt that this woman had some connection to his assassination in his past life. Perhaps there was a bit of lingering resentment from his previous life involved as well. Where? After finishing his internal struggle, Zhang Chen decided to go take a look. Deep in the source of the desert, there is an abandoned light ruin. Coordinates 5764-2498. Moonlit Startrace replied. Zhang Chen recalled the location of the source of the desert. It was quite a distance from White Tiger City, with most monsters being level 35 and above. Moreover, such outdoor job transfer quests were mostly for hidden professions, so it was no wonder she sought his help. Got it. 20 minutes. Zhang Chen estimated the time. Without a mount or teleportation array, running the map in the early stages was quite a painful task. Therefore, many people chose to stay in a monster area. Although the outer maps were vast, the flow of people was relatively sparse. In the later stages of the game, when levels hit a bottleneck, those who couldn't stand the loneliness would start exploring the maps, at which point the allure of the holy domain would fully reveal itself. Server-wide announcement. Gathering Hall is offering high prices for guild establishment orders or information on bosses of level 30 and above. We sincerely invite heroes from all walks of life to join the Gathering Hall. The system's voice rang in Zhang Chen's ear. The server-wide announcement was different from the world channel. It forced every player to listen, much like a system announcement, and the text message would flash and stay at the top of the chat bar. The cost was naturally high, requiring 10,000 star coins to send one. Zhang Chen, who had once been displaced due to a few thousand star coins in rent, simply couldn't understand why someone would spend so much money just to advertise. Of course, the high price was to prevent malicious spamming. Server-wide announcement. The Greedy Wolf Guild is offering a sky-high price for the guild. Establishment order. A reward of 10,000 star coins for those who provide boss information. We sincerely invite heroes from all walks of life to conquer the world together. Just after the Unity Hall finished, a wave of advertisements, the Greedy Wolf Guild followed suit, paying more attention to the details in their wording. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and soon the Forgetful Love Guild and some other powerful figures began their own server-wide announcements. Damn, do they think our ears are trash cans? Zhang Chen complained angrily, then clicked to turn off the message reception button. Of course, there was a cost. It required 10 gold coins, and it only stopped the voice broadcast of the announcements, while the flashing text at the top of the chat bar would continue. The server-wide announcement was the only thing that highlighted the wealth gap, and it was the one aspect of the holy domain that Zhang Chen disliked. Although he didn't like it, he could understand the operator's feelings. In such a fair and just game world, the wealthy had to have some sense of superiority, and this kind of feature that didn't change any attributes was the most suitable. As Zhang Chen made his way, he occasionally glanced at the announcement information. There were indeed quite a few people following the trend, and some were simply spamming the announcements with complaints. Ding! Congratulations to player Chung Tian for creating the first guild in the server, Thorny Rose, gaining 10,000 reputation and various preferential policies from White Tiger City. Ding! With the opening of the guild system, the holy domain will officially open the star coin and game coin exchange system. Seeing the system message, Zhang Chen quickly opened his friend list and found that Yin Qing had indeed reached level 30. This little girl is really fearless. But the guild name is a bit too feminine. Zhang Chen shook his head inside. Server-wide announcement. The Thorny Rose Guild sincerely invites all casual players to join. There are many guild benefits, team honors, and a sense of responsibility. Come quickly. Yin Qing seized the opportunity and also sent out a server-wide announcement. Unlike the previous advertisements, Yin Qing's announcement garnered a lot of responses. What the hell? The whole world is collecting guild establishment orders, and someone has already successfully established a guild? Who is this woman? I've seen those big guilds, and they haven't even officially established yet, but they already have hundreds of people active. I didn't expect her to get ahead. Miss, I want to join the guild. Where's the interview? The most lively was the Ordinary World channel, where players were nearly going crazy, pushing this first guild in the entire region to the forefront, with a continuous stream of people wanting to join. Zhang Chen, do you want to join the guild? Yin Qing sent him a private message. You all manage it well, I'll talk about it later. By the way, a level 1 guild can only accommodate 2,000 members, so filter someone adding people. Otherwise, it's easy to invite gods but hard to send them away, and kicking people out later can cause dissatisfaction. Although Zhang Chen had left Yin Qing's studio, he still considered them friends. After all, they were just on different paths, and there was no conflict in other aspects. Alright, my temple is small, and I can't accommodate such a big god. You left without even saying goodbye. Yin Qing seemed to be in a good mood, joking with Zhang Chen. Stop the nonsense, you have work to do. Go handle the guild matters. Zhang Chen was too lazy to continue the banter and directly ended the conversation. No longer paying attention to the world channel, they quickly arrived at the coordinates given by Moonlight Star Trace, and from a distance, they saw a few people resting in the shadow of a giant rock. As expected of the top expert on the leaderboard, even the time estimation for running the map is so accurate, Moonlight Star Trace praised. It's just basic skills, nothing to brag about. Now, tell me about your mission. Zhang Chen glanced at the few people behind Moonlight Star Trace. They were the same team from last time. While we were leveling up here, we dropped a scroll from a monster. The scroll gave me a job change mission that requires entering the light ruins here. There's only one chance. If we successfully defend the light ruins and eliminate the darkness, I can change to a light paladin. Moonlight Star Trace said without hiding anything. How many people can enter? One team, and you will replace the mage in our group. Zhang Chen nodded and continued. I want all the mage's equipment and skill books inside. The rest of the equipment and skills will go to you. If any special items drop, all special items will go to you, and you can distribute all the loot. How about that? Moonlight Star Trace said generously. Alright, then let's form a team. Zhang Chen did not join their team but instead created his own as the captain, inviting everyone one by one. Zhang Chen was well aware of this woman's scheming, so even though he didn't care about the equipment and skill books of other professions, he still agreed without hesitation to distribute them, just to see how long she could endure. Ready? Then I'll use the scroll. Wait. Zhang Chen suddenly stopped Moonlight Star Trace and turned his gaze to the unwilling male mage, continuing, since you're not going in, give me the potions you have. I forgot to buy some. The male mage, who was replaced, wished he could punch Zhang Chen twice but ultimately held back his anger and forced a smile as he accepted the trade. Moonlight Star Trace took out an ancient parchment scroll. Although the scroll was somewhat worn, it shimmered with light, filled with a radiant aura. Various attributes are not exclusive to mages. In fact, all professions' attacks carry some attributes. And light and darkness undoubtedly surpass several basic attributes. The job change mission for the Light Paladin that Moonlight Star Trace received was undoubtedly a top-tier hidden profession among warriors. The wheel of fate had indeed turned. In her previous life, Moonlight Startrace was not this fortunate. Are you ready? Moonlight Startrace cautiously confirmed once more. After receiving confirming glances from everyone, she finally activated the scroll. A beam of light enveloped the group, and then they disappeared from their original spot, leaving only the male mage Wildfire who had been pushed out of the team. Moonlight Startrace, female warrior, level 30. Black Mist Stab, male assassin, level 30. Bow and Arrow Shooting Eagle, male archer, level 30. Little Wild Cat, female priest, level 30. Justice from the Sky, all element mage, level 31. Soon, the team was teleported to a light ruins. Inside the ruins, the remnants of walls and broken structures revealed the former glory of the place. In the depths of the ruins, a massive statue was shrouded in black mist, which seemed to be the destination of their journey. The mission says to eliminate the monsters here and defend this light ruins. The job change scroll is at that light statue. Moonlight Startrace briefly explained the mission objectives. Sister Ainiang, don't worry, we will definitely help you complete the mission, the assassin in the team flattered. Yes, even if it costs us our lives, we will make sure Sister Ing succeeds in her job change, the archer promised, fearing to fall behind. Little Wild Cat said nothing but helped everyone with a buff. Blessing of Life, which increased the allies' health cap and enhanced some healing effects. There are many ruins of light and dark. Although the monster levels inside are similar to ours, their strength is several times greater than those outside. Don't just think about being courteous, be a bit more cautious later, Zheng Chen reminded. Alright, you're the expert, you have the final say, said the assassin in the team in a strange tone. From now on, everyone will listen to the commands of justice from the heavens. If anyone deliberately refuses to cooperate, don't bother joining my team in the future. Yuing Xinghan said unequivocally. The atmosphere in the team fell into silence. Zheng Chen didn't mind, after all, it's better to come to such ruins than not to come at all. While helping others, he could also benefit himself. Why not? Zheng Chen had entered many such ruins in his past life. Often, the ruins of light would be shrouded in darkness, and the reason for that was the Holy War. The darkness is terrifying because it leaves behind demonic seeds that can take root and sprout from any negative thing. These ruins of light were once battlefields or were destroyed after being invaded, which is why the system has these tasks to defend the ruins, and the rewards are quite generous. Dark Fawn level 35 grade, bronze health 40,000. After crossing the first broken wall, fierce Fawn beasts were wandering around. Their robust bodies showcased their impressive speed, and the 4 sharp fangs, along with the teeth in their gaping mouths, demonstrated their extraordinary biting ability. With 40,000 health, they were considered relatively high for the same level. Yuing Xinghen could probably withstand 3 at the same time, but given their density and alertness, even being cautious would likely provoke 5 to 6 of them. Later, archers will pull the monsters, targeting the ones on the edge. I will set up a firewall, and the warriors will strike when the monsters charge in front of me. Assassins will help share the aggro, and archers will output damage with all their might. While everyone was still pondering how to fight, Zheng Chen directly stated the tactics. Under Zheng Chen's arrangement, everyone lined up, with the warriors at the front, the assassins hiding on one side ready to assist, and the priests at the back, while Zheng Chen and the archers were in the middle. With Zheng Chen's command, the archer drew back the bow and shot an arrow, and sure enough, 6 Fang beasts charged over alertly. Firewall Ice Rain. As the monsters reached his attack range, Zheng Chen directly released a firewall on their path. The angle of the firewall was also quite important, released vertically on the Fang beast's path, dealing full damage. As the Fang beasts passed through the firewall, they immediately entered the area of the ice rain skill, and the occasional slow effect effectively created distance from the monsters charging together. Warriors, prepare to take aggro, don't exceed 3. Assassins, hold back the other 3, just avoid a hard fight and pull them, Zheng Chen reminded at the right moment. Yuing Xinghan seemed to have been waiting for this moment. At Zheng Chen's command, he activated the newly learned taunt skill. War God Charge Group Taunt Half Moon / Yuing Xinghan executed a series of skills fluidly, successfully taking the aggro of the 3 monsters. The first round of attacks from the monsters landed on Yuing Xinghan, whose health had already dropped below 10,000, and his health instantly fell by more than half. Indeed, if one more monster attacked, it would become somewhat dangerous. The Dark Mist Spike was also obedient, throwing a few hidden weapons at the other 3 monsters before running off into the distance. Tracking Ice Pillar, Water Prison, Splash Technique, Whirlwind Technique. Slow Healing. Zheng Chen first threw out 2 control skills to help Yuing Xinghan relieve pressure, creating an opportunity for the priest to heal, then followed up with 2 area damage skills, and finally even helped use a healing skill, although its effect was somewhat weak. Skill reset. After Zheng Chen finished releasing the suitable skills for the moment, he immediately used the skill of the reset ring. Another round of skills followed, and the health of the small monsters was almost depleted, soon leading to an easy kill. Without having time to look at the loot, everyone turned their firepower towards the other 3. After taking on the hatred, the assassin who had been pulling the monsters let out a deep sigh of relief. After all, the attacks from the 3 monsters could easily kill him in an instant. Without the skill reset, these 3 monsters attacked a bit slower, but it was still a close call. Zheng Chen's high attack and diverse skills made the other 2 men in the team feel both love and hate. They loved the high efficiency in monster farming but hated that Zhang Chen stole the spotlight from everyone. The drop rate for bronze-level small monsters was quite good, yielding a piece of bronze-level armor, and there were also plenty of gold coins and potions. After the exchange between star coins and gold coins, the price of gold would surely drop rapidly. Originally, one gold coin could be exchanged for dozens of star coins, but it wouldn't be long before it became a 1-to-1 ratio. Zhang Chen distributed the gold coins evenly, allocated the equipment according to need, and directly put the small items like potions into his own backpack. Since it was agreed before entering that Zhang Chen would handle the distribution, everyone had no objections. Take a 2-minute break. The priest needs to learn to predict healing, and the assassin can use the terrain to pull monsters. Don't just run around mindlessly, isn't it tiring? Zhang Chen commented while checking the loot. The two named had different feelings. The little Wildcat accepted the feedback cheerfully as her lady was very obedient to Zhang Chen, but Black Mist's Thorn was somewhat unconvinced, pouting and turning his head aside. What? Unconvinced? In a bit, you all don't interfere and let me handle it myself, Zhang Chen said with a slight smile upon seeing the assassin's discontent. You handle it yourself? Our Engying sister is in top-notch heavy armor with nearly 20,000 health, and she can only withstand 3 monsters. Don't delay us from completing the task, Black Mist's Thorn retorted disdainfully. Even though he knew Zhang Chen had some strength, a mage's agility could not surpass that of an assassin, and their health could not withstand the simultaneous attacks of 5 or 6 monsters. If he really got killed, Mooning Xinghan would definitely blame him for it. Zhang Chen smiled slightly, said no more, and deliberately chose a place where monsters were relatively dense. With a casual gesture, various basic magical attributes appeared out of thin air, directly brewing the reverse magic fusion technique. You all better stand back, priest, don't heal me, Zhang Chen's cold voice floated back, and then he threw the unstable attribute sphere into the monster group. -40,000, -40,000. The explosion had a large radius, affecting at least a dozen dark fangs, all of which were instantly killed, and just by looking at its power, it was clear that the damage had already overflowed. Everyone present, except for Mooning Xinghan, was left in shock. Who would have imagined that a level 4 could take down more than 10 elite monsters in one hit? The reason Mooning Xinghan was not surprised was simple. She had already studied Zhang Chen seriously, and there were quite a few videos about him on the forum. The boss fight in the novice village, where he took down a boss with over 100,000 health with a fireball, and his performance in the Spider Cave ruins had all been repeatedly analyzed by Mooning Xinghan, which was why she was so interested in Zhang Chen. Moreover, the observant Mooning Xinghan also noticed that in the videos, Zhang Chen did not have this preparation process, but for such a powerful skill, Zhang Chen had released it in front of her 2 or 3 times, and each time required a period of preparation. The videos were clearly unedited, as the actions of the surrounding people were very fluid. Only Zhang Chen seemed to teleport, which was the only aspect that Mooning Xinghan had not been able to figure out. Aren't you all going to stand back? While everyone was still in shock, Zhang Chen had already turned around and run back. The huge explosion had not only killed more than 10 monsters but also attracted a large group of surrounding Fang beasts. Looking at the dozen or so Fang beasts attracted behind Zhang Chen, everyone quickly turned and ran towards the edge of the ruins. Do you need help? Mooning Xinghan asked while moving. Yes, please run a bit faster, Zhang Chen replied casually. Just as the dark Fang beasts were about to close in, Zhang Chen used a double jump to land on the remnants of the ruins. Firewall technique, whirlwind technique, he unleashed both skills vertically, controlling their fusion with his mental power, causing the range of the firewall technique to expand significantly, and the flames grew fiercer. The dark Fang beasts rushed into the range of the firewall technique, completely disregarding the damage from the flames, and leaped towards Zhang Chen when they were close enough. Since Zhang Chen was not standing very high, the Fang beast's pounce was still quite threatening. However, when they lunged at his position, Zhang Chen had already jumped to a higher spot again. Although the distance he jumped without the double jump skill wasn't far, it was enough to evade this wave of attacks. Quake Zhang Chen concentrated the quake skill in front of him. The remnants of the wall were already narrow, and before the Fang beasts could regain their balance, they were knocked off by the sudden tremor. Ice rain splash technique. A wide area of ice rain enveloped the dozen or so Fang beasts, followed by a splash technique that struck directly. The ice rain had a certain chance of freezing, and combined with the attack of the splash technique, the monsters became drenched in water attributes, instantly turning all the Fang beasts into ice sculptures. Zhang Chen did not continue attacking but turned around and climbed higher. The remnants of the wall only had a narrow strip to stand on, so even if the Fang beasts caught up, their numerical advantage would no longer be obvious. The freezing effect quickly wore off, and the Fang beasts roared in anger as they continued to chase Zhang Chen. However, there was only this narrow path to climb the remnants, and as the dozen Fang beasts jostled against each other, they ended up colliding and scattering their teammates. As the Fang beasts charged towards Zhang Chen in a line, another firewall technique appeared on the remnants, blocking their vision while dealing damage. The leading Fang beast had just dashed out of the firewall's range when a sudden rock struck it, causing it to lose its balance and fall off the wall. Tracking Ice Pillar, there was no need to track on the remnants. The Ice Pillars just had to wait for the targets to crash into them. And another Fang beast turned into an ice block, with 2 or 3 behind it unable to react in time and crashing into it, falling down together. Arc lightning elements gathered in his hand and were pushed. Straight ahead, the strong arc dealing damage while leaving a lightning mark on the Fang beasts. Lightning strike. A sudden bolt of lightning struck the leading monster, and with the enhancement of the lightning mark, not only was the damage increased, but the Fang beast's body also fell into paralysis. In the high-speed chase, several more Fang beasts collided and fell from the remnants. Skill reset. Another firewall appeared, and Zhang Chen had already used a double jump to reach the top of the remnants again. Using the same trick, the dozen or so dark Fang beasts perished without even touching Zhang Chen. Such seamless skill connections and flawless rhythm control, what kind of person can perform such operations? Yue Xinghen marveled. Miss, he's too strong. Little Wild Cat exclaimed in surprise. Damn. He has way too many skills. He has 5 or 6 area attack skills, so many single target control skills, and he even has the ability to kill in an instant. The team's archer cursed in astonishment. Damn. I can't believe I got outdone by him. The most unwilling was Black Mist's Thorn. In the past, when grinding monsters and leveling up to fight bosses, he was always the highest DPS in the team. He never expected that a team would struggle so much against 6 monsters, while he alone had killed over 30 monsters in just 2 or 3 minutes. Did the priest see that? This is called skill prediction. Zheng Chen said to the little wild cat, then turned to the Black Mist Thorn and said, this is called using the terrain, got it? Since you're so powerful, why bother with 5 or 6 small monsters? You could have just taken them out yourself, Black Mist Thorn replied irritably. Theoretically, 5 or 6 or even a dozen monsters make no difference to me. After all, there's natural terrain to utilize here, but I don't want you to look useless. Zhang Chen believed in repaying grudges, and he naturally wouldn't hold back against those who targeted him. Then I'll leave? Black Mist Thorn threw his weapon to the ground, furious and embarrassed. Then I'll leave? Black Mist Thorn said, somewhat exasperated. No need, I don't mind taking it slow. Let's continue farming monsters like the first wave. Zhang Chen completely ignored Black Mist Thorn and walked towards the loot. The gold was scored, the equipment was distributed as needed, and all the potions went to Zhang Chen. Oh, not bad luck, a skill book actually dropped. Zhang Chen found a soil mage skill book under the ruins and didn't forget to inform everyone before putting it into his backpack. Quicksand turns the ground in a 2x2 area into quicksand, causing passing enemies to temporarily lose their ability to act for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. The time for enemies to escape depends on factors like strength and agility. Soil mages above level 30 can learn it. Zhang Chen naturally learned the skill without hesitation. A skill like quicksand has negligible damage value, it's just a crowd control skill. Unlike stun effects, those hit by this skill can only not move temporarily but are not affected in other ways. Alright, everyone get ready, let's move on, Yue Xinghen commanded as the loot distribution was nearly complete. In fact, Zhang Chen was right. Fighting 2 or 3 monsters was a waste of his area attack skills, but if he soloed, the energy spent would be significant and the rewards would be shared among everyone, which Zhang Chen naturally didn't want to do. As they progressed through the light ruins, Zhang Chen quickly reached level 32, a full level and a half ahead of the others present. Although there were many monsters in this ruin, the terrain was not complicated, they just needed to navigate around many broken buildings. After more than 2 hours of hard work clearing monsters, the team arrived not far from the statue of the Light God, where a gigantic boss was sleeping soundly at the foot of the statue next to a huge wolf fawn club, its dark green skin exuding a constant aura of death. Crimson Green Demon level 35 grade epic health 2,500,000. This ruin is quite simple, the monsters are so monotonous and the paths aren't complicated. Zhang Chen stretched his muscles and casually glanced at the boss's attributes before speaking. But isn't this boss a bit too strong? 2.5 million health and its epic level, can we handle it? Yue Xinghen expressed concern about failing the mission. Don't worry, Jia, we will definitely succeed. Black Mist Thorn hurriedly reassured. Yeah, our equipment is top-notch, we're among the best in the entire holy domain. If we can't take down this boss, I'm afraid no one can, Wang Gongxi Diao chimed in. The little wild cat silently buffed everyone while Yue Xinghen turned her gaze towards Zhang Chen as if her previous worries were meant for him. If winning depended on words, I guess you guys would have already killed the boss. Zhang Chen laughed. No one understood the level 35 epic boss better than Zhang Chen. After all, he had just encountered a shadow scythe beast on the island. It was just that at that time, because he was alone and that epic boss happened to be a fast attack type, encountering this one, which was obviously a warrior type, meant that defeating it was just a matter of time for Zhang Chen. The attack methods of such giant weapon bosses are nothing more than smashing, sweeping, and upward thrusting, along with some charged area skills. Warriors should pay attention to rolling and dodging. When drawing aggro, assassins attack from behind, and archers and priests don't need me to teach them, right? Seeing that Yue Xinghen was waiting for his tactics, Zhang Chen casually said, TCH I thought you had some high-level tricks. The Black Mist's Thorn scoffed in response. Do you think the game Sanctuary allows for shortcuts? Or do you think that even if I told you some high-level tricks, you could pull them off? Zhang Chen was somewhat annoyed by this inexplicable hostility. Even if he wanted to please Yue Xinghen, there was no need for her to keep calling out to him randomly. Yue Xing Hen, however, managed to avoid offending either side, smiling and signaling everyone to prepare for the attack. Zhang Qin pointed to the palm of the statue of the god of light, where a bundle of black mist was entwined, and above the palm lay an ancient scroll. That should be the job change scroll. Remember to grab it later, Zhang Chen reminded, then directly unleashed a massive fireball. The boss was startled. Awake by the fireball's attack, grasped its wolf tooth club, and let out a roar before standing up. The red-blue demon stood nearly 5 meters tall, with only a few tattered cloth pieces covering its groin, while the rest of its body was exposed with blue skin. Its eyes were blood red, and a mess of dark red hair hung loosely behind its head. The red-blue demon had high magic resistance. The fireball only dealt half the usual damage, and other attribute attacks were similarly ineffective, plus it had strong immunity to various control effects. Skills like tracking ice pillar, water prison, and the newly learned quicksand basically couldn't control this massive red-blue demon. Control skills are ineffective. Everyone pay attention to positioning and dodging, and priests keep an eye on the main tank's health. Zhang Chen adjusted the tactics at the right moment. The red-blue demon's attack range was vast. Even those standing in the back row, like Zhang Chen, could feel the gusts of wind from the swinging wolf tooth club. The busiest one was Yuing Xinghen, who rolled and dodged back and forth after every 2 strikes, fully implementing Zhang Chen's tactical deployment. Moreover, there was one thing that Zhang Chen admired about her. Every attack she made targeted the same spot, right at the boss's ankle. Although the damage wasn't high, over time it would definitely affect the red-blue demon's mobility. The black mist's thorn also fully showcased its professional characteristics, jumping and backstabbing while invisible, even using the statue behind to leap onto the red-blue demon's shoulder. However, after attacking the boss's neck a couple of times, it was forced to jump down after being swatted away by the boss. The archer's awareness was also quite good, aiming every arrow and skill at the boss's eyes. Although most were deflected by its head shaking left and right, they still dealt considerable damage. The little wildcat was even more dedicated. When it came to healing others, it might be careless, but when it was about healing its own lady, it was eager to restore her health to full, just waiting for skills to cool down. Zhang Chen was too lazy to correct everyone's combat flaws, constantly adjusting his position, with every attack landing on the boss's navel. He discovered that aside from the head, this was probably the only other weak spot. When the boss's health dropped by 10%, it finally used its first skill. The red-blue demon gripped its wolf tooth club with both hands and began to spin in circles, the massive club whirling with great force. As the red-blue demon moved slowly, its gigantic body resembled a giant tornado. The most tragic thing was that Moonlit Star Scar, not knowing the boss's skills, could only lie under its feet, rolling back and forth to dodge the boss's enormous feet. Fortunately, the red-blue demon was huge, and the spinning of its spiked club created a large gap in the inner circle. Everyone pay attention. The boss's skill has lasted this long. After it ends, it will definitely fall into a strong state of stiffness. We will attack with all our might, Zhang Chen analyzed as he saw the boss spinning endlessly. The spiked club of the red-blue demon whistled through the air, and aside from Moonlit Star Scar still rolling under the boss's feet, everyone else had already retreated far away and spread out to attack. As Zhang Chen had predicted, after spinning for half a minute, the red-blue demon finally exhausted itself and stopped, its massive spiked club crashing heavily to the ground, causing its entire body to lose balance and stumble to the ground. Is this boss a bit stupid? Black Mist's Thorn said, speechless. If it weren't for being a bit ugly, it would actually be kind of cute. Little Wildcat also chuckled, covering her mouth. In contrast, Zhang Chen didn't care about the boss's appearance at all. He had already released the skills he had prepared. Moonlit Star Scar finally stood up again, her heavy sword slashing down on the boss in a fit of rage. Perhaps it had spun in place for too long, or maybe the group's damage wasn't high enough, but the red-blue demon just lay there, allowing everyone to hit it for nearly a minute. Is this an epic-level boss? It does seem a bit weak, doesn't it? The minute-long output made everyone doubt whether they had encountered a bug. Even Zhang Chen was a bit confused. The red-blue demon's health was still slowly decreasing, and seeing it motionless made everyone relax their guard a bit. Suddenly, its large hand moved, grabbing the venting Moonlit Star Scar. Sister Ying, miss! Everyone exclaimed in concern. Moonlit Star Scar was caught in the palm of the red-blue demon, and just by looking at her expression, one could tell how much pain she was in, her health dropping by hundreds at a time. The red-blue demon finally stood up, revealing an ugly smile. It held Moonlit Star Scar up in front of itself, its uneven teeth and foul breath making her feel nauseous, but at that moment, she had no time to think about that, as the intense pain brought her to the brink of collapse. The red-blue demon had no intention of letting Moonlit Star Scar go. Instead, it opened its mouth, intending to eat her. Everyone fell into a panic. Black Mist's Thorn and bow and arrow shooting eagle were especially anxious, not knowing what to do. Little Wildcat desperately tried to heal Moonlit Star Scar, but could only keep her alive. The usually resourceful Moonlit Star Scar looked utterly desperate. If she was bitten by this filthy thing, it would be better to let that spiked club smash her instead. What are you standing there for? Don't stop attacking. Zhang Chen saw everyone had stopped attacking, rushing forward while preparing his skills. Double jump with incredible speed and the displacement of the double jump, Zheng Chen quickly dashed to a spot not far from the red-blue demon. A massive fireball had already formed, and just as Moonlit Starscar was about to be stuffed into its mouth, Zheng Chen's fireball arrived first. The red-blue demon's large mouth was filled with the fireball, and the intense burning sensation made it emit a painful whimper. The red-blue demon was enraged by Zheng Chen's strike, pounding its fists heavily on the ground, then casually threw Moonlit Starscar away and grabbed the spiked club, charging directly at Zheng Chen. As Moonlit Starscar hit the ground, her nearly 20,000 health points were reduced to just a sliver, and her heavy armor had even been somewhat deformed from being squeezed. In contrast, Zheng Chen once again became the hope of the entire team. The fury of an epic-level boss was not to be taken lightly. The red-blue demon, shedding its previous laziness, became increasingly fierce in its attacks, each strike leaving a deep pit, showcasing its immense power. Although the boss is strong, it is not a sensitive attack type, so Zheng Chen relies on prediction and positioning to avoid danger. The strength of the red-blue ghost mainly lies in its physique. It has no flashy skills, and all its attacks are done on a whim, relying on its high defense, thick health, and great strength, truly acting as it pleases. However, this type of rough boss has a common flaw. It thinks the enemy's attacks are weak and is too lazy to dodge. By the time it reacts, it is already too late. After everyone's hard work, the red-blue ghost's health has dropped to 65%, and it has surprisingly given up on the others, focusing solely on attacking Zheng Chen, rendering Yu Xinghan's taunt skill ineffective. Zheng Chen helplessly led the boss, not understanding why. Every time he came to fight a boss or farm monsters with the team, he always drew aggro, even though he was clearly a mage. Can you guys give me some support so I can pull the monsters as a mage? Zheng Chen finally voiced his dissatisfaction. It wasn't that pulling aggro was too tiring, but their output was simply too low, and with him drawing the bosses aggro, he had no chance to use his big skills. Even more frustrating was that this boss had such high resistance that not only were his small skill damages pitifully low, but even control skills were hard to land on it. Zheng Chen could only use some instant small skills for output, while Yu Xinghan could only chase after the boss, occasionally landing a few hits. The most important output, surprisingly, fell to the archers and assassins. I want to pull aggro too, but even the taunt skill doesn't work. What do you want me to do? Yu Xinghan said, somewhat aggrieved. Sigh. Just grind it out. Zheng Chen replied helplessly. Half an hour later, the boss still had 50% health left. The red-blue ghost finally threw away its wolf tooth club and almost hit a distant archer. After discarding the club, the red-blue ghost became much more agile, but its attack range and one-hit kill ability decreased significantly. Due to the previous shadows, everyone was very wary of the red-blue ghost's grab, preferring to take a punch rather than be grabbed and bitten. Ice Zone Tracking Ice Pillar Eternal Ice 2 set skills plus a control skill, all ice-based, surprisingly managed to freeze the boss in place under the enhancement of the Ice Zone. Zheng Chen finally seized the opportunity to escape, quickly dashing away and using a double jump to create distance, urgently shouting to Yu Xinghan, "You need to take over. Aggro quickly, relying on you guys for output will probably take until tomorrow morning." "Okay, leave it to me," Yu Xinghan said firmly. Zheng Chen's tone was not friendly, but Yu Xinghan didn't mind at all, even ignoring the sarcasm in his words. The others, seeing Yu Xinghan speak this way, could only swallow their rebuttals and prepare for the boss's control to be lifted. Firewall technique. Whirlwind technique. Fireball barrage. Zheng Chen set up the firewall technique under the boss and Yu Xinghan then fused it with the whirlwind technique using his mental power. To make the fire even fiercer, Zheng Chen also used his self-created skill Fireball Barrage. One by one, small fireballs were thrown from Zheng Chen's hands, like drywood being added to a fire, making the firewall technique burn even more fiercely. Yu Xinghan also seemed to be affected by Zheng Chen's words. No matter what the boss did, she stood firmly in front of it, taking all attacks except for the boss's grab. Hard work indeed pays off. With such desperate efforts, Yu Xinghan finally regained the boss's aggro. After the massive red-blue ghost's health dropped below half, its skin turned even more iron blue, and its defense increased again. Not only was it difficult for blades to break through its defenses, but its magic resistance also increased significantly, causing Zheng Chen's output to be insufficient. And the boss's health decreased much more slowly. The red-blue demon not only had higher defenses, but every time it lost 5% of its health, black mist would emerge from its body, slowly regenerating health. With the output speed of the group, they couldn't keep up with its healing speed. After deducting everyone's output, the red-blue demon could recover about 3% of its health each time, meaning everyone worked hard, but they could only take away 2% of its health each time. "Why is this demon's skin so tough? It feels like my weapon is going to dull," complained Black Mist's Sting. "The weapon durability is manageable, but if this drags on, we might run out of potions first," said Moonlit Starscar, frowning. Moonlit Starscar was facing the boss head-on. Although there was a priest healing, her own health potions were depleting quickly. Fortunately, this boss doesn't have any finishing moves. "If it had a big move, we would be in trouble," said Bow and Arrow Shooting Eagle, feeling relieved while outputting damage. "Do you think an epic-level boss wouldn't have a big move? It seems like it isn't even taking us seriously," Zheng Chen said. "Everyone, stay focused. From now on, try to conserve health potions and give 2/3 Of the mana potions to the mages, Moonlit Star Scar made a decision. You all keep yours, I still have plenty of potions. The tricky part about this boss is the black mist it emits. I have a bold idea, but I don't know if it will work. Zheng Chen suddenly had an idea after looking at the huge statue of the light god behind him. What idea? We can give it a try. Moonlit Star Scar trusted Zheng Chen. You guys go all out to get the job change scroll from the statue. If the job change is successful, using the paladin's light attribute to counter the boss's dark attribute should have a miraculous effect. Zheng Chen pointed at the statue of light. What about the boss? Leave it to me, you all hurry, Zheng Chen said firmly. Time was tight, and everyone could only choose to trust Zheng Chen. Since Zheng Chen had the highest output, after everyone stopped and retreated, the red-blue demon's hatred quickly shifted to Zheng Chen. Climbing the statue of light was not an easy task, as the statue was enormous and almost vertical, relying only on the damaged parts of the statue to climb. Moonlit Star Scar looked at the scroll floating in the palm of the statue, gritted her teeth, and rushed over. Even if the boss can't be killed, getting the job change scroll would still make it worth it, Moonlit Star Scar thought. Two people were climbing up, one was the assassin Black Mist Sting, and the other was Moonlit Star Scar. The priest stayed below just in case, ready to heal at any moment, while Bow and arrow-shooting eagle continuously used his arrows to create footholds for the two. While a few were busy climbing the statue, Zheng Chen couldn't afford to rest for a moment. With fewer people outputting damage, Zheng Chen was basically working in vain. Every time he took away a certain amount of the boss's health, once it started to heal, that round of output would be wasted. However, Zheng Chen was also enjoying it as practice, repeatedly merging skills, allowing him to become more proficient in combining small skills after casting them. Mental power is indeed a good thing, Zheng Chen couldn't help but exclaim after tasting the benefits. Time passed second by second, and Zheng Chen had already figured out the red-blue demon's attack patterns. Now, he was pulling the boss around with double jumps as if strolling in a garden. Moonlit Star Scar and Black Mist Sting finally climbed to the palm of the statue thanks to Black Mist Sting's grappling hook, allowing the two to successfully step up. Without any hesitation, Moonlit Star Scar quickly walked to the floating scroll and grabbed it. When Moonlit Star Scar's hand touched the scroll, it emitted a blinding light, and then she was enveloped by the light. Black Mist Sting wanted to help but found he couldn't get close at all. Don't be nervous, this is the baptism of holy light. I didn't expect her to be quite lucky. Zheng Chen, well-versed and knowledgeable, said, the holy light baptism is a ritual that purifies a player's attributes. Other attributes also have this kind of baptism, mostly appearing in ruins or special areas. After undergoing this ritual, a player's attributes will become more refined, and when releasing skills, the purity of the attributes will enhance their power, making it a delightful addition. The radiance flickered for a full minute before gradually dissipating. After the light faded, Yuing Xinghen became radiant, and her bright eyes even carried a hint of sanctity. Without time to feel the changes within herself, Yuing Xinghen directly used the job change scroll. Another flash of white light passed, and Yuing Xinghen finally succeeded in her job change. Ding! Congratulations to player Yuing Xinghen for being the first to change to the hidden class of the light system, receiving the blessing of the God of Light. The Holy Light Paladin, the top hidden class among warrior professions, has many night hidden classes, but the light system is undoubtedly the strongest. Moreover, due to the game background of the Holy Domain, the struggle between light and darkness is unending. Anything related to light will have great development in the later stages. No one knows exactly what the blessing of the God of Light entails, but when Yuing Xinghen changed into her new equipment, that dazzling golden armor, a one-handed sword, and a golden shield, everyone knew this blessing was extraordinary. Epic level set? Zheng Chen said enviously. Wrong, it's an epic level growth type set. Yuing Xinghen replied proudly. This is the charm of the Holy Domain, changing one's fate may happen in an instant. Anyone who receives such benefits will have no worries about food and clothing in the future, as many forces will come to court them. Zheng Chen was well aware of the epic level growth type set. It is generally an exclusive set for hidden classes that grows with the player's level. However, most require completing exclusive class tasks, and the difficulty of these tasks is quite high, making it very challenging to gather them all. Unexpectedly, just after Yuing Xinghen completed her job change, she directly donned the exclusive class set, and in the early stages where equipment is scarce, it was actually an epic set. I thought Zheng Chen was the chosen one, but it turns out someone is even braver than me. Even Zheng Chen felt a bit envious of her luck. Yuing Xinghen was naturally overjoyed. Without waiting for everyone to react, she jumped directly down from the statue of the God of Light. Holy Shield Strike! Yuing Xinghen placed her shield beneath her and charged straight at the red-blue demon. The downward attack was swift. The red-blue demon sensed the danger but had no time to dodge, clenching its fists and striking directly at Yuing Xinghen. But there was no explosion, nor did anyone get knocked back. The red-blue demon's fist smashed against the shield, and Yuing Xinghen was completely unharmed, as her equipment had already absorbed its power. At that moment, it seemed as if the red-blue demon was lifting Yuing Xinghen. Sword of Judgment! Yuing Xinghen thrust her sword, which pierced through the red-blue demon's defenses like a beam of white light, leaving a long wound on its arm that would not heal for a long time. After landing a hit, she alternated between sword and shield relentlessly attacking, causing the red-blue demon to retreat step by step, seemingly afraid of the light attribute attached to Ewing Xinghan's attacks, which significantly reduced its defense. The moment for counterattack has come. Everyone, charge with me! Ewing Xinghan shouted, revitalizing the weary group, and their fighting spirit instantly recovered. Only Zhang Chen noticed that a new buff, inspiration, had appeared in his status bar. The inspiration state should be a buff granted by the Holy Light Paladin to teammates, capable of boosting team morale, allowing teammates to exert 100% of their combat power and temporarily alleviating fatigue. Now clad in an exquisite set, Ewing Xinghan's attributes surged, allowing her to withstand the red-blue demon's punches with her shield, and her health had exceeded 50,000. This is the ultimate hidden profession, which can completely transform a person. Although this hidden profession does not have skill books to buy and relies on one's own comprehension, every skill learned is exceptionally powerful. The only drawback is in the later stages. If one's comprehension is good, there is hope to grasp some ultimate skills, but if comprehension is poor, or one does not put in the effort to study this profession, there is no hope of learning ultimate skills at all. The advantage of conventional professions is their balance. As long as one works hard, they can learn skills corresponding to their level, and in the later stages, there are many ways to obtain ultimate skills at the forbidden spell level, whether through luck or by purchasing them with financial resources. In short, hidden professions start with an advantage, but that does not guarantee reaching the finish line. It can only be considered an advantage, as subsequent success still relies on continuous research and effort. With the Moonlit Star Scar breaking through the boss's defenses, everyone's attacks increased significantly, and the healing effect of the red-blue ghost was greatly suppressed by the light attribute, essentially rendering it ineffective. However, the epic level boss was not just a name. When its health dropped to 30%, it surprisingly used a transformation skill. Transformation skills are considered a form of the boss entering a berserk state, mostly resembling the boss's original form. Compared to the berserk state, transformation generally lasts until the boss dies or is automatically without entering a weakened state after berserk. The red-blue ghost's red hair began to grow longer and thicker, eventually resembling spikes covering its entire back. Its body gradually hunched into a beast form, and its originally large mouth became even larger, with sharp teeth like a shark, the only thing unchanged being its massive body. In its beast form, the red-blue ghost was more adept at jumping, and with its large size, its attacks could cover almost the entire area. Moreover, the attacks were no longer limited to Moonlit Star Scar. Everyone could become a target, and no one would doubt its ability to kill. In an instant, after transforming, the red-blue ghost's head became much more agile, consistently leaping over Moonlit Star Scar to directly attack the fragile backline. Zhang Chen did not have to worry. His combat awareness and positioning were top-notch, but others were not so fortunate, especially the priest Little Wildcat. If Zhang Chen had not used the weapon skill Eternal Ice on her, she would have returned to the city for free long ago. Even so, Little Wildcat was still knocked away, losing half her health. Everyone pay attention to your positioning. The boss seems to dislike light attributes, so it will prioritize attacking others, Zhang Chen reminded. It must be said that this epic level boss indeed had strength. The wounds they had painstakingly inflicted earlier were all healed after its transformation, causing Zhang Chen and the others' attacks to drop back to their previous levels. Everyone hoped that Moonlit Star Scar could deal another heavy blow to the boss, allowing them to collectively attack its wounded area and easily break its defenses, but the boss's erratic movements made it impossible for Moonlit Star Scar to land a hit. This was also a shortcoming of the warrior profession. Their attack range and short legs made them easy targets for kiting. Even the charge skill was too slow to lock onto the extremely fast boss. With high defense, thick health, and strong resistance, their control skills were almost ineffective. Concentrate your positioning, stay within 5 meters. Zheng Chen quickly devised a strategy. No matter how far they stood, they were within the boss's attack range, so they might as well concentrate their positioning. This way, no matter where the boss jumped, Moonlit Star Scar's charge could instantly close the distance, as currently, only her light attribute was most effective. Zhang Chen's suggestion proved effective. Although the boss deliberately avoided Moonlit Star Scar, it still entered her attack range. Sacred Light Blade. Moonlit Star Scar directly threw her longsword at the boss. The sword drew a golden light in the air and pierced the red-blue ghost's body, and the next second, Moonlit Star Scar unexpectedly appeared right in front of the boss. The Blade of Holy Light is an advanced form of the charge skill. As long as the enemy enters its skill range, the longsword will lock onto the target, and at the moment the longsword strikes, the player will instantly appear in front of it, making it even harder to defend against. The Crimson Blue Demon also showed a surprised expression, and what awaited it was a heavy shield and a strike of Holy Light. The Shield of Holy Light has a high chance of stunning, and even the Crimson Blue Demon's resistance was knocked out, allowing the Holy Light strike to break through its defenses, leaving a long scar on the boss's chest. Zheng Chen naturally would not miss this great opportunity. He had already prepared 2 types of reverse fusion orbs when the Blade of Holy Light was released, perfectly striking the boss's wound. Moonlit Star Scar no longer gave the boss a chance to attack others, using a cross attack with shield and sword to firmly restrain the boss. Even the boss's furious series of attacks were withstood by her shield. With such a powerful frontline, Everyone's output stabilized significantly and the boss's health was rapidly declining. Even an epic-level boss could not escape the constraints of attributes and ultimately fell with a cry of despair, a flash of golden light indicating the drop of an epic item. In fact, the boss of this light ruins was at a normal level before Moonlit Star Scar successfully changed classes. The system likely wanted players to feel the power of hidden classes, which is why there was such a strong attribute counter here. If they encounter a dark attribute boss elsewhere in the future, Zheng Chen estimated that Moonlit Star Scar's attacks would not reach such intensity. With the boss down, only Zheng Chen went to check the loot, while the others gathered around Moonlit Star Scar to admire her epic growth set, which should be the best in the entire server. "Miss, you're definitely going to win the championship in this arena competition," Little Wildcat said excitedly. With Ing Ying's current equipment, she can withstand even the attacks of epic-level bosses, let alone players. Black Mist's Thorn chimed in. "Now we just have to wait and see what the prize for this arena competition is." Bow and Arrow even started thinking about the prize directly. Zheng Chen had no mood to listen to their mutual boasting. Instead, he held a token and chuckled foolishly, not even in a hurry to pick up the epic staff beside him. The only thing that could make Zheng Chen overlook an epic staff at this stage was the guild establishment token. Indeed, the Crimson Blue Demon, which took several hours to defeat, had dropped a guild establishment token which might be the second one in the entire server. Although it didn't have the same hype as the first one, it was still incredibly precious. With this guild establishment token, as long as one of the major guilds obtained it, they could easily crush Yin Sheng and others' first guild relying on their foundation and operational means. "This guild establishment token belongs to you." Before Zheng Chen could finish speaking, Moonlit Star Scar generously confirmed the ownership of the token. "Then this epic staff?" Zheng Chen asked again. "It should belong to you as needed," Moonlit Star Scar said nonchalantly. With Moonlit Star Scar's confirmation, Zheng Chen was not polite. Without him, they wouldn't have even reached the boss, let alone kill this epic-level boss. Moonlit Star Scar's straightforwardness won Zheng Chen some goodwill. Could it be that after being reborn, I disrupted the order of time and it actually changed a person's character? Zheng Chen thought to himself. The other items are also good, you all can see who needs them and distribute them yourselves. Zheng Chen took the two best items and naturally felt embarrassed to take more, directly giving everything to Moonlit Star Scar and letting her distribute them. "Thank you, great deity, for your help. This task has been a complete success. May I ask how many star coins you need me to pay?" Yuing Xinghen couldn't contain her joy at successfully changing her job, leaning halfway out towards Zheng Chen with a smile as bright as a flower, her big eyes fixed on him as she said. This sudden closeness made Zheng Chen feel a bit awkward, stirring ripples in his previously calm heart. Zheng Chen knew very well that the woman before him was not to be trifled with. In his past life, she had caused him to fall into the abyss, and it was likely that his death was also related to her. Yet, for some reason, he was always emotionally affected by her. Zheng Chen took a half step back, shook his head, and dismissed the inappropriate thoughts in his mind, smiling as he said, "Having the guild establishment order is enough. If there's a boss like this next time, remember to call me. I have things to attend to, so I'll be leaving now." Yuing Xinghan stood up straight with a smile, simply nodding her head as she watched Zheng Chen leave the bright ruins. "Sister Ing, that guild establishment order is now priceless. Are you just going to give it to him so easily?" Black Mist's Thorn said somewhat unwillingly. "Little Black, if you participate in activities in the future and speak without restraint like this time, then just leave my team." Yuing Xinghan did not respond to Black Mist's Thorn's words, giving a warning before directly exiting the bright ruins. After Little Wildcat also followed out, only Black Mist's Thorn and Bending Bow Shooting Eagle remained in the bright ruins. The two exchanged glances, both feeling discontent. During this trip to the bright ruins, Yuing Xinghan's attitude towards Zheng Chen clearly sparked jealousy in both of them. They were both top figures in their respective circles, having admired Yuing Xinghan for so many years, yet they were overshadowed by an outsider. Zheng Chen had no time to think about who was jealous of him. After leaving the bright ruins, he directly activated the return to the city. At this moment, the advantages of the holographic simulation chamber became apparent. After several hours of intense battle, Zheng Chen surprisingly did not feel fatigued. Arriving at the center of White Tiger City, he did not choose to use the server-wide trumpet ostentatiously, but instead sent a link to the guild establishment order in the world channel. Heavenly Justice Guild Establishment Order private chat, also accepting various magic skill books. The world channel was flooded with messages as the player base was simply too large. However, once Zheng Chen sent out a message, he quickly received a flurry of private chat messages. Zheng Chen automatically filtered out some lesser-known small guilds, as they could not offer the price he had in mind. Zheng Chen waited, anticipating that several well-known guilds would reach out to him. Given the capabilities of the top 3 guilds from his past life, it was impossible for them to miss the situation in the world channel. Their delay in messaging Zheng Chen was a psychological game, trying to get some small guilds to quote lower prices. Zheng Chen was not in a hurry, he simply sat down in the middle of the square. After hiding his ID, his icy armor was not particularly eye-catching, and no one recognized him. Finally, 3 minutes later, Zhang Chen's bait was taken, and Ji Shuiyulan from the Forgetting Emotion Guild was the first to send a private message. Hello, what's the price? Currently, others are quoting 100 million temporarily, Zhang Chen replied. Zhang Chen completely ignored the other people. There were no other quotes, and Ji Shuiyulan took it as her competition's quote, having no suspicions. I'll take it, you name a price. Ji Shuiyulan said boldly. Yibo Yunshin and Tian Langsing said the same thing. Zhang Chen continued to make things up. Would they only quote 100 million? You really did your homework on famous figures. Ji Shuiyulan was not foolish. I've killed you before, and you can still lower yourself to buy things from me. You must be someone capable of great things. Zhang Chen brought up an awkward topic. Ji Shuiyulan was clearly angered by this statement, and for a moment she did not reply to Zhang Chen. However, another buyer approached. Brother, how about joining our guild with the guild establishment order? Besides money, we can also offer you an elder position, and all resources within the guild will be prioritized for you. What do you think? The Greedy Wolf Guild's Tian Langsing initiated a conversation in a cooperative manner. I only want money, Ji Shuiyulan said. No matter how much it is, I must have this guild establishment order. How much can you offer? Zhang Chen began to negotiate. Oh, I didn't know she had such determination. Let me ask her, Sirius said, not being foolish enough to just listen to Zhang Chen's price inflation. Alright, I'll wait for you, Zhang Chen replied calmly. A few minutes quickly passed as Zhang Chen busied himself collecting skill books from various categories. Whether basic skills or advanced ones, he took everything he hadn't learned yet. Sirius and Ji Shuiyulan remained patient. Zhang Chen wasn't sure if the two had communicated privately, but the leader of the gathering hall, Yibo Yuntian, had not sent any news, which made Zhang Chen feel a bit uneasy. In the end, it was Ji Shuiyulan who sent the first message. I'll give you 500 million star coins, cash on delivery. Deal. Zhang Chen no longer delayed and directly provided his coordinates. After the exchange of gold coins and star coins, the transaction became much simpler. According to Zhang Chen's memory, Zishui Yulan should have been bound to Xuanwu City, and there were teleportation arrays between the 4 main cities, so Zhang Chen didn't have to wait long. Zishui Yulan arrived at Baihu City with more than 10 well-equipped people. Zhang Chen glanced at the group, mostly the officers or elites from her guild that he remembered. The transaction amount is huge. I hope you won't play tricks, or you won't escape even if you run to the ends of the earth, Zishui Yulan threatened after sending the transaction request. Are you going to linger a bit longer? Just a friendly reminder, Yibo Yuntian has actually never contacted me, Zhang Chen said with a smile. Zishui Yulan's expression changed slightly as she directly inputted 500 million star coins into the transaction box, and Zhang Chen promptly placed the guild establishment order on the table. The two completed the transaction quickly, and Zishui Yulan turned to the people behind her and said, remember this kid, after the guild is established, kill him unconditionally. Zishui Yulan clearly still held a grudge over the incident at the Skeleton Cave. The bounty she had previously issued had no effect, and she had been afraid to use the guild's power for the sake of its development. Now that the guild was about to be established, the opportunity for revenge had finally arrived. Ding! Congratulations to player Yibo Yuntian for creating the second guild in the Holy Domain, gaining 8,000 reputation points, and receiving various privileges in Zhuke City. A system message struck Zishui Yulan like thunder. She had spent a large sum of money to buy the guild establishment order but had not secured the title of the second guild. President Yulan really holds a grudge. It's been so long, and you still remember me. But I advise you to create the guild sooner rather than later, Zhang Chen added. Zishui Yulan shot Zhang Chen a resentful glare and turned to walk towards the teleportation array. Brother, don't say anything, just give me a price, whatever it is, I want it. Sirius sent a message. Sirius was clearly stimulated by the system message and could no longer hold back, coming to find Zhang Chen. Didn't you go ask Zishui Yulan? Didn't she tell you? She already bought it, Zhang Chen replied. When the world announcement rang out that Yibo Yuntian had created the second guild in the entire server, Sirius truly began to panic. But by the time Sirius contacted Zhang Chen again, the guild establishment order had already been bought by Zishui Yulan. Ding! Congratulations to player Zishui Yulan for creating the third guild in the entire server, Wangqing Guild, gaining 5,000 reputation points and receiving various privileges in Xuanwu City. Before Sirius could regret his miscalculation, the announcement of Zishui Yulan creating the guild had already been broadcast. Brother Tian, aren't you quite familiar with President Zishui? How come she bought the guild establishment order at a high price and didn't even notify you? Zhang Chen taunted at the right moment. Sirius could only swallow his anger, looking at Zhang Chen's message with resentment before closing the chat window. In the Holy Domain, only the first 3 created guilds have system announcements, and the guild names announced by the system are naturally extraordinary. Take the first guild created by Yin Qing. Although it hasn't fallen behind for long despite its noble intentions, the title of first is solidified, and regardless of its actual strength, its reputation far surpasses that of the second guild by a wide margin. Zhang Chen knows the strength of the major guilds from his past life, but others are not aware. In the game, it has always been the case that those who gain the favor of players dominate the world. Once morale and reputation are established, they are not easily shaken. Zheng Chen noticed that Sirius did not reply to him, and didn't care at all. In his past life, these major guilds had often excluded Zheng Chen, so seeing these leaders face difficulties brought him some secret satisfaction. Looking at the 500 million star coins in his account, Zheng Chen was already overjoyed. This money came much easier than in his past life. If the first guild creation order is sold, the price will be much higher than this. Zheng Chen thought to himself, I wonder if those girls know that this favor is worth billions. After simply organizing his backpack items, Zheng Chen decided to log off and take a break, as it was also time to find a place to update his equipment before the arena competition began. Setting his character to stall mode was mainly to collect various magic skill books, pricing them according to their levels, and charging prices 10% higher than the market. For Zheng Chen at this moment, saving time was far more important than saving money. After logging off, he didn't feel too fatigued. The holographic simulation pod was indeed much more advanced than the game helmet. After a brief rest, Zheng Chen had already decided on his next destination. With a level of over 32, the best place to go was the Zuma cave, where the monsters were mostly around level 35, and the equipment dropped could potentially form sets. Although the best would only be a level 35 golden set, it could both level up and update his equipment, making it the most cost-effective place for now. However, as soon as Zheng Chen logged back in, he found his mailbox filled with messages, and it was this pile of messages that disrupted his plans once again. Zheng Chen, are you there? I need your help. Ha, why did you log off when I was looking for you? No way, you really don't want to help? Damn, Zheng Chen, it's been half an hour and you're still offline. Is helping me really that much of a hassle? Zheng Chen looked at the messages from Du Xian, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Her first message was sent just as he logged off, so he hadn't seen it at all. You little girl, you're not as cute as you were when you were younger, Zheng Chen replied. For Zheng Chen, the little Xian from his childhood was an unforgettable memory, but the grown-up Du Xian was full of wildness, making it hard to reconcile the two personalities. Perhaps this was the price of growing up. Master, hurry and come find me. I need your help. Du Xian suddenly became polite. The master is a bit busy. Tell me what the matter is first. If it's a small issue, it's best to handle it yourself. Zheng Chen didn't want his plans to be disrupted. Since Du Xian was messaging him like this, it surely wasn't a matter of danger, so he didn't rush. Why would I ask you for help if it were a small issue? I received a task that must be completed within 5 hours, but the older sisters are all busy with guild matters, and now there are only 4 hours left for the task. Can you hurry and help me out? Du Xian said, her tone a bit anxious. A timed task? Where are you? Timed tasks are a special type of quest in the Holy Domain. Most of these tasks involve ongoing storylines, and if the objectives are not completed within the specified time, the game's storyline will automatically progress to the end, and the task will disappear. The timeliness of time-limited tasks is very important, and they are generally accompanied by penalties, though the rewards can also be quite generous. Once completed, there is even a chance to trigger subsequent tasks. It is well known that the more task rings there are, the more substantial the final reward will be. I'm outside the Moin residence. I almost got killed when I went in before, so I've been cautious. Let's talk about the task details. As Zheng Chen inquired, he had already started moving towards the coordinates. A 5-hour task is relatively short, indicating that the plot is progressing quickly. If he doesn't intervene in time, the storyline could spiral into an uncontrollable situation. Du Xian pulled Zheng Chen into the team and shared the task details. The Moin residence incident. When the heir of the Moin family, which has a 1,000-year legacy, returned home after completing a family task, he suddenly found that all the family members in the residence had turned into mindless puppets. Caught off guard, the heir of the Moin family was severely injured. Please investigate the situation of the Moin residence within 5 hours and retrieve the Moin golden pill from the residence's treasury to extend the heir's life. Zheng Chen glanced at the task details. Fortunately, there were no penalties for failure, and the task rewards were not specified either. However, the Moin family is clearly an assassin-type family, and as an assassin, Du Xian would naturally not give up easily on such a task. Even if the task rewards were not specified, helping the heir extend his life and receiving an epic weapon wouldn't be too much to ask, right? Time passed second by second, and Zheng Chen finally arrived at the designated location. Du Xian was anxiously waiting under a large tree, leaning against a severely injured man in black who should be the heir of the Moin family. Didn't you call a few more people? Zheng Chen casually asked. I've called God over. Do I need anyone else? Du Xian's expression softened upon seeing Zheng Chen. Nice flattery, let's go. The Moin residence was very conspicuous. Zheng Chen didn't waste any time and walked straight towards the courtyard. The Moin residence covered a large area, with deep gray walls over 3 meters high, topped with sharp iron spikes, giving it the feel of a prison. The monsters inside are all assassin type and have invisibility abilities. If it weren't for the blood escape skill forcing me to become invisible, I would have been killed instantly, Du Xian reminded him. Be careful. The priority is to extend the heir's life. I'll handle the monsters, and you look for The Moin Golden Pill. Zhang Chen briefly outlined the strategy and then pushed open the large door of the Moin residence, a heavy aura of death rushing towards him. As Zhang Chen opened the door, the heavy aura of death hit him, somewhat different from Du Xian's description. The courtyard was empty, there were no enemies in sight. Don't be careless, these monsters are all in an invisible state and will only reveal themselves when they attack, Du Xian warned. Are they always invisible? Assassin invisibility skills usually have a time limit, right? Zhang Chen was surprised, having never heard of an assassin being able to remain invisible indefinitely. Du Xian shrugged, exasperated. If even God doesn't know, how would I? Zhang Chen smiled slightly, no longer wasting time. He casually threw out a skill and said, "You go invisible and hide to the side, don't move recklessly." Zhang Chen released ice rain not far in front of him and used firewall as a barrier, then jumped onto the heavy door with a double jump. A series of piercing screams echoed, and one by one, the black-clad figures finally revealed themselves, their lifeless eyes fixed on Zhang Chen, moving in unison towards him. Moin Residence Guard Level 30. Quality, normal health 10,000, high attack and high agility, low defense, and thin health. They would be troublesome up close, but for Zhang Chen, it was not a big problem. Using the wide-ranging slowing effect of the icy rain to buy time, Zhang Chen held his staff in his left hand while gathering lightning elements in the palm of his right hand, surprisingly charging up the arc skill. As the arc was flung from his right hand, the staff in his left hand quickly unleashed wind spell. The originally not so powerful wind spell, mixed with the charged lightning, surprisingly gained the momentum of a tornado. The combination of the two elements not only enhanced the skill's power but also increased its size. When the massive whirlwind collided with the blazing firewall, the monster just reached the position of the fire wall spell, and the clash of wind, fire, and lightning triggered a chemical reaction, resulting in an explosion. By the time the monster reached the gate at Zhang Chen's feet, its health had already hit rock bottom, and there was no need for another round of skills. A few basic spells thrown casually wiped out the wave of monsters. "This monster is so weak," Zhang Chen exclaimed. It wasn't that Zhang Chen was being boastful. After all, the small monsters in the ruins he had visited before were of bronze and silver quality, all at level 35. Now, arriving at this Moing mansion, the monsters were even lower in level than him, making it a piece of cake to farm. "Big brother, this little monster that almost took me out couldn't even get close to you?" Du Xian couldn't help but exclaim. "Just average, I wasn't even trying hard," Zhang Chen replied casually, but his hands were not idle. A large fireball quickly formed and was thrown towards another open area in the distance, which indeed attracted another batch of monsters. Du Xian was quite pleased. Having such a monster farming machine around would definitely speed up her leveling. "No wonder third sister said you don't do anything useful." Du Xian looked at the busy Zhang Chen and suddenly recalled Han Bing's evaluation of him, unable to hold back her laughter. Before long, all the monsters in the front yard were cleared out, and there were no respawns, likely due to the special task. As they moved forward, Zhang Chen remained cautious, but the mansion was filled with ordinary small monsters, mostly humanoid creatures like guards. Aside from their ability to become invisible, which made them hard to defend against, their attacks were only slightly higher, posing a threat. The mansion had many courtyards, and Zhang Chen and Du Xian checked them one by one but found no trace of the Moin Golden Pill. Instead, they discovered quite a few pieces of equipment which, although not particularly exceptional, had other uses for Du Xian. Yin Xing's guild had just been established, and these mediocre pieces of equipment could be used as welfare to distribute to members who contributed a lot. After all, not everyone could wear top-tier gear. Time quickly passed for more than 2 hours, and there was still no clue about the Moin Golden Pill, but their experience had increased significantly. "This mansion is wide and long. If we keep farming like this, we might run out of time before we reach the end of the task. Let's head to the roof and move quickly." Seeing that there was little time left for the task, Zhang Chen suggested they ignore the small monsters below and head directly to the main courtyard at the back of the mansion. Du Xian naturally had no objections. She completely relied on Zhang Chen to complete the task. However, Zhang Chen never expected that there were also invisible monsters on the roof. In his carelessness, he nearly fell into a crisis, but thanks to the experience accumulated from years of combat, he sensed the danger and executed a double jump to escape, narrowly avoiding disaster. "If we can't take the shortcut on the roof, then we'll have to farm quickly." The roof had a complex terrain with many dead angles, and if there were invisible monsters, it would be much harder to deal with than on the ground, so Zhang Chen decided to proceed from the ground. Standing on the roof and confirming the direction, Zhang Chen locked onto the target in the distant main residence. Not rushing forward, Zhang Chen began to extend his mental power outward. The movement of mental power was not obstructed by obstacles, and the optimal shortcut appeared in Zhang Chen's mind. Moreover, Zhang Chen was surprised to find that he could sense all the monsters in an invisible state. Mental power is truly a wonderful thing. Zhang Chen couldn't help but sigh again. With a goal in mind, he began to weave through the Moin mansion, and amidst the ancient and solemn courtyard, the sound of explosions started to echo continuously. With the overall health of the small monsters being less than 20,000, Zhang Chen only needed to use 3 types of reverse fusion techniques to achieve a one-hit kill effect. Although it consumed a considerable amount of mental energy, it greatly accelerated their progress. Zheng Chen, have you noticed that our health is always decreasing on its own? Du Xin suddenly said. Zheng Chen was taken aback by her words. He had been fighting all along, and because he was used to soloing, it had become a habit to subconsciously control his health bar. When his health dropped to a certain level, he would instinctively use a health potion, so he hadn't paid much attention to why his health was decreasing. Hearing Du Xian's remark, Zheng Chen realized that his health bar was indeed inexplicably dropping, and he couldn't find any reason for it, though the rate of decline was almost negligible. Let's not worry about that for now, it doesn't have much impact. Let's complete the mission first, Zheng Chen replied. After Zheng Chen's relentless efforts, the two finally reached the target building in half an hour. After clearing the small monsters in the courtyard, Zheng Chen cautiously pushed open the door of the largest mansion. Swoosh, a dagger-like hidden weapon shot out from within, and Zheng Chen reacted quickly, tilting his head just in time to narrowly avoid it. Rebellious disciple, you finally can't hold back any longer. After a loud shout, both Zheng Chen and Du Xian entered combat mode. An old man in a black robe burst out from inside the house, attacking before they could even react. Zheng Chen quickly pulled Du Xian behind him, and in the next moment, the eternal ice skill enveloped him. The ice shattered, and both Zheng Chen and Du Xian were thrown into the courtyard. Although they had blocked the attack, Zheng Chen's health still dropped by more than half, showing just how powerful that strike was. After the attack, the old man in black leaned wearily against the doorframe, his life force rapidly dwindling. This is the boss? It only has the power of a single strike? Du Xian exclaimed in surprise. Zheng Chen felt that something was off. He warily watched the old man slumped on the ground. Zheng Chen's suspicion was not unfounded. The old man in black indeed had issues. This dying old man was not an evil boss. Moin family. Head level? Rank Epic Health 49,687 with all levels marked as question marks. There was only one explanation. The level was much higher than that of the players. Yet this epic ranked Moin family head had health that was already below 50,000, and his health bar was still decreasing. Are you the master of this mansion? Zheng Chen asked after checking the information on the man in black, unable to help but inquire. I didn't expect that rebellious disciple to have helpers. The old man in black clutched his chest, speaking angrily. You old man, you're about to die and still talking tough. Hand over the Moin golden pill, quickly, Du Xian said, forgetting that she had almost been killed just moments ago. As long as I, Mo Fei, am alive for a day, no one can take the golden pill from the Moin mansion. Is that so? You old fossil, then let me send you on your way. Suddenly, a cold laugh came from behind Zheng Chen and Du Xian, and the speaker was the Moin mansion heir who had given Du Xian the task. Rebellious disciple, I didn't see you had such patience when you entered the sect. The mansion master Mo Fei's chest heaved, clearly infuriated. After 10 years in the sect, I finally waited for you to enter seclusion for your closed-door training. I specially set up a great formation for this mansion, but I didn't expect it to drain a year of your life force and still be able to injure me with a single strike. The Moin mansion heir glanced at Lu Yuan and continued, now, another year has passed, this time, you must be exhausted. Even two little kids can't handle it, ha ha ha. The heir of the Moin manor laughed heartily, tearing off his disguise to reveal his true appearance. Zheng Chen finally saw his real information. Moin 7 Sons Mo Yunju level? Rank, Gold Health? Unexpectedly, the one who issued the task was a disciple of the Moin manor. It was just unclear what kind of formation he had used to drain the life force of everyone in the entire manor, and yet no one managed to escape. The manor lord must be quite powerful to maintain even a sliver of vitality. Mo Yunju's words revealed a lot of information. He must have quietly set up a formation to extract life force while the manor lord, Mo Fei, was in seclusion. The extraction of life force was slow, making it hard to detect, much like boiling a frog in warm water. By the time the manor lord noticed, it would be too late. The only thing Zheng Chen couldn't understand was why the manor lord Mo Fei didn't escape the range of the formation, as there were no obstacles in the manor. Old immortal, obediently hand over the golden pill, and I can let you live and die as you wish, Mo Yunju said coldly. The golden pill is right here, you can come and take it, Mo Fei casually replied, summoning a golden sphere the size of an egg into his hand. Without a doubt, it was the so-called Moin golden pill. At the end of your strength, you still dare to put on an act, Mo Yunju said dismissively, casually throwing a few steel needles at Mo Fei. With Zheng Chen's keen eyes, he could only see a fleeting shadow. Clink-clang without Mo Fei making any visible movements, his right hand merely flicked in the air a few times, and the flying steel needles all fell to the ground. All this ability was taught to you by me, and now you use it against me? You're still too inexperienced. Mo Fei flipped his hand, making the golden pill disappear, then quickly stood up, his life force rapidly recovering, and the dullness in his eyes regained its luster. No, it can't be. After 2 years, you actually. Mo Yunju was suddenly taken aback. Mo Fei didn't respond, his hands moving swiftly as he launched a series of flying needles and hidden weapons at Mo Yunju, his body darting forward, a sharp short sword glinting in his hand as he thrust it out. Mo Yunju was startled. and dared not resist. He stepped on the ground and disappeared into the courtyard, running away without looking back. Zheng Chen and Du Xian were left dumbfounded, initially thinking it would be a fierce battle. But instead, they witnessed a mere animated scene. Mo Fei did not pursue. After sheathing his short sword, he glanced back at Zheng Chen and Du Xian, then slumped to the ground like a deflated balloon, his life force declining even more rapidly. You two seem to have been used. Time is short. Can you help this old man with a favor? Mo Fei said slowly. Senior, just say it, they replied. Since the identity of the heir of the Moing manor was fake, then the task Du Xian had taken earlier likely had no rewards. Now, the real manor lord was asking for help, which seemed to trigger the hidden task. I have 7 chief disciples in the Moing manor and thousands of ordinary disciples. That beast Mo Yunju even spared a few of my senior brothers. Now, only the first of the 7 sons, Mo Yunbai, who is traveling outside, is still alive. I kindly ask you two to deliver this golden pill to him. Mo Fei took out the golden pill again and handed it over without hesitation. Senior, you have a good plan. Since your life is short, we will eventually get this golden pill anyway, but now you treat it as a request for us to deliver. Zheng Chen neither agreed nor disagreed, seeing through Mo Fei's intentions. That rebellious disciple will soon realize my bluff. By then, you may not escape death either. Why not take this opportunity to accept the request? I assure you, I will not treat you unfairly, Mo Fei continued. All right then. I accept this task, Zheng Chen said reluctantly. Go step aside, I want to talk to the young lady. What are you getting in the way for? Mo Fei waved his hand, signaling Zheng Chen to move aside. Me? Du Xian looked at Mo Fei in surprise, completely not expecting that the person Mo Fei entrusted was not the strong Zheng Chen, but the weak herself. Yes, it's you, come here. Although Mo Fei's vitality was declining, his aura remained unyielding. After Zheng Chen nodded at Du Xian, she slowly walked towards him. Little girl, are you willing to join my Moin clan? I see your talent is exceptional. How about becoming a spark for my Moin clan? Before Du Xian could speak, Mo Fei directly asked. Ha? Du Xian was shocked. The entire Moin gate had been destroyed by her and Zhang Chen, and now they wanted to recruit her. Zhang Chen patted Du Xian, reminding her hidden profession Moin. If you want to change jobs, just agree to him. Aren't hidden professions all scrolls? Du Xian had seen In Qing change jobs, where she crushed a scroll and was enveloped in a flash of light, successfully transforming. She didn't expect to encounter such a complicated situation. Little girl, we don't have much time left, Mo Fei reminded her. Okay, I agree. I will definitely carry forward the Moin clan. Du Xian hurriedly nodded in agreement. The Moin golden pill was left by the first clan leader, and now you will pass it on to the head of the Moin 7 sons, Mo Yunbai. This book contains the techniques and skills of the Moin clan. Practice diligently. The Moin clan doesn't need you to expand it, just live well. Mo Fei threw 2 items to Du Xian and pointed at her forehead in the air. A flash of white light passed, and Du Xian directly became a disciple of the Moin clan. Give it to me. What? Isn't it customary to give a little gift when accepting a disciple? Ha, the master is about to die, yet still thinking about a gift. I wonder if this counts as entrusting the wrong person. Mo Fei said with a lonely expression. Didn't you say the Moin golden pill can extend life? Why don't you eat it? Du Xian asked. Never have such thoughts. The Moin golden pill was left by the ancestors of the Moin clan, gathering their entire lives. Cultivation. An ordinary body cannot withstand it. Consuming it will only lead to an explosive death. Mo Fei explained. Du Xian took out the Moin golden pill and found that it was indeed in a non-usable state, but it was not a quest item, meaning Du Xian could choose to give it to the Moin 7 sons or keep it for herself. If you choose to keep the Moin golden pill, then you must take on the burden of the Moin clan. First, you must clear the clan's enemies, and secondly, you must rebuild the Moin clan. Mo Fei seemed to have seen through Du Xian's thoughts and added at the right moment. Oh, this thing can't be used anyway. What do I want it for? I'll just give it to your eldest disciple. Du Xian reluctantly put away the Moin golden pill and began to browse through the techniques of the Moin clan, wanting to see how strong her new profession really was. Little girl, I advise you two to leave quickly. That Mo Yunju is no fool. Just now, I burned my vitality to scare him away, relying only on the deterrence built over the years. It won't be long before he returns, and with your strength, I'm afraid. Before Mo Fei could finish, a cold voice rang out again. Oof, old man, you still know how to be sensible. No one is leaving today. Mo Yunju stood coldly on the courtyard wall. Seeing this, Mo Fei once again ignited the vitality that had stopped burning. As the vitality burned, his aura gradually became more formidable, but everyone knew this state couldn't last long. Little guy, I see you've been protecting my newly accepted Mo family disciple all the way. You two must have a good relationship, so please, take care of her in the future. My Moing clan doesn't owe anyone a favor. This bracelet is a token of gratitude, Mo Fei said to Zhang Chen. Mo Fei casually tossed out a bracelet, then disappeared from the spot, and the next second he appeared directly in front of Mo Yunju. With a flash of cold light, Mo Fei's short sword stabbed directly at Mo Yunju's chest. Mo Yunju had prepared in advance, but it was still too late to stop it. She could only slightly turn to the side to let the knife wound her heart, then used her own dagger to stab back into Mo Fei's chest. Run! Mo Fei held onto Mo Yunju tightly, using his last bit of strength to utter those two words. Zheng Chen and Du Xian were not fools either. They immediately activated their return to the city and finally left the Moing mansion before Mo Yunju could break free. Phew, that was close, we almost got caught. Du Xian patted her chest, speaking with lingering fear. Theoretically, the system will give us enough time to escape. Even if we get caught, it would just mean dying. But since you've successfully changed your class, it's all a game, Zheng Chen said, not feeling too scared. I didn't expect this class change task to be so simple, Du Xian said happily. Simple? Just reaching Mo Fei's courtyard within the time limit is already difficult enough. The monster levels may not be high, but they are all in stealth mode. Don't you know how troublesome that is? The hardest part of the whole task is that one strike when opening the door, which is enough to kill any player at that level in an instant. Zheng Chen began to analyze the entire task process, which was not as simple as it seemed. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Du Xian. You can kill the heavens, the earth, and the air, but you can't kill your heavenly justice. You're the best, brother, Du Xian praised. Little girl, interrupting others is very impolite. Go play by yourself. I have my own things to do. I hope you can shine in the arena competition, Zheng Chen said, turning to leave. Brother Zhang Chen, did you leave the guild building order because of me? Du Xian suddenly asked. Zheng Chen stopped, turned back with a smile, and said, half of the reason is because of little Xian, but he specifically mentioned little Xian because he had never been able to reconcile Du Xian with his childhood memories. Perhaps only those little moments of joy from childhood could make the current Zheng Chen give up some of his own interests. What about the other half? Is it because of Sister Yin Qing? Du Xian continued to ask. Du Xian didn't mind Zheng Chen's address, not knowing if she didn't understand the meaning or if she was deliberately unwilling to understand. The other half is for the dreams of young people. I just want to see if naive dreams can really come true, Zheng Chen said before leaving directly, though there was still half a sentence left unspoken in his heart. After all, I have already passed the age of chasing dreams, Zheng Chen thought to himself. Du Xian watched Zheng Chen walk away, muttering to herself. In disbelief, always saying those old-fashioned things, not much older than me, pretending to be an old man. After being delayed by Du Xian for a few hours, the time for the arena competition was getting closer. Although the arena competition in his previous life lasted several days, Zheng Chen still wanted to level up to level 35 and update his equipment. Zheng Chen's current level was 32 with 80% experience, which meant he needed to level up a little over 2 levels in a day and night. For Zheng Chen, it was not impossible, but it was definitely not an easy task. Following the previous plan, he arrived at the Zuma cave. There were still quite a few players leveling up here, but most were concentrated on the first floor because the monster distribution was relatively sparse, and they were all melee monsters, making it suitable for stationary leveling. Stationary leveling was comfortable and leisurely, but the efficiency did not meet Zheng Chen's requirements. He cleared out the pesky small monsters while walking towards the entrance of the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, there were indeed fewer players, but there were still a few teams at the entrance, and guild symbols were already visible above their heads. I just want to level up. I won't disturb you where you are, so please don't disturb me either, Zheng Chen said directly to the people at the entrance of the Zuma second floor. The ones leveling up here were from the Juyi Hall Guild. Zheng Chen had no significant enmity with their guild, so it shouldn't lead to a major conflict. Level up as you wish, but don't come here to command us. Is it true that a little mage like you can farm monsters like crazy and even outdo us? Since Zheng Chen had hidden his ID and his equipment was somewhat outdated, he didn't stand out in the dim cave. It's best if we don't disturb each other. Zheng Chen ignored their taunts and walked straight to the back. Before long, a voice came from the entrance of the gathering hall. Hey, you kid, stop dazing around and output some damage. You can't slack off just because you're in the same guild. That's not slacking off, look over there. No way. What happened? Let me see. Everyone's gaze was drawn to where Zheng Chen was single-handedly leading over 100 monsters around with ice, fire, lightning, and wind skills alternating, causing monsters to fall one after another. And as promised, Zheng Chen did not pull monsters into the gathering hall's team area. Zheng Chen, where are you? The competition is about to start, why aren't you here yet? Du Xian anxiously messaged Zheng Chen while standing at the registration point in White Tiger City. Due to their childhood connection, after recognizing each other, Du Xian and Zheng Chen had gradually increased their communication, not only asking Zheng Chen for help but also showing more concern in their daily interactions. It's just the preliminary rounds, you all do your best. I'm busy making the final push, Zheng Chen replied. After 3 days of preparation, the rules for the arena competition had been established. Players needed to arrive at their bound main city to register before 8 p.m. The 4 main cities would compete in a knockout format. Players only needed to stay online as the arena would randomly select players for matching and teleportation, with preliminary matches not being broadcasted. Due to the large number of participating players and to prevent special classes from delaying the matches, each match was limited to 90 seconds. If neither side was defeated by the end of the time, the system would determine the result based on the damage dealt by both sides. Each of the 4 main cities would compete to produce the top 16, with the final 64 strongest players heading to the Central Holy City for the final competition. The Central Holy City was the most mysterious existence in the Holy Domain, said to house deities, yet no one had ever seen them. Even Zhang Chen in his previous life had few opportunities to enter the Holy City. Only large events like this allowed players to enter. With the task of being the city lord, Zhang Chen naturally couldn't afford to be careless. The reason he wasn't in a hurry to return to the city was that the city lord had sent him a message stating that he didn't need to participate in the preliminary rounds on the first day. After all, Zhang Chen's strength was evident, and as the White Tiger City Lord, he knew that entering the top 16 was not a problem. The main goal was to keep Zhang Chen mysterious and not let players from other main cities gain too much information too early. Although the matches weren't broadcasted, the randomly rotating opponents were not mute and could not escape the scrutiny of the observant. We're all very motivated. Our guild has already filled up with members, and everyone is looking forward to the president achieving a good result. Du Xin, seeing that Zhang Chen hadn't forgotten, stopped worrying and started chatting. Did you fill up so quickly? Zhang Chen wasn't concerned about their enthusiasm. After all, PK competitions weren't about who was more motivated. Given the skill level of the studio's girls, it would be difficult for them to squeeze into the top 16 of White Tiger City. However, Yin Cheng's Magic Warrior and Du Xian's Ink Shadow, 2 hidden classes, might compensate for the lack of combat awareness. Yes, since we're the first guild in the entire server, many people joined, and this was after a rigorous selection process, plus most of them are beauties. Du Xian became a bit excited when talking about the guild. Is that so? Beauties don't provide any bonuses in battle. Having too many women can easily lead to disarray in the end. Zhang Chen did not have a prejudice against beautiful women. It was just that experience told him there were too many beauties in the guild, and inevitably they would compare themselves to each other. The male members of the guild would also flock to them, which could easily spoil the guild's atmosphere, and if not handled properly, a large number of members could be lost in an instant. According to Zhang Chen's experience, most of the beautiful women in the game had no sense of belonging or loyalty. Wherever the treatment was better, they could be easily lured away, as they felt that all the preferential treatment was deserved. It won't happen. We all get along very well, don't worry. How's your understanding of the new profession? Zhang Chen changed the subject. Not bad, but I always feel like something is missing. Maybe I haven't found the essence of this profession yet. When talking about her new profession, Du Xian still felt a bit melancholic. She had thought that after changing jobs, she would become strong, but aside from gaining a few more skills, she didn't feel much stronger. If you want to help your sister, think less about random things every day and study the books that old man left you more. Oh, got it. The competition is about to start, I need to prepare. After ending the conversation with Du Xian, Zhang Chen focused all his energy on the boss in front of him. This was the final boss of the 5th level of the Zuma Cave. And if all went well, defeating it would bring Zhang Chen's level to the target of 35. With the competition approaching, it was hard to say how many players in the entire server could be as relaxed as Zhang Chen. Ding, there are 5 minutes left until the arena competition starts. Players who have not registered should quickly sign up. Please keep online status. The system announcement made Baihu City even more bustling. Although players could be teleported to the arena no matter where they registered, most still chose to wait in the city. Yin Chang and her group, while not the strongest, were the most watched in the entire city. The number 1 guild in the server gathered together, and the center was filled with beautiful women, creating a stunning scene amidst their laughter. Sister, you must do your best. All our hopes are pinned on you. You all need to do your best too. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves, just do your best. As time passed, the arena competition finally started on time when the clock struck 8. With the system's automatic matching, half of the players in Baihu City instantly disappeared. Yin Qing happened to be among the first wave to enter the competition. With a flash of light, she and her opponent appeared on an arena. The countdown started from 10, giving players enough time to adapt. Yin Qing's opponent was a mage, and just from their appearance, it was clear that their equipment was quite ordinary, and they had just reached level 30. Yin Qing did not dare to be careless. After the countdown ended, she charged towards her opponent with all her might. It must be said that the opponent, a mage, was quite experienced, retreating while releasing skills to wear her down. However, the arena's layout was somewhat unfavorable for mages and archers, as the area restrictions would always push them to the edges. Once they reached the casting distance for their charge skills, the outcome of the battle became clear. Yin Qing rushed forward with her longsword, flames instantly enveloping the blade. As she closed in, her shoulder knocked her opponent back half a step into a state of stiffness, and her longsword was already swinging. Fang tooth slash of flame slashed upward, leaving a charred mark in the air, and Her opponent was burned, being pushed back and stiffened again in place. Flame triple/In Chang was relentless, following up with 3 quick strikes. The fragile mage could not withstand such fierce attacks and fell cleanly. As the word victory appeared, In Chang was quickly teleported back to her original spot. Before she could share the joy of victory with everyone, the others were also teleported into the competition. Perhaps due to the large number of players, the opponents encountered in the first few rounds were not strong. Relying solely on equipment was enough to secure victory. However, after a few rounds, the quality of opponents noticeably improved. Among the women in the studio, Liang Rui and Fang Ying were eliminated in the 6th round due to bad luck. That's how competitions are, some rejoice while others lament. Players fought fiercely, and the forums became lively as well. Since the knockout rounds were not live-streamed, players' own recordings became extremely valuable, and various experts began to emerge one by one. Zheng Chen was leveling up by grinding monsters while watching the popular videos on the forum. Although his ranking in his previous life was not ideal, he still had some understanding of the first arena competition. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy leads to victory in every battle. Many things have changed since his rebirth, and it was very likely that unknown experts would appear. The most popular battle videos featured the leaders of several major guilds, and, of course, In Chang, as the first person to establish a guild, also attracted a lot of attention. However, compared to the overwhelming battles of the other guild leaders, In Chang's duel seemed somewhat ordinary. If it weren't for her unique skills that clearly indicated a hidden profession, she might not even make it onto the forum's popularity list. These guys, no matter how others change, they remain so strong. Just look at their equipment, it must all be golden level sets, Zheng Chen remarked as he watched their battles. He continued scrolling down and saw many familiar faces, including who had exchanged weapons with him before. Although he was a warrior, he had a unique understanding of swordsmanship, and his moves resembled martial arts rather than skills. Watching Jian Wuwen's matches was like watching an action movie. The moves were flashy and effective, and each victory ended with a spectacular finishing move, making it a visual treat. Was also a warrior. In his previous life, he had always dominated the level rankings because he had transitioned to the hidden profession of berserker, giving him a natural advantage in both PK and grinding due to his extreme physical output. The battle videos of Hua Jianyi Jiu were explosive, almost always chasing down opponents with astonishing attack speed. Once hit by his blade, it would be hard to escape. As more and more videos appeared on the forum, many hidden professions that were usually hard to see began to emerge, such as archers with elven bloodlines, tanks transformed into titans, and mages who sacrificed themselves to become bloodsuckers, among others. However, not every hidden profession could secure victory. Equipment, level, and combat awareness were all parts of strength. At this time, Zheng Chen was still half a bar of experience away from reaching level 35, but fortunately, he didn't have to participate in this lengthy knockout tournament, giving him some extra time. The mage equipment dropped in the Zuma cave was called the Lingfeng set, a top-notch silver-level set that mainly increased wind magic damage and agility. Zheng Chen chose to grind for equipment here mainly due to time constraints. Silver-level elite monsters and small monsters had a chance to drop the set, making it easy to gather while leveling up, whereas golden-level and above equipment sets could not be collected in just a day or two. After defeating the final boss in the Zuma cave, Zheng Chen finally gathered the Lingfeng set and also obtained a wind magic skill book. Wall of Gale. Wall of Gale controls the rapid flow of wind elements to form a wall of air that can block all flying projectiles from enemies, lasting 4 seconds with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Level 35 wind mage can learn at this moment. Zheng Chen had already gathered a complete set of the Lingfeng armor in his backpack, along with a level 35 epic staff dropped by the Red Blue Ghost and a bracelet gifted by the leader of the Moing tribe, all of which required him to reach level 35. Closing the forum, Zheng Chen directly activated the return to town, as he still had one evening and one morning to level up because the gathering time for the top 64 was at noon the next day. At that time, the representatives from the 4 main cities would be teleported to the central holy city together. Zheng Chen habitually filled up his potions and then went straight to the identification hall. The attributes of the silver armor did not need identification. This time, he mainly identified the level 35 epic staff, as the bracelet from the Moing tribe was already identified. The identification master, upon seeing Zheng Chen arrive, respectfully took the staff, gave a VIP discount, and without further ado, began the identification. With a burst of light, the attributes of the staff were finally activated. Qingyan staff level 35 quality, epic magic attack 1680 to 1896 intelligence plus 500 spirit plus 500 additional attribute, changes the fire attribute of the wielder to dark blue fire, which has adhesion, increasing the continuous damage of skills. Additional attribute increases fire attribute skill damage by 30%. Additional attribute increases fire attribute skill range by 15%. Additional skill old trick passive has a 10% chance to instantly reset the cooldown of released fire attribute skills, cooldown time 10 seconds. Zheng Chen's fire attribute skills were quite good, and with the additional attributes and skills from the staff, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Satisfied with the Qingyan staff, Zheng Chen did not linger too long, as the schedule for the arena Competition was tight and would not give players much preparation time. After entering the Holy City, players would directly start the elimination rounds until the top 8 were determined. The top PKs of the entire server were extremely exhausting, and a slight oversight could lead to losing all progress. Even Zhang Chen did not dare to be careless, aiming to level up to 35 as soon as possible, at least leaving a few hours for rest. The elimination rounds went on late into the night, and Zhang Chen was glad he didn't have to waste time on that. He leveled up while waiting for the final list. Finally, at 2 a.m., the top 16 list for Baihu City was announced. To Zhang Chen's surprise, Yin Qing actually advanced with the 16th place. It seemed that the Magic Warrior class was indeed very strong. Among those he was familiar with was Jian Wuan, who also bound to Baihu City, and Fa Bu Rongqing from the Fishing Net Studio was also on the list. He had a brief encounter with this person in the Thief Mountains, so he could at least not consider him an enemy. The president of the War God Guild, War God Tianxia, and the president of the Red Dust Guild, Lian Hongchen, although these two guilds had not yet been established, Zhang Chen was still quite familiar with these IDs as they were quite famous in his previous life. Zhang Chen, my sister made it into the top 16 of Baihu City. Impressive, right? Although it was very late, Du Xin was exceptionally excited. Yeah, considering her strength, it wasn't easy. Zhang Chen replied. Come on, is it that hard to admit someone is excellent? Haha. Zhang Chen could understand Du Xin's joy, but he really didn't want to flatter Yin Qing insincerely. I successfully advanced to the top 16 of Zhuke City. How about you? Look at me asking unnecessary questions. See you in the Holy City. Yu Ying. Xinghen sent 2 messages in a row. It seemed that her improvement was significant after successfully changing jobs, otherwise it would be difficult for her to reach such a height with her level. Okay. See you in the Holy City. Zhang Chen replied and then turned off the communication, focusing on leveling up. At this point, his level had already surpassed the 2nd place by 2 levels. Before breakfast was delivered, a burst of white light finally enveloped Zhang Chen's body, achieving the goal of level 35. Not continuing to stay in the game, Zhang Chen directly logged off and dove into bed. He had been too tired these past few days, with extended online hours that were exhausting even in the holographic simulation pod. Wait until I wake up and I'll wipe you all out, Zhang Chen mumbled before falling into a deep sleep. At 11:30 in the morning, Zhang Chen opened his eyes on time. Although his vision hadn't fully recovered, he was well aware of the positions of everything in the room. My mental strength has increased quite a bit. High-intensity use really does have an effect, Zhang Chen muttered to himself as he walked into the bathroom. After freshening up, he began to wolf down the already cold breakfast. In White Tiger City, within the Lord's Mansion. After several rounds of selection, the 16 of you will represent White Tiger City in battle. This time, you not only represent yourselves but also the face of White Tiger City. I hope everyone will strive to achieve the best results, the Lord of White Tiger City said to the 16 finalists below the steps. After the Lord finished his speech, an NPC resembling a military general stepped forward. I am the leader of this expedition from White Tiger City, Tiger Biao. Please wait a moment. When the auspicious time arrives, I will lead you all to the Holy City. After announcing, Tiger Biao stood aside and stopped speaking, while the Lord of White Tiger City had already left the hall, and the crowd began to whisper and chat. Zhang Chen, I didn't expect I could also make it into the top 16. Yin Qing said with some pride. Zhang Chen smiled slightly in response. Keep up the good work and aim for a good ranking. Jian Wuhan, seeing Zhang Chen there, also stepped forward and said with a smile, Brother, I can find battle videos of everyone in the top 16, but there's no information on you at all. You're a bit mysterious. Zhang Chen smiled and waved his hand, knowing that Jian Wuhan was someone with a strong desire to win and wasn't trying to get close just because they had exchanged weapons. He was simply curious about Zhang Chen's strength. Just luck, the opponents I faced were really weak. I won easily thanks to this top-notch weapon. Zhang Chen shook the epic staff in his hand, not wanting to explain too much, simply stating that he relied on good equipment. I didn't expect everyone to be so serious about the competition, yet here you are, the top of the level leaderboard, with no experience lost at all. A voluptuous female assassin approached, her ID being Rosemary. Zhang Chen looked her up and down. Her equipment didn't seem like a hidden profession. This person had sharp eyes and could see such details. He wondered who she was. Not at all, the mage profession does have an advantage. In leveling up, Zhang Chen replied perfunctorily. Brother, don't be overly modest. If we meet in battle, please show some mercy. Lawless from the Fishing Net Studio also came over. Zhang Chen had only encountered him once in the Banded Mountains, and he didn't expect to be called brother this time. I see many of you don't have a guild. Why not all join my War God Guild? White Tiger City must unite against the enemy. Only then can we avoid being left behind by the other 3 cities. The president of the War God Guild, War God World, suddenly interrupted everyone's conversation. Hey, don't you see the president of the top guild in the entire region standing there? You haven't even made it into the top 3, and you still have the nerve to recruit people here? An archer with the ID cloud-piercing arrow held an exaggerated giant bow, looking like a hidden archer profession. Please stop the discussion. The auspicious time has arrived. Please line up and follow me into the teleportation portal. Tiger Diao timely interrupted everyone's conversation, waving his hand as a teleportation portal appeared in the hall, signaling everyone to follow as he stepped in first. The 16 contestants were all experts, and at this moment they displayed the demeanor of masters, calmly and steadily following him in. The halo of light swirled, and soon everyone arrived at an open area, which was also a huge martial arts arena. At the four corners of the arena stood the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. A layer of barrier enveloped the arena, resembling a large dome covering the martial arts field, with an illusory Qilin guarding the center. The White Tiger corner of the arena was occupied by the top 16 from White Tiger City, and the other three corners also had competitors present. The arena was spacious, with more than 10 people standing in the corners, yet not even a single square tile of the arena was fully occupied. Wow, no wonder it's the central holy city, even the arena is so vast. This is more like it. That small arena before was really not favorable for us fragile classes. Exactly, if the preliminary elimination rounds had such an arena, most of the advancing classes would be warriors. The players in the martial arts arena began to discuss and express their feelings. Even Zhang Chen, revisiting the place, couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur of the holy city once again. Brave warriors, please be quiet. We will now proceed with the random grouping. To allow competitors to strive for better results for their respective countries, the first round of grouping will not include competitors from the same country. After the grouping is complete, the matches will be conducted in an elimination format. The final top 8 will receive substantial experience and prestige rewards, and the top 3 will receive ultimate rewards provided by the Holy City. Beside the martial arts arena was the referee's stand, and the one explaining the rules was a magician. With a flick of the magician's staff, projections like LCD screens lit up around the arena, which should be like magic here. The matches will continue. Those who cannot participate for personal reasons will be considered to have forfeited. Each match will last for 5 minutes, and those who deliberately delay the match will be deemed to be playing passively and will be judged as losing. The matches will be broadcast live throughout, so brave warriors, if you want to make a name for yourselves, seize the opportunity. As the referee finished speaking, the screens around displayed the list of the top 64 from each main city. After a brief flicker, the names settled, and a pyramid-shaped tournament bracket appeared. Whoever could climb to the top of the pyramid would be the strongest in the current holy domain. 5 minutes for a match, 32 matches means over 2 hours. Does this arena competition really have to last an entire day? Yin Qing quietly asked Zheng Chen. It's only a 5-minute limit. Do you think anyone can last the full 5 minutes in a PK without using potions? Let's first see who your opponent is. Zheng Chen replied, somewhat exasperated by Yin Qing's focus. Is it really her? And she's the second to compete. Yin Qing exclaimed in surprise after glancing at the tournament bracket following Zhang Chen's suggestion. Zheng Chen also shifted his gaze to the light screen, and to his astonishment, Yin Qing's opponent was indeed Yuing Xinghen, representing Vermilion Bird City. Moreover, both were hidden class warriors, and the battle between the two female warriors would surely attract significant attention. Zheng Chen glanced at his own matchup, which was against a female assassin named Hate the World Crazy Woman, representing Azure Dragon City. Their match was scheduled as the 12th, perfectly timed. If there are no other objections, the competition will officially begin. Please, competitors from each country, exit to the contestant seats. The first group of competitors, please enter the arena. The referee's announcement was crisp and straightforward, without unnecessary formalities. Victory through martial prowess required no further words. As the referee announced the entry of the first group of competitors, those originally on the arena were automatically teleported to the spectator seats, and the surrounding light screens focused all cameras on the arena. At this moment, not only was the Holy Domain game being broadcast live, but major platforms outside the game were also streaming it. With the increasing influence of the Holy Domain, winning in this competition could be said to be the best opportunity to achieve fame. The first match was a duel between a warrior and an archer. The warrior class has always been the most popular, and with the restrictions of the selection competition venue, the proportion of warriors among the top 64 contestants was relatively high. However, the situation on the final stage was completely different. Every contestant who advanced was formidable, and hidden classes were abundant. Additionally, the arena had become exceptionally spacious, which was much friendlier for ranged classes, making it less advantageous for warriors. Once the two contestants took their positions, the duel officially began after a simple 3-second countdown, just like the opening ceremony. The starting distance was fixed at about 20 meters, which was well within the archer's range, while the warrior needed to close in to within 15 meters to charge. The archer cleverly used the area skill arrow formation to restrict the warrior's advance, continuously retreating while launching a barrage of arrows. The warrior's movements were quite agile, dodging most of the arrows with a graceful sway. But eventually, when his health dropped to half, the archer retreated to the edge of the arena. Charge! The warrior's primary mobility skill was expected to dominate once the distance closed, but unexpectedly, the archer quickly broke free from the lock and leaped, stepping on the warrior's shoulder and surprisingly charging back out. Just as the crowd cheered for the archer, the warrior made an even more Spectacular move. The warrior's charge abruptly halted, and with both hands gripping the heavy sword, he leaned back, the sword tracing a perfect arc in the air before crashing down heavily on the archer's back, who had yet to jump far enough. Ugh! The archer let out a muffled groan, ultimately falling to the ground, paralyzed. The warrior seized the opportunity, not allowing the archer any chance to create distance, and directly secured the victory. The winner of the first match is the level 31 warrior Gao Fushai. The second match will begin in 1 minute. The referee announced the result, and both were teleported away, their states instantly restored. I thought the warrior would lose, but I didn't expect the situation to turn around so quickly, Yin Cheng whispered to Zhang Chen. Don't be fooled by the fact that this warrior isn't a hidden class, his gear is top-notch. If I'm not mistaken, it's at least a golden level set, and his weapon is also a golden level premium. No wonder he's named Gao Fushai, he must be wealthy, Zhang Chen remarked with a smile. Cut, if I had my family's approval, what's a little money to him? Yin Cheng said, somewhat dissatisfied with Zhang Chen's praise for someone else. You should think about how to perform in the match in half a minute. Being the president of the #1 guild and getting eliminated in the first round will definitely cause a stir. Zhang Chen reminded her. Just do my best in the match. If I lose, what can I do? Besides losing a bit of face, what else? Yin Cheng was already very happy to have made it to the top 64, so she was quite relaxed about her future ranking. If you were just you, your thoughts would be correct, but now you are the president of the #1 guild. Zhang Chen was quite aware of the online public opinion. A person with a prominent name could easily attract jealousy. Once someone with ill intentions magnified a small mistake, it could lead to severe criticism, which was the pressure that came with being #1. Yin Cheng clearly did not yet possess the strength to be #1, which was why Zhang Chen had not supported her in establishing the top guild, as it was a form of protection for her. The second match is about to begin. Please have both contestants enter the arena. The referee's voice rang out, and Yin Cheng disappeared from Zhang Chen's side, appearing on the stage. On the other side, Yuing Xinghen, representing Zhuke City, also appeared on the stage. The contrast of a beautiful woman practicing the warrior class was already significant, and the duel between the two beautiful warrior contestants attracted the attention of all the spectators. Although Yuing Xinghen had just recently transitioned to a holy knight, both her premium set from the class change and the rarity of her hidden class completely overshadowed Yin Cheng. In contrast, Yin Cheng was merely wearing a set of golden grade scattered equipment, with the only exceptional item being the epic grade two-handed greatsword in her hand. The two stood on the arena, equally beautiful, but the luxury of their equipment was immediately apparent. Yuing Xinghen's gear was resplendent, wielding a sword and shield, a radiant aura enveloping her, naturally making her the focus of this duel, causing many onlookers to become fans. 3, 2, 1, start. The countdown for the match quickly ended, and the word start flashed between the two. Initially, it was expected that both would rush to attack, but surprisingly, neither moved. Yin Cheng was being cautious, hoping the opponent would make the first move so she could counter. After all, the opponent's equipment and momentum were superior. Yuing Xinghen, however, was confident of victory. Her inaction was merely to tease Yin Cheng a bit. Sister, long time no see. You've been following Brother Zhang every day. Your strength must have improved quite a bit, right? Hee, Yuing Xinghen said in a friendly tone, though a hint of a smirk escaped at the end. Yin Cheng turned to glance at Zhang Chen and replied, I haven't heard that he has a sister like you. Zhang Chen stood awkwardly in the audience, not understanding why he was being dragged into their match. Viewers of the live broadcast were equally confused, but they vaguely sensed that the two women were talking about the same man. Although the opening did not feature intense fighting, the rivalry over a man was something everyone loved to watch, making them even more eager for the subsequent developments. My hidden class and this set of equipment are all thanks to Brother Zhang. Yuing Xinghen ignored Yin Cheng and smiled in Zhang Chen's direction. Yin Cheng had fought alongside Zhang Chen for a while, although there was no ambiguous relationship. Yuing Xinghen's words still made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. After all, which pampered girl wouldn't have a strong sense of possessiveness? The dialogue between the two was broadcast live, and what happened next made Zhang Chen even more embarrassed. Whether it was the referee's intention or the game system's bad humor, one of the screens unexpectedly showed Zhang Chen's figure, while another displayed Yuing Xinghen gazing at him with a radiant smile. Damn, it's him again. As if stealing the spotlight wasn't enough, now he's even trying to steal my goddess? Shameless. How? Is she your goddess? Who do you think you are? Stop arguing. We need to unite against the common enemy. We firmly oppose the monopoly of heavenly justice in the market. In just a few short exchanges, the audience's enthusiasm was ignited, and Zhang Chen, who was completely unrelated, was pushed into the spotlight. If the two contestants continue to chat, it will be considered a passive match, and their qualifications will be revoked. The referee's voice suddenly rang out, providing a timely reminder. Sister, then I won't hold back. Yuing Xinghen raised her shield, pointing her longsword at Yin Cheng. With a smile. Annoying, Yin Cheng replied impatiently, clearly irritated by Yuing Xinghen's theatrics. The duel between Yin Cheng and Yuing Xinghen ignited the passion of all the spectators. The two exceptional hidden classes were a perfect blend of beauty and strength. Blade of Holy Light. Yu Xinghan initiated the attack first, thrusting her long sword with all her might, a beam of sword light, shooting straight towards Yin Chang. Yin Qing raised her sword to block, although she managed to fend off this extremely swift strike. The next moment, Yu Xinghan had already appeared in front of her. Holy Light shield caught off guard. Yin Qing had no time to dodge. The impact of the golden shield sent her reeling backward, barely regaining her balance, only to be met with another Holy Light slash. A series of attacks flowed like water, and the competitors in the arena couldn't help but marvel, while those watching the live broadcast screamed in excitement. Yu Xinghan followed up with a smash and a horizontal slash, and as Yin Qing's body returned to normal, she did not retreat but raised her shield to defend her vital points, continuing to attack with her sword in one hand. Yin Chang was unaware that she had suffered a great loss from the Moonlit Star Scar's skill effect. Although her health was still relatively good, her heart was already ablaze with anger. As her body recovered, she immediately launched a counterattack. Blazing Fire Fang slash. With both hands, she enchanted her heavy sword with flames, attacking from below to above like the fangs of a beast. Even though Moonlit Star Scar was prepared for defense, she was still forced to retreat repeatedly from this strike. Blazing Triple Slash. Taking advantage of the momentum, Yin Qing unleashed 3 more slashes. The weight of the heavy sword combined with the speed of her swings meant that even with Moonlit Star Scar's excellent equipment, she was still firmly suppressed by Yin Qing's strength. Moonlit Star Scar did not back down either. After retreating a few steps, she finally raised her shield to block Yin Qing's final strike. The two women were evenly matched, exchanging blows without either gaining the upper hand. Brother Zhang, it seems these two have quite a deep friendship with you. To have 2 such strong female companions is truly a blessing. Zheng Chen was observing the match when No Mercy from the fishing net studio approached him, trying to strike up a conversation. They're just friends. You should focus on your own match, Zheng Chen replied, not wanting to elaborate further and hoping to change the subject. I'm already satisfied to have made it to the finals. The final ranking isn't important to me. I sent you many private messages the day before. I wonder if you saw them, Brother Zhang? No Mercy continued without stopping. I had some matters to attend to these past few days, so I turned off the communication system, Zhang Chen explained, having indeed shut it down for a while to concentrate on leveling up. I have a special task at hand, and it's not convenient to discuss it here. I hope you can get back to me after the match, No Mercy said quietly before retreating to a distance. Hearing this, Zheng Chen turned his gaze towards No Mercy, who smiled and nodded before returning his attention to the arena. At this moment, Moonlit Star Scar and Yin Chang were engaged in a fierce battle. The Holy Paladin was both offensive and defensive, with numerous control skills that could easily render her opponent immobile, allowing for a series of sword and shield combos. In contrast, Yin Qing, as a magic warrior, had a style that was bold and powerful, with the advantage of mixed physical and magical damage, excelling in both burst and sustain. Moonlit Star Scar relied on her equipment advantage, maintaining a higher health pool than Yin Qing, but Yin Qing had more skills at her disposal. After all, upon becoming a magic warrior, her previous skills did not conflict and could even be enhanced through enchantments. In comparison, Moonlit Star Scar's skills seemed somewhat lacking. The skills of a Holy Paladin required personal comprehension, and since she had only changed classes a couple of days ago, no matter how talented she was, she couldn't grasp the essence of them. Sunlight. Radiance. Moonlit Star Scar used her shield to block Yin Qing's attack, leveraging the force of Yin Qing's strike to retreat a few meters. Once she steadied herself, she pointed her sword to the sky and then swung it downward. A cylindrical beam of light quickly descended from the sky, directly hitting Yin Qing, who was unable to dodge in time. The beam flashed in, while dealing massive damage. It also stunned Yin Qing in place. Holy Light Blade. The distance of a few meters was crossed in an instant. A few seconds of attack was enough to accomplish many things, and Yin Qing's health continued to drop, making it seem as though the outcome of the battle was already determined. Is this the warrior class? What kind of world is this? A warrior actually used a ranged attack? That light beam was too fast. There's no way a person could dodge that skill. Faced with Moonlit Star Scar's skills, the players were abuzz with discussion. Not only was she both offensive and defensive, but she also had mid-range control skills with considerable damage, making her the object of envy and jealousy. The outcome is clear. It's my turn to perform in the next match. The assassin Rosemary from the audience in White Tiger City had already begun to stretch, seemingly tired of watching the duel between the two women. After all, beautiful women are always the enemies of ordinary women. Not necessarily. Jian Wuhen's gaze was like a torch, and he suddenly said. Zhang Chen nodded and said, the damage was just a bit short. The skill cooldown isn't enough. If she can seize that gap. Jian Wuhen turned to Zhang Chen and exchanged a knowing smile filled with mutual admiration. There were no more than 10 participants present who had such insight. As expected, after a few consecutive strikes, Yu Xinghan's skills all fell into cooldown, and relying solely on her one-handed sword's normal attack was indeed ineffective. Meanwhile, Yin Qing finally recovered from her dazed state, but her health was now below 1,000. Damn, just a little bit more, Yu Xinghan complained. It's my turn now, Yin Qing said angrily. For Split Huashan, Yin Qing unleashed a powerful attack skill, knocking back Yu Xinghan, who was in a defensive state, with a single sword strike. Flame Sword Chi. The enchanted heavy sword used the previously learned blade chi skill, unexpectedly adding flames to the emitted blade aura. Yu Xinghen was in the process of retreating and had no way to dodge the sword chi, having to brace herself and continue using her shield for defense. What is she doing? Knocking the opponent back is of no benefit to her. Ni Dai Xiang had misjudged earlier but still couldn't understand why Yin Chang would push Yu Xinghen back when her health was below 1000, clearly leaving her with only this one chance to counterattack. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up, seemingly knowing what Yin Qing was about to do next. Demon God, Earth Split. In an instant, Yin Qing pushed Yu Xinghen away with her skill, and with her heavy sword crossed in front of her chest, she plunged it fiercely into the arena, channeling all her magical power towards the center. The arena began to heat up gradually, the stone slabs started to crack, and finally, in the next second, it erupted, with rings of flames shooting out rapidly and densely, leaving no room to evade. Just as Yu Xinghen regained her balance and saw Yin Cheng preparing her ultimate move, she couldn't help but want to rush over to end the battle, only to be met with the surging rings of flames that had already erupted. No one expected that a player over level 30 could learn such a powerful move. Yu Xinghen was predictably sent flying into the air by the flame eruption, gradually being pushed back towards the outer circle by the waves of flames. This move, Demon God, Earth Split, was released at just the right moment, taking advantage of Yu Xinghen's impatience and fortuitously dealing full damage. Yu Xinghen's health had already been low, and when the last ring of flames finished erupting, only a few hundred health points remained. Just as Yu Xinghen thought the attack was over and she could counterattack, she caught a glimpse of a shadow out of the corner of her eye. Yin Chang was charging at her, using a rushing skill. You have quite the charm when it comes to acting cute, but you're still far from being able to fight, Yin Ching said quietly as she thrust her sword. The second match is over. Baihu City's Tianqing wins. The next match will begin in 1 minute. The referee announced the results directly. The second match, whether in terms of the contestants or the excitement of the battle, was impeccable, instantly pushing this large-scale event, the first officially hosted, to its climax. Yin Qing's victory relied entirely on the power of her skills. Demon God, Earth Split was a special type of skill. Even though the power would be significantly reduced when used by a player, if it dealt full damage, it was still enough to inflict massive damage. I didn't expect you to have such skills, Zheng Chen praised, as he watched Yin Qing return to the audience. You eliminated your ambiguous target and you still have the mood to joke with me? Yin Qing suppressed her trembling body but continued to jest. The tremors in Yin Qing's body were not from fear, they were entirely due to the excitement of the previous battle. From entering the sacred domain until now, this was the first time Yin Qing had taken PK so seriously, and fully unleashed her strength, and her body had yet to recover from the state of excitement. Hee hee, what a good little girl, insisting on learning such sharp-tongued speech. Zheng Chen chuckled lightly, without responding, while Yu Xinghen wore an angry expression. Losing the match was one thing, but Yin Qing's final taunt truly stung. Starting with high-profile provocation and maintaining the upper hand throughout the game, only to be turned around at the last moment and then being told, "You're far from it," was enough to shatter Yu Xinghen's mentality. Zheng Chen and Yin Cheng chatted and laughed casually, which undoubtedly felt like the last straw for Yu Xinghen. Damn it, one day I'll make you all pay, Yu Xinghen muttered to himself and chose to log off directly. Among the crowd in the audience of Zhuke City, one person noticed Yu Xinghen's change, none other than the president of the Gathering of Heroes, Ibo Yun Tian. You little brat, your luck with women is quite good, but not everyone is destined to enjoy the blessings of a united front, Ibo Yun Tian said with a playful smile. Ah Koan, help me get in touch with that female warrior from earlier after the match, Ibo Yun Tian instructed the assassin beside him. Yes. The third match soon began, featuring players from Qinglong City and Xuanwu City. Since one was a mage and the other an archer, this match felt somewhat bland compared to the previous one. Although both players were skilled in positioning and attacks, there was nothing particularly outstanding. In the end, the archer won the third match by slightly leveraging the advantage of range. The fourth match was one Zheng Chen was looking forward to, as it featured Jian Wuhen, who was right beside him. Jian Wuhen was incredibly strong, to the point that even Zheng Chen didn't have absolute confidence in winning. In his past life, this person only practiced swordsmanship and had defeated countless strong opponents with self-created techniques, relying solely on a long sword, without any hidden class bonuses. Opposite Jian Wuhen was an assassin, who immediately entered stealth mode as the match began. Typically, warrior class weapons are not sheathed, they are mostly held in hand and put into a backpack when not in use. Jian Wuhen's sword was different, it seemed he intentionally equipped his weapon with a sheath, keeping the long sword in hand at all times, giving him a heroic demeanor on the stage. Jian Wuhen did not move despite the opponent being invisible, he simply stood still, seemingly in a daze. To enhance the viewing experience for the audience, the invisible assassin appeared as a phantom to them. The assassin slowly moved, searching for an opportunity, but Jian Wuhen, who stood motionless, seemed to have vulnerabilities all over. Every time the assassin attempted to strike, a strong sense of danger would arise, leading to a stalemate. If you don't make a move, I won't give you another chance, Jian Wuhen suddenly spoke. The assassin was taken aback by his words, and in That moment, a cold light flashed towards him, so fast that even the highly agile assassin couldn't dodge in time. The cold gleam arrived first, followed by the sharp long sword piercing the enemy's neck. In the real world, it would have been a one-hit kill, but in the game, it only dealt a massive amount of damage. The assassin, struck, revealed himself from stealth, staring in horror at Jian Wuhan, disbelief written all over his face. "How did you know where I was?" the assassin said in terror, seemingly forgetting to resist. What awaited him was not an answer, but the flashing long sword. After a series of strikes, Jian Wuhan easily secured victory. Cold, fierce, and with exquisite swordsmanship, this was Zheng Chen's evaluation. The following matches were evenly matched, but they didn't catch Zheng Chen's eye. Although making it to the top 64 was impressive, they were ultimately just cannon fodder. Soon it was Zheng Chen's turn to compete, and by coincidence, his opponent was Ah Koen, one of Yi Bo Yun Tian's subordinates. Ah Koen's game ID was Sang Koen, and he was an exceptionally skilled assassin, as evidenced by his equipment and level, showing he was no ordinary player under Yi Bo Yun Tian. Winning or losing isn't important, just try to figure out Zheng Chen's bottom line. Ah Koen recalled the words of Yi Bo Yun Tian and couldn't help but grip the dagger tightly in his hand. Although Sang Koen's name sounded gloomy, his strength was undeniably impressive. However, he didn't know why his older brother always felt he couldn't compare to Zheng Chen. Even if he was a rogue against a mage, it should be easy to uncover their secrets. There was no need for the word try at all. Everyone says you're strong. Today, I'll give it a try. Sang Koen frowned slightly, his eyes filled with killing intent. If looks could kill, you'd probably already be the champion, Zheng Chen teased. Less talk, more action. The moment the countdown ended, Sang Koen vanished from his spot, and his speed increased significantly after going invisible. Tracking ice pillar. Zheng Chen chose not to stay still. He swayed left and right while retreating. The tracking ice pillar moved inconspicuously across the ground, completely ignored by everyone. Ice rain. Firewall technique. The two area control skills made the arena erupt with cheers, and the positioning of the firewall was particularly clever, completely blocking Sang Koen's line of sight. As everyone's attention was focused on Sang Koen and the two area attack skills, Zheng Chen quietly summoned two elements in his hands, using the reverse magic fusion technique. The two attribute spheres quickly took shape. Before anyone could react, Zheng Chen dashed forward, and after circling a few times, the tracking ice pillar finally caught the invisible Sang Koen. As Sang Koen turned into an ice block, Zheng Chen held the reverse fusion sphere with one hand and unleashed the damage a second early. The frozen Sang Koen was sent flying, his health already at its limit, and the next moment he appeared in the audience seats of Zhukei's city. What happened? Yi Bo Yun Tian, with an imposing presence, was not angry but rather disappointed that his trusted subordinate couldn't even last a round against Zheng Chen. I had already entered stealth, but I always felt like I was being discovered. I didn't expect. Sang Koen was at a loss for how to explain. Alright, remember what I told you. Yi Bo Yun Tian interrupted Sang Koen's explanation. As his gaze had already locked onto Zheng Chen, the two stared each other down, neither willing to back down until Zheng Chen was forcibly teleported back to the audience seats. Yi Bo Yun Tian was very dissatisfied with Sang Koen's performance. He hadn't even released his skills before being discovered and eliminated. But the matter was settled, and he could only remind him not to forget to contact Yuing Xinghen before turning his attention back to the arena. Brother Zhang, impressive skills. You actually caught a rogue in stealth, Jian Wuhen said to Zheng Chen, who had been teleported back to the audience. Not at all, Brother Jian is the real deal. To be able to seal the throat of a hidden rogue with a single sword is truly unprecedented. Zheng Chen began to reciprocate the flattery. When it came to banter, Zheng Chen was quite skilled. He wouldn't casually reveal his ability to use mental power. But how Jian Wuhen could see through the rogue's invisibility was indeed a puzzling matter. Brother Zhang, you're too modest, such small tricks are nothing to mention, Jian Wuhen humbly replied, then turned his gaze back to the arena, falling silent. Zheng Chen also tactfully withdrew his gaze. He didn't want his secrets to be known, and Jian Wuhen naturally had his own cards he didn't want to reveal. Among experts, there needed to be a tacit understanding of not probing too deeply. Zheng Chen, I figured it out. There probably isn't a single opponent for you in the top 64. No wonder you advanced directly without even participating in the preliminaries, Yin Sheng whispered to Zheng Chen. First, thank you for the compliment, Miss Yin, but there are indeed a few tricky opponents among these people, Zheng Chen said, scanning the audience seats of the four main cities and still spotting a few strong presences. The three guild leaders of the Gathering Hall, the Greedy Wolf Guild, and the Heartless Guild need no further introduction. Whether in combat awareness or level of equipment, they are formidable competitors. Among the others, Jian Wuhen counts as one, along with a jug of wine among flowers who has transitioned to a berserker, the veiled elven archer, and a titan inheritor from Xuanwu City. Of course, these are all easily discernible to Zheng Chen. Among these dozens of people, there are bound to be some who are well hidden. Until the actual battle, no one knows the true strength of everyone. As expected, the subsequent matches unfolded as Zheng Chen anticipated, with the three guild leaders winning almost overwhelmingly. After all, the hard advantage of equipment is a chasm that is difficult to cross. The duel of a jug of Wine Among Flowers was particularly frenzied, wielding a heavy sword that could be swung effortlessly with both hands. Both the power and attack speed far exceeded that of ordinary warriors. Although much of the defensive capability was sacrificed, the resulting attack intensity was quite impressive. As soon as a jug of wine among flowers got close to his opponent, it was almost as if he was being chopped from head to toe, with attacks that were broad and powerful, fully embodying the characteristics of a berserker. The veiled elven archer was also very strong. Her tall figure, even when covered, exuded beauty. Though she was tall, her movements were exceptionally agile. Armed with a lightweight bow, her shooting speed and accuracy surpassed those of ordinary classes. Most importantly, the elven archer's attacks carried a wood attribute, and some special skills would cause her arrows to have control effects like vines. Some arrows would even make the struck target sprout vines that continuously drained their life force as nourishment. The seemingly beautiful elven archer was nonetheless classified as a danger by Zhang Chen. The player who inherited the Titan bloodline was like a mountain, charging at enemies with reckless abandon. Although slightly less agile, the principle of overwhelming strength allowed him to wear down opponents, and it was difficult for those with average equipment to inflict significant damage on him. Zhang Chen had anticipated the strength of these individuals, but he still overlooked one person. This individual had also been in the audience but was ignored by Zhang Chen. It wasn't due to negligence on Zhang Chen's part, rather, as an assassin, this person had a remarkable ability to conceal their presence, and even without using stealth skills, they blended into the background like a chameleon. This person's ID was simply Yin, and true to their name, their hiding ability was indeed strong. Their lethality during matches was even greater. Unlike traditional assassins, this person fought more like a warrior, albeit wielding a short blade. Most assassins would first go invisible to find an opportunity, but he charged straight in to engage in a brawl. During the brawl, he always managed to leave opponents in a daze, occasionally making them feel as if they had lost their target. While others would go invisible directly, he always had an elusive quality, making it seem like he had vanished, only for opponents to realize he was right there the next moment. Yet when the attack landed, they would find he was nowhere to be seen, leading to a bewildering defeat for his opponents. In fact, the other competitors were not weak either. However, for Zhang Chen, there were only a few who posed any real threat. Although he was focused on these individuals, he wouldn't be afraid when it came to actual combat. He even felt that the strong contenders in this tournament were somewhat lacking. The first round of matches quickly concluded, and the top 32 competitors finally emerged. Some of the eliminated players chose to return to town to complete quests, while others stayed behind to witness the upcoming matches. The first round of matches has ended. There will be no protective mechanism for the same faction in the next round. The matches will proceed according to the match schedule, with the winner of the first match facing the winner of the second match, and so on. The referee was as straightforward as ever, directly announcing the schedule, and the battle chart appeared on the light screen in a timely manner. The eliminated players turned black, while the 32 advancing players were marked with red lines, meeting their adjacent opponents in the chart. This match is worth watching. The rich beauty versus the rich handsome guy. Go for it. Zheng Chen smiled at Yin Qing. Just a level 31 warrior, no hidden class and relying solely on equipment. He shouldn't be as strong as Moonlit Star, right? Seeing that her opponent was another warrior, Yin Qing felt she had already won a third of the battle. Don't be careless, give it your all. The 5-minute break. After the first round of elimination quickly passed, and Yin Qing was once again teleported to the arena, facing the rich handsome guy who had won the first match. As Yin Qing took the stage again, the audience's enthusiasm reignited, and even the remaining contestants were taken aback. Although Yin Qing felt she had a greater chance of winning, she did not underestimate her opponent. As soon as the match began, she enchanted her heavy sword, wielding a flaming greatsword that deterred anyone from approaching. Just when everyone thought the rich handsome guy was bound to lose, he unexpectedly changed his outfit. On the spot, donning a set of top-tier fire-resistant heavy armor that not only provided fire protection but also had absurdly high physical defense. After the change, the two exchanged blows, and while the rich handsome guy didn't lose much health, Yin Qing suffered a hidden disadvantage. After several exchanges, the shortcomings of the magic warrior became apparent. If the opponent had high magic and physical defense, this relatively balanced class struggled to perform. Are you kidding me? Did you deliberately buy a full set of top-tier equipment just to target me? Yin Qing shouted angrily while attacking. Sorry, beautiful, you misunderstood. I'm not targeting you, I'm targeting everyone present, the rich handsome guy said fearlessly. For someone to say such a thing, even the leaders of the major guilds wouldn't dare to speak out. This young man named Rich Handsome Guy must be from some prominent family. Yin Qing and the Rich Handsome Guy were soon teleported out of the arena. The Rich Handsome Guy returned to the viewing area in Xuanwu City, looking smug, while Yin Qing stood in a corner, dejected, clearly unwilling to accept being stopped at the top 32. Zhang Chen walked up to comfort her, saying, getting into the holy city is already impressive. Being in the top 32 means you've surpassed 99% of the players. Zhang Chen didn't say much, just a simple sentence. A kind word warms 3 winters. With Zhang Chen's comfort, Yin Cheng's mood improved, and she smiled and nodded. In fact, Zheng Chen was entirely trying to console Yin Cheng. The advantage of hidden classes in the early stages was significant, otherwise, with Yin Cheng's strength, it would have been difficult for her to reach this point. Of course, as the game progressed, Yin Cheng would also improve. The quality of the top 32 elimination matches had clearly risen to another level, with each contestant being exceptionally strong, and the duration of the matches increased significantly, with some even lasting the full 5 minutes, requiring damage assessment to determine the winner. As Zheng Chen had anticipated, several contestants hid their strength in the first round, only to reveal it in the second round. The most representative was a Poison Master, a hidden class of the priest, who not only had healing abilities but could also use poison to unleash their potential, inflicting continuous poison damage on enemies, causing dizziness, slowing, and reducing healing effects, among other negative statuses, making them almost a bug in one-on-one matches. There was also a warrior skilled with a spear, who performed mediocrely in the first round but shone brightly in the second round, executing flawless spear techniques that combined offense and defense, forcing opponents to retreat step by step. Zheng Chen's opponent in the second round was a familiar face from the same faction. Law does not allow emotions. Both were mages, but the outcome had long been determined. Law does not allow emotions was also quite helpless. He had hoped to advance a couple more rounds to promote his fishing net studio, but unexpectedly encountered Zheng Chen in the second round. Brother, although I am not your match, I will still do my best. Please give me your guidance, Fa Buronqing said, neither humble nor arrogant. Go for it. Zheng Chen replied without reservation. Although Fa Buronqing clearly had some strength as a fellow mage, it was impossible for him to defeat Zheng Chen. Being too modest would only seem hypocritical. Fa Buronqing was a fire mage, and as soon as the countdown ended, a fire phoenix was unleashed. This was a common opening skill for fire mages. The fire phoenix didn't have much destructive power, but if hit, it would knock the target down and leave a fire mark, increasing subsequent fire damage. Strong gale, a wall of wind rose up in front of Zheng Chen, directly blocking the incoming fire phoenix. The swift winds instantly tore the fire phoenix apart, scattering it in mid-air. Fa Buronqing clearly didn't think the fire phoenix would have any effect. His follow-up attacks had long been prepared. A series of fireballs flew in from all directions, and a firewall was directly established at Zheng Chen's feet. Fa Buronqing had always prided himself on his rapid casting speed. Having released 3 skills in quick succession, he was already preparing for his 4th skill, Meteor Shower. Because the range of Meteor Shower was large and its attack power was strong, the casting time was relatively longer. He thought that the barrage of fireballs combined with the firewall would be enough to hold Zheng Chen back for a while, but unexpectedly, Zheng Chen used a double jump to instantly create distance. Wow, can mages jump that far? Fa Buronqing exclaimed, looking at Zheng Chen as if he were a monster. I admit you are strong, but I am stronger. Zheng Chen raised both hands above his head, continuously gathering fire elements through his left-hand staff. A massive fireball appeared above him, larger than any he had conjured before, with fire elements still being infused into it. Brother, this is a bit too exaggerated, isn't it? Fa Buronqing's meteor shower skill finally finished casting. The 15-meter radius around Zheng Chen was within the skill's range, and one by one, flaming meteors began to crash down to the ground. Both in power and visual effect, it was perfect. Do you think this is just grinding monsters? You stand still to output while piking with me? Sigh. Zheng Chen paid no attention to the meteor shower and pushed the massive fireball forward, suddenly lamenting, You think you can hit me with such a slow flying speed? Brother, are you underestimating me too much? Seeing the fireball flying slowly, Fa Buronqing couldn't help but feel speechless. Zheng Chen was also standing still to output, and moreover, he didn't even try to escape the range of Fa Buronqing's skill, instead conjuring such a large fireball to attack him. At that speed, he could easily dodge even if he crawled. Just as Fa Buronqing finished speaking, his body suddenly stiffened and then turned into an ice sculpture. It turned out that while Zheng Chen was executing the double jump, he had already released a tracking ice pillar. Everyone had been distracted by the countless small fireballs in the firewall, and then by Zheng Chen's enormous fireball. Even Fa Buronqing, who was in the midst of battle, had carelessly overlooked a small ice pillar moving on the stage. Zheng Chen shrugged, casually moving his body to dodge the falling meteor shower. Meteor Shower was a relatively important skill for fire mages, but its drawback was that it took too long to activate. The meteors fell from few to many over several seconds, and without subsequent skills to restrict the enemy, it was hard to achieve a good effect. It's not that I underestimate you, it's that you underestimate me too much, Zheng Chen said, shrugging. Before the meteor shower skill could show its best effect, Zheng Chen's massive fireball had already engulfed Fa Buronqing. The enormous fireball gradually eroded Fa Buronqing's body, and when the fireball disappeared, Fa Buronqing's health bar had long since reached 0, and the meteor shower in the sky instantly dissipated. Back in the audience, Fa Buronqing laughed at himself, saying, I'm really foolish. How could someone as strong as you make such a low-level mistake? I'm ashamed. Where did you get the skill book for meteor shower? I spent a fortune and still haven't received it. Zheng Chen was concerned about the skills of the ruthless law, seemingly unfazed by the victory. Upon hearing this, the ruthless Law wrapped an arm around Jing Chen's shoulder just as the light screen was broadcasting Jing Chen as the victor. Our fishing net studio specializes in accepting various commissions and has various equipment skill books for sale. Friends in need, please contact me in a timely manner. Just call and little FA will be there anytime. The ruthless Law surprisingly used Jing Chen's camera to advertise. Although the ruthless Law lost the match during the live broadcast, they managed to promote their business, which naturally had a very good effect, somewhat compensating for the regret of losing. You little rascal are really cunning. Be careful, I come to collect endorsement fees from you. We're friends, so don't be so calculative. If there's something good, I'll think of you first. Alright, you keep it up. With the boss adding friends, I'm off to do business, he. The ruthless Law showed a sly smile, casting aside the gloom of losing. After finishing a wave of advertising with Zheng Chen, the ruthless Law indeed achieved a good effect and casually chatted with Zheng Chen for a few moments before running off to contact business. Zheng Chen glanced around the arena. Among the eliminated participants, aside from Yuing Xinghen who left in anger, the others remained in the audience to continue watching the matches. After all, the Holy City was not a place one could enter casually. Who wouldn't want to stay here a little longer? The upcoming matches were also quite exciting, but Zheng Chen had no heart to cheer. For him, it was enough to know the general situation of the victors. Whether the matches were thrilling or not was of no importance. After a tense series of confrontations, the final list of the top 16 appeared on the light screen. Although not absolute, these 16 individuals could be considered the strongest in the current stage of the Holy Domain. The rankings were in the order of the draw, without distinction. 1. Gao Fu Shuang. Level 31, Warrior, Xuanwu City. 2. Yin, Level 32, Assassin, Hidden Class, Juke City. 3. Iba Yuntian, Level 33, Warrior, Juke City. 4. Chuan Yunjian, Level 32, Sniper, Hidden Class, Baihu City. 5. Linglong, Level 33, Elf Archer, Hidden Class, Qinglong City. 6. Yushuatian, Level 32, Assassin, Qinglong City. 7. Dashan, Level 32, Titan, Hidden Class, Xuanwu City. 8. Jishui Yulan, Level 33, Dark Summoner, Hidden Class, Xuanwu City. 9. Huajiani Hujio, Level 34, Berserker, Juke City. 10. Tian Langsing, Level 33, Warrior, Qinglong City. 11. Uishanshan Tian, Level 32, Paladin, Baihu City. 12. Tiangjiang Jinni, Level 35, All System Mage, Baihu City. 13. Hanmang, Level 32, Warrior, Qinglong City. 14. Midiexiang, Level 32, Assassin, Baihu City. 15. Jian Wuwen, Level 33, Warrior, Baihu City. 16. Nian Bai, Level 32, Fist Master, Xuanwu City. The top 16 list was displayed sequentially on the light screen, with adjacent individuals becoming new opponents, some rejoicing while others were disheartened. Zheng Chen was indifferent about who he would face. After all, his goal was the championship. Although the test given by the Lord of Baihu City was only for the top 3, Zheng Chen knew that the reward for first place was the best. Although the reason had not been announced yet, the first place in his previous life had received a reward of pseudo-artifact level items. Brother, I'll transfer you 100,000 star coins. Let me win the match, how about it? Just as Zheng Chen was lost in thought, he suddenly received a private message from Zhanshan Tian. Zheng Chen turned to glance disdainfully at Zhanshan Tian and silently closed the chat box without replying. 200,000 star coins, Zhanshan Tian persisted. Don't do something that makes you look pathetic, I'll let you lose more gracefully, Zheng Chen replied. Zhanshan Tian looked at the reply he received, his expression fluctuating. If the opponent were anyone else, Zhanshan Tian would have confidence in battling them, but not against this Tiangjiang Jingyi. Since the first video of Zheng Chen went viral on the forum, War God World had studied it carefully. Whether it was combat awareness or damage control, he felt inferior, and as the research deepened, this sense of disparity grew larger. It wasn't that War God World was afraid of losing, it was just that forming a guild had already fallen behind others. He originally wanted to gain some fame through official events to establish a reputation for his War God Guild, but unexpectedly encountered him here. If he wanted to attract attention, he at least had to make it into the top 8. In the gaming world, no one remembers second place, let alone the top 16. Don't be too arrogant, I just want to save my strength for the enemies ahead. War God World quickly changed his tone, trying to salvage some face. I advise you to go all out, at least that way, it won't look like you're playing passively. The conversation between Zheng Chen and War God World came to an end. During the brief rest period, each contestant felt a bit nervous, as waiting was always the hardest part. Rest time is over, the match continues. The first match is Rich Handsome vs Hidden. With the referee's command, the anxious crowd let out a sigh of relief. The first thing Rich Handsome did upon teleporting to the arena was to don a full set of heavy armor. It is well known that assassins rely on burst damage, and high defense is key to victory. In contrast, Hidden stood on the stage without any expression and showed no weapon in hand. In previous matches, although Hidden was an assassin, his combat style had always been aggressive, relying on his high agility to engage in close combat with ever-changing tactics. 3, 2, 1, the countdown ended, and Hidden disappeared from his original spot. Rich Handsome moved toward the center, wildly swinging his weapon, trying to prevent Hidden from getting close. However, unexpectedly, just a few steps forward, Hidden appeared behind him, a short blade pressed against Rich Handsome's neck. What? Stealth reduces movement speed. How can he be so fast? The audience gasped in surprise. Even Zhang Chen had to be astonished. An assassin's stealth indeed reduces movement speed, yet this Hidden was faster after going invisible, and he managed to evade Rich Handsome's attacks while taking a wide arc. Such speed was truly remarkable. Clang! The short blade did not pierce Rich Handsome's neck. The neck guard beneath the exquisite heavy helmet blocked the attack, causing only a few hundred points of damage. Wow, where did this kid find so much top-tier equipment? Is this the power of money? The audience murmured. Hidden did not give up despite the failed attack, engaging Rich Handsome in a fierce struggle with the short blade like a warrior. An inch longer is stronger, an inch shorter is more dangerous. Hidden always managed to bypass Rich Handsome's sword's optimal striking point, making each of his short blade attacks feel like lethal killing moves rather than skills. Although Rich Handsome's equipment was strong, he was continuously suppressed by Hidden's rhythm, and ultimately, unable to keep up with Hidden's attack speed, he fell into the corner of the arena. Congratulations to Hidden for successfully advancing to the top 8, the referee announced. The camera on the light screen focused on the victor Hidden standing in the arena. Kill, find me. The cold 4 words came from Hidden's mouth, and it took a while for everyone to realize that this kid was actually advertising for himself. The second match is Righteous and Chivalrous versus Cloud-Piercing Arrow. The strength of Righteous and Chivalrous goes without saying. His equipment is also top tier. The reason he hasn't switched to any hidden profession is definitely not due to a lack of hidden profession scrolls, but rather that he wouldn't easily be swayed by ordinary professions. Cloud-Piercing Arrow stood on the arena, taking out a massive bow. Just looking at the bow's body, one could tell it had a long range. Looking at the name of his hidden profession, it was clear that his hit rate was extremely high. The countdown ended, and Ibo Yun Tian charged forward with an epic-level battle knife in hand, while Chuan Yun Jian kicked off the ground, his pair of wind wings spreading out as he flew into the air. I will only shoot one arrow. If you catch it, I will consider myself defeated, Chuan Yun Jian shouted, drawing his massive bow to its full extent, the arrow much thicker than a regular one. Ibo Yun Tian stopped, knowing that running around would be futile since he had already been marked, indicating that the arrow likely had a tracking effect. Wind wings was a common skill among all professions, allowing a person to hover briefly in midair, and with increased strength, it could even help one fly. It was a difficult skill to obtain. Chuan Yun Jian hovered in the air, his skill already locking onto Ibo Yun Tian. Although he claimed he would only shoot one arrow, he was in an invulnerable position. Ibo Yun Tian stood still, his battle knife guarding his chest, realizing that running was pointless. He could only focus intently on his airborne opponent. Chuan Yun Jian did not take long to charge his shot. With a buzzing sound from the bowstring, the arrow, enveloped in an exaggerated aura, shot towards Ibo Yun Tian. That heaven-shocking arrow was as thick as a small tree, and just the momentum of the skill was enough to take down any player over level 30. It was uncertain how Ibo Yun Tian would respond. The arrow flew swiftly towards Ibo Yun Tian's chest, and despite his quick reflexes, the arrow had already left its original position when it was released, but Chuan Yun Jian's skill had a tracking effect. No matter how fast Ibo Yun Tian reacted, he could not outpace the arrow's speed, and Chuan Yun Jian awaited victory with a smile. Just when everyone thought the outcome was certain, Ibo Yun Tian rolled backward and halted, his battle knife slicing through the air in a perfect arc from behind. Open! Ibo Yun Tian shouted, accurately striking the arrow's center with his knife, stepping forward into a bow stance and astonishingly blocking the arrow. To block such a guaranteed hit in this manner surprised everyone present, and the spectators erupted in cheers. This moment was destined to be celebrated as a classic. Just when everyone thought it was all over, Ibo Yun Tian's battle knife flashed with golden light, splitting the blocked arrow in half. The thrilling moment passed in an instant, leaving only Ibo Yun Tian sheathing his knife. So, what will it be? Continue fighting or keep your promise? Ibo Yun Tian said calmly. At that moment, Chuan Yun Jian landed as his wind wings duration ended, surprised but directly sheathing his weapon. I concede, Chuan Yun Jian said nonchalantly. Chuan Yun Jian's adherence to his promise earned the audience's approval, and the splendor of his skill attracted countless fans. As the victor, Ibo Yun Tian's execution of the skill was impressive, and his final inquiry after sheathing his knife was incredibly domineering. Second match, Ibo Yun Tian wins, the referee announced. On the light screen, Ibo Yun Tian appeared calm and suddenly spoke. The Zhu Tang Guild welcomes you to join. No one expected the seemingly domineering Ibo Yun Tian to suddenly promote a guild. Although it was unexpected, the effect was quite good. After all, Zhu Tang was the second guild established in the entire region, and with the president Ibo Yun Tian's brilliant performance, many casual players felt that following him was undoubtedly the right choice. The officials also seemed eager to give participants a chance to gain fame, and these simple promotional advertisements were tacitly approved. The third match, relatively speaking, did not attract much attention. If it weren't for the presence of Ling Long, the beautiful elf, it was unlikely anyone would have come to watch among these famous figures. Third match, Ling Long vs Yu Shuetian. The referee briefly introduced the competitors, and the two were directly teleported to the arena. Linglong wore a light veil, her tall figure accentuated by the uniquely cool attire of an elven archer. The pale green sheer skirt sparked endless imagination, and her long, slender legs made the viewers of the live stream scream in excitement. The competitors in the viewing seats of the holy city also found their gazes unintentionally drawn to Linglong, seemingly forgetting about the bloodbath sky opposite her. Though the beauty is stunning, I won't hold back. Bloodbath Sky, feeling ignored, couldn't help but assert his presence. I've heard that too many times. Linglong replied with a light laugh. The match soon began, and Bloodbath Sky wasted no time entering stealth mode immediately. Through his movements, Zheng Chen realized that Bloodbath Sky was a very patient assassin. Although he hadn't changed to a hidden class, he had clearly mastered his current profession. The most annoying aspect of an assassin is remaining hidden, causing the opponent to become anxious and disorganized through mastery. In contrast, Linglong remained calm, simply applying buffs to herself. Waves of green light enveloped her, and based on Zheng Chen's experience, these were likely buffs that increased agility, accuracy, and other attributes, blessings unique to the elven race. The butterfly. Fairy Linglong quickly finished applying her buffs and summoned a butterfly spirit, which was beautiful enough to match the title of fairy. After the butterfly fairy appeared, it flew around Linglong, and upon closer inspection, the powder falling from its wings began to cover the surroundings. Bloodbath Sky seemed to sense something was off. If he didn't act soon, he might be discovered. He chose not to attack from behind, as most people would consider that the most dangerous position and would be on high alert. Instead, Bloodbath Sky launched an attack from Linglong's side, targeting her right hand holding the short bow. Choosing to attack from the right side was also quite strategic. If Linglong wanted to defend, she would first have to turn sideways, and the attack on the outer side of her right arm would first make contact with the back of her hand, making it difficult to defend against. Linglong's reaction was incredibly swift. Just as Bloodbath Sky was about to hit, she slightly pushed off with her right leg, her entire body leaping far away. Then, she drew her bow and shot 3 arrows at an astonishing speed before landing. Bloodbath Sky, frustrated by his missed strike, knew that continuing to remain hidden would put him at a disadvantage, so he charged forward, using his dagger to deflect the arrows and recklessly attacked. Given Linglong's defensive capabilities, it would be hard for her to withstand a series of combos from an assassin. However, Bloodbath Sky underestimated the elven archer. Linglong's movement speed was fast, and with the enhancement of her archer skills, Bloodbath Sky found himself in a passive position, taking hits. The shortbow's firing speed was rapid, and Bloodbath Sky's health began to dwindle. Blood escape. Bloodbath Sky finally couldn't hold on any longer and used the blood escape skill to force himself into invisibility, but Linglong's arrows seemed to have a mind of their own, always finding his position. The battle was intense, while the spectators outside were buzzing with discussion. The holy domain seems unfriendly to assassins. How can everyone find the hidden assassin? If the assassin's invisibility fails, what's the difference from being a salted fish? Zheng Chen, I'm not surprised you can find the assassin's position, but how can this archer see through the assassin's invisibility too? Yin Qing couldn't help but ask. Butterfly powder. Bloodbath Sky is covered in butterfly powder, and that elven archer must have a special method to sense its presence, Zheng Chen explained. In reality, the butterfly powder from the butterfly fairy was not obvious, only with special means could it be seen, and ordinary people couldn't perceive it at all. Clearly, Linglong was not an ordinary person. In the end, Bloodbath Sky, infuriated, chose to concede before being completely worn down. Being beaten like this was quite embarrassing, especially since the match was being broadcast live to the entire server and even external media. Third match, Elven Archer Linglong wins. The judge announced that Linglong had won and had just been teleported off the stage when a stunning beauty appeared, the president of the Forgetting Emotion Guild, Jishui Yulan. The fourth match, Dashin vs. Jishui Yulan. Speaking of Jishui Yulan, she had a deep-seated grudge against Zheng Chen. After all, Zheng Chen had killed her once, but this woman had never sought revenge, proving she was not just a pretty face. In her previous life, being one of the 3 major guilds, Jishui Yulan was certainly not a simple character, and now having changed her class to a dark summoner, she was truly formidable. Zheng Chen, who do you think will win between the two? Yin Qing asked softly. What do you think, sword brother? Zheng Chen passed the question to the nearby Jian Wuhan. I think that Dashin is too big and will likely get entangled by the summoned creatures, probably won't even get close to his opponent's main body. Jian Wuhan was not as cold as a swordsman, appearing quite talkative. Heroes see alike. Zheng Chen's gaze flickered, although he had his own answer in mind, he merely smiled in agreement. Jian Wuhan also smiled and glanced at Zheng Chen, not continuing the conversation. You guys are betting like this? Since you think Jishui Yulan will win, then I'll bet on that big guy winning. Yin Shang was dissatisfied with their answers and spoke to herself. The duel between Jishui Yulan and Dashin quickly began. In comparison, Dashin had little fame. If it weren't for his hidden class, no one would expect any miracles in this match. Dashin stood about 2.1 meters tall, his body covered in large muscles, while Jishui Yulan appeared tiny in front of him, but PK was never about size. Zishue Yulan took the initiative, directly summoning several zombies, followed by ghouls, wraiths, and other undead creatures. If it were on a wild battlefield, Zishue Yulan would have summoned even more, as she could utilize the corpses of monsters and wandering souls. Although it wasn't as abundant as in the wild, she still summoned a dark mass. The level of the summoned creatures was based on the player's level, rounded down. Zishue Yulan was level 33, so her summons were all level 30. Dashin wielded a 1.5 meter blunt stick and charged fearlessly into the crowd of summoned creatures. The summoned creatures were far more agile than Dashin, and once they got close, they all pounced on him. Facing the bites of the summoned creatures, Dashin seemed unfazed, using his left hand to throw off a zombie that had clung to him, while his right hand began to swing the stick. The zombies, skeletons, and other summoned creatures simply couldn't withstand that overwhelming force, and were sent flying. Just as the match began, unexpectedly, Dashin gained the upper hand. Although Zishue Yulan had a grand presence, she seemed unable to withstand Dashin's attacks. Zishue Yulan was not in a hurry, hiding behind her summoned creatures while continuously chanting spells, clearly preparing to unleash a powerful skill. Sure enough, as Zishue Yulan finished casting, a ghostly white tiger appeared on the stage, its size sufficient to rival Dashin. With the addition of the ghostly white tiger, the pressure on the other summoned creatures was significantly reduced, and Zishue Yulan was still replenishing the number of basic summons. With the summoned creatures blocking the way, Zishue Yulan didn't need to move much, maintaining a distance of about 20 meters from Dashin. Dashin showed no fear against the ghostly white tiger. His massive stick swung rapidly, each strike able to push back the fiercely charging tiger. But since the summoned creatures lacked souls, as long as their health bars didn't hit zero, they wouldn't fear retreating, making them quite troublesome. Is that all you've got? You really think you can stop me? Dashin understood that clearing the summoned creatures was futile. He suddenly stomped his right foot, causing the ground within a 2-meter radius to tremble, and the monsters collapsed in a heap. He retracted his stick and charged forward with his right shoulder leading. Titan charge. Dashin ran with all his might, his speed increasing rapidly, and the summoned creatures were directly knocked aside. Even the nether white tiger couldn't stop his pace. Zishue Yulan didn't expect Dashin to have such a move. With the distance not being far and no other options, she could only run as fast as she could to dodge. Little did she know, Dashin's skill was not like an ordinary warrior's charge. As long as Dashin's strength didn't wane, theoretically, he could keep running indefinitely. How could Zishue Yulan's speed compare to Dashin using his skill? In the end, she was caught up by Dashin and was knocked away with a shoulder charge. Before Zishue Yulan could get up from the ground, a large hand had already grasped her neck, while another hand clenched into a fist and swung down towards her face. This body is too strong, right? Wow, really doesn't understand how to cherish beauty. Daring to bully the president of the major guild like this. After the arena match, this person might be done for. The audience watched in shock, and the murmurs were louder than in any previous match. After all, this big guy was just too violent. I concede, Zishue Yulan hurriedly said before the fist could hit her face. Dashin's fist couldn't be retracted in time and only slightly deviated, striking the ground of the arena instead, with shattered stone chips splattering onto Zishue Yulan's face, proving that her concession was not wrong. The fourth match progressed extremely quickly, with Dashin winning in a flash. Fourth match, Xuanwu City, Dashin, victory. Im Cheng, seeing Dashin win, shouted happily, "See, I guessed right." Zheng Chen and Jian Wuhan just smiled, not feeling awkward for guessing wrong. Zishue Yulan's profession should be quite terrifying in the later stages, Jian Wuhan suddenly said. It can be considered like having an extra army. After all, during team battles, she can completely hide at the back. Zheng Chen agreed. Just don't know if her summoned creatures have distance limits. If it's a free casting skill, that would be too overpowered, Jian Wuhan continued. Fifth match, Huajiani Hujio vs Sirius. Sirius is the president of the Tanlang Guild, and his hard strength is still quite strong. Coupled with top-notch equipment, he had a back-and-forth battle with Huajiani Hujio. However, Huajiani Hujio's Berserker class was incredibly powerful. Aside from using skills, his normal attack speed was more than twice that of Sirius, ultimately losing to Huajiani Hujio due to the difference in profession. Fifth match, Juke City, Huajiani Hujio, victory. Sixth match, War God Tianxia vs Justice from the Sky. After a break, the referee quickly announced Zheng Chen and War God Tianxia were teleported to the stage simultaneously, standing face to face. War God Tianxia pretended to be calm, while Zheng Chen felt confident of victory. After all, from the very beginning, when he tried to buy Zheng Chen with money, psychologically, War God Tianxia had already lost. Don't worry, I will keep that matter a secret for you, Zheng Chen suddenly said, playing a psychological tactic. Then I really have to thank you, War God Tianxia responded, understanding the situation. After all, bribing an opponent with money is a big taboo. In competitions, if it got out, it would be a small matter for him, but definitely detrimental to the future development of the guild. No need to thank me, just remember you owe me a personal favor, Zhang Chen took the opportunity to say. War God Tianxia frowned, not saying much, just nodding. The match hadn't even started, and he didn't expect to owe a favor for no reason. Although War God Tianxia had lost his confidence in winning against Zheng Chen as the president of the War God Guild, he was definitely not a rookie. His strength, even if not on par with Yibo Yunshin, wouldn't be too far off. As the countdown ended, War God Tianxia quickly closed the distance, attempting to use a charge skill to stun Zhang Chen, but how could Zhang Chen give him such an opportunity? Tracking Ice Pillar, Ice Rain Firewall technique. Zhang Chen retreated while releasing skills between the two. The small ice pillars moving on the ground had caught the attention of War God Tianxia. After all, it was this inconspicuous skill that had previously frozen someone in an instant. War God Tianxia wielded a one-handed sword, with a round shield in his left hand, looking similar to the configuration of Yuing Xinghen, except that his attacks did not carry light attributes and his skills were vastly different. War God Tianxia maneuvered around Zhang Chen's skill range. Knowing that the tracking ice pillar wouldn't last long, he dodged steadily. Even if he couldn't win, he couldn't afford to lose too disgracefully. This was the only thought in War God Tianxia's mind. After all, they both hailed from White Tiger City, and Zhang Chen didn't go all out. Immediately after a brief skirmish, Zhang Chen began to take things seriously. The tracking ice pillar skill ended, ultimately failing to catch up with War God Tianxia. Without the skill pursuing him, War God Tianxia adjusted his direction and charged towards Zhang Chen again. Just as War God Tianxia thought he could use his charge skill to close the distance, a wave of water surged towards him. It was Zhang Chen's wave technique. A linear area attack skill, though fast, was not something he could evade. War God Tianxia adjusted his center of gravity to dodge sideways, but unexpectedly his feet sank, and he found himself trapped in quicksand. The quicksand technique was not easy to hit, but once it did, the control time was long. War God Tianxia struggled to break free but ultimately couldn't escape before the wave technique arrived, getting drenched by the cold water wave. Although the damage was not fatal, it left him looking quite disheveled in the quicksand. Lightning strike. A thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky, electrifying the soaked War God Tianxia, leaving him numb all over. Water prison arc. As the quicksand skill ended, a large water ball accurately landed on War God Tianxia's head. The charged arc skill, guided by mental power, was directly thrown into the water prison. This was a spontaneous idea from Zhang Chen, which he referred to as water prison electric punishment. The moment the water prison skill ended, a massive fireball arrived, striking War God Tianxia directly. Just when everyone thought it was all over, War God Tianxia swung his round shield with force, using shield bash to disperse the fireball technique. Even when hunting a rabbit, one must use full strength. A careless attitude will cost you dearly. War God Tianxia was filled with rage from the barrage of control skills, which also ignited his fighting spirit. Charge Holy Night Judgment. Breaking through the fireball, War God Tianxia showed no signs of stopping, directly using charge to close the distance, raising his round shield to slam heavily into Zhang Chen, followed by his long sword glowing with a brilliant white light as it came down. Not bad, I've given you enough face. Zhang Chen suddenly said softly. Ice spike. Before War God Tianxia's sword could fall, heavy ice spikes suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Chen, directly knocking War God Tianxia back half a meter, and it was this half meter that caused his attack to miss. Ever since learning Ice Spike in the Cold Cave Secret Realm, Zhang Chen had rarely had the opportunity to use it, not because the skill was impractical, but because he had never given anyone the chance to get close. War God Tianxia's eyes widened in shock, with no room to dodge against Zhang Chen's next attack. A property ball flashing red and blue struck his chest, and the words "Great Defeat" appeared before his eyes. So everything was under his control, and the opportunity one fought for was merely a courtesy he extended. War God Tianxia thought begrudgingly. Match 6. White Tiger City. Zhang Chen descends from the heavens. Victory. Zhang Chen did not feel much joy in victory. After all, winning was just a matter of course. Old War, don't be discouraged, you are already very strong. Zhang Chen, returning to the audience, patted the shoulder of Zhan Chen Tianxia, leaving Yin Shang beside them feeling somewhat bewildered, not knowing when the two had become so close. Zhan Chen Tianxia smiled slightly and then said with relief, "You're quite strong, how about joining our guild? Our guild offers great benefits." Stop. Zhang Chen quickly waved his hand to stop him from continuing. He had thought to get a little closer. After all, he had offended quite a few large guilds, and having one less enemy was better than having more. He didn't expect Zhan Chen Tianxia to get even more enthusiastic. Match 7. Han Mang vs Mi Dai Xiang. Han Mang, from Qinglong City, a warrior wielding a bright silver spear. During the match, aside from some basic warrior skills, he often relied on his spear techniques. Although his spear skills looked impressive in this era dominated by heavy firepower, who would bother to practice martial arts? Mi Dai Xiang, from Baihu City, an assassin. When talking with Zhang Chen and the others earlier, she was the only one who thought of Zhang Chen as someone whose experience had surged during the arena matches, proving her strong insight. In the previous match, she had controlled the game with various strategies, and if she had a hidden profession, she would likely be even more formidable. As the match began, Mi Dai Xiang immediately entered stealth mode, while Han Mang began to twirl his spear, creating a silver whirlwind that protected him from all sides. The assassin's stealth skill had a time limit, and Han Mang's goal was simple: to stall until she revealed herself. After patiently waiting for a while, Mi Dai Xiang ultimately had no choice but to attack before her stealth ended. With a flick of her wrist, over a dozen flying daggers shot towards Han Mang from various angles, clanging as they struck the ground, all of them deflected by Han Mang. Then, after the flying dagger's attack, Mi Dai Xiang suddenly appeared behind Han Mang, her ghostly green dagger delivering a backstab. Once in close range, the advantage of the spear vanished and Mi Dai Xiang unleashed a series of critical hits, instantly taking control of the match's rhythm. Han Mang was not to be underestimated either. Unable to swing his spear freely, he held the tail of the spear with one hand, using the shaft to block the incoming attacks. How could Mi Dai Xiang, who was standing far away before, suddenly appear behind Han Mang? Yin Qing asked in confusion. Shadow Clone, a powerful attack skill for assassins. It's quite rare due to the scarcity of skill books, so it's not commonly seen in the early stages, Zhang Chen casually replied. Mi Dai Xiang was relentless in her pursuit, but Han Mang seized an opening, pulling his spear back and using both hands to block the next attack, utilizing the recoil from the weapons. Collision to push Mi Dai Xiang away. The pushed back Mi Dai Xiang fell into a brief state of backward rigidity, and Han Mang seized the opportunity, thrusting his spear forward to regain control of the match. Han Mang's attack power was high, and he gave his opponent no further chances, finishing the match with a beautiful counter-thrust. Match 7, Qinglong City, Han Mang, victory, the referee announced. Directly. Match 8, Jian Wuhen vs Nian Bai. The final round of the top 8 quickly began, and Jian Wuhen's popularity was quite high. After all, a swordsman sounded romantic, and with his cool sword techniques throughout the matches, he had garnered countless fans along the way. Nian Bai was also a hidden profession, a fistmaster, a type of hidden warrior class that abandoned weapons to focus solely on honing their fists. The fist master believed that the strongest weapon in the world was their own body. There were many videos of Nian Bai on the forum, and after several rounds of the holy cities qualifying matches, his strength gradually revealed itself to everyone. He was very fast. Although his profession was called fist master, his leg techniques were also exceptionally powerful. Once caught in his combo, it was easy to lose a significant portion of health, and if the opponent was weaker, they could even be taken out in an instant. In a certain sense, Nian Bai is very similar to Jian Wuhen. One is wholeheartedly practicing swordsmanship, while the other only trains his fists. Both are very clear about what they are pursuing. As the countdown ended, Nian Bai swiftly darted left and right to launch the first attack. Although Jian Wuhen did not make a move, Nian Bai still stepped forward like a boxer. You don't use a weapon, so my sword won't be drawn, Jian Wuhen said coolly. My fists are the best weapon, Nian Bai retorted with a cold laugh, not heeding Jian Wuhen's sentiment. In an instant, the distance of over 10 meters was closed. His fists, wrapped in bandages, were steady, precise, and fierce, each punch aimed at Jian Wuhen's vital points, the shadows of his fists flying up and down with great ferocity. In contrast, Jian Wuhen faced such a fierce attack without retreating in a fluster. As he had said, his long sword remained sheathed, and with a few casual swings of the scabbard, he blocked Nian Bai's punches one after another. What seemed like light and easy blocks concealed intricate techniques. Each time, he accurately found the landing points of both fists and blocked them with the ends of the sword, saving the distance of the sword's swing and making himself appear calm and unhurried. Despite Nian Bai's fierce assault, he gained little advantage, and his heart couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Moreover, Jian Wuhen hadn't even drawn his sword, which was a great insult to Nian Bai. Don't underestimate me, Nian Bai shouted, adding kicks to his attacks, making it even more dazzling. Facing such a powerful assault, Jian Wuhen merely smiled, increasing the force of his retreating steps. After creating a 1-meter distance, he directly grasped the sword hilt. Although the sword remained sheathed, he still launched an attack. Nian Bai's fists and feet were fast, but Jian Wuhen's sword was even faster. The long sword managed to strike both of Nian Bai's fists simultaneously. If it weren't for the scabbard in between, even the hardest fists would not withstand the long sword. Even my body can't get close to you. How can you win against me? Jian Wuhen said coldly, but there was no mockery in his tone. Through their exchanges, Jian Wuhen felt that Nian Bai was quite similar to himself. Nian Bai's dedication to boxing mirrored his own research into swordsmanship. However, it was clear that Nian Bai lacked practical combat experience, pursuing speed alone while neglecting the coordination of his steps and fists when actually striking. Thus, no matter how fast his fists were, his body couldn't keep up, making it impossible to close the distance. Nian Bai roared with effort, his fists speeding up even more, as if he had 6 arms. Jian Wuhen simply stopped using his sword to block, instead swaying his body left and right to evade, while his long sword targeted Nian Bai's legs. Those legs? Aside from jumping around, can you not coordinate them with your punches? Jian Wuhen suddenly said. Nian Bai felt a pain in his leg, and his rhythm of attack was instantly thrown into chaos. Upon hearing this, he was taken aback, as if suddenly enlightened. Against ordinary enemies, Nian Bai could indeed win with speed, but when facing a master, he found himself somewhat at a loss, and his weaknesses and shortcomings were exposed in just a few exchanges. Nian Bai suddenly stopped his attack, his expression shifting from shock to a smile. Thank you, I admit defeat. Go forge a pair of handguards, protect them well before your boxing skills are perfected, Jian Wuhen said, stepping back and continuing. Nian Bai nodded, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, acknowledging the clear gap in their strengths. And Jian Wuhen's kind guidance made him feel grateful. The tense and thrilling quarterfinals unexpectedly concluded in this manner. Both the audience and the judges of the Holy City felt that this was the true meaning of the arena competition: to spar, exchange, and improve together. Match 8, Baihu City, Jianwuan, victory, the judge announced. After a brief pause, the judge quickly walked towards the arena, and with a wave of his large hand, a pile of scrolls appeared around his body, slowly floating and spinning around him. The list of the top 8 has been announced, and now we will reveal the prizes for this tournament. The first place can freely choose a hidden class transfer scroll. The second and third places can select one piece of equipment or item of up to epic quality from the Sacred City Armory. All other participants will receive a large amount of experience rewards based on their rankings. With the sudden announcement of the tournament rewards by the referee, both the audience and the contestants erupted in excitement. The ability to freely choose a hidden class scroll carries significant weight. To achieve first place indicates strong personal strength. If one does not need the transfer scroll, simply contacting a buyer for this transaction could change a person's life. If the winning player is just an ordinary class, selecting a top-tier hidden class could elevate their strength to a new level. Equipment will eventually become outdated, but classes are something that accompany players throughout their journey. The top 8 list is as follows: 1. Ian, level 32, Assassin, Juke City. 2. Yi Bo Yun, Tian, level 33, Warrior, Juke City. 3. Ling Long, level 33, Elf Archer, Qinglong City. 4. Deshan, level 32, Titan, Xuanwu City. 5. Hua Jiani Hujiu, level 34, Berserker, Juke City. 6. Tian Zhangzhen, E, level 35, All Element Mage, Baihu City. 7. Han Mang, level 33, Warrior, Qinglong City. 8. Jian Wuhan, level 33, Warrior, Baihu City. The rules for the final have changed. This time, there is no time limit, and it is no longer a single elimination format but an 8-person free-for-all. The last 3 standing will be the top 3, and the one remaining on the stage will be the champion. Free play is allowed, but the use of supply potions is prohibited. Contestants who maliciously and passively compete may be disqualified by the referee. The match will begin in 15 minutes, so all contestants should prepare in advance. The sudden change in the final rules filled the contestants with unease, but the audience was thrilled. After all, an 8-man free-for-all should be quite spectacular. Free play means we need to be ready to be targeted, Zheng Chen muttered to himself. A free-for-all is the most unpredictable match. If one goes all out from the start, it is easy to end up helping others win. Forming alliances is the best choice, but there are no reliable teammates on the field. Everyone is there for their own victory, and temporary alliances are inherently unreliable. Brother, what do you think about the free-for-all? Jian Wuhan, still holding his long sword, asked Zheng Chen, as they were the only 2 from Baihu City to advance. Faced with the sudden rule change, he couldn't help but inquire about Zhang Chen's thoughts. Among the top 8, aside from you and me, there are 3 from Juke City, 2 from Qinglong City, and only 1 from Xuanwu City. Juke City undoubtedly has the advantage. After all, in this situation, players from the same city are more reliable, Zheng Chen casually replied. How about we team up? After eliminating the other 6, we can compete fairly between ourselves, Jian Wuhan proposed. Oh, I always thought Brother Jian was solely focused on swordsmanship and should be a proud person. Shouldn't swordsmen prefer to go solo? Zheng Chen said with a playful smile. What pride, surviving and winning, is the most realistic thing? The romanticism of swordsmen is no longer applicable in this era, Jian Wuhan said, sounding open-minded yet with a hint of helplessness in his tone. If we team up, they probably won't have much chance. A gentleman's agreement. Until the other 6 are dealt with, we will always be allies, Zheng Chen stated. Zheng Chen initially did not want to form any alliances, but Jian Wuhan's words moved him. If victory can be achieved simply, why pursue formality? Zheng Chen and Jian Wuhan bumped fists to signify their agreement, while the other 3 nation spectators were buzzing with discussion. The 15 minutes seemed to be just enough time for the contestants to communicate a bit more. No one knows what will happen in the chaotic battle. The contestants are nervously discussing strategies, while the audience eagerly awaits the start of the match. Break time is over, the finals begin. Please welcome the top 8 contestants, the referee announces. With a swirl of light, the 8 contestants are randomly assigned to various edges of the arena, seemingly to prevent them from forming alliances, as adjacent contestants have no one from their own country. Shortly after everyone takes the stage, the countdown for the match begins without much fanfare, but the screen splits into 8 sections, each showing a close-up of a contestant along with their basic information. As the countdown ends, the only assassin, Ian, immediately uses a stealth skill. Although Ian did not primarily rely on invisibility in previous matches, hiding now is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Yi Bo Yun Tian holds his battle knife in a defensive stance, seemingly not planning to take the initiative. Flower between a jug of wine, also a contestant from Juke City, seems completely unconcerned about who is next to him and directly activates his berserk mode, charging madly towards Han Mang from Qinglong City. Ling Long, also a contestant from Qinglong City, notices the fight between Han Mang and Flower between a jug of wine and intentionally or unintentionally moves towards them, while Butterfly Fairy has long been summoned to help observe the surroundings. Jian Wuhan finds himself sandwiched between Yi Bo Yun Tian and Day Shan. With one being tough and the other strong and in a defensive posture, he is at a loss about whom to attack and decides to stand still and watch the changes. On Zhang Chen's side, it is the quietest. He was originally caught between Yin and Ling Long, but since one is invisible and the other is moving towards a teammate, he finds himself completely alone. The most intense battle is between a jug of wine and Han Mang, with the berserker attacking wildly while Han Mang's marksmanship is both offensive and defensive, with constant clashes between gun and sword, making it hard to determine a winner. However, as Ling Long approaches the two, continuously using arrows to assist Han Mang, flower between a jug of wine's offensive momentum is suddenly affected, and with the prolonged inability to break through, his defensive weaknesses begin to show. Seeing that fellow Zhuke City contestant flower between a jug of wine is being suppressed, Ibo Yun Tian immediately drops his defensive stance and rushes towards the battle, fully aware of the principle that if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Where do you think you're going? You have to get past me first. Jian Wuhen, noticing Ibo Yun Tian's movement, quickly steps in front of him with his sword, as holding him back is equivalent to helping Ling Long and Han Mang. Zhuke City has the most contestants left, so eliminating one early is naturally the best option. Friends from Xuanwu City, since Zhuke City has the most remaining personnel, why not work together to weaken them first? Han Mang shouts while wielding his spear at Deshan from Xuanwu City. Hee, sounds good. I'll come help, Deshan replies. Deshan is not foolish, he knows Han Mang wants to use him, but no matter who they eliminate first, it benefits him as a lone player. In terms of attack power, Deshan is not the highest in the arena, but in terms of endurance and stamina, he is definitely the strongest among the 8. He would love to see everyone mutually injure each other. Zheng Chen stands bored on the side, noticing that everyone seems to be ignoring him. Even Yin in stealth mode has not moved towards him, patiently waiting for the few entangled in battle to show a flaw. As Deshan joins the fray, flower between a jug of wine becomes even more passive, gradually showing signs of being unable to hold on. Bloodthirsty twin blades. Flower between a jug of wine erupts with blood energy once again, now wielding an additional great sword, which slightly enhances his blocking ability. Hey, are you all taking me too lightly? Zheng Chen suddenly shouted loudly, seeing that no one was paying attention to him. Zheng Chen felt that this competition was very boring. If he won like this, it would truly be a hollow victory. In fact, it wasn't that everyone disregarded Zheng Chen, but rather that they were all too aware of his strength. No one wanted to kick against an iron plate. If they attacked Zheng Chen and didn't gain an advantage, they would be besieged by others afterward, and the first one to be eliminated would definitely be him. Zheng Chen's silence would have been better, but such a loud shout reminded everyone. Hey, people from Qinglong City, the strongest one is over there. If we keep consuming our energy, we might just hand the victory to that kid, Hua Jianyi, who said while blocking attacks, addressing Ling Long and Han Mang. You were the first to attack, and now that you can't win, you're trying this again. Han Mang was relentless, his spear attacking rapidly like raindrops. Head childish. Your spear technique is good, but you haven't mastered it yet. Go, Yin. Hua Jianyi, who suddenly increased his attack speed, swiftly moving to the side, and his great sword struck at the critical point of Han Mang's spear, disrupting the rhythm of Han Mang's attacks. In the next second, a short blade appeared at Han Mang's neck. With Han Mang's position and lack of defense, it was a certain death, and Yin was ready to claim this first kill. Before the match, Ibo Yun Tian had promised Yin that for every person he eliminated, he would directly pay 100,000 star coins. Naturally, Yin, who specialized in making this kind of money, was very pleased. After all, to achieve a good ranking, he had to kill. Just as Yin was happily anticipating his 100,000 star coins, a rain of ice fell, followed by a barrage of fireballs that not only took Han Mang's life but also reduced Yin's health significantly. Han Mang was the first to be eliminated, and everyone hurriedly retreated from the ice rain, all eyes locking onto Zheng Chen. Zheng Chen merely beckoned with his finger and smiled. Come at me together. Is this guy who fell from the sky a fool? Exactly, no one is paying him any mind. Why not just wait and aim for a good ranking? He doesn't even understand the concept of a fisherman benefiting from the chaos. I really don't know how he made it into the top 8. Whether it was the audience or the contestants on site, everyone felt that Zheng Chen's actions were somewhat unnecessary. In a chaotic battle, everyone wanted to hide. Yet he was provoking everyone, wanting to take on 4 opponents alone. On the stage, Ibo Yun Tian was entangled with Jian Wuhen, while the remaining 4 all faced Zheng Chen. Everyone thought Zheng Chen was a fool, but only Zheng Chen understood what he was doing. During the match, Zheng Chen always felt that someone was hiding in the shadows observing. It wasn't until the rules suddenly changed and the chaotic battle began that Zheng Chen truly understood who the instigator was. That familiar spatial fluctuation, along with the feeling he experienced every time he used time pause, indicated that the person hiding in the shadows was the old man of order he had encountered on the Dark Island. Zheng Chen didn't understand why he appeared in the Holy City, and the change in the rules should also be under his control. Saying he was hiding in the shadows wasn't quite accurate. After all, with the old man of order's strength, if he wanted to hide, Zheng Chen would never have discovered him. Zheng Chen stumbled upon this realization while recalling the previous match when the cloud-piercing arrow flew into the air. At that time, Zhang Chen had just used his mental power to analyze the skill, and when he projected his mental power into the air, he discovered some clues. The old man of order was not elsewhere but right above the stage, on the Qilin beast at the intersection of the barriers. However, this barrier not only prevented energy from leaking out but also had a certain function of obstructing vision. Especially at the top of the barrier, it seemed to be unobstructed, but in reality, the old man of order had been there all along. From their previous brief encounter, Zhang Chen had gained a little understanding of him, guarding the order of time, yet creating things that disrupt the order of time. It proves that this old man deeply dislikes following the rules, which is why the competition rules were changed on the fly. What puzzled Zhang Chen was his identity. He could easily take charge of the holy city's events, and it seemed like it was just a matter of a single word. Could he be the lord of the holy city? Zhang Chen was aware of this, so he deliberately provoked him. Since the orderly old man enjoyed excitement, he decided to cater to his preferences, gaining the old man's attention, and in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about not reaping benefits. His super artifact, that hourglass of time, still had 2 additional attributes that had not awakened, and the person who made it surely knew how to awaken them. Everyone, since that kid is so arrogant, why not join forces to take him down first? Ian said with a face full of resentment. The head he had almost captured was snatched away, indirectly causing him a loss of 100,000 star coins. The most threatening person present was Zhang Chen, so he quickly called for everyone to team up. Fine, since I'm the only one from Xuanwu City, I'll temporarily join forces with you, Dashan said straightforwardly. What a pity, I originally wanted to compete with you in the finals. Since the rules are like this, don't blame me for being ruthless, Hua Jianihujio said to Zhang Chen with a hint of regret. Linglong stood elegantly to the side, her beautiful eyes fixed on Zhang Chen. Seeing everyone express their stance, she softly said, you all attack, I'll assist. Just as the others were puzzled about how an archer could assist, Linglong shot several arrows in quick succession, but the targets were not aimed at Zhang Chen himself, but rather around him. The arrows accurately surrounded Zhang Chen in the center, and in the next second, branches and vines rapidly grew, forming a small area control skill. Seeing Linglong launch an attack, Ian directly entered stealth mode, while Hua Jianihujio rushed over, and Dashan followed with heavy steps. No wonder he made it to the top 8, his attacks are indeed decisive. Zhang Chen sighed. Firewall technique. What is afraid of fire? Since Zhang Chen dared to provoke, he was naturally prepared for battle at any moment. As the surrounding vines grew wildly, Zhang Chen directly raised a firewall, then executed a double jump to escape the control range. The firewall blazed fiercely, blocking the line of sight of Hua Jianihujio and Dashan. When they rushed near the vines, they were met with a barrage of ice rain and 2 large fireballs. I'll seal off his right side with arrows, you two spread out a bit. Once the mage is close, he's useless. Linglong quickly shot arrows while speaking to the 2 who had rushed into the ice rain. Sealing his movement? You might as well just shoot him directly. Dashan was already annoyed by the slowing effect of the ice rain and didn't expect Linglong to start directing him. We're not in a team state. If we want to hit him, we must attack in a wide area. I'm afraid of accidentally hurting you. Linglong was very confident in her archery skills, but she understood Zhang Chen's strength even more. After all, his performance was right there. Zhang Chen calmly kite while skillfully maneuvering, tracking the control effects of ice pillars and water prisons, the knockback effect triggered by the splash technique, as well as the probability control of skills like whirlwind, quicksand, and ice rain, making it exceptionally difficult to approach him. At the same time, while doing all this, Zhang Chen occasionally had to keep an eye on the stealthy Ian. Whenever Ian tried to get close, there would always be skills blocking his path, causing considerable damage. After suffering a few losses, Ian simply gave up on stealth and charged in directly with his weapon, using his agility to attack. Surround him, Archer cut off his retreat. Ian abandoned stealth and quickly laid out a tactic as he rushed forward. Dashan positioned himself in the center, while Hua Jianihujio and Ian formed an arc on either side. With this forward pressure, it would be easy to corner Zhang Chen, and with Linglong sealing off the rear, their attack was nearly impenetrable. Zhang Chen seemed oblivious, randomly casting skills, retreating step by step under the pressure of the 4. Another firewall technique. This kid has a short cooldown time. A pot of wine among the flowers. I see the path ahead blocked by a firewall, and I can't help but sigh. Because the competition does not allow the use of drugs, and there are no priests advancing in the arena, everyone is reluctant to charge headlong, so they can only waste some time going around the firewall spell that stands in the middle. When the pot of wine among the flowers rushed out from the right side, he was met with a wave of ice rain, which was mixed with a quicksand trap. The hidden one, circling from the left side of the firewall, was clearly much more cautious than the pot of wine among the flowers, but unexpectedly, he did not find Zhang Chen's figure behind the firewall. Just as he was puzzled, a familiar voice suddenly came from the firewall. Hello. That greeting made the hidden one feel a chill in his heart, and as he thought of dodging, his body was already hit by the inconspicuous tracking ice pillar on the ground, turning him into an ice block. Then, an unstable attribute ball was thrown at him. The reverse fusion of fire and water attributes was enough to kill the hidden one, who had been worn down for half a day. Goodbye. After Throwing the attribute ball, Zhang Chen's figure once again disappeared into the firewall spell, leaving behind a cold goodbye. Even if I'm not good at stealth, my invisibility skill is not just for show. I was thinking of seizing the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, but I always felt he could see me. Still, the same saying, if you want to kill someone, look for me, except for his heavenly justice. After the match, the Hidden One said this in the forum. Juke City, the Hidden One is out, ranking 8th. With the elimination of the Hidden One, the referee announced directly, who wants to be 7th? Zhang Chen shouted, his skills not stopping, with the main target of attack being the pot of wine among the flowers. In Zhang Chen's view, the remaining 3, the elf archer Linglong, was too agile, and Dashin was too tough. Only the pot of wine among the flowers had lower defense but posed a significant threat. After all, once he opened his dual blades, it would be hard to escape if hit. Don't listen to his scare tactics, the 3 of us should work together and let him be 7th. The pot of wine among the flowers, seeing Zhang Chen targeting him, worried that Dashin and Linglong wouldn't help, hurriedly encouraged everyone. The pot of wine among the flowers spoke nicely, but everyone had their own thoughts. Linglong was the first to stop attacking, chuckling as she said, heavenly justice, I just want to be in the top 3, do you agree? Zhang Chen was slightly taken aback. Linglong was not only powerful but also had a keen eye. At this moment, she directly asked such a question, implying that if Zhang Chen agreed, she would team up with him, if not, she would probably fight with all her might. What do you mean, Miss Linglong? If you want to be in the top 3, what use is it for me to agree? Zhang Chen continued his attack, and as the pot of wine among the flowers closed the distance slightly, Zhang Chen directly used a double jump to dodge. Without the restriction of Linglong's arrows, the pot of wine among the flowers had no way to counter. So you don't agree then? Linglong drew her bow and knocked an arrow. A swift arrow shot towards Zhang Chen's face faster than before. Although the feathered arrow was fast, it was still within Zhang Chen's perception range. He slightly tilted his head to dodge the arrow, still wearing a smile, and replied lightly, who could refuse the beauty of someone like Miss Linglong? Smooth talker, it's a deal. Linglong replied with a light laugh. Linglong was playful with Zhang Chen, and after they reached an agreement, they drew their bows and shot directly at the pot of wine among the flowers, their expressions becoming serious. Brother Dashin, I've been eliminated, you're next. The pot of wine among the flowers felt immense pressure facing the attacks from Zhang Chen and Linglong, trying to get Dashin to help share some of the attacks. Alright, I'll help you block the arrows. Dashin, who was already furious from being toyed with by Zhang Chen, felt relieved to confront Linglong. Quicksand water prison, where do you think you're going? Stay put. Zhang Chen predicted and released 2 skills, hitting the heavy Dashin perfectly. Linglong was not to be outdone, shooting various control arrows, and several vines bound Dashin tightly. Brother Huajian, help me out. Deshan shouted, wanting Huajian Hujio to help cut the vines, as the control of the water prison and quicksand was nothing to him. Zhang Chen and Linglong's subsequent attacks were already prepared. Even though Deshan had high defense and thick health, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand this round. Alright, I'll save you, Huajian Hujio replied with a smile, then charged towards Deshan with a skill, immediately raising his dual blades to start slashing. He initially thought he was there to help cut the vines, but unexpectedly, every strike avoided the vines and instead attacked. Deshan's face showed terror. He never expected to become the primary target of the attack. Faced with Linglong's incoming barrage of arrows and Zhang Chen's tricolored attribute sphere, Deshan knew he probably couldn't withstand this round of attacks. Titan's fury, Deshan's muscles swelled, instantly breaking free from the vine's restraints. Ignoring the impending attacks, his eyes only on the traitorous Huajian Hujio. I helped you draw aggro, and you stabbed me in the back? Deshan's body had already expanded significantly, and his thick arms lifted Huajian Hujio effortlessly, who surprisingly had no room to resist. Deshan turned his body, using Huajian Hujio as a shield against Zhang Chen and Linglong's attacks. Huajian Hujio, already exhausted, couldn't withstand such damage and was instantly eliminated. Juke City, Huajian Hujio is out, placing 7th, the referee announced directly. Deshan blocked the fatal attack and charged towards Zhang Chen, releasing Titan's fury, which significantly improved his agility and speed. A show of strength, just a dying struggle, Zhang Chen remarked, seeing through Deshan's bravado. Ice rain wave technique. A large area of ice rain controlled the field, followed by the wave technique rushing from afar through the ice rain circle, making Deshan understand what it meant to have cold ice rain slapping randomly on his face. Under the state of Titan's fury, Deshan was unaffected by control, but his health had dropped too much, ultimately stopping at the edge of the ice rain area, unwillingly collapsing. Hey, old sword, are you done over there? Zhang Chen, having dealt with Deshan, directly asked Jian Wuhan. Hee, old sword, I might have to leave first, Jian Wuhan replied somewhat helplessly. Do you need my help? Forget it, this is a one-on-one, skill isn't enough, nothing more to say. Jian Wuhan had never been so embarrassed since the start of the match. Although Iba Yuntian's state wasn't too good, he was clearly in the lead. The two had similar strengths, but Iba Yuntian had top-notch equipment, and the gap in their strength hadn't widened. Ultimately, it would be the quality of the equipment that decided the outcome. Then I respect your decision, just don't say I didn't help, bro, Zhang Chen said with a smile. If you interfere, I'll blame you. Jian Wuhan, though at a Disadvantage still held firm to his principles. In front of Zhang Chen, besides Ling Long and Deshan, he had some previous contact with Jian Wuhan, who was always called a sword fanatic. In the later stages, his swordsmanship was quite high. Even if the game spoke in data, he could still carve out a path with just a sword. Zhang Chen didn't expect that Hua Jianyi Hujiu, who in his past life was a tough guy, playing with blood and loyalty, would actually stab him in the back in this arena. As for some newcomers Zhang Chen hadn't seen, they were probably the products of the time order being altered, as the order elder had mentioned. What are you planning? To fight to the death later, or now? Zhang Chen withdrew his gaze from Jian Wuhan and asked Ling Long, who was not far away. I just want to get into the top 3. Once those two decide the winner, I'll automatically forfeit, Ling Long said nonchalantly. Don't you want to fight for it a bit more? Zhang Chen asked. You go for it. Ling Long replied lightly, then put away her weapon and turned to watch the battle on the other side. Seeing this, Zhang Chen felt a bit curious about Ling Long, even more so about what kind of face was hidden beneath that veil. The more Zhang Chen thought about it, the more he recalled his past life's death, and he couldn't help but slap himself. TSK, why am I thinking about women? Zhang Chen muttered softly. What's wrong with you? Ling Ling asked curiously as she saw Zhang Chen slap himself. Nothing, just a mosquito, Zhang Chen laughed while covering his face. A mosquito? Ling Long's eyes were filled with confusion. The battle between Jian Wuhan and Yiba Yuntian didn't last long. Ultimately, Jian Wuhan's equipment disadvantage led to his defeat against Yiba Yuntian. However, Yiba Yuntian also paid a considerable price for his victory, with his health bar down to less than 1/3, facing a fully healthy Zhang Chen with almost no chance of winning. Baihu City, Jian Wuhan is out, ranked 4th, the referee announced. Seeing the outcome on the other side, Zhang Chen first glanced at Ling Long beside him, then smiled and asked, his condition is poor, do you want a better opportunity? To his surprise, Ling Long shook her head with a smile and calmly said, no need, I just want to be in the top 3, you do your best. Zhang Chen was quite surprised by Ling Long's decision. Given her strength, if she faced the severely weakened Yiba Yuntian, she would likely win easily, but Ling Long chose to give up. I concede, Ling Long said directly to the referee. Qinglong City, Ling Long is out, ranked 3rd. On the vast arena, only Zhang Chen and Yiba Yuntian remained, and the outcome was already quite clear, with Yiba Yuntian having almost no chance of winning. Just as Yiba Yuntian was about to gracefully concede, the referee's voice came out again. To ensure fairness and entertainment in the finals, we will fully restore your conditions, and the match will continue. After announcing Ling Long's exit, the referee said directly. Yiba Yuntian was naturally pleased, while Zhang Chen frowned. It wasn't that he was afraid of Yiba Yuntian, but he felt it was unnecessary trouble. As the referee's words fell, 2 green lights enveloped the 2 on the field, restoring not only their health and mana to full but also all skill cooldowns. Brother, this is an official arrangement, don't say I took advantage of you, Yiba Yuntian said, his condition seemingly much better. It doesn't matter, let's get started, Zhang Chen said somewhat helplessly as he looked up at the barrier above. Although Yiba Yuntian hadn't changed to a hidden class, his equipment and skills were top-notch, and most importantly, his combat awareness was exceptional. While he didn't have Zhang Chen's extensive battle experience, he was definitely among the best of the best. Yiba Yuntian didn't waste time. Knowing that Zhang Chen had many crowd control skills with high damage, if Zhang Chen gained the upper hand, it would be hard to catch up. Swift Step Enhanced Charge. Yiba Yuntian directly activated a universal skill, Swift Step, which could be learned by all classes and significantly increased the user's movement speed for a short time. Enhanced Charge was even more impressive. This skill was an enhancement of charge through a skill enhancement scroll, increasing the distance of the warrior's charge skill and extending the stun duration after hitting, making it a top-tier skill for warriors. Zhang Chen reacted quickly. Although he used a double jump to create some distance, Yiba Yuntian still caught up, launching an enhanced charge at him with incredible speed. Ice Spike. Seeing no way to avoid it, Zhang Chen had to time it perfectly to use Ice Spike, attempting to use the knockback effect of the skill to counteract the stun effect of the charge. Zhang Chen had no choice in this matter. He knew very little about the skill Righteousness Above the Heavens. Although his Ice Spike repulsion ability was decent, it couldn't withstand the warrior's charge, and he ultimately found himself stunned in place. On the other hand, while Righteousness Above the Heavens had closed the distance, he was interrupted by the Ice Spikes, wasting a powerful strike after the charge. The Fong Blade Slash was unleashed by Righteousness Above the Heavens just before Zhang Chen was hit by the stun, causing him to lean back defenselessly, losing a significant amount of health. Naturally, Righteousness Above the Heavens would not let such a good opportunity slip by. After swinging his battle blade, he was ready for a follow-up attack. If this combo was completed, Zhang Chen would likely be killed instantly. Quake. Zhang Chen regained his freedom just as Righteousness Above the Heavens battle blade was about to reach him, directly unleashing the Quake skill. Righteousness Above the Heavens was caught off guard and fell to the ground, and although the battle blade did not hit him directly, the inertia still caused Zhang Chen to lose some health. In a duel between experts, victory is often decided by the smallest margins. The interruption of Righteousness Above the Heavens skill signified the beginning of Zhang Chen's counterattack. Tracking Ice Pillars, Zhang Chen released it, and before Righteousness Above the Heavens could get up, he was frozen in place. Zheng Chen then used a double jump to create distance. Slow healing with a wave of his staff, Zheng Chen surprisingly cast a healing spell on himself. Although the amount of health restored was not significant, it made everyone feel it was shameless for a mage to heal himself. Enhanced charge has a cooldown of at least 30 seconds. I wonder if you can hold on until the next round of skills. The large fireball in Zhang Chen's hand had already taken shape, and his anger was ignited by righteousness above the heavens' aggressive attacks. Fireball barrage. Zhang Chen threw out 5 large fireballs in quick succession, then unleashed both ice and fire elements, preparing to create a reverse fusion attribute ball. Righteousness above the heavens had high resistance, and the freezing effect quickly dissipated. Faced with the 5 incoming fireballs, he could only choose to roll awkwardly on the ground. Even so, he was still caught by the explosive shockwave of the fireballs, which, while not fatal, caused some damage. The reverse fusion attribute ball was being compressed in Zhang Chen's palm. He initially planned to use time pause to end the battle directly, but suddenly remembered that the Elder of Order was nearby. If he abused the power of time, it might upset him, so he could only control the attribute ball and wait for the right moment. Righteousness above the heavens suddenly laughed, straightened up, and charged at Zhang Chen again. If you want me to last until the next round of skills, you better step up your attacks. Righteousness above the heavens held his battle blade sideways and ran forward fearlessly. Zhang Chen knew that throwing the attribute ball in this state would definitely miss, so he could only release area skills to restrict righteousness above the heavens movement. Facing Zhang Chen's area attack, skills like Ice Rain and Firewall, righteousness above the heavens didn't even try to dodge. Dressed in top-tier equipment, he didn't take much damage from the area skills. If he could get close to Zhang Chen, he could turn the tide instantly. Zhang Chen was pulling and consuming, while righteousness above the heavens chased like a reckless fool. At this rate, won't you just exhaust yourself? Heh, look at your mana. Righteousness above the heavens suddenly sneered, and Zhang Chen then noticed that his mana was running low. The earlier barrage of fireballs, combined with the constant compression of the magic fusion technique, had drained his mana too quickly, and the arena rules did not allow for potions. Without mana, a mage was no different from a salted fish. I overestimated you before, let's end this. Righteousness above the heavens' enhanced charge had cooled down, and Zhang Chen's mana was nearly depleted, while righteousness above the heavens still had about half health left. The outcome of the battle seemed truly predetermined. Enhanced charge righteousness above the heavens charged again, and Zhang Chen was already prepared, throwing out the long-stored reverse fusion attribute ball. You ran into it yourself, don't blame me. Zhang Chen smiled slightly as he finally waited for his enhanced charge cooldown to finish. While his mana was almost completely drained, he maintained the reverse fusion attribute sphere in his hand. Although it only contained 2 attributes, after continuous compression and charging, this strike would definitely be able to kill the nearly half-healthy Bo Yun Tian if it hit. As Bo Yun Tian activated his charge skill and rushed forward, Zhang Chen threw the attribute sphere straight ahead. In this situation, Bo Yun Tian had no time to react and could only watch helplessly as he collided with Zhang Chen's skill. Boom! The reverse fusion attribute sphere made contact with Bo Yun Tian's body, instantly exploding, and Zhang Chen's mana was finally completely drained. Bo Yun Tian's charge was interrupted by the explosion, and his entire body was sent flying. Just when Zhang Chen thought everything was over, he noticed a flash of light on Bo Yun Tian, and his health had not dropped to 0. Zhang Chen widened his eyes. His mana was empty, and even if Bo Yun Tian had a few hundred health left, it would be difficult to kill him with a normal attack. I didn't expect my protective necklace to be wasted here, Bo Yun Tian said, taking off a dull necklace from his neck, feeling both fortunate and regretful. Protective necklace? You really invested a lot. Zhang Chen exclaimed. He certainly knew what the protective necklace was. It was priceless equipment that could save one's life at a critical moment, capable of helping the wearer withstand a fatal blow. The necklace on Bo Yun Tian was likely a beginner's one, so it only had 1 point of durability, while higher-level protective necklaces had more durability. This type of necklace would leave the wearer with 1% health after absorbing a fatal blow. Bo Yun Tian probably had around 25,000 health, so he was left with a little over 250 health now. Although I'm left with just a sliver of health, do you still want to continue fighting? Bo Yun Tian stood up again. Despite being low on health against full health, he was already confident of victory. Zhang Chen helplessly waved his staff, launching a normal attack at Bo Yun Tian. The small basic elemental sphere flew slowly and was easily dodged. Seeing that his normal attack was almost ineffective, Zhang Chen simply gave up on attacking and prepared to engage in melee combat with both hands gripping the staff. Ha ha ha, is this the #1 mage in the entire server? Planning to fight me head-on with a staff? Bo Yun Tian laughed heartily, leisurely swinging his battle knife as he approached Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen ignored the taunts, merely focusing on Bo Yun Tian's movements, and stepped forward, pressing closer. Both the players watching on-site and the viewers watching the live stream all felt that the outcome was already decided. No one expected that the dazzling #1 mage would be pushed to such an extent. Bo Yun Tian was destined to gain both fame and fortune. Seeing that Zhang Chen did not respond, Bo Yun Tian quickened his pace, swinging his battle knife, with his skills already prepared. Splitting Sky / Yi Bo Yun Tian directly used his strongest single target. Slash. This strike was not meant to kill Zheng Chen but to make him abandon any thoughts of resistance and to showcase his powerful attack capabilities to the audience. Finally, it's over. Yi Bo Yun Tian fought at the moment he released the skill. What? Yi Bo Yun Tian's heart, which had just relaxed, suddenly tensed again because Zheng Chen, already within attack range, suddenly took a step back to dodge the slash. This was not the reaction ability expected from a mage. What happened next was even more surprising. Zheng Chen's equipment changed instantly and a black and red armor appeared on him, the sharp angles of the equipment blending seamlessly, forming a complete set. The equipment that Zheng Chen exchanged at a critical moment was the Shadow Scythe set obtained on Shadow Island, a level 35 golden quality full set that is not restricted by profession, primarily enhancing strength and stamina, which was perfect for Zheng Chen at this time. Shadow Scythe cross / Zheng Chen directly used the set skill, the scythe blades extending from his arms in an instant, crossing into a cross shape, directly attacking the neck of Yi Bo Yun Tian. Yi Bo Yun Tian used the strongest single target attack, with a significant aftercast stiffness, and at this moment the skill missed, leaving no time to react, only able to watch Zheng Chen cut towards him. The Shadow Scythe cross / activated the scythe blades within the set, quickly delivering a cross / to the target. If the slash hit the enemy's neck, there was a 1% chance of instant death, ineffective against boss. Caught off guard, Yi Bo Yun Tian's remaining health was instantly reduced to 0, and Zheng Chen also experienced a taste of the thrill that comes with close combat. Hee, I didn't practice the warrior profession. It's your good fortune, Zheng Chen said confidently. After winning the championship in the first arena competition of the Holy City, White Tiger City, Zheng Chen descends from the heavens and claims the championship. The referee announced the results directly. Second place Yi Bo Yun Tian, third place Ling Long. You two can go to the weapon store to choose your rewards. Experience rewards will be distributed later. Fourth place Jian Wu Han, fifth place Tishan, sixth place Hua Jianyi Hujiao, seventh place Yin, eighth place Han Mang. You five can go to the Holy City Royalist to accept tasks, each limited to 1, with task rewards reaching up to epic quality. Experience rewards for the arena rankings will be distributed later. All other contestants who came to the Holy City can receive corresponding experience rewards based on their rankings, and can freely move around the Holy City for 2 hours. The old referee directly announced the competition rewards but did not mention anything about the first place. Referee, what about me? Before Zheng Chen could finish his sentence, he suddenly disappeared from the spot. Zheng Chen was suddenly teleported into a time tunnel, surrounded by various numbers and fragments of different affairs, the tunnel flowing too quickly, and finally, just as Zheng Chen could no longer bear it, his feet landed on the ground. Zheng Chen did not panic. He calmly scanned his surroundings and found himself on a large platform with a big wheel in the center, covered in celestial stems and earthly branches and incomprehensible symbols, while the area beyond the platform was endless darkness, making it impossible to tell where he was. Senior, since you brought me here, don't make it so mysterious, come out, Zheng Chen suddenly shouted. The Elder of Order appeared not far from Zheng Chen, hands behind his back, smiling. As he said, you have quite the insight, managing to notice me during the competition. Just a coincidence, discovering you was only because you didn't intend to hide, Zheng Chen replied, with a smile. Let's talk about rewards. What kind of job transfer scroll do you want? The Elder of Order got straight to the point. Zheng Chen was momentarily taken aback. The White Tiger City Lord never mentioned rewards when giving him tasks, but it seemed that all NPCs in the Holy City were so straightforward. From the start of the arena competition to the end of the reward distribution, there was hardly any ceremony. In contrast, these people in the Holy City were practical. Senior, I'm quite satisfied with my current profession. Can I keep my current profession and then? Zheng Chen tentatively asked, but before he could finish, he was rejected. No, a mage is a mage, and cannot coexist with other professions. Senior, look at my profession name, All System Mage, but I currently only know the 6 basic attributes. Could you give me another ability from a different system? Zheng Chen said, somewhat aggrieved. Well, that can be considered. Zheng Chen was merely testing the waters to see if he could obtain another type of magical attribute, but to his surprise, the Elder of Order was quite accommodating and said he could consider it. Senior, what kind of attribute scroll do you think would be suitable for me? Zheng Chen continued to probe. You earned the championship through your strength, so you have the opportunity to choose. You tell me, the Elder of Order said generously. I don't need a hidden class 4. Mages, anything outside of these 6 basic attributes will do, Zheng Chen replied, not daring to be greedy, unsure if the old man was testing him. Alright, I'll give you a few options, you can choose for yourself. With a wave of his hand, 5 job change scrolls floated in front of Zheng Chen, which were time, space, light, darkness and spirit. Naturally, Zheng Chen wanted them all, but the rules limited him to just one. Among these 5 attributes, while all were exceptional, light and darkness were relatively more common. Choosing the spirit attribute would undoubtedly enhance Zheng Chen's mental strength, but it wasn't the first choice. The space attribute had always been what Zheng Chen desired most, as space mages had greater mobility and more varied tactics in battle. However, there was also a time scroll among the options. Having tasted the benefits of the hourglass, Zheng Chen knew how powerful it was to control time. The hourglass, no matter how impressive, was still an external object. If he possessed that ability himself, combined with a super artifact, it would truly be like adding wings to a tiger. Senior, I choose this time a tribute scroll, Jungchen quickly decided. Oh, isn't the hourglass enough? The Elder of Order seemed a bit surprised. It's precisely because I have the hourglass that I want to understand time better, so I can use it correctly. Zheng Chen provided himself with a perfect reason. Alright, take it, but don't regret your choice. The Elder of Order handed the time scroll to Zheng Chen, saying not to regret it while secretly putting away the other scrolls, giving him no chance to reconsider. Zheng Chen felt a bit puzzled, but having made his choice, there was nothing to regret. He took the scroll without hesitation and used it immediately. After using the time scroll, Zheng Chen wore a bitter smile. If it weren't for a burst of white light enveloping him, he would have thought the scroll had failed. His skill bar indeed had a new time attribute section, but there were no skills listed, and no matter how Zheng Chen tried to channel it, he couldn't draw out any energy related to time. Senior, this? Zheng Chen asked helplessly. The power of time is different from other systems. The basic elements, including light and darkness, are easy to sense, but time is ever present yet difficult for people to perceive. You must learn to observe everything to feel the wonders of time. Only when your strength is sufficient can you channel the power of time, the Elder of Order explained patiently, showing great tolerance towards Zheng Chen's confusion from the beginning. What level of strength is considered sufficient? Zheng Chen was more concerned about when he could use this ability. The Elder of Order suddenly smiled, flicked his right hand, and a seed-like object directly sank into the ground. Immediately, a halo of light swirled in his hand, and the seed quickly broke through the surface, growing into a tree as thick as a thigh within a few breaths. The tree grew thicker and thicker, and when it reached a thickness that required both of them to embrace, the trunk began to age gradually, and the branches started to wither, ultimately losing their vitality and turning into a dead tree. The power of time is formidable. In an instant, it can allow a tree to complete its life cycle. Controlling the power of time also consumes a lot of energy. There is no fixed standard for whether you can control the power of time. It also depends on your comprehension. The Elder of Order did not directly answer Zhang Chen's question but used the tree as an example to illustrate his point. Zhang Chen spent just a few dozen seconds witnessing the life of the tree, and he was even more astonished by the power of time. If it had been a person he was controlling before, wouldn't it be effortless to bring them to their demise? No one can completely control the power of time, not even I can at this moment. Remember, do not recklessly use the power of time against a powerful enemy, or the backlash could be terrifying, even fatal. I understand. Senior, I will be careful. The Elder of Order nodded in satisfaction, turned, and slowly approached the enormous wheel, asking, "Do you know why I brought you here?" Zheng Chen realized the Elder was about to get to the point, so he hurriedly moved closer, his eyes fixed on the wheel, but he understood nothing. "Please enlighten me, Senior," Zheng Chen replied. The Elder pointed to a spot on the wheel and continued. "Time is a rather boring thing, but sometimes it can be quite interesting. Your life changed right there." Zheng Chen followed the direction of the Elder's finger, and apart from the wheel moving slowly, he still understood nothing. Seeing Zheng Chen's puzzled expression, the Elder continued, "You are the first person in nearly 1,000 years to make the wheel reverse. Although it was aided by the hourglass of time, it is enough to prove your uniqueness. Cherish this opportunity to start over and train well. The next holy war will need the strength of your generation." The more Zheng Chen listened, the more confused he became. Indeed, there would be a holy war in the later stages of the game, fighting against dark meteors that came from nowhere, with the previous Dark Island being the weakest. The most powerful dark meteors could even destroy an entire continent, as all resistance was led by the Holy City, hence everyone referred to it as a holy war. In the game's background, the Holy City was severely weakened from the last holy war, attracting a large influx of immortals to prepare for the next holy war. "Even if you don't say it, I will do my utmost to protect the Holy Domain continent," Zheng Chen declared firmly. The Elder of Order waved his hand with a smile, suddenly becoming serious. "Actually, bringing you here was just idle chatter because I found you interesting. Now let's get to the main topic." All that was just build-up? "You will use time pause," the Elder of Order said, ignoring Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen followed the instructions and directly activated the hourglass skill time pause. Since there were no reference points around, he felt nothing after using the skill until the enormous wheel turned slightly and Zhang Chen realized his skill had failed. "It failed?" Zhang Chen exclaimed in surprise. The Elder of Order shook his head, pointing to a part of the wheel. "The time pause you can control has a range, but other areas will continue to operate." Zhang Chen looked in the direction of the finger, and indeed saw a small area of the wheel had stopped turning, while the other parts were still moving slowly. "Did I affect the normal operation of the wheel?" Zhang Chen asked in astonishment. "You don't have that much power yet. You can at most influence the fate of those around you. Although I maintain this order, I am also quite curious to see what happens when order breaks down. That's why I created the hourglass of time, and later found that you were misusing the power of time but didn't intervene forcefully. So what do you mean, Senior?" Zheng Chen was increasingly unable to decipher this old man before him, who seemed to be a complex contradiction, wanting to maintain yet always thinking of destruction. Your own abilities, use them as you wish, as long as the wheel as a whole does not stop turning. I will not come after you, the Elder of Order said meaningfully. Faced with the Elder's indulgence, Zheng Chen felt uneasy in his heart. The Elder's words always carried a sense of contradiction, leaving Zheng Chen utterly perplexed. Senior, you. Zheng Chen was about to say something when the Elder of Order directly interrupted him, issuing a dismissal order. Alright, go back and regroup with everyone. The Elder of Order didn't wait for Zheng Chen to respond and directly used spatial magic to teleport him away. Another wave of light swirled, and Zheng Chen, feeling dizzy, returned to the Holy City. You're back. Congratulations on winning the championship. The Lord of White Tiger City truly didn't misjudge you. The leader of White Tiger City, Hu Biao, immediately noticed Zheng Chen and couldn't help but praise him. Not at all, I wasn't even trying that hard, ha ha. Zheng Chen quickly adapted, and seeing that it was the leader of White Tiger City talking to him, he couldn't help but banter a bit. Do you want to stroll around the city? The Holy City is rarely open, everyone is either taking on tasks or shopping. Hu Biao kindly reminded him. Zheng Chen shook his head. The items in the Holy City were too high level, and his current level couldn't make use of them. As for better tasks, aside from the royal tasks rewarded for the arena rankings, there wasn't much profit in the others, so it was better to log off and rest for a while. Seeing Zheng Chen shake his head, Hu Biao said directly, if you don't want to stay here, you can return to White Tiger City first, the Lord is waiting for you. Zheng Chen nodded and said okay. Hu Biao didn't waste any more words and directly summoned a portal, sending Zheng Chen back to White Tiger City. As soon as Zheng Chen was teleported to White Tiger City, the experience rewards from the arena competition were distributed, and Zheng Chen, originally at level 35, surprisingly leveled up. The rewards were indeed generous. Zheng Chen was teleported to the Lord's mansion, where a servant had been waiting. Upon seeing Zheng Chen return, the servant guided him to the main hall. There was no one else in the main hall. The Lord of White Tiger City sat in a high chair, lost in thought, until the servant left and reminded him, bringing him back to reality. Truly worthy of being the envoy of White Tiger City, you performed very well this time, the Lord of White Tiger City praised. Does that mean the second trial is considered complete? I'll count it as you exceeding expectations, the Lord of White Tiger City nodded. What about the rewards? Can't you give your dear envoy some rewards? Zheng Chen tried to squeeze out some benefits. Young man, don't be too greedy, isn't the reward for first place enough? Lord, we're practically on the same side now, can't you be a bit more generous? Zheng Chen said somewhat speechlessly. Let's talk about the third trial, if you complete it, won't there be benefits for you? The Lord of White Tiger City directly changed the subject. Alright then, what is the third trial? Zheng Chen had no choice but to accept reality. The Lord of White Tiger City took out a teleportation scroll, and Zheng Chen, well informed, immediately recognized where he would be sent to complete a task. The third trial is to be teleported to the White Tiger secret realm and gain the recognition of the White Tiger's soul, the Lord of White Tiger City said as he tossed the scroll to Zheng Chen. Zheng Chen took the scroll, only able to smile bitterly in his heart. Although the first two tasks were difficult, at least there was a chance to complete them. The third task, however, was to fight the White Tiger directly. With his level 36 body, he probably wouldn't even withstand a single paw swipe from the White Tiger. Lord, are you trying to silence me? Zheng Chen said unhappily. Silencing you would be too troublesome. It's not like I'm asking you to really fight the holy beast White Tiger in that secret realm, it's just a fragment of its spiritual imprint. Its strength will be based on the user's strength, only slightly stronger than the user. The tradition of the four main cities is like this. If you want to obtain important positions in the four main cities, you must gain the recognition of the guardian beast of the main city. Alright, are there any rules or restrictions? Zheng Chen had no choice but to compromise. There are no restrictions at all. Gaining recognition doesn't necessarily mean you have to defeat it. Perhaps the holy beast will find you reliable as soon as it sees you and recognize you right away. Perhaps because there were no other people in the hall, the Lord of White Tiger City spoke in a relaxed tone, even joking a bit. I hope the holy beast, the White Tiger, has the same insight as you. By the way, there is only one chance. No matter the reason, if you withdraw, it counts as failure, and death also counts as failure, the Lord of White Tiger City reminded. Zheng Chen nodded. After all, this was the final part of the task, and a bit of difficulty was to be expected. Lord City Master, I wonder where my master, Sun Xia, is now? Zheng Chen seized the opportunity to ask. You brat are quite thoughtful. He broke the rules by passing on spells to you and is locked up in the fire prison of the Holy City. This time, due to your outstanding performance, the Holy City was quite satisfied and intended to release him, but who would have thought he stubbornly refuses to leave, the Lord of White Tiger City said, both angry and amused. Fire prison? No wonder even his good buddy, Wuhan, isn't in a hurry. Zheng Chen suddenly realized. Once you complete all the trials and become the envoy of White Tiger City, you will be considered one of us? Sun Xia teaching you spells won't count as passing them on to outsiders. Although the Holy City didn't intend to make things difficult for him, there needs to be a step down due to the system. Zheng Chen nodded in understanding. The officialdom isn't about fighting and killing, it's about human relationships. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Zheng Chen didn't rush to take on the task. After several hours of the arena competition, he was mentally exhausted, and without knowing what the trials in the secret realm would be, it was best to be cautious. Just as Zheng Chen was about to log off to rest, a message box suddenly flashed, and the sender was Fa Burongqing from the Fishing Net Studio. Bro, why did you leave early? We found an ancient city ruin, not sure if you're interested? Fa Burongqing got straight to the point. Zheng Chen recalled that Fa Burongqing had indeed mentioned looking for him after the competition. Aren't you from the studio? Would you really share the spoils? Zheng Chen wasn't foolish and kicked the ball back. Let's not beat around the bush. The small monsters in that ancient city ruin are manageable, but the final boss is a level 40 epic quality. If we collaborate with other major guilds, it won't be enough to share, and you're the most suitable candidate, Fa Burongqing quickly replied. How will the spoils be divided? Equipment is needed, the rest is a 50-50 split. How does that sound? Indeed, you're someone who does big things. It's settled then. There are many boss ruins in the Holy Domain, but due to the vastness of the map, ruins are not easily found, and epic quality bosses are even rarer. Just this piece of information is worth a 50-50 split, not to mention they would also contribute during the battle. Zheng Chen decided to first gain the White Tiger's recognition and complete the envoy task before heading to Fa Burongqing's side. After all, the White Tiger's secret realm is determined by the character's strength. The stronger Zheng Chen is, the stronger the opponents will be, so entering in his current state is the best option. Zheng Chen and Fa Burongqing agreed on a time, and just as he was about to log off again, he suddenly received another message, this time from Yin Cheng. Zheng Chen, the official Holy Domain is holding an exchange meeting. Do you want to go take a look? What do you mean? Exchange what? I didn't see any announcement about an exchange meeting, Zheng Chen replied, puzzled. It's an internal exchange meeting, an invitation-only event, and only those with status in reality who are registered in the Holy Domain are invited. I got my invitation through connections, and I have 2 invitations. Want to go together? Yin Cheng invited again. Forget it, they're all people of status. What would I be going for? You should take someone else. Zheng Chen was somewhat interested in the game exchange meeting, but he didn't expect the Holy Domain to have such discriminatory treatment. Since only people with status in reality were invited, it was better not to join the crowd at his level to avoid any unpleasantness. I'll keep the invitation for you. If you really don't want to go in the end, I'll take someone else. Yin Cheng replied and hung up the call. Zheng Chen could finally log off and rest. He had originally thought he could relax for a while after the arena competition, but unexpectedly things lined up one after another. When Zheng Chen returned to the game, he was already full of energy. With the continuous consumption and recovery of his mental power, his mental strength had grown significantly, and after a short rest, he felt exceptionally clear-headed. He didn't rush to find Fa Burongqing and the others. After replenishing his essentials, he directly entered the White Tiger's secret realm. The White Tiger's secret realm was a vast square, surrounded by a sea of white, with the majestic avatar of the holy beast, the White Tiger, standing in the center of the square. Are you the newly selected messenger? The holy beast White Tiger suddenly asked. Indeed. Senior holy beast, please guide me, Zheng Chen replied humbly. Prepare yourself and make your move. If you can defeat my avatar, you will pass the test, the holy beast White Tiger continued. Zheng Chen nodded and glanced at the basic information of the White Tiger avatar. White Tiger avatar level 36 quality, adjusted to epic health, 2,500,000. The White Tiger had wind attributes, with an incredibly fast movement speed, and could summon wind wings to fly. Its attacks were also infused with metal attributes, making both its strength and attack penetration extremely powerful. Moreover, wounds inflicted by its claws were hard to heal, and the bleeding state was quite deadly. With no more choices, Zheng Chen entered to pass the test. After checking his backpack again, he directly launched an attack on the White Tiger. Avatar. Ice Rain Fire Wall Technique. Zheng Chen started with area skills. Besides having a higher hit rate, they could also serve to obscure vision to some extent. The White Tiger quickly counterattacked. After being hit, perhaps due to the level adjustment, it did not have wind wings appearing on its back, significantly reducing its movement speed. However, even so, the White Tiger's agility was still higher than that of other bosses of the same level. Facing a boss of the same level without any terrain cover was a nightmare for a mage class, making it extremely difficult to complete. Zheng Chen used the Rock Spike skill to disrupt the White Tiger's advance. As Zheng Chen's strength increased, the effectiveness of these basic skills improved as well. What was once just a small protrusion now reached about half a meter. The White Tiger was also very agile. Although Zheng Chen disrupted its attack rhythm, it showed no signs of anger. Instead, wind elements gathered on its forehead, and then it unleashed several wind blades at Zheng Chen from a distance. Feeling the power of the wind blades, Zheng Chen naturally dared not stay in place. He executed a double jump to create distance, and as he landed, he prepared a large fireball. Whirlwind technique. Just as the fireball was thrown, Zheng Chen directly used the wind-based skill Whirlwind technique. Through the connection of mental power, the Whirlwind technique and the fireball perfectly merged, with the two elements complementing each other, achieving the standard of a forward fusion technique, significantly increasing its power compared to a single element fire. Tornado. The white tiger avatar nodded secretly, choosing not to evade and charging directly at it. At the moment of contact with the skill, it struck fiercely with its two front claws, creating two golden claw marks in the air that not only shredded the attack but also seemed to tear apart the surrounding space. Zheng Chen was taken aback. It seemed that although the holy beast white tiger's level had been adjusted, its various attributes had been retained. An epic quality boss had the ability to directly shred skills. With no time to ponder how unfair this battle was, Zheng Chen could only quicken his pace. However, the white tiger continued to close in, constantly launching wind blades to disrupt Zheng Chen's positioning. Zheng Chen's judgment was not wrong. The white tiger only focused on major skills completely, disregarding smaller fireballs and area attack skills, which it could easily withstand. This was Zheng Chen's only opportunity to deal damage. Fortunately, Zheng Chen's Lingfeng suit increased his movement speed significantly. Coupled with Zheng Chen's precise judgment, he was able to anticipate and dodge the white tiger's pounces, even though he was occasionally affected by the residual shockwaves of the white tiger's claws. The combination of potions and the slow healing skill allowed him to persist without major danger. Perhaps the white tiger also knew that it would be difficult to defeat him in a one-on-one fight, so the attacks from its clones were not overly complicated and there were no excessively powerful skills. Although Zheng Chen was struggling, he gradually adapted to the rhythm. However, with a health pool of 2,500,000, this was destined to be a long duel, requiring him to maintain a high level of tension and, most importantly, control over his magical potions. Zheng Chen's small skill attacks were like scraping, only able to chip away dozens of health points from the white tiger each time. The white tiger seemed to have missed its attacks, but just one opportunity was enough to render Zheng Chen's efforts futile. At the moment of a misstep in dodging, when the white tiger's front paw, marked with golden claw prints, appeared at Zheng Chen's chest, he used the time pause skill that he hadn't employed in a long time. With his current abilities, he could pause time for about 5 minutes, and as he used the skill, its cooldown began to count down. The cooldown for time pause was 1 hour, meaning that if he used up the time, the cooldown for his skills would only be left with 55 minutes. Not rushing to attack, Zheng Chen first moved out of the white tiger's attack range and took a moment to catch his breath. Naturally, he couldn't let the time pause go to waste, and the reverse fusion technique of the 6 basic attributes appeared again, with explosive damage dealt approximately every hour. Combined with the small skill consumption in between, I should be able to eliminate the white tiger's clone before dawn, Zheng Chen thought. Unfortunately, he still didn't know how to fully utilize the newly acquired power of time. Otherwise, the fusion technique of the 7 attributes should have been even stronger. Zheng Chen continuously compressed the 6 attributes, gathering more energy than ever before, and he had to make good use of the 5 minutes. Just as the time pause was about to end, Zheng Chen pushed the unstable elemental attribute sphere into the half-open mouth of the white tiger. When time pause ended, Zheng Chen had already run far away. The white tiger was momentarily stunned, not understanding why its target had disappeared, and then it felt a sharp pain in its mouth as its entire body lost balance. 342,587. The extreme compression of the 6 attribute spheres resulted in an astonishing explosive power. The white tiger was blown away and took a long time to get back up, while Zheng Chen, due to excessive mental strain, felt dizzy. An hour of recovery was just enough for Zheng Chen to use the magical fusion technique again. Goodbye, darling. After more than 7 hours, Zheng Chen, with a weary voice, couldn't help but make a quip as he delivered the final blow to the white tiger's clone. After 7 hours of intense battle, even Zheng Chen was on the verge of collapse. If it weren't for the time pause skill, this fight might have lasted a day and a night. With the white tiger clone's health reduced to 0, a white light enveloped its body, and then the clone returned to the center of the square. You performed very well. Originally, you only needed to endure for an hour under my attacks to be considered qualified, but I didn't expect you to actually defeat me. In light of your outstanding performance, the White Tiger City will grant you an additional reward, the White Tiger clone said with satisfaction. Without any visible movement, a square card appeared in front of Zheng Chen. White Tigers. Proof. Zheng Chen read the words on the card lightly. This should be proof of passing the test. Go ahead, and in the future, bring glory to White Tiger City. The White Tiger continued. Absolutely, Zheng Chen replied happily. Zheng Chen was quickly teleported out, holding the White Tiger's proof, and disregarding his fatigue, he rushed straight to the Lord's mansion, eager to find out what the additional reward was. The exhaustion from 7 hours of hard work was far outweighed by the allure of the reward. When Zheng Chen arrived at the Lord's mansion of White Tiger City again, the feeling of fatigue had completely vanished. Will the extra reward give me a mansion or a large sum of money? Zheng Chen walked while grinning foolishly. Although he no longer lacked money coming from a slum, he certainly didn't mind having more. After the announcement, Zheng Chen quickly arrived at the Lord's mansion. The Lord of White Tiger City was reviewing some documents and only set them down upon seeing Zheng Chen return. As expected of my envoy from White Tiger City, you have quickly gained the recognition of the sacred beast. Not bad, not bad. The Lord of White Tiger City spoke before Zheng Chen could present the White Tiger token. It was just luck, Zheng Chen humbly replied. The White Tiger sent word, and it didn't imply that it was luck. Just being able to survive for half an hour under the White Tiger's attack is already a form of recognition. It saw how fiercely you fought and stayed with you until the end. It praised your perseverance, the Lord added. What? Half an hour? You guys? Zheng Chen looked speechless, ultimately refraining from cursing. Also, regarding your ability to control the power of time, if the White Tiger hadn't communicated with the Holy City, you would have been judged as cheating, the Lord of White Tiger City continued. Zheng Chen was taken aback, not expecting that besides the Elder of Order, there was someone else who could see through his time pause. What did the Holy City say in response? Zheng Chen asked cautiously. They said you won first place in the arena and chose a time-based Mages class transfer scroll. They didn't expect you to comprehend such a powerful skill. Oh, I hope the Lord can keep this a secret. After all, if too many people know, I might be on guard during battles. Zheng Chen didn't want too many people to know about this. It seemed the sacred beast White Tiger believed he was using time-based magic and didn't realize it was the skill of the super artifact Hourglass of Time. Now, let's talk about the rewards. The Lord of White Tiger City got back to the point, his keen eyes fixed on Zheng Chen, a slight smile on his face, as if waiting for Zheng Chen to eagerly inquire. Naturally, Zheng Chen played along. Who wouldn't want to receive their rewards sooner? He quickly smiled and asked. The White Tiger Senior mentioned there would be extra rewards. I wonder what they are. Congratulations on successfully completing the 3 trials and officially becoming the envoy of White Tiger City. From now on, I will directly assign you tasks in White Tiger City, the Lord of White Tiger City said seriously. The envoy of White Tiger City, the justice from the heavens, always ready for battle. Zheng Chen quickly expressed his determination, trying to gain some favor. The envoy of White Tiger City has many privileges. You'll gradually experience the specifics. First, let's talk about the requirements of the envoy. As the envoy of White Tiger City, your actions represent White Tiger City, so you must be cautious in your dealings. The other 4 main cities, including the Holy City, are currently preparing for the Holy War. Now that you have the title granted by the sacred beast White Tiger, you will be a primary target during the Holy War. I hope you can quickly enhance your strength to help White Tiger City while also ensuring your own safety. Speaking of the Holy War, the Lord's expression grew even more serious. Zheng Chen, having experienced the later stages of the Holy War, naturally understood the intensity of the conflict and nodded silently. Zheng Chen waited for the Lord of White Tiger City to continue speaking, but to his surprise, there was no further comment. Lord, is there nothing else? Zheng Chen couldn't wait any longer and tentatively asked. There's nothing else to pay attention to for now. With your growth rate, you will surely become a formidable expert in the future. I, White Tiger City, have not chosen the wrong person, the Lord praised. Zheng Chen frowned, thinking, this Lord is quite stingy. Every time it comes to rewards, he goes silent. The Lord of the city has a unique insight and naturally won't mistake people. Isn't there also? Zheng Chen's words were not finished when the White Tiger City Lord suddenly seemed to remember something and said directly, there's also your master, son, Sijia. I will have him return home soon. That old fellow actually treats the fire prison as a place for cultivation. Recently, he refused to leave home no matter what. If he had worked this hard in his youth, would he only be a theoretical teacher now? The White Tiger City Lord unexpectedly shifted the topic to Sun Sijia, leaving Zheng Chen speechless again. Thank you for your kindness, City Lord. Didn't the Holy Beast White Tiger say before that I would receive an extra reward? I wonder what this reward is. Zheng Chen couldn't help but lay his cards on the table, otherwise this reward might be taken away. Oh, look at my memory, but this is still your fault, the City Lord said, turning the blame back on him. How could it be my fault? I want the reward more than anyone else, okay? 7 hours. Do you know how I spent those 7 hours? Zheng Chen recalled those tedious 7 hours and suddenly felt quite wronged. Hand it over. The White Tiger City Lord extended his hand and said, Ha, you want me to give you something and also ask for a gift? I might as well not be your messenger. Seeing the White Tiger City Lord reaching out for something, Zheng Chen's emotions completely collapsed, like Zhu Beiji dropping his rake. I won't serve you, this monkey, anymore. Zheng Chen stomped his foot, furious and ready to leave. The White Tiger token. If you don't give me the White Tiger token, how can I grant you the reward? The White Tiger City Lord didn't seem afraid of Zheng Chen leaving. He appeared expressionless but was actually just teasing him. Cough cough oh, I actually forgot about this matter. It really is my fault. Upon hearing this, Zheng Chen hurriedly stopped, showing a smile to ease the awkwardness, while taking out the White Tiger token and starting to blame himself. The City Lord took the White Tiger token without even looking at it, and with a wave of his hand, a set of equipment appeared out of thin air, glowing with an epic aura. Due to your outstanding completion of the test and receiving the high recognition of the Holy Beast White Tiger, I now reward you with the White Tiger Glory set. This set is a growth-type set, not only boasting powerful attributes but also symbolizing status in White Tiger City. The White Tiger City Lord introduced. Zheng Chen joyfully accepted the set. The White Tiger Glory set was neatly stacked and felt extremely soft to the touch. It was a white mage robe consisting of a robe, lining, long pants, long soft boots, and a hair tie. The entire set was primarily white, with black edging embellishing it and a white tiger head embroidered on the left chest. The set shimmered overall, giving a sense of nobility. White Tiger Glory Set Exclusive Growth Set on Physical Defense plus 1000 Magical Defense plus 3500 Intelligence plus 1500 Spirit plus 1500 Additional Attribute. Spell Skill Damage increased by 30%. Additional Attribute Magical Defense increased by 25%. Additional Attribute Skill Cooldown Time reduced by 20%. Additional Attribute Might of the Holy Beast naturally exerts pressure on demon beasts, enhancing one's attack power while weakening the attributes of demon beasts when facing them. Affected by both parties' levels and the grade of the demon beast. Additional skill White Tiger Descends. Summons a Holy Beast White Tiger avatar, with the avatar's level and strength matching the summoner's, lasting for 5 minutes, cooldown time 24 hours. Postscript White Tiger Descends, riding the cloud's end. Crashing down, the might of the Holy Beast splits the sky, the light of glory gathers here, the pride of heaven achieves remarkable feats. The White Tiger Glory Set is a growth set currently suitable for level 35. For every 5 levels the player increases, the set will grow once, enhancing not only the base attributes but also the additional attributes accordingly. The base attributes of the White Tiger Glory Set are not particularly outstanding, but the additional attributes are straightforward and powerful. Not only are there high damage and resistance increases, but skill cooldowns in summoning the Holy Beast. Each aspect symbolizes top-tier quality. Zhang Chen directly donned the White Tiger's radiance, and his aura was instantly elevated. Beyond the external splendor, it subtly emanated the pressure of a sacred beast. This extra reward was far better than receiving some money. Thank you, City Lord, and thank you, Senior White Tiger. I am grateful for your presence, Zhang Chen said, smiling broadly, filled with words of gratitude. The City Lord of White Tiger smiled slightly, as if he had had enough of jokes, and waved his hand, saying, "Keep up the good work, make good use of this identity, and if you encounter any difficulties, go find Wuhan. With the City Lord's dismissal, Zhang Chen naturally could not linger any longer. He had already reaped enough benefits and took his leave. After leaving the City Lord's mansion, Zhang Chen saw that Fa Burongqing was still online, so he opened the chat box and sent a message. See you at the ancient city ruins in 2 hours. Okay, ready at all times, Fa Burongqing quickly replied. Ding, congratulations, Juyi Hall has upgraded to a level 2 guild, and the guild war system is now open. Just as Zhang Chen was about to log off to rest for a while, the system unexpectedly issued an announcement. The second guild established, Juyi Hall, had actually been the first to reach level 2. Every guild has a gang residence, and before a guild reaches level 4, the gang residence is an independent space provided by the system. Once a guild reaches level 4, it can purchase land to establish its residence in a certain location on the large map, and eventually, it can even develop into a city. Only level 2 guilds can initiate guild wars, and initiating a guild war consumes the guild's funds. The challenged guild has 3 opportunities to avoid the war, and avoiding the war will cost the challenger a large amount of guild funds. Once the challenged guild accepts the guild war, regardless of victory or defeat, it will not be challenged by other guilds for 24 hours, which is also to prevent malicious targeting. Once the challenger initiates a guild war, it cannot be cancelled. When the guild war begins, a teleportation array will appear at the guild residence, which can be used for teleportation between the challenger and the challenged guild. The victory condition for the guild war is that one side's flag's health reaches 0. The resurrection time for both sides' members increases with the number of deaths, and no new members can be accepted once the guild war starts. If the challenger cannot take down the opponent's flag within half an hour, they must compensate the challenged for all losses. If, after initiating the challenge, the defending side counterattacks and takes down the flag, the challenger must pay double the guild funds. In short, being the first to reach a level 2 guild grants the initiative, allowing them to suppress the guilds that are catching up. However, without absolute certainty, no one would easily initiate a guild war. This is also why, in the later stages of the game and the previous life, only 3 major guilds became famous, while the rest of the smaller guilds all relied on the larger ones, as they could not withstand the relentless bombardment from other guilds without strong financial backing. Ding Juyi Hall has initiated a guild challenge against Thorny Rose. Thorny Rose has 5 minutes to decide whether to accept the challenge. Another system announcement came. It was clear that Juyi Hall wanted to seize this opportunity to reclaim the title of the first guild. So what if they were the first to create a guild? In the end, didn't they still fall behind? Guild wars would still trample them. The righteous and valiant wanted to prove that they were the strongest. Zhang Chen looked at the system announcement and instinctively shook his head. What comes will come. Creating a guild solely with passion is not enough. It's a pity about that guild creation order. Zhang Chen couldn't help but sigh. No longer hesitating, Zhang Chen chose to log off and rest. Some things needed to be faced by them, and besides, he didn't want to welcome another round of private message bombardment while feeling exhausted. Setting an alarm, even with the most advanced holographic simulation pod, Zhang Chen still needed rest. In reality, otherwise, his body would definitely not hold up. 2 hours later, when Zhang Chen logged back in, he found that his inbox was nearly exploding, and the world channel was buzzing about the 2 major guilds, Juyi Hall and Thorny Rose. Every hour, a guild battle can be initiated. Zheng Chen had been offline for 2 hours, and now he logged in just in time for the third challenge initiated by the guild. Paul. The first two had been directly dismissed by Yin Qing with a truce card. Zheng Chen, what should we do? A large number of guild members suddenly went offline, and in this situation, we can't win the guild battle at all. This was the message Yin Qing sent 2 hours ago, right after Zheng Chen logged off. Zheng Chen, please come help. I don't know why so many guild members left, and a lot of people are offline too. The remaining members are all the ones who usually rank at the bottom. What should we do? Du Xian also sent a flurry of messages. There were many similar messages, averaging one every few minutes. After 2 consecutive truces, the guild's funds had already suffered significant losses. If they were to fight now and be defeated, both the guild's reputation and finances would take a hit that Yin Qing and the others couldn't bear. Zheng Chen, you're finally online. What should we do? Du Xian sent another message as soon as she saw Zheng Chen was back. What can we do? It's obvious that the members who left the guild are spies, and those who went offline are also spies from other guilds. It's too late to recruit new members now. Zheng Chen saw through the truth of the matter at a glance and secretly wanted Yin Qing to taste the bitterness of failure, especially since he had once advised her kindly, only to be seen as someone who forgot loyalty for profit. We've already refused twice, and the guild has lost a lot of funds. If we refuse again this time, they'll definitely challenge us again in an hour, and the losses will only be greater then. Du Xian said anxiously. You don't think I can take on a whole guild by myself, do you? Zheng Chen sent a helpless expression. In this life, he really didn't want to get involved in these pointless conflicts. Apart from quietly amassing wealth, he only wanted to avenge the assassination from his previous life. I just think you can turn the tide. Didn't you say you're a god? Am I just bragging? Give it up. There will be many more situations like this in the future. If we get through this one, the next time we'll just repeat the same mistakes. Zheng Chen knew those people's style. Once a war started, they would suppress their opponents to the end. Got it. Du Xian replied with just 3 words, and then there was no more news. Zheng Chen stared blankly at the message list, a wave of frustration washing over him. Brother, where are you? Fa Borong Cheng had been waiting for a long time and couldn't help but ask when he saw Zheng Chen online. Sigh, you might have to wait for me another half hour. Zheng Chen replied with a sigh. His planned schedule was disrupted once again. Although he wanted these self-righteous women to suffer a bit, in the end he couldn't hold back his heart. After greeting Fa Borong Cheng, Zheng Chen directly opened the guild panel, found Thorny Rose, and clicked to apply for membership. Almost the moment Zheng Chen applied, Yin Qing clicked to agree, and one after another, more people joined the guild, apparently having called in some friends to bolster their numbers. Zheng Chen wanted to say something in the guild channel, but he found himself seemingly drowned out by this batch of new members, and no one noticed him. It was likely that Du Xian had told everyone that Zheng Chen wouldn't help, so no one held any hope anymore. Everyone, prepare supplies and quickly return to the guild base to gather. The rewards will be distributed after the battle, Yin Chang announced in the guild. Although there were quite a few new members, it was still too hasty and clearly insufficient. Zheng Chen didn't make any comments and directly teleported back to the guild base. The base was in chaos, and with the crowd surging and his ID hidden, no one could notice him at all. A guild of 1,000 people actually recruited over 600 spies. That's really impressive. Zheng Chen browsed the guild list while muttering to himself. His estimation was based on facts. With the new members joining, the online count was only around 200 to 300. Aside from those who automatically left the guild, some members who were offline were not randomly kicked out by Yin Qing. Excluding those who were away for various reasons, the rest could basically be considered undercover. After all, it was the first guild in the entire server, and how could other guilds, big and small, not send some people over? Sister, there's 1 minute left until the declaration of war. Don't run out of time. Lu Tianwei reminded in the guild channel. Okay, everyone return to the base. This is all we can gather for now. Let's fight them, Yin Qing said with a mix of sadness and anger. Ding, the Thorny Rose has accepted the challenge from the Guild of Unity. The guild war will begin in 5 minutes. With the system announcement, all entry channels for both guilds were closed, and a teleportation array appeared at the entrance of the guild base. Everyone quiet down, and please don't speak in the guild channel. Let's form teams close to each other, ensuring a balance of professions. Regardless of victory or defeat, we must fight for the honor of the guild, Yin Chung shouted from a high point. Zheng Chen couldn't help but shake his head. They were already at a disadvantage, fighting with fewer against more, and after avoiding battle twice since the declaration of war, their morale was already low. As the guild leader, Yin Qing's pre-battle speech lacked any persuasive power. They had been bullied to the point where honor seemed meaningless. Although Zheng Chen was not very satisfied with Yin Qing's performance, there were still some veteran players in the guild, and the newly joined members were all looking to profit, which had yielded decent results for the time being. This way of forming teams probably won't work. Zheng Chen couldn't help but voice his opinion as time was running out. Ha, old Zhen? Lu Tianwei said with a hint of surprise. Zheng Chen? Aren't you? Time is tight. We'll catch up later. Any priests with group healing, step forward. Group 4 warriors with 1 priest, archers, assassins, and mages should form single profession teams, and hidden professions stand aside. Zhang Chen stepped forward and began to command without hesitation. Quick, move. If you don't want to get smashed, speed it up. Seeing that the guild members were not listening, Zhang Chen's tone grew impatient, and this time everyone indeed started to follow his orders. Warriors, hold the line next to the teleportation array. Priests, heal the warriors indiscriminately. Mages and archers, unleash all area attack skills on the teleportation array. Hidden professions and assassins, guard the flag. If any assassins or other professions slip past, focus fire to eliminate them. Zhang Chen used the time while the guild members were forming teams to start deploying a rough strategy. It was indeed difficult to fight with fewer against more, but at least they were on the defensive, otherwise, they would have almost no chance of winning. Don't be afraid of death. In this guild war PK, you won't lose experience, and killing enemies will earn guild contributions. Once you die, quickly return to your positions. If the first line of defense is breached, everyone should guard the flag upon respawning. Half an hour isn't long, but in a battle of this scale, once players are focused, they are basically killed in an instant. After dying 4 or 5 times, the respawn time can even exceed a minute. Although the attacking side would suffer more casualties, as a level 2 guild, the Guild of Unity had a member cap of 2,000, and just relying on numbers was enough to crush Zhang Chen's side. President, you take the scattered players and the assassin team to guard the flag. If there aren't enough people, remember to call for reinforcements in advance. Zhang Chen turned to Yin Qing, whose mood was complicated. Received. Yin Qing nodded, then said softly, thank you. The enemy's level 2 guild should have already filled their ranks with prepared members. Once the battle begins, a large number of enemies will surge in. Even if we concentrate our damage and take out some enemies instantly, each skill has a limited number of targets, and there will still be a large wave of them charging at us. Whether we can withstand this first wave will depend on our warriors. Zhang Chen saw that the frontline warriors had completed their team formation and informed everyone in advance about the possible situation. After all, he had participated in battles of this scale countless times. Ranged classes, don't be afraid to use potions. Just throw your skills mindlessly. After using your area attacks, switch to single target attacks, and make sure that all skills you can release are on cooldown. Boss, the guild's pharmacy is completely free of charge. Potion costs will be deducted from the guild fund. Everyone, give it your all. Zhang Chen's last words about the free potions and giving it their all finally ignited the fighting spirit of the guild members, and their enthusiasm surged. Playing games is all about passion, not losing experience and not having to pay for potions, plus earning guild contributions for kills. It all seemed like a good deal. Coupled with a sense of belonging to the guild, this thorny rose had a bunch of beauties watching him. The countdown has begun, everyone prepare. Regardless of victory or defeat, rewards will be based on guild contributions, Yin Qing shouted as a final summary. 5 4 3 2 1. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. As soon as the countdown ended, everyone unleashed their skills towards the teleportation array. However, the anticipated sea of people did not appear. The area in front of the teleportation array was empty, and Zhang Chen's side had wasted all their skills. Oh no, we've been tricked. Although Zhang Chen was familiar with the details of the battle, he still forgot one thing. The enemy was led by the righteous and valiant, and at this moment, his side had wasted a round of skills, and the enemy would definitely rush in during this skill vacuum. Everyone, don't let your guard down. The enemy is waiting for our first round of skills to end. Prepare your backup skills, Zhang Chen could only say in a remedial manner, but his credibility had clearly dropped significantly. Sure enough, after more than 10 seconds, a large number of people from the Guild of Righteousness surged out, while all the strongest ranged attack skills were on cooldown, creating an overwhelming trend that they could not withstand. Fortunately, I prepared a B plan. Zhang Chen used a double jump to leap high into the air. By the time he realized he had been tricked, the magical fusion skill had already begun to prepare. Hello everyone, I am the streamer Xiao Lizi. The first guild battle in the Holy Domain is about to begin, and I will be live streaming the entire event for you. I believe this live stream will show everyone who is truly the #1 guild in the Holy Domain. Next, let's interview the president of the Guild of Righteousness. The runner-up of this arena competition, Righteous and Valiant. President, why did you choose to start the guild battle right after your guild reached level 2? Is it because of some grudge with the Thorny Rose Guild? Before the guild battle began, the Guild of Righteousness had already invited the well-known streamer Xiao Lizi from the Holy Domain, hoping to use this guild battle to establish their authority and prove to everyone that they were the #1 guild. When the lion is asleep, the monkeys will climb the branches. True strength must be proven by time and results, Righteous and Valiant said with a commanding presence on camera. Do we have any specific tactics for this guild battle? Xiao Lizi continued the interview. Even when hunting rabbits, a lion uses all its strength. My tactic is strength, Righteous and Valiant said confidently. In this guild battle, whether in the early layout, the strength of the members, or even the most basic number of players, the Thorny Rose had no chance at all. The battle is about to begin, please watch closely with me. 5 4 3. Everyone, remain still and follow my orders. It wasn't until there were only 2 seconds left in the countdown that Righteous and Valiant issued the first command. 2-1 The countdown ended and the guild battle officially began. The Guild of Righteousness, with a full 2,000 members, remained disciplined and motionless. Audience, look at this. Discipline, this is the execution power of the Grand Guild. Although I don't understand why the president doesn't strike decisively, I believe he has his reasons. Xiao Lizi was also surprised. He didn't expect that after the countdown ended, there would be no immediate attack. This plot twist had not been communicated to him in advance, so he could only divert the topic from other angles. All units, except for the 300 flag bearers, charged together in 3 seconds. Ibai Yuntian suddenly issued the command with nearly 10 seconds left. 3-2-1 As Ibai Yuntian's own countdown ended, the designated attacking members rushed into the teleportation array all at once. A large group of people surged in, and the base of the Thorn Rose Guild instantly became crowded, making the first line of defense of over 300 people seem very small. Ibai Yuntian timed it perfectly at the critical point of the mage group attack skill's duration. With so many people rushing in, the absence of the group attack skill suppression allowed the gathering hall to seize the initiative. President Ibai Yuntian is indeed a master strategist. Look at these sparse skills, there's no way they can have any chance of winning. The streamer Xiao Lizi, mixed in the crowd, transmitted his excitement, unable to hold back his laughter at the scattered skills. Before Xiao Lizi's words could settle, he saw an exceptionally dazzling attribute orb fall right in the middle of the crowd. Brothers, the slaughter moment is coming. Let's go, what's happening? Xiao Lizi was excitedly preparing to broadcast the gathering hall's rampage when suddenly the crowd erupted and the explosion's range kept expanding, catching even Xiao Lizi in its wake. The explosion's power was immense. More than half of the gathering hall's members were instantly killed, and the instigator was Zheng Chen. Although he had made a command error, with the support of the White Tiger Glory set and the Qing Yen staff, combined with the brutal reverse fusion of 6 attributes, even the elite troops of the gathering hall couldn't withstand it. Zheng Chen fell to the ground from mid-air, his head spinning. Although it was just one strike, the magical elements and mental power he had outputted far exceeded the past, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to kill so many enemies in an instant. Brothers, hold the line, defend against the gathering hall's attack, we are the best in the world. Zheng Chen shouted, raising his arm high after his successful strike. Zheng Chen's blow greatly boosted morale. The originally dense flow of people was instantly cleared out, creating a large hole. As the gathering hall was shocked, the members of the Thorn Rose Guild finally had their new round of skills ready to go, and the battle situation flipped in an instant. Kill charge, brothers, turning the tide is the most exhilarating. For my goddess, let's fight. I must say, Yin Cheng and others indeed had a portion of die-hard fans. The remaining guild members, though varied in skill, were loyal and dedicated, whether for the glory of the guild or to show off in front of beautiful women. Contributing to the guild was commendable. Zheng Chen casually threw his group attack skill into the crowd and then temporarily retreated. The first wave of attacks should be manageable. Once the members of the gathering hall respawned, the real competition would begin. Tianwei, Liang Rui, keep an eye on my health bar. The next round of attacks is crucial. Zheng Chen quickly approached the guild flag and spoke to the 2 priests in the studio. Thanks to your big skill just now, we might not have held the first wave otherwise. Yin Cheng praised. Don't worry, this guild flag has a lot of health. Even if they stand here and hit it, it won't be taken down in just a few seconds. Seeing everyone too tense, Zheng Chen hurriedly reminded them that the guild flag also had a certain level of defense and high health. If it were that easy to take down the guild flag, Zheng Chen would have long used a time pause skill and gone to steal from the gathering hall. The gathering hall must have flag defenders, and my strongest reverse magic fusion technique can't even take down a flag, let alone a level 2 guild's flag. The cooldown for time pause is 1 hour, while the guild battle lasts only half an hour, so sneaking in is simply not feasible. Zheng Chen, throw a few more explosive balls later and just blow them to bits, Du Xian said while vigilantly standing next to the guild flag. Just focus on defense. If I could throw skills freely, I wouldn't have to work so hard, Zheng Chen replied with a bitter smile. Not daring to delay too long, Zheng Chen brought Lu Tianwei and Liang Rui back to the front line, instructing them to stand behind him and keep an eye on his health bar. Then he began to frantically throw skills into the crowd. In just a few seconds of skirmish, both sides suffered casualties. Fortunately, the resurrected members from the gathering hall hadn't rushed over for support. They seemed to be planning to regroup and break through the defense here with sheer numbers. Zheng Chen felt somewhat disappointed with the White Tiger Glory set. Although its base attributes were slightly higher, it didn't exhibit the overwhelming advantages expected from an epic set. At least its endurance was decent. It seems I need to become stronger. Being an individual in large-scale battles is truly insignificant. Let's see how the growth effect of this growth set works, Zheng Chen concluded. There was no time to think further, as the gathering hall launched a new round of attacks. Zheng Chen attempted to gather some magical elements again to use the reverse fusion technique, but his mind was in a haze. The previous consumption had been too great, and aside from basic skills, he couldn't muster any mental energy. The real challenge is about to begin. You two try to stay alive. If necessary, sacrifice yourselves to ensure I don't die, Zheng Chen said with a serious expression. even if it meant sacrificing Lu Tianwei and Liang Rui's lives to ensure his own survival. Such words seemed selfish in ordinary circumstances, but in this situation it was undoubtedly the best choice. Even without using the reverse fusion technique, Zheng Chen's output was still extremely high. As the top damage dealer, and with the morale of the guild relying entirely on him, as long as Zheng Chen remained alive, the enemy would always have something to fear. Lu Tianwei and Liang Rui understood the reasoning behind Zheng Chen's words, but as women, hearing a man coldly say he would sacrifice them stirred unspoken feelings within them. "Don't worry, I'll give you all my healing power," Lu Tianwei said, knowing this wasn't the time for overthinking, patting her chest and speaking loudly. In the midst of his busy schedule, Zheng Chen couldn't help but glance at her proud curves in response to her voice and gesture. "Yeah, go for it," Liang Rui echoed. Due to the overwhelming number of members from the gathering hall, Zheng Chen's front line gradually couldn't hold up. After a gap opened, the enemies surged toward the guild flag like a tide. Zheng Chen cast area attack skills on the enemy's path, retreating while using fireball to attack. At this moment, area attack skills were the most effective, and among single target skills, only fireball was the most suitable, as it was Zheng Chen's most practiced skill. Aside from silently chanting in his mind, it could be said to have no cooldown for him. Zheng Chen's output was naturally impressive, and combined with the ranged attacks from his guild members, their burst damage was quite decent. Warriors, charge forward and disrupt the enemy's ranged attacks. Let their melee fighters come in, Zheng Chen commanded in the guild channel. The gathering hall had a significant numerical advantage. If they faced the enemy's front line head-on, their side would ultimately be wiped out first, so Zheng Chen had to temporarily change tactics. All members of the gathering hall, listen up. Flanking teams clear the way, and the charge team attacks the flag. The gathering hall didn't care how Zheng Chen changed tactics. They simply divided the attackers breaking through the first line into 3 routes, with the most elite members in the center heading straight for the guild flag. Zheng Chen had already retreated near the guild flag. Although he had slain quite a few enemies along the way, it was still a drop in the bucket. Zheng Chen scanned the enemies but did not find the figure of Yi Bo Yun Tian. The one giving orders was none other than Sang Kuan, Yi Bo Yun Tian's capable assistant from the arena competition. "Du Xin, go kill that Sang Kuan for me." Zheng Chen could only focus on the main force, having no time for beheading, especially since this kind of group battle mage was not suited for charging into a crowd. "Me? But that's a contestant who made it into the top 32. Du Xin said somewhat unconfidently. "You're also a hidden class, and besides, this chaotic situation isn't a one-on-one fight. Hurry up," Zheng Chen said sternly. In fact, Zheng Chen didn't plan for Du Xin to succeed, he just wanted her to harass Sang Kuan. With the commander unable to give orders, the many members would soon be thrown into disarray. After Du Xin changed her class to Moin, although she couldn't showcase her skills during the arena competition, she had learned quite a few skills over the past day or two. The assassination techniques of the Moin clan were formidable, and most skills had short-distance shifts. If mastered, one could even kill enemies from a distance in an instant. The hidden weapons of the Moin clan were also sharp, with simple steel needles capable of causing explosive damage, but Du Xion's accuracy and strength were not yet up to par. "Everyone, let the guild flag be exposed. Only attack the approaching enemies." Zheng Chen's words were shocking, as he planned to expose the guild flag to the enemies directly. Although everyone was worried, Yin Cheng still followed Zheng Chen's instructions. It wasn't until the members of the Gathering of Heroes began attacking the guild flag that everyone understood Zheng Chen's good intentions. The guild flag had a thick health pool and couldn't be cut down easily, and there weren't many who could actually reach the flag. If everyone blocked in front of the flag and too many were killed by the enemies, there would truly be no chance of turning the tide. Firewall technique, whirlwind technique, wall of gale. Zheng Chen set up the firewall technique directly in front of the guild flag, then used his mental power to merge the whirlwind technique with the firewall technique, causing those attacking the guild flag to fall directly into a sea of fire. The wall of gale was purely used to shield the guild flag from ranged attacks. Since the vanguard of the Gathering of Heroes charged too quickly, the priests had already become disconnected from the main force. Although dying in a guild battle did not result in losing experience or equipment, abandoning healing and charging recklessly was clearly unwise. Even Yi Bo Yun Tian had obviously overlooked this point. Who could understand the holy domain better than Zheng Chen? The enemies caught in the sea of fire wouldn't be fatal in the short term, but their inability to concentrate their mental power would greatly reduce their damage output. Yin Cheng also cooperated with the guild members to attack, and for a time, the guild flag became a meat shield absorbing damage, allowing the members hiding behind to attack without restraint. Kuan Gu, what should we do? Continuing to attack the guild flag will likely result in heavy casualties. The formation of the Gathering of Heroes was disrupted, and the members were in disarray, only able to turn back to find Sang Kuan for instructions, but Sang Kuan had no time to give orders because Du Xian had already successfully ambushed him from behind. The Moing clan's invisibility skill was very strong. It wasn't until the short blade hit Sang Kuan that he realized what was happening. Logically, as an assassin class, Sang Kuan should have been very agile and quick-witted, but his reaction was still half a beat slow. Du Xian was relentless. spinning and flying the short blade in her hand, attacking at an extremely fast frequency, leaving Sang Kuan with no chance to fight back. "Hurry and help Kuan Gu!" the members of the gathering of heroes shouted, as they saw their squad leader under attack. Unexpectedly, this stirred up a great commotion. Attacking the guild flag was a thankless task, and no one wanted to take the hits up front, so most members rushed towards Du Xin. Blood Escape. Seeing that the enemy was numerous, Du Xin directly consumed her health to use Blood Escape. Although she didn't complete the assassination, she successfully attracted the attention of the large force. When the enemy formation fell into disarray, those cutting the flag in front became even more isolated and helpless. Zheng Chen switched his equipment, and an ancient-looking magic book appeared in his hand, the Water Magic Affinity Book that he had just obtained not long ago. Super Wave Technique and Water Ball Barrage. Zheng Chen utilized the magic book to enhance his water magic, causing the range of the wave technique to increase by more than double. While the basic skill Water Ball was thrown in a continuous stream, his full mana instantly drained as if it had been pumped away. Before he could marvel at the high enhancement of this magic book, he stowed it away and switched back to his previous staff, Eternal Ice, and directly unleashed a large-scale ice rain, then used the reset skill of the reset ring to release another round. Although the wave technique and Water Ball Barrage did not deal high damage, they left the enemies thoroughly soaked and chilled. At this moment, the ice rain skill covered a wide area, and the freezing effect of the skill triggered twice, turning the enemies into ice sculptures one by one. Brothers, attack! The reverse fusion technique of 6 attributes was no longer feasible, but the forward magic fusion technique of 2 attributes was still more than enough. After releasing his skills, Zheng Chen appeared even more fatigued. "Kuan, you are increasingly disappointing me," Bo Yuntian said to the just-resurrected Sang Kuan. Just moments ago, the second wave of attacks initiated by the Gathering Hall had been repelled again. Although the side of the Thorny Rose suffered heavier losses, with 1/5 of their flag's health depleted, it was still not enough for the side with absolute advantage. He had thought that sending his subordinates to lead the team would ensure an easy victory, but he did not expect Sang Kuan to disappoint him once more. Wait for everyone to resurrect, balance the teams by profession, and arrange every 5 teams into a square formation for unified teleportation and attack. Bo Yuntian did not continue to criticize Sang Kuan but instead issued new orders, having refrained from intervening in the previous formations and attacks, wanting to see what his elite team could achieve. With the leader stepping in, the morale of the Gathering Hall surged once again. Although the 2 previous attacks had failed, everyone in the Gathering Hall did not feel they would lose. The absolute advantage was there, and all resistance was futile. With the establishment of the Gathering Hall, the number of members will only increase in the future. The current 2,000 will be the core, and I will select 108 as the main generals of the Gathering Hall. Your performance today will determine your future paths. Bo Yuntian was skilled at stirring people's hearts. In just a few words, he ignited the passion of the members. With clear commands, everyone quickly formed teams and lined up into small squares. After 2 rounds of probing and adjustments, 7 minutes have passed since the attack began. I do not wish for this battle to exceed 10 minutes, Bo Yuntian declared loudly. "Kill the members of the Gathering Hall!" erupted with a tremendous battle cry, their momentum soaring. "Attack!" Bo Yuntian waved his hand, and this time, the 2,000 troops surged forth, as this wave aimed for a complete crushing victory. The military strategy states, one must strike while the iron is hot. If the first effort fails, the second will weaken, and the third will exhaust. If this wave were to be blocked, even if the final guild battle ended in victory, the members of the Gathering Hall would not feel strong, which would be detrimental when facing equally matched enemies in the future. Bo Yuntian had to establish an impression of invincibility for everyone. All members of the Gathering Hall gathered, and Zheng Chen's members also resurrected and returned to the team. This time, Zheng Chen did not have everyone guard at the teleportation gate but placed the warriors behind the mages and archers. When the enemy teleports over, the mages and archers will unleash a round of skills and then retreat behind the warriors. Zheng Chen arranged his tactics. The enemy's numbers are simply too many. Our only advantage is our proximity to the resurrection point. If we can hold our guild flag, it will be a battle to remember. If we cannot hold it, that is also understandable, so everyone should not feel burdened. Even if we lose, we must make them pay the price. After the first 2 rounds of defense, Zheng Chen's role became evident. From the initial distrust to now almost worship, the members of the Thorned Rose had completely come to trust Zheng Chen. His encouragement had ignited the fighting spirit of his team. The more adversity they faced, the stronger their desire to fight became. A desperate battle, where they fought with everything they had, would give anyone a headache if they encountered it. Du Xin, lead all the familiar assassins to the teleportation array and go invisible. When the enemy appears, don't attack. Just teleport to their guild's base and steal their home. Zheng Chen inspired everyone and began to deploy the battle details. Us? I'm afraid we can't take it down, Du Xin replied uncertainly. You don't need to take it down, just do your best. If the enemy comes to defend, you run, Zheng Chen explained. Du Xin nodded and immediately called the guild's assassins, quickly heading towards the teleportation array. Love God's arrow, Yu Ling Bing, you two are responsible for selecting the target. All mages and archers will follow your skill direction to release. Only by concentrating fire can we maximize our killing efficiency. And President, this time you are responsible for guarding the flag. Before the flag's health drops to 1/3, you can still use the previous tactics. Be careful of enemy assassins. Ambushes. Halfway through the battle, both sides began to set up their tactics, countering each other's moves. Zheng Chen, enduring a somewhat dizzy head, pretended to be calm as he stood in the middle. If he fell now, the morale he had just inspired would likely dissipate again. Before long, the Hall of Justice returned, this time in an orderly formation and attacking methodically. Each phalanx moved forward, slowly with minimal gaps, and the disjointed phenomenon was gone. Zheng Chen's side released a round of skills according to the tactics and quickly retreated, while the Hall of Justice also released a round of ranged attacks, but compared to Zheng Chen's side, it was more scattered, not concentrating fire on the same point. With hundreds of skills landing on the same spot, the killing power was naturally strong. And in the first round of attacks, Zheng Chen's side gained the advantage. However, the Hall of Justice had too many people. In just over 10 seconds, more than 2,000 had teleported over, and their advance speed began to increase. After close combat, the situation became clear. The Hall of Justice had a balanced distribution of teams, each with its own priests, while Zheng Chen's side had uneven numbers across professions, making sustainability evident. Seeing such a well-organized army advancing methodically, Zheng Chen felt a mix of emotions, powerless to continue releasing reverse fusion techniques. Small skill seemed insignificant. Even if he could take down 10 or 8 enemies, it wouldn't change the outcome. Giving up resistance is your only way out. Don't struggle needlessly. Bo Yun Tian was also on the offensive, surrounded by a circle of guards, and surprisingly used a server-wide announcement to shout, clearly willing to spend money. Little Li Zi also restarted the live broadcast, chanting, "Brothers, this time you see what it means to be crushed, right? A bunch of hamsters actually dares to fight with eagles? Ridiculous, ridiculous." The Hall of Justice was like a merciless tank. This time they didn't rush to attack the flag but methodically crushed Zheng Chen's defense line. Even with priests healing, the frontline warriors found it hard to survive. Once the warriors fell, the mages and archers behind had no resistance. Koan, do you see? You need to learn to use your advantages. With discipline and direction, a team can be unstoppable. War should not be about quick success. Bo Yun Tian was in a good mood, starting to teach his uncooperative assistant. Zheng Chen watched as guild members fell one by one in front of him, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. In the end, the game was still about data, absolute numerical suppression combined with such command rendered any tactics meaningless. Zheng Chen gritted his teeth and could only unleash his last lifeline, the skill set of the White Tiger Glory. White Tiger descends to the world. The White Tiger descends, summoning the Holy Beast's avatar to the world. The avatar's level and strength are consistent with the summoner, lasting for 5 minutes with a cooldown of 24 hours. The reason Zheng Chen had not used this skill until now was that the duration was too short. The skill description stated that the level and strength matched that of the summoner, meaning that both the level and attack defense were the same as Zheng Chen's. Facing so many opponents, it might be of no use at all. But now, with the situation critical, even if it was just to intimidate, Zheng Chen had to unleash it to bite a few times. As the White Tiger descends, a fierce wind surged, and the Holy Beast, the White Tiger, appeared. Under Zheng Chen's command, it charged forward without hesitation, heading straight for Bo Yun Tian. Quick, block it. Bo Yun Tian's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected Zheng Chen to have such a trick up his sleeve. For a moment, even he felt that this guild battle might end in failure. The might of the Holy Beast, the White Tiger, was terrifying. As it ran, a whirlwind formed around it, and Bo Yun Tian felt a sense of threat, momentarily losing his composure. Quick, block it. Bo Yun Tian shouted. Everyone present was in shock, but only Zheng Chen felt uncertain. After all, the set skill White Tiger descends meant that the White Tiger's attributes were currently the same as Zheng Chen's, with no advantage in level, attack, or defense. To Zheng Chen, this was merely a facade. The reason for releasing it now was just to buy some time. The members of the gathering of heroes heard their leaders call for help and disregarded other enemies rushing towards the White Tiger. Zheng Chen initially thought the White Tiger might be killed in one round, but unexpectedly, it unleashed a massive wind blade, and the enemies in front were struck down to half health by this ordinary attack. The surrounding whirlwind surged again, blocking all ranged magical attacks and arrows. Zheng Chen's eyes widened. He hadn't expected this set skill to be so powerful. The White Tiger used wind blades for long-range attacks and clawed and bit when close. Regardless of the attack method, it posed a significant threat to the members of the gathering of heroes. No one could withstand 2 or 3 hits. The sudden appearance of the Holy Beast, the White Tiger, not only reduced the pressure on defense but also gave the resurrected members of Zheng Chen a chance to counterattack. Zheng Chen used his mental power to communicate with the White Tiger and suddenly had a brilliant idea. He released a firewall not far in front of the charging White Tiger and continuously infused it with summoned fire elements. Blow it up. Zheng Chen shouted at the White Tiger, which cooperatively added its wind elements to the fire wall. Under the connection of mental power, the two attributes produced a wonderful chemical reaction. The wind elements released by the White Tiger were far stronger than Zhang Chen's whirlwind technique, and the firewall instantly expanded. Because Zhang Chen kept infusing fire elements, the flames spread without showing any signs of exhaustion. A large portion of the gathering of heroes members was engulfed in the sea of fire, and with the White Tiger's rapid advance, they quickly retreated, suffering countless casualties. Previously, Yibo Yuntian feared being killed and losing morale, but now it seemed the White Tiger's attacks wouldn't necessarily kill him instantly, and its attack methods were somewhat singular. While it was devastating in a crowd, it posed less of a threat in a one-on-one situation. Seeing this, Yibo Yuntian knew that continuing to hide would affect morale, so he boldly charged at the White Tiger with his battle knife. Yibo Yuntian's counterattack indeed withstood the White Tiger's assault. Although he couldn't deal with the White Tiger immediately, it relieved some pressure on the members of the gathering of heroes. Leader, it's bad. The enemy's assassin is sneaking into our base, a member of the gathering of heroes suddenly reported. Yibo Yuntian, focused on battling the White Tiger, remained calm upon hearing about the base being attacked and confidently asked, have they all revealed themselves? They should all have revealed themselves. It's been over 10 seconds. The members continued, let's close the net. Yibo Yuntian flicked his battle knife, deflecting the White Tiger's front paw, and then turned to slash at the White Tiger's neck. Taking advantage of the White Tiger's momentary stiffness, the members of the Gathering of Righteousness surged forward, and the already low-health White Tiger was swiftly killed. Just a paper tiger. What happened at home? Yibo Yuntian said confidently. Half of them are already dead, and the remaining few are being encircled. The leader is indeed wise. It turned out that Yibo Yuntian had left many assassins around the flag, seemingly launching a full-scale attack while actually having a backup plan waiting to raid the home base. With the White Tiger defeated, what can stop our advance? Brothers, charge! Yibo Yuntian shouted, having killed the summoned beast White Tiger, and morale soared once again. I see where you're charging to. Zhang Chen's cold voice came, and the next second, his figure appeared in midair, hands raised above his head, a massive colorful attribute ball catching everyone's attention. Without giving anyone time to react, he threw it directly towards Yibo Yuntian's position. The White Tiger had attracted too much attention, and amidst the chaos, everyone overlooked Zhang Chen's presence. In less than a minute, Zhang Chen, ignoring the pain that felt like his head was about to split, once again used the reverse magic fusion technique, and the energy within even exceeded the last time. The colorful attribute ball quickly fell into the crowd, and Yibo Yuntian could only watch helplessly as it exploded. The immense power instantly killed those at the center of the explosion, and Yibo Yuntian was among those who were also killed. The explosion's diameter reached over 10 meters before the power gradually diminished, yet even so, it sent the members of the Gathering of Righteousness flying. After releasing the fusion technique, Zhang Chen could no longer control his body and fell heavily to the ground. Lu Tianwei and Liang Rui had been closely watching Zhang Chen. Seeing him fall, one healed him while the other rushed to pull him back. Yin Qing, unable to care for Zhang Chen, directly ordered the charge. The heavily damaged members of the Gathering of Righteousness ultimately failed to take down the enemy and were once again repelled. After the third wave of attacks, the Gathering of Righteousness regrouped their members, preparing for a fourth assault. Although all three previous attacks had failed, the one who had caused the most trouble was now out of combat, and this round was sure to succeed. Zhang Chen fell from the air into a state of unconsciousness, and no matter how the others called out, it had no effect. His health and status appeared normal, and with no other options, they could only place Zhang Chen at the back of the team. Sister, what should we do this time? I'm afraid, Lu Tianwei whispered. Being able to defend for this long is already unexpected. The gap in strength is just too great. If it weren't for him, we probably wouldn't have held out during the first wave. Now all we can do is our best, Yin Qing said, knowing she was powerless. The atmosphere on the side of the thorny rose was heavy, knowing there was little hope, yet they all silently waited. Zhang Chen had long lost awareness of the outside world after falling into unconsciousness. His entire body felt as if it had dropped into an endless abyss, a sensation of weightlessness making him uncomfortable, his mind empty like a parched land. A severe headache made Zhang Chen furrow his brows, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open his eyes. Is this the limit? It's always like this. No matter how hard I try, I can't change the outcome of failure? Is this my fate? Zhang Chen silently lamented, having thought that everything could change after his rebirth, only to find his power still so insignificant. Tick-tock tick-tock. Zhang Chen's mood slowly calmed down, as if he could hear the sound of dripping water in his mind, but when he listened closely, he heard nothing. As Zhang Chen once again emptied his mind, the ticking sound returned, and suddenly he had a flash of inspiration. This ticking sound, like water droplets falling, was not unlike the ticking of a clock. Could it be the power of time? Zhang Chen, unconscious on the battlefield, entered a peculiar state, the ticking echoing in his mind, resembling both falling water and a clock's relentless ticking. Is this the power of time? Although Zhang Chen could not open his eyes no matter how hard he tried, a sliver of consciousness remained clear. He had already sensed the existence of the power of time, but whenever he tried to grasp it, it vanished without a trace. Helpless, Zhang Chen could only enter a meditative state, striving to quickly restore his mental energy. At this moment he was completely unaware of the outside world, not knowing how the battle was faring or where he had fallen. After relaxing his mind, he soon entered a state of clarity. The ticking sound rang out again, seemingly the slowly recovering mental energy transforming into droplets, falling bit by bit into his sea of consciousness. As his mental energy recovered, Zhang Chen's condition gradually improved, and suddenly a familiar aura approached. Using his mental energy to explore, he discovered it was the super artifact time hourglass from his backpack. The hourglass had somehow appeared in his sea of consciousness, and the fine sand within was slipping away, indicating that time was still in motion. Zhang Chen was entranced, as if he had gained some insight. Whether seen or unseen, time is always in motion. A second can be long and a day can be short, just like this hourglass, Zhang Chen murmured to himself, suddenly reaching out to grasp the hourglass and flipping it over. After being turned, the hourglass began to operate again, but Zhang Chen felt differently. The recovering mental energy was quickly dissipating, and when he tried to control the hourglass, he found he had no strength left. Soon, his mental energy returned to the exhausted state he had been in while unconscious. Just when Zhang Chen felt disheartened, his mental energy began to recover bit by bit, and the recovery increased until it reached his optimal state. Zhang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, realizing that by a stroke of luck, he had activated the second skill of the time hourglass, time reversal. Upon opening his eyes, Zhang Chen found himself lying at the back of his team, glancing at the time of the guild battle, realizing he had been unconscious for just over a minute. Strange, even though time has reversed, why hasn't the in-game time changed? Zhang Chen muttered in confusion. Moreover, I feel like I should have been unconscious for a long time. Why has only a minute passed in reality? Zhang Chen was filled with questions, unable to comprehend what was happening. At this moment, the members of the gathering hall had occupied all positions around the guild flag, while only a few dozen of his own team members remained, struggling in a tight spot, all having lost hope of victory. There was no time to ponder the situation. He quickly got up, ready to fight. Looking at his skill bar, he found that time reversal not only restored him to his best state but also made all his skills available. It seemed that this time reversal only affected him, bringing him back to before the guild battle began. The effect was indeed powerful, but the cost was significant. Zhang Chen had dropped from level 36 to level 35. Time reversal consumes a certain level of the bearer to enable the reversal, with the duration of the reversal determined by the level consumed. It was too late to regret. The only thing he could do now was to defend the guild flag, or else he would lose both the lady and the soldiers. White Tiger descends. Zhang Chen summoned the White Tiger again, this time not commanding it to attack, but leaping onto its back. The gathering hall, which was thought to be settled, began to stir as Zhang Chen suddenly rose as if resurrected. After all, in the previous rounds, it was this person who had blocked the deadly attacks. Don't panic, the vanguard troops continue to kill the enemy. A team from the flank go out and block him. The output troops focus all their efforts on attacking the flag. The flag's health is almost depleted. We must strike with all our might, Yibo Yuntian shouted loudly as he noticed the members of the gang becoming restless. Yibo Yuntian's simple deployment indeed calmed the members of the gathering hall. At this moment, the flag's health was less than one-third, and with over 1,000 people attacking with all their strength, it wouldn't hold out for long. Zhang Chen charged forward on the White Tiger, his target no longer the members of the gathering hall. With a team of over 1,000 people, no matter how hard Zhang Chen tried, it would be difficult to stop them. At this point, he could only fight for it. Time pause. As Zhang Chen was about to be intercepted by the enemy, he directly used the time pause. He intended to take advantage of the White Tiger's speed to rush forward, but unexpectedly, the White Tiger was also restricted by the time pause, and in the sudden stop, Zhang Chen was thrown off like a dog falling into a pile of dung. Well then, since that's the case, you stay here. Zhang Chen dusted himself off, saying somewhat dissatisfied. Not daring to linger, after all, the pause time was limited, he quickly rushed to the gathering hall's flag. The health of a level 2 guild's flag was quite thick, about 1.5 times that of a level 1 guild, and Zhang Chen was only given one chance to strike because the area around the flag was filled with invisible assassins. Zhang Chen did not rush to attack because his strongest attack, the reverse magic fusion technique, did not have enough damage to instantly kill the flag. This is really troublesome. Am I wasting this level for nothing? Faced with such a high health flag, Zhang Chen felt a headache. He couldn't just lose a level and then lose the gang battle without doing anything. Zhang Chen quickly checked his skills and found that apart from the magic fusion technique, he had no stronger single target skills. After carefully rummaging through his backpack, Zhang Chen found a skill book titled 9 Dragons Descend. This book was something he had obtained from Sun Xijia, but he had never been able to learn it due to insufficient level. 9 Dragons Descend, a fire type forbidden spell that uses one's own fire element to invoke the fire of heaven and earth, condensing a massive amount of fire elements into 9 fire dragons that wreak havoc in a designated area, causing devastating damage. The duration depends on the user's strength, and the cooldown time is 1 hour. Available for fire mages at level 80. If it's this forbidden spell, it should be doable, but unfortunately, Zhang Chen lamented somewhat regretfully. Having been a top ice mage in his previous life, Zhang Chen understood that the lowest damage from magical elemental attacks was from spherical forms, while skills that could Mimic after that had decent damage, with dragon forms and various fierce beasts having the highest damage. Because dragon forms were exceptionally complex, they tested the caster's control over magical elements, thus symbolizing the caster's strength. Zheng Chen repeatedly recited the skill description. Although he couldn't use the forbidden spell now, he had indeed used the ice dragon many times in his previous life. Let's go for it. Zheng Chen forcefully thrust his staff into the ground, slowly gathering magical elements in his hands: wind, fire, ice, thunder, water, and earth, with the 6 attributes appearing alternately. Zheng Chen did not reverse fuse the 6 attributes as he had in the past. Instead, he spread his hands and threw out the 6 attributes, standing in the middle while using his mental power to continue gathering the magical attributes. The ice attribute took shape first, and a vivid ice dragon appeared, followed by the gradual formation of the other 5 attributes. Although the 6 attribute dragons were not particularly refined, Zheng Chen had poured all his strength into them. His just recovered mental power was drained by this one skill, and what he needed to do next was to use his mental power to pull the 6 attribute dragons together and crash them into the gathering hall's flag. For now, I'll call you 6 dragons seizing the flag, Zheng Chen said slowly to the skill he released, enduring the intense headache. Zheng Chen went all in, planning to create 6 attribute dragons, using his mental power to connect them, forming an alternative reverse fusion technique under the principle of mutual restraint. Let's call you 6 dragons seizing the flag for now. Zheng Chen, enduring a severe headache, still remembered to give his cool skill a name. Just this one skill nearly exhausted Zheng Chen's mental power. He couldn't afford to relax and continued to use his mental power to guide the attribute dragons despite feeling fatigued. The 6 attribute dragons, due to their immense energy, were exceptionally difficult to control. As the time freeze was about to end, the 6 dragons were barely close to the meeting flag. Hurry up, faster! Zheng Chen silently urged himself. As the time freeze ended, the guards of the gathering hall looked in astonishment at the suddenly appearing Zheng Chen and the 6 imposing giant dragons. What are you waiting for? Quickly take him down, the leader of the gathering halls guards shouted. In a critical moment, Zheng Chen finally succeeded in taming the 6 attribute dragons, using the last bit of his strength to pull the giant dragons toward the meeting flag. The 6 attribute dragons collided at the gathering hall's meeting flag, and the next second, a massive attribute explosion occurred, causing Zheng Chen to faint once again. The explosion had a wide range, sending both Zheng Chen and the rushing members of the gathering hall flying. The only difference was that Zheng Chen was unharmed, while all the gathering hall members were instantly killed. Ding! Congratulations to Thorny Rose for winning this guild battle. The frontline members of the gathering hall were puzzled by the system prompt, thinking there was a bug. All members of the Thorny Rose Guild were equally confused. Their guild flag was about to be cut down, so how did they suddenly win? Iba Yuntian was even more unwilling to accept this. As soon as the system announcement was made, he learned the specific situation. The first-level guild's flag was so difficult to cut down, yet his second-level guild's flag was shattered in one blow? Iba Yuntian and others were unwillingly teleported back to their own guild amidst the cheers of the Thorny Rose members. Everyone was immersed in the joy of victory, except for Zheng Chen, who was forcibly logged out due to his abnormal state. After logging out, Zheng Chen crawled out of the gamepod, feeling extremely exhausted. With all his mental power drained, his eyes, not yet fully recovered, fell into darkness once again. He climbed onto his bed based on his memory and then collapsed into a deep sleep. On the other side, the Gathering Hall Guild fell into a dead silence, with Iba Yuntian watching the video of Zheng Chen unleashing 6 dragons seizing the flag. Are you saying that this heavenly justice suddenly appeared next to the meeting flag, and by the time you saw it, this skill was already formed? Iba Yuntian asked again. The guards all nodded like children who had done something wrong. And finally, the squad leader stepped forward to take responsibility. Guildmaster, it's all my fault for not commanding well. I will take full responsibility. Iba Yuntian coldly waved his hand and said, that kid is indeed very strange. Everyone shares the responsibility for the defeat. There's no need for you to take it all. From now on, the Thorny Rose Guild is our #1 enemy. If we encounter them in the wild, we will kill them without reason. After saying this, Iba Yuntian directly listed Thorny Rose as a hostile guild. Koen, you handle the rest. I need to go find Old Chen to discuss this. Sang. Koen nodded in acknowledgement, and after watching Iba Yuntian log out, the atmosphere in the entire guild relaxed a bit. Brother Koen, who is Old Chen, a guild member, couldn't help but ask. The boss is probably talking about Professor Chen, the main person in charge of the Holy Domain Development Team. He probably wants to discuss today's guild battle with him. After all, that heavenly justice is really too strange, Sang Koen explained. What exactly is this heavenly justice? It already made a name for itself in the arena competition, and I didn't expect it to have such an impact in a large-scale guild battle. Yeah, you guys say who at level 30-something can have such gorgeous skills, and the damage has already disrupted the game balance, right? Do you remember that white tiger? Its appearance is clearly that of the sacred beast white tiger. How could it summon a sacred beast? Members of the Unity Hall Guild exchanged words, all feeling that Zheng Chen's presence had already disrupted the game balance, with some even suspecting that Zheng Chen was the mastermind behind it all, entering the game solely to crush everyone. Alright, let's get down to business. Flood the world channel until there are no negative comments about us. Sang Koan interrupted the conversation and instructed Zheng Chen slept straight until evening. Although his head no longer throbbed painfully, he still felt groggy. After his mental strength recovered somewhat, he could once again sense the happenings around him. After calling the front desk to order a luxurious dinner, Zheng Chen went to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Damn these eyes. I wonder when they'll recover, and this broken game, I hope it won't just send me away one day while I'm playing. Zheng Chen muttered to himself. Not long after, the luxurious dinner was delivered, making Zheng Chen marvel at the service of a top-tier suite. After eating, Zheng Chen immediately logged into the game. Although he said he was afraid of being sent away by the game, the sacred domain had already become a part of his life. Once online, Zheng Chen was bombarded with a flood of messages led by Yin Qing, Du Xian, and others, along with discussions about the ruins from the law does not allow emotions. Side. What surprised Zheng Chen the most was that the world channel was still flooded with words like crusade against heavenly justice, mainly stating that Zheng Chen had disrupted the game balance, and the claim of absolute fairness promoted by the sacred domain was pure nonsense. Moreover, a video was pinned on the forum showcasing Zheng Chen during the battle, whether it was summoning the sacred beast, White Tiger, or a skill that instantly killed numerous players. Every frame was eye-catching. The most critical moment was the final blow, the visual impact of 6 attribute dragons combined with the power that felled a level 2 guild flag vividly demonstrated how Zheng Chen disrupted the game balance. The video concluded with an analysis of Zheng Chen's position. 1 second he was at his guild's flag, and the next second only the White Tiger remained, while Zheng Chen had already reached the Unity Hall flag and unleashed such a powerful move, leaving no one able to explain it. Most players were envious, quickly labeling Zheng Chen as a cheater, while a small portion believed the video had been maliciously edited, but they fell silent under the barrage of insults. Hee, this game is really lively. It seems I missed a lot of interesting events during my nap. Zheng Chen laughed. Big brother, you finally logged in. I've been guarding this ruin all day without daring to leave. If you didn't come, this place would have been discovered by others sooner or later. Law does not allow emotions. Sent another message upon seeing Zheng Chen online. Alright, I'm coming over now. You guys really can wait, Zheng Chen replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Besides everyone's messages, Zheng Chen also received an official email. Dear player Heavenly Justice, due to a large number of player reports regarding your game data anomalies, the official team, under public pressure, will conduct a simple investigation. Please report to the Sacred Domain headquarters by noon tomorrow. Failure to cooperate may result in your account being frozen. If the investigation finds no anomalies, as compensation, you will be exceptionally invited to participate in the internal exchange conference of the Sacred Domain. We hope you can contribute to the better development of the Sacred Domain. After reading the email, Zheng Chen couldn't help but feel a bit angry. The content of the email seemed polite, but it was actually a coercive demand. He had originally thought he could escape the atmosphere of Free City in the Sacred Domain, but it turned out to be just as disgusting. Zheng Chen, the people from Unity Hall have started targeting our guild members in the wild. What should we do? Yin Qing suddenly sent another message. Zheng Chen was already a bit annoyed by the official email, and seeing Yin Qing's message made him even more irritated. The guild is yours, these are things you should face. I can't be there to help you all the time. Zheng Chen did not respond directly but replied coldly. Chapter 121. The Fallen Light Ruins. Zheng Chen did not alleviate Yin Qing's worries. After coldly refusing to help, he casually exited the guild. In Zheng Chen's mind, helping to win the guild battle was already enough of a favor. After all, he had sacrificed a whole level of experience and had been unconscious for a day, not to mention having to undergo an official investigation with the risk of being banned. At this time, Zheng Chen's level had dropped to second place on the leaderboard, and the players behind him were not far off. Although the level leaderboard was not a big deal, it went against Zheng Chen's direction in this life. Since the server opened, Zheng Chen had never deliberately kept a low profile. On the contrary, he had often acted very high profile, with many popular videos circulating. Zheng Chen's thought was simple: since hiding low-key in his past life had been useless, he might as well live as a public figure in this life. After all, for those big shots, investigating a Zheng Chen was a piece of cake. There were no secrets in Freedom City. In Freedom City, the death of a commoner hardly stirred any waves, but if a public figure or someone with power was harmed, the peacekeeping forces would act without hesitation. Money, status, and strength, these three were indispensable in Freedom City. This was the stark reality of the place. Zheng Chen began to hurry. After all, he felt a bit guilty for making Fa Rongqing wait so long, and the benefits in the ruins were self-evident. Zheng Chen, maybe I should have listened to your advice back then. The pressure from the #1 guild in the district is indeed something we can't bear. After a long while, Yin Qing sent a voice message with a despondent tone. Since it's already done, just work hard to do it well. Be careful when collecting people, and quickly level up the guild. Having more people in the guild is the way to go. Seeing Yin Qing's despondent tone, Zheng Chen's heart softened a bit, and his reply was mostly comforting. Thank you so much this time. I will work hard on my own in the future. After thanking him, Yin Qing ended the chat. Zhang Chen shook his head to shake off the distractions. It really was true what they said. Women are truly troublesome, but men love to seek trouble. After running for nearly half an hour, Zhang Chen finally arrived at the coordinates given by Fa Burongqing. At this moment, Fa Burongqing and others were bored, grinding nearby small monsters, and the fatigue on their faces was enough to prove how difficult the wait had been that day. Boss, you finally made it. You know before Fa Burongqing could finish complaining, Zhang Chen directly interrupted him. Brother, being late is better than not showing up at all. Save some energy to drop a few more pieces of equipment later. Fa Burongqing was not one to dawdle. He nodded and led Zhang Chen to a huge stone tablet. This stone tablet is the entrance to the ruins. The monsters inside are all around level 40. The small monsters are quite troublesome, and we haven't even seen the final boss. Fa Burongqing did not hide anything and directly stated what he knew. Is it just you guys? Zhang Chen looked at the few people in front of him, their faces showing fatigue. This state was not suitable for grinding monsters in the ruins. We can only enter 5 people at a time in the ruins. I let the main team log off to rest. They will be back online soon. I think I can hold on, Fa Burongqing said, a hint of excitement mixed with his fatigue. If the monster levels are too high, I suggest taking a conservative approach. With you and me in the team, we shouldn't lack damage. How about a double mage and double tank formation? Zhang Chen proposed. Great minds think alike. With your 6 attribute dragon skills, what boss wouldn't be taken down in an instant? Law does not allow for emotions, replied, while selecting 3 team members from the few online and pulling Zhang Chen into the team, forming a 5-person group with dual mages, dual tanks, and 1 healer. Don't expect too much from my 6 dragons. Let's get ready and set off. Zhang Chen was quite satisfied with the 3 new team members and didn't want to waste any more time, so he urged them to start. Okay, let me briefly introduce everyone. The 2 warriors are brothers. You can call them Big Hammer and Little Hammer. We usually refer to the priest as Gentle Brother. To facilitate communication during monster hunting, Law does not allow for emotions. Briefly introduced the 3 members. Zhang Chen nodded. The 3 names were related to their game IDs, so it wasn't hard to remember. Big Hammer, level 34 warrior. Little Hammer, level 34 warrior. Damn Gentle Priest, level 34. Law does not allow for emotions. Fire Mage, level 34. With the introductions complete, Law does not allow for emotions. Wasted no time and directly activated the mechanism on the stone tablet. The 5-person team was enveloped by a wave of distorted space and vanished from their original spot. The scene inside the ruins was vast, and the system prompted that this ruin was called Fallen Light. Literally understood, it should also be a light attribute. Ruin, but inside the ruin was a realm of darkness, and the monsters appeared to be corrupted. Bro, the captain is now you. From now on, you will command everything, including loot distribution. As soon as Law does not allow for emotions entered the ruins, he immediately handed over the captaincy to Zhang Chen. Besides trusting Zhang Chen, he mainly feared that Zhang Chen might hold back due to concerns. The monsters here seem to be even more troublesome than you said. Captain, please give the orders. Law does not allow for emotions. Didn't engage further and prepared to start the battle. Let's push forward. Big Hammer and Little Hammer, test the limits of how many monsters you can tank. Zhang Chen didn't say much. Hunting monsters with these experienced players was much easier than with Yin Cheng and others. Law does not allow for emotions, and the others clearly had researched the small monsters at the entrance of the ruins. Both Big Hammer and Little Hammer had a limit of about 5 monsters each, and their monster tanking techniques were quite skilled. The priest, Gentle Brother, was calm and collected, always able to heal at the right moments, and with such coordinated teamwork, the monster's aggro never went awry. Zhang Chen was even more surprised to find that the fire spells cast by Law does not allow for emotions dealt significantly more damage than his own. After taking a closer look at his equipment, Zhang Chen understood. All of Law does not allow for emotions gear enhanced fire attack effects. Although it wasn't a full set, he had maximized the combination of scattered pieces. Little Mage, your equipment setup is impressive, Zhang Chen said while comfortably casting skills, teasing, poor people have to live like poor people. I can only consider myself happily poor. Law does not allow for emotions. Laughed. With your leadership skills, your studio must be thriving. What are you complaining about being poor for? Zhang Chen didn't believe Law does not allow for emotions claim of being poor. I earn a lot, but I have many people to support, and I've invested heavily in my team's equipment in the game. The foundation is empty, there's nothing I can do. Law does not allow for emotions side. Keep it up. The path of climbing up is far more exhilarating than standing at the peak, Zhang Chen encouraged. After chatting for a bit, the two fully immersed themselves in monster hunting. Because Law does not allow for emotions, team coordination was strong. Zhang Chen only needed to match everyone's rhythm, making this one of the most relaxed monster hunts for him. However, the good times didn't last long. After clearing the wandering monsters at the entrance of the ruins, the first elite monster appeared before everyone. Flame Giant level 45 quality, silver health 5 million. No wonder you had to wait for me. The first little boss is a level 45 silver. You really know how to pick a place, Zhang Chen complained, but his tone was filled with excitement. Fortune favors the bold. The greater the danger, the greater the reward. Magic Flame. Giant level 45 quality, silver health 5 million. After Zhang Chen and the others cleared the small monsters, they finally encountered the first mini-boss. Although it was called a mini-boss, it was relative. After all, a level 45 silver boss could stand its ground in the wild. The magic flame giant was enormous, with a dark shell emanating dark red flames. It held no weapons, and its forelimbs were much thicker than its hind limbs, with two iron fists firmly planted on the ground, steady as a mountain. I say, little FA, the first mini-boss is 10 levels higher than us. The final boss won't be level 50, will it? Zheng Chen said excitedly. If it weren't a tough nut to crack, we would have handled it ourselves, Fa Buronqing replied with a slight smile. With your strength, this first boss shouldn't be a problem. For you. We're in this together. If one boss is missing, it doesn't count as together, Zheng Chen said. Fa Buronqing locked eyes with Zhang Chen and they shared a moment of resonance. The first mini-boss of the ruins would naturally not be a challenge for Fa Buronqing and the others, but how could it be considered a complete dungeon without one boss? Close combat boss stand in opposition, how about pulling and consuming? Zheng Chen suggested. You take the big hammer, I'll take the small hammer, and the priest will heal as needed. Fa Buronqing immediately provided a detailed arrangement. Although Zheng Chen was the captain this time, when it came to commanding the fishing net studio members, Fa Buronqing was more convincing, which was why Zheng Chen phrased it as a question. The five present were all experts, and after Fa Buronqing finished the distribution, they quickly took their positions. The big hammer and small hammer stood on either side of the boss, while the ranged Zheng Chen and Fa Buronqing focused on output. The two warriors mainly took the front to hold aggro while dealing some damage. The advantage of this strategy was that it confused the boss's aggro, switching between left and right, greatly reducing the boss's attack frequency. This was a common tactic known as assassination position, derived from an old game. However, the holy domain was far too realistic, and the boss was not a simple AI. When the boss's health dropped by 10%, the magic flame giant finally became a bit smarter. Facing the attacks from both sides, the magic flame giant focused on Zhang Chen's side, increasing the pressure on the big hammer. Its two massive fists began to hammer down continuously. Even if they didn't hit the big hammer, they could still put him into a stunned state. Fortunately, due to its enormous size, the boss's attack frequency wasn't too high. Otherwise, with such powerful control abilities, no one could withstand it. Change tactics, big hammer and small hammer take turns to push forward, mages at 30 degrees. Cross positions, priest play it by ear, Zhang Chen said, noticing the big hammer was under too much pressure and immediately changed the strategy. Zhang Chen's tactic was simple, since the boss was fixated on one direction, everyone should stand in that direction. The warriors would take turns tanking damage, and the two mages just needed to keep a little distance to avoid being attacked together. The big hammer and small hammer had strong comprehension abilities, standing in a staggered formation. When the big hammer couldn't recover health, he would retreat, making the small hammer behind him the boss's target. This would repeat, and the rest of the team just needed to cooperate by backing off a bit. Due to the significant level difference, the alternating damage tanking was still perilous, and the magic flame giant had a strong resistance to Fa Buronqing's damage due to its fire attribute. Fortunately, Zhang Chen's output was high, shouldering the damage output for the entire team. As Zhang Chen was outputting, he suddenly felt the ground beneath him heat up slightly, and the magic flame giant raised its fists, clearly charging up. Although the big hammer and small hammer had begun to retreat, Zhang Chen sensed that this attack was not just a simple ground pound. Everyone, move sideways more than 5 meters, quickly, Zhang Chen said as he started to run to the side. Although the command came suddenly, the few people still stopped their attacks and unhesitatingly followed Zhang Chen's instructions. Sure enough, just as everyone moved away from their original position, the fists of the flame giant came crashing down, unleashing a fan-shaped wave of flames that surged nearly 20 meters. If everyone hadn't shifted more than 5 meters to the side, this strike could have easily wiped out the entire back row, and the front row would have lost at least half their health, if not more. You're impressive. Even though you sensed it was about to unleash a big move, I didn't expect it to be such a wide-range attack. So sudden, Fa Buronqing couldn't help but praise Zhang Chen. With 70% health left, it's already starting to unleash its big moves. Be careful of its rage, Zhang Chen warned. Bosses above a certain level change their attack patterns as their health decreases, and this flame giant evolves every 10% of health lost, making it one of the more versatile bosses in terms of attack methods. Sure enough, when the flame giant's health reached 60%, it began to spew flames. At 50%, it started charging wildly, and when its health dropped to 40%, it even summoned a large area of fire rain. Despite being mentally prepared, Zhang Chen and the others were still caught off guard. Who would have thought a melee tank-type boss would also use magic? Fortunately, this team was composed of experienced fighters, and upon realizing the situation was dire, they quickly retreated. If even one person had greedily attacked, it could have triggered a chain reaction leading to a total wipeout. It should go into a rage. We must endure the rage phase, Zheng Chen reminded as the boss's health quickly dropped to 30%. Everyone was already prepared, ready to flee at any moment. The flame giant did not disappoint. As its health fell to 30%, its massive body stood upright. and its fists pounded its chest like a gorilla, with flames on its body burning even more fiercely than before. The flame giant did not go berserk as everyone had imagined. Instead, it gathered all its energy into its right fist, which was raised high and completely surrounded by flames. The scorching heat spread beneath Zhang Chen's feet and continued to extend backward. Zhang Chen quickly used his mental power to probe and discovered that this time it was a 360 degrees attack with an exceptionally large range. Run back quickly, Zhang Chen urged. Fa Borongqing and the others understood the boss was charging up and began to move to the side, not expecting that this time they would need to run backward. Flame Shockwave, a system prompt appeared above the flame giant's head, indicating the name of the move. Such named moves were undoubtedly lethal. The massive right fist struck the ground, causing the already hot ground to crack, and a violent tremor spread within a 30-meter radius centered on the boss. Upon hearing the sound, everyone immediately changed direction, but the two closest to the boss, De Chui and Xiao Chui, were too far from the outer circle. When the flame giant's right fist came down, they still couldn't escape the attack range. De Chui and Xiao Chui fell due to the intense tremors, and the flames on the ground quickly enveloped them. The ground shook violently as if an earthquake had struck, but strangely, the damage was not high. Just as everyone was relieved, the flame giant suddenly leaped high into the air, its massive body crashing down toward the position of the two. Since De Chui and Xiao Chui were so close, if this hit landed, they would surely perish. Unable to get up, De Chui and Xiao Chui were essentially doomed as the flame giant sat down on them. Even without a warrior in front to absorb damage, Zhang Chen was confident he could defeat the boss, but there was still a long way to go, and he didn't want to have to respawn the minor monsters after going out. Time pause. With no other choice, Zhang Chen activated the time pause. De Chui and Xiao Chui were violently shaken off the ground, suspended in midair, while the ground within the skill's range had already become uneven. Zhang Chen was afraid of being suspected, so he did not rescue the big hammer and small hammer. He looked up at the descending boss and suddenly smiled wickedly, a bad idea surging to his mind. Since you want to sit on someone with your but I'll let you sit on something good, Zhang Chen muttered to himself. The earth attribute suddenly appeared in his palm, and following the idea of the rock spike skill, a huge cone-shaped object appeared directly beneath the boss. After thinking for a moment, he felt it was not enough, so he gathered ice elements to mix in, making the cone even harder. Under Zhang Chen's mental control, the two attributes quickly fused, and the tip of the cone actually glimmered with a chilling light. Zhang Chen specifically took a long time to find the right angle, ensuring everything was foolproof before leaving the range of the demonic flame earthquake wave. As time resumed, the fireball he had prepared had already taken shape. His teammates still wore terrified expressions, but they noticed that the big hammer and small hammer had already been pushed aside by the massive stone cone. The next second, the boss sat down hard on the solid stone cone. A painful howl erupted from the boss's mouth as the tip of the stone cone had completely sunk into the body of the demonic flame giant. The enormous body sat comically on the stone cone, trying to break free, but was met with waves of intense pain. With no limbs to push against, it could only awkwardly flail about. Don't be dazed, hurry up and attack, Zhang Chen shouted. Zhang Chen threw the prepared fireball at the boss, followed by various powerful single-target skills thrown out as if they were free. The demonic flame giant became a living target. The big hammer and small hammer looked up at the boss in terror as crimson blood began to flow down the stone cone. Everyone, reminded by Zhang Chen, reacted quickly, except for the big hammer and small hammer, who had no ranged attacks. Even the priest joined in the assault. The demonic flame giant had no power to resist anymore. It had just unleashed a powerful move, only to meet its end. Under the full output of Zhang Chen and the others, the demonic flame giant finally turned into a cold corpse, dropping 2 pieces of golden quality equipment, and surprisingly, even the skill blow of the boss's ultimate move dropped. Both pieces of golden quality equipment were warrior gear, so Zhang Chen directly handed them over to Fa Borongqing for processing. As for the skill book, he found himself in a bit of a dilemma. Demonic flame earthquake wave, special skill, activate the power within, causing the earth to tremble and produce an earthquake, with the earthquake adding the caster's own attribute damage. Melee classes can trigger it with their own strength, while magic classes can trigger it with their own magic power. The skill's range depends on the caster's ability, lasting for 30 seconds with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Any level class can learn it. A skill book that any class can learn, the power had been witnessed before. Although the damage was somewhat lacking, it excelled in range and had a strong control effect. Most importantly, the duration lasted a full 30 seconds, enough for the caster to do many things. This skill book. Zhang Chen had just started to speak when Fa Borongqing directly interrupted. The skill book is yours, how about you give us the remaining golden junk? Zhang Chen calmly accepted the skill book. Fa Borongqing's actions further earned Zhang Chen's recognition. If he couldn't resist such temptation, then there was no need to continue cooperating. He clicked to learn the skill book directly. Perhaps this skill was somewhat lacking against the boss, but it would definitely be a weapon against small monsters. The group continued forward, and in the distance there was a tall mountain, with the foot of the mountain densely populated by monsters called carrion beasts. Carrion Beast level 45 quality, bronze health 90,000. The carrion beasts were dark gray, hairless, with jagged, sharp teeth. They were not large but were numerous. Clearly agile monsters. As the group approached, a foul stench assaulted them, making them nauseous, and on the ground, some rotting monster corpses were being devoured. This is so disgusting, the producer really knows how to design. Big Hammer complained while pinching his nose. Stop complaining and go pull the monsters. Lawless frowned, clearly also disgusted by the foul smell. Big Hammer and Little Hammer, holding back their nausea, stepped forward to pull the monsters, but they didn't expect the carrion beasts to have such a wide aggro range. As soon as they aggroed one small monster, the others rushed over. And with hundreds of carrion beasts attacking, no one could withstand it. What's going on with you two? Lawless said in panic. Boss, it's really not my fault. I only pulled one small monster. Who knew? They would all come. Big Hammer said, running backward while feeling wronged. It must be that the monsters have a large aggro range. Everyone retreat with all your might. Mages, release crowd control skills. Zhang Chen said while retreating, casting ice rain on the path the monsters would take, and casually throwing out whirlwind and splash spells. The carrion beasts went wild at the sight of food, and the two warriors were too low in agility. If it weren't for Zhang Chen helping to control the monsters, Big Hammer and Little Hammer would have been overwhelmed long ago. Bro, how do we fight this? Lawless looked at the densely packed carrion beasts, momentarily at a loss. Zhang Chen frowned. This situation was indeed tricky. So many small monsters were more troublesome than a single boss. However, Zhang Chen did not feel discouraged. Existence is reasonable, and the system shouldn't create an impossible task. Although they were challenging above their level, even matching the monster's level would be unbearable. Zhang Chen looked around and noticed that the entrance to the mountain was a narrow path, but the carrion beasts were blocking the way between them and the mountains. Charge back to the mountain in trance. Zhang Chen stopped retreating and turned to charge into the monster horde. Boss, is he crazy? The priest's gentle brother exclaimed in surprise. Keep up. If we die together. Lawless ordered without hesitation. Just as Zhang Chen was about to collide with the carrion beasts, his newly learned special skill came into play. Magic Research Earthquake Wave. Centered on Zhang Chen, the ground within a 20-meter radius began to shake violently, with various colored lights flashing within the area, quite a sight to behold. Although the carrion beasts were agile, they lost their balance due to the earthquake. Hundreds of carrion beasts, unable to stop due to their speed, all rushed into Zhang Chen's skill range. Quick, we have at least 30 seconds to get through the monster horde. Zhang Chen led the charge. The carrion beast horde was knocked down by the quake, and fortunately, these beasts weren't very clever. The front of the horde fell, but those behind continued to rush forward. Taking advantage of the carrion beasts being trapped, Zhang Chen and the others dashed through the horde. Although they were still far from the mountain entrance, 30 seconds was enough for everyone to create some distance from the monsters. After a frantic run, they finally reached the entrance at the foot of the mountain, where steep cliffs flanked both sides and a winding staircase led who knows where. The entrance was just wide enough for two people, and Big Hammer and Little Hammer immediately took position to guard it. With the advantage of the terrain, even though there were many carrion beasts, they had no chance to attack together. After all, the passage was so narrow that only a few could reach the two warriors. Although this is advantageous for defense, the carrion beasts are agile. If they jump over the warriors from above, everyone should retreat orderly up the stairs and lead the remaining monsters into the passage, Zhang Chen commanded. With rich combat experience, Zhang Chen knew that these beasts had strong jumping abilities, and it was inevitable that some would slip through from above. If the team got cut off, they wouldn't last long. Fighting while retreating was the best tactic. The carrion beasts came faster than expected. The frontmost beasts were indeed blocked by Big Hammer and Little Hammer, but as more monsters gathered, they began to trample each other. Just as Zhang Chen had predicted, the carrion beasts started jumping in from above. However, the number that jumped in was still small, and with Zhang Chen and Lawless working hard to clear them, they quickly cleaned up the area. Brother Wenru, you are mainly responsible for the health of Hammer and Hammer. Xiaofa and I will take care of ourselves. Zhang Chen saw that the priest was too concerned about the back row, and couldn't help reminding him that he couldn't blame the priest. After all, his boss was in the back. If the two warriors died, it was because they were not good at defense. If the boss died, it was because the priest's level was not good enough. Okay, got it. Brother Wenru's little thoughts were exposed by Zhang Chen. At this time, he didn't dare to continue to flatter him, and hurriedly took care of the front row with all his heart. Fa Ronching once again released the super strong range skilled meteor shower. At this time, the monsters outside were concentrated, and there was a meat shield in the front row to resist, so the meteor shower could be fully exerted to the maximum effect. Zhang Chen also threw out all the group attack skills, and various attributes appeared alternately. The scavenger beast screamed in it and survived the first wave of strong attacks. The pressure behind was getting smaller and smaller. After more than 10 minutes of crazy output, the scavenger beast was finally cleared. Everyone else was fine, but Hammer and Hammer were livid. If God gives me another chance to choose again, I will definitely not choose a warrior. Dachui slumped on the ground, saying with a painful look on his face. Xiaochui leaned on his big brother, unable to say a word at this time, and could only nod his head dully. Obviously, the stinking scavenger just now also left a big shadow on him. Okay, I know you two have worked hard, take a break, I'll go clean up the battlefield. F.A. Buranking hurriedly said that although there are many scavengers, the explosion rate is really not good. In addition to some coins, there are only some potions, not even a piece of junk equipment. Fortunately, the experience value is not bad, which makes everyone feel a lot more balanced. Fortunately, there is such a place, otherwise these scavengers are really a pot of water. F.A. Buranking said while cleaning the battlefield. Zhang Chen nodded and said, it is indeed more difficult to deal with more monsters than boss. The next step should be to go up the mountain. I don't know how long this ladder is. Forget it. How long will it take to pick up this little change? Let's keep moving forward. F.A. Buranking saw that the explosion rate was really pitiful, so he simply gave up these spoils. Everyone stepped onto the stairs, but they didn't expect that the stairs were much longer than they imagined, and they were not in a straight line. The stairs were winding like a snake. Because there were steep cliffs on both sides, they could only see a slit of sky when they looked up, so everyone had no idea where they were except that they felt that they were climbing up. Several people walked a long way, but they still couldn't see the end of the stairs, as if the mountain was infinitely high. Xiao Fei, do you think this place is a bit strange? Zheng Chen asked. Need I say? It's not like we didn't see how high the mountain was at the foot of the mountain before. According to our speed, even if we are going a long way, we should have reached the top by now. F.A. Rongqing had already felt that something was wrong, and Zheng Chen asked, before he expressed his thoughts, rest here for a while. Zheng Chen asked everyone to stop moving forward, and he sat on the stairs and closed his eyes. There was something wrong with this staircase at first glance. Continuing to move forward aimlessly would not lead to any results. Zheng Chen planned to use his mental power to explore it. It would have been fine if he hadn't explored. As his mental power spread out, he discovered that the stairs under his feet seemed to have no end. Even when his mental power reached the limit of exploration, he still didn't find the end of the stairs. Zheng Chen was puzzled and turned his mental power to explore on both sides. For some reason, the ordinary stone wall should not be able to block the mental power, but the steep walls on both sides suppressed Zheng Chen's mental power. In this passage, Zheng Chen naturally would not give up and controlled his mental power to keep looking for a gap. After a few minutes, F.A. Buranking thought Zheng Chen had fallen asleep and he couldn't help but feel anxious. Brother, now is not the time to sleep, right? F.A. Buranking helplessly said. Zheng Chen, hearing the voice, also opened his eyes and smiled, saying, many ruins will have mazes appearing. Midway. The so-called maze is not always the conventional kind. For example, right now we are trapped in a maze. Maze? This long stretch, what kind of maze is that? F.A. Buranking asked in confusion. Who said this is a straight line? This is a circle. Zheng Chen continued. Circle? Haven't we been climbing up all this time? F.A. Buranking became even more puzzled. What you call up is merely an illusion, caused by continuously stepping on the stairs. Can you explain it clearly in one go? F.A. Buranking said helplessly. This passage has a node every certain distance. From the moment we stepped in here, after triggering the first node, we have already entered a dead loop. The path we are taking is all predetermined. If we want to break out of this dead loop, we need to find the location of the nodes. F.A. Buranking was also an experienced player, and with Zheng Chen's brief explanation, he understood the general idea. Brother, you look so relaxed and smiling. It seems you've already found the location of the node? F.A. Buranking laughed. The exit is hidden somewhere in the stone walls on both sides. We need to get closer to know for sure. After saying this, Zheng Chen stood up again and led the way forward. Not long after, he stopped with a smile. This is it, let's go. After saying this, Zheng Chen directly charged at the wall, but the moment his body made contact with the rock face, he passed right through. Boss, this guy is too amazing, right? De Choi looked at the disappearing Zheng Chen and couldn't help but say, it seems there's nothing he doesn't know. No wonder you insisted on waiting for him to come. Xiao Chue echoed. The boss is the boss, his connections are vast. Gentle brother couldn't help but flatter. Hey, how long are you guys planning to wait? There's still a long way to go behind. Zheng Chen poked his head out to urge. The group followed Zheng Chen through the wall, discovering that the seemingly real wall was actually an illusion, and apart from the passage that was just wide enough for one person, everywhere else was incredibly solid. After passing through what Zheng Chen referred to as the node, everyone found that the stairs ahead looked exactly the same as before. Brother, why does this place look exactly like the last one? F.A. Buranking asked. This maze is composed of multiple infinitely looping stairs. Each dead loop has a convergence point, and what we need to do now is find each node. If we can pass through them all, we might find the exit of the maze. Zheng Chen explained as he moved forward, but he himself didn't know what the end would look like, which is why he used uncertain language at the end. It's fine, even if the end is a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, we will charge through it. F.A. Buranking gave Zheng Chen enough trust. The group followed Zheng Chen closely, and there wasn't much conversation along the way, fearing it would disturb Zheng Chen's thoughts. Fortunately, there were no monsters in each passage, otherwise such a small space would indeed be difficult to handle. After passing through the 5th node, Zheng Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief, raised his hand, and pointed to the stairs going up, saying, reaching the top should be the exit of the maze. If I'm not mistaken, there is a very powerful boss up there. The stairs were steep and long, but this time everyone was truly climbing up. Before long, they finally reached the top. Upon reaching the peak, everyone was greeted with a clear view, but what lay before them was not a mountaintop, but a very flat platform, as if it had been sliced flat by a knife. The platform was filled with gaps, and looking down, revealed the maze they had just traversed. After taking a rough look at the patterns, they found that, as Zheng Chen had said, the maze was composed of several huge rings, with some intersections and branches crisscrossing. In the center of the platform lay a colossal creature, a two-headed western dragon. Its body was composed of two colors, one half was ice blue, and the other half was fire red, and it was currently sprawled there in deep slumber. Ice and fire two-headed demon dragon quality, epic level, 50 health, 10 million. My god, a level 50 dragon? Can we handle this? Fa Bu Rongqing lost confidence for the first time. After all, they were facing a dragon. Boss, a level 50 dragon, I don't know if I can take it, Dechuo said with a worried expression. Although when Rogo and Xiao Chui did not speak, it was clear to everyone that their confidence had waned. How about we go back? Zheng Chen suddenly said. Fa Bu Rongqing looked at Zheng Chen, naturally realizing he was being sarcastic. It was clearly not good to be so dejected before the fight even began. Sorry, I lost my composure. We still have to give it a try. I wonder if you have any good strategies, brother? Fa Bu Rongqing quickly adjusted his state. The gap in strength is right here. We still need to see if the two warriors can withstand it. If they can't, then we really have to retreat, Zheng Chen said. There are many types of dragons, and Zheng Chen had fought quite a few in his past life. A level 52-headed dragon was already considered one of the lowest ranks among dragons. Judging by its size, it was at most just an adult. Because this dragon had both ice and fire attributes, it was mostly likely to use magical attacks. If there were no warriors to draw aggro in front, even Zheng Chen would have no way to deal with it, so it mainly depended on whether the warriors could withstand a round of damage. Let's rest for a few minutes. Later, I will go around to the back of the boss with Dechui, and you three will attack from this side. The priest just needs to keep an eye on Xiao Chui and your boss, Zheng Chen continued. You two can't do it without healing. Fa Bu Rongqing thought Zheng Chen's plan was undoubtedly a death wish. This kind of boss attack is definitely area damage. Everyone on one side will be affected. If it's a fan-shaped attack, it will be hard to control aggro, and most importantly, the advantage of the two tanks won't be utilized. While resting to recover his mental strength, Zheng Chen also explained the tactics and strategies to everyone. We can still use the boss's turning. Every time it turns, it attacks less. When it turns back, Dechui will run away, and I will stop my output. Oh, I understand. Don't forget about your feet. Be careful not to fall off when moving. Zheng Chen added. Xiao Fei, this battle will rely on your main output, Zhang Chen said to Fa Bu Rongqing. Brother, your output is much higher than mine. How long do I have to be the main force? Fa Bu Rongqing said without confidence. To output, you have to stay alive. My high attack gives me space for controlled output. Adjust your state. We start fighting in 3 minutes. Zheng Chen patiently continued to explain, and after confirming everyone understood, he closed his eyes. Again. It must be said that the ground of the platform added considerable difficulty to fighting the boss. There were cracks every meter, and falling meant exiting the battle. 3 minutes passed quickly, and Zheng Chen opened his eyes on time. Dechui, follow me. Zheng Chen called out and walked around the outer circle toward the back of the two-headed dragon. As they got closer, the dragon's size appeared even more majestic, and what seemed like a short distance took Zheng Chen and Dechui quite a while to traverse. Flying monsters attack at low altitude. After rising and circling, they usually dive. Be careful of the dragon's flame attack. Xiao Chui, use your taunt skill to engage the boss. Zheng Chen issued the final command through the team channel. The rest would depend on everyone's performance. Xiao Chui directly used the taunt skill on the boss, and the ice and fire two-headed demon dragon opened its eyes with extreme vigilance. A deafening dragon roar plunged everyone into dizziness. Dechui, don't attack yet. Let the aggro stabilize. Priest, give Xiao Chui all the healing you can. Zheng Chen stood still without attacking, starting to give commands. The two-headed dragon let out a roar and soared into the sky. Its massive wings spreading nearly 30 meters wide, the gusts it created almost blowing everyone into the chasm. Don't be afraid, it rolls to the sides when it dives. Watch out for its breath. The rest depends on everyone's willpower, Zheng Chen quickly reminded as he noticed Xiao Chui was a bit nervous. Facing a level 50 epic boss with a team of over 30 level players was already a far-fetched idea, especially since the boss was a dragon. Even Zheng Chen was being extremely cautious, concentrating all his attention. As expected, the two-headed dragon circled in the sky a few times before diving towards Xiao Chui, both massive dragon heads opening their jaws wide to bite down on him. The sheer force of it immediately stunned Xiao Chui, making him freeze in place. What are you dawdling for? Move quickly. Fa Bu Rongqing shouted loudly upon seeing this. Only then did Xiao Chui snap back to reality, awkwardly rolling away. Although he dodged the attack, the powerful gust nearly sent him tumbling into the chasm. Everyone, don't panic. It's normal to be scared the first time facing a dragon. Take your time to adapt. Zhang Chen continued to stand firm, patiently comforting everyone. Remember this, we know what no one else has done. That's how we can make a name for ourselves. Zhang Chen understood that what the small studio wanted most was fame, as it would lead to greater profits. The first kill of a level 50 epic boss would definitely be announced worldwide, especially since Fa Borongqing had already done some advertising during the arena matches. If they managed to secure the first kill of a level 50 epic dragon, it would undoubtedly increase everyone's trust in their strength, and the orders for Yuang Studio would surely surge. Zhang Chen's motivational words helped everyone regain their composure. Despite the immense intimidation from the two-headed dragon, they began to adapt under pressure. Good, dodge a bit later, otherwise, the dragon might still have a chance to change direction. Yes, just like that, gentle brother. Be careful with your positioning, try not to line up with Xiao Chui. Watch your feet. On Zhang Chen's side, there were no monsters targeting them, so they had some downtime to help everyone adapt faster. He began a live teaching session. Little Fa, the aggro is stable now, I'm going to start attacking. Seeing that the boss's aggro was secure, Zhang Chen began his assault. With Zhang Chen's involvement, the dragon's aggro started to become chaotic. Every time it flapped its wings and turned back, it took some time, while Fa Borongqing increased the output. Zhang Chen then instantly halted his attack. With this back and forth, the two-headed dragon lost many opportunities to attack, but without Zhang Chen's full output, the team's overall damage was too low, almost like a mere scratch. No matter how careful they were, the two-headed dragon eventually lost its aggro after several body turns. When it turned towards Zhang Chen, even though he had stopped attacking, he still couldn't shake off the aggro. No matter how Fa Borongqing attacked, the boss didn't turn back. In desperation, De Chui had no choice but to take on the aggro. Thanks to Xiao Chui's earlier demonstration, De Chui was able to dodge with ease, but the occasional scrapes caused his health to drop continuously. Without a priest nearby, relying solely on health potions wouldn't hold up for long. Slow healing, a ring of water patterns suddenly appeared around De Chui, the continuous healing alleviating a lot of his pressure. Although it only restored a few hundred health per second, it made a significant difference. This big brother can even heal? Fa Borongqing was completely stunned, not expecting Zhang Chen to be so versatile, even able to heal. Xiao Fa, you need to keep it up. Zhang Chen's voice came through. Since the aggro had already been disrupted, Zhang Chen no longer suppressed his output, and various skills began to greet the two-headed dragon. With Zhang Chen participating in the attack, the tank couldn't hold the aggro anymore, and the two-headed dragon started targeting Zhang Chen, while the other tanks could only follow behind the boss, continuously using their taunt skills. Bro, it seems like we might as well bring another archer, Fa Borongqing said, seeing that the two warriors had almost lost their effectiveness. It's fine, you guys just output from the back and ensure your safety, this is just the beginning, Zhang Chen replied. In Zhang Chen's eyes, this Icefire two-headed dragon was simply too clumsy. Although each attack was powerful, the wind-up movements were too obvious, making its intentions easy to guess before it even struck. He had originally thought to let everyone adapt to the attack rhythm while the dragon was at full health, to avoid being wiped out when the dragon went berserk with low health, but he didn't expect the boss to be so uncooperative. Although there were many cracks on the platform, it was large enough, and Zhang Chen easily dodged the dragon's attacks, with almost nothing able to touch him except for the hurricane created by the boss's large wings. You all better open your eyes and learn. Look at that positioning. A double tank team actually let a mage pull aggro, truly giving our studio some face, Fa Borongqing said, chasing behind the boss to output, feeling a bit embarrassed seeing Zhang Chen holding the boss's attention. Boss, you really can't blame us, we're only in our 30s, who would have thought we'd encounter a flying boss? De Chui felt uncomfortable as well. After all, as a warrior, he seemed to have no effect at all at this moment. Don't worry, the dragon will definitely use its breath attack soon, then you guys will be able to hit it, Zhang Chen said. The dragon's magic resistance was always high, and coupled with the level suppression, it took the group an hour to whittle down 10% of the boss's health. Zhang Chen and Fa Borongqing were doing fine, as they only needed to focus on positioning and output due to their skill advantages. De Chui and Xiao Chui were the two most exhausted in the team, feeling awkward, standing aside, chasing the boss but unable to hit it, only managing to land a few strikes when the boss bent down. After the two-headed dragon's health dropped by 10%, it finally stopped simply circling and diving, and began to unleash its breath attack, with both heads spewing fire and ice. The range was absurdly large. Every time the boss's dragon head lifted slightly, Zhang Chen would start to retreat, using a double jump to quickly create distance, leaving behind some persistent attack skills on the dragon's position. When the boss used its breath attack, it indeed flew at low altitude, and De Chui and Xiao Chui seized the opportunity to start venting their attacks. Hey you two, be careful of the boss turning its head. Just as Zhang Chen dodged out of the boss's attack range, he didn't expect De Chui and Xiao Chui to rush forward. By then, the warning was a bit late. The two-headed dragon lost its attack target and immediately directed its fury at De Chui and Xiao Chui, its massive wings flapping. The dragon breath carving a semicircle towards the back. Fortunately, everyone in the team were experts, and the hour-long standoff had made them accustomed to the dragon's intimidation. Seeing the boss turn to attack, the few people who had been behind it quickly moved in the opposite direction. Ultimately, the boss, exhausted, stopped its breath attack and its entire dragon body fell to the ground, its huge wings flailing to fend off the group's attacks, clearly entering a weakened state. Take advantage of its weakness and go for the kill. Everyone output with all your might, Zhengchen shouted. He casually conjured a fusion skill of 2 attributes, finally having the chance to unleash his attacks freely, naturally wanting to display his stronger offensive capabilities. The reason he didn't choose to use more attribute fusion skills was that he was afraid of excessive mental energy consumption, fearing his body wouldn't hold out until the end. The big hammer and the small hammer finally seized the opportunity, rushing in front of the giant dragon and hacking away wildly. When the wings came flapping, they directly slashed at the wings with their weapons. Fortunately, the boss was in a weakened state, and being on the ground made it difficult for the wings to exert force, otherwise they would have been blown away. The giant dragon rested for about half a minute, gradually recovering its strength, and its wings began to flap again with renewed power, looking ready to take to the air once more. Brother, help me up. I'm tired of chasing after the monster's backside, the big hammer shouted to the small hammer as he saw the boss about to take off. The small hammer understood immediately and created a hand ladder for his older brother. The big hammer took a couple of steps to gain momentum, stepped onto the small hammer's hand ladder, and leaped directly onto the tail of the boss that was taking off. The big hammer's action surprised everyone, and Zhang Chen couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for him. The big hammer was not small in size, but when he crouched on the dragon's tail, he seemed a bit insignificant. Fortunately, the two-headed dragon had many angles on its body, providing enough grip for the big hammer. Xiao Fa, is your brother too impulsive? Zheng Chen asked with some concern. He is a bit impulsive, but he's not as foolish as he looks. Although I don't have many people around me, each one has had their shining moments, Fa Boo. Rongqing replied, though he too was somewhat worried, his words filled with confidence. Alright, everyone cooperate with the big hammer and try to keep the boss flying steadily, Zheng Chen said, giving his teammates enough trust and quickly changing tactics. The group adjusted their positions to one side to prevent the boss from spiraling left and right. The big hammer's target was undoubtedly the dragon's head, but Zheng Chen was not optimistic about this move. After all, the boss's defense was formidable, and even if he successfully climbed to the dragon's head, it would be difficult for the big hammer to break through its defenses with just the giant sword in his hand. In the end, it would only result in a few more slashes. Zheng Chen and the others kept pulling the giant dragon in circles, suffering greatly due to the terrain disadvantage and the dragon's superior speed, but no one complained. They silently awaited the big hammer's actions. The boss naturally knew that someone was clinging to its back. Despite its desperate attempts to fly and shake, the person clung on like a stubborn adhesive plaster, eventually causing the giant dragon to ignore his presence altogether. Seeing the timing was right, the big hammer began to move each time the giant dragon glided smoothly, and after several attempts, he got closer and closer to the dragon's head. Whether he could break through the giant dragon's defenses would be the key to the big hammer's action. No one questioned him, everyone silently believed and cooperated, quietly waiting for the outcome. Before long, the big hammer finally managed to climb onto the ice attribute head of the two-headed dragon with great difficulty. The boss felt the foreign object on its head and began to shake its head violently. One had to admire the big hammer's endurance, no matter how the dragon shook its head. The big hammer clung tightly to the protrusions on the dragon's head, his legs gripping firmly, his entire body remaining motionless. This big hammer is quite impressive, Zheng Chen couldn't help but exclaim. The big hammer is a rock climbing expert in real life. I didn't expect him to use it here in the game, Fa Bu Rongqing explained. Now let's see what he does. If it's just to land a few more hits, that would be a waste of time, Zheng Chen voiced his long-standing doubts. If I'm guessing correctly, this kid is about to use the thing. Fa Bu Rongqing seemed to recall something. In his confusion, Zheng Chen saw the big hammer put away his weapon, and a crossbow shaped like a handgun appeared in his hand, with a long chain attached to the back of the arrow. Beast Hunter's Lock? Zheng Chen exclaimed, in surprise upon seeing the item in the big hammer's hand. The Beast Hunter's Lock was a very domineering and special piece of equipment. While it didn't deal much damage to players, it was incredibly effective against monsters. It looked small and delicate, but its armor-piercing effect was exceptionally powerful. However, this item had an extremely low drop rate, and each gun only had one arrow, making it a rare find. The hammer pulled out the Beast Hunter Lock and directly pulled the trigger. The arrow shot out with a bang, piercing into the head of the ice and fire two-headed dragon, though it did not fully embed itself. However, because the arrowhead was barbed, it was quite difficult to pull out. Even the Beast Hunter Lock can't completely break through its defenses. This dragon's defense is indeed formidable, the hammer couldn't help but say. With the iron chain of the Beast Hunter Lock in place, the hammer was able to stand upright by pulling on the chain. Another feature of the Beast Hunter Lock was the chain behind the arrow, which was made entirely of tempered fine iron, its toughness needing no further mention. Little hammer, get ready, it's time for us to perform, the hammer shouted, pulling on the iron chain. The boss, with the iron chain tied to its head, naturally couldn't be easily captured. Rising and falling, spinning and flying, the two-headed dragon thrashed about like mad, trying to shake off the person on its head, but no matter how it struggled, it couldn't throw off the one above. Next, taking advantage of the boss's dive, the hammer directly threw the long iron chain to the little hammer. The two brothers worked together with surprising synergy. The little hammer accurately caught the chain and, after a few steps of running, took off with the dragon into the air. Seeing another ant trying to climb up, the two-headed dragon opened its massive jaws and bit down. The hammer, standing on the dragon's head, quickly moved the iron chain to make the dragon's bite miss. On the other hand, the little hammer seemed quite adept at climbing. The slightly thicker iron chain had plenty of handholds. Regardless of how the two-headed dragon roared, the little hammer just kept climbing, leaving the task of avoiding attacks entirely to the hammer. These two brothers have some skills. Zhang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, then turned to Fa Burongqing and said, "Looks like we're just here to watch the show." In fact, no matter how the two-headed dragon thrashed, as long as it was within the casting range, Zhang Chen was confident he could hit it. However, since the little hammer was currently climbing up, attacking recklessly might disrupt his rhythm, so the three on the ground simply stopped attacking and watched the situation unfold. "I say, brother, we only have 2 beast hunter locks in our studio. Because of their uniqueness, we gave one to each of our 2 main tanks. I didn't expect them to be used here now," Fa Burongqing said to Zhang Chen with a pained expression. "Things are meant to be used. If we don't use them to fight the dragon, when else would we?" Zhang Chen found Fa Burongqing's expression amusing but countered, "Ah, that's true. I hope we succeed in one go," Fa Burongqing said, looking worriedly at the climbing little hammer. "Then it depends on our perseverance. Even if the two of them successfully control the dragon's head, the boss's health is still there. It probably won't be defeated without 7 or 8 hours, Zhang Chen analyzed. 7 or 8 hours of time just standing still in casting skills isn't something everyone can do, let alone standing on the dragon's head. If one is careless, they could easily be thrown off. The little hammer also lived up to expectations, eventually climbing to the top of the giant dragon's head. After successfully reaching the top, the little hammer did not linger and bent down to steadily climb toward the other head. "Stop worrying, if something good comes out later, I'll let you pick first," Zhang Chen said. "Isn't that inappropriate? We agreed at the start that it would be my good brother who would be generous," Fa Burongqing stammered, testing the waters. Seeing Zhang Chen about to speak, he quickly changed his tone and accepted Zhang Chen's kindness. "All right, get ready to attack. We can't let your brother's efforts go to waste." Zhang Chen tightened his grip on the staff and became serious. After the little hammer climbed onto the other head, he also took out the beast hunter lock and stabbed it into the other head. With both heads of the ice and fire two-headed dragon restrained by chains, every pull would send a wave of intense pain through its heads. In a fit of rage, both heads leaned toward each other, and the 2 types of dragon breath began to form in their mouths, ready to be unleashed in the next moment. The dragon's simple thought was to ensure mutual destruction. Even if it meant injuring itself with its breath, it wanted to eliminate the 2 men. The two-headed demon dragon, controlled by the beast hunter's chains wielded by Big Hammer and Little Hammer, was furious. Determined to eliminate these 2, it resorted to a desperate attack, as it could not shake them off despite its attempts to fly away. Instead, the 2 massive dragon heads faced each other, forming icy and fiery breaths of dragon energy. Seeing this, Big Hammer and Little Hammer instinctively crouched down, tightly pressing against the dragon's head, cleverly positioning themselves just out of reach of the dragon's breath. When the ice and fire energies collided, a massive wave of energy erupted. The demon dragon, clearly unable to control its power, ended up blasting itself. After a few minutes of chaos, the two-headed demon dragon finally resigned itself, no longer targeting Big Hammer and Little Hammer above it, and began to unleash its fury on the 3 people on the ground. Diving, breathing fire, clawing, and biting, the attacks of the ice-fire two-headed demon dragon were not complex. Zhang Chen, who had the highest level of enmity, had long since adapted to this rhythm. With the help of double jumps, even if he made a misstep, he could easily create distance. Additionally, Big Hammer and Little Hammer could use the tension of the chains to slightly alter the dragon's flight path, which alleviated a lot of pressure on everyone. Most importantly, the 2 of them could now maintain their output. Whenever the boss flew steadily, Big Hammer and Little Hammer would grab the iron chains with one hand and wield their weapons with the other, striking fiercely. Although their strength wasn't particularly great, they were attacking the dragon's head, and the accumulated damage was not insignificant. Perhaps due to the dragon's own high defense and attack intensity, its methods of attack were relatively few, lacking the variety of the flame giant they had encountered at the entrance. As Zhang Chen said, flashy maneuvers were not difficult to achieve, the challenge lay in how to persist afterward. The boss's defense was simply too high. After another hour of fighting, the demon dragon still had 77% of its health remaining, even with Big Hammer and Little Hammer continuously dealing damage. The difficulty of challenging a boss at a higher level lay in the disproportionate attack and defense. The boss could stand still and let players hit it, but players were not allowed to make too many mistakes. A low margin for error brought immense pressure, which in turn accelerated fatigue. Big Hammer, Little Hammer, you 2 need to conserve Your stamina and not just attack recklessly, Zheng Chen reminded. Understood, Big Hammer and Little Hammer replied in unison. Another long 2 hours passed and the boss's health dropped to 50%. Even Zhang Chen began to feel fatigued, and the time Big Hammer and Little Hammer spent resting on the dragon's back grew longer. With more than half of its health gone, the two-headed demon dragon changed its tactics. With a flap of its wings, it suddenly soared higher, raising its two heads, which were now gathering energy, clearly no longer just preparing a simple breath attack. Before long, 2 energy spheres of ice and fire were expelled, each about 2 meters in diameter, aimed directly at Zhang Chen, who had been toying with it. The energy spheres flew downwards at high speed, and Zhang Chen had to exert all his strength to create a safe distance. When the energy spheres hit the ground, they blasted a 5 to 6 meter deep pit and combined with the existing cracks, made the terrain even more complex. If it were just a single strike, it would be manageable, but the two-headed demon dragon had just finished one attack and was already charging for the next. Big Hammer, Little Hammer, try not to let it release skills towards the ground. If this continues, there might not be a place to land. Zheng Chen quickly reacted and issued the command. Big Hammer and Little Hammer understood immediately and stood up again, gripping the beast hunter's iron chains tightly. As the boss was about to unleash its energy spheres, they pulled back with all their might. The intense pain caused the boss's dragon head to tilt backward, changing the direction of its attack, which was now aimed far away. Nice one, the three on the ground couldn't help but praise in unison. The impressive performance of Big Hammer and Little Hammer played a crucial role in this boss battle. It could even be said that without their cooperation, Zhang Chen would have found it very difficult to take on the two-headed demon dragon alone. After several consecutive bursts of energy orbs, the two-headed dragon once again entered a weakened state, but this time it did not fall to the ground. Instead, it spread its wings and let its body spiral in midair, seemingly devoid of fighting spirit, as if waiting for an opportunity. The group once again entered a state of grinding down the dragon's health. Due to the massive energy consumption, Zhang Chen instructed the two hammers to stay down on the dragon's head and not to rise unless absolutely necessary, waiting for a chance. Another long 2 hours passed, and the exhausted two-headed dragon's defenses seemed to have decreased significantly, with its health now down to 25%. Zhang Chen initially thought the boss would enter a berserk state, but unexpectedly, it was still the same old moves. Although it seemed less threatening, Zhang Chen knew that even with just 1% health left, this giant beast still had the ability to wipe out everyone in an instant. Stay alert for the monster's berserk state. Even though it's exhausted, we must hold on, Zhang Chen encouraged the group again. Brother, I thought I was already a tough guy coming from a power leveling background, but it turns out you are the real Iron Man, Fa Burongqing said while dealing damage. Just holding on, Zhang Chen replied with a bitter smile, then added, I even took a nap during the day, but you've been going non-stop. You can't compare, you've been drawing aggro, and an ordinary person would have been wiped out long ago. Your battle awareness, overall perspective, and perseverance have left me in awe. From now on, you are my big brother. I've decided to follow you. Fa Burongqing suddenly flattered. Stop trying to get close, hurry up and focus on fighting the monster. Don't think this boss is guaranteed to die, Zheng Chen said, not wanting to easily get involved with any faction or become a tool for some studio to make money. Not long after Zhang Chen spoke, when the health reached 20%, the two-headed dragon accelerated its flight speed, and its body began to glow with red and blue light. As the dragon flew around the platform, fire and ice elements began to gather, covering the entire platform. Wow, full-range attack, isn't that a bit exaggerated? Zhang Chen frowned. Ice and fire demon domain. The two attributes on the platform became increasingly intense, with ice and fire gradually separating, each occupying half. One side was engulfed in raging flames, while the other faced an extreme cold storm. Standing on the ground caused health to continuously decrease, and the longer one stayed, the faster the health dropped. Pay attention to your physical state. The fire attribute has a burn effect, while the ice attribute has a freezing effect. You can run back and forth between the two areas to negate the negative effects, Zheng Chen shouted. Priest, keep an eye on the captain's health, Fa Bu Rongqing said to gentle brother, then turned to Zhang Chen. Brother, this health drop rate can only support one main DPS. Let's go all out to take it down. Seeing the boss's skill damage was too high, Fa Bu Rongqing decided that if the priest tried to heal two people at once, neither would survive, so he left everyone to Zhang Chen and focused on his own output while using health potions. Zheng Chen and Fa Bu Rongqing were in agreement. Seeing his decisiveness, Zheng Chen nodded. Don't worry, even if there's another boss later, with our strength, we'll probably stop here. This dragon will accompany you to the grave. The healing from the potions couldn't keep up with the health drop rate, and the already fragile Fa Burongqing didn't last long before collapsing. Fa Burongqing chose to sacrifice himself to protect Zheng Chen, and gentle brother also obeyed his leader's orders, giving almost all his healing to Zheng Chen while ensuring his own survival. The ice and fire demon domain lasted a long time. Initially, the two hammers were not affected, but as the skill duration continued, the two-headed dragon began to descend continuously, affecting the two hammers as well. Zheng Chen was shuttling back and forth between the attributes of ice and fire. The mutual resistance between the attributes, combined with gentle brother's healing, allowed them to hold on for a while. However, without a priest's healing, even with thick health. They couldn't last long relying solely on health potions. The Icefire two-headed dragon seemed to find its skills insufficient and began to spew dragon breath again. Soon, the health of Big Hammer and Little Hammer dropped to half, and the Icefire magic domain showed no signs of diminishing. It wouldn't be long before the two would be worn down to death. Brother, we can't drag this out any longer. We'll be the ones to sacrifice, Big Hammer shouted, running towards the dragon's back with the iron chain in hand. Just as the chain was about to reach its limit, Big Hammer gripped it and jumped off the side of the boss. Using the momentum of the chain, his body traced an arc in the air, directly binding the other dragon head that was exhaling breath. However, despite the great inertia, the force was too weak, and the two dragon heads merely shook without being tied together. Seeing this, Little Hammer didn't hesitate either. He swung down between the two dragon heads, wrapping the iron chain around the one Big Hammer had set up several times. The two brothers, disregarding their dizziness, tied a knot with the remaining part of the chain. Although the restriction was minimal, it did cause the boss to lose some agility. Big Hammer and Little Hammer struggled to maintain their balance on the chain but ultimately were thrown off, and the damage from falling in midair reduced their health to 0. After fighting the boss for 7 hours, perhaps dying was a form of relief. The Icefire magic domain continued, and Zhang Chen hadn't expected the two-headed dragon to be so monstrous. If it lasted any longer, gentle brother might not hold on either, and without a priest he would be doomed as well. Fortunately, just before their deaths, the binding of the chain made the boss uncomfortable, causing it to temporarily stop exhaling breath and struggle to break the chain. Zhang Chen thought for a long time but couldn't find a way to cope. After nearly a night of battling this boss, who could willingly give up? He knew that being anxious would only backfire, so he calmed down, closed his eyes, and used his mental power to sense his surroundings. For some reason, a voice suddenly appeared in his heart. That voice was the same as his teacher's son Siege's when he taught him the fireball spell. Great fire god, hear my prayer. Fire element, heed my command. Fireball spell. The fireball was the first skill Zhang Chen learned not from a skill book, so he spent a lot of time practicing and releasing it, and that feeling was etched deep in his bones. At this moment, with the fire element so rich, the incantation of the fireball kept surfacing in Zhang Chen's mind. Great fire god, hear my prayer. Fire element, heed my command. Fireball spell. Zhang Chen followed his inner voice, reciting the incantation with perfect rhythm, and a concentrated fireball appeared in his right hand. After the fireball was released, a strange scene unfolded. The released mental power clearly felt that his fireball was establishing a connection with the fire element in the Icefire magic domain. In the next second, the fire elements in the Icefire magic domain quickly gathered towards Zhang Chen, centering around his fireball. The fire elements that originally covered the entire platform soon converged into the palm of Zhang Chen's hand. He didn't rush to release the fireball. An idea struck him, and he tucked his staff behind him. A shuttle-shaped ice crystal appeared in his left hand, and he began to chant. Spirits of ice in the space, gather your power into my hands. Let the earth freeze, let the mountains turn to ice. The earth and sky freeze spell. Zhang Chen naturally didn't know the ice attribute incantation. This line was entirely improvised on the spot. However, the frequency of the chant relied entirely on the guidance of his mental power. In fact, Sun Sijia had also said that incantations were merely an aid. The key was still the frequency and feeling when condensing magic. Reciting the incantation allowed Zhang Chen to form images in his mind, effectively directing his mental energy to command the magical elements. This was a realization he had while continuously using the fireball spell. Indeed, with the imagery of his incantation in his mind, his mental energy quickly connected with the remaining ice elements in the environment. The leftover ice elements on the platform began to surge towards Zhang Chen, coalescing around the spindle-shaped ice crystal he had created. The two-headed fire. An ice dragon finally broke free from its chains, but sensed something was amiss. Its ice and fire domain had been breached, and the human that had been toying with it was now harboring a power even more terrifying than before. Freeze the heavens and earth. Zhang Chen was the first to launch an ice attribute skill, a name he had coined himself, with effects he had envisioned. As for whether it would succeed, he had no idea. The spindle-shaped ice crystal he created traced a beautiful arc in the air, trailing a long and magnificent blue tail. Thanks to the lock of his mental energy, the spindle-shaped ice crystal accurately struck the boss. To Zhang Chen's astonishment, the boss was indeed frozen. Its massive dragon body turned into an ice block, losing its ability to fly and plummeting from the sky. However, the freezing effect did not last long. The ice attribute head of the dragon was the first to recover, thawing out completely before it hit the platform. Although the freezing effect was brief, it had dealt damage, reducing the boss's health by 1%. Take another hit from my great fireball technique. Zhang Chen used a double jump to close the distance with the boss, and at the moment the two-headed dragon recovered, the fireball in his right hand was already thrust between its two heads. Boom! Zhang Chen was blasted away by the violent explosion, and the two-headed dragon was also severely injured, losing another 1% of its health. The high damage of Zhang Chen's attack was largely thanks to the dense elements released by the boss. Without that, he would not have achieved such an effect with his own magical strength. After the guild battle, 6 dragons seizing the flag and this sudden insight, Zhang Chen felt as if he had opened the door to a new world. Yes, The first magic in the world was also created by humans. If others can do it, so can I, Zhengchen said confidently, looking at his hands. At this moment, the two-headed dragon flew back into the air, but it had completely lost its momentum. The exhaustion from the prolonged battle and continuous injuries had even made the giant dragon feel fatigued. Zhengchen took out the water affinity book, sensing the water elements around him. Water could extinguish fire, and it could also freeze. Dealing with this dual attribute dragon, water was the most suitable choice. Haha, it turns out I am a once-in-a-million magical genius. Zhengchen laughed heartily as a water attribute. Giant dragon took shape behind him, resembling the two-headed dragon before him. Zhengchen used all his strength to manifest a water attribute giant dragon, which, aside from having one less head than the boss, was nearly identical in every other aspect. Haha, it turns out I am a once-in-a-million magical genius. Zhengchen laughed joyfully. Zhengchen had a reason for choosing to use water magic. It was well known that water and fire were opposites, and water and ice were of the same origin. The key was the water affinity book in his hands. The book greatly enhanced water magic, allowing him to expend less energy when casting spells and significantly boosting their effectiveness. Zhengchen controlled the water attribute giant dragon to charge at the boss, expecting it to dodge. To his surprise, the similar appearance ignited the boss's fighting spirit, and it intended to compete with the magical dragon. Zhengchen was naturally pleased and directly commanded the water attribute giant dragon to collide with it. ZZZZ, there was no explosion as imagined. When the two collided, the fire attribute head of the boss emitted a sizzling sound, while the ice attribute head began to frost over. As the water magic giant dragon gradually dissipated, the boss's health continued to decrease. In the end, it dealt about 5% damage, causing the boss to fall into a weakened state once again. I'm going all out, gentle brother. If I faint, you take care of the battlefield, Zhengchen said as he gathered water elements in his hands again, forming an even larger water magic giant dragon. This time, Zhengchen didn't just control the giant dragon to crash into the boss. Instead, he directed the water magic giant dragon to attack, and the weakened boss surprisingly found itself at a disadvantage. A wave of dizziness hit him again. Zhengchen had been in this state more than once, forcing a bitter smile as he continued to control his skills to attack. I wonder when I can use magic freely without feeling dizzy, Zhengchen thought helplessly. After a night of struggle, not only had Zhengchen and his companions reached their limits, but the Icefire two-headed dragon also finally couldn't hold on. Under the attack of Zhengchen's water magic giant dragon, the boss began to retreat step by step, ultimately collapsing unwillingly under the impact of the water giant dragon. Congratulations to players Heavenly Justice, Merciless Magic, Big Hammer, 80-foot, Little Hammer 40, and Damn Gentle for completing the first kill of the 50-level epic boss Icefire two-headed dragon, each receiving 50,000 reputation. With the death of the boss, a shower of golden light fell from the sky. Fortunately, the system was quite user-friendly, floating all the dropped items on the platform, preventing the loot from falling into the cracks, otherwise it would have been a big trouble. Zhengchen and Gentle Brother enjoyed the experience from the 50-level epic boss, allowing both of them to level up directly, with Zhengchen returning to level 36 and Gentle Brother reaching level 35. The most eye-catching loot was undoubtedly the glowing golden staffs. The Icefire two-headed dragon was generous, dropping two 50-level epic staffs at once, one representing ice and the other fire. The staffs had a cool design, with the top shaped like a dragon's head and the shaft covered in dragon patterns, clearly a top-tier item. Zhengchen's condition was much better than expected. At this moment, only he and the priest remained in the team. Logically, aside from what Zhengchen needed, everything else could be handed over to Gentle Brother, but after a moment's thought, Zhengchen decided to keep everything for himself. Little mage, I'll hold on to the items for now and distribute them when we go out, Zhengchen communicated directly in the team channel. No problem, big brother. As expected of you, I admire you. Merciless Magic understood Zhengchen's intention. Although Gentle Brother was one of his own, he hadn't worked with Zhengchen before. With everyone else absent, if he handed everything over to him and something went wrong, it would be hard to explain. Zhengchen had encountered such situations before. Continuing to check the loot, he found two sets of 50-level warrior gear of golden quality, also in one ice and one fire color. This boss is really generous, dropping complete sets of equipment. Zhengchen sent the equipment link to the team channel. Naturally, he looked down on the remaining golden potions, and after searching carefully, he finally found what he wanted the most. Icefire Magic Domain, a range combination skill that fills the entire area with ice and fire elements. Enemies within the area will accumulate corresponding statuses. With the more layers stacked, the higher the damage taken, up to a maximum of 10 layers, continuously consuming magic points during use. Ice-Fire dual element mages can learn this. There was no level restriction, but it required an Ice-Fire dual element mage. For now, it seemed that aside from Zhengchen, no one met this job requirement, and the skill book was also the thing Zhengchen liked the most. Although he had grasped a new approach to using magic, having more skills as inspiration would greatly enhance the power of his self-created skills in the future. For example, the water magic dragon from earlier, if he merely controlled it to crash into something, the damage would only be substantial water attribute damage. However, if he controlled it to attack, Deriving magic from magic, the attack power would rise by more than one level. Why is it that every profession has dropped equipment except for priests? Gentle Brother said sourly. Don't worry, this operation has bonuses for everyone. Gentle Brother will get a big contribution this time, Fa Burongqing said generously. Boss, the two of us also want to be credited for our contributions, Big Hammer and Little Hammer shouted in the team channel. Alright, everyone gets credited for contributions, Fa Burongqing replied, already smiling widely, eagerly agreeing to his brother's requests. As the World Channel was in an uproar, all discussing the first kill of the level 50 epic boss. Last night, the entire internet was still saying that Justice from the Sky had a bug, but just a few hours later, this person had actually formed a team and defeated the epic boss 10 levels higher, leading to even more outcry in the World Channel. Seizing the opportunity, Fa Burongqing began to advertise, even claiming that there was no order he couldn't take, with phrases like Fishing Net Studio YYDS popping up endlessly. Zheng Chen stored all his valuable items in his backpack, not in the mood to pay attention to the outcry. In the World Channel, because a rainbow-colored transparent staircase had appeared deep within the platform, leading upwards and ultimately disappearing into the clouds. Could it be that this ice and fire two-headed dragon is not the final boss? Zheng Chen murmured to himself. As soon as he said this, not only were Fa Burongqing and the others surprised, but even Zheng Chen felt overwhelmed. Having more bosses could be a good thing, but if one ice and fire two-headed dragon was so troublesome, what level would the final boss be? Even if Zheng Chen was at full status, time did not allow him to continue. After all, the Holy Domain officials had given him an ultimatum to go to the Holy Domain building for an investigation by noon today. Xiao Fa, another passage has appeared on the platform. Although we might not be able to defeat it, I still want to go take a look, Zheng Chen said directly in the team channel. Okay, if it doesn't work out, we can always come back later, Fa Burongqing replied. Zheng Chen called Gentle Brother to move towards the rainbow staircase, but when they reached it, Zheng Chen successfully stepped onto the rainbow staircase, while Gentle Brother was blocked by a layer of transparent barrier. The transparent barrier was not insurmountable, it was just that once Gentle Brother passed through it, his brain would ache unbearably, and ultimately he had to give up, leaving only Zheng Chen to slowly ascend. Zheng Chen easily stepped onto the rainbow bridge, while Gentle Brother felt a splitting headache as soon as he approached, leaving him with no choice but to give up moving forward. Zheng Chen climbed step by step. The rainbow staircase was very long, and since the top had already disappeared into the clouds, Zheng Chen had no idea what lay above. As he ascended higher, Zheng Chen began to sense something unusual. At the end of the staircase, there was a powerful mental force present. Gentle Brother could not advance at all because his mental strength was too weak, while Zheng Chen was able to continue because his mental strength was still sufficient, allowing him to reach such a height before sensing it. The higher he went, the greater the pressure became. Zheng Chen began to feel something colliding with his head. His brain started to throb like a heart, and he felt as if his mind was swelling from the inside out, as if it could explode at any moment. Passing through the clouds, Zheng Chen was already struggling to move. The nearly transparent staircase combined with his somewhat dizzy head caused him to nearly fall several times. Zheng Chen kept slapping himself, trying to clear his mind, and the remaining mental strength was fiercely guarding his sea of consciousness. The mental pressure in the air had become so strong that it created ripples in the air, but it still could not stop Zheng Chen's upward steps. Finally, before exhausting all his strength, Zheng Chen reached the end of the rainbow staircase. The end of the rainbow staircase was a circular platform, which was originally rainbow-colored but now was heavily mixed with black mist. In the center of the platform, there was a magic circle emitting black gas, within which a handsome white horse was struggling in pain. Zheng Chen dared not move forward and began to meditate and rest in place. The external pressure served as a catalyst for him to practice his mental strength. Although the recovery of mental strength was very slow in this environment, every bit of it was solid, allowing Zheng Chen to feel for the first time that mental strength was no longer ethereal, but rather substantial. Half an hour later, Zheng Chen opened his eyes again. If he hadn't been unable to enter a meditative state no matter what, he would have been reluctant to interrupt. Half an hour of meditation had greatly benefited Zheng Chen, restoring his mental strength while also providing new insights. At this moment, when he looked at the white horse, he realized that it was no ordinary horse, it was clearly a holy unicorn. However, the black mist swirling around the magic circle caused the pure white unicorn to alternate between black and white, and its deep blue eyes had gradually turned black, indicating it had been severely eroded by darkness. No wonder it's called the fallen light relic. The root of it is here, Zheng Chen sighed. He stepped closer to the magic circle, having gradually adapted to the surrounding mental impact. The unicorn seemed to sense him and looked at Zheng Chen, its pained eyes filled with curiosity. The magic circle was a 5-meter diameter circle, and the tall unicorn appeared quite spacious within it. The walls of the circle continuously generated black mist, and no matter how the unicorn resisted, the black mist could easily penetrate its body. Each invasion of the black mist caused the unicorn's body to tremble, and the dark attribute within it grew denser. Zheng Chen took out his staff and tried to strike the wall of the circle, only to find no obstruction. It seemed the magic circle was merely a decoration. Although Zheng Chen had little research on magic circles, he had seen many in his past life, and such circles were mostly based on mental strength mixed with some attributes. Inanimate objects pass through without any effect, but as long as a living being entered the magic circle, it would activate, and once trapped within, touching the wall would result in an attack on their mental strength. Moreover, the magic circle would continuously draw from the mental strength and vitality of those trapped inside. The longer one remained trapped, the smaller the chance of breaking the circle. Is there anything I can do to help you? Zheng Chen asked tentatively. The system had arranged a hidden passage here, and a trapped unicorn had appeared. Zheng Chen did not believe this was a coincidence. What do you think you can do for me? A voice suddenly appeared in Zheng Chen's mind. It was the unicorn communicating with him through mental strength. You can understand me? Zheng Chen exclaimed in surprise. What do you think? The unicorn's voice was very proud, not at all like that of a captive. Who locked you up here? Zheng Chen ignored the unicorn's arrogance and asked curiously. Do you really want to help me? The unicorn did not answer Zheng Chen but suddenly countered with a question. First, tell me who locked you up here. Seeing the unicorn's desire to escape, Zheng Chen decided not to mention helping for now and instead aimed to diminish its pride. Your strength is too weak, you can't help me at all, the unicorn replied with a sigh. Zheng Chen did not refute this and directly sat cross-legged on the ground, propping his head up with one hand, staring intently at the unicorn. What are you looking at? The unicorn, unable to endure being stared at any longer, said. I want to see how such a holy unicorn could be eroded by darkness to this extent, and I'm curious what you will become after a while. Zheng Chen replied calmly. At his words, the unicorn trembled all over, a look of pain flashing in its eyes, and it even shed tears. Seeing this, Zheng Chen couldn't help but sigh. This unicorn is truly sensitive. It was my mother who locked me here. The unicorn's spirit began to fluctuate, conveying a sense of sadness to Zheng Chen. Your mother? Zheng Chen had thought it was some dark force that had trapped it, but it turned out to be its mother. 1,000 years ago, when I was still very young, my mother was ordered to participate in the Holy War, and that was when she used a spiritual array to place me here. She said she would come to get me after the Holy War ended, but who would have thought that I would wait for 1,000 years? The unicorn opened up and began to recount its past. 1,000 years? You haven't eaten or drunk anything all this time? Zheng Chen asked in surprise. We light unicorns only need to absorb the essence of the sun and moon to cultivate. It is something that mere mortals like you cannot understand. The unicorn, facing Zheng Chen's doubts, regained its proud tone. Then what about this dark aura? Your mother wouldn't harm you, would she? Zheng Chen pointed at the swirling black mist in the array. Upon hearing this, the unicorn fell into pain again, and the next moment, it changed from its previous gentle tone to a harsh one. I hate that my mother deceived me. I hate that I have been trapped here for 1,000 years. This is not the life I should have. I should not suffer like this. Zheng Chen was taken aback by the unicorn's sudden change. It seemed that this unicorn was beginning to show signs of darkening. Calm down, you need to calm down. Zheng Chen was relieved that he hadn't rushed to help it escape. It seemed this was not an easy situation. After a long while, the unicorn gradually returned to its normal state and expressed deep regret for its earlier behavior, even hating itself a little for how it had acted. This is all my fault. After regaining composure, the unicorn fell into deep self-reproach. My mother left the young me here, intending for me to cultivate well and avoid the chaos of war. But when my mother never returned, the young me began to feel abandoned. Once a trace of resentment took root in my heart. Even a light attribute unicorn could not avoid falling. As time passed, the resentment took root and sprouted in my heart. I began to complain and blame the heavens and others until the inner demon grew strong enough to make me wary. Only then did I realize it was too late. After returning to normal, the unicorn began to explain the origin of the dark aura, tracing it back to its own emotions. Inner demon? Zheng Chen asked. Yes, the dark monsters at the entrance here are all born from my inner demons. A few years ago, I even attracted a powerful demon. I thought he would attack me, but to my surprise, when he saw me, he burst out laughing. Not only did he not harm me, but he also placed that stupid dragon below, saying it would guard me and wanted to see how the light unicorn would eventually fall into darkness. Zheng Chen listened with great interest, surprised that this ruin had so many twists and turns. No wonder it was called the Ruins of Fallen Light. It was indeed fitting. That two-headed dragon has already been eliminated by me. Do you plan to leave here? Zheng Chen asked. Leave? Where can I go? The darkness has gradually eroded my heart. Perhaps one day I will fall into darkness myself. I might as well stay here and let nature take its course. The light unicorn said, looking somewhat downcast. Your mother fought to the end against the demons, even sacrificing herself for world peace, yet you are here defeated by yourself without even the courage to resist? Zheng Chen began to provoke the unicorn with words. Although this unicorn had lived for 1,000 years in Zheng Chen's eyes, it still seemed quite innocent. What else can be done? My inner demons have grown so powerful that they are hard to resist, sometimes even directly controlling my body and will. I no longer need to deliberately harbor resentment. All kinds of negative energy come to me on their own, the unicorn said sadly. The unicorn communicated with Zheng Chen through mental power. Apart from the tone, Zheng Chen could even sense the unicorn's emotions. Born with a light attribute, proud and pure, it had ultimately developed inner demons for various reasons and was gradually falling into darkness. The complexity of its feelings was evident. Actually, you can't completely blame yourself for this situation. It's a kind of illness, Zhengchen replied seriously. Illness? What illness? How could I be ill? The unicorn opened up, seemingly letting down its guard. In our human world, we call your condition depression. Depression? Do you want to see the outside world? Do you want to know about your parents' deeds? Zhengchen continuously changed the subject, trying to guide the unicorn out of its sadness. My mother said the outside world is wonderful but also full of helplessness. I'm not very curious about the outside, but I really want to know about my mother. The unicorn was clearly swayed by Zhengchen's words. I'll help you break this formation and we can go see the world together and search for news about your mother. How about that? Zhengchen had already noticed that this unicorn was simple-minded and began to guide it with his words. If he could recruit this unicorn, it would be the greatest gain of this journey. With your strength? I'm afraid you can't help me much. You are strong and already comparable to the mental barriers of this formation. With my mental power assisting you, breaking this formation won't be difficult, Zhengchen said. My mother once said that if one day I could leave here, that would be the time I could help her. Did she know someone would come to help me? The unicorn said innocently. Zhengchen remained non-committal, having made up his mind to use the unicorn for his own purposes, even if it meant resorting to some underhanded means. So, do you want to leave this place? Zhengchen said, extending his hand, presenting the unicorn with a choice. The unicorn pondered for a moment, then lowered its head, placing its spiral horn in the palm of Zhengchen's hand. Let's go, the unicorn replied. With determination, Zhengchen grasped the unicorn's spiral horn, feeling a powerful mental force and a warm sensation surge forth, but soon after, the dark power enveloped everything. No wonder I said. This formation shouldn't have been able to trap you for so long, Zhengchen murmured. The dark attribute has already become a part of your body, and various negative states are constantly eroding you, even making you passive until the darkness completely occupies your body, at which point it will all burst forth at once. Zhengchen communicated with the unicorn through mental power. My mother said that as long as there is hope, there will be light. In recent years, I have indeed felt a bit lost, and it is you who has brought me hope, the unicorn said gratefully. Merge your mental power with mine, and I will act as a guide to help you break this formation, Zhengchen said. Merging mental powers is a very dangerous thing. Both parties must trust each other sufficiently, or it could easily backfire, and the weaker party might even become a fool. The unicorn clearly trusted Zhengchen, allowing its powerful mental power to be controlled by him. Zhengchen took over the unicorn's mental power, and an unprecedented sense of strength surged within him. He understood the entire platform clearly, giving him new insights into mental power. Just as Zhengchen was about to fill the formation with mental power to break it, the dark power within the unicorn surged up, beginning to contest Zhengchen for control over the unicorn's essence. The power of darkness was more formidable than Zhengchen had imagined, even reaching a level comparable to that of a unicorn. If Zhengchen had arrived any later, the situation might have been quite different. He could have been facing a boss corrupted by darkness. Let's not worry about the formation for now. We should first work together to suppress the dark power within you. Zhengchen quickly conveyed his battle intentions to the unicorn. The unicorn cooperated well, following Zhengchen's lead and focusing all its spirit on combating the dark energy. With Zhengchen's assistance, the previously balanced forces began to tilt, and the side of light gradually gained the upper hand. Zhengchen initially planned to directly eliminate the dark power, but he did not expect that the darkness had already deeply eroded the unicorn. Forcing its removal would cause significant harm to the unicorn's essence. Given the current situation, we can only coexist with this dark power for now. We can think of ways to purify it later. Zhengchen communicated with the unicorn. Let's seal it into my horn. This is where my power is strongest, making it easier for me to suppress it. The unicorn agreed with Zhengchen's idea. With their goal set, Zhengchen and the unicorn quickly drove the dark power into the spiral horn, which transformed from its original white color to a pitch-black hue, with the black mist emanating from it showcasing its formidable energy. Zhengchen and the unicorn successfully fought against the inner demon, gaining the unicorn's trust in the process. The remaining task of breaking the formation became much simpler. The mental power sealing formation often only required the trapped person to exceed the formation's limits. The reason it was so difficult for the trapped person to escape was that the formation absorbed their mental power as energy. Thus, unless there were special means, the gap between the trapped person and the formation was often minuscule. With Zhengchen's help, they quickly broke the formation, and as the unicorn's inner demon was sealed, the black mist on the rainbow platform gradually dissipated. The radiant unicorn, with its pure white coat and muscular build, made Zhengchen increasingly fond of it. How wonderful it would be if it weren't for the corruption of the inner demon. The formation has been broken. Come with me, Zhengchen stated without giving the unicorn a choice. Will you help me find my mother? The unicorn did not express joy at being freed. Instead, it spoke timidly. I will do my best to find your mother, but before you meet her, you must first become a man. Zhengchen continued to coax. Regarding the unicorn's mother, 1,000 years had passed since the last holy war, and since She had not returned after the battle. It proved that she had long since perished. Zhang Chen could only change the subject, planning to recruit the unicorn first. Okay, I will listen to you. Just now, through our mental cooperation, I know you are not a bad person, the unicorn said innocently. Upon hearing this, a flicker of guilt crossed Zhang Chen's heart, but he still smiled and said, I am human. If you want to follow me, you must sign a contract with me, and then we can fight side by side. Okay, I will listen to you. The unicorn spoke little, but it was filled with trust for Zhang Chen, which made Zhang Chen, who had some ulterior motives, feel quite guilty. Zhang Chen cast aside his distractions and quickly signed a contract with the unicorn, which willingly became Zhang Chen's pet. Ding! Congratulations, player Tianjiang Jingyi, for successfully capturing the spirit beast Fallen Radiant Unicorn. The pet system is now officially open. Fallen Radiant Unicorn level 1 quality, Spirit Beast health 35,000. Strength 2,874, Intelligence 5,942, Spirit 7,945, Stamina 2,561, Agility 6,542. Additional attributes: Mental Attack. The Radiant Unicorn possesses extremely high mental power and can use it to attack enemies, sharing mental power with its master to fight side by side. Additional attributes: Holy Light Blessing significantly enhances the owner's basic attributes, reduces skill consumption, shortens cooldown time, and increases resistance to negative effects such as immobilization, confusion, and poisoning. Additional attribute: Soaring the Skies, unlocked at level 50 for the unicorn, can spread its light wings to soar in the sky and can be ridden. Additional skill: Light and Dark Impact, releases a strong light attribute ray from the spiral horn. Due to the presence of dark energy within, the ray becomes a mix of light and dark attributes, greatly increasing its power. Postscript: The Holy Light Unicorn, trapped by inner demons, has its body eroded by dark energy. Although it has been controlled, its grade has dropped to that of a spirit beast. If all dark power can be removed, its grade can be restored, or even elevated further. Zhang Chen looked at the unicorn's attributes in surprise. At this moment, the unicorn was in his pet space. However, this pet was quite multifunctional, able to assist Zhang Chen, help him in battles, and even serve as a mount, and a flying mount at that. From now on, I'll call you Little Beast. What do you think? After successfully recruiting the unicorn, Zhang Chen began to communicate to name it. Not great, my mother calls me sweetheart, the unicorn replied. Zhang Chen felt awkward. He had never called any woman sweetheart, and calling his pet that felt strange. Alright, then I'll call you Little Sweet. I didn't expect you to be a mama's boy beast. Zhang Chen directly decided on the name, not giving the unicorn a chance to refute. Whatever, it's warm and cozy here, I'm going to take a nap. Little Sweet seemed too lazy to argue, saying indifferently. Zhang Chen turned around again, finding no other gains in this place, and then walked out of the ruins. Outside the ruins, Fa Buronqing and others were still waiting. When they saw Zhang Chen come out, they all excitedly surrounded him. Bro, what is a spirit beast? What does it look like? Let's see it. Fa Buronqing was more interested in the spirit beast mentioned in the world announcement than the loot. It's resting in the pet space, we'll look at it another day, Zhang Chen said directly. Oh, what a pity, I didn't expect there to be such a thing in these ruins, Fa Buronqing said somewhat regretfully. All the equipment that dropped just now is yours. I'll keep the Ice and Fire Magic Domain Skill Book, you guys won't be able to use it, and there are some odds and ends, you can keep them to sell, Zhang Chen said directly. 2 sets of warrior gear, 2 epic level staves, and many small items. Fa Buronqing was very satisfied with the gains from this trip. If it weren't for Zhang Chen's addition, their team wouldn't have made it to the end. How about you? Keep one of the staves? Fa Buronqing offered. No need, just take the stuff, we'll cooperate again next time. Zhang Chen glanced at the time, it was already past 8 in the morning. After all, he had to go to the Holy Domain headquarters at noon, and having not rested all night plus the significant mental energy consumption, he needed to log off and rest a bit. After logging off, Zhang Chen did not feel the fatigue he had imagined. The mental energy he had consumed seemed to have recovered with the recruitment of the unicorn Little Sweet. However, Zhang Chen still set an alarm intending to rest for 2 hours. The place he was staying was not far from the Holy Domain building, so there was no need to rush. 2 hours later, Zhang Chen, dressed neatly, arrived at the foot of the Holy Domain building. Looking at the tall building before him, Zhang Chen felt a surge of emotions. The Holy Domain had changed his life, and he had once lost his life because of it. Zhang Chen felt that he could even call this place the Building of Destiny. After all, he was not the only one whose fate had been changed. Who are you? Do you have an appointment? The security personnel at the entrance of the building stopped Zhang Chen. I don't have an appointment, it was your people who scheduled me, Zhang Chen said, wearing large sunglasses, acting cool. What's your name? I need to verify. The security personnel replied expressionlessly. Game ID, Justice from the Sky. Zhang Chen revealed his identity, clearly sensing the surprise of the security personnel, who probably had heard of Zhang Chen's deeds. Please follow me, the security personnel said after verifying the information and led the way. It was Zhang Chen's first time inside the Sacred Domain Tower, and the building was filled with artificial intelligence, along with a design that was incredibly high-tech, truly dazzling. Zhang Chen regretted that his vision had not recovered. He could only rely on his mental strength to explore, and while he could sense the general layout, the details remained quite vague. Leader, justice has descended from the heavens. The security personnel brought Zhang Chen to a room on the 23rd floor and handed him over to the so-called leader. Inside, a person nodded and said to Zhang Chen, "Hello, I am Lu Tao, the inspector in charge of monitoring fairness within the sacred domain. Hello, feel free to ask any questions, and I will do my best to cooperate." Zhang Chen replied, neither humble nor arrogant, finding a chair to sit down directly. "Could you take off your sunglasses? The lighting in the room isn't harsh." Lu Tao seemed quite displeased with Zhang Chen's impoliteness. Zhang Chen generously removed his sunglasses, revealing eyes that were still hollow and lifeless, clearly indicating an eye condition. "I'm blind," Zhang Chen said with a smile. Lu Tao's expression became somewhat awkward. He had intended to assert dominance over Zhang Chen but found himself at a disadvantage in the first round of their exchange. Lu Tao hadn't expected Zhang Chen to be visually impaired. He had wanted to intimidate him but ended up being the one who appeared rude, losing the first round. A service staff member brought in a cup of coffee, breaking the awkward atmosphere. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend," Lu Tao said apologetically. "It's fine, let's get down to business." Zhang Chen was indifferent as he wasn't truly blind. Lu Tao sat across from Zhang Chen, paused for a few seconds, and began to get to the point. "The ID justice from heaven has been quite the sensation. This should be a good thing, but as the saying goes, the tall tree catches the wind. You've attracted the attention of some ill-intentioned people." Lu Tao did not speak in an official capacity but more like an informed observer. "There are plenty of people who say the grapes are sour when they can't reach them," Zhang Chen replied blandly after taking a sip of coffee. "From the novice village to the various wild map bosses, your performance has always been outstanding, which is normal, but taking down the guild flag of a level 2 guild in just one strike during the guild war at the Alliance Hall is indeed a bit exaggerated," Lu Tao continued. "I think if I really exploited some loophole with the strength of the sacred domain group, I probably wouldn't be sitting here talking to you." Zhang Chen understood Lu Tao's meaning but felt no guilt, speaking confidently. "The system hasn't detected any anomalies in your data, but the public opinion among players has put a lot of pressure on us. I think as official personnel, you should have a bit more confidence in your product. Could you tell me what skill you used to take down the guild flag?" Lu Tao pressed. "I remember that during the promotion of the sacred domain, it was said that anything is possible in the world of the sacred domain, and as long as players don't engage in illegal activities, their privacy won't be questioned by the officials." Zhang Chen didn't want to reveal all his secrets. "I have great confidence in the operation of the sacred domain. If we didn't adhere to the rules we set, we wouldn't need to ask you now." Lu Tao saw that Zhang Chen was difficult to deal with and was using the sacred domain's promotion to argue his case, so he had to make his position clear, fearing damage to the reputation of the sacred domain group. "I apprenticed under a master in White Tiger City, and all the skills were taught to me by him. Now I am already an envoy of White Tiger City. Knowing this should be enough for you to report to your superiors." Zhang Chen understood that if he didn't disclose something during this visit, he would definitely encounter trouble. The dark side of Freedom City was not to be trifled with. The sacred domain group wouldn't investigate themselves for no reason. Someone must have put pressure on them. Even though the sacred domain game has reached such heights, it still cannot escape the confines of the real world. "You're very clever. The sacred domain does indeed operate autonomously under the intelligent mainframe, and even the developers cannot interfere. As employees of the sacred domain group, we hope to see more people creating miracles within it. I will do my best to explain your situation." Lu Tao nodded and said, "All right, thank you. Is there anything else you want to ask?" Zhang Chen put down his coffee cup, already prepared to leave. "Don't be in a hurry. I hope you can log into the game here. The equipment within the group will conduct a check on your account. If there are no abnormalities, we won't bother you again in the future." Lu Tao finally revealed the real reason for calling Zhang Chen. "Can I choose not to accept the check?" Zhang Chen countered. "You can, but your account may be frozen as a result. So, all your earlier questions were pointless. The main purpose is still to check the account." Zhang Chen became somewhat unhappy, feeling threatened. "As compensation, we can offer you the opportunity to participate in the sacred domain exchange meeting." Lu Tao paid no mind to Zhang Chen's emotions and continued, "What's the point of communicating with a bunch of people who are not as good as me? I believe you will be very satisfied with the exchange meeting. Missing it would be your loss." Lu Tao's tone remained calm but filled with determination. Every condition was presented with an unquestionable attitude. "Fine, I'll do as you say. Who told you to be the boss?" Zhang Chen sensed that security personnel were gathering at the office door. If he refused to cooperate, it would be difficult to leave the building today. "Follow me." Lu Tao was not surprised by Zhang Chen's compromise and directly led the way. Zhang Chen followed Lu Tao into another room, where a large machine was placed in the center, presumably the fabled detector. "You don't look like you have eye problems. You walk faster than I do," Lu Tao joked, looking at Zhang Chen. "Walking uses legs, not eyes. It's this machine that logs in, right?" "Oh, you know there's a machine here?" Zhang Chen had intended to play dumb but accidentally let it slip. If he were blind, he wouldn't be able to see the situation in the room at all. Facing Lu Tao's suspicion, Zhang Chen merely shrugged and opened his hands, then walked straight to the machine. Don't worry, the sacred domain group won't do anything harmful. To you, we need to give an explanation to the higher-ups, Lu Tao said. I just need to log into the game normally, right? Zhang Chen was ready and asked one last time. Yes, the system will monitor you. For an hour. During this time, you can play normally. It's best to find some monsters to level up, Lu Tao stated the requirements. Zhang Chen nodded without answering and chose to enter the game. It was just morning, and his little companion hadn't had a chance to look closely yet, so this hour of leisure was just right for them to build some rapport. After logging in, Zhang Chen immediately chose to return to the city. The gaming experience was no different from usual, and he didn't feel any presence of monitoring. Little guy, stop sleeping, come out and let's level up, Zhang Chen called out loudly, trying to wake the drowsy little companion. Not even letting me sleep in peace, let's go. Although little guy complained a bit, she was clearly curious about the outside world and showed some interest in leveling up, especially since her level had dropped to 1 after following Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen was not polite and directly mounted little guy, who didn't mind and went to the desired location as Zhang Chen wished. Having previously experienced a mental connection, little guy and Zhang Chen were now in sync. With the assistance of Xiaoguai, Zhang Chen felt that his controllable mental power had more than doubled, all thanks to Xiaoguai's first attribute, mental attack. This mental attack was quite peculiar. When released against enemies, it could inflict damage, but when released towards Zhang Chen, their mental powers would complement each other, with everything being led by Zhang Chen. Holy light blessing. Just as Zhang Chen was feeling the enhancement brought by Xiaoguai, a white light enveloped him, which was the buff Xiaoguai had granted him. No wonder they wanted to investigate me, this is indeed quite abnormal. Zhang Chen glanced at his attributes and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even he found his attributes to be quite extraordinary. The equipment from the Holy Domain Group was no different from what he usually used. After all, it couldn't escape the fate of being detected, so Zhang Chen simply began leveling up Xiaoguai. Zhang Chen chose the withered beast in the desert area. This type of monster had high attack power but low defense and health, making it perfect for Zhang Chen's quick monster farming strategy. Withered beast level 40 quality, normal health 20,000. Having lived in the arid desert for many years, the withered beast's body had long shriveled up without any moisture, making it lean and thus faster. With its hands evolved into sharp claws, giving it relatively high attack power. Xiaoguai, if you want to go to the battlefield like your mother in the future, you must have strong abilities. Today, I will help you. Zhang Chen patted Xiaoguai beneath him and began another round of brainwashing. I'm not really good at fighting, but these people are so thin they look like skin and bones. Can we bully them? Xiaoguai said innocently. These are all monsters, don't be fooled by their pitiful appearance, they can be merciless when killing civilians. Okay, but they look too weak. Being arrogant can lead to trouble. Zhang Chen didn't expect the naive Xiaoguai to boast. Although the withered beasts weren't particularly strong, being just ordinary monsters in the wild, the density of monster spawns in the chain aggro were significant, making it easy for an average person to get into trouble while farming here. Xiaoguai, feeling challenged, stopped communicating with Zhang Chen, and before Zhang Chen could give any orders, Xiaoguai unexpectedly dashed into the group of monsters with Zhang Chen on its back. Hey, Xiaoguai, let's talk this over, we can't act rashly. Zhang Chen was startled. Xiaoguai was like a rookie who didn't fear tigers, completely unaware of the saying that many ants can kill an elephant. Ignoring Zhang Chen's shouts, Xiaoguai ran faster and faster, and once it entered the aggro range of the withered beasts, a swarm of monsters began to chase after it. Xiaoguai was much faster than the withered beasts, and as more and more monsters gathered, Zhang Chen could only obediently lie on Xiaoguai's back, praying not to fall off. The monsters kept gathering, and it seemed that the entire area of withered beasts had been drawn in by Xiaoguai. Even Zhang Chen felt overwhelmed by the sheer number of small monsters. Light binding. Just when Zhang Chen was unsure of what to do next, the spiral horn on Xiaoguai's head shone brightly, and a series of cages made of holy light trapped all the withered beasts in place. Xiaoguai looked somewhat dissatisfied with the skill it had released. The dark attribute in its spiral horn had affected the power of this skill, otherwise, the duration would have been longer. Zhang Chen was astonished by what he saw. Hundreds of withered beasts were all controlled in place by a single skill from Xiaoguai. Although the shared mental power had decreased significantly, the power was undeniable. Light and dark impact. Xiaoguai stopped, turned around, and unleashed another light and dark impact. The spiral horn shot out two rays, one white and one black, with the energy beams forming irregular waves, almost instantly connecting among the monsters. Zhang Chen stared in amazement at the monsters' health bars, as if they were being drained by a pump. A flurry of damage numbers rose among the monster group, creating an exceptionally spectacular scene. The speed and range of the monsters are indeed impressive, but it seems your light binding is about to give out. What do you plan to do next? Zhang Chen quickly identified the problem. Xiaoguai's performance was indeed astonishing, but her light magic seemed to be affected by dark attributes, significantly reducing its control time. At this rate, the light binding would likely disappear when the monsters still had 30% health left. Due to their mental sharing, Zhang Chen could sense that Xiaoguai wouldn't be able to cast light binding again in a short time, meaning her earlier impressive moves would ultimately be meaningless. Xiaoguai, aware that the light binding was on the verge of failing, immediately stopped attacking and turned to run again, awkwardly, saying to Zhang Chen, "I didn't expect the dark energy within me to affect me so much. Although it has strengthened my attack power to some extent, it has greatly reduced the power of my light magic. Don't feel inferior. It's truly unexpected that you can deal such damage at level 1, Zhang Chen said. Though he was dissatisfied with Xiaoguai's impulsiveness, he couldn't help but admire the results. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. I can't use light binding for a while, so it seems we can only run for now, Xiaoguai said apologetically. No need to run. Just keep them circling and leave the rest to me. Seeing that the monsters were already low on health, Zhang Chen wouldn't let the opportunity to gain experience from hundreds of monsters slip away. Firewall, Ice Rain, Wave Technique, Whirlwind. Technique. Zhang Chen rode Xiaoguai, who had an absolute speed advantage, and he could just randomly throw out various area attack skills. The small monsters behind them quickly diminished over time. By the time all the witherers were eliminated, Zhang Chen was already feeling dizzy from the ride. Looks like I need a saddle, Zhang Chen sighed. Fortunately, your damage isn't low, otherwise it would have been a waste of effort, Xiaoguai said, her expression self-assured, as if she hadn't just been running desperately. The results are decent. I leveled up to 20 from just one wave of monsters. But how are you so strong at level 1? I don't know why, but after following you, it feels like my power has been restricted. I only felt a bit of recovery after killing these monsters. Xiaoguai didn't understand what Zhang Chen meant by levels. The system was what restricted the unicorn Xiaoguai. After being captured as a pet, her original strength was somewhat diminished and her level directly dropped to 1. However, as her master's level increased, her pet's level cap would also surpass her previous self. By the way, about your light binding skill, I checked your attribute data and it didn't mention that you could use such a skill. Zhang Chen suddenly recalled that large-scale crowd control skill. As a celestial beast, is it abnormal to know some magic of my own attribute? Xiaoguai said naturally. Normal, Zhang Chen chuckled foolishly. This time, he had truly struck gold. Although Xiaoguai's rank had decreased due to her inner demons, she hadn't forgotten what she had learned. Just as Zhang Chen was about to go for another wave, a call came from outside the machine, and he had no choice but to exit the game. From the moment he entered the game to when he exited, including buying potions and running around, only about 20 minutes had passed, and he had only spent a few minutes actually fighting monsters. Didn't they say the detection time would take an hour? Why did they call me out so quickly? Zhang Chen asked directly. After exiting the game. It's already done. The system detected no abnormalities. You will be placed on the whitelist from now on. You can go to our lounge to rest for a while. I will send someone to pick you up for the upcoming meeting, Lu Tao said with a smile. Zhang Chen felt the changes in Lu Tao and was puzzled about what had happened. He had only been in the game for about 20 minutes, yet he had suddenly transformed from a suspect into a guest of honor? Zhang Chen was left bewildered by Lu Tao. In less than 20 minutes, he had gone from being investigated to becoming a distinguished guest of the Holy Domain. After leaving Lu Tao's office, Zhang Chen was taken to a private lounge by the staff, who also brought him a set of clothes and a mask, supposedly to conceal the players' identities during the conference, hence the uniform attire for everyone. I have no objection to the uniform, but why a tight-fitting bodysuit? Zhang Chen complained to the staff. The staff member smiled kindly and replied slowly. You'll need it for the conference later, please understand. After giving a few instructions, the staff member left the lounge. The lounge of the Holy Domain group was quite large, stocked with many drinks, alcohol, and some simple snacks, resembling a small apartment. Zhang Chen had no mood to taste the snacks and drinks. Ever since entering the Holy Domain group, he had felt a strange sensation. Lu Tao's investigation seemed casual, while the process of logging into the game was rushed, with a stark difference in attitude and no substantial clues, making Zhang Chen feel as if he was being led along. The only comfort for Zhang Chen was Xiaoguai. In his previous life, Zhang Chen had also owned pets, the highest quality being at the level of a top-tier spirit beast, but any pet at level 1 had almost no attack power. A pet like Xiaoguai was a first for Zhang Chen. It dared to face ordinary wild monsters at level 40 even at level 1. If it leveled up, it would be even more impressive. The most crucial point was that, perhaps due to not knowing how to utilize mental power in his previous life, pets acted according to his commands, and he had never seen a pet that could communicate with players. If I could completely eliminate Xiaoguai's inner demons, I wonder if it could return to the quality of a celestial beast, Zhang Chen murmured to himself. The quality types of pets were not complex. All the small monsters in the wild could be captured as pets, mainly depending on whether the monster would submit. However, common wild monsters were generally of the lowest quality, collectively referred to as ordinary pets, and usually, no one would bother to cultivate them. Wild bosses could not become pets, but after killing certain bosses, there was a chance to spawn the boss's offspring, which would be classified as high-level pets. If the boss was powerful enough, these pets often had a particular specialty, and with focused training, they could yield good results. Then there were spirit beast quality pets, which typically appeared in ruins or special maps. Whether they could be tamed depended entirely on fate. Some spirit beasts would not submit even if killed, while others could be taken without a fight. Spirit beasts had higher intelligence and comprehension than the first two types, and their combat abilities were more diverse. Once properly trained, their strength could even surpass that of ordinary players. Above spirit beasts were celestial beasts. Pets of celestial beast quality generally had their own exclusive skills and were powerful but extremely rare. By the late game in his previous life, Zheng Chen had only seen one celestial beast pet. The celestial beast he encountered was a low-level celestial beast called Fairy Flower Spirit, said to be a flower spirit that gains sentience after accidentally consuming a celestial herb. Even though its quality was forcibly enhanced, its healing ability was terrifying, making it stronger than an average priest when assisting its master. The bright unicorn was originally supposed to be of celestial beast level, but it had been invaded by inner demons, and the dark energy within had eroded it too severely, causing its grade to drop to spirit beast level. Because Zhang Chen's mental power fused perfectly with Xiao Guai, he was very clear about Xiao Guai's condition. It was severely eroded internally, and even if all the dark energy were removed, its body, having been corrupted, would find it difficult to meet the standards of a celestial beast. Unless there is a way to completely restore his body, apart from eating some heavenly treasures or the like, Zheng Chen really couldn't think of any other method. However, things like celestial herbs are truly rare and hard to come by, and he could only hope to encounter them slowly in the future. Above celestial beasts are the legendary divine beasts, which are already extremely rare. Just to see one requires immense fortune, and to think of keeping one as a pet is even less likely than being struck by lightning while walking down the street. Above divine beasts is merely a concept. The authorities have released information stating that there are super divine beasts within the holy domain, and even super divine beasts have the potential to become players' pets. Celestial beast pets are so scarce, and he had never seen a divine beast pet. As for pets of super divine beast quality, players just considered it a joke. Zhang Chen's thoughts drifted further and further away, gradually recalling many past events. Perhaps among those attending the exchange meeting today, there are people from my past life who hired someone to harm me. Zhang Chen's eyes sharpened, and he said with resentment. The sound of knocking interrupted Zhang Chen's thoughts. It turned out to be the staff from the holy domain returning. Mr. Justice from the heavens, the exchange meeting is about to begin. Please change into your outfit and follow me to the venue, the staff said politely. Oh, okay, Zheng Chen casually replied. Such exchange meetings should have been held in his past life as well, but with Zhang Chen's identity, he never had the chance to participate. Zhang Chen stayed not for any other reason but to see what kind of people made up the upper class in this free city and what this secretly held exchange meeting was all about. After notifying him, the staff went outside to wait, while Zhang Chen quickly changed into the tight leather outfit. The style of the clothes was ordinary, without any patterns, and there was a holy domain emblem on the left side of the chest. The outfit fit snugly against his body but did not feel constricting. It was breathable and did not feel hot. Zhang Chen put on a mask and stepped outside. The mask completely covered his face, providing perfect privacy. However, Zhang Chen knew well that no matter how well he hid, with his status as a commoner, his information was practically transparent to these upper-class individuals. At the exchange meeting, your game ID will serve as your name. Of course, you can choose to hide your identity. The Holy Domain Group advises you not to disclose any personal information to anyone, the staff said while guiding Zhang Chen forward, mentioning some precautions. Some information about the Holy Domain world will be announced at the exchange meeting. Please use it wisely and do not spread it widely. The staff said a lot, but Zhang Chen did not take it all in. Zhang Chen quickly followed the staff to a venue where many people had already arrived. Since everyone was wearing masks, most of them were standing together chatting. There was no special decoration in the venue. The floor was covered with thick carpets, and the rest was empty. With nearly 1,000 people gathered here, it did not feel crowded. Mr. Justice from the heavens, considering you have an eye condition, we have specially prepared a chair for you. Please take a seat over here. The staff was very considerate, fully demonstrating the meticulous service of the holy domain. The chair was arranged at a slightly peripheral position in the venue, which originally seemed unremarkable, but when Zhang Chen sat down, it became the focus of the entire room. Who is that person? What is his identity? How can he sit? People in the venue began to discuss, with most of the conversation revolving around who this seated person was. Zhang Chen sat in the corner of the venue but unexpectedly became the center of attention. Logically, the Holy Domain Group should not be so stingy. After all, those present were prominent figures in the free city, yet they hadn't even prepared a stool for them. The crowd at the venue was buzzing with discussions about Zhang Chen's identity, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Fortunately, this situation did not last long, as the appearance of the official host from the Holy Domain drew everyone's attention. Welcome everyone to the Holy Domain Group. The purpose of this exchange meeting is simple: to help everyone understand Holy Domain better and to learn more about the Holy Domain Group, the host stated straightforwardly. After a round of symbolic applause, the host continued, I know everyone's time is precious, so let's get straight to the point. Please be prepared and stay tuned. The host's words were not many. As soon as he finished speaking, the lights in the venue dimmed, and what happened next caused everyone to gasp in surprise. For some reason, the venue transformed into a scene from the Holy Domain game, and everyone present felt as if they were truly there. The appearance of their tight-fitting Outfits also changed, looking like equipment from the game, although they still felt like tight-fitting clothes to the touch. Each person's changed equipment and profession were random. The attendees began to discuss among themselves, unsure of the purpose behind the Holy Domain Group's actions. Although it felt immersive, a closer inspection revealed that it was merely an illusion. Everyone, please don't be nervous. The atmosphere we created is to make your senses more direct and to help you better understand what we are about to convey, the host explained at the right moment. The storyline of Holy Domain relies on everyone to push it forward, but whether it's due to the game's high difficulty or the abundance of maps available, everyone's progress has been much slower than we anticipated. The player base of Holy Domain is vast, and those who can come here are all outstanding individuals. The Holy Domain Group hopes that everyone can take a leading role, guiding ordinary players from the front. The scenes in the venue kept changing, with many maps and locations that attendees had never encountered before. There were even many bosses and rare creatures flashing across the screen, and those with keen eyes could glean a lot of information from it. Zhang Chen could also feel the changes in the venue, but relying on his mental strength was simply not enough to keep up with the shifting images. He could only listen to the host's explanations. I didn't have the qualifications to attend such a meeting in my last life, and now that I finally have the opportunity in this life, my eyes have a problem. The gap between the rich and the poor is truly hard to bridge, Zhang Chen thought to himself. As we all know, players are mainly distributed within the 4 major cities. The central holy city is rarely open. The game is set against the backdrop of a holy war, ultimately aiming to resist the demon army and win the holy war. Catching pets and mounts are currently the main ways to enhance combat power, and the construction of guilds and the competition for guild residences will be ongoing efforts for all guilds. As everyone's levels continue to rise, world bosses in the wild maps will become more numerous. The strategy of sheer numbers may not always be effective, only a perfect combination of professions can maximize power. The scenes in the venue continued to change with the host's explanations, but Zhang Chen found no new insights, as he was already well aware of these matters. The only regret was not being able to see the scenes before him. The exploration of ruins and the digging of treasure maps are the main sources of various special items and equipment. Be sure to investigate any suspicious areas on the map. Zhang Chen listened without much enthusiasm, as he already knew all this, but the others were captivated. Although the host spoke somewhat generally, the information revealed was already substantial. The host continued to elaborate on common difficulties, sometimes even unintentionally disclosing some hidden relic information. When Zhang Chen felt he had come to the wrong place and that the so-called communication conference was not offering anything new, the scene shifted again, and all the lights focused on the host. The host held a very special smartwatch in his hand, its appearance quite impressive, and its functions were diverse, even piquing Zhang Chen's curiosity. This is a smartwatch developed by the Holy Domain Group. This watch not only can bind to your own account, but its most powerful feature is that it can bring in-game PKs into reality, the host said as he put the watch on his wrist. Since he had already bound his account, the host began the demonstration directly. Without any visible operation, he completed a costume change, and a top-tier mage outfit appeared on him. Then, with a wave of his staff, a flurry of snowflakes fell, and a fierce wind arose, creating a snowstorm on the scene. The blizzard did not harm those present, but the sensory experience was exceptionally real, both in terms of touch and vision, achieving the most authentic effect. While the audience marveled at the spectacle, the host spoke up. This is a new product developed by the Holy Domain Group. In conjunction with specific scenarios, it can simulate the same battlefield as in the Holy Domain. If the combat mode is activated, both parties' health bars will appear in view, and both attributes will be bound to their in-game attributes. The scene will adapt based on player data to help users achieve in-game effects. Upon hearing this, the audience was even more astonished, and even Zhang Chen widened his eyes. He had never heard of such high technology in his past life, and he couldn't understand why there had been such a significant change after his rebirth. Is there anyone who wants to experience it? The host asked. The attendees, all of some status, felt eager to try, but no one stepped forward first. I'll do it, a young voice said. In the end, it was a young person who couldn't contain his excitement and volunteered first. The staff quickly brought over the smartwatch, and soon helped the young man with the setup. Before long, a set of magnificent warrior gear appeared on him. Everyone recognized this splendid gear. It belonged to the rich and handsome who had won through equipment in the arena competition. The rich and handsome waved his long sword, continuously expressing his feelings, and to show his excitement, he even performed a backflip. Seeing him effortlessly execute the backflip, it was clear he had received a boost from his in-game attributes. Zhang Chen kept sensing the changes around him and realized the problem lay within this conference hall. The walls, ceiling, and even under the carpet were all transmitting energy to the smartwatch from all directions. Zhang Chen didn't understand the specific technological means, but if realistic combat could truly be achieved, this gimmick would undoubtedly elevate the Holy Domain Group to a new height. The rich and handsome was excitedly experiencing the feeling of becoming stronger. This tangible enhancement was far more real than entering the game. Although this device can only be realized in specific environments right now, this will be the future direction of the Holy Domain Group's research and development. Combat in reality will not cause real harm to the body, but it will have a genuine sense of impact, the host explained at the right moment. Come on, let's give it a try, the rich and handsome said excitedly. The host nodded. With a smile, moved a short distance away from him, and the attendees wisely cleared a space for the two, all eager to see what a real battle would feel like. The host was an ice mage, and his earlier snowstorm had already proven his impressive strength. The rich and handsome was also a ranked competitor in the arena, making this duel quite anticipated in terms of strength. The host operated the smartwatch and directly sent a duel invitation to the rich and handsome. The two quickly entered the countdown to the finals, and the projection that appeared in mid-air was exactly the same as in the game. The rich and handsome charged at the host with his sword, his attack fierce and clearly showing recent improvement. The host's methods were more sophisticated, having long set traps along the path of the wealthy and handsome, directly freezing him into an ice block. Following that, the Ice Rain skill, which Zheng Chen was most familiar with, was unleashed. Although the area attack damage was not high, if the damage was maximized, the attack power was still considerable. The wealthy and handsome, relying on his top-notch equipment, quickly broke free from the restraints. His exceptional ice resistance gear was indeed very targeted. Although his ice resistance was extremely high, the host's understanding of ice magic was also profound, with continuous control skills released with precision, leaving the wealthy and handsome with no strength to exert. The ice spells rampaged through the venue, and although the onlookers were merely spectators, they could still feel a chill in the air, the strong visual impact stimulating every nerve of those present. The wealthy and handsome, unwilling to be outdone, finally closed the distance after relentless effort. Even though the host maneuvered well, after being stunned by a charge skill, he was still struck by a long sword. What everyone was most concerned about was what would happen when the blades made contact, and the result was unexpectedly realistic. Whether it was the sight of the blades touching the body, the host leaning back after being hit, or the blood that splattered, all reached an extreme level of realism. After exchanging blows for several more rounds, the host began to clearly ease up for him. Achieving a demonstration effect was sufficient, and there was no need to determine a winner against the guest. The battle concluded with the wealthy and handsome's victory, while the host maintained his composure, smiling without speaking, and the wealthy and handsome was still immersed in the joy of the previous fight. The guests in the venue were also buzzing with discussion, shocked by the earlier battle. This is the new product from the Holy Domain Group, but due to high equipment requirements, it is not yet ready for mass production. Further support from interested bosses is needed, the host said slowly. The exchange meeting of the Holy Domain Group was clearly purposeful. Even with the Holy Domain game as a cash cow, research and development funds were still tight, as the energy and financial resources required for such high-end equipment were hard to imagine. We also want to experience it. The guests finally couldn't contain their excitement. Who wouldn't want to feel such a novel thing? The host still kept his smile and didn't keep everyone in suspense, directly stating, since we've invited everyone, we naturally want to let everyone experience it. As the host spoke, the staff began distributing smart watches. The watch is just a form of expression. As technology gradually improves, the equipment can take on various forms, the host continued. The guests on site clearly did not pay attention to the latter part of his words and began to study their devices. Zheng Chen was also given a smartwatch, but he did not transform immediately. After all, his identity was too sensitive, and there should be many people present who looked down on him, so it was clearly unwise to expose himself recklessly. As the guests transformed, the atmosphere in the venue instantly reached a climax. Originally unrecognizable due to wearing masks, they now discovered that most were familiar faces. While the guests were surprised by their physical changes, they began to chat with each other, gaining an additional layer of understanding about each other's identities, making the entire exchange meeting feel somewhat like a social gathering. The host did not urge everyone, allowing the guests to greet and discuss among themselves. After a while of small talk, some guests could no longer contain themselves and began to duel privately. Please pay attention to safety, the host said with a smile. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and more people began to duel, with various skills dazzling the eyes of those in the venue. Zheng Chen sensed the fluctuating energy around him with his mental power. The enhancements obtained by the guests all came from the walls of the room, and what surprised Zheng Chen the most was that such a mixed energy did not transmit chaos. Do you need help? A staff member asked Zheng Chen. Not for now, you can go ahead, Zheng Chen replied. Although he was a bit curious, he still wanted to observe a little longer. During the observation period, Zheng Chen's mental acuity also discovered quite a few acquaintances, including Yin Xing and Lu Tianwei. It seemed that Yin Xing hadn't invited him but had given another invitation to Lu Tianwei. Oh, whose young master is this? Everyone is standing while you're sitting, and we're all here for the experiment, yet you're wearing sunglasses and acting cool. I can't stand it when others are more arrogant than me, a wealthy young man said arrogantly. Zheng Chen had a puzzled expression, not knowing where this brash youth had come from. He was clearly trying to keep a low profile, yet trouble still found him. What's wrong? Are you deaf and mute? The wealthy young man mocked. Zheng Chen frowned. Upon hearing this, he hadn't expected such a vulgar person to be present in this situation. Just mind your own business, Zheng Chen replied lazily, waving his hand. How dare you speak to me like that? You must really be tired of living, the wealthy young man persisted. Their argument gradually attracted the attention of the guests. The guests did not show any signs of disgust at the wealthy young man's provocation. Instead, they watched the conflict with interest. May I ask what the two of you are arguing about? The host stepped forward to inquire. We're all standing, so why does he get a chair? Is his status higher than ours? The wealthy young man was resentful about Zheng Chen being given a special seat. This esteemed guest has a visual impairment, which is why he receives special treatment. I hope everyone values harmony, the host explained. Ah, so he's not deaf and mute, but blind, the wealthy young man mocked. His words made the guests, who were initially just watching for fun, feel disgusted. Although none of them were particularly kind-hearted, they at least wouldn't bully a disabled person. So what if he's blind? That's still better than you, who has eyes but can't see. Zheng Chen was not one to swallow his anger. He had originally wanted to avoid trouble, but trouble had come looking for him. Who are you calling blind? I'm talking about you. Can't you tell? It seems you not only have eyes but can't see, but your intelligence is also somewhat lacking, Zheng Chen said firmly. You. The wealthy young man raised his fist, ready to fight. Why not settle this with a PK? The host, seeing the conflict escalate, suggested using new equipment for a PK, which would undoubtedly heighten the atmosphere. Sure, I want to see how this blind man can PK, the wealthy young man said nonchalantly. Zheng Chen, however, smiled slightly. When it came to PK, he had earned his title as the champion of the arena, not by luck. He directly clicked to activate his watch and transformed. Come on, Zheng Chen said. You are the justice from the heavens? You are the justice from the heavens? The wealthy young man was quite obsessed with the sacred domain and had naturally heard of everything about Zheng Chen. There was no need to look at the ID. The highly representative White Tiger Glory set was enough to prove everything. The wealthy young man knew he had kicked a hard board, but with so many people present, he was unwilling to back down easily. Losing to this recognized champion was not embarrassing, but if he backed down, that would be truly shameful. After completing his transformation, Zheng Chen did not regain his sight. Like in the game, it seemed that this equipment still relied on his own abilities to maintain. I didn't expect the number one in the sacred domain to be blind, the wealthy young man said, his tone losing some disdain but gaining a hint of regret upon learning Zheng Chen's identity. If I fought you with my eyes open, it would really be too unfair to you, Zheng Chen said calmly. Zheng Chen's appearance once again became the focus of the entire venue. Everyone was naturally curious about this figure who stirred up the storm in the sacred domain, and now that they were so close, they all wanted to see what kind of person this justice from the heavens was. Zheng Chen, didn't you say you wouldn't come? Yin Sheng walked through the crowd to Zheng Chen's side and said unexpectedly, Zheng Chen. Zheng Chen turned his head towards Yin Sheng with a helpless expression, thinking that this little girl really had no filter, calling out his full name in front of so many people, exposing his identity like that. Fortunately, Zheng Chen's ID was Heavenly Justice, and with the same pronunciation but different characters, everyone thought it was just a shortened version of his ID. I didn't want to come, they insisted I do. I had no choice. Zheng Chen pointed towards the host and said, how arrogant. The official invitation from the holy domain is hard to come by. I've never seen anyone being forced to come like this. The rich young man looked at Zheng Chen's helplessness and thought he was being pretentious. After all, even his own invitation had required a lot of connections to obtain. Someone like you, a nouveau riche, naturally wouldn't understand what I'm saying, Zheng Chen said with a smile. The rich young man was hit where it hurt by those words and immediately clicked on the dual invitation, wishing he could crush Zheng Chen to dust. Right then and there, Zheng Chen said no more and directly accepted the dual invitation. The surrounding guests automatically cleared a space, quietly waiting for the showdown. To say the rich young man's equipment wasn't bad would be an understatement, but compared to Gao Fushuan, it was clearly not on the same level. Moreover, seeing how he positioned himself, Zheng Chen knew this kid was no expert. As the duel began, Zheng Chen didn't rush to win. Instead, he used the battle to feel the changes brought by the new equipment. The transformation expressed through the smart hand felt more real, especially when releasing skills. The sense of rhythm and magical output was more pronounced. Tracking Ice Pillar. Zheng Chen ignored the foolishly charging rich young man and directly cast a tracking ice pillar effortlessly, freezing him in place, then began to immerse himself in the various magical elements. Although everything in the venue was simulated, the genuine feeling was truly captivating. Manipulating the magical elements was as smooth as in the game, but he could more profoundly feel the heat of the fire element, the coldness of the ice element, the gentleness of the water element, the heaviness of the earth element, the dominance of the lightning element, and the lightness of the wind element. This is magic. Zheng Chen suddenly had a new epiphany. It seems that mental strength not only helps me sense my surroundings but also allows me to perceive things that others cannot. Zheng Chen thought to himself. The rich young man broke free from the tracking ice pillar's restraint, only to find himself standing on empty ground, directly sinking into quicksand. Zheng Chen horizontally cast a firewall spell, and then the wind element howled out, instantly spreading the firewall. Just as the rich young man crawled out of the sandpit, he fell into a sea of fire. Interesting, the feeling of controlling magic is simply exhilarating. Zhang Chen couldn't help but laugh. While Zhang Chen enjoyed the magic, the people around him were left in shock. They had all seen the previous arena matches, and some had even fought against Zhang Chen. His terrifying abilities were well known, but now, with the effortless fusion of spells, the power was simply overwhelming, leaving them unsure how to resist. With a massive fireball hitting precisely, the rich young man's health bar dropped to 0, and the outcome of the duel was decided without any suspense. Throughout the battle, the rich young man had no chance to get close, while Zhang Chen didn't even move from his position. The disparity in strength was simply too great. The spectators were all skilled players. Although the rich young man's PK skills were indeed lacking, no one thought he was a novice. They all recognized that Zhang Chen was just too powerful. The spells were almost instant, and the magical fusion skills were executed effortlessly, with the coordination between the various elements being flawless. "You're impressive, I'll remember you, Li Ming," the rich young man said, revealing his name. "Originally, no one knew who you were, but now everyone knows you're Li Ming," Zhang Chen remarked, sensing Li Ming's fierce gaze but choosing to ignore it, casually provoking Li Ming with his words. "Host, tell me, how much investment is needed for this project? I'll have my dad fund it, but the condition is that I must become stronger than him," Li Ming said angrily to the host. The guests looked at Li Ming as if he were a fool. To say such things in a public setting clearly showed he had left his brain at home. Not to mention whether the Li family could afford the development of this new equipment. Li Ming's demands were simply delusional. The Holy Domain was all about fairness and justice. If player attributes could be privately altered due to sponsorship, the Holy Domain would be on the brink of collapse. Please don't misunderstand, the Holy Domain Group will not do anything against fairness. Any investors will only have the right to dividends. There will be no changes in other aspects, the host quickly clarified, not wanting the Holy Domain Group to be tarnished by Li Ming's words. While Li Ming was completely regarded as a bumpkin by everyone. Just you wait," Li Ming said, having lost all face. He left the venue after throwing a harsh remark at Zhang Chen. Before the exchange meeting ended, Li Ming hurriedly left alone, having exposed his identity and clearly becoming the laughingstock of everyone. He would likely be labeled as a nouveau riche in the circle from now on. Seeing Li Ming threaten him before leaving, the host quickly reassured everyone, "Rest assured, the Holy Domain Group will ensure your privacy and safety. As long as you don't disclose your true identity, it will be no different here than in the game. The Holy Domain Group will provide special cars to take everyone home." Regarding the host's explanation, the attendees remained non-committal. Zhang Chen, who had been assassinated in his past life, understood that in this high-tech big data era, whether personal information could be kept confidential depended solely on whether those at the top of society wanted to know. Zhang Chen still wanted to keep a low profile, hoping to have more time to develop. If his mental strength could be stronger, if he could possibly control magic in reality, then everything would be different. Li Ming's incident was soon forgotten by everyone, but Zhang Chen's appearance attracted much attention. Zhang Chen had long known that once he showed up, he would become the focus. Since things had developed this way, he chose to ignore it and quietly stayed in the corner, feeling the sensation of controlling magic. A few minutes later, the host finally spoke. "Dear guests, since the smart devices are still in the development stage, today's experience must come to an end." With the host's announcement, the staff began to collect everyone's smartwatches, and Zhang Chen could only reluctantly end his experience. "Everything is clearly fake, yet it feels so real. It's truly unfathomable," Zhang Chen thought to himself. "Zhang Chen, are you still angry about the guild matter?" Yin Cheng whispered beside him. Zhang Chen had been immersed in experiencing the magical elements, completely forgetting that Yin Cheng and Lu Tianwei were beside him. When Yin Cheng saw that Zhang Chen was ignoring her, she thought he was still angry. "I say, old Zhang, can't you be a little less petty?" Lu Tianwei chimed in. Zhang Chen looked speechless. He didn't want to argue with women, especially since he hadn't done anything wrong, yet somehow it turned into him being petty. "I advise you two to keep your distance from me. The people here don't look kindly on me, and I wouldn't want to drag you down with me," Zhang Chen kindly reminded them, sensing many unfriendly gazes around him. "We've known each other for quite some time. Who in the game doesn't know we're close? What's the difference if we change places?" Yin Cheng was not afraid. Zhang Chen shook his head. No matter how he explained it, these kids who had never seen the darker side of society wouldn't understand. Today's exchange meeting is roughly like this. Bosses who want to cooperate with the Sacred Domain Group can find another place to discuss in detail. Those without cooperation intentions can move to the restaurant to enjoy the food. If you wish to leave, just contact the staff, the host said, still smiling and composed. Although Zhang Chen had billions of star coins from selling the construction help order, it was still not enough for cooperation, and besides, he wasn't in the mood for it. "I'm leaving. I'm not angry with you, I just have my own things to do. Since there are dreams, let's work hard for them. Good luck," Zhang Chen said to the two women beside him. Although his tone was friendly, it was filled with a sense of distance. He had some fondness for Yin Cheng and the others, but their thoughts were too naive and their paths were vastly different from his own. The repeated help had made them somewhat dependent on him, and since he couldn't always protect them, it was better to let them learn to rely on themselves sooner. Little brother, you really have a lot of luck with the ladies, don't you?" There's always a group of beauties following you around. The venue had returned to its usual appearance. Although the newcomer wore a mask, Zheng Chen knew he was Iba Yuntian. What instructions do you have, President Iba? Zheng Chen asked directly. Iba Yuntian looked slightly surprised, observing the young man in front of him who had poor eyesight, and wondered how he recognized him, as there was indeed a difference between voices in the game and in reality. Iba Yuntian was already well aware of Zheng Chen's information. The official meeting with the sacred domain was orchestrated by him. From the moment Zheng Chen arrived at the Sacred Domain Group's building, he had been noticed by Iba Yuntian's arranged personnel, and before Lu Tao's conversation had ended, all of Zheng Chen's information had been investigated. This included how he met In Ching and the others, how his eyesight was damaged due to a hospital visit while in a coma, and where he currently lived. Everything was under Iba Yuntian's control. A person who couldn't see was able to easily discern his arrival, which surprised Iba Yuntian greatly. Little brother, we can be considered to have met without fighting. I really admire your abilities. Since we have the chance to meet in reality today, I still want to ask, are you interested in working under me? Iba Yuntian asked with a smile. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm used to being carefree, so I don't be in a hurry to refuse. I will offer you a very high salary, and the accommodation will be much more comfortable than the hotel of the Yin family group. Iba Yuntian interrupted Zheng Chen, even mentioning the hotel where Zheng Chen was currently staying, with a hint of threat in his words. Although Zheng Chen was mentally prepared, he was still startled by Iba Yuntian's words. Right now, he was probably just like in his previous life, still unable to resist. Zheng Chen, you live in my family's hotel? In Ching asked in surprise. Zheng Chen felt a bit helpless. This young lady's focus was actually on the hotel and completely missed Iba Yuntian's meaning. Thank you for your kindness, I will think about it. Zheng Chen's words lost their previous firmness. After all, a hero does not suffer immediate losses, and showing off without strength is just a joke. Alright, no rush. Contact me anytime when you figured it out. It's easy to find me. Iba Yuntian smiled with satisfaction upon hearing Zheng Chen's words. Zhang, you're in high spirits, actually coming to win over a little ghost. A woman with a curvaceous figure walked over and interjected. Zheng Chen knew who she was. She was Ji Shui Yulan from the game, and he had some grievances with her, having killed her in the game before. He wondered what her intentions were for coming here. Oh, it's Lan Lan. When will you join me for a few drinks? Iba Yuntian said playfully. Ha ha ha, with so many beauties around Zhang, how could a little girl like me have a chance? Ji Shui Yulan laughed charmingly. Her words were quite different from Zheng Chen's impression. He had thought she would be a cold beauty, but in reality, her social skills were impressive, effortlessly diffusing provocations. I have nothing more to discuss, you young people chat. I'll wait for your news, little brother. Iba Yuntian greeted them and left directly, seemingly heading to negotiate a partnership with the Holy Domain Group. What advice do you have, President Ji Shui Yulan? You're not here to recruit me, are you? Zheng Chen broke the silence first. Ji Shui Yulan shook her head, saying, I just wanted to see what the person who killed me looks like. I'm quite vengeful, you know. She spoke lightly, but her smile was cold. Faced with Ji Shui Yulan's threat, Zheng Chen could only smile wryly. Although he had clashed with Iba Yuntian a few times, Iba Yuntian always sought to win him over. While Zheng Chen would not agree to Iba Yuntian's demands, he knew that for the time being, Iba Yuntian would not harm him. This woman, however, was different. Ji Shui Yulan appeared to be all smiles, yet she gave Zheng Chen a sinister feeling. If given a choice, Zheng Chen would rather oppose Iba Yuntian than provoke such a woman. President Ji Shui, it was all a misunderstanding. There's no need to hold a grudge, right? Zheng Chen forced a smile. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not is not for you to decide. After all, it wasn't you who was killed, Ji Shui Yulan replied calmly, but her tone was clearly filled with resentment. Zheng Chen shrugged, playing the fool. Then you tell me what to do. I'm blind. At worst, you can just beat me up. Beating you up is not out of the question. If I can keep you in bed for 2 or 3 months, that would really let me vent my anger, Ji Shui Yulan said with a smile. Come on, dying at the hands of a beautiful sister is worth it, Zheng Chen said, leaning his head forward and joking. Zheng Chen didn't believe that Ji Shui Yulan would dare to act against him within the Holy Domain Group, and besides, he hadn't sensed any killing intent from her. If it was just her acting on her own, even if he stood still and let her hit him, it probably wouldn't be too serious. I didn't expect a top expert from the Holy Domain to be such a rogue. Tonight at 8, contact me after you log into the game. Help me with something, and we can consider our grievances settled, Ji Shui Yulan said. No longer joking with Zheng Chen and getting straight to the point. Tonight? I wonder if I have the time. You better have time, otherwise, you'll have something to keep you busy, Ji Shui Yulan coldly dropped that line and turned to leave. Zheng Chen breathed a sigh of relief. None of these upper-class people were easy to deal with, and as a small fry among them, he felt quite pressured. However, Zheng Chen's willpower was as tenacious as a cockroach. The stronger the opponent, the more it ignited his fighting spirit. Just wait, the person who hired someone to kill me must be among you. Sooner or later, I will find you and trample you underfoot. Zheng Chen thought to himself that although Iba Yuntian had investigated his information, he did not believe that in his past life he had hired someone to kill himself. because in his previous life he had no conflict of interest with him. Even if it was about seizing a super artifact, it was a matter of strength combined with luck. Such things happen frequently in the Holy Domain. Although Iba Yuntian was a ruthless character, he wouldn't go to such lengths over a piece of equipment. As for Ji Shui Yulan, Zhang Chen didn't know much about her from his past life and had little contact with her. He only knew that she was the only female guild leader in the later stages of the game and that her strength was on par with other male players. Through their brief exchange today, Zhang Chen felt that Ji Shui Yulan was a very scheming person dealing with others in a subtle manner. While she wouldn't go so far as to hire someone to kill, he knew he had to be cautious if they were to cooperate. Zhang Chen, let's have a meal together. Consider it my way of expressing my apology. Do you need me to call someone to help check your eyes? Yin Qing's voice interrupted Zhang Chen's thoughts. He had thought he had made himself clear, but he was surprised that Yin Qing had not left yet. I don't need to eat. There's nothing to apologize for. We're friends, after all. Just help me take care of Du Xian. The little girl has had a tough life since she was young, Zhang Chen replied, regaining his focus. Since we're friends, can't we at least have a meal together? Yin Qing insisted. Zhang Chen thought. For a moment, there was no need to treat Yin Qing and the others as strangers. After all, she was the daughter of the Yin group, and he might need her help in the future, so he agreed to her request. Let's just find a place to grab a quick bite. I still need to level up with Xiao Guai, Zhang Chen responded. Xiao Guai? Is that your newly acquired spirit beast? By the way, your luck is really good, Yin Qing said, her mood lightening as Zhang Chen agreed to eat with them. She began to ask about Xiao Guai, especially since even ordinary pets were not yet widespread, and spirit beast-level pets were indeed quite attractive. Zhang Chen casually replied to Yin Chang and Lu Tianwei as the three quickly arrived at the underground parking lot of the Holy Domain Group. Since the two women had driven there, they directly got into Yin Chang's car, unaware that they were being watched by someone with ulterior motives. Yin Chang was an experienced driver, and her driving skills were impeccable. However, just as they exited the Holy Domain Group building, several cars surrounded Yin Chang's vehicle. With cars in front, behind, and on both sides, Yin Chang had no way to break free and could only passively follow the surrounding vehicles. What's going on with these cars? Do they even know how to drive? Lu Tianwei complained, frowning. Yin Chang also frowned, as the Holy Domain Group was located in the central area of Free City, where the public safety was usually very good. Such reckless driving incidents rarely occurred, yet it was happening to her. Zhang Chen had been resting to recover his mental strength, but upon hearing the conversation between Yin Chang and Lu Tianwei, he sensed that something was wrong. He extended his mental energy outward and discovered that the drivers in the surrounding cars were unfamiliar, but their intentions were clear. They were targeting him. Find a way to stop the car. Their target isn't you too, Zhang Chen said, knowing he couldn't escape and didn't want to involve Yin Chang and Lu Tianwei, who was so bold as to act here. Wei, call my family, Yin Chang said calmly, not overly panicked. Lu Tianwei took out her phone but found that there was no signal, and the vehicle's automatic positioning also indicated it couldn't locate them. This is bad, all our signals are being jammed, Lu Tianwei said, her face pale with shock. Yin Qing realized the seriousness of the situation. What she thought was the safest place had turned into a dangerous scenario, and these people were clearly well prepared. At that moment, the vehicles in front began to move aside, and just as Yin Qing was about to accelerate and break free, she noticed a large container truck waiting in place ahead. Yin Qing instinctively wanted to hit the brakes, but the vehicle behind had already pushed her car directly into the cargo compartment of a large truck. The doors of the compartment were quickly closed, and four men from the vehicle behind swiftly got out, directly controlling Yin Qing and the others with handguns. Everything happened too suddenly. Although there were many people in the city center, they merely watched the commotion and ultimately chose to remain indifferent. After all, not everyone could afford to provoke someone who dared to cause trouble here. Hands on your head, get out of the car, commanded the man in black. Zhang Chen and the others had no choice but to comply, and once outside, their hands were bound, black hoods were placed over their heads, and after being punched a few times, they were thrown into a corner of the cargo compartment. Many faces flashed through Zhang Chen's mind, but he couldn't think of anyone who would suddenly do something like this. Could it really be that nouveau riche I offended earlier? Zhang Chen thought to himself. The three of them were all hooded, and whether it was the mastermind's instructions or not, Zhang Chen inevitably took some punches, but fortunately, the others did not target Yin Ching and Lu Tianwei. Who sent you? Zhang Chen asked bitterly. Shut up and stay still, the man in black cursed, kicking Zhang Chen again. If the enemy were unarmed, Zhang Chen might have been able to dodge the attacks with his mental perception, but now that the enemy had guns, even if he could sense the speed of the bullets, he couldn't avoid them with his body. He could only protect his vital areas and endure some physical pain. Are you after money? I have money. I can have my family give you money. Please don't hurt us, Yin Qing said. Though she was also very scared, her mind was still relatively clear. You shut up too, just stay still to avoid more pain, the man in black scolded, not doing anything further to Yin Cheng. The car drove for about half an hour before finally arriving at their destination. Zhang Chen and the others were dragged out of the car and taken into a spacious factory. Zhang Chen was roughly thrown to the ground after having his hood removed, while Yin Chang and the other two were tossed onto a nearby sofa. The factory was quite empty, with only some useless wooden planks piled in a corner, and dozens of people stood around, all wearing mocking expressions, with more than half of them carrying handguns at their waists. Blind fool, still acting tough. A triumphant voice came from the crowd. It was Li Ming. Feng Tao? How did you end up with him? Yin Qing's gaze did not fall on Li Ming but rather on Feng Tao behind him. Oh, you noticed? Feng Tao said with a wicked smile. Miss Yin, it's been a long time. Feng Tao walked up to Yin Qing, lifting her chin with his hand, his eyes filled with desire. Feng Tao, you'd better not do anything to us or my father won't let you off, Yin Qing said, shaking her head away and angrily cursing. Feng Tao slapped Yin Qing across the face and retorted, filthy bitch, do you think this is your home? Soon, I'll strip you and record it on video. Let's see if your Yin family can handle such a scandal. Feng Tao, if you have a problem, come at me. What kind of ability is it to make things difficult for two women? Zhang Chen's anger was ignited. If it weren't for him, the two women probably wouldn't be in danger. Come at you, you'll have a taste of what's to come, so don't worry. Li Ming viciously kicked Zhang Chen on the ground, spouting threats. Just wait, you'll have your turn to suffer, Zhang Chen said. Though he was at a disadvantage, he still did not beg for mercy. I'm waiting for you, but you might not live to see the end of today. I wonder if I can still wait, Li Ming sneered with a sinister expression. Feng Tao, you are considered a big shot. How did you end up colluding with this trash? Yin Chang knew that shouting was useless, and since she was somewhat familiar with Feng Tao, she began to buy time. Since Miss Yin is curious, I don't mind telling you that the Li family is also a financier of my Black Whale gang, and we have business dealings. Today, Li Ming was humiliated, and I was also present. Feng Tao suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! Seeing you standing next to this blind man, I knew he was the one from your apartment that day. New grudges combined with old hatred, and today, it just so happens to be settled. I just didn't expect you to come to us as well. That's fine, let's cook the raw rice into cooked rice first, and then leave the video as leverage. We'll see if your Yin family collaborates with our Black Whale gang, Feng Tao said, looking almost insane. Aren't our two families cooperating? Yin Qing continued to buy time. What do you know? What I want is not just a little bit of profit, Feng Tao said halfway, not continuing. Do you dare to act near the sacred domain group? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Yin Qing had no better way and could only continue to ask. I've tampered with the nearby surveillance. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Since you all went to the sacred domain group, even if we are discovered later, we can pin the blame on the sacred domain group, Feng Tao said proudly, satisfied with his plan. Brother Tao, while you deal with the sister-in-law, how about leaving that big-chested girl to me? Li Ming leered. You little brat, just like your old man. Of course, no problem, ha ha. Feng Tao laughed heartily. Lu Tianwei was far from as calm as Yin Cheng. Hearing that someone was going to violate her, her body trembled uncontrollably and she was so scared that she couldn't speak. You guys, beat him to death for me. After half an hour, bury him in the backyard, make it quick. Li Ming, consumed by lust, had all his thoughts on Lu Tianwei. Originally, it was Zhang Chen who provoked him first, causing him to lose face. Now, capturing Zhang Chen and planning to silence him would also vent his anger, and as for his reputation in the circle, Li Ming was already someone who was marginalized. Brother Tao, let's go. We can enjoy ourselves in the lounge, hee hee. Li Ming said with a lewd smile. Feng Tao still had some fondness for Yin Chang and naturally didn't want others to enjoy her, so he grabbed Yin Chang and headed toward the back room. Feng Tao, what are you doing? No, Zhang Chen, save me. Yin Ching struggled while calling for Zhang Chen. Lu Tianwei was also weakly resisting, but due to overwhelming fear, she had already lost all her strength and even her cries sounded weak and powerless. Zhang Chen was surrounded by several big men and with his hands and feet bound, he had no strength to fight back. The pain of his flesh could not compare to the humiliation he felt. He watched helplessly as Feng Tao and Li Ming dragged Yin Ching away, and his anger reached its peak. Killing and arson, gold belts, building bridges and roads, no corpses. The world shouldn't be like this. In his past life, he thought he had changed his fate, but he still couldn't withstand a powerful person's command. The humiliation in his heart made Zhang Chen forget the pain in his body, and the unwillingness in his heart felt like a heavy stone blocking his chest. Power. Zhang Chen's desire for strength had reached its peak, and the spiritual power in his sea of consciousness seemed to sense Zhang Chen's anger, suddenly erupting. Boom! Zhang Chen felt a jolt in his mind, and his spiritual power instantly covered the entire warehouse. A familiar feeling surged in his heart. Great Fire God. Suddenly, Zhang Chen's voice echoed in the warehouse, loud and full of confidence, as if it came from all directions. Listen to my prayer. This kid can't be stunned, right? Give it more effort, beat him to death, and use your fists, grab your weapons. Li Ming stopped, suddenly feeling uneasy, and hurriedly instructed his men to intensify their torment of Zhang Chen. Fire elements, heed my command. Zhang Chen's voice did not fade, and the thugs surrounding him began to feel the heat, as if the Zhang Chen beneath their feet had turned into a hot iron. Great fireball technique. Zhang Chen's body erupted with intense flames, instantly engulfing several henchmen nearby, while Zhang Chen slowly stood up, brushing off-the-chart remnants of his clothes, his eyes glaring angrily at Feng Tao and Li Ming. It was the familiar feeling, just like when Sun Sijia first taught him. Although the release was not perfect, it still helped Zhang Chen escape his predicament. The crowd looked at Zhang Chen in terror, the henchmen around him reduced to charred corpses, the sudden appearance of flames leaving everyone bewildered. The sound of Zhang Chen chanting the spell echoed in everyone's minds, and when Feng Tao and Li Ming looked at Zhang Chen, who had risen, a hint of fear had already crept into their eyes. What are you standing there for? Use your guns, kill him directly. Feng Tao reacted the fastest, immediately ordering his men to eliminate the threat. Zhang Chen's gaze was sharp, his vision restored in that instant, but the joy of regaining his sight could not suppress the anger within him. Half of the dozens of henchmen were armed, and at Feng Tao's command, everyone drew their guns and aimed at Zhang Chen, firing without hesitation. A series of gunshots rang out, and Feng Tao and Li Ming felt a sense of relief, believing that with Zhang Chen in such a precarious position, he could not possibly evade the simultaneous fire from over 20 guns. Gale barrier. As the henchmen opened fire, Zhang Chen unleashed the gale barrier. He was uncertain about the defense of the gale barrier, but he had no other shield-type skills. The barrier rose from the ground, the wind flowing rapidly towards the sky, and under Zhang Chen's control, the wind wall completely surrounded him. The gale barrier was stronger than Zhang Chen had anticipated, although the bullets were not entirely blocked, they were blown skyward by the wind, and nearly half a minute of shooting failed to breach Zhang Chen's defense. The dozens of people in the factory looked at Zhang Chen in astonishment, completely unaware of what was happening. Others did not know Zhang Chen, but Yin Chang and Lu Tianwei had teamed up with him before. This was indeed one of Zhang Chen's skills in the game. This kid is really something. If guns don't work, grab your weapons. He's just one person, what are you afraid of? Although Feng Tao was shocked, he quickly issued orders. Zhang Chen had gradually found the feeling of controlling magic, but in the real world, the magical elements were too sparse, requiring a great deal of energy to release. With 2 successful releases under his belt, Zhang Chen began to recall the skills he possessed. The surrounding fire elements were relatively scarce, and since it was a closed space, the wind elements were not abundant either, but the earth elements were exceptionally rich, indicating that the area outside the factory was wasteland. Rock Spike. Zhang Chen directly unleashed the most basic earth-type skill. However, what should have been stones transformed into spikes. Since Zhang Chen's mental power had covered the entire warehouse, he was aware of everyone's positions, and the spikes appeared precisely beneath the henchmen's feet, while Feng Tao and Li Ming managed to escape due to their distance. Dozens of henchmen had their feet pierced, instantly losing their combat ability, each one collapsing to the ground, crying out in pain. Let them go. Zhang Chen's eyes were fixed on Feng Tao and Li Ming, his mental power firmly locking onto them. Li Ming had never experienced anything like this. Seeing Zhang Chen's overwhelming presence, he was already trembling with fear, unconsciously releasing Lu Tianwei. Feng Tao, being the leader of the Black Whale Gang, was surprised by Zhang Chen's abilities but quickly regained his composure, grabbing Yin Qing by the neck and drawing his handgun, pressing it against her temple. You little brat, don't come any closer. If you do, I'll kill her, Feng Tao threatened. If you let her go, you can live. If you kill her, you'll all die with her. Zhang Chen continued to advance, coldly stating. Feng Tao was intimidated by Zhang Chen's aura, momentarily at a loss for what to do. The Yin group behind Yin Qing is also quite powerful in Freedom City. The reason I have gone to such lengths to win over Yin Chang is to establish a connection with the Yin group. Originally, the head of the Yin family had some goodwill towards me, but with this incident, the Black Whale Gang is bound to have a falling out with the Yin family. In the end, it's all Li Ming's fault. I only wanted to please him to deal with Zhang Chen, but who would have thought that Yin Qing would end up with Zhang Chen? With the mindset of not letting a mistake go unpunished, I took Yin Qing, but who could have imagined that Zhang Chen would even use magic? I said let her go, Zhang Chen said coldly. Feng Tao felt an unprecedented sense of pressure and couldn't help but drag Yin Qing back a few steps. Don't come over, I really will shoot, he warned. Zhang Chen, be careful. The voices of Yin Qing and Feng Tao came out almost simultaneously as Feng Tao's underling, enduring the pain, aimed the gun at Zhang Chen once again. Zhang Chen, whose mental power covered the entire warehouse, was well aware of this. Without any visible movement, a wall of wind formed behind him in an instant, and then he casually threw a fireball that accurately flew towards the gunman. The gunman not only failed to succeed but was also pierced through the body by a small fireball, not even having the chance to scream. If you want to live, behave yourselves. Zhang Chen's voice was like that of the Grim Reaper combined with the slaughter had already terrified the thugs. It was one thing to face an enemy with guns and cannons, but this enemy could use magic, which was truly beyond their comprehension. Zhang Chen blocked the bullets once again, completely shattering Feng Tao's hopes of luck. Exchanging lives was not the best outcome. Kid, killing so many people at once, the peacekeeping forces will definitely investigate thoroughly. If you let me go, I will take care of the dead subordinates. We in this line of work always keep our word. Feng Tao, knowing he had no chance of winning, tried to persuade Zhang Chen to back off. Zhang Chen nodded without speaking and walked straight ahead, pulling Yin Chang and Lu Tianwei along, heading directly outside. Zhang Chen, you're just going to let them go like this? Yin Xing, seeing the crisis averted, didn't want to let Feng Tao off so easily. Zheng Chen glanced at Yin Qing, winked, and then said loudly, I don't wish to create more slaughter. After exiting the factory, they quickly found Yin Qing's car. Although it was a bit battered from the crash, it didn't affect the driving. After leaving Feng Tao's factory, Zheng Chen could no longer hold on and fainted. Using magic in reality consumed more mental energy than he had imagined. Although he hadn't used any large-scale magic, the sheer number of enemies was overwhelming, and it was already a stroke of luck to have held on until the end. As for whether Feng Tao and the others would leak what happened to Zheng Chen, it was no longer something he could think about at that moment. If he continued to unleash magic out of anger, he could kill Feng Tao and Li Ming, but he would probably have no chance to escape. When Zheng Chen opened his eyes again, he was back in the hotel where he was staying. A pile of medical equipment was placed by the bed, and a nurse was waiting by his side. Where is this? Sir, you're awake? This is your own room. Since it's a hotel owned by the Yin Group, the young lady retrieved your accommodation information and had you brought back, the nurse explained. Okay, I understand. I'm fine now, you can go about your business, Zheng Chen said. My task is to take care of you. The young lady and your grandfather will come to visit you later, the nurse said politely. Zheng Chen looked at the bandages all over his body and felt somewhat speechless. He only had bruises from punches and kicks, not knife wounds, so he couldn't understand why he was wrapped in bandages. Glancing at the time, it was already late at night. It seemed that the time agreed upon with Ji Shui Yulan had been missed, and she would probably come looking for trouble again. When Zhang Chen regained consciousness, the first thing he thought of was not being happy about being able to use magic, nor did he care that his eyesight had suddenly returned. Instead, he remembered that Ji Shui Yulan had told him to find her. After logging into the game, at this moment, the agreed time had long passed, and it seemed that the relationship with that woman was destined to remain strained. Zheng Chen, are you awake? The door to Zhang Chen's room was opened, and many people rushed in, including Yin Qing, whose face looked somewhat haggard, clearly shaken by the events of the day. Little brother, I'm sorry to disturb you so late, but we must come to express our gratitude at the first opportunity. Thank you for saving my daughter, said a sincere middle-aged man full of righteousness. Without needing to think much, it was clear that this man was Yin Qing's father, Yin Tianzheng, the head of the Yin Group, which was among the top in Free City, and he was not a mysterious figure. Uncle, you're too polite. That Li Ming was also targeting me. If it weren't for me, perhaps Yin Chang wouldn't have been in danger, Zheng Chen said as he propped himself up, not daring to take too much credit. That Feng Tao really has some nerve. I had a somewhat good impression of him, but I never expected him to do such a thing. A mere black whale gang dares to act recklessly against my Yin Group, Yin Tianjing said, somewhat angrily. Speaking of Feng Tao made Zhang Chen feel a bit uneasy. He hadn't eliminated the threat completely, and the fact that he could use magic had been exposed, which would likely lead to significant trouble in the future. Little brother, you don't need to worry. I've already contacted Feng Tao. Everything that happened today will not be leaked, and I guarantee he won't come looking for trouble with you again, Yin Tianjin comforted Zheng Chen. Seeing his furrowed brow, I didn't expect uncle to be such a magnanimous person. After what he did to your daughter, you can still calmly talk to him, Zheng Chen said with a hint of sarcasm. Yin Tianjing naturally picked up on Zhang Chen's dissatisfaction but didn't mind, smiling as he said, little brother, don't misunderstand. I hate him to the bone for daring to touch my daughter, but the Yin Group needs an image. Such scandals cannot be publicized. Now that it has come to this, I can only find opportunities to deal with him later. Zhang Chen didn't understand matters of brand image and scoffed at Yin Tianjing's explanation. If his mental strength had been sufficient, none of the people in the warehouse would have made it out alive. In fact, Zheng Chen was not a cruel person. He had never committed murder or arson, but for someone like Feng Tao, if Zheng Chen had lacked the ability to resist, he would have likely perished during the day. Having been ambushed once, Zheng Chen understood the importance of being wary of others. If he had enough strength, he would never give his enemies any chance. Uncle, when you deal with Feng Tao, remember to take care of that Li Ming as well, Zheng Chen reminded. Yin Tianzheng nodded with a smile, saying, little brother, you truly despise evil. Zheng Chen smiled noncommittally. Although he thought Li Ming was a minor character, he had caused him quite a bit of suffering, and this grudge had to be settled somehow. By the way, I've heard some things about the Holy Domain. With the current great fire in the Holy Domain, all major forces want a piece of the pie, and the Yin Group is no exception. I heard that my daughter has caused you quite a bit of trouble in the game and even established the first guild in the entire region. The Yin Group will send people to support the development of my daughter's guild. Little brother, would you like to join the Yin Group? Yin Tianjing suddenly changed the subject and sought to recruit Zheng Chen. Thank you for your kindness, uncle, but I'm used to being free on my own and don't want to be tied down. If you need help, just let me know. Joining the Yin Group wouldn't make much of a difference, Zheng Chen politely declined. Yin Tianjing nodded and pointed to a young man beside him, saying, this is Qinger's brother, Yin Hao. He will handle matters in the Holy Domain from now on. You two should get to know each other. Zheng Chen looked at Yin Hao and nodded in acknowledgement, and Yin Hao smiled slightly in return, signaling a greeting. There's nothing to worry about, little brother. You should rest early. From now on, all expenses here are on the house, Yin Tianjing said grandly. No need for that, uncle. I'll spend my own money. If you're too polite, I might have to move again. Zheng Chen didn't want to owe anyone. With a fortune of several hundred million star coins, this little expense was nothing to him. Yin Tianzheng didn't insist on being polite either. After a few pleasantries, he left directly. Yin Cheng lingered for a while, briefly telling Zheng Chen about what happened after he fell unconscious before reluctantly leaving. Zheng Chen was also unclear when his relationship with Yin Cheng had become so good that it could evoke such a sense of reluctance in horror. However, even though Yin Cheng was excellent in every way, Zheng Chen didn't want to get involved with the Yin group. Yin Tianzheng could choose to endure for the sake of the group's reputation after such an incident, and both Yin Cheng and Yin Hao seemed accustomed to it, which made it clear that their lives were not free. Behind everyone's grand ambitions, there were even more burdens to bear. Zheng Chen preferred to quietly be a local tycoon, living a life without constraints and freely. After everyone left, Zheng Chen got up from the bed and first removed all the bandages on his body. Once the bandages were off, he discovered that all his bruises had been smeared with medicine and the bandages were wrapped around him to prevent the medicine from evaporating too quickly. Zheng Chen recalled the feeling of casting magic before, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't gather even a trace of magical power. He recited the fireball spell over and over again, but not even a spark appeared. Strange, my mental strength has clearly recovered a lot, so why can't I do it? Zheng Chen muttered to himself in confusion. If there's a first time, there will be a second. I don't believe I can't figure you out. Zheng Chen jumped directly onto the bed and began to practice using the meditation method that Sun Sijia had taught him. The magical elements in the real world were extremely scarce, but through Zheng Chen's relentless efforts, he finally sensed the existence of magical elements. Searching, communicating, absorbing, the entire process felt natural and smooth, and Zheng Chen slowly entered a meditative state. Time flew by, and the next morning, Zheng Chen felt more refreshed than ever. After having breakfast, he directly logged into the game. You, the embodiment of justice, I gave you a chance to atone, but you didn't cherish it and dared to stand me up. Don't let me catch you. As soon as Zheng Chen logged in, he saw a message from Ji Shui Yulan, which was almost exactly what he had expected. Zheng Chen could only reply, I encountered some situations yesterday. If you have something to say, just say it. Guild leader Ji Shui. After dealing with some messages, Zheng Chen released Xiao Guai and continued to level up. The immediate priority was to raise Xiao Guai's level. Once Xiao Guai's level increased, it would definitely be a great help to him. Oh, since Xiao Guai could fight monsters on its own, Zheng Chen, having nothing else to do, browsed the forum and was greatly surprised by an official post. The content of the post introduced the smart devices from the exchange meeting. Zheng Chen had thought that the smart devices would be developed in secret, but unexpectedly, after just discussing them with everyone yesterday, they were announced today, and even the expected release time was included. It seems the funding issue has been resolved. This exchange meeting was indeed worthwhile, Zheng Chen muttered to himself. Are you finally willing to log in? While Zheng Chen was leisurely watching Xiao Guai fight monsters, he suddenly received a message, which was a question from Ji Shui Yulan after she logged in. Stop pretending. Come find me in Xuanwu City, Ji Shui Yulan said straightforwardly. Zheng Chen frowned slightly, feeling annoyed by this commanding tone. His relationship with Ji Shui Yulan wasn't particularly good, and such a request felt somewhat unreasonable. Hurry up, you won't lose out. Ji Shui Yulan seemed to feel that her words were a bit stiff, and after a while, she added. Zheng Chen saw the second message, and his brows finally relaxed a bit. Although he hadn't interacted much with Ji Shui Yulan, she was known for her generosity towards guild members, and the rewards for helping her were generally quite substantial. Since she said she wouldn't treat him poorly, she certainly wouldn't let him make a trip for nothing. Zheng Chen called back Xiao Guai, who had now reached around level 20, and its strength had surged dramatically, dealing terrifying damage to low-quality wild monsters. Really good. When the opportunity arises to find pure light energy, I'll remove the dark energy within you, and then you'll be able to regain your identity as a celestial beast, Zheng Chen said gently while stroking Xiao Guai. This was not only for Xiao Guai but also for himself, to further uplift his pleasant mood. Xiao Guai, quite perceptive, nodded and communicated with mental energy. Thank you. My mother said that kind humans can become our truest friends, and I will repay you. Zheng Chen patted the unicorn's head again and then stored it back in the pet space. Riding it to Xuanwu City would only attract the attention of players, turning him into a spectacle. Following the coordinates given by Ji Shui Yulan, Zheng Chen quickly found the place. At this moment, Ji Shui Yulan was leisurely sipping tea, and without any visible action, she had already become a scenic spot by the street. Due to the special nature of Ji Shui Yulan's profession, her equipment had a somewhat dark style, which contrasted beautifully with her snow-white skin, and the skin peeking out from her skirt and neck was even more tantalizing. Ji Shui Yulan soon noticed Zheng Chen and gestured for him to take a seat at her table. Zheng Chen withdrew his gaze and calmly walked to the table to sit down, and Ji Shui Yulan naturally poured him a cup of tea. Top-grade Bilyukan, drinking it can increase mana recovery speed, Ji Shui Yulan said lightly. Zheng Chen picked up the teacup and took a sip. A warm current flowed into his body, and the lingering fragrance filled his mouth. Even though Zheng Chen was not short on money, he had never had such good tea before. This tea is really good, Zheng Chen praised. 30,000 star coins a pot, it should be good, Jishua Yulan replied lightly. Zhang Chen looked at Jishua Yulan in surprise, downed the tea in his cup in one go, and then naturally poured himself another cup from the teapot. Before Jishua Yulan could speak, Zhang Chen raised his teacup and smiled. President Jishua didn't invite me here just for tea, right? Zhang Chen looked at Jishua Yulan with a playful gaze, drank the tea in his cup again, and quietly waited for her response. I called you here because I need your help with something, and the reward is negotiable. Jishua Yulan got straight to the point after putting down her teacup. President Jishua has many elite soldiers under her command. I wonder why you thought of me, and besides, our relationship. Zhang Chen's words trailed off halfway. My profession is quite special, I think you've seen it. Now I've received a task that can only accommodate a maximum of 5 people, and after several attempts I haven't succeeded, which is why I thought of you, Jishua Yulan said slowly. A task dungeon. The benefits you get must be the most, right? I don't want to do something that is laborious and thankless, Zhang Chen said casually, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table, testing Jishua Yulan's patience. You can set any conditions. Jishua Yulan finally began to lose her composure. A dungeon that can stump President Jishua must have a boss of a high level, right? Zhang Chen didn't state his conditions but began to change the subject. To be honest, it's a level 50 epic dark bone dragon, Jishua Yulan continued. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. This boss was indeed somewhat attractive to him, but bone dragons generally had high magic resistance, which wasn't an advantage for Zhang Chen. You should know the bone dragon's magic resistance. It's not wise to place your hopes on a mage, Zhang Chen said bluntly. Wasn't the Ice-Fire two-headed dragon defeated by you? Jishua Yulan was clearly well prepared. You know about that too? Zhang Chen was surprised. The battle was spectacular, and the video recording was very clear, Jishua Yulan replied with a smile. Zhang Chen nodded. It seemed that ruthless kid was up to something again. I don't lack money. You set the terms, and if I'm interested, I'll participate, Zhang Chen said, leaning back in his chair casually. Turning enemies into friends, isn't that enough? Jishua Yulan smiled. Hee, you should be the one benefiting from being my friend, Zhang Chen replied with a grin. Jishua Yulan was taken aback by the outright rejection for the first time, her brows furrowing as she became somewhat displeased. If that little studio could persuade you, my offer must be better than theirs, Jishua Yulan said patiently. Everything that explodes belongs to me, and the quest items go to you, Zhang Chen declared earnestly. Alright, except for my exclusive equipment, everything else is yours, but the bone dragon's corpse belongs to me, Jishua Yulan responded readily, fearing Zhang Chen would change his mind. When do we set off? The sooner, the better. Haste makes waste. Describe the dungeon information roughly, monster levels and attributes, what buff potions are needed. Zhang Chen said slowly, and the more anxious Jishua Yulan became, the more unhurried Zhang Chen was. All the necessary potions are prepared. You can choose from various class combinations, ensuring each one is a top expert. If you need anything else, just let me know, Jishua Yulan said, her emotions a bit agitated, her anxiousness not matching her usual demeanor. Is there a time limit for the quest? Zhang Chen pointed out Jishua Yulan's hidden concern. Jishua Yulan was taken aback. She hadn't mentioned it before because she was afraid Zhang Chen would raise the price. This quest not only had a time limit but also a limit on the number of attempts. Since they had already tried twice before, only one attempt remained, and there was less than a day left. The original agreement to meet at 8 p.m. last night was to allow enough time for adjustments, but Zhang Chen's no-show caught Jishua Yulan off guard, making her anxious during their conversation. Jishua Yulan nodded and informed Zhang Chen of the remaining time for the quest. President Jishua, you really are being too polite. Why didn't you mention this urgent matter earlier? We almost missed the important task. Come on, let's go now. Zhang Chen's attitude changed completely, his expression filled with urgency. Jishua Yulan looked at Zhang Chen in surprise. The contrast was so stark that she doubted if it was the same person. What are you still dawdling for? Get ready to set off. Zhang Chen urged as he noticed Jishua Yulan was somewhat dazed. Jishua Yulan stiffly nodded. She really couldn't see through this man. Even figures like Yi Boyun Tian and Tian Langxing had to show her some respect when they met her. But in her interactions with Zhang Chen, Jishua Yulan was always in a passive state, constantly being led by Zhang Chen's rhythm. I thought about it. Due to the special nature of your profession, one warrior is enough. We definitely need a priest, and for the last spot, we should bring an archer. The archer is crucial. The output must be high. Zhang Chen had already stood up, ignoring Jishua Yulan's surprised gaze, and began to arrange the team for entering the dungeon. Jishua Yulan nodded and casually mentioned a few things in the guild channel. In less than 2 minutes, 20 to 30 people arrived, all lined up neatly according to Zhang Chen's requirements. Publish your attribute panels. Jishua Yulan spoke confidently to the guild members and directly signaled Zhang Chen to choose the candidates. Attributes and equipment are just one aspect. Personal strength and combat awareness are key. Anyone who believes they are qualified to participate in this dungeon, step forward. Zhang Chen clasped his hands behind his back and spoke in an old-fashioned manner. Jishua Yulan and the guild members were all taken aback, momentarily at a loss, standing still waiting for instructions. Jishua Guild leader, with time so tight, you're all still dawdling here? How did the Forgetting Emotion Guild end up with this bunch of good-for-nothings? Zhang Chen appeared to be anxious for Ji Shui Yulan, but his words were a jab at the Forgetting Emotion Guild. Watch your mouth or I'll beat you up, a warrior said angrily. Zhang Chen nodded and said, you're in, join the team. The warrior who stepped forward was slightly taken aback but accepted the invitation to join, then dared not speak further, quietly standing to the side. A warrior should have guts. My team doesn't need cowards, Zhang Chen explained. The team still needed 2 more members, and as members of the Forgetting Emotion Guild, they naturally wanted to be closer to the guild leader. The remaining positions were for a priest and an archer, and all members of these 2 classes scrambled to get closer to Zhang Chen. Don't push, you're in, come forward, Zhang Chen shouted, pointing at the last priest. Why? He clearly came in last and isn't as brave as us, the rejected priests protested. A priest needs rationality, and healing capacity is also a key consideration. Who among you has better equipment than him? Zhang Chen's single statements silenced everyone. With the priest joining, only one archer was left to choose. Everyone was puzzled by Zhang Chen's selection style, so they stopped crowding and quietly waited in place. Zhang Chen scanned the surroundings, and suddenly, with a thought, 10 lightning strikes fell from the sky, accurately striking 10 archers. Although they wouldn't take damage in the city, the skill's effect was still quite shocking. The 10 archers were clearly unprepared, with only one managing to dodge the sudden attack, resulting in their immediate selection. Ji Shui Guild Leader, the candidates are chosen. What other instructions do you have? Zhang Chen said after adding the archer. Ji Shui Yulan couldn't help but applaud, saying, wonderful, let's go with your selections. A level 50 epic dragon, if we output. Normally, it might not even be enough in a day, because dealing damage to the air is really troublesome. Zhang Chen got back to the point, showing no pride from Ji Shui Yulan's approval, but instead seriously stating the key issue. Do you have any good ideas? Ji Shui Yulan asked. Last time, with the help of 2 beast hunter locks, we spent nearly 8 hours just on one boss, and with less than a day left, there must be more than one boss in the dungeon, right? Zhang Chen didn't reveal any solutions but shared his experience from the Fallen Light ruins, intending to instill a sense of urgency in Ji Shui Yulan. Only by understanding the severity of the task could Ji Shui Yulan appreciate Zhang Chen's value. We don't have beast hunter locks, is there any other way? Ji Shui Yulan indeed began to worry. Zhang Chen naturally knew that Ji Shui Yulan didn't have beast hunter locks, as they were one-time consumables and their drop rate couldn't keep up with the consumption frequency. They weren't common items. There's an item in the general store of the Holy City called the Super Beast Trap. This is the highest grade item for capturing pets and mounts, and if used properly, it can have a certain limiting effect. Zhang Chen suddenly said, Holy City? How do we get in? Ji Shui Yulan asked, troubled. Just because you can't get in doesn't mean I can't, Zhang Chen replied with a smile. Ji Shui Yulan looked at Zhang Chen in surprise, knowing that what came next was the key, her eyes urging him to continue. The super beast catching net is definitely effective against ordinary monsters, but its effect on epic level boss will be greatly weakened, possibly lasting only a dozen seconds, so a large quantity is needed. Zhang Chen said. And then? How much do we need? Ji Shui Yulan naturally understood Zhang Chen's meaning. Only Zhang Chen could go to the places needed, and given the quantity of items required, it was clear he intended to profit from the price difference. Zhang Chen smiled slightly and said, ahem. Normally it's 10,000 game coins each. If we calculate that 10 nets can take down 1% of the boss's health, we might need at least 1,000 nets. So that means we need 10 million game coins? Ji Shui Yulan said calmly. I mean, under normal circumstances, it's 10,000 game coins each. Zhang Chen shook his head. Got it, is 50 million enough? Ji Shui Yulan said without hesitation. Zhang Chen never expected Ji Shui Yulan to be so straightforward. It was much more than he anticipated. 50 million game coins were equivalent to a substantial amount of star coins, enough for an ordinary person to live several lifetimes. Yet these big shots seemed completely unconcerned. Well, it is indeed worth that price. Ji Shui will prepare the potions, I'll go procure the nets and come back. You have no idea how troublesome it is to go to the Holy City. Seeing Ji Shui Yulan readily give him the star coins, Zhang Chen muttered about the difficulties of the trip while leisurely walking towards the teleportation array. The Holy City was naturally not open to ordinary players, but Zhang Chen had a special identity. As the envoy of White Tiger City, he had the privilege to access all towns and cities in the Holy Domain without obstruction. Zhang Chen arrived at the teleportation array in Xuanwu City and easily teleported to the Holy City, which was very quiet. Apart from NPCs, he was the only player there. Still making money from purchasing on behalf of others. Just a round trip can earn a 40 million price difference. This life of mine is worth it. Walking through the streets of the Holy City, Zhang Chen talked to himself and laughed foolishly, while the NPCs all looked at him as if he were a fool. Here, everyone gets a share. We must cast a wide net and not delay Ji Shui's task, understood? Zhang Chen distributed the super beast catching nets to everyone and lectured the team like a leader. Ji Shui Yulan saw Zhang Chen make a round trip in less than 10 minutes and was not annoyed about spending more money. Instead, she became more curious about Zhang Chen's identity. All listen up, once we enter the dungeon, all matters will be arranged by the justice from the sky, and you must obey unconditionally. Do you understand? Ji Shui Yulan said. Seriously, directly handing the team leader role to Zhang Chen. Understood, the team members replied in unison. After Zhang Chen nodded in confirmation, Ji Shuiyulan took out an ancient scroll which was severely damaged and seemed like it could turn to ashes at any moment. As Ji Shuiyulan activated the scroll, the entire team was directly teleported into the dungeon. The dungeon was slightly dim, with the ground completely blackened, exuding a suffocating aura of death. Zhang Chen glanced at the IDs of the team members and asked, "What do you all go by? I mean, your usual names." It wasn't that Zhang Chen was looking for trouble, it was just that these people's IDs were too flashy, and calling out a long string of IDs during command would waste too much time. The warrior in the team, whose ID was Big Knife, boldly charging into the holy domain, quickly stepped forward and said, "Everyone calls me Dejuan, you can just call me that." Zhang Chen nodded and smiled, then turned his gaze to the priest. The priest in the team had a very special profession, being a light angel, but it should be a winged angel. The hidden profession of angel has a maximum level of 6 winged angel, which can be considered the top advancement. In the priest profession, ID fallen angel, everyone calls me Xiaoming. The priest Xiaoming didn't say much. With a single arrow, time determines the spring and autumn, everyone usually calls me Jianjun. The archer Jianjun continued, "Alright, let's start the monsters." Zhang Chen nodded, no longer wasting time, and pointed his staff forward, leading the way deeper into the dungeon. The scorched earth inside the dungeon was somewhat soft, and Ji Shuiyulan and the others were familiar with the path ahead since they had been here twice before. In just a few more meters, we will reach the burial ground, and corpses will crawl out from beneath our feet, so everyone stay alert, Ji Shuiyulan reminded. President Ji Shui, why don't I see your summoned creature? Zhang Chen asked. Powerful summoned creatures have a long cooldown and consume too much control. It's better to rely on fighting to sustain fighting against the small monsters ahead, Ji Shuiyulan replied. Zhang Chen had little contact with Ji Shui Yulan's profession but understood that what she meant by fighting to sustain fighting was to kill small monsters and use skills to control them, which consumed little but was very effective. The remains in the burial ground had a level of 40, quality, ordinary, health 10,000. The small monsters are pretty weak. Zhang Chen noticed that most of these corpses were somewhat incomplete and had low initial levels. The first wave of monsters should pose no difficulty. These corpses look ordinary, but their defense is incredibly high, and their numbers are terrifying. If we don't clear them quickly, the mutated ghouls ahead will rush over, and if too many corpses are eaten by the ghouls, it will become exceptionally troublesome, Ji Shuiyulan said. Zhang Chen nodded, naturally understanding that a dungeon capable of withstanding Ji Shuiyulan twice was not simple, but these small monsters were just piles of experience for him. You all protect President Ji Shui, I'll go draw the monsters. Zhang Chen quickly walked a few steps ahead of the team's front warrior, De Zhuang, worried that De Zhuang's monster drawing would affect the spawn rate. Boss, this. De Zhuang saw Zhang Chen rushing to the front and asked Ji Shui Yulan, let him go. Ji Shuiyulan was also somewhat puzzled but knew that Zhang Chen wouldn't joke with his life. Zhang Chen took a few steps and directly summoned Xiaoguai, leaping onto its back. Xiaoguai, this place is very much like a battlefield, there are bones and corpses below, all of them are your experience, Zhang Chen said softly, patting Xiaoguai. Upon hearing that this was like a battlefield, Xiaoguai became excited. When its mother left, she went to the battlefield and it too needed to train in battle. This was the best opportunity. Xiaoguai immediately applied a buff to Zhang Chen and then dashed out like lightning. Ji Shuiyulan and the others were shocked. Everyone knew that Zhang Chen had obtained a spirit beast, but stirring up monsters on such a large scale was undoubtedly a bit reckless. Boss, that kid isn't here to cause trouble on purpose, is he? Priest Xiaoming said in surprise. Trust people, let's see what happens, and prepare for battle. Ji Shuiyulan remained calm. As Xiaoguai passed through, more corpses began to crawl out, and Zhang Chen casually cast some area attack skills to attract aggro. The small monsters couldn't keep up with Xiaoguai's speed and could only follow behind, eating dust. Xiaoguai quickly ran a few laps in the monster area, ensuring that all the corpses were stirred up before running back towards Ji Shuiyulan and the others. Boss, I told you he was here to cause trouble. Who can withstand so many monsters? Priest Xiaoming said angrily. De Zhuang tightened his grip on the giant axe, standing firmly in front of everyone, resolutely saying, You all retreat, I'll hold off the monsters for a while. You need to exit the aggro range. No need to leave, it's not far from the entrance here. We probably won't be able to escape, Archer Jianjun said, drawing his bow and preparing for a desperate fight. Just as Ji Shuiyulan was about to unleash her ultimate move, Zhang Chen and Xiaoguai suddenly stopped. Light binding. Zhang Chen felt a daze in his mind, his mental strength dropping significantly, but the corpses behind him were all bound in place by a light circle. After Xiaoguai completed the control, it gathered all its energy and shot it out directly from the spiral horn on its head. Light and dark impact began to bounce between the monsters, with the remains of the dead only able to howl in pain within the cage of light, their health continuously decreasing. What surprised Zhang Chen was that as Xiaoguai grew, although the light confinement consumed a lot of mental energy, the light and dark impact could absorb back a significant amount of mental energy. Nearly 1,000 remains of the dead were swiftly eliminated by Zhang Chen, yet the ghoul that Ji Shuiyulan mentioned had not yet appeared. Boss, this. De Zhuang's hands gripping the giant axe were already sweating nervously, and everything before him left him at a loss for words. No wonder some say he's a cheat. This is too exaggerated, right? The archer Jian Jun put down his bow, having no chance to take action himself. Alright. I was indeed shallow. The priest Xiao Ming also sighed. Ji Shui Yulan felt the most complicated emotions upon seeing the scene before her. She was glad to have invited Zhang Chen for help, but also a bit jealous of the great opportunity he had. President Ji Shui, how is it? I've bought you so much time. Isn't that enough sincerity? Zheng Chen rode back on Xiao Guai, gliding smoothly. Ji Shui Yulan nodded and praised, as expected of the number one in the holy domain. There's a problem, and it's a serious one, Zheng Chen suddenly said. What problem? Please speak, Ji Shui. Yulan replied. You've gone through this dungeon twice already, and the drop rate is really low. The promised items are all mine, but it seems nothing good is dropping, Zheng Chen said, feigning sadness. A man of such stature, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Ji Shui Yulan directly placed a high hat on Zheng Chen. I wouldn't go back on my word, but what? It'll cost more. Upon hearing that money could solve the issue, Ji Shui Yulan immediately relaxed a lot, nodded, and agreed without caring how much Zheng Chen meant by more. Come up. Zheng Chen extended his hand, inviting Ji Shui Yulan to ride together. For the sake of money, let you enjoy it too, Zheng Chen said with a smile. Ji Shui Yulan stared blankly at Zheng Chen, not expecting him to invite her to ride together, nor did she expect that after mentioning the extra money he wouldn't specify how much more was needed. This man before her was truly inscrutable, making it hard to guess what he would do next. What? Don't want to come up? Seeing Ji Shui Yulan's lack of response, Zheng Chen retracted his outstretched hand, but unexpectedly, just as he pulled it back halfway, Ji Shui Yulan grabbed it. I want to try the feeling of fighting while riding a spirit beast, Ji Shui Yulan said as she took the opportunity to leap and sit sideways in front of Zheng Chen. Let's make it clear in advance, don't touch places you shouldn't. Or be careful, I might turn against you, Ji Shui Yulan warned. Hee, to have such a beauty as President Ji Shui in my arms, it's really not easy to remain composed, Zheng Chen joked. Without waiting for Ji Shui Yulan to respond, he used his legs to urge Xiao Guai forward. You guys, keep up. Zheng Chen issued orders to his teammates, then turned to Ji Shui Yulan and said, you said there would be mutated ghouls appearing, right? Yes, the ghouls aren't strong when they first appear, but if they feast on these remains, their strength will grow rapidly, Ji Shui Yulan said seriously, no longer joking. Use your skills to revive these corpses, then command them to retreat to the back and stand by, Zheng Chen suggested. Ji Shui Yulan nodded. Her skills could indeed allow the dead monsters to serve her. But these low-level small monsters, despite their overwhelming numbers, wouldn't be enough to deal with the mutated ghouls. During her first attempt at the dungeon, Ji Shui Yulan had suffered a great loss. After finally clearing all the small monsters and reviving them into an army of 1,000, she hadn't expected them all to end up as food for the mutated ghouls. The mutated ghoul had forcefully risen from bronze boss to golden quality, with both its attack power and health increasing geometrically, completely surpassing the strength that a golden boss should possess. Even without Zheng Chen saying anything, Ji Shui Yulan understood what to do. After all, they had learned from the previous two lessons. What surprised Ji Shui Yulan was Zheng Chen's combat awareness. She had merely mentioned the premise before the battle, yet he had already thought of the key points. Because Zheng Chen cleared the small monsters too quickly, the mutated ghoul had not yet appeared, and Ji Shui Yulan continuously used her skills to turn the dead bodies into puppets, then directly commanded these puppets towards the entrance. Dejuan, the ghoul is coming, go hold it off. Ji Shui will not allow it to break through before the matter is settled, Zheng Chen ordered, pointing ahead. Got it. Although Dejuan had not yet seen the mutated ghoul, he rushed in the direction Zheng Chen pointed, followed closely by the archer Jian Jun and the priest Xiao Ming. How do you know that the mutated ghoul is coming from that direction? Ji Shui Yulan, also on Xiao Guai's back, did not see the first boss in her line of sight. She relied on her experience from the previous 2 times to know from which direction the boss would appear. The mountain man has his own clever plans. You hold on tight and buy some time to deal with the final boss, Zheng Chen urged. Before long, the mutated ghoul indeed appeared in everyone's sight, and Dejuang and the others easily blocked its path. Without the supply of these dead bodies, the mutated ghoul was not too strong, only at the level of an elite monster. With Zheng Chen and Ji Shui Yulan joining the battlefield, they easily crushed the mutated ghoul in its cradle. Ji Shui, your skills are quite interesting. Not only can you turn the killed monsters to your use, but the various curses and negative effects are indeed powerful, Zheng Chen praised. It only looks strong. The attack is really too weak, which is why I'm eager to find stronger summons. Ji Shui Yulan did not hide it, knowing that with Zheng Chen's insight, the shortcomings of her profession were obvious. No need to belittle yourself. In the later stages of the game, it's not just about individual combat ability. Group curses and negative effects, combined with our side's group buffs, in a situation where the enemy is weakened while we grow stronger, it's not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. While riding Xiao Guai towards the next monster area, Zheng Chen was imparting game knowledge to Ji Shui Yulan. In fact, in Zheng Chen's heart, although the major guilds were competitors, he hoped for more powerful experts to emerge. That way, the game would be more enjoyable. If he were the only one standing at the peak, he would lose the motivation to advance further. The monsters in the next area are not that dense, but the area is large. If we don't clear it out properly, all the surviving small monsters in the area will gather when we fight the boss, so I suggest we clear the small monsters first, Ji Shuiyulan said as they approached the next monster area. Zheng Chun ordered Xiao Guai to stop, waiting for De Zhuang and the others while also wanting to observe the situation of the monsters. This monster area was quite special. The ground had a corpse pit every so often, with a dark priest and several small demons by each pit. Among each group of small demons, there was also a bloated mad demon, which, based on Zhang Chen's years of experience, would undoubtedly self-destruct. That dark priest can summon dark demons from the pit. Dark demons only attack in close combat but run extremely fast. If the priest is not killed, the dark demons will keep respawning. The small demons are thin and have weak defenses, but their thrown tridents deal extremely high damage, and being hit will cause a binding effect, making them very troublesome. The mad demon is slower, but once it charges in front of you, it will immediately self-destruct. The explosion itself does not just kill instantly, but the corrosive venom it splatters is extremely high. If there is no purification from a priest, the damage will continue. Ji Shuiyulan told Zheng Chen everything she knew about the situation. The monsters in this area were relatively scattered, and if they wanted to clear them out, they would definitely alert 2 or 3 groups of monsters at the same time. If they wanted to fight head-on, the self-destructing mad demons would be another problem. Dark Priest level 45 rank, Silver health 100,000, Little Demon level 45 rank, Bronze health 80,000, Mad Demon level 45 rank, Bronze health 150,000. Except for the Dark Demon not appearing, the information on the other 3 types of monsters was presented before Zhang Chen. President Ji Shui, let your army of corpses charge directly. The only goal is to trigger the Mad Demon self-destruction, Zhang Chen said after thinking for a moment. Are we going to use all the corpses we just summoned here? There are still places we might need them later. Ji Shuiyulan had originally planned to use only half of the corpses, but she didn't expect Zhang Chen to be so decisive. After all, there weren't many monsters in this batch that were suitable to be turned into puppets. The little demon's trident became ineffective once thrown, and the mad demons couldn't be summoned after self-destructing, while the dark priest couldn't summon monsters without a corpse pit. Zhang Chen shook his head. Time is the key. Don't think that having 10 hours left is ample. Although there are many corpses, they can only serve as cannon fodder. Zhang Chen was well aware of the terrifying nature of epic dragons, especially the bone dragon type, which had a high immunity to magic. Ji Shuiyulan said no more, nodded, and directly commanded the army of corpses to charge forward. The army of corpses was not fast. Some hadn't even reached the monsters before being killed by the little demon's trident. The mad demons, sensing an invasion, charged forward without hesitation to self-destruct. Explosions rang out, and the army of corpses began to fall in droves, while the dark priest started to summon dark demons continuously. Everyone, advance slowly and start clearing the monsters. Jin Jun, you are responsible for shooting the mad demons in the distance. Be sure to lure all the mad demons to self-destruct before the army of corpses is completely wiped out, Zheng Chun ordered as he saw the army of corpses pressing into the monster area. Where do you think your profession's strengths lie? Zheng Chen suddenly asked Ji Shuiyulan as he followed behind the army of corpses. Maybe it's my strong endurance. Ji Shuiyulan was taken aback by the question. If you look at this army of over 1,000 corpses, saying that endurance is strong isn't wrong, but what needs to be discarded must be discarded. Cannon fodder must play its role as cannon fodder. Only then can it create opportunities for the main force to attack. Zheng Chen hadn't forgotten Ji Shuiyulan's previous hesitation. Women often lack that decisiveness at critical moments. Ji Shuiyulan did not refute him and focused on controlling the corpses, while Zhang Chen began to use single target skills to attack the dark priest. Watch out for the tridents, De Zhuang reminded from the front. As the thousands of skeletal corpses advanced halfway, they had already suffered heavy casualties, and the decreasing number of corpses meant their death rate would only increase. The booming explosions sounded like firecrackers. Without these cannon fodder, dealing with the situation would indeed be troublesome. President Ji Shui, I don't know how many more monster areas are behind. You don't have to be so conservative. You can definitely use some large summoning skills. Zheng Chen didn't believe that Ji Shuiyulan only knew this low-level puppet technique. She must have some trump card she hadn't revealed. To be honest, my more powerful summon creatures are rare, so they only have one life. If they accidentally die here, I feel a bit. Ji Shuiyulan said, somewhat troubled. Oh, can't you summon them at will? Zheng Chen wasn't very familiar with the profession of the Nether Mage. Originally, I shouldn't have told you my profession information, but since you came to help me complete the task, it's fine to tell you, Ji Shuiyulan said while controlling the corpse horde to attract the mad demons. Zheng Chen casually tossed out his skills, which were noticeably limited. After all, they were just a group of small monsters and didn't require too much seriousness. Ji Shuiyulan paused for a moment before continuing. Reviving monster corpses is the most basic skill, but the abilities of the revived monsters will be significantly weakened. The stronger the monster, the more it is weakened. Although, as you said, in most cases they can only serve as cannon fodder, the combat effectiveness is still quite good. Zheng Chen had already seen through this basic skill, so he wasn't too surprised. He casually threw 2 skills at the Dark Priest and continued to wait for more information. Higher level. Skills are not actually summoning, but rather a contract, signing a contract with the soul of the recently deceased monster. Once both parties reach an agreement, the monster will become my summoned creature, staying in a specific space most of the time. Summoned creatures that have signed a contract can maintain their strength to the greatest extent. The stronger the soul, the more complete the preserved strength, but the summoned creature only has 1 life. If it dies during battle, it will disappear directly. Ji Shuiyulan explained her skills to Zhang Chen, which was somewhat unexpected for him. He originally thought her summoned creatures were all direct skills, but he didn't expect that she also needed to sign a contract. If I could catch a group of bone dragons, wouldn't that be catastrophic? Zhang Chen always managed to grasp the key points. Dream on. For monsters of gold level and above, you can only sign one of the same type. Besides, dragon-type creatures are not so easy to come by. Ji Shuiyu Lan laughed. By the way, what is the boss of this monster area? Zhang Chen suddenly asked. The Dark High Priest, a magic-type boss skilled in summoning and mental attacks. It is quite fragile itself, but its fierce skill is very troublesome. Those affected will lose control of their actions and run around aimlessly. Although Ji Shuiyulan was surprised by the sudden change of topic, she still told Zhang Chen what she knew. However, she had just intended to share a secret and hadn't finished her thoughts when she was interrupted, leaving her feeling a bit uncomfortable. No wonder you said it would be troublesome. If these small monsters couldn't be cleared, it turns out the boss itself can summon, Zhang Chen said. Seeing that the corpses had almost been exhausted, he prepared to push forward quickly. He squeezed his legs around Xiaoguai's abdomen, and Xiaoguai understood immediately, charging out. The sudden acceleration caused Ji Shuiyulan to lean directly into Zhang Chen's arms. Ji Shui, this isn't me being inappropriate. Zhang Chen laughed. Xiaoguai was very fast, and once again, just like when dealing with the remains of the dead, the mad demon didn't have time to self-destruct before Xiaoguai had already run far away, while the little demon's steel fork kept stabbing into the ground behind Xiaoguai. You really have some guts. These monsters are 10 levels higher than us. Ji Shuiyulan felt the danger of their situation more acutely. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. I want to keep a low profile, but my strength doesn't allow it. Zhang Chen leisurely tossed skills behind him. With Xiaoguai, he truly felt like a fish in water while farming monsters, mastering the advantage of speed, leaving ordinary small monsters only to be beaten. The monsters behind Zhang Chen were divided into 3 tiers. The first tier was the fastest, the Dark Demon, summoned by the Dark Priest from the corpse pit. Their attack and defense were quite ordinary, but their speed was as fast as a hound. Fortunately, they only attacked in close combat and were slightly slower than Xiaoguai. The second tier was the Mad Demon, which, although plump, was much faster than the Little Demon when running, possibly due to their madness before death. The third tier was the Little Demon, which, due to its small stature and underdeveloped lower limbs, was not good at running, so it lagged behind. The Dark Priest firmly guarded the corpse pit, continuously summoning dark demons, and no matter how they attacked, they couldn't attract its movement. Gather the remaining corpses together. I'm going to lure the Mad Demon over. Zhang Chen reminded. Ji Shuiyulan was also not to be underestimated, quickly controlling the gathering of the corpse horde. Dezhuang, Jinjun, Xiaoming, you guys stay back. Focus on clearing the Dark Priest. Zhang Chen did not forget to give orders to his team. The intelligence of the bronze monsters could not compete with Zhang Chen. Everything was proceeding according to his plan. After a series of booming explosions, this area of monsters was no longer a threat, because in Zhang Chen's view, apart from the Mad Demon self-detonation, the other monsters were simply child's play. With the help of Xiaoguai, Zhang Chen once again cleared most of the small monsters amidst everyone's astonished gazes. Only the Dark Priests remained. It turned out they were not unwilling to move, but their legs had been rendered useless, and they could only sit by the corpse pit, resigned to their fate of summoning. When it comes to slaughter, what difference is there between light and dark attributes? It's just that the methods of the dark side are truly hard to accept, which is why most people revere the light. Zhang Chen couldn't help but sigh upon seeing the Dark Priest. Bold invader, who dares to touch my people? A hoarse voice suddenly rang out, and then a 2-meter-tall boss in a black robe descended onto the battlefield. Strange, the speed of clearing monsters this time is much faster than the previous 2 times. The time shouldn't be up yet. How could the boss appear so quickly? Ji Shuiyulan wondered. Zhang Chen was somewhat speechless. It seemed he had been misled by Ji Shuiyulan's empiricism. President Ji Shui, have you considered that the boss might not appear due to a time limit, but rather because of the ratio of small monsters killed? Zhang Chen had already realized, but it was too late. Now, what remained were the Dark Priests, and their key positions were very scattered. If the Dark Priests kept summoning, along with the boss's summoned beasts, it would not be easy to win easily. Ji Shuiyulan also realized her information was incorrect. After all, in the previous 2 runs of the dungeon, there was no one like Zhang Chen with such a fighting style, so misunderstanding was understandable. Dark High Priest level, 45 rank, gold health. For million health is okay, defense should not be high, let's focus on attacking the main body. Zhang Chen glanced at the boss's basic attributes and commented. The Dark High Priest wore a black robe, its hood completely covering its face, and a withered black staff stood on the ground. After finishing its opening lines, it directly began summoning. Its difficulty lies in how hard it is to hit the main body. Its summoning ability is much stronger than that of ordinary dark priests, Ji Shuiyulan said. Dezhuang, Jinjun, and Xiaoming, you three stay behind to clear the ordinary dark priests. Let's see who is faster. Zhang Chen left his sentence and directly commanded Xiao Guai to charge at the boss, a large fireball forming instantly in his hand, interrupting the boss's ongoing summoning. Fool, come chase me. Zhang Chen taunted the boss, trying to provoke it with words. To his surprise, Zhang Chen's antics actually attracted the boss's attention. After summoning a few large dark demons, it directly chased after Zhang Chen. Strange, why doesn't it let the summoned creatures chase but comes after me itself? Ji Shuiyulan asked in confusion. It's the mechanism, because the boss itself is powerful. If a summoning type boss wants to control its summoned creatures, it cannot be too far from them. Although players also have distance limitations, they are much more lenient than the bosses, Zhang Chen explained. The direction Zhang Chen was running was deep into the battlefield, situated between two major monster areas, so there were hardly any monsters around. Although the Dark High Priest was chasing, it always led with its summoned creatures, and Zhang Chen's area skills were cleverly dodged, with only the boss's summoned creatures charging recklessly. Does President Ji Shui want to keep watching like this? Zhang Chen suddenly asked. You didn't say what you wanted me to do. Ji Shuiyulan awkwardly replied, group curse, group slow, throw it on the summoned creatures, then the boss will stand out. Zhang Chen commanded. Ji Shuiyulan's group negative effects were very effective, and the speed of the summoned creatures quickly decreased, and the boss indeed emerged from the group of summoned creatures. Zhang Chen ran another 10 meters, then stopped, pulling the reins to turn Xiao Guai around. Now it's quiet, let's see how I deal with you. Zhang Chen saw that he had left the monster area, and without the ordinary dark priest summoned creatures, the battle should be easier. Just as Xiao Guai was about to unleash a skill, Zhang Chen stopped him. Xiao Guai's skills were powerful, but they consumed too much mental energy and were not suitable for frequent use. President Ji Shui, it's time for you to exert your strength, Zhang Chen said, patting Ji Shuiyulan's shoulder. Ji Shuiyulan nodded. Zhang Chen's previous teachings had enlightened her. At this stage, even the most powerful monsters that could be contracted would just be cannon fodder in the later stages of the game. Contract: Forest Giant Bear. Contract: Forest Wolf. King. Contract: Forest Eagle. Ji Shuiyulan summoned 3 summoned beasts in succession, and just by their appearance, it was clear they were once golden quality boss. President Ji Shui, this forest family bucket of yours is impressive. Zhang Chen laughed. Just a small boss, nothing to brag about, Ji Shuiyulan said calmly. The Forest Giant Bear let out a roar and charged forward, while the Forest Eagle dove towards the Dark High Priest, and the Forest Wolf King remained still, summoning a pack of wolf cubs. The Dark High Priest's staff emitted a circle of black mist, and dark demons, little demons, and mad demons appeared out of thin air. Although their numbers weren't many, combined with the Dark Priest's fear spell, they effectively blocked Ji Shuiyulan's summoned beasts. The summoned creatures under the influence of fear ran around like headless flies, while various demon beasts launched counterattacks. Look, this is the most troublesome aspect of this boss. It's hard for melee fighters to get close, and ranged attacks are constantly disrupted. The first 2 times we faced this boss nearly exhausted all our combat power, Ji Shuiyulan said. Let the wolf cubs explode the mad demons, and the other pets can deal with the summoned creatures. I'll handle the rest, Zhang Chen commanded. Although Ji Shuiyulan's summoned creatures couldn't secure victory, they at least served to absorb damage, giving Zhang Chen time to prepare his magic. The Dark High Priest was also very alert, constantly observing Zhang Chen and Ji Shuiyulan. President Ji Shui, I'm afraid you need to go down first. Once I start, my hands will be flailing about, and it wouldn't be good if I offended you, Zhang Chen joked. Ji Shuiyulan nodded and jumped down, casually summoning 2 ordinary sea turtles to block in front of her, using the turtles' air shields for defense. Zhang Chen rode Xiao Guai in circles around the Dark High Priest, always looking for the boss's visual blind spots. Sitting on Xiao Guai's back, Zhang Chen was as steady as a rock, which did not affect his spell preparation, and his movement speed was more than double that of Zhang Chen himself. Zhang Chen did not prepare the spell in front of him but instead used his mental energy to control and release the magic above the boss's head. The Dark High Priest's attention was focused on the ground, trying to prevent anyone from sneaking up, but he overlooked what was above and never expected magic could be used this way. Zhang Chen gathered ice and fire attributes into a dragon shape. Compared to the previous magic dragon, this one was more vivid, with even more perfect details. The beauty and completeness of the magic were not for show. The more intricate the magic, the greater its power. A lifelike magic dragon was a symbol of the caster's ability. When the boss sensed the crisis, it was already too late to evade, as the summoned creatures were all on the ground and could not defend in time. 2 magical dragons of ice and fire spiraled down from the sky, and with the shared mental power of Xiao Guai, Zhang Chen felt completely at ease in controlling them. Boom! A loud explosion erupted, and the Dark High Priest was unexpectedly overwhelmed by the powerful pressure, collapsing to the ground. The shockwave from the explosion spread outwards, sending various demons flying. Jishui Yulan widened her eyes. Although she knew Zheng Chen was very strong, having played this dungeon twice, she was well aware of how powerful the boss was. Zheng Chen was also surprised. The reverse fusion technique of the two attributes was surprisingly powerful, dealing about 10% of the boss's health in one hit. He had originally thought that the more attributes there were, the higher the damage would be, and while that was indeed the case, if one could utilize the attributes to their fullest, even two attributes could not be underestimated. At Zheng Chen's current level, achieving such power was already the limit, but he understood that the two attributes had not yet been fully realized. Zheng Chen sensed the consumption of mental power and found that this skill consumed far less than Xiaoguai's monster farming, and with Xiaoguai's incredible recovery ability, if he used it sparingly, it would be enough to quickly defeat the boss before his mental power ran out. Ji Shui, have the forest eagle harass from the air. Next time I knock down the boss, control the giant bear to pounce on it and suppress it with its size. Zheng Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Due to their team relationship, Zheng Chen's skills would not harm Jishui Yulan's summons, meaning the giant bear had a complete opportunity to charge in. After being heavily injured by a single blow, the Dark High Priest became more cautious, summoning a new wave of various demons. As he waved his staff, black mist spread out, and gray skulls floated around. The gray skulls were the manifestation of the fierce skill. The wolf cubs touched by the skulls ran around heedlessly. Fortunately, the forest giant bear and the forest wolf king had some intelligence and understood basic dodging. With Xiaoguai present, the drifting skulls naturally could not touch them, and Zhang Chen gathered elements in his hands, preparing for the second round of attack. Ji Shui, be careful. When my skill hits, make sure to let the giant bear charge in immediately. The gray skulls in the area were too dense, and Zhang Chen urgently communicated with Jishui Yulan, not caring about politeness at all. Okay, the giant bear is clumsy, I can only control it as best as I can. Jishui Yulan was also feeling overwhelmed, as controlling so many summoned beasts was not easy. Sacrifice the pawns to protect the king. The giant eagle and the wolf king will serve the giant bear. Zheng Chen reminded her. Jishui Yulan nodded in response, commanding the giant bear to dodge the gray skulls while instructing the wolf king and wolf cubs to move around the giant bear. If there was a moment they couldn't dodge, the wolf king and cubs would block in front, with the giant eagle as a backup. With the experience from the first time, this skill took shape a bit faster, as the Dark High Priest was already psychologically prepared. Therefore, Zheng Chen chose not to continue casting spells from the air, directly gathering the two attribute dragons on either side of his body. Prepare! Zheng Chen shouted. Hearing this, Jishui Yulan immediately controlled the forest giant bear to charge forward, while Zheng Chen simultaneously unleashed the two attribute dragons. The ice and fire dragons charged towards the boss with great momentum, not spiraling together as before, and the gray skulls in the air had no effect on the attribute dragons. Seeing this, the Dark High Priest could only use his summons to block, trying to detonate them before the attribute dragons reached him, but Zheng Chen would not allow his hard-earned skills to be used to clear small monsters. Zheng Chen raised his hands, and the two giant dragons suddenly lifted their heads, dodging the boss's summons while beginning to spiral closer. Fall with a wave of his staff. The two dragons that had been spiraling in midair stopped rising, directly folding into a 45-degree angle and quickly attacking downwards. The range of the attribute dragon is not small, and the Dark High Priest's summoned creatures did not block it. At this moment, I had no time to dodge and could only watch helplessly as the two swirling giant dragons struck me. Boom! Another explosion sounded, and the Dark High Priest was once again knocked to the ground. The shockwave from the explosion sent the surrounding demons flying once more, and the gray skeleton in midair instantly vanished. Just as the Dark High Priest fell, a huge black shadow pounced, which was the forest giant bear of Jishui Yulan. Although the forest giant bear was of a lower level than the Dark High Priest, its strength and size far exceeded his. In close combat, where magic could not be cast, the Dark High Priest had no chance to resist. Crush him. As long as he can't move, we can win easily, Zheng Chen shouted excitedly. As Zheng Chen expected, the Dark High Priest had no strength to break free from the massive creature on him, and the giant bear began to strike and bite, while the giant eagle in the air started its wing attacks. Fire, sea, ice. Rain, fireball. Zheng Chen seized the opportunity and naturally would not let it go. He first released two continuous area skills, then began to attack with single target skills. After the boss was controlled, its defense dropped significantly, and with Xiaoguai also joining the output, the Dark High Priest's health was dropping at an astonishing rate. The demon beasts that were sent flying saw their master being attacked and rushed towards the forest giant bear like mad. Jishui Yulan controlled the Wolf King and the summoned wolf pack to start holding back the counterattack. The main thing is the staff. We must not let him cast spells. Zheng Chen saw that the forest giant bear, while attacking, had actually started to go wild, raising both front paws, preparing to deliver a heavy blow to the Dark High Priest, completely forgetting about controlling the boss's staff. Fear spell. The Dark High Priest seized the opportunity and directly cast the fear spell on the forest giant bear. The bear, with its front paws raised, had no time to come down and, in a panic, fell to the side and then started running around blindly again. Zheng Chen shook his head. For a low-level summoned beast, the forest giant bear had already done quite well, and he couldn't expect too much from it. The Dark High Priest's health had dropped to 50%, and even through the hood, one could feel his furious expression. As the staff waved, various demons were summoned like a tide, among which the Mad Demon occupied the majority. The little demons surrounded the boss with steel forks, while the dark demons scattered to form a surrounding circle, and the Mad Demons split into two groups, crazily charging towards Zheng Chen and Jishui Yulan. Isn't this a bit too much? Zheng Chen couldn't help but exclaim as he watched a swarm of mad demons rushing over. The terrifying aspect of the mad demons lay in their self-detonation. With so many mad demons appearing at once, the explosion power was enough to kill him several times over. The most dangerous was Jishui Yulan. The movement speed of the mad demons far exceeded hers, and under the encirclement of the dark demons, it was difficult for her to escape. Boom boom boom, a series of explosions sounded, and the wolf cubs summoned by the Wolf King were almost completely blown away. The Wolf King's health was nearly depleted, covered in the liquid splattered from the explosions of the mad demons, clearly on the brink of death. The forest giant bear was not spared either. The Dark High Priest hated this creature pressing down on him so much that he specifically sent many mad demons to attack it. Even the high defense, high health giant bear, if splattered with too much toxic liquid, would ultimately face a slow death. Zheng Chen had already broken through the encirclement, starting to pull various skills, but seeing the battlefield in such a state, he could not neglect his teammates even against the second boss. Just as Jishui Yulan had nowhere to escape, despair already showing in her eyes, the bodies of the mad demons began to swell, preparing to self-detonate. Zheng Chen finally couldn't help but use his ultimate skill. Time pause, everything around suddenly stopped, and even Xiao Guai was not spared. Zheng Chen quickly walked up to Jishui Yulan, trying to drag her away with his arm, but Jishui Yulan was tall and could not be pulled away at all. What's the point of being so tall? It's a hassle. Zheng Chen had no choice but to bend down and hoist Jishui Yulan onto his shoulder, then quickly ran to Xiao Guai and placed her on its back. Only the forest giant bear Zheng Chen truly could not carry, he could only let it fend for itself. As Zheng Chen's strength increased, the duration of time pause also extended significantly, and there was still plenty of time left, which naturally could not be wasted. The boss had 50% health remaining, and if Zheng Chen used 6 dragons seizing the flag, he should be able to achieve a one-hit kill effect, but it would be difficult to continue fighting in a short time, and the task time might not be enough. Zheng Chen considered many possibilities but ultimately gave up on the 6-attribute fusion technique. Recalling the first time I released the reverse fusion technique, under the time pause, the magic elements are more obedient. If I use 3 types of magic elements, I should be able to maximize the magic, right? Zheng Chen had a plan in mind and decided to break through himself once again. Under the time pause, the magic elements were easier to control, allowing him to condense magic at will without worrying about the instability of the magic elements causing them to dissipate. This time, Zheng Chen used the attributes of wind, fire, and lightning. The wind aided the fire, and the fire borrowed the might of the lightning. The forward fusion technique of the 3 attributes would definitely be much stronger than a simple explosion. In terms of single attribute damage, the fire and lightning elements had higher damage, but to link the 3 attributes together, the wind element was the best bridge. As Zheng Chen became more proficient in using magic, he also understood a principle: no magic element is weak, each type of magic has its strengths. This time, the form was not entirely dragon-shaped, instead, the wind element gathered around the boss, forming a massive tornado that shot up into the sky. The fire element coalesced into a long fire snake, gracefully spiraling around the tornado. The lightning element gathered into a dragon, descending from the sky with immense power, as if to split the heavens and the earth. Zheng Chen connected the 3 elements with his mental power, and he was very satisfied with both the ratio of the magic elements and the overall might of the magic. After completing everything, Zheng Chen quickly ran back to Xiao Gui's back, silently waiting for the end of the time pause. When the time pause ended, Jishui Yulan's despairing gaze turned into astonishment. She had originally been forced into a corner by the mad demon and was prepared for mission failure, but unexpectedly found herself on Xiao Gui's back. In the distance, the sound of explosions echoed, all from the mad demons that had already prepared for self-detonation. Although they had lost their attack target, it was too late to stop their self-destruction. Zheng Chen patted the dazed Jishui Yulan and said lightly, "Jishui, you can't move like this. While relying on your summoned beast, you also need to strengthen your own connection." In truth, given the relationship between Zheng Chen and Jishui Yulan, it was inappropriate to speak this way, but this was also a form of psychological suggestion from Zheng Chen, subtly implying that Jishui Yulan was lacking in various abilities. This way, when they faced each other again in the future, Jishui Yulan would be at a psychological disadvantage. Hearing his words, Jishui Yulan raised her head, knowing without thinking that it was this man in front of her who saved her. Although she was unclear about how he did it, the fact was right there. Just as Jishui Yulan was about to say something, she was drawn to the massive magic not far away. The magic had a wide range, with a gigantic tornado lifting surrounding sand and dirt straight into the sky, and a fire snake faintly visible spiraling within it. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, and the giant tornado was filled with electric sparks. "Where's the boss?" Jishui Yulan stared at the giant magic in a daze, asking in surprise. "It should be inside." I don't know where it got blown to. Zhang Chen looked at his masterpiece and couldn't help but sigh. Ji Shuiyulan and Zhang Chen were positioned with one lying down and the other sitting, staring blankly at the giant tornado. The various little demons around them had already been blown away, and the forest giant bear and forest eagle would surely not have escaped if it weren't for their team formation. As the wind gradually weakened, Ji Shuiyulan came back to her senses, struggling to change her position, but found she had no strength, ultimately resigning to continue lying on Xiao Gui's back. "Ah, what are you doing?" Ji Shuiyulan exclaimed. "Just helping you, why shout?" Zhang Chen replied domineeringly. It turned out that Zhang Chen saw Ji Shuiyulan unable to get up, so he directly wrapped his arm under her abdomen and lifted her up, which elicited a gasp from Ji Shuiyulan. After adjusting her position and stabilizing her body, Ji Shuiyulan felt a bit awkward, neither continuing to blame him nor saying anything. "This skill is strong, but it can't take down the boss in one hit. Be ready to continue fighting," Zhang Chen reminded. Ji Shuiyulan nodded and reactivated the forest giant bear and forest eagle. The forest giant bear's health had already been severely depleted by the mad demon's explosion, and the viscous corrosive liquid was gradually draining its life. The other wolf king had likely been killed in the mad demon's blast. The giant tornado finally ended, and all summoned demon beasts, except for the boss, had been eliminated. The dark high priest was blown into the air, his black robe tattered and burned, and lightning had paralyzed his body. As Zhang Chen's skill ended, the dark high priest fell heavily from the sky. Only took down 26% of its health. It should be able to be stronger. Zhang Chen muttered, somewhat dissatisfied, as he watched the descending boss. "Only? Big brother, this is a boss. You?" Ji Shuiyulan was speechless at Zhang Chen's nonchalant attitude. "Prepare the giant bear, let's unleash some residual heat." Zhang Chen ignored Ji Shuiyulan's exasperation and directly reminded her. Ji Shuiyulan naturally prioritized her task, controlling the giant bear to prepare to pin the boss down again. But what happened next caught everyone off guard. The dark high priest, paralyzed, fell from the sky and crashed heavily to the ground, causing his health to drop by another 20%, leaving only 4%. It seemed that the severely injured high priest no longer had the strength to fight, and even his staff had been blown away. Ji Shuiyulan didn't care whether the boss could fight or not. She controlled the forest giant bear to smash down heavily, and the already dying boss met its end just like that. Ji Shuiyulan stared blankly at the scene before her. This boss, which had once caused her great trouble, was defeated so easily this time, and her side had only paid the price of 2 summoned beasts. "I think you could try to sign a contract with it. The mad demons it summoned are quite a threat," Zhang Chen suggested. "I tried twice before. This guy is very stubborn and can't sign a contract at all," Ji Shuiyulan replied, casually casting the contract skill, seemingly wanting to prove to Zhang Chen that she had also defeated it before. Unexpectedly, she easily succeeded in signing a contract with the Dark High Priest, and Ji Shuiyulan stared blankly at the notification of the successful contract. Once again speechless. "Why haven't your 3 teammates come over yet? Is it that hard to deal with a few small monsters?" Zhang Chen intentionally mocked. Ji Shuiyulan remained silent. For some reason, this man in front of her gave a feeling of being insurmountable. Initially, she thought she was above him, but after interacting, she found herself always at a disadvantage. It should be that the monsters are too scattered. I'll go see what's going on. Ji Shuiyulan jumped off Xiao Gui's back and hurriedly ran away from the scene. Zhang Chen's attitude was deliberate. After all, who let Ji Shuiyulan always act so high and mighty? Such people must be suppressed. Watching Ji Shuiyulan leave, Zhang Chen did not look at the spoils but instead sat down on the ground to meditate. The previous skills had consumed a lot of mental energy, and to avoid showing weakness, Zhang Chen took the opportunity to recover while no one was around. "Master, let me sing for you. The song of our radiant unicorn helps with mental recovery." Xiao Gui communicated with mental energy. Zhang Chen looked at Xiao Gui in surprise, not expecting it to have such an ability, and quickly nodded in agreement. However, as soon as Xiao Gui opened its mouth, it nearly sent Zhang Chen away. This was not singing at all. The proud radiant unicorn sounded like a donkey, and there was no melody to be heard. Zhang Chen smiled awkwardly, not wanting to discourage Xiao Gui, so he silently closed his eyes. To his surprise, it actually had some effect, and by using mental energy to feel the song, he finally heard the melody within. After more than 10 minutes, Ji Shuiyulan finally returned with the other 3. The first thing that caught their eyes was Xiao Gui making strange sounds at Zhang Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground in silence. "You guys are so slow." Zhang Chen noticed the team members had returned and immediately stood up to mock them. The monsters were too scattered, and they kept summoning dark demons. It was really a bit troublesome. De Zhuang replied with a tired face, clearly exhausted from running around. "Let's rest for a bit. It's a good time to discuss the situation in the next monster area," Zhang Chen suggested. The 3 team members found a comfortable spot to rest, while Ji Shuiyulan took on the explanation. "The monsters in the next area are very strong. Although their attack is low, they have high defense and thick health. The boss is called Hellfire Bull. Not only is it huge, but it also has the ability to kill in an instant. To be honest, we didn't get past this monster area in the first 2 dungeons," Ji Shuiyulan said. Slowly. "Didn't get past? Didn't you reach the final boss? Zheng Chen asked in confusion. We only saw the final boss. The level difference with the monsters behind was just too great. We relied on the assassin in our team to go invisible, which is how we saw the final boss, Ji Shuiyulan admitted without hiding anything. Zheng Chen smiled, seemingly understanding something. It turned out that Ji Shuiyulan had not held out much hope for this mission. Coming to find him was just a gamble. No wonder she readily agreed to his every unreasonable request. Perhaps he was her last hope. What comes after the fire? Bull? Are there other monsters? Zheng Chen changed the subject without exposing her. After the Hellfire Bull, there is another boss, a skeletal archer. Since we didn't engage it at the time, we aren't sure of its strength. It guards the gate to the final boss, the Bone Dragon, and there are no other small monsters following it. Ji Shuiyulan explained the general situation. Got it. So besides some small monsters in front, there are only 3 bosses left, Zheng Chen summarized. Ji Shuiyulan nodded and took out some delicacies from her backpack. This is food made by a master chef from a life profession. Consuming it will grant extra attribute boosts, so everyone should eat more, Ji Shuiyulan said generously. Zheng Chen naturally did not hold back, enjoying a bountiful feast. After resting for a few minutes, the group set off again. However, this time Ji Shuiyulan did not ride with Zheng Chen but summoned an ordinary white horse. The ordinary white horse was only useful for travel and could not be used in battle, and it was very expensive in NPC shops, so most people would not choose to buy it. Zheng Chen was happy to take it easy, as his mental energy had not fully recovered. He was destined to take it slow in the next area of small monsters, otherwise it would be difficult to hold on through 3 consecutive boss battles. Ordinary Flame Bull level 45 grade, silver health 50,000 Hell Flame Bull level 45 grade, gold health 8 million. President Jishua summoned that high priest using foreign techniques to subdue the enemy, Zheng Chen reminded as they reached the monster area. Jishua Yulan dismounted and casually used a summoning skill, causing the dark high priest from the previous battle to appear before everyone. Jishua Yulan didn't need Zheng Chen to continue directing, she directly ordered the dark high priest to continuously summon mad demons. After all, the dark high priest's summoned creatures wouldn't be a match for the current group of monsters. If summoned separately, the effect would be minimal. It was better to just bring in some bombs. Zheng Chen continued riding Little Guai, communicating with it mentally to avoid wasting too much mental energy in this monster area and to find a way to recover quickly. Little Guai was extremely clever and understood Zheng Chen's meaning. Besides carrying Zheng Chen and running continuously, it indeed did not launch any attacks. The ordinary flame bulls were not small in size, and their strength and speed were quite decent. If one were to be gored by their horns, it would indeed be troublesome to break free. Deep within the ordinary flame bulls was a massive creature, several times the size of an ordinary small monster. It was muscular but not bulky, with 2 shiny black horns on its head and flames emanating from its 4 hooves and tail. Its nostrils flared as it breathed heavily, clearly showing a volatile temper. Zishue Yulan commanded the summoned mad demons to clear the way. The ordinary small monsters didn't care who was coming, they charged headfirst into the mad demons. Boom boom boom, a series of explosions rang out, and this time Zheng Chen and the others hoped the explosions would never stop. Zheng Chen simply unleashed his commonly used area attack skill. Compared to the speed of clearing monsters in the previous 2 rounds, this round was indeed lacking. Boss, look at him, isn't he just slacking off? Priest Xiaoming said while healing, glancing at Jishue Yulan. Zishue Yulan was casting curse skills on the bull herd when she heard Xiaoming speak and couldn't help but glance at him twice. Less useless talk, Jishue Yulan criticized directly. Zishue Yulan's mind was still very clear. Without Zheng Chen, how could they have arrived here so quickly? If the small monsters still relied on him, what was the use of bringing these few team members? As for her subordinates, Zishue Yulan understood them well, most were her admirers. So seeing Zheng Chen steal the spotlight, they would certainly not have a good attitude. For Zishue Yulan, who had many admirers, handling these matters had become second nature. The more she was tough and indifferent towards those who willingly followed her, the more their enthusiasm for following her would rise. The ordinary flame bulls were quickly cleared out, and the mad demons summoned by the dark high priest played a significant role. However, due to excessive consumption, they could not continue fighting for a short time, so Zishue Yulan had to recall them. Zheng Chen also recovered quite a bit during this time of slacking off, and he could appropriately exert himself in the boss battle. Since the first 2 bosses had already been defeated, the loot was quite ordinary, so Zheng Chen was somewhat looking forward to this Hell Flame Bull. There was nothing much to say about this beast-shaped boss, he just needed to normally engage and output damage. Since there wasn't much boss data, he could only adapt as needed. Da Zhuang received the order to engage and charged forward with a large axe. The boss, seeing someone coming to disturb it, began to scrape the ground with its front hooves and charged forward fearlessly. When the 2 collided, Da Zhuang was certainly no match, but he was not an ordinary player. Just about 10 meters away, Da Zhuang suddenly braked with his legs, using the forward momentum to twist his waist and swing the axe. Just as the giant axe completed a full swing, the boss reached Da Zhuang's position, and the giant axe struck directly at the front leg of the Hell Flame Bull. The tremendous impact was so strong that even the boss's sturdy forelimbs couldn't withstand it, causing it to lose its balance with a single blow. Day1 looked back proudly and continued to charge at the boss. No wonder he's called Day1, he's got some tiger strength, not bad at all. Zhang Chen felt relaxed seeing Day1 able to hold the boss in check, finally able to focus on being a turret. Logically speaking, the Hellfire Bull was much stronger than the Dark High Priest, having reached the peak of the golden level just a step away from epic quality. However, the Hellfire Bull's attack methods were too orthodox for experts like Zhang Chen and the others. It wasn't the boss's high attack and defense that they feared, but rather any special attack methods or troublesome skills. Day1 relied on his combat awareness and skills to knock the Hellfire Bull down with one hit, looking at Zhang Chen as if to declare that he was not just a slacker but had real abilities. Seeing this, the archer Jianjun was also unwilling to be outdone, quickly knocking an arrow and shooting a powerful shot that cut through the air. The arrow thick as a small tree, its power clearly extraordinary. Powerful explosive arrow, the arrow hit the boss accurately, resulting in a violent explosion, and the boss, who was just about to rise, was blown back down to the ground. The priest Xiaoming saw that everyone's health was still healthy, so he also released an attack skill. The hidden profession angel not only had strong healing abilities but also possessed remarkable judgment skills, especially against Dark Series monsters. Judgment skills always performed surprisingly well. Sword of Judgment, Xiaoming unleashed his big move, and with the previous two's knockdowns, he wasn't worried about missing. The sword flashed with light in midair, and an angelic sword fell from the sky, piercing straight into the still-down boss. The Sword of Judgment quickly sank into the boss's body, dealing damage while a circle of energy spread outwards. The energy circle had no attacking capability but provided a buff effect for teammates. Everyone swept by the energy felt lighter, with increased attack and movement speed. Zhang Chen silently threw out a large fireball, feeling that his skills were too monotonous compared to the others in the team, lacking any flair. Although Zhang Chen's fireball dealt more damage than their big moves, the visual effect was truly incomparable. Flashy nonsense. Zhang Chen could only mutter 4 words to comfort himself. Contract, Stone Giant contract, Saber-toothed Tiger Jishua Yulan summon 2 contract. Beasts again. The Stone Giant was very large, and with its robust appearance, it could indeed contend with the Hellfire Bull. The Saber-toothed Tiger, though smaller, was still a fierce carnivorous monster, inherently advantageous in battling this Fire Bull boss. The Hellfire Bull, provoked by Day1, no longer paid attention to the others behind and turned directly to attack Day1 after getting up. Zhang Chen and the others timed their output, allowing Day1 to stabilize the aggro before continuing their assault. Zhang Chen was very satisfied with the team's attack rhythm and awareness. Both their attacks and positioning reflected the qualities of top-tier experts. In contrast, Jishua Yolan's contract beasts seemed specially reserved for this boss. The tall stone giant grabbed one of the Hellfire Bull's horns from behind with one hand, while the other hand continuously hammered the boss's head. The saber-toothed tiger, seeing the boss was controlled, dashed in like lightning, and due to the size difference, it bit down on the Hellfire Bull's leg, refusing to let go no matter how the bull thrashed. After a round of attacks, everyone used their strongest single-target skills, but the effect was not very significant. The boss only lost 3% of its health. This boss is really tough. Don't lose heart, we've already taken down so much health with just one round of skills. The damage is quite high, after all, we're fighting a monster at a higher level. Everyone, keep it up, Jin Shen encouraged, fearing that the team might feel disheartened. Accustomed to soloing bosses, Jin Shen was already used to this kind of scraping damage. The team had rarely grasped the rhythm of battle, so Jin Shen refrained from giving too many commands, allowing everyone to play freely. Although the Hellfire Bull had the ability to kill in an instant, it had no chance to hit until its health dropped to 30%, entering a berserk state, which then posed some threat to the team. After going berserk, the Hellfire Bull's flames surged and its speed increased by more than double, making it quite troublesome to dodge its charge. Don't panic, spread out and stop attacking, Jin Shen calmly directed, setting up a firewall in an empty direction. Although the boss's abilities had strengthened after going berserk, its intelligence was nearly zero. Seeing the red flames only made the already furious boss angrier, and it charged straight at the firewall. The berserk time won't be too long, just hold it off, Jin Shen said easily, feeling that such mindless monsters were merely there to deliver their heads. Just as the Hellfire Bull's momentum weakened and everyone thought victory was assured, a black streak shot across the sky towards them. Scatter! Jin Shen sensed a crisis and quickly urged everyone to disperse, but it was still a bit late. The black arrows struck the ground and exploded, and while others were fine due to the distance, Day1 was blown away, losing more than half of his health. Xiao Ming reacted quickly, stabilizing himself and immediately healing Day1 back to full health. A bunch of rodents, daring to run wild in my burial ground, a sleek black figure rushed over, performing a beautiful turn in the air and landing directly on the back of the Hellfire Bull. This is the guardian boss in front of the bone dragon, how did it come here? Ji Shuiyulan exclaimed in surprise. Dark Soul Archer, reverse feather level, 45 quality, epic health 200,000. A humanoid boss, a female archer of epic quality, yet with only a mere 200,000 health. However, no one would underestimate her due to her low health. Everyone be careful, humanoid bosses are generally very strong. Their attributes are high, and their intelligence is not something beast-type monsters can compare to, Jin Chen warned. But before he could finish, De Zhuang charged forward with his axe, clearly feeling embarrassed after being blown away earlier. Before De Zhuang could reach the boss, several black arrows shot towards him. If he continued to charge, he would undoubtedly be hit. Although impulsive, De Zhuang wasn't blinded by rage. He quickly stopped and swung his axe to block the arrows, but the force was so great that it nearly knocked his weapon away. Stabilizing himself, De Zhuang finally calmed down. At that moment, the Hellfire Bull also recovered from its post-berserk weakness, and the difficulty increased significantly with both bosses working together. Ji Shui, you take the 2 contract beasts and the team to deal with the stupid bull. I'll hold off the archer, Jin Chen said, quickly riding out on Xiaoguai. With a wave of his staff, an ice arrow formed instantly, and after locking onto Reverse Feather with his mental power, it shot out at high speed. Reverse Feather, with high agility, saw the attack coming and performed a backflip off the Hellfire Bull. Thinking she had dodged the attack, she was surprised when the ice arrow missed and returned, hitting the careless Reverse Feather directly. After being hit, Reverse Feather frowned, locking her eyes on Jin Chen's position and preparing to counterattack. Jin Chen's goal was to separate the 2 bosses, and he rode Xiaoguai away into the distance, with Reverse Feather hot on his heels. Even though it's a humanoid boss, its intelligence is still not quite enough. Zhang Chen looked back at the pursuing Niu and couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Chen was riding Xiaoguai, racing ahead, while the Dark Soul Archer, Niu, relentlessly chased after him. Just as Zhang Chen was feeling pleased about successfully separating the 2 bosses, an arrow exuding a deathly aura whizzed past his cheek. Although it wouldn't have killed him instantly even if it hit, it still sent a chill down his spine. Xiaoguai, light binding, Zhang Chen commanded, patting Xiaoguai's neck. Xiaoguai was already tired of running. How could a noble light unicorn be content to be chased? Upon receiving the order, it gathered the power of light, and the light binding accurately struck Niu behind them. Binding a single target was much easier than binding a group of monsters, but controlling Niu was just the first step. The goal was to ensure the next skill could hit. Although Niu was bound, it didn't affect her archery. The light attribute made her uncomfortable, but her arrows remained incredibly precise. Zhang Chen, while riding, could only dodge back and forth, but Xiaoguai wasn't as agile. Niu seemed to sense the key and began shooting arrows at Xiaoguai. Just as Zhang Chen was worried and wanted to call Xiaoguai back, a light shield appeared in front of Xiaoguai, protecting both Xiaoguai and Zhang Chen. Niu's arrows, as if encountering their nemesis, lost all power upon hitting the light shield and fell to the ground. Come and taste this, big guy. Zhang Chen raised his staff high and then swung it down sharply. A massive fireball, which had been gathering power for an unknown amount of time, fell from the sky, targeting the bound Niu. It turned out that Zhang Chen had been charging the fireball since the end of the first strike. It had already condensed for quite a while. Niu's attention had been focused on Zhang Chen, and with the intense heat of the sun in the sky, she hadn't noticed it. The fireball descending from the sky was extremely dense, having been compressed multiple times. Its power was unlike before. Niu sensed the threat, but the light prison was truly her weakness, and with no other choice, she could only raise her hand to block and endure the blow. Zhang Chen knew that a super large fireball alone wouldn't pose a threat to the boss, so he quickly began his next skill while the fireball was still in the air. He released 6 elements, gathering them behind him into an arrow shape, linking the 6 arrows with his mental power, locking onto Niu's position. This small-scale 6-element reverse fusion didn't consume much energy, and the release speed was very fast. Zhang Chen just wanted to practice against Niu. The flames of the fireball finally dissipated, and the light of the light binding was also gradually weakening. Just as Niu was about to draw her bow to counterattack, she was simultaneously hit by the 6 attribute arrows. The mental power linkage caused the 6 attributes to explode at once, and the conflicting attributes instantly detonated, forming a small-scale reverse fusion technique. The light binding dissipated, and Niu was left in a disheveled state, her health dropping by 5%. The effects of the simple skills were very evident, and Zhang Chen gained some new insights into attribute fusion techniques. He had always wanted to compress to the limit, thinking that the more magical elements, the better, which often left him with only a single strike's power. However, through the recent attempt, he discovered that this small-scale energy reverse fusion, while dealing several times less damage than before, didn't impose a high burden on him, and the release speed was extremely fast. With the guidance of mental power, the hit rate was also very high. In short, Zhang Chen felt that his attacks had become light and agile, his endurance had become more lasting, and he could change tactics at any time. Magic, the source relies on magic power, but the power relies on method, instant kill. Zhang Chen had a new realization and became somewhat entranced. Niu flipped up, drawing her bow and beginning to charge. Without needing to think, it was clear she was about to unleash a big move. According to common logic, a boss would only unleash a big move after losing 10% of its health, but this Niu clearly wasn't following the usual rules. Ultimate move, Star-Shattering Moon. The words appeared above the head of Yu, who had unexpectedly unleashed a finishing move. Such special skills are usually the trump cards of bosses, and it was surprising that it was used right at the beginning of the battle. The arrow in Yu's hand gradually became transparent, shimmering like starlight. Zhang Chen felt a threat and ordered Xiaoguai to moved quickly to try to throw it off, but no matter where he ran, he felt as if he was locked on. EU released the bowstring, and the arrow vanished into thin air, reappearing about 5 meters in front of Zhang Chen. Its speed so fast that it was impossible to dodge. Xiao Guai once again unleashed a light shield to block, but at the moment of contact, it shattered into fragments of light. The arrow flew straight towards Zhang Chen's head, the entire process taking less than half a breath. Zhang Chen's eyes and mental energy had already detected the arrow, but his body couldn't keep up with its speed. He could only instinctively tilt his head to dodge, yet the arrow still left a long wound on his left cheek. Just when he thought the danger had passed, an explosion occurred the next moment. Zhang Chen instinctively raised his arm to protect his head, and he was blown sideways by the explosion, his head ringing and his health nearly depleted, plunging him into a brief state of dizziness. An epic boss 10 levels above his own, any mistake could lead to total defeat. EU's follow-up attack was already in preparation, and Zhang Chen's state could not withstand another hit. The dizziness left him unable to dodge. Holy Light. Blessing. Xiao Guai sensed Zhang Chen's unusual state and actively released the skill Holy Light Blessing, directly clearing Zhang Chen's negative status. It quickly ran in front of Zhang Chen, using its spiral horn to lift him into the air, then swiftly moved forward to catch the falling Zhang Chen and quickly left the spot. Just as Zhang Chen had moved away, 5 arrows shot towards him, and EU even used a rapid-fire arrow technique against the nearly dead Zhang Chen, showing just how much EU hated him. Zhang Chen regained his senses, consuming a health potion while casting slow healing on himself. Slow healing was calculated based on Zhang Chen's attack power, and since his attributes had grown significantly, the healing effect was much better than before. Zhang Chen almost made a mistake, immediately pulling all his focus back. It was unacceptable to be distracted and self-absorbed in the face of such a formidable boss. Firewall technique. Ice Rain. Zhang Chen released 2 commonly used area control skills, using the firewall technique to block EU's line of sight, desperately trying to recover health during this time. Ultimate move. Arrow breaking the sky. Zhang Chen felt a sense of crisis again through the firewall, and the next second, an arrow broke through the wall and flew towards him with pinpoint accuracy. Through the gap in the firewall, Zhang Chen saw yet another finishing move and was taken aback. He had never seen a boss continuously unleash special skills before. The arrow was immensely powerful. Unlike the previous star-shattering moon, this one focused more on power and momentum. The fire wall Zhang Chen had cast was torn apart by EU's arrow, and through the crack, he vaguely saw the words above EU's head. Ultimate move. Arrow breaking the sky. Zhang Chen was shocked. He hadn't expected this boss to have only lost 5% of its health and was already unleashing finishing moves in succession. The black arrow surged with energy, emphasizing power and momentum, and Zhang Chen felt the threat but had no way to evade. Wall of Gale. Shield of Holy Light. Zhang Chen and Xiao Guai simultaneously released their defensive skills, but it was clear they couldn't withstand it. It was merely a desperate measure. EU's attack easily pierced through Zhang Chen's defenses. Xiao Guai's Shield of Holy Light shattered in an instant, and the Wall of Gale was also torn open. Everything happened in an instant. Zhang Chen, already prepared, turned sharply but was still hit in the left arm. After the arrow struck, he was thrown off Xiao Gui's back. Zhang Chen was dragged along the ground for more than 10 meters, his health reduced to a third. If that shot had hit a vital spot, he would have been killed instantly. Without time to be surprised, Zhang Chen hurriedly rolled and crawled to dodge the subsequent barrage of arrows. The 2 consecutive failures left him extremely frustrated. He, who had once defeated divine beasts, was now in such a sorry state against an epic quality boss. It seems I've relied too much on myself, and my combat awareness has dropped significantly. After barely dodging the next volley of arrows, Zhang Chen executed a double jump to create distance. Once he steadied himself, he couldn't help but start self-reflecting. In a battle between a mage and an archer, the mage was already at a disadvantage in terms of attack range. If the difference in offensive and defensive power was too great, he could only rely on awareness and positioning to turn the tide. However, ever since he had Xiao Guai, Zhang Chen had almost given up on positioning, delegating nearly all movement to Xiao Guai, which made him overly reliant and led to the recent close calls. At the moment Zhang Chen was reflecting, EU was not idle. Although the distance between them exceeded her normal attack range, EU did not move her feet but instead drew her bow and began to charge. Arrow of the Gale. Zhang Chen was well aware of this skill. As long as the archer locked onto a target, no matter how far the enemy ran, the arrow could reach its range, and the further the distance, the stronger the attack. Xiao Guai, protect yourself and provide support from the side. Zhang Chen left a message for Xiao Guai with his mental energy and then began to focus. The arrow of the Gale shot through the air. Zhang Chen used his mental energy to lock onto the arrow, and when it was still over 10 meters away, he predicted its trajectory and sidestepped to avoid it. Having dodged the skill, Zhang Chen did not stop. He quickly rushed towards EU. The distance he had created earlier was too far, exceeding his casting range. This time, Zhang Chen put away his playful attitude and became truly serious. EU's arrows fell like rain, and Zhang Chen's steps became ethereal. With each arrow EU shot, Zhang Chen had already determined its path. For Zhang Chen, this was routine, but for EU, it was absurd. Her archery skills were widely recognized as strong, and although she had been in the upper hand today, releasing so many arrows without achieving victory, especially against a much weaker opponent, was a humiliation. Zheng Chen quickly entered his effective range. Instead of moving forward, he began to move laterally in an irregular pattern, elegantly waving his staff as 6 elements began to gather around him. Hundreds of ice crystals formed in front of Zheng Chen, and his mental energy acted like a large net, instantly connecting all the ice crystals together. With another wave of his staff, hundreds of ice crystals surged towards Yu like a tide. Even the usually calm Yu began to panic as the overwhelming ice crystals brought her immense pressure. Realizing the danger, Yu attempted to retreat, but a cage of light descended from above, created by Xiao Guai's light confinement spell. Hundreds of ice crystals automatically paired up in the air, with each of the 6 attributes drawn together by Zheng Chen's mental energy. The ice crystals, chaotic yet organized, surged towards Yu like a well-trained army. Boom boom boom, a series of explosions erupted, all from the small reverse magic fusion technique composed of ice crystals. Although the fusion technique was not large in scale, its sheer number made it formidable. Under the continuous explosions, even an epic-level boss could not withstand it, let alone a fragile archer. The advantage of a humanoid boss lay in its intelligence and attack methods, while its defense and health were significantly inferior to those of a beast-shaped boss. So, humanoid bosses are quite extreme. If you can suppress them, it becomes very easy, but if your strength is insufficient, you might end up like Zheng Chen before, either nearly getting killed in an instant, or being slowly worn down. After half a minute, the explosion finally ended, and Zheng Chen seized the opportunity to catch his breath. After nearly being killed twice in a row and then launching such a fierce counterattack, even Zheng Chen's stamina was starting to lag behind. Fortunately, with Xiao Guai sharing his mental energy, it wasn't too taxing to unleash such a wide-range skill. After several attempts, Zheng Chen began to enjoy this small-scale magical fusion technique. It didn't consume much of his mental energy, yet its power was not significantly less than that of a large attribute sphere. The key was that it wouldn't instantly drain his mental energy. As the dust from the explosion settled, Yu slumped weakly on the ground, still surrounded by the light of confinement. Zheng Chen looked at Xiao Guai. In confusion, logically, the light confinement shouldn't last this long. He saw Xiao Guai focusing intently on Yu, its aura shining brightly, clearly angered by Zheng Chen's 2 previous crises. Mental impact. Xiao Guai actively released a mental shock towards Yu, a tangible mental force shooting from the spiral horn atop Xiao Guai's head and directly penetrating Yu's body. In her weakened state, Yu's spirit was vulnerable, and in an instant, she was overtaken by Xiao Guai's mental energy, her slumped body appearing even more lifeless. Zheng Chen glanced at Yu's health. That last strike had taken away 20% of her health, and most importantly, it had temporarily incapacitated her. Master, how should we deal with her? Xiao Guai suddenly communicated with Zheng Chen. What do you mean? Zheng Chen was a bit confused. I've already controlled her. Don't be fooled by her still vibrant life force. Once her spirit is extinguished, she's finished. Xiao Guai replied, puffing up with pride. Ah, is that so? Then what are we waiting for? Finish her off. Zheng Chen, filled with hatred for Yu, gave the order directly. Zheng Chen seemed to remember something. Just as he finished saying to eliminate her, he immediately called for a halt. Wait. Xiao Guai was about to strike when it heard Zheng Chen stop command and quickly ceased its attack. What's wrong? Can we recruit her? Zheng Chen said with a sly smile. Zheng Chen grinned, suddenly recalling another layer of meaning in Xiao Guai's words. How should we deal with her? This originally meant that the current Yu could be disposed of at will. Even if a boss was killed, how much experience could one gain? It would only drop some equipment or a skill book. But if she could be recruited as a pet, her growth would far surpass that of just a few pieces of equipment. Can we recruit her? Zheng Chen asked Xiao Guai. Given Yu's strength, which had caused Zheng Chen to suffer twice, with some training, she could even stand on her own. Zheng Chen's mind was already envisioning the scene of Xiao Guai and Yu grinding monsters together while he leisurely sipped tea in the back. By the way, I need to have Ji Shui and Yulan bring me some good tea leaves. Zheng Chen thought to himself. He had already fallen into his own thoughts. Although his assets were nearing 1 billion star coins, the oil and water of that card still needed to be accounted for. It should be possible to recruit her. She's been weakened by the explosion and her fighting spirit is at its lowest. Since I've controlled her with my mental energy, she has almost no ability to resist. Xiao Guai set aside its killing intent, its mental energy becoming more peaceful, seemingly persuading Yu to surrender. Xiao Guai, I didn't expect you to have such skills. I should have just let you use your mental energy to attack from the start. Zheng Chen dusted himself off and said relaxedly. It's a good thing your mental energy isn't bad. If mental attacks were so profitable, why would we need other types of magic? Zheng Chen felt a bit speechless at Xiao Guai's disdain. If it weren't for her being weak and mentally exhausted, using a mental attack recklessly could very likely backfire. This kind of mental suppression should not be used lightly unless both sides are vastly different in strength, Xiao Guai continued to explain. Zheng Chen nodded, no longer disturbing Xiao Guai, his gaze falling on Yu, who appeared to be struggling somewhat but gradually relaxed her furrowed brow and gave up the struggle. Alright, she said she can surrender, but she won't participate in the battle against the bone dragon, Xiaoguai said. Her expression easing as she turned to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen nodded again. After all, she had once been a subordinate of the bone dragon. Although she surrendered, she wouldn't betray her master, and Zhang Chen had always appreciated principled people. With both sides reaching an agreement, Zhang Chen took a great advantage and directly signed a pet contract with EU. EU did not show any signs of unwillingness, and after the contract was completed, she was immediately returned to Zhang Chen's pet space. The entire process was very smooth, making Zhang Chen feel as if he were dreaming. In the past, capturing a pet required nearly beating it to death before taming it, which was quite troublesome, not to mention an epic-level boss. Xiaoguai, you're amazing. Zhang Chen praised happily. Xiaoguai shook her head and communicated with mental energy. If she were in her beast form, my mental attack would have been impossible to succeed. Humans are strong, but at the same time, they are very weak. Without a firm will and strong fighting spirit, they can easily become despondent after a setback. I just took advantage of a moment. If I had given her a little more time to adjust, I would have found it hard to suppress her. Zhang Chen looked at Xiaoguai in amazement. He had always thought of her as a simple unicorn, but he didn't expect her to understand combat and human nature to such an extent. Seeing Zhang Chen silent, Xiaoguai continued, there are some things I later understood, but I don't blame you. The light unicorn and humans are friends by nature. Although your behavior can be quite strange at times, overall, you are a good person. From your mental energy, I can feel that innate sense of justice. Zhang Chen was even more surprised and didn't know what to say. The things Xiaoguai had come to understand were certainly about how he had deceived her with the excuse of helping her find her mother. He didn't expect Xiaoguai's intelligence to have reached such a height. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to deceive you, Zhang Chen sincerely apologized. The darkness will eventually descend again. As long as our goals are aligned, the rest doesn't matter. I will help you become stronger. Xiaoguai's communication was calm, giving Zhang Chen the same feeling as before, yet he sensed something was different. Even her gaze had become deeper. Zhang Chen stepped forward and patted Xiaoguai. Just as he was about to say something, Zhishui, Yu, Lan, and the others arrived after defeating the Hellfire Bull. Where's the boss? Dezhuang rushed over first, panting and asking. Seeing someone interrupt, Zhang Chen held back the words he was about to say, gently stroked Xiaoguai's head, and then turned to respond to Zhishui, Yulan, and the others. President Zhishui, what did that stupid bull drop? Zhang Chen asked. In fact, Zhang Chen's question was somewhat unnecessary, as the loot had already been indicated in the team channel. He asked this to remind Zhishui and Yulan to bring out the items. You should be able to see the items, there's nothing you can use anyway. Since you'll be selling them after you go out, I'll just convert everything into star coins for you then, Zhishui patiently explained. Zhang Chen nodded, satisfied with Zhishui's attitude. After all, it was quite impressive for a woman like her to have transformed from being high and mighty to her current state. What about that dark soul archer? Zhishui Yulan looked around but did not see the boss, unable to help but ask, I wonder where it ran off to. It just suddenly disappeared in the middle of the fight. Zhang Chen smiled. For Zhang Chen, Zhishui Yulan was not really one of his own, and since this dungeon would not summon the reverse feather, he simply concealed the matter of having recruited it. Oh, Zhishui Yulan responded with a hint of doubt. The team information bar indeed showed no kill information, and there were no messages about equipment dropping. Anyway, her goal was the final bone dragon, and since the troublesome boss had run away, saving time was the best outcome. Do you need to rest? Zhang Chen urged. Zhishui Yulan looked at her teammates and decided to rest for a few minutes. Although the Hellfire Bull's rampage had ended and their abilities had decreased significantly, it still caused quite a bit of trouble for them. If it weren't for Zhang Chen's earlier help, this dungeon would likely have repeated its previous failures. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but glance at Zhang Chen, who was trying to get close to the unicorn. Zhang Chen was being overly familiar with the little one, and his mischievous demeanor made the little one a bit uncomfortable. Suddenly sensing Zhishui Yulan's gaze, he turned to look at her. Their eyes met, and Zhishui Yulan awkwardly looked away, taking out a dish of attribute-enhancing food to eat casually, her face surprisingly turning slightly red. Zhang Chen smiled proudly and walked straight over to Zhishui Yulan, plopping down in front of her and extending his hand boldly. What are you doing? Zhishui Yulan asked, annoyed at Zhang Chen's sudden approach. Aren't you going to share some of your pre-battle snacks with me? I'm going to be putting in some effort later. Zhang Chen laughed. Zhishui Yulan rolled her eyes at him and took out a dozen or so dishes of attribute-enhancing food to hand to Zhang Chen, while she turned her body sideways again to face him. Oh, right, that tea was really good. Don't forget to bring me some more later. Zhang Chen, munching on the food, still remembered the tea. Zhishui Yulan was speechless. She didn't expect Zhang Chen to be so opportunistic, and the little goodwill she had just felt vanished instantly. Infernal Bone Dragon level 50. Quality, Epic Health 15 million. The group arrived in front of the final boss, a massive bone dragon lying atop a black boulder. The bone dragon was in a state of decay, with only a few strands of muscle connecting various parts of its body. Its health was even higher than the ice and fire two-headed dragon they had encountered before, indicating it must have been a formidable dragon in life. Looks like it's Another fire attribute dragon. The infernal flame is different from normal fire. When hit, it will attach to the surface of the body and continuously cause erosion. Priests, be ready to use purification skills and avoid it as much as possible, Zheng Chen reminded. We can only adapt as we go. There isn't much information about this boss. The last 2 times, only the assassins made it here, so we haven't seen too many of the boss's abilities. The only thing we know is that it has great strength, Jishui Yulan agreed. You don't need to tell us that it has great strength, can't we see that? Zheng Chen said with a helpless smile. Zheng Chen's mockery immediately drew the displeasure of the others, and they all shot him angry glares. Alright, everyone, let's do our best, Jishui Yulan quickly said, sensing the atmosphere was off. Exactly, take all your anger out on the boss. Why are you directing it at me? Don't you know our time is limited? Zheng Chen echoed. The teammates withdrew their gazes and prepared themselves, ready to follow orders to attack this final boss. The super beast catching net is ready. Although its ability restriction may not be very strong, it can at least provide some control. Don't hold back. Throw it with all your might. Once it's caught, focus fire immediately, Zheng Chen said. In fact, ever since the last battle against the ice and fire dual-headed dragon, I have been thinking about how to limit flying monsters because I fell into a passive state. After much thought, the easiest and unlimited option is this super beast catching net. Although it's a bit expensive, everything is worth it compared to killing a boss. The others nodded in understanding and then began the final boss battle. I'll draw the monster and Dajhuan will throw the net to taunt it, Zheng Chen ordered. With a wave of his staff, hundreds of ice crystals gathered again, and having tasted success, Zheng Chen had grown fond of this skill that consumed little but had considerable power. Hundreds of ice crystals converged once more, and a series of explosions rang out as the infernal flame bone dragon was successfully awakened. Throw the net, Zheng Chen reminded loudly. Dajhuang, Jianjun, and Xiaoming heard the command and unhesitatingly threw the prepared super beast catching net, but it did nothing to stop the boss from ascending. Don't stop, keep throwing. Zheng Chen continued to attack while issuing commands, and Jishui Yulan was still controlling the 2 summoned contract pets. The stone giant and saber-toothed tiger were already low on health from battling the Hellfire Bull, but Jishui Yulan did not summon new contract pets, seemingly intent on using these 2 to fight to the end. I'll summon them at the right time, just command them, don't worry about me, Jishui Yulan said directly to Zheng Chen without waiting for him to ask. Zheng Chen nodded in response. After all, Jishui Yulan was a skilled player, and her trump card was known only to her. Since it concerned her own mission, Zheng Chen believed she would give her all at the right moment. Roar! Just as the infernal flame bone dragon was about to successfully ascend, a beast-catching net finally ensnared it, and the wingless infernal flame bone dragon struggled and fell from mid-air. Focus fire. The others, not waiting for Zheng Chen's order, had already prepared their strongest attack skills. Dajhuang took the opportunity to continuously use taunt, trying to keep the aggro firmly on himself. Contract Bomb Bird. Seeing the bone dragon successfully restrained, Jishui Yulan directly summoned the Bomb Bird. The Bomb Bird had low health and average attack power, but it excelled in numbers and flying speed. The small-sized Bomb Bird was born to destroy, with only one attack in its lifetime, to crash into something and explode. This type of monster usually appears at the entrances of certain ruins, serving as a basic monster to repel intruders, but due to their large numbers, they are one of the least desired monsters for players to encounter. A swarm of Bomb Birds instantly appeared in the air, and with a slight gesture of her staff, Jishui Yulan commanded the Bomb Bird swarm to dive towards the bone dragon. Although the small-scale explosions did not deal high damage, each Bomb Bird could take away about 50 health points from the boss, and with hundreds of them, the damage was considerable. Jishui is quite skilled. If this move were used in PK, I doubt anyone could withstand it, Zheng Chen remarked in surprise. Bomb Birds are hard to catch. If PK weren't against someone like you, I wouldn't be willing to use them, Jishui Yulan candidly replied. Zheng Chen curled his lips, unsure whether Jishui Yulan was complimenting him or resenting him. The infernal flame bone dragon quickly broke free from its restraints and flapped its wingless wings to fly again. Despicable humans, I have been dead for many years, yet you disturb my resting place, all of you shall die. The voice of the infernal flame bone dragon was deep and filled with resentment, sending chills down everyone's spines. Continue attacking. From a distance, Dajhuan keep throwing the net, and the priest watched the health. Zheng Chen's calculations were not wrong. The beast-catching net succeeded in dealing just over 1% damage to the boss at the right moment. However, due to Jishui Yulan's Bomb Bird being a one-time attack, the total damage dealt by everyone was only around 1%. Just after Zheng Chen issued the command, he suddenly felt a slight tremor beneath his feet, and a sense of crisis surged from underground. Watch your positioning, move away from your spot, keep moving, Zheng Chen quickly shouted as he sensed the danger. Through the previous battles with the monsters, although the team members were not particularly fond of Zheng Chen, they recognized his strength. At this moment, when Zheng Chen raised his voice to warn them, everyone immediately put down their attacks and hurriedly jumped to move. Sure enough, in the next second, huge bone spikes erupted from the ground where they had just been standing. The spikes appeared suddenly, incredibly sharp, and about a meter long. If they hadn't moved, not only could the damage have been fatal, but they would also have been pinned in place. Don't stop, the attack isn't over yet, Zheng Chen reminded them. Again. Following his instructions, everyone kept moving. Fortunately, the bone spikes only tracked their positions and could not predict their movements, allowing them to narrowly escape this round of attacks. What a cunning boss! I thought it would only use breath attacks, but it has such sneak attack methods. Zheng Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself as the bone spike attack ended. Zheng Chen's casual remark contrasted with the thoughts of the others. They hadn't noticed the bone spike attack at all. If it weren't for Zheng Chen's warning, they might have faced failure right after the fight began. This annoying guy truly was unfathomable. Everyone, stay alert and fully cooperate with the captain's orders. Ji Shuiyulan brought the somewhat dazed group back to their senses, emphasizing once again the importance of following Zheng Chen's commands. Ground spikes were one of the hardest skills to defend against because they were initiated with very little sound, and most people would focus their attention on the enemy during battle, making it highly likely to get hit. Especially when facing a boss like the Bone Dragon. Aside from Zheng Chen's high alertness, the others dared not let their minds wander. Get your spirits up, keep throwing the nets. Zheng Chen's skills never stopped as he saw the team's rhythm disrupted by the ground spikes, quickly reminding the team to continue fighting. The Bone Dragon's ground spike attack had a short interval, mixed with waves of bone rain, all area attacks that left everyone in a flurry. I didn't expect it to be a magical dragon. It's troublesome, really troublesome, Zheng Chen muttered while dodging the boss's attacks. Is there any good way? Not many of my contracted pets can attack from the air. Ji Shuiyulan also expressed her frustration. The Bone Dragon primarily used ranged attacks, making it difficult for everyone to use the beast-catching net to restrict it, as throwing the net from the ground to the air was quite challenging. Moreover, since the Bone Dragon used area attacks, De Zhuang's taunting skill became ineffective, and even Zheng Chen found it hard to focus on dealing damage, let alone the other team members. What can we do? Who knew this dragon was purely a ranged attacker? Even if it occasionally swoops down, we might have a chance to net it. Zheng Chen felt helpless. After all, the level difference was too great, and the monster itself was of epic level. The system was set up according to the player's level 50 standards, and once players reached level 50, they would have many more skills or pets capable of attacking from the air, making the dungeon's difficulty manageable. However, at this moment, the Bone Dragon was circling in the air, greatly limiting the team's output. If there were no time constraints, they might be able to slowly wear down the boss, but now they only had a few hours, and the situation was quite grim. At first, it took over 7 hours to defeat the Ice and Fire two-headed dragon. Even though the Infernal Bone Dragon has lower defense, its health is still 5 million more than that of the two-headed dragon. Zheng Chen, please think of a way. This task is really important to me. I'll agree to any conditions you propose. Ji Shuiyulan noticed that the boss's health was dropping very slowly, and if this continued, it would be difficult to eliminate it within the remaining time, making her a bit anxious. Zheng Chen looked at Ji Shuiyulan in surprise. The cost she had already paid for this dungeon was significant. What kind of task could make her invest so recklessly? May I ask, what kind of task could make Ji Shui the president so anxious? If it's just to sign a contract with this bone dragon after the battle, the cost seems a bit too high, doesn't it? Zheng Chen continued to cast skills while asking. Ji Shuiyulan realized she had lost her composure and fell silent at Zheng Chen's question, seemingly hesitating whether to tell him, as their relationship was not exactly friendly and could easily turn into enmity. Since Ji Shuiyulan didn't speak, Zheng Chen didn't press further and continued to deal damage. After a few minutes of silence, having gone through 2 rounds of spikes and 1 round of bone rain, Ji Shuiyulan finally couldn't hold back any longer. My profession is Nether Mage. This task is the most crucial part of accessing the Netherworld, and defeating the Infernal Bone Dragon in front of us will grant the key to the Netherworld. If I miss this task, even if I find other methods later, I will have lost the opportunity. Ji Shuiyulan explained in detail. Oh, the Netherworld? That's not a good place, there are many powerful monsters. Zheng Chen replied. Ji Shuiyulan looked at Zheng Chen in surprise. The game officials had never provided information about the Netherworld, and she only knew a little through her profession, while Zheng Chen seemed to have been there before. You've been there? Ji Shuiyulan asked in astonishment. Zheng Chen realized he had said too much and quickly changed the subject. I heard an NPC mention it while doing a quest. Since this task is so important to you, I really need to work harder. After saying this, Zheng Chen began to prepare his magic, this time using earth magic skills. After thinking it over, he concluded that only the heavy earth element could bring the boss down. President Ji Shui, please help hold the boss. I might need some time, Zheng Chen said seriously. After notifying Ji Shuiyulan, Zheng Chen communicated with Xiao Guai beside him, agreeing to strike together when the time came. The earth elements Zheng Chen gathered quickly took shape in the sky. Generally, the closer the earth elements are to the ground, the denser they become. Gathering them in the sky not only required enduring the heaviness of the earth elements but also demanded greater strength to condense them, which was not the best choice. However, considering the massive size of the Infernal Bone Dragon and its strength far exceeding that of other flying bosses, it would be difficult to bring it down without strong gravitational pressure. Under Zhang Chen's control, the earth elements quickly took shape, this time forming a cone with the tip facing down. The powerful gravitational pressure of the skill first bore down on Zhang Chen. To ensure it was hard enough, he kept reinforcing the shape, causing his entire body to tremble slightly. Once the skill took shape, the most crucial part was how to hit the target. At this moment, Zhang Chen was reaching the limit of sustaining the skill. With such weight, he had no energy left to control its direction. The infernal bone dragon flew at high speed and had already sensed the changes in the air. An epic level. Boss is no fool. Even if its intelligence doesn't reach the complexity of humans, it at least knows to stay away from threats. The infernal bone dragon quickly circled in the air, and the area it flew in was getting farther away from Zhang Chen's skill. Everyone, come over here. Jin Jun, start maximum output. We must pull the boss back. Ji Shui Yulan saw the skill taking shape in the air and knew that Zhang Chen was under immense pressure at that moment, so she quickly directed her teammates to help pull the monsters. Jin Jun, following orders, increased the output efficiency again, and Ji Shui Yulan also unleashed various curse skills, but the infernal flame dragon just wouldn't come down. Zhang Chen's sweat began to fall. He had thought that with Xiaoguai's light binding, it would be easy to catch the bosses. Flying mistake. As long as the boss reached below his skill, everything could be easily resolved. But plans often fall short of reality. He never expected the infernal flame bone dragon to actually know how to avoid danger. Tick-tock tick-tock, Zhang Chen's sweat dripped down his cheeks to the ground. At this moment, with his mental energy still abundant, it was the first time he was about to collapse from physical exhaustion. After holding on for a few more seconds, Zhang Chen helplessly closed his eyes and then plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. The infernal flame bone dragon had long sensed that among the few people below, Zhang Chen posed the greatest threat. Seeing Zhang Chen fall to the ground, it quickly flapped its wings and dove down for the first time, its dragon mouth slightly open, gathering the infernal flame breath. Xiaoguai. Just as the giant dragon began to dive, Zhang Chen shouted loudly, and the light binding instantly enveloped the infernal flame dragon. Although it couldn't stop it in midair, it did restrict the boss's flying speed. Come on! Zhang Chen shouted, suddenly getting up, a confident smile appearing on his face. He clenched his open palm into a fist, and the massive cone that should have dissipated in midair suddenly fell. Let me show you what free fall is. Facing the charging giant dragon, Zhang Chen was unafraid, instead excitedly roaring. The infernal flame bone dragon, shrouded in the light binding, felt a surge of disgust. Although it couldn't break free for the time being, it couldn't stop its body from diving down. Seeing the boss charging towards him, Zhang Chen held his ground, his right hand tightly clenched into a fist, and the massive cone that should have disappeared suddenly began to descend. Come on, let you experience the power of free fall. Zhang Chen roared defiantly. Through the calculation of his mental energy, with the restriction of the light binding, the infernal flame bone dragon's speed was just right to be hit by the earth-type skill cone. And the skill that should have dissipated with Zhang Chen's fall was precisely the time power that Zhang Chen had just comprehended. Just as Zhang Chen was about to close his eyes from exhaustion, the dripping sweat seemed to make him feel the existence of time. With Zhang Chen's current strength, it was difficult to fully control the time power. Relying solely on the hourglass skill, he couldn't move the cone's position. In a moment of crisis, a flash of inspiration struck Zhang Chen. If only I could pause the time in the skill area in the sky. Recalling the fate while guarded by the Elder of Order, when he activated time pause, only a small area of the wheel paused, proving that even if he used the hourglass, it wouldn't affect the entire world. This meant he could further shrink the paused area to achieve a time pause in a specific region. In just a few seconds, Zhang Chen felt as if he had experienced a millennium. No matter how he tried to mobilize the time power, he couldn't succeed. Just as he was about to give up, his heart instead felt clear, and the tick-tock sound rhythmically resonated with his soul, giving Zhang Chen some inspiration. With his current ability, controlling time was impossible, but he had the seed of time, which he could completely guide. Thus, Zhang Chen gently guided the time power, combined with the enhancement of the hourglass, successfully forming an independent paused space in the area of the cone in midair. After completing all this, Zhang Chen was nearly exhausted, slumped on the ground gasping for breath, which instead created the illusion for the infernal flame bone dragon that it could take the opportunity to kill Zhang Chen in one blow. The determination of the infernal bone dragon to kill Zhang Chen was very firm, and Zhang Chen had calculated its flying speed and the landing point of the cone-shaped object. The team members watched the infernal bone dragon nervously. If Zhang Chen were to fall, this dungeon task could almost be declared a failure. The massive cone-shaped object, due to gravitational reasons, was descending faster and faster, its sharp tip piercing through the air like a meteor from the heavens. Everything seemed to be rehearsed. The cone landed perfectly on the back of the infernal bone dragon, and the sharp tip directly stabbed into its body. Because the cone was too heavy, combined with the force of gravity, even the robust dragon race could not withstand it, and it was directly pulled down towards the ground. No matter how the infernal bone dragon flapped its wings, the downward momentum was unimpeded. Boom! As the infernal bone dragon hit the ground, dust instantly rose around it, and the cone penetrated its body, the tip fiercely stabbing into the ground, while the cone made of earth elements showed no signs of damage. The infernal bone dragon suffered a heavy blow, and its health dropped by 25%, and its body was firmly pinned to the ground. The injured boss could not muster any strength. No matter how it struggled, the cone did not budge an inch. Don't just stand there, the rest is up to you. Don't attack near the cone. First, target its wings and make it fly, Zheng Chen reminded. After conveying the order, Zheng Chen once again fell to the ground, his staff resting beside him, silently looking at his hands. This battle had given him profound insights. Whether it was the use of magical elements or breakthroughs in the power of time, all of this was far more gratifying than obtaining a top-tier piece of equipment. However, his stamina was completely depleted. Maintaining the cone in the air consumed too much energy. This was the first time Zheng Chen's mental energy had not been exhausted, but his physical strength could not keep up. The team members naturally seized the opportunity, and Ji Shui Yulan summoned her contract beasts on a large scale. Although they were not particularly powerful, their numbers were astonishing, indicating that she was also prepared to go all out. Holy light baptism. A golden light fell upon Zheng Chen as Xiao Ming was giving him a buff. As the golden light flickered and faded, Zheng Chen felt much more comfortable. Thank you, Zheng Chen nodded in acknowledgement. The priest Xiao Ming smiled kindly and quickly joined the attack on the infernal bone dragon. The infernal bone dragon was quite tenacious. Although its body could not move, it still breathed out infernal flames, resisting by swinging its head. However, it posed no threat to the team members, who easily maneuvered to the side of the bone dragon, perfectly avoiding the dragon's breath attack. The damage caused by the cone was significant, and the subsequent continuous damage was even higher. The wound on its spine could not heal, and dark green blood continuously flowed out. It seemed that even without the attacks from others, the infernal bone dragon would not last much longer. Little Guai, why don't you try using a mental attack to see if you can subdue it? Zheng Chen asked tentatively. Little Guai shook her head and said, the mental strength of the dragon race is very strong, and it is currently in a state of extreme anger. Look at its resistance. It would rather risk its life than give up. My mental strength is hard to control. If I'm not careful, it could backfire. Zheng Chen nodded at her words. He had no expectations anyway, so he felt no sense of loss at the moment. One had to admit that the dragon race was indeed formidable. As time passed, Zheng Chen's magical effects were continuously weakening, and the infernal bone dragon managed to twist its body, causing the cone to crack and eventually shatter into pieces scattered on the ground. At this point, the infernal bone dragon was on the brink of death, its vitality insufficient to support the healing of its wounds, and its wings could not fly again due to the team's attacks. The infernal bone dragon looked at Zheng Chen with resentment, crawling desperately towards him even in death. It gathered its dragon breath several times, but ultimately dissipated due to insufficient power. Zheng Chen stood still, watching the infernal bone dragon, and in the end, it still couldn't reach him. Congratulations to the player Heavenly Justice team for successfully achieving the first kill of the level 50 epic quality boss Infernal Bone Dragon, receiving a large amount of experience rewards and each person gaining 50,000 reputation. The system announcement rang out, declaring the death of the Infernal Bone Dragon. Everyone thought the final boss would be a tough battle, but unexpectedly, Zheng Chen secured victory with a single skill. Ji Shui Yulan ignored the pile of loot on the ground and directly threw the contract towards the Infernal Bone Dragon, closing her eyes as if communicating with the still lingering soul. Zheng Chen didn't care about that. All the loot on the ground was his, and he naturally wanted to count it carefully. He used his gaze to shoo away his teammates and began to enjoy the thrill of picking up the loot. Zheng Chen happily went to collect the loot. The level 50 epic boss was indeed generous. The first thing that caught his eye was an epic level weapon, a pair of daggers made from bone spines. Infernal Bone Dagger level 50 quality, epic unidentified. The dagger was already incredibly sharp even before identification, considering the bone spine attacks that appeared on the ground. Earlier, it was clear that this pair of daggers was top-notch. Bone Dragon Armor level 50 quality, epic unidentified. In addition to the daggers, there was also a piece of dragon bone armor that was quite eye-catching. It was also an epic quality piece of equipment, entirely made from dragon bones. The armor had a peculiar design, resembling an external skeleton, with the spine on the back connecting to several ribs, which in turn connected to the breastbone at the front, leaving other areas completely exposed. Zheng Chen initially thought the bone dragon armor would be heavy, but to his surprise, it was very light. He tapped the armor with his staff and confirmed that the bones were indeed quite resilient. However, this design was suitable for defending against swords and blades, but its defense against arrows might not be as strong. The bone dragon armor had no class requirements. Given its lightweight, it should be suitable for agile classes. Classes with high agility would also have better evasion against arrows, so the design flaw was not too significant. Bone Dragon Spike. Activate the Bone Dragon Spike at a designated location, dealing piercing damage to those in the area. The spike deals significant damage while having a chance to immobilize enemies in place and cause bleeding damage. Can be learned by magic classes at level 50. Zheng Chen felt a warm familiarity upon seeing the skill book. The Bone Dragon Spike should belong to a special skill category, as it was the Infernal Bone Dragon's own skill, and its power was evident. Unfortunately, this skill had a level restriction, and level 50 was still a long way off. Infernal Bone Dragon Wings Level 50 Special Equipment Unidentified. The Infernal Bone Dragon also dropped a pair of bone wings, which were purple-black and made of sharp bones. They should be a special equipment that helps with flying, but Zhang Chen couldn't understand how wings made of bones without feathers could soar through the wind. Not bad, not bad. Although Xiao Guai can fly at level 50, it's always good to be able to fly myself, Zhang Chen muttered to himself with satisfaction. Underworld Teleportation Scroll 10/10. Using this scroll allows travel to the underworld. Once the uses are exhausted, it will automatically disappear. This should count as her quest item, right? Zhang Chen mumbled as he looked towards Ji Shuiyulan. The remaining loot was almost all insignificant items, and Zhang Chen tossed everything into his backpack. Overall, it was a fruitful haul. Although he didn't need the weapon and armor, the skill book and bone wings were still quite nice. Ji Shuiyulan also successfully completed the contract, but there was no smile on her face. Instead, she looked somewhat disappointed. Why does the president of Ji Shui look troubled even after acquiring the bone dragon? Zhang Chen asked. What was that skill of yours? To think that even the boss's soul has been injured. Although a contract was signed with the bone dragon, the wounds on its back still remain, and its combat power is probably far from what it used to be, Ji Shuiyulan said with some regret. Zhang Chen smiled slightly. The skill was merely a spur-of-the-moment idea, conceptualized based on his own thoughts, and he never considered it could harm its soul. If he hadn't had that skill at the time, Ji Shuiyulan might not have even had the chance to sign the contract. This is the quest item you wanted, right? Zhang Chen directly tossed the Underworld Teleportation Scroll to Ji Shuiyulan. She took the scroll and fell into silence, eventually tentatively asking, "Why are you helping me?" "It's business," Zhang Chen replied with a smile. Ji Shuiyulan had initially approached Zhang Chen as a last resort, holding on to a glimmer of hope, not expecting him to set aside past grievances. It could be said that Zhang Chen's contributions accounted for over 70% of the entire dungeon's success. "I have to admit, you really are strong. It's best not to make you an enemy unless absolutely necessary," Ji Shuiyulan said, putting away the scroll with a hint of reluctance. Zhang Chen shrugged nonchalantly and continued, "Don't forget to settle the bill, Ji Shui president. As for the amount, I believe you know it well enough." Ji Shuiyulan nodded, satisfied with such a clean and straightforward transaction. Once the bill was settled, neither owed the other any favors. Regarding this dungeon, Ji Shuiyulan had already transferred a lot of star coins to Zhang Chen. In the early stages, and considering the equipment dropped by the Hellfire Bulls later, she had planned to transfer another 50 million star coins to him, which would have been sufficient. However, considering the almost zero chance of clearing the dungeon without Zhang Chen's help, she couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Ji Shuiyulan initially wanted Zhang Chen to quote a price himself, but when she looked up, she found that Zhang Chen had already activated the return to town and left. "You little brat, playing hard to get with me." Ji Shuiyulan felt a bit angry. Everything and everyone had always been under her control, yet this man remained an enigma, his strength impossible to gauge. Zhang Chen returned to White Tiger City, and not long after, he received a notification of funds being deposited into his account. Ji Shuiyulan is quite generous, directly transferring 100 million star coins. Not bad at all. Zhang Chen walked happily down the streets of White Tiger City, and a few minutes later, he received another email, which turned out to be filled with the tea leaves he had previously drunk. He didn't expect that a few joking words would lead Ji Shuiyulan to actually follow through. "This woman is quite interesting," Zhang Chen said thoughtfully upon seeing the email. "Humph, always thinking about women. I see you've forgotten your master." Woof woof, a female voice came from behind Zhang Chen, accompanied by a few dog barks. He turned around to find Fengling and her little dog, Honey, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. "Oh, it's you, Fengling. Long time no see." Zhang Chen hurriedly greeted her and squatted down to pet the little dog that had brought him fortune. "Ungrateful people don't deserve to call me sister." Humph. Fengling crossed her arms over her chest, turning her head aside in anger. "How could I be ungrateful? Didn't Lin Han take you to see your grandfather?" Zhang Chen clearly remembered Lin Han saying he would take care of Fengling's matters, not expecting to run into her here. A bunch of big liars. "He said my grandfather didn't want to see me, but that's a lie. How could my grandfather not want to see me?" "Liar, liar, liar." Boo. As Fengling spoke, she began to cry. Seeing her cry, Zhang Chen was at a loss for what to do. Sun Siege's situation was indeed strange. He said it had nothing to do with him, yet because of him being captured, it became related. When the other party let him go, he stayed behind to cultivate, making Zhang Chen feel quite innocent in the matter. "Come on, I'll take you to see the city lord. Let's go find your grandfather together." After thinking for a moment, Zhang Chen decided to personally request to meet Sun Siege. With the identity of the envoy from White Tiger City, it was very convenient to enter the lord's mansion. After clarifying Fengling's identity to the guards, the two quickly arrived before the lord of White Tiger City. "Lord, this is my master Sun Siege's granddaughter. Since my master has been gone for too long, Fengling wants to see him," Zhang Chen stated. Directly. "Oh, it's Linger. Come here, let uncle take a look, you've grown so tall." The lord of White Tiger City greeted warmly. "Uncle, I want to see grandpa," Fengling said, a bit aggrieved. Zhang Chen looked at their conversation in surprise, not expecting Fengling to be so familiar with the Lord. He thought he could use his identity to help, but it seemed he wouldn't be needed after all. It's not that Uncle doesn't let you see him, it's that he himself is staying in the inferno and won't come out, the Lord of White Tiger City said helplessly. After seeing Fengling's aggrieved little face, he quickly added, how about this, let our envoy from White Tiger City take you there. Here is my order, with this, no one will stop you. The Lord of White Tiger City handed over a token on which the 3 large characters, White Tiger City, were prominently inscribed. Lord, where exactly is this inferno? Zheng Chen asked. Oh, my memory. Go to the southwest corner of the holy city, it's a very conspicuous building. Inside, the heat is unbearable, so you two need to pay attention to your safety, the Lord of White Tiger City replied. After learning the general information and watching the Lord's warm inquiries towards Fengling, for a while they set off again. Linger, you seem to be quite familiar with the Lord, Zheng Chen asked curiously as he led Fengling towards the teleportation array. Well, it's okay. It's all because of my parents, so the people in White Tiger City treat me and Grandpa very well, Fengling replied. Your parents must have made a significant contribution. If they were just ordinary experts, it would be hard to gain everyone's recognition. My parents have been on the front lines fighting against darkness. They lost contact after a temporary mission, and there has been no news until today, not even news of their deaths, Fengling said, her expression dimming. Don't be sad, no news of death means there is still hope. Maybe they are trapped somewhere. Zheng Chen comforted. The two quickly arrived at the holy city through the teleportation array. It must be said that the identity of the envoy from White Tiger City was very convenient, at least, while others could not enter the holy city, they could come and go freely. Arriving at the entrance of the inferno, they showed the Lord's order to the guards and explained their purpose, passing through without any obstruction. Pushing open the stone door of the prison, they were met with a staircase leading down. The prison was somewhat dim, with torches mounted on the walls, and the temperature rose as they descended. According to the guards, Sun Sijia was in the lowest level of the inferno. In fact, the lowest level usually housed death row inmates, and the heat was unbearable for ordinary people. It was said that Sun Sijia had requested this himself, and the guards once thought he had a tendency for self-harm. After descending nearly 100 meters down the staircase, Fengling began to struggle with the heat, feeling unwell. Linger, why don't you go back first? I'll try to. Bring your grandpa out after I find him, Zheng Chen suggested. At first, Fengling was a bit stubborn, but after descending another 10 meters, she ultimately couldn't hold on any longer and had to agree to Zheng Chen's suggestion, reluctantly returning the way they came. Zheng Chen also began to sweat profusely. Fortunately, the White Tiger Glory set had an automatic cleaning function, or his robe would have been soaked with sweat by now. With no other choice, Zheng Chen released his fire element, attempting to resonate with the scorching air around him. The attempt yielded decent results. The inferno had a total of 18 levels, possibly hinting at the 18 levels of hell. When Zheng Chen finally reached the lowest level, he discovered a river of lava flowing below. At the very bottom, there were only 5 cages, but Sun Sijia was not in a cage. He was sitting in an open space, meditating. 4 of the 5 cages are empty, and 1 cage holds a crimson beast that seems unaffected by the high temperature, quietly sleeping at the moment. Master, Zheng Chen called softly. Sun Sijia had already noticed Zheng Chen's arrival and showed no surprise at being called, only smiling as he stood up. Indeed, you've grown quite fast in such a short time, Sun Sijia remarked as he assessed Zheng Chen, then praised him. It's all thanks to your teachings, Master. With your magical theories, I've avoided many detours. Zheng Chen replied humbly. Master, Linger has come. It's too hot down here, so I asked her to wait at the entrance. Zheng Chen continued. Oh, didn't I ask Lin Han to tell Linger to stay at home? I'll return after a while, Sun Sijia said. You should come with me to see her. Zheng Chen knew that if he couldn't take Sun Sijia out, Linger would likely keep pestering him. Sigh. That girl, I've been studying magical fusion techniques while taking care of her. This life has gone on for too many years. Now that I've passed on the magical fusion techniques to you, all I need to do is wait for you to grow up and then assess the results. Since coming here, I've felt a sense of peace. It's been too long since I've focused on my own cultivation. Though I'm getting older, I still want to improve myself before the next darkness arrives. How can I protect Linger without strength? Sun Sijia's words were filled with reluctance, as he had once been a master alongside Lin Han. Everyone thought he had neglected his cultivation in favor of studying magical fusion techniques, not realizing that Linger was also a reason for his slow progress. With her parents missing, Sun Sijia felt even more indebted to Linger. Master, please come out with me, no matter what. Sun Sijia nodded and walked toward the stairs ahead. Master, what kind of beast is that? Why is it locked up here? Zheng Chen asked curiously as he followed behind. That thing is quite formidable, don't provoke it unless necessary. Its name is Huado, an ancient beast that feeds on fire. Wherever it goes, fires break out, so it was captured and imprisoned here. Sun Sijia couldn't help but turn his gaze toward Huado and continued. Don't be fooled by its current calmness. When it gets agitated, it's very difficult to deal with. This place suits its attributes perfectly, so it has been quite docile over the years. Oh, I didn't expect such a powerful creature to be hidden in the holy city. Let's hurry. We don't want Linger to get anxious waiting. Sun Sijia missed his granddaughter and felt a sense of urgency as he moved. Zhang Chen followed Sun Sijia toward the exit when suddenly he seemed to remember something. Master, I've recently discovered that using magical elements to mimic forms, when releasing skills seems to have significantly increased their power, and it's also very helpful for mental growth, Zhang Chen suddenly said. Upon hearing about magic, Sun Sijia slowed his pace, looking at Zhang Chen in surprise, and after a long moment he replied, "You can mimic using magical elements now? Come, demonstrate it. You always manage to bring unexpected surprises." Sun Sijia seemed to have forgotten about Fengling and quickly turned back down. Seeing Sun Sijia return quickly, Zhang Chen also wanted to prove himself to his teacher. Let Fengling wait a bit longer. Zhang Chen comforted himself and followed back. The two returned to the bottom level and Sun Sijia stopped. "Come on, show me," Sun Sijia said with some anticipation. Zhang Chen nodded. The fire elements here were the most concentrated, making it the best place to demonstrate with fire elements. With a wave of his hands, the fire elements quickly gathered around Zhang Chen, and under his control, a fire dragon rapidly took shape. With multiple experiences and the rich fire elements present, this fire dragon was exceptionally perfect. Zhang Chen controlled the fire dragon flying in the depths of the flame prison, showcasing his manipulation skills to the fullest. Good boy, do you know how many years of effort it takes for an ordinary person to reach such a level? Among known magical geniuses, none have grown as rapidly as you. Sun Sijia's eyes sparkled with inexplicable excitement, seemingly happy for Zhang Chen. Master, what do you think of my reverse magic fusion technique? Zhang Chen felt that merely demonstrating the fire dragon was not enough and continued to showcase his insights into magic fusion techniques. Hundreds of elemental crystals formed and quickly clustered together in the air, merging every 6 attributes into one, and began to explode above the lava river. Sun Sijia looked at the magic fusion technique before him with satisfaction, his eyes filled with pride. Zhang Chen's growth had long exceeded expectations. To reach such a level of control proves that you haven't been slacking off during this time. Sun Sijia smiled widely, pleased that his disciple, whom he had taught against the rules, had not disappointed him. The master and disciple were happily discussing magic, unaware that the creature in the cage nearby, the fire rat, had already been awakened. After a long sleep, it was now feeling quite hungry. The fire dragon Zhang Chen had released earlier looked quite delicious. Although the fire element was rich here, there was still too little food to eat. The fire rat, while feeding on fire, had not yet reached the point of drinking. Magma. Master, do you still remember that book, The Descent of the 9 Dragons? Zhang Chen suddenly asked. Of course, that's considered one of the forbidden spells of fire magic, with a very wide attack range, a powerful tool for group battles. Sun Sijia had always had a good memory regarding magic. My strength is still insufficient to use the Descent of the 9 Dragons, but I previously modeled 6 attribute dragons based on its ideas and, using my mental power as a bridge, managed to slay the banner of the Gathering Hall in one strike. Zhang Chen began to recount his experiences during this time. Your comprehension is quite good, but when your strength advances further, you'll find that the power of forward fusion techniques far exceeds that of reverse fusion. Sun Sijia became serious and solemn when discussing magic. I've noticed that too, but reverse fusion techniques are easier to form. After all, you just need to control the explosion. That's right, the power of an explosion is always limited, determined by the amount of magical elements, while forward fusion techniques rely on the inherent power of the magical elements themselves. The two cannot be compared. Sun Sijia explained patiently. Master, can you demonstrate the descent of the 9 dragons once? I want to see what kind of power a forbidden spell can truly unleash. Zhang Chen asked tentatively. Sun Sijia thought for a moment and nodded. If it were before, I really couldn't demonstrate it, but after this period of training, I have condensed all these years of accumulation, and my strength has made remarkable progress. I will demonstrate it for you. After saying this, Sun Sijia took out his staff and began to chant incantations. Great King of Fire, in the name of the contractor, I borrow the power of annihilation to burn all evil in the world. Let the flames of light engulf the entire land. Come forth. Fire Dragon, the descent of the 9 dragons. With each line of the incantation Sun Sijia chanted, the fire elements around him grew denser. When all the incantations were completed, a spatial rift appeared above the lava river, and the fire elements surged out like a flood. The pouring fire elements quickly formed into fire dragons filled with spirit, resembling true dragons. Since Sun Sijia had no target to attack, he simply controlled the 9 fire dragons to swim back and forth. Zhang Chen felt the might of the 9 fire dragons and, after careful observation and comparison, realized that the attribute dragons he had modeled were merely similar in appearance, lacking the spirit released by Sun Sijia. Could there really be a fire god? Can the fire god truly hear the prayers of the spellcaster? Zhang Chen was plunged into deep confusion. Sun Sijia was enjoying the control of his skills, having long mastered various fire spells, but he hadn't had the peace to cultivate them over the years. Oh, a beastly roar broke the silence, and Wudo, unable to suppress his desire for flames, became agitated after regaining consciousness. Zhang Chen and Sun Sijia turned their gaze to Huado, discovering that he had begun to attack the iron cage that held him. Master, what's wrong with it? Zheng Chen didn't want to provoke such a powerful creature. Don't worry. It's not an ordinary iron cage that can be easily escaped from. If it could, it would have run away long ago. Sun Sijia appeared quite calm. With such a powerful beast, why didn't we just kill it back? Then, keeping it here is ultimately a disaster. Zheng Chen said. This guy is just greedy for flames. Wherever it goes, there will be fires, but it doesn't have much murderous intent towards humans. That's why it wasn't killed when captured. The Holy City wanted to raise it for future wars. Sun Sijia seemed to understand these matters well. Oh, I see. Why don't you just feed it these 9 fire dragons? We can't be reckless. A beast of this level is not something we can handle. If something goes wrong, it would be a huge trouble. While Sun Sijia was talking to Zheng Chen, Huado gradually quieted down, but his eyes never left the fire dragons. Just as Sun Sijia was about to disperse his skills, Huado moved again. With a heave of his abdomen, a stream of scorching fire erupted from his mouth, melting a large gap in the previously indestructible iron cage. Shadows swirled, and Huado charged out of the cage, heading straight for the fading fire dragon. Huado's speed surpassed that of the fire dragon's dissipation, and he arrived in front of the fire dragon, inhaling deeply and sucking it into his belly. The energy of the 9 fire dragons seemed insufficient to satisfy Huado, and his gaze directly fixed on Zhang Chen and his master. Master, it came out on its own. It shouldn't have anything to do with us, right? You should think about how to escape first. Do you still have the mood to assign blame? Sun Sijia raised his staff in front of him, ready for battle. Huado level? Quality, ancient divine beast health? Master, you go first. This time, we're probably doomed. Zheng Chen firmly stood in front of Sun Sijia. After all, he could be revived, but this special NPC had no chance of resurrection. Master, you go first. This time, we're probably doomed. Zheng Chen stood in front of Sun Sijia, knowing that if he died, he could come back, but NPCs weren't so lucky. Huado's level far exceeded Zheng Chen's capacity to withstand. In this situation, there was no room for maneuver. Although Sun Sijia's strength had increased significantly, Zheng Chen estimated that he was still far from matching this beast. There's no reason for the master to run first when danger strikes. Sun Sijia pulled Zheng Chen behind him, holding his staff in front for defense. Sun Sijia and Zheng Chen took up defensive stances. Although it wouldn't be of much use, at least it provided some psychological comfort. Huado quickly devoured all 9 fire dragons, his long tongue licking his lips as if still wanting more, before finally turning his gaze towards Zheng Chen. Having stayed here for so long, it's time to go out and stretch a bit. Huado suddenly spoke human words, though his voice was somewhat sharp and needed careful listening to be understood. Sun Sijia and Zheng Chen dared not act rashly, and Huado did not make things too difficult. As the information suggested, Huado was only interested in flames. As long as humans did not attack first, he would not actively attack them. Huado stepped on 4 flames, quickly walking through the air, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the passage. Zheng Chen let out a sigh of relief as he saw Huado leave, but he couldn't help but express his worries. Master, now that this disaster star has run away, it's likely that the people will suffer again. Such a powerful beast, why was it kept under such loose supervision? How could a broken cage possibly hold it? This level of matter is beyond even my reach. Let's go report to the city lord first. Sun Sijia also felt a lingering fear. He had been here for quite some time, and that beast had always been quite docile. It was said to have been here for many years. He couldn't understand why it suddenly went mad. Not good. Sun Sijia's expression suddenly changed as he took out a jade pendant from his bosom. The once flawless pendant now had a visible crack, and its originally clear color had become somewhat murky. What's wrong, master? Zheng Chen asked. Linger, this jade pendant is bound to her life force, meant to alert me to her safety. Now the pendant. Sun Sijia explained, but before he could finish, he quickly put away the pendant and rushed upstairs. Zheng Chen realized the seriousness of the situation, but since the pendant hadn't shattered, it meant that Fengling should be safe for now. When the two quickly reached the center of the prison, they found Fengling collapsed beside the passage. Her clothes were charred at the chest, and the wound was bright red, as if she had been struck by something. Without needing to think much, it was clear that such force could only come from the Huado that had just run out. Fortunately, Fengling was still breathing, and Huado hadn't dealt a fatal blow. Fengling, why did you come down again? It's all Grandpa's fault. All Grandpa's fault. Sun Sijia picked up Fengling, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Fengling's breath was weak, and she had already lost consciousness. No matter how much Sun Sijia called out, he received no response. Master, we need to take Linger out quickly. There should be top priests in the holy city. We must hurry to get her treated. Zheng Chen urged. Sun Sijia suddenly came to his senses, holding Fengling and speeding towards the exit. The fire poison has already reached this little girl's heart. Although the treatment was timely, her heart has been eroded. I've managed to control the fire poison, but the purification effect can't remove it. I don't know what kind of beast she encountered. It's truly troublesome. Although Sun Sijia wasn't the most powerful, he had extensive connections. The one treating Fengling was the most formidable priest in the holy city. However, while they managed To save her life, they still couldn't completely heal her. It was Huado. It ran out from the depths of the flame prison and Fengling must have accidentally bumped into it, Sun Sija explained. Huado? This child is really lucky. Given her strength, just staying alive is already a blessing from the heavens. Is there no other way? To untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. If we can find Huado and have it actively suck the fire poison out of the girl, with careful conditioning, she should still have a chance. The top priest of the holy city, Bai Bing, analyzed. Is that the only way? Zheng Chen quickly asked for clarification. At the moment, there are no other methods. If it were just simple fire poison, how could it possibly trouble me? Bai Bing felt a bit displeased at being questioned by a young boy and retorted to Zhang Chen. The room fell into a brief silence. To have a divine beast help voluntarily required more than just strength. It could be said that hope was already very slim. Master, you take good care of Linger. This matter arose because of me, so I should be the one to resolve it. I will definitely bring Huado back. Seeing Sun Sija's worried expression without a single word of blame directed at him, Zhang Chen felt a bit uncomfortable. After all, he bore a significant responsibility in this matter. I'll go with you to chase it down. Even if I die, I must bring it back, Sun Sija said. Firmly, old son, you really can't leave. The young girl needs someone to look after her at all times. I think you should stay here with me. If anything unexpected happens, I can provide treatment right away. And you should be an immortal, right? I can ensure the young girl is safe for 3 to 5 months. I hope you can find the Huado during this time. If you can't bring it back alive, then just collect the bitter gall from the Huado. It will achieve the same therapeutic effect. Bai Bing assigned tasks to Sun Sija and Zhang Chen respectively. After all, Sun Sija was getting on in years and Bai Bing intentionally didn't want him to take risks. Zhang Chen nodded. Although capturing alive and killing were both difficult, killing to obtain the bitter gall was certainly simpler than capturing the Huado and making it willingly extract the fire poison. Once everything was explained, Bai Bing directly sent them off, seemingly not wanting Zhang Chen to linger. As Zhang Chen left Bai Bing's place, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. Sun Sija had changed his life, and Fengling was the one who had given him this opportunity. Such an unexpected turn of events was hard for Zhang Chen to accept. By the way, if I could turn back time, even if it meant sacrificing some levels, wouldn't I be able to prevent this from happening if I went back to before entering the inferno? Zhang Chen suddenly thought of his hourglass of time. Even if he had to drop 10 levels, it would all be worth it. Zhang Chen took out the hourglass of time, trying to activate the second skill time reversal, but the hourglass seemed to malfunction. No matter how he urged it, there was no response. After several attempts, a distortion in space appeared around Zhang Chen, causing him to disappear from his spot. You little brat, I told you not to misuse the power of time, and now you're messing around right under my nose again. The voice of the Elder of Order echoed, and Zhang Chen's reckless behavior had once again transported him to the platform of the Wheel of Fate. Senior, whatever punishment you decide, please save Fengling. Zhang Chen had a deep memory of the Elder of Order's voice, and seeing himself transported again, he immediately began to plead. You brat, you can bring surprises to people while constantly causing trouble. This is the mess you created, go solve it yourself, and don't even think about using the power of time to turn back time. That won't work under my watch, the Elder of Order said without a doubt. Senior, do you know which expert from the Holy City captured the Huado? Zhang Chen, not angry at the warning, calmed down and began to change the subject. At that time, the Huado was causing havoc in the world, making the common people suffer. I was the one who took action to bring it back to the Holy City, the Elder of Order said proudly. Oh, so it was the wise and mighty Senior. I thought that only someone extraordinary could make the divine beast obedient in the entire Holy Domain continent, Zhang Chen began to flatter. That's true. If the Huado hadn't been so non-lethal, I would have killed it on the spot for its difficult cultivation, the Elder of Order said, hands behind his back, looking quite proud. But Senior, since you imprisoned it in the inferno, why use such an ordinary iron cage? You must know that fierce beasts are hard to change their nature. From its appearance, it seems you haven't completely tamed it, right? Zhang Chen shifted the topic, directly pointing at the Elder of Order, implying that the Elder had some responsibility for the Huado's re-emergence. Ha! You brat, don't think I can't tell. Even if you blame me. So what? I call the shots here. I am the rule, the Elder of Order said dismissively, making Zhang Chen's groundwork instantly meaningless. Senior, I have an unreasonable request, not sure if I should say it or not. Seeing that shifting blame was ineffective, Zhang Chen could only shamelessly look for other advantages. Then don't say it, the Elder of Order began to spar verbally. Oh. Zhang Chen let out a sound of acknowledgement, which was considered a response, and then the entire platform fell into silence, with only the Wheel of Fate continuing to spin. Finally, it was the Elder of Order who couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. Go ahead. What is it that you wish to ask? Just to be clear, the matter with the disaster will be handled by you. I have already assigned the task to the Lord of White Tiger City. It's not that matter, just a demon beast. Give me some time, and it won't be a problem, Zhang Chen replied earnestly. Then what else could you possibly want? Could you allow me to go to the magical library in the Holy City for a while? Zheng Chen said seriously. What do you want to do there? With your current strength, those advanced spells inside are completely unsuitable for you. Whether you can learn them is one thing, being able to understand them is another. The Elder of Order expressed his disdain for Zheng Chen's current abilities. I've heard that the library in the Holy City encompasses almost all the magic of the continent, but very few are allowed to enter. I also want to go in and broaden my horizons, Zheng Chen replied sincerely, wearing a look of eager thirst for knowledge. That's not impossible. Although you sometimes act out of line, you should be able to sense that I have intentions to cultivate you. In the future, when I need you, don't refuse. Senior, what are you saying? Being able to help you relieve your worries is our honor. Many people can't even beg for such a task. Zheng Chen began to flatter, wearing a genuinely sincere smile that almost convinced even himself. Not long ago, when you were clearing the witherers in the barren desert, did you know that someone had their eyes on you? The Elder of Order suddenly said. Zheng Chen was taken aback. When he was leveling up against the witherers, he was indeed under investigation by the Holy Domain Group. However, what was supposed to be an hour-long investigation ended abruptly, and the Inspector Lu Tao's attitude had changed significantly. How did you know about this, Senior? You aren't spying on me every day, are you? Zheng Chen asked in surprise. That power of surveillance feels very familiar, but I can't recall where I've seen it before. Moreover, I was able to communicate with that power. Unfortunately, it was only responsible for assessing your strength and knew nothing else, and in the end, I sent it away. Do you know what that power is? The Elder of Order surprisingly posed a question to Zheng Chen, his eyes filled with confusion. Zheng Chen was even more puzzled, not understanding why an NPC would ask such a question, nor whether he should tell the truth. After a moment of thought, Zheng Chen made up his mind. With the Elder of Order's strength, he probably knew very little that was unknown. Since he was so curious about Zheng Chen's world, it would be better to satisfy his curiosity. You know that we immortals are all outsiders. That power is the instrument for detecting our world. Since my strength far exceeds that of an ordinary immortal, I was under investigation at that time to see if my data was normal, Zheng Chen said truthfully, not expecting the Elder of Order to understand. Instruments and data, the Elder of Order mumbled, clearly lost in thought, but it seemed he still gained nothing. Senior? Senior? Zheng Chen called out twice before he pulled the Elder of Order back to reality. The reason I brought you here is to ask about this matter. In my sealed memories, there seems to be something related to your world, and recently, there has been a certain voice calling out to me. Zheng Chen was confused by what the Elder of Order said, unable to comprehend what it meant. How could an NPC in the game be related to the real world? Or could it be that the Elder of Order was not an NPC? Was he perhaps a player like himself? Zheng Chen quickly dismissed that thought. After all, such a powerful figure could not possibly be among the players. It should be known that items like the Hourglass of Time and books of elemental magic affinity were all created by the Elder of Order himself. If players can reach this level, the Sacred Domain Group won't need to operate anymore. Are you the Sacred Domain's mainframe? Zheng Chen's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the Elder of Order. Zheng Chen's suspicion wasn't unfounded. The first time he encountered him was on a dark meteor island that shouldn't have appeared at that time. The Elder of Order was there to clean it up when Zheng Chen happened to run into him. Since then, it seemed that only he could see the Elder, and the fate before him represented nothing less than the Sacred Domain world. Maintaining the balance of the Sacred Domain world, being able to communicate with the detector signals, including the temporary rule changes for the first arena competition, none of this could be done by even the most powerful NPC. The Sacred Domain Group had already announced during the public test that everything in the Sacred Domain game was under the supervision of the mainframe. After the launch, the Sacred Domain Group was only responsible for post-maintenance. Everything other than the main storyline was random. There's no mistake, the truth is only one, you are the Sacred Domain mainframe. Zheng Chen stepped to the side, pointing his index finger at the Elder of Order, looking as if he had solved a case. The truth is only one, you are the Sacred Domain mainframe, Zheng Chen said, pointing at the Elder of Order. Upon hearing this, the Elder of Order seemed to fall into deep thought but eventually shook his head, denying Zheng Chen's claim. Your statement is quite interesting, but I am not what you call the Sacred Domain mainframe. I have guarded the Sacred Domain continent for 10,000 years, you immortals are merely a brief interlude. Although the Elder of Order found Zheng Chen's words somewhat familiar, he was unwilling to think deeply about it. Senior, if there's nothing else, I'm going to the library to study, Zheng Chen said, eager to change the subject. Go ahead, the Elder of Order waved his hand, directly teleporting Zheng Chen away. Another world? Sacred Domain mainframe? Why does everything feel so familiar yet so distant? Why is there always a sense of resistance in my heart whenever I want to delve into this topic? The Elder of Order began to mutter to himself. Zheng Chen's words indeed touched him in several places, but there was no way to verify them. Zheng Chen had no idea about the Elder of Order's thoughts and didn't expect that such a powerful expert could be so easily confused by him. The magic library in the Holy City was no ordinary place. It encompassed almost 90% of the magic in the Sacred Domain continent and was the most authoritative library in the entire continent, though it was usually not open to the public. Zhang Chen didn't waste time and went directly to the library entrance. After reporting his identity to the guard, he entered the library without any hindrance. The library was vast, with a circular interior and a spiral staircase extending to the top floor. The central area was hollow, and every floor was filled with books on the shelves. The first floor contained encyclopedic books, including some that introduced the background of the sacred domain continent. As he went up, there were various magic books, each type clearly designated a position, arranged in order from low to high grade. These books would take years to read completely, and Zhang Chen naturally didn't have that much time, but he had already made plans. His application to the Holy City Library was thanks to his memories from his past life. He had paid close attention to this place for a long time. Players who had the opportunity to enter here had learned many skills. In this life, Zhang Chen had a chance to learn all types of magic, but relying solely on purchasing skill books or defeating bosses for skill books was simply insufficient. Recent battles made Zhang Chen feel that his skills were too singular. Although the power of his simulated form magic was considerable, the preparation time and mental energy required were too great. Therefore, he needed to learn more skills to enhance his sustainability. Zhang Chen walked to the first row of bookshelves, starting from the top left corner, flipping through the first book at a rapid pace, showing no intention of actually reading. Zhang Chen had already opened the camera, quickly taking photos and saving them as he flipped through each page, even numbering the photos deliberately. After finishing a book, he would create a separate folder labeled with the book's title. Despite such efficient recording, the sheer volume of books was still too great. It would take some time to save them all. Zhang Chen knew in his heart that this opportunity to be here was rare, and he couldn't just leave easily. Zhang Chen, it's time to log off for dinner. You haven't fully recovered yet. How can you not take a break all day? While Zhang Chen was busy recording the books, a private message from Yin Qing came through. Indeed, he hadn't logged off for a whole day, battling bosses continuously, and then there was the matter with Feng Ling. After arriving at the library, he was even more reluctant to leave. Glancing at the time, it was already 10 o'clock at night, and he had just finished recording one bookshelf. Considering that these books couldn't all be recorded in a day, he simply agreed to log off for dinner, knowing that as long as he didn't step out of the library's door, he would still be inside when he logged back on. Alright, I'll log off now. Zhang Chen replied and exited the game, stretching his body with a big yawn, feeling refreshed. The injuries he had sustained seemed to be no longer serious. He couldn't tell if it was the effect of the special medicine or his own extraordinary recovery ability. After washing his face, once his vision returned, Zhang Chen felt that everything was exceptionally clear. Not only that, it seemed as if he had eyes in all directions, as if he had activated a 360-degree view. The most crucial part was that everything he saw and felt was extraordinarily clear, no longer blurred like when he was blind. After all, mental strength was cultivated, but one's own organs were the foundation of everything. No wonder I always hear about extraordinary talent and remarkable bone structure. It turns out there's such a difference between having eyes and not having them. Zhang Chen couldn't help but marvel. Although he could sense his surroundings when he was blind, it was truly incomparable to now. The door to Zhang Chen's room opened, and a cart filled with food was quickly pushed in, with Yin Qing following behind the server. Zhang Chen came from the bathroom to the living room of the suite, and their eyes met. Compared to their first meeting, Yin Qing seemed less assertive but more tender. Long time no see, Zhang Chen greeted. It hasn't been that long, just less than a day, Yin Qing replied, taken aback by Zhang Chen's words. Zhang Chen pointed to his eyes with two fingers and then pointed at Yin Qing, seeing. After saying that, he smiled, and Yin Qing was drawn into Zhang Chen's eyes, her bright gaze seeming bottomless like a vast starry sky. Hey, I know I'm handsome, but you don't have to look at me like that, right? Zhang Chen waved his hand in front of Yin Qing's eyes, bringing her back to her senses. Let's eat. Yin Qing, realizing her lapse, felt a bit embarrassed but also somewhat flustered. Zhang Chen didn't want to waste time and happily rushed to the dining table to eat. I have something very important to do in the next few days. Just bring the meals on time, no need to disturb me. Just deduct the money from my account, Zhang Chen said to the server nearby. Don't worry, I'll be here too, and I'll take care of everything for you, Yin Qing said as she sat down at the table. It's fine, there are service staff here. You just do your thing. There must be a lot to handle in the guild, and your father is also entering the holy domain. This is the best opportunity to prove himself, Zhang Chen said while eating heartily. Whatever you eat. I'm leaving. Yin Qing suddenly got a bit angry, leaving behind a sentence before walking away. Zhang Chen looked bewildered and asked the server, I don't think I offended her, did I? The server merely smiled politely and didn't answer Zhang Chen's question. Forget it. Zhang Chen quickly finished his meal and hurriedly logged back into the game. In the following days, apart from eating, Zhang Chen spent almost all his time in the library copying books. Although he didn't stop to read, the knowledge he occasionally skimmed through benefited him greatly. During these days, everyone else caught up in levels, and Zhang Chen once again fell down the ranking list. Various world announcements no longer featured Zhang Chen's presence, and the first kill of the boss did not bear his name. People on the World Channel occasionally speculated about Zhang Chen's whereabouts, with some even believing he had been assassinated. Zhang Chen didn't care about that, his current equipment was just temporary, and besides, he wasn't lacking. The experience he missed could be made up. But opportunities to enhance his knowledge were not always available. At least after leaving the library, Zhang Chen hardly needed to collect ordinary skill books anymore. This feeling is really refreshing. Zhang Chen stretched widely, finally nearing the completion of all the books after a week of intense copying work. Even his patience was wearing thin. A lot had happened in this week. Yin Xing's guild, with the backing of the Yin group, had finally secured the top position in terms of hard power. Moreover, their development speed had caught up with the gathering hall. Whether it was because of Zhang Chen or the news of the Yin group's involvement, other guilds had stopped causing trouble for Yin Xing's guild. The merciless fishing net studio had gained some fame and received a big business deal, but due to the high difficulty of the boss, they specifically sought out Zhang Chen, who ruthlessly declined. It was said that Ji Shui Yulan had also ventured into the underworld, possibly because there were many monsters there, and no one was competing for them, leading Ji Shui Yulan to reach the top of the level rankings. Major guilds were preparing to bid for their bases, and a brand new era was about to arrive. Most players had reached level 40, while Zhang Chen was still stuck at level 36, falling behind significantly. As he finished copying the last book, Zhang Chen finally relaxed completely, pressed his throbbing head, and logged out of the game. Wow, this boss can actually drop rare items. It's that rich and handsome guy again, he really can spend money. Zhang Chen enjoyed his lunch while browsing the game forum. After being isolated for so many days, he needed to catch up on everyone's progress. Zhang Chen, are you done with your business? Yin Xing rushed in, directly asking. Doesn't a young lady know to knock when entering someone else's room? Zhang Chen said casually while sipping his coffee. Yin Xing pouted in silence, closed the door, and knocked again. Come in, Zhang Chen smiled slightly. Upon entering and seeing Zhang Chen's smile, Yin Xing knew he was teasing her, making her both angry and helpless. Young master, is there something you need? Zhang Chen asked. Are you done with your business? Tonight, the Yin group will hold a mobilization meeting, partly to encourage our people and partly to forge alliances. The Yin group hopes you can attend, Yin Xing stated directly. I need to focus on leveling up, you all have surpassed me, and I might not have time tonight. Zhang Chen was reluctant to be used as a pawn. Having him attend was undoubtedly to leverage his influence in the sacred domain to align some wavering forces with the Yin group. It won't take too long. While the game is important, people ultimately need to return to society. I want to build more social connections, which will be beneficial for you, Yin Xing urged. Do you know that if the characters in the game are matched with real people, it might bring a lot of trouble? Zhang Chen countered. To be honest, after what happened with Feng Tao and Li Ming, your identity is practically public now, Yin Xing said apologetically. Well, otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to hide from those with ulterior motives. I just didn't expect the information to leak so quickly. Zhang Chen nodded, having already prepared himself mentally, and quickly felt at ease. So, are you going or not? Yin Xing asked again. I'll think about it and give you an answer later, Zhang Chen replied after a moment of thought. Okay, I'll come find you when it's time to set off, Yin Xing said without hesitation and left Zhang Chen's room directly. Zhang Chen, having eaten and drunk enough, walked straight to his gaming pod. Reverse feather level 1 quality, epic health 4797 mana, 2456 strength, 139 intelligence, 68 stamina, 128 spirit, 87 agility, 198 additional attributes, precision shooting, arrow hit rate increased by 75%. Additional attributes, rapid fire, attack speed increased by 50%. Additional attributes, dark erosion, attacks carry dark attributes with a chance to reduce the enemy's recovery ability and diminish their fighting spirit. Additional skill, Fatal Strike Star Shatter Moon shoots an arrow at extremely high speed, can briefly disappear from the enemy's sight and causes a violent explosion upon hitting the enemy. Additional skill, Ultimate Arrow Breaking the Sky shoots a powerful arrow that tears through all obstacles, dealing massive damage while pushing back the enemy. The degree of pushback depends on the enemy's strength. The first thing Zhang Chen did when he logged in was to take a look at Reverse Feather's attributes. After so many days of busyness, he almost forgot about the newly acquired pet. If he hadn't planned to level up, he might not have remembered it for a while. After checking Reverse Feather's attributes, the only two words in Zhang Chen's mind were top-notch. Although its base attributes weren't as overpowered as Little Guai's back then, it was still a humanoid pet, and with those two overpowered skills, Zhang Chen had suffered greatly from them before. Zhang Chen thought for a moment and decided to go to the level 40 monster area to level up, as clearing monsters quickly was the way to level up. Riding Little Guai, Zhang Chen arrived at the Withered One's monster area again and found that there were many people leveling up here. It was impossible to go crazy with monster groups like last time. Hey friends here, could you do me a favor? I want to level up, and you're all almost level 40. Could you go find some higher level monsters? Zhang Chen shouted, trying to get everyone to let him have the monster area. What do you think you are? Is this your place? The people in the team hunting monsters naturally wouldn't agree easily. Seeing Zhang Chen's low level, they showed disdainful smiles. Zhang Chen had hidden his ID, so these people didn't know who they were provoking. Bro, such a large monster area, even if we all leave, you won't be able to clear it. Just go level up quietly over there, don't provoke that team, a priest nearby whispered to Zhang Chen. 500 star coins each, can everyone give me some space? Zhang Chen, not willing to give up, said. Although the monsters at a slightly higher level weren't hard to defeat, the efficiency was definitely not as high as this. With no other choice, he could only use money to pave the way. As soon as he mentioned money, everyone gathered around. 500 star coins wasn't much for Zhang Chen now, but not everyone could earn that much in a day of gaming. Most people left after taking the money, keeping their word, except for the team that had mocked Zhang Chen. Bro, what do you mean? Zhang Chen asked calmly. We can't be bothered to move, is having money something to be proud of, the leading warrior sneered. Why come to take money if you're not leaving? There's a fool giving out money, why shouldn't we take it? After the warrior finished speaking, the whole team burst into laughter. They were all around level 40, so they naturally weren't afraid of a level 36 mage. Zhang Chen shrugged, too lazy to continue the conversation, and directly retreated to the side. Ha, look at that kid's cowardly look, ha, the warrior laughed even harder as Zhang Chen stepped back. Zhang Chen moved to the side, silently sat down, and summoned Little Guai in reverse. Feather. You two start clearing monsters, and that team will help me clean up. Zhang Chen seemed to completely disregard that group of people, having no intention of taking action himself. He opened the copied book photos and began to study, leaving the heavy task of clearing monsters to Xiao Guai and Niu. Zhang Chen assigned the leveling task to Xiao Guai and Niu, while he leisurely sat aside, seriously reading the copied magic book. Xiao Guai was somewhat familiar with the Witherers and, upon hearing Zhang Chen's command, began to take action. As for the group of players who had not left, they were treated by Xiao Guai as monsters to be cleared. Niu, proud by nature, had her level decreased after being tamed, but her weapon remained intact, although her equipment was somewhat tattered, having endured Zhang Chen's reverse fusion technique explosion back then. Big brother, what are that little pony and that archer trying to do? Could it be that they want to lure monsters to harm us? Damn, they really are coming towards us. The team members exchanged words. Although they did not leave, they were still wary of that extravagant man. Everyone shut up, with so many of us, why should we be afraid of them? Get your spirits up, the leading warrior shouted loudly. Xiao Guai followed her usual tactic, running around the area and pulling all the monsters behind her, ultimately directing them towards the group of players who refused to leave. Zhang Chen silently activated all PK modes, allowing Xiao Guai to act freely. Niu, due to her significantly reduced attributes, couldn't keep up with Xiao Guai's speed for a moment. Feeling her lack of attack power, she dared not act rashly, as so many monsters were not something she could withstand alone. Xiao Guai dashed ahead, while Niu stubbornly followed behind. Just as they were about to reach the vicinity of that group of players, the leading warrior issued an attack order. Strike first, take down this pet and the archer behind. Whoosh, an arrow struck Xiao Guai directly. Zheng Chen looked up in surprise. Logically, Xiao Guai should not have been able to dodge such a low-level arrow. However, Xiao Guai showed no signs of slowing down, and Zhang Chen couldn't help but smile knowingly. I didn't expect Xiao Guai to have such details, Zheng Chen muttered to himself. It turned out that Xiao Guai had deliberately taken the hit from the arrow, making it a passive PK situation for Zhang Chen. Even if he killed everyone on the opposite side, his character would not turn red. Although Zhang Chen felt it unnecessary to go through such trouble, he still had to admire Xiao Guai's cleverness for thinking of such a tactic. This was actually thanks to their mental sharing. Xiao Guai could learn a lot of useful things from Zhang Chen, at least things that were beneficial to him. Light binding. Xiao Guai unleashed a large area of light binding, trapping both that group of players and the monsters together. The warrior who had intended to charge forward crashed into the light cage, losing a significant amount of health from the scorching light energy, leaving a deep red mark on his cheek. Light and dark impact. Xiao Guai immediately released the light and dark impact. A black and white ray began to dart among the monsters and that group of people, with the ray bouncing back and forth, the consumed mental power also slightly recovering. The continuous attacks directly bounced the Witherers to death, but that group of people, due to the presence of health potions and a priest, were not threatened by such a lack of explosive attacks. Ultimate move, Starpoint Shattering Moon. A black feather arrow was released and disappeared into the air. The next second it had already reached the center of that group of players. Boom, Niu finally made her move. As the Witherers were largely killed by Xiao Guai, Niu's level began to rise rapidly. Although she was still far from her peak, it was enough to support her ultimate move. The one-hit kill was just the beginning. Niu's barrage of arrows fell like rain, and her target was clear, the priest within the team. Zheng Chen was also dumbfounded from the back, wondering how his two pets had such high intelligence. One knew to lure the opponent into action, while the other knew to deal with the opponent's supplies. He had merely said to take care of that team of people. The two pets were still too low in level. Although their attacks were fierce, the damage always fell just a bit short. Heavenly Meteor, heed my call. Fire God, attach yourself, destroy the evil of this world, and showcase your supreme power. Meteor fall. A graceful male voice suddenly rang out, and a shadow enveloped that team of members. The shadow grew larger, and the ground began to feel the pressure as a massive meteor fell from the sky, engulfed in roaring flames. Just by looking at the size of the meteor and its height of descent, one could tell that this strike had the power to kill in an instant. Under normal circumstances, such an attack, while powerful, could easily be dodged. But now, with the light confinement still in effect, this strike was destined to hit. Zhang Chen's hand glided elegantly in the air, as if this strike was merely a casual experiment. Boom! The meteor accurately struck that team, with a third of it already embedded in the ground, and the team had long since turned into white light, returning to the city for free. This skill is quite powerful, but to hit it requires coordination with other skills, Zhang Chen remarked, showing no expression after eliminating a team. Instead, he began to summarize the pros and cons of these skills. To him, this group of people was nothing more than a bunch of clowns. Thus began a leisurely and enjoyable leveling journey, with Zhang Chen finding it the easiest. He just needed to sit there studying magic, while all the dirty and tiring work was left to Xiaoguai and Niu. Occasionally, Zhang Chen would release a couple of skills, mainly to practice magic and also to increase the efficiency of clearing monsters. As soon as monsters refreshed in the entire area, they would be cleaned up immediately, leaving passing players astonished. With such a character leveling here, it wasn't just about whether they could compete, the key was whether they could afford to offend him. An afternoon of leveling allowed Zhang Chen to gain a level, and more importantly, he learned quite a few new spells. However, the spell books in the Holy City Library were all chant casting. Although there were many types, achieving instant release-like skills was somewhat difficult. Fortunately, there were many powerful skills, which made Zhang Chen feel a bit more balanced. Zhang Chen, it's almost time, the clothes are ready. Should I come to your room to get you? Yin Qing's message flashed up. I said I would go, then I'll come to pick you up. Yin Qing seemed not to notice Zhang Chen's resistance and directly assumed he had agreed. Zhang Chen was speechless but still left the game. He had no interest in this mobilization meeting, but he couldn't be too unreasonable. After all, the Yin family was a solid backing. Once you enter the martial world, it's as deep as the sea. Although Zhang Chen now had the ability to protect himself, he still didn't dare to be complacent. The more transitional the period, the more one needed to understand the importance of being low-key. As soon as Zhang Chen left the game pod, Yin Qing pushed the door open, holding a set of high-end suits, and she herself was dressed to the nines, her makeup impeccable. The red backless evening gown made her skin appear even fairer, leaving Zhang Chen momentarily mesmerized. Hey Zhang Chen? Yin Qing called out proudly, bringing him back to his senses. Zhang Chen, feeling no embarrassment, smiled and said, as expected of the Yin family's young lady, you look much prettier all dressed up. If you wore this every day, how could I blame you for barging in without knocking? Zhang Chen first praised and then criticized, perfectly diffusing his own awkwardness while subtly mocking the young lady for not even knowing to knock. When Zhang Chen and Yin Chang went downstairs, a special car was already waiting at the hotel entrance. After leaving the Yin family hotel, they soon arrived at the Yin family headquarters. Compared to the Holy Domain Group building, the Yin Group is not lacking in appearance at all, it just lacks a bit of a technological feel inside, but after all, the fields are different, so it is understandable. The two were led by a servant to a large lounge, where several familiar faces were present, namely a few women from Yin Qing's studio. How is everyone preparing? Yin Qing greeted everyone with a smile. Sister, you're here. Lu Tianwei was the first to come over. After some rest, she had already recovered a lot from the shock of the past few days. Look who it is, Yin Qing said, pointing at Zhang Chen with a smile. Brother Zhang Chen, you're here? Du Xin, guided by Yin Qing, finally noticed the silent Zhang Chen behind her. Recently, there had always been bodyguards around Yin Qing, so at first, everyone really didn't pay attention to Zhang Chen standing behind her. Yeah, I'm here, Zhang Chen replied somewhat absent-mindedly. Sister, what's wrong with him? Du Xin asked quietly, noticing Zhang Chen's unnatural expression. He's upset because I disturbed the great gods. Leveling up, Yin Qing said, pouting deliberately. Zhang Chen wasn't that petty, with the mindset of making the best of the situation. Since he was already there, he would cooperate a bit. However, ever since entering the building, he had a constant feeling of being watched. Because Zhang Chen's mental strength was growing rapidly, once a sense of crisis arose, he generally wouldn't make mistakes, so he kept his thoughts focused on finding the person in the shadows. Leveling up is a small matter, it's just that all you beautiful ladies are so stunning today. I'm afraid if I keep staring at you, some people might think I'm being rude, Zhang Chen said with a smile, looking at Yin Cheng. Petty. Yin Cheng naturally knew that Zhang Chen was still brooding over her previous matters and couldn't help but complain. Zhang Chen stepped forward, first ruffling Du Xian's hair, just like when he used to tease her as a child. Ugh, my hairstyle was just done, and now it's all messed up, Du Xian said, pouting, but she didn't push Zhang Chen's hand away, just looking annoyed. Liang Rui? It's been a long time since I've had your cooking. Zhang Chen came to Liang Rui and extended his hand, as he had the deepest impression of the little girl who took care of him when he was injured. Liang Rui smiled and shook hands with Zhang Chen, generously saying, what does the great god want to eat? I'll make sure to deliver. Thank you for helping us defend during the guild battle last time. Zhang Chen nodded and turned to Fang Ying. Cupid's arrow, Fang Ying? You really are sweet looking. Zhang Chen didn't have much interaction with Fang Ying, but they had teamed up before, and now that his vision was restored, he had to greet her. Yu Lingbing, Han Bing? Just as I imagined. Zhang Chen then approached Han Bing, awkwardly raising his hand in the air. but receiving no response, ultimately just letting it drop with an awkward smile. I caused everyone a lot of trouble before due to my vision impairment. Thank you all for taking care of me. After greeting everyone, Zhang Chen returned to his spot, still politely saying a few words. With his vision restored and his strength soaring, his family background had also become more substantial, and Zhang Chen's mindset had changed somewhat. We should be thanking you. Without your help, our impromptu studio wouldn't have reached such heights, Yin Qing replied seriously, seeing Zhang Chen's sincerity. After the group exchanged pleasantries, the subsequent conversation became much more relaxed, discussing some fun stories and tips from the game, and their relationships grew closer again. Ah, young friend, you're here. Thank you, thank you. While everyone was talking, Yin Tianzhong walked in with a few peers, all of whom seemed to have respectable identities. Uncle Yin, you're too polite. Zhang Chen stood up to thank him. Zhang Chen's previously smiling face froze when he saw the person behind Yin Tianzhong. The feeling of being watched seemed to stem from the pressure this person brought. The man's expression was calm, his eyes appeared hollow, yet they seemed to be fixed on you at all times. The people around did not notice, but this completely escaped Zhang Chen's observation. The man clearly sensed Zhang Chen's difference. His originally hollow eyes became spirited, locking gazes with Zhang Chen, both feeling a jolt in their minds. This person actually possesses mental power? Zhang Chen was startled, but soon realized the difference. What this person emitted should be killing intent, a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Young friend, what's wrong? Your complexion seems a bit off? Yin Tianzhong noticed something unusual and hurriedly asked with concern. At this moment, the person behind Yin Tianzhong, not waiting for Zhang Chen to respond, quickly leaned forward and whispered a couple of sentences. Impudent! This brother Zhang Chen is Qinger's lifesaver. How dare you infringe upon him? Yin Tianzhong suddenly turned furious, reprimanding the person behind him. Uncle Yin, don't be angry. I didn't expect you to have such a master by your side. Zhang Chen quickly recovered and smiled again. You should have seen this person before. He is the assassin known as Yin in the game. Yin Tianzhong spoke directly without hesitation. I remember that Yin seems to have a good relationship with the Alliance Hall. Yin and Yin, that name is quite interesting. Zhang Chen was somewhat surprised, not expecting Yin Tianzhong to have already placed his people in the Holy Domain. It seemed that his advance into the Holy Domain world was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. His character is that of an assassin, and he will become the top assassin organization in the Holy Domain. If you have any enemies, you can directly find him, Yin Tianzhong said with a smile. Zhang Chen understood after hearing this, these people naturally wouldn't let others know who was behind the scenes. The fact that Yin Tianzhong could tell him about Yin and his relationship was indeed treating him as one of their own. Someone asked me to kill you in the game, but I refused. Yin suddenly spoke up. Why refuse? Zhang Chen asked. Because I can't beat you. Otherwise, I would really want to use you to make a name for myself. Yin was quite straightforward, saying it directly. If the price is right, I can accompany you for a performance. I'm the best at cooperating. Ha, young friend is joking. The mobilization meeting is about to start. I originally wanted to use your fame, but Qinger said you are very averse to it. I respect Qinger and you. Feel free to do as you wish later. After all, even if we are not allies, we are still friends. Yin Tianzhong spoke very uprightly, putting everything on the table. This kind of overt strategy was even harder to deal with than covert schemes, making it difficult for Zhang Chen to respond. After a few pleasantries, Yin Tianzhong led his people away, leaving Zhang Chen in deep thought. Yin Shang, did you know the identity of that Yin back then? Zhang Chen asked. Yin Xing shook her head. I only found out recently. It's better than having an enemy, right? Yes. It's definitely better than having one more enemy. Zhang Chen echoed. The mobilization meeting was held on time, and Yin Chang and her group all arrived at the venue. The venue was not set up as a serious meeting but rather with tables of feasting, with a large table at the front filled with prominent figures. Most people had already taken their seats, and Zhang Chen and Yin Chang were guided to the main table, while the other girls were arranged at the second table. Why did you arrange me at this table? I could just find a place to sit, Zhang Chen whispered to Yin Chang. It wasn't that Zhang Chen was afraid or felt inferior, but he was too lazy to engage in small talk with these people, and being at the main table made it awkward to be overly rude regarding food and drink. Just sit here obediently. Each table's personnel are carefully arranged. Anyway, it's all about eating wherever you are. Yin Sheng pulled Zhang Chen to his seat, pressing down on his shoulder to make him sit, while she took a seat beside him. A few guests have already arrived at the chairman's seat, and they are not from the Yin group. It seems they were all invited by Yin Tianjing to discuss cooperation. The gentlemen were quite courteous, nodding and smiling at Yin Sheng as she took her seat. No one could refuse something beautiful. After waiting quietly for 2 minutes, Yin Tianjing entered with a group of people, smiling, and the guests in the hall applauded at the right moment. The group took their seats according to the nameplates on the table, and the host went on stage to announce that the mobilization meeting had officially begun. Good evening, esteemed guests. Welcome to the Yin group. As we all know, the game Holy Domain has taken the world by storm, and the Yin group will also be entering Holy Domain. The purpose of inviting everyone here is for a win-win cooperation. I believe everyone is well aware of the strength of the Yin group. Only through strong alliances can we create a better future. The host spoke passionately during the opening remarks, and the guests listened attentively. Now, let me introduce our guests, the chairman of the Yin group, Yin Tianzhang. Yin Tianzhang stood up with a smile and waves to everyone, enjoying a round of applause before taking his seat. Representative of the Wang group, the eldest son of the Wang family, Wang Lin, let's welcome him with applause. Representative of the Zhao group, the eldest son of the Zhao family, Zhao Wujie, let's welcome him with applause. The number 1 guild in Holy Domain, and also the princess of the Yin group, Yin Xing, let's welcome her with applause. The president of the largest life profession guild in Holy Domain, Mr. Li Tai. The soul of Holy Domain, the renowned Heavenly Justice, Mr. Zhang Chen, let's welcome him with applause. The host mainly introduced the people at the main table, with those sitting next to Yin Tianzhang being the sons of powerful families, while Zhang Chen's side consisted of representatives or potential collaborators. In Holy Domain, Yin Xing should have been seated next to Yin Tianzhang, but the arrangement next to Zhang Chen might have been to avoid any awkwardness for him. When the host introduced Zhang Chen, all eyes in the room focused on him. After all, the fame of Heavenly Justice was well deserved, and everyone wanted to see him in person. I didn't expect Uncle Yin to actually invite him, Wang Lin said quietly to Yin Tianzhang, his eyes on Zhang Chen. Although he's impressive in the game, in reality he's just an ordinary person. Uncle Yin inviting him is quite an elevation, otherwise would he have the chance to sit with us? Zhao Wujie laughed. Yin Tianzhang's expression changed slightly, but seeing that Zhang Chen hadn't heard, he felt relieved and responded to the two. Young friend Zhang Chen is also an excellent person in life, you two should not underestimate him. Yin Tianzhang was careful not to offend the two young masters, but he also wouldn't let them speak ill of Zhang Chen, maintaining a measured tone. Zhang Chen seemed to know nothing, but in reality he had heard their conversation. He felt grateful for Yin Tianzhang's defense, while he had long since grown accustomed to Zhao Wujie's unreasonable remarks and didn't want to fuss over such matters. The host continued with some flowery language, and the opening dance began on stage, while dishes started to be served at each table. Uncle Yin, I heard that Feng Tao from the Black Whale Gang offended Miss Qing. I've said that person is unreliable. Should I consider becoming your son-in-law? Zhao Wujie said with a smile. Wang Lin, not wanting to be outdone, chimed in. Uncle, I've known Qinger since childhood. The Wang family and the Yin family have cooperated for many years. If we could strengthen our ties, that would be the best. All right, both of you are excellent. We can discuss this matter another day. Yin Tianzhang declined. Wang Lin and Zhao Wujie exchanged glances, each feeling a bit dissatisfied. The banquet was very lavish, not at all like the boring speeches one might expect. There were performances to watch and delicious food, creating a lively atmosphere in the hall. Mr. Zhang Chen, may I ask you for a favor? A polite man not far from Zhang Chen greeted him, and Zhang Chen remembered him as President Li Tai of the Life Profession Guild. Meeting is fate, so let's talk about it. What do you need? Zhang Chen politely put down his chopsticks and replied, I am a player focused on life professions, and my guild consists of various skilled individuals in life professions. Most of the supplies in the Holy Domain come from our guild. But the shortcoming of life profession players is that their combat ability is not strong. I recently received a job transfer task, and if I can complete it, I will become a chef with super strong combat power, but unfortunately, the boss of the task is too difficult to defeat, right? Zhang Chen understood, as he had encountered such situations too many times. Li Tai nodded, because the task limits a maximum of 2 people. To complete it, I have asked many people for help, but all have ended in failure. Only 2 people? That is indeed challenging, especially without a priest for healing. Sustainability is a big issue. If we bring a priest, the damage output will be insufficient, Zhang Chen analyzed. So, I would like to ask you for help. You can name any conditions, but I don't have much money, Li Tai said with a hint of embarrassment. After it's over, add me as a friend in the game, and we can discuss it in detail then, Zhang Chen replied. Qinger, why are you sitting over here by yourself? Go sit with your brother. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Let's catch up, Wang Lin said as he approached Yin Xing, leaning down gently. Yin Xing awkwardly leaned back to create some distance and politely replied, You can chat with my father, I'll stay here with my good friend. We can talk later. Oh, friend? But isn't that the famous Heavenly Justice? Wang Lin, feeling rejected, lost some face and shifted his anger towards Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen felt a bit helpless. Having a woman around always attracted trouble, and he was being implicated without doing anything. He had thought that the arrogant Zhao Wujing would be the troublemaker, but unexpectedly, it was Wang Lin who started it. Lingo, we are all people of status, let's not lose face, Yin Xing quickly advised Wang Lin, knowing Zhang Chen's temperament. After all, the mobilization meeting had not yet ended, and it would be bad if something went wrong. Uncle Lin, I heard that you also participated in the new technology of the Holy Domain Group. Wasn't it said that this mobilization meeting would let everyone experience it? Wang Lin suddenly said loudly. Ha, my dear nephew is indeed eager. There is such a segment, but let's first let everyone eat their fill, Yin Tianzhang responded. I have a suggestion. Everyone knows Zheng Gongzi's strength. Why not take this opportunity to let him demonstrate? Wang Lin smiled. Zheng Chen knew that the so-called new technology was likely the reality simulation system, and he didn't expect the Yin group to have obtained the experience rights. You want to fight me? Zheng Chen scoffed. Wang Lin was not angry and calmly replied, I just play casually, I can't compare to you, and I doubt anyone here would have a chance against you in a one-on-one. Wang Lin pushed Zheng Chen to an unbeatable height, but Zheng Chen understood that the main topic was yet to come. How about this, select 10 people to challenge you together? Wang Lin smiled. Shameless, Zheng Chen muttered under his breath. Who are you calling shameless? No one. What? Shameless? What you just said, shameless, are you afraid? I didn't say that. Wang Lin was thrown off by Zheng Chen's remark about being shameless, and the two exchanged banter for several rounds, with the guests watching the amusing spectacle, all knowing who was truly shameless. Seeing Wang Lin being so rude, Yin Qing frowned, worried that Zheng Chen might get angry. After all, the friendship they had built was not worth destroying like this. I think it would be better this way. Those who are interested can come up to experience it, and there's no need to insist on bringing Zheng Chen. Yin Cheng stood up to mediate, saying, Miss Qing's words are misguided. The ID Heavenly Justice can be said to be the pinnacle of the sacred domain, and it's usually hard for everyone to get in touch with it. This time, thanks to the Yin group's influence, we finally have the opportunity to learn and exchange ideas. I believe the Yin group won't be so stingy, right? Wang Lin spoke logically, even bringing the Yin group into the conversation, which made it difficult for Yin Qing to continue. Since everyone wants to exchange and learn, I am naturally willing to be a teacher, but you must take the stage. Zheng Chen also stood up. He wasn't afraid of PKs and didn't mind them either. If Wang Lin wanted to embarrass himself, then so be it. With so many people offended, he wouldn't care about adding one or two more. Sure, I also want to improve. How can I miss such an opportunity? Wang Lin agreed without hesitation. Most of the guests had never seen new technology, but everyone knew the promotional advertisements of the sacred domain, and the Yin group had put in a lot of effort to secure the experience rights. Since everyone wants to get to the point quickly, let's skip the unnecessary steps. Anyone who wants to showcase their strength can sign up with the staff, and after review, they can take the stage to experience it, Yin Tianjing announced directly. Zheng Chen glanced regretfully at the food on the table. He wasn't in the mood to continue tasting it, so he simply crossed his arms over his chest and stared intently at Wang Lin. Brother Wang, you have great courage. I've heard that no one who offends Zheng Chen can leave unscathed. Zhao Wujie remarked to Wang Lin with a hint of sarcasm. How would I know if I don't try? I thought Brother Zhao was also a fighter, but it seems that when faced with a formidable opponent, you can only talk big. Wang Lin retorted disdainfully. Zhao Wujie remained non-committal, seemingly unconcerned by Wang Lin's mockery. There are many types of battles. Knowing the gap in strength and still wanting to force a confrontation is not called being a fighter, it's called sending oneself to death. Zhao Wujie had intended to say something harsher, but considering Yin Tianzheng was nearby, he toned it down to sending oneself to death. Seeing that everyone was overly concerned, Yin Tianzheng picked up the microphone again and said, with the Yin group's entry into the sacred domain, the demand for talent is very high. Everyone present today has received preliminary recognition from the group, and the upcoming competition will deepen our understanding of each other. So, those who want to showcase their skills shouldn't miss this opportunity. As soon as Yin Tianzheng finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room became lively. Working for the Yin group would surely earn more than just moving bricks. Zheng Chen, I'm sorry, I didn't expect such an oblivious person to drag you into trouble, Yin Qing said softly. It's a small matter. I happen to be very interested in the new technology of the sacred domain. I didn't expect the Yin group could even manage this. Perhaps Zheng Chen would be too lazy to PK in a game, but using this new technology was different. If he hadn't experienced it last time, how could he have felt the magical elements in reality and use magic to repel Feng Tao and the others? After that experience, no matter how hard Zheng Chen tried, he always felt something was missing. Although he could sense the magical elements around him, he could never fully release the magic. The guests were eagerly signing up, and the Yin group had quickly formulated a competition plan. A staff member hurriedly approached Yin Tianjing and handed over the preliminary plan for the competition. Yin Tianjing nodded repeatedly as he read it, then pointed in Zheng Chen's direction and said something. The staff member then took a tablet and walked towards Zheng Chen. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Due to a last-minute change in the event, a new plan has been formulated, and the chairman would like to know if you agree, the staff member asked respectfully. Zheng Chen was taken aback and looked at Yin Tianzheng, who was smiling warmly at him. Zheng Chen was never afraid of a hard approach. What he feared most was this kind of soft knife, excessive respect that made it impossible to refuse. Zheng Chen glanced at the planning document and realized that the final challenge was himself, which was why he was seeking opinions. The plan was roughly that players would compete in elimination rounds, and then 10 of the strongest players would challenge Zheng Chen, clearly positioning him as the final boss. As expected of a major corporation's planning to change the plan on the fly and make it so perfect, this is indeed very eye-catching. Has Mr. Zhang agreed? Sure, adding 10 more is fine, Zheng Chen replied nonchalantly. Zheng Chen held the attitude that having more people meant more experience, wishing he could directly challenge all the guests present. It's like this: 10 people is within the normal range. If you lose, they will have won unfairly. If you win, the guests won't look too bad. But if we had 10 more, if the guests lose, it might be too much of a blow to them, which wouldn't be good for morale in the future, the planner patiently explained. Oh, just do as you like, you decide, go prepare. Zheng Chen replied indifferently. The Yin group worked efficiently, quickly selecting dozens of people and randomly matching opponents. This time, there were no special costumes prepared. And the area was no longer the entire venue, only the stage could use transformation powers. The match is determined by clearing the health bar. Those who fall off the stage will have their transformation effects nullified, the host stated. The rules were very simple. The guests took turns to appear, with staff helping to synchronize data for the transformation, and the stage scenery instantly changed to resemble that of a game. Except for a few who had attended the Sacred Domain Group's press conference, everyone present was astonished, with exclamations rising and falling. Zheng Chen sensed the source of power. Compared to the entire room being an energy field at the Sacred Domain Group, this place was merely an energy field centered around the stage. I didn't expect such a huge investment for a mobilization meeting from the Yin group, Zheng Chen murmured. That's right, just for this stage, we paid the Sacred Domain Group 1 billion. Is it worth it? Zheng Chen was somewhat speechless. Sometimes showcasing strength can yield greater benefits, although I do think it's a bit excessive, Yin Qing said, sticking out her tongue. Rich people can really stir things up, Zheng Chen remarked, then fell silent, hoping this experience would bring new insights. On stage, two guests had already started fighting. At first, both sides were unfamiliar with their abilities, testing each other for a while before slowly finding their rhythm in attacking. However, in Zheng Chen's eyes, these two were like children fighting. Zheng Chen, your level has fallen so much, can you really take on 10 high-level opponents at once? Yin Qing still looked a bit worried. If it can delay me for so long, don't you think it might be more important than leveling up? Zheng Chen replied confidently. The registered participants were selectively chosen, and with the venue being relatively small, the competition progressed quickly. The contestants, experiencing this new technology for the first time, were all exceptionally excited. The more realistic touch and impact made the PK even more thrilling. The players who took the stage were generally at level 40, with both equipment and skills having made significant advancements. After reaching level 40, the characteristics of each profession began to emerge, and the advantages of hidden professions started to gradually manifest. In battles between the same profession, the attack methods of hidden professions tended to be more diverse, with damage increasing to varying degrees. Although Zheng Chen believed that even if ordinary professions had some disadvantages, they could still compensate with combat awareness. Today's battles, however, showed a one-sided trend. Before the fight even started, just seeing the opponent was a hidden profession made me feel timid inside. This battle is without suspense. Zheng Chen shook his head inside. What surprised Zheng Chen was Wang Lin. This kid actually had some skill. Although they hadn't met in the game, his top-notch equipment, combined with the hidden class of Shadow Assassin, was impressive. While the Shadow Assassin was a relatively common hidden class, its longer invisibility time and dark attribute attacks gave him more options in offense. Wang Lin's ID was born to be king, which was quite narcissistic, but his agility and combat awareness were decent, making him one of the better players among the guests. Zhao Wujie, aren't you coming up to play? After winning a match, Wang Lin couldn't help but shouted Zhao Wujie below. This time, Zhao Wujie hadn't signed up for the battle. After all, the final challenge was Zheng Chen, and he didn't want to embarrass himself in front of so many people. Even if he won by outnumbering his opponent, it wouldn't feel like a real victory. Brother Wang, as long as you're having fun, I'll just chat with Uncle Lin. Zhao Wujie completely ignored Wang Lin. Yo, I'm late. How could I miss out on such fun? While Wang Lin was bantering with Zhao Wujie, a male voice suddenly came from the entrance of the venue, followed by someone running up to Yin Tian without any regard for their image. Uncle, sorry I'm late. How could you not tell me about such a fun event? Let me get on stage for a couple of rounds. I say, old Zhao, look at you. Sitting there like a bear, just watching Wang Lin show off? The newcomer was familiar with everyone present, and his tone was quite bold, yet no one was angry. Zhao Wujie, being scolded like this, could only smile in response. Who is this guy? Interesting, Zheng Chen asked quietly. Gao Mingjie, his family has connections in government, so people in the business world give him some face. You must have seen his character in the game. He's the cake-rich guy. After he won against me in the last tournament, he even apologized to me, and that's when I realized it was him, Yin Qing explained. So it's him. It seems his family has quite a bit of power, otherwise he wouldn't be so bold, Zheng Chen nodded. Such people were best avoided, otherwise trouble would follow. Gao Mingjie, Wang Lin, and Zhao Wujie are considered the more famous representatives of the younger generation. Although they seem to be competing and slandering each other, their relationship is actually quite good. The outside world generally refers to them as the three lucky treasures. Interesting. In this circle, while they can be a bit annoying, they're still better than some of the other family members who are truly unbearable to look at, Yin Qing commented. Zheng Chen didn't respond because Gao Mingjie had already turned his gaze toward him. Anyone who could whisper with Yin Chang was certainly not an ordinary person. The two locked eyes, and Gao Mingjie was the first to show a harmless smile, leaving Zhang Chen unsure of what it meant. Zhao Wujie quietly introduced Zhang Chen's identity to Gao Mingjie and explained the rules of the competition. Oh, 10 against 1? Isn't this stage a bit too crowded? Gao Mingjie mumbled as he walked over to Zhang Chen. Gao Mingjie, it's better to meet in person than to hear about you 100 times. It's a pleasure to finally see you. Gao Mingjie extended his hand first, officially introducing himself. Zhang Chen, the stage may be small, but it's healthier when it's crowded. Gao Mingjie smiled and turned his head toward Yin Tian, his uncle. How many spots have been opened up? With my status as one of the top 16 in the sacred domain, I shouldn't need to qualify, right? Zhao Wujie, hurry up and get on. Let's team up against him. This kid is quite formidable. Although Gao Mingjie was casual, he was humorous and not the kind of person that was annoying. Since Xiao Gao is interested, let's not continue with the remaining matches. Select the 7 best players and start the final match directly. Yin Tianzhan gave Gao Mingjie a lot of face, directly pushing the competition to its climax. Zhao Wuji, unlike his attitude towards Wang Lin, stood up and walked towards the stage. When Zhang Chen saw it was his turn to appear, he didn't waste any time and walked directly to the other side of the stage. The guests who had their matches cancelled didn't dare to complain, knowing that these individuals were not to be trifled with, and quietly returned to their positions to wait for the competition to begin. Zhang Chen quickly finished changing his outfit, the white tiger glory set with special effects added, showcasing true simplicity that was not simple at all. He casually held the Qing Yan staff in his hand, quietly waiting for his opponent. Wang Lin was the first to arrive on stage since he had just participated in a match, followed closely by Gao Mingjie, who transformed into the Gao Fushuang character. One couldn't help but mention Gao Fushuang's financial power. He had just reached level 40 and was equipped with top-tier gear, and his backpack surely contained several sets of various functional outfits. Zhao Wuji's profession was also a mage, and judging by his equipment, he was a hidden attribute light mage with the ID Wuji Zhiguang, and the gear he wore radiated a brilliance that was clearly not ordinary. The 7 people behind him were also quite decent, making a total of 10, with a balanced array of professions, clearly arranged as the best lineup. 3 warriors, 3 archers, 2 assassins, 1 mage, and 1 priest. The warriors charged to deal damage, the archers were agile with long-range positioning, the 2 assassins attacked from the shadows, and 1 priest was responsible for healing and support. One could say this lineup was more than enough to take on a boss, let alone deal with a single player on this small stage. Oh, the first person in the holy domain, how come your level has fallen so much? Gao Mingjie said, somewhat surprised. Let's get started when you're ready. I want to finish this so I can go home and level up. Zhang Chen was too lazy to say much to Gao Mingjie. The countdown for the match appeared, and as the time ended, everyone on stage quickly moved. The 3 warriors, led by Gao Fushuang, charged directly at Zhang Chen, and the distance for their charge skill was quickly reached. On this small stage, the combined stun from the 3 warriors charging, along with a volley of ranged attacks, was damage that no single player could withstand. Ice Rain Firewall Technique. The Ice Rain was released at the enemy's backline, while the Firewall Technique blocked the vision of the 3 warriors horizontally. What era is this? Still using the same old attacks? I've already thoroughly studied your attack methods. Gao Fushuang laughed heartily. Charge. The 3 warriors initiated their charge together, their figures passing through the Firewall Technique, charging towards Zhang Chen without pause. Are you sure you've studied me thoroughly? Zhang Chen's voice rang out, and the 3 charging warriors crashed into a dirt wall, failing to hit Zhang Chen and instead becoming dizzy from the violent impact. God of Ice and Snow, with your powerful hands, freeze everything, seal all darkness in this world. Freeze technique. A segment of the magic incantation was skillfully chanted, and the entire stage was instantly frozen. Zhang Chen easily dodged the arrow shot at him, gliding effortlessly among the ice sculptures. Is that all? Zhang Chen scoffed. With a single freeze technique, Zhang Chen turned all 10 people into ice blocks. If it had been in a wider space, Zhang Chen wouldn't have hesitated to exchange a few more moves with them, but the stage was too small, and their attack rhythm was too urgent, which was why he used a newly learned ice control skill right away. The audience was left in shock. None of them expected a mage in their 30s to possess such a powerful skill. No wonder people say he uses hacks in the game. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. The entire stage was within the control range. This skill was simply unavoidable. Look at the health bars, since there's still continuous freeze damage. This is ice magic. When did ice magic ever have continuous damage? Naive, ordinary ice-type skills certainly lack sustained damage, but if the ice attribute is pure enough and the temperature reaches a certain low, then frostbite effects will occur. The guests on site began to discuss, each sharing their thoughts. After all, not everyone had witnessed Zhang Chen's battle firsthand, most had only seen it through videos on forums. Watching on the forum could never compare to being there in person, especially in such a realistic simulation of battle, where one could truly feel Zhang Chen's power. Zhang Chen had no time to listen to these evaluations. He closed his eyes and began to chant a new spell again, not because the spell was too difficult, but to better feel the process of magic gathering and taking shape. Pure white snowflakes, glistening frost, gather around me, feel my pain. Please lend me your powerful magic, cover this entire evil land. Ice crystal snow dance. The ice elements gathered once more, and a storm of ice crystals and raging snow swept out from Zhang Chen's center. Zhang Chen carefully sensed the changes in the magical elements and the feeling of power emanating from his body, always feeling like he was on the verge of grasping the key, yet always missing just a little something. Ice crystal snow dance was a wide-area ice-type skill similar to a blizzard, but with greater attack power. Aside from the snowstorm, it mainly relied on the ice crystals mixed within to attack. Although the ice crystals were numerous, Zhang Chen could control their flight trajectory with his mental power, and the ice crystal snow dance skill also had a certain effect of obscuring vision. Beneath the dazzling visual effects, the health of the 10 players was rapidly decreasing. Zhang Chen knew who had the highest status, and did not want to embarrass the wealthy handsome guy, so he mainly targeted the other 7. Crack crack, the ice finally began to crack, and the wealthy handsome guy was the first to break free from control. The money spent on equipment would never go to waste. Faced with a full-range skill attack, the wealthy handsome guy could only raise his sword and charge forward again, tracking ice pillar with ice and snow covering the entire stage. The wealthy handsome guy completely failed to notice the small ice pillars moving on the ground, and before he could reach Zhang Chen, he was once again frozen into an ice block. This control is terrifying. I remember that Zhang Chen's strongest skill should be fire type. Ignorant, he is a master of all elements, it's just that he used fire type spells more in the videos. The guests on site began to discuss again, all amazed by Zhang Chen's control ability, as the 10-person team had no power to fight back. The control effect of the tracking ice pillar was limited, and a few seconds later, the wealthy handsome guy regained his freedom, and the others gradually thawed, but the 3 archers and the priest had already lost all their health. Assassin, look for an opportunity. Warrior, charge. Wuji, use your strongest skill, tank the damage and take him down. The wealthy handsome guy shouted. Blessing of Life, Holy Light Shield. Zhao Wuji finally had a chance to act, directly giving his teammates 2 buff enhancements. The Blessing of Light could increase resilience and reduce the effects of control, while the Holy Light Shield provided teammates with a layer of light barrier, blocking a significant amount of damage. Water Prison. Zhang Chen cast the Water Prison, directly hitting the warrior at the front. The Water Prison instantly froze under the extremely low temperature, extending the control time. Ice Rain. Taking advantage of the still dissipating power of Ice Crystal Dance, Zhang Chen released Ice Rain again on the enemy's path, and the effect was indeed enhanced. At this point, the opponent's health was low, and Zhang Chen had many ways to take them down, but out of respect for Yin Tianzhan, he decided to make the match more exciting. Let you die beautifully. Zhang Chen murmured softly. White Tiger descends. The set skill of the White Tiger Glory summoned the Holy Beast White Tiger instantly. Although its strength was equal to Zhang Chen's, its intimidation factor was extraordinary. Bite them. Zhang Chen waved his hand and shouted loudly. Zhang Chen controlled the White Tiger to block the charging warriors while he prepared to deal with the 2 incoming assassins. Although the assassins were invisible, they could not escape Zhang Chen's control. As the 2 approached and launched their attacks, Zhang Chen finally made his move. Earthquake, a skill that knocked back enemies. In the surrounding area, Zhang Chen hadn't used it in a long time because he hadn't allowed anyone to get close. Wang Lin and the other assassin were knocked down and sent flying. Ice Spike, a close range repelling skill. Zhang Chen directly used the Ice Spike skill to push the 2 floating in the air away, and casually threw 2 fireballs at each of them. Wang Lin reacted extremely quickly, flipping in the air to land steadily, and in the next second, he dodged the fireball's deadly strike with a side roll. The other assassin wasn't so lucky. Before he could land safely, he was directly hit by a fireball, his life reduced to 0, and he exited the match. The Holy Beast White Tiger moved swiftly, firmly restraining the 3 warriors. Gao Fushuang attempted several times to bypass it to attack Zhang Chen but was blocked by its claws. Holy Light Purification. A beam of white light enveloped the White Tiger, and in the next second, its body began to gradually dissipate. The one launching the attack was the Light Mage Zhao Wuji. Holy Light Purification could not only dispel control and negative effects but also had the function of dispelling summoned creatures, though it had a certain success rate. Fortunately, it succeeded. This time, seeing the White Tiger being dispelled, Zhang Chen instead revealed a slight smile and began to chant a spell. Elements of thunder in the sky, heed my call, gather around me, show your grievances. Obliterate all in this world, welcome the arrival of the god of destruction, thunder from the sky. Zhang Chen chanted the spell again, and dark clouds began to gather above the stage. As the thunder clouds flickered, several bolts of lightning fell from the sky, accurately hitting the enemies present. The severely injured Wang Lin was the first to be eliminated. This time he had no time to dodge. Following him out were the 2 warriors besides Gao Fushuang, who, relying on his good equipment and high health, managed to withstand the attack. Zhao Wuji waved his staff, casting a thick light shield around himself. The lightning struck the light shield and was instantly redirected to the ground. Although his expression was strained, he still managed to withstand the blow. Only 2 treasures left of the auspicious 3. What a pity, what a pity. If Wang Lin could just hold on a little longer, Zhang Chen said with a relaxed expression. Zhang Chen continuously used the magic obtained from the recorded books and the power was naturally formidable. The most crucial part was the feeling of enlightenment that brought him joy. Zhang Chen was happy in his heart and couldn't help but say a few more words, while Gao Mingjie felt a bit uncomfortable. He had thought that although his strength was not as good as Zhang Chen's, he never expected the gap to widen. 10 people working together should have been enough of an advantage, yet they ended up in such a situation. On the stage, only the severely injured Gao Mingjie and the half-health Zhao Wuji remained. At this point, the outcome was almost certain. After all, the fully healthy 10 had done nothing, so what could the 2 injured do? Brother Jia, it's too embarrassing to lose like this. If you have any trump cards, use them quickly. Zhao Wuji shouted loudly, feeling a bit ashamed. Gao Mingjie looked at Zhao Wuji, then at the halted Zhang Chen, and after pondering for a moment, he finally spoke. Zhang Chen, let us attack you together once. As long as you can survive, we will voluntarily concede this match. What do you think? Gao Mingjie proposed. Oh, it's not impossible to take a hit from you too, but does this match require you to concede voluntarily? Zhang Chen said without holding back. In Zhang Chen's mind, he could give them face, but he could not tolerate the other party playing dumb. The outcome of this match was already very clear. Gao Mingjie's proposal to let himself defend was clearly a form of moral coercion. If Zhang Chen does not accept this proposal, no matter how brilliant his previous performance was, it will seem somewhat unconvincing. After all, the audience has a tendency to pity the weak. However, if he accepts it, once the 2 of them have some killer move that leads to his defeat, the audience won't care about the process and will only think that Zhang Chen was defeated. A proposal that carries no risk at all, yet Gao Mingjie actually uses an already clear outcome as a bet, which Zhang Chen cannot accept. So what would satisfy you? Gao Mingjie replied. Since it's your proposal, it's best if you say it yourself, show some sincerity. Zhang Chen kicked the ball back. Since Gao Mingjie had posed a difficult question for himself, he naturally couldn't let him off easy, especially with so many people watching. If you accept, I will acknowledge you as my big brother. Whatever happens to you is my concern as a little brother. If you don't accept, in the future, whenever we are both present, you just need to admit that you have been defeated by me. How about that? Gao Mingjie thought for a moment and said, alright, let's do it. Zhang Chen, based on his experience, knew that Gao Mingjie must have a finishing move or a secret technique, but it wouldn't be able to achieve a one-hit kill on him at full health, which is why he wanted to team up with Zhao Wujin for a strike. Gao Mingjie was also cautious, fearing that his attack might miss, which is why he suggested that Zhang Chen take the hit. As Zhang Chen expected, Gao Mingjie made 2 gestures towards Zhao Wujin, and the 2 began their attack in unison. Holy light shockwave. Zhao Wujin crossed his staff in front of him, resting his left hand on the staff's head, and after charging up, released a powerful shockwave. The beam of light was thick, the energy solid, and the speed was absurdly fast. Generally, skilled fighters rely on reflexes and agility to dodge, while Zhang Chen relied on foresight. Even before Zhao Wujin charged up, Zhang Chen had already sensed the ferocity of the attack, and at the moment Zhao Wujin struck, Zhang Chen's defense was already in place. Wall of Gale earthen barrier. Zhang Chen first set up a wall of wind, then built a heavy earthen barrier in front of him, and finally, he held a diamond-shaped ice shield made of ice crystals. After the beam of light consumed some energy against the wind wall, it broke through the first line of defense, and the earthen barrier was ruthlessly shattered. Just when everyone thought victory was about to tip in favor of Gao Mingjie, the beam collided with the diamond ice shield. The ice shield did not shatter as expected. Instead, the holy light shockwave's beam was refracted in other directions by the ice crystals, and Zhang Chen stood there completely unharmed. Although Gao Mingjie secretly resented Zhao Wujin for not injuring Zhang Chen, he knew that Zhang Chen couldn't move easily at this moment, so he quickly stepped forward to unleash his killing move. Killing move, open heaven. Gao Mingjie entered the attack range, raising his long sword high above his head, gathering shimmering white light on the sword. This strike was immensely powerful, capable of cleaving Zhang Chen in two. Zhang Chen felt his body stiffen. Clearly, Gao Mingjie's strike had a deterrent effect, capable of temporarily immobilizing a person. This move is very cool, but don't use it again in the future. Although Zhang Chen couldn't move for the time being, he had no intention of dodging. Holding the ice crystal shield in his left hand, he casually waved his staff with his right. Super rock spike. A square stone pillar rose from beneath Gao Mingjie's feet, directly lifting him into the air. Normally, this skill would be easy to dodge, but at this moment, Gao Mingjie was also charging up and had no time to consider dodging skills, unexpectedly falling into Zhang Chen's trap. As Gao Mingjie was lifted into the air, he swung down with his sword, but ultimately struck at empty space. The powerful inertia caused him to lose his balance, and he stumbled and fell. Water prison technique. Having achieved victory, Zhang Chen did not want Gao Mingjie to embarrass himself in public, so he used a water prison technique to control the falling Gao Mingjie, alleviating the gravity of his fall, which drew thunderous applause from the audience. Gao Mingjie and Zhao Wuji could be considered gracious in defeat. After Zhang Chen skillfully countered their powerful strike, they simply jumped off the stage. Although Zhang Chen did not confront the two directly, his combat awareness and strategy had already surpassed theirs by several levels. A mage is not a profession that relies on brute force. To utilize skills to such an extent is truly impressive. Big brother, from now on, you are my big brother. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. From now on, your matters are my matters. A gentleman's word is as good as a horse's promise, Gao Mingjie said cheerfully, showing no signs of disappointment from his loss but rather openly acknowledging the wager, which surprised Zhang Chen. I lost alongside brother Jie, so I must also accept the wager. From now on, you are my big brother too. Your matters are my Zhao Wujie's matters, Zhao Wujie added, unwilling to be outdone. Zhang Chen glanced at Zhao Wujie in surprise, not expecting someone to rush to be his little brother. However, upon reflection, he understood the situation. Zhao Wujie was not aiming at him, since Gao Mingjie had acknowledged the wager. Zhao Wujie was naturally trying to get closer to Gao Mingjie and also to present a trustworthy image to the guests present. Hey, are you isolating me? If that's the case, I also recognize Zhang Chen as my big brother. From now on, we share both hardships and blessings. Wang Lin rushed over, fearing he would be left out. Zhang Chen awkwardly smiled, unable to feel happy. It seemed that the intentions of these three little brothers were not pure. Being the big brother felt like having a knife poised at his back. Wang Lin and Zhao Wujie had not anticipated Zhang Chen's strength to be at such a level with group attack skills of this caliber, and not just one, which was certainly beyond what a mage under level 40 could achieve. Yet Gao Mingjie openly admitted his defeat and honored his promise to recognize Zhang Chen as his big brother. This opportunity to stand on the same front was not something the two wanted to miss, so they quickly acknowledged Zhang Chen as their big brother as well. Zhang Chen had no thoughts of joy. After all, such little brothers could hardly be considered loyal. Their words were righteous, but who knew when they might stab him in the back? Gao Mingjie was indeed a proud person, and he genuinely recognized Zhang Chen's strength. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Although he lost this time, he was truly conquered by Zhang Chen's power. Big brother, don't worry. From now on, we are like real brothers, Gao Mingjie said, putting his arm around Zhang Chen as they walked off the stage, his tone sincere. Wang Lin and Zhao Wujie were also adaptable. Seeing Gao Mingjie start to express himself, they followed behind with smiles. Zhang Chen once again felt the hypocrisy of high society. Just moments ago, they had treated him like an enemy, but now they greeted him with smiles. Uncle, we're done here. You can continue with your mobilization meeting. Don't worry, I will definitely support you wholeheartedly. Gao Mingjie also made sure to give Yin Tianzheng face, speaking directly. Yin Tianzheng nodded. Despite the Gao family's prominent status, Gao Mingjie was still a junior. Having had enough of the antics, he knew when to wrap things up, leaving the rest for the younger generation to communicate among themselves. The host quickly took the stage to continue the experience of the arena competition. The so-called mobilization meeting was mainly to showcase the strength of the Yin group to the guests. Only with strong power would people be willing to affiliate themselves. Gao Mingjie directly pulled the guests away from Zhang Chen and plopped down beside him, with Wang Lin and Zhao Wujie following suit. Big brother, have some dishes, Gao Mingjie said as soon as he sat down. The waiter promptly replaced the tableware, and Gao Mingjie hurriedly picked up his chopsticks to serve Zhang Chen, looking as if he were in a romantic relationship with him. Zhang Chen was somewhat speechless and did not pick up his chopsticks, directly saying, "If you have something to say, say it. If you think I'd beaten you into submission, I don't believe it. Hee, it's nothing much. I just want to learn more from Big Brother." Gao Mingjie humbly said, "Big Brother, I'm really sorry, it was I who offended you before." Wang Lin suddenly spoke up. Before Zhang Chen could say anything, Yin Qing directly interjected, "I didn't expect young Master Wang to be someone who flatters the powerful." Wang Lin and Yin Qing had grown up together, and being called out like this made him feel a bit embarrassed. "Qinger, actually just now." Wang Lin sighed, ultimately not finishing his sentence. In truth, Wang Lin's provocation of Zhang Chen was all part of a task given by Yin Tianzheng, whose aim was to provoke Zhang Chen into action. As the number one in the sacred domain, it was a rare opportunity to have him invited. It would be a pity to just sit and have a meal. Although Yin Tianzheng said to let Zhang Chen perform at ease, he definitely intended to manipulate the situation. Zhang Chen had long sensed this, and seeing Wang Lin's unpleasant expression, he had already confirmed his thoughts, but it was too late to say more. Although he had fallen into Yin Tianzheng's trap, Zhang Chen had originally wanted to experience the new technology again, considering it a win-win situation. "It's fine, Big Brother has a broad mind and won't hold it against a younger brother," Zhang Chen said, patting Wang Lin's shoulder across Gao Mingjie, pretending to be serious. Wang Lin recognized the title of Big Brother was out of respect for Gao Mingjie, but now being treated as a younger brother truly mixed his feelings. "You too, since you recognize my family Zhang Chen as your big brother, don't have any ideas about me anymore. I am the big brother's woman," Yin Qing said, not holding back her words, suddenly addressing Wang Lin and Zhao Wujie. Yin Qing's statement attracted the attention of everyone around. Fortunately, Yin Tianzheng was busy, or else Zhang Chen would be pushed into the spotlight again. Zhang Chen looked at Yin Qing in surprise, but what he received was a bright smile, clearly intending to use him as a shield to indirectly reject Wang Lin and Zhao Wujie. "Sister Qinger, even if you don't want to accept our affections, there's no need to find such a fake excuse. It really doesn't suit your status." Zhao Wujie was unwilling to believe it. Being suppressed by Zhang Chen in strength was one thing, but did he have to lose in matters of women as well? As a young master from a prominent family, he naturally wouldn't lack women, and his interest in In Ching was more about a strong alliance, but being publicly rejected was a matter of face. This is a banquet of Hongmen, this is a banquet of Hongmen. In Ching, your heart is truly wicked, Zheng Chen said, putting down his chopsticks and mumbling as he prepared to leave this place of trouble. What a pity, I originally wanted to propose to Uncle In, but I didn't expect Xinger to already have someone in her heart. A big brother's woman cannot be taken, absolutely cannot be taken, Gaomingji suddenly intervened, reaching out to press Zheng Chen back down. Zheng Chen hadn't expected Gaomingji to be so perceptive, with the highest status among his peers believing it, regardless of whether others believed it or not, even if they knew it was false. No one would raise doubts again unless they wanted to oppose Gaomingji. Wang Lin and Zhao Wujin turned away in anger and stopped speaking, while Gaomingji maintained a subtle smile, and In Chang secretly gave him a thumbs up. Impressive, I originally thought you were just a reckless youth, but I didn't expect. Zheng Chen sighed. Being my big brother won't let you suffer. I really like the sacred domain, but it relies on money and equipment. If I could, I would really like to improve my own strength. I generally don't look up to others, including you, big brother. If it weren't for today's match being genuinely strong, even if you are recognized as the number one in the sacred domain, I might not necessarily submit to you, Gaomingji said sincerely. Gaomingji's words indeed moved Zheng Chen. If Gaomingji were truly the kind of brainless second-generation rich kid, Zheng Chen wouldn't bother getting involved with him. But after a simple interaction, Zheng Chen found Gaomingji to be quite decent, prompting him to reassess this inexplicable friendship. Alright, when I go online, you can come find me, and I will train you well then. Man's friendship is sometimes that simple, a single sentence can resolve all misunderstandings. Come on, big brother, let's have a drink. Gao Mingjie poured a full glass of white liquor for Zheng Chen and then passed the bottle to Wang Lin and Zhao Wuji. The show on stage continued, and the host was still painting a rosy picture for the guests, while the few people below had already started to feel the effects of the drinks. Big brother, if anyone dares to mess with you in the future, just tell me, and I'll take care of him. The Black Whale Gang, right? From today on, he's done for. Gao Mingjie was already a bit tipsy, and his bold words spilled out. It's fine, little brother, just a bunch of small fries. If anyone dares to mess with you in the game, just come to me. I'll throw a big fireball at them. Zheng Chen also got into the spirit, and before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed. Drunk. Hee down for the count, ha. Gao Mingjie laughed and then also slumped onto the table. Chapter 176. Li Tai's request. When Zheng Chen woke up, he was already back at his place. A housekeeper aunt was guarding his bedside. He could hardly remember what happened last night, only fragments of having vomited from drinking too much. Since the white liquor was of good quality, his head didn't hurt too much, but he still felt groggy, which was a normal hangover. Young man, you should drink less, it's bad for your health. The housekeeper aunt kindly reminded him when she saw Zheng Chen awake, then notified the kitchen to send breakfast through the intercom. Thank you, auntie, you should go rest. Zheng Chen awkwardly got up and realized he was only in his shorts, feeling a bit embarrassed. Oh dear. Young man, no need to be shy, I've seen it all. Your clothes got dirty from the vomit, and the young lady specifically asked me to take good care of you. The aunt found Zheng Chen's embarrassment amusing. It is a bit embarrassing, Zheng Chen replied awkwardly. You even vomited all over the young lady. If it were someone else, she would have thrown them out onto the street, the housekeeper aunt continued. To help Zheng Chen recall. Auntie, please stop, I want to be quiet. You should stop being quiet and think more about my young lady. From now on, your daily life here will be taken care of by me. The young lady specifically sent me over. Those young girls wouldn't know how to take care of you. The aunt seemed unwilling to leave. Zheng Chen resigned himself and crawled back into bed, and it wasn't until breakfast was delivered that the aunt finally said goodbye and left the room. Holding the porridge, Zheng Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Previously, when living conditions were tight, he had no extra money to indulge, so he couldn't even talk about having a good alcohol tolerance. Although he drank a lot, his body couldn't handle that much alcohol. Gao Mingjie, although he had a decent tolerance, wasn't much better than Zheng Chen, and he ended up getting beaten by Zheng Chen's wild punches. After breakfast, Zheng Chen hurriedly logged into the game. Feng Ling was still unconscious, and he needed to quickly improve his strength, otherwise, when would he be able to confront the disaster? Once in the game, Zheng Chen once again occupied the area of the Withered Ones. The cooperation with Xiao Guiyan and Ai Yu was becoming increasingly skilled, and as their levels increased, the power of their various skills also grew. Zheng Chen continued to digest the magic books he had copied. After tasting the sweetness of it, he became even more eager to learn, wishing he could dive into the books. Zheng Chen, you're awake? You shouldn't drink so much in the future. I didn't expect the number one in the holy domain to be just an ordinary person. In Ching sent a message, sounding both concerned and somewhat complaining. Sorry, I lost my composure. What does that auntie mean? I don't need care, let her go do something else. Zheng Chen replied. She's someone I specifically arranged to come over, just tell her if you need anything. After replying, she stopped talking, leaving Zheng Chen somewhat speechless. He, who loved freedom, once again felt that his life was being arranged by others, which was somewhat uncomfortable. But the free city is quite complicated. Even if I change my place of residence, it might still be someone else's property. Weighing the options, Zheng Chen decided to endure for the time being. Big brother, your drinking capacity is really impressive. It's been a long time since I've met someone who can outdrink me. Where are you? I'm coming to hang out with you. The rich and handsome Gao Mingjie, who is my newly recruited little brother, sent a message, looking like he had just woken up. Zheng Chen didn't know how he managed to drink so much, which instead made Gao Mingjie think that Zheng Chen had a good drinking capacity. I'm leveling up, let's play another day. Zheng Chen hurriedly declined, not wanting to waste time. Oh, come on, big brother, don't be polite. I'll come over and help you level up. My attack power is really high, Gao Mingjie said enthusiastically, completely misunderstanding Zheng Chen's intention. In the end, Zheng Chen lost his patience and told Gao Mingjie his location. Before long, Gao Mingjie arrived riding an expensive BMW. Since the last batch of monsters had just been defeated, they hadn't respawned yet, so Gao Mingjie was unaware of Zheng Chen's monster farming speed. Big brother is indeed big brother. Even in the game, he's reading. People more capable than me are working even harder. What am I even trying for? Gao Mingjie blurted out a sarcastic remark, flattering Zheng Chen. How do you plan to help me level up? Zheng Chen asked with a smile. When the monsters respawn, I'll pull them. For monsters at this level, I can handle over 20 without a priest. At that time, you just need to unleash your area attack skills, Gao Mingjie said proudly. Just as Gao Mingjie finished speaking, the monsters respawned. Big brother, I'm going in. As Gao Mingjie was about to act, the unicorn Shugwei dashed out, while Yu began to pull monsters from the other side using scattering. The withered ones in the monster area quickly gathered together. Light binding, light and dark impact, arrow formation, scattering. Zheng Chen casually threw out an area hailspell. Gao Mingjie stood there in shock, watching the newly spawned monsters disappear rapidly, while he found himself completely useless. In the midst of a dying illness, I sit up in shock. The clown is actually me. Big brother, I take my leave. Gao Mingjie humorously recited a poem, then stopped bothering Zheng Chen. After exchanging a few pleasantries and agreeing to play together another day, he rode off on his BMW. This kid is actually quite interesting, Zheng Chen said, with a smile, shaking his head. At this point, Zheng Chen's level had reached 38. If he continued at this speed, reaching level 39 before midnight would be completely feasible. No one else could achieve such a leveling speed. Before he could farm the second wave of monsters, another friend request popped up. Zheng Chen sighed and put down the magic book he was flipping through. It seemed today would not be peaceful. Hello, brother, I'm Li Tai, the president of the Life Guild. About the task we discussed yesterday, I wonder if you have time now. Let's hear about the task first. For someone he had only met once, Zheng Chen wouldn't easily take action without sufficient benefits. After all, his time was very precious. The task requires forming a team to help in the kitchen of the largest tavern in Juke City. After reaching a certain revenue within the specified time, the kitchen will spawn the evil stove god. Since the task must be completed in one go, team members cannot be changed midway. If too many combat personnel are included, it will be difficult to complete the kitchen assistance task, as the tavern is of a high standard and the customers are very picky. We have tried it before, and there is only one combat personnel slot. What can I get? Zheng Chen roughly understood the task content. Li Tai was taking on a hidden chef class profession. The earlier part wasn't difficult, but the challenge lay in the final boss battle. Feel free to state any requirements. However, the star coins we can rotate are not many. How about this? All the life materials you need in the future will be covered by our guild, and our guild will always be your friend, Li Tai said very sincerely. Time and place. Zheng Chen thought for a moment and agreed. A life profession is quite sought after in the sacred domain, and many tasks later will require materials from life professions. Having a friend with a high-level life profession is truly rare, especially one who is the president of the Life Guild. 4 p.m. Juke City Tianyang Restaurant.